Family, who understands this? Just a few minutes ago, I was the neglected little prince who was unloved by my parents. But now the whole place is in an uproar because of me. The old man pointed at the crystal ball and shouted that I have a full innate soul power of level 20. This all started when I crossed over and became a newborn baby. After 6 years of enduring, I finally shocked everyone today. Let me tell you, the whole place fell silent, and that old man named Su Kunshin was shaking like he had Parkinson's, pointing at the crystal ball in front of me, his voice breaking. Innate full soul power, level 20. Wow, level 20. In an instant, the air in the Star Luo hall froze, and my cheap old dad, Emperor Dai Yuan, looked like his eyes were about to pop out. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground, as if they were free. Let me tell you, my operation this time was simply ahead of the game. Family, who understands, just a few minutes ago, I was that unloved little prince whom anyone could step on. But now, I am the focus of the crowd, the brightest star. But how did all this happen? To understand this, we have to go back to when I first crossed over. Yes, you heard it right. I, Dai Yuan, am a time traveler. In one moment, my memories were still hazy, and in the next, I had turned into a newborn baby lying in the imperial palace of the Star Luo Empire. Let me tell you, that feeling was something else I wanted to move, but couldn't, and the only thing I could do was cry wah wah. Looking at my little chubby hands, I was completely bewildered. To make matters worse, my biological mother died from complications during childbirth. And it didn't stop there. Just when I was figuring things out, I heard a ding sound in my head, and the system was online. Sign-in system activated. Sign-in task issued. Location: St. King Forbidden Ground. Time limit: 6 years. When I heard this, martial spirits, soul rings, fine. Since I'm here, I can't go back, so I can only farm hard here. In the Star Luo royal family, it's all about raising goo, and between princes, it's either you die or I live. The winner takes all. The loser gets eliminated. As a little kid without a mother or background, the only way for me to survive was to play the fool. So for 6 years, I focused on slacking off. While other princes were vying for favor and fighting fiercely, I stayed locked up in my shabby palace every day, practicing my Xintian skill, hiding my strength well. To everyone, I was just a waste, and even my emperor dad couldn't be bothered to look at me. The guard in the palace dared to slack off, since no one would come to assassinate a recognized loser. In these 6 years, the only one who treated me well might be my silly sweet second brother, Daimubai. Yes, that one from the original story. He was still a naive little kid, completely unaware of how brutal the royal struggles were, and he foolishly dragged me to fly kites. At that time, my emperor dad was watching not far away, saying to the eunuch beside him, "Tomorrow will be the martial spirit awakening. If this kid is still this trash, there's no need for him to stay in the palace." Can you believe this is what a biological father says? However, he didn't know that my 6 years of patience were all for tonight. Late at night, when everyone had left, I sprang up from the bed and changed into night clothes, sneaking out. Over the past 6 years, I had already memorized the patrol routes and shift times in the palace. All the way, I moved like a ghost, perfectly avoiding all the guards, and directly reached the destination of this operation, the St. King Forbidden Ground. This was a place only the Star Luo Emperor could enter. Even the crown prince would get skinned for barging in. I seized the opportunity when the guard were changing shifts and dashed inside. Ding! Sign-in location reached. Sign-in time: half an hour. As soon as the system notification rang, a terrifying voice echoed from deep within the Forbidden Ground. "Young one with a white tiger bloodline, who allowed you to enter?" My legs went weak, but my mind was racing, and I immediately surrendered. "This junior accidentally trespassed into the Forbidden Ground. Please punish me, Saint King. Death can be avoided, but living crimes cannot escape." As soon as the words fell, a beam of yellow light shot into my forehead. Let me tell you, the pain was like every bone in my body being crushed inch by inch, then reassembled, only to be crushed again. I clenched my teeth and refused to pass out. Just when I was about to give in, the system chimed again. Ding! Sign-in task completed. Reward: soul power increased by 10 levels. A warm current instantly surged from my dantian, enveloping my whole body, and the excruciating pain vanished in an instant. Then I blacked out. When I woke up, I found myself lying on a big bed. As soon as I opened my eyes, my cheap old dad Tian phone was standing by the bed like a door god, wearing a cold expression. I quickly got up to plead guilty, and he snorted, saying, "Your punishment will be discussed after the martial spirit awakening." After that, he waved his sleeve and left. I pouted and hurriedly tidied up to rush to the Star Luo Hall for the martial spirit awakening. On the way, I felt something was off. My body felt as light as if I could float, and when I clenched my fist, I felt explosive power. At this moment, the system chimed again. Ding! Sign-in task issued. Sign-in location: Star Luo Hall, time limit, 1 hour. Hey, what a coincidence. When I arrived at the Star Luo Hall, the awakening ceremony had already begun. My fourth brother had just finished testing with an innate soul power of level 7. My dad Dai Yuan phone was grinning from ear to ear, and the ministers below were fawning loudly. When it was my turn, everyone looked at me with amused eyes. My dad's smile faded, and he became expressionless. I took a deep breath and stepped into the 6-pointed star formation. Ding! Sign-in task completed. Reward. Martial Spirit. Sacred Beast White Tiger. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from my body. The entire hall shook. Everyone was suffocated by this force, and the martial spirits within them trembled as if they had seen their ancestors. The elder Su Kunshin, who was hosting the awakening, turned pale, trembling as he asked me to test my soul power. I placed my hand on the crystal ball. Then what you saw at the beginning happened. Blinding white light flooded the entire hall, and Elder Su shouted with all his might the result that petrified everyone. Innate full soul power, level 20. The entire world fell silent. At the same time, from deep within the Saint King Forbidden Ground, that mysterious voice echoed again. After 10,000 years, I have waited too long. My dad Dai Yuan phone was the first to react, going crazy on the spot, crying and laughing as he shouted, "Heaven bless the Dai family. Heaven bless Star Luo." Those ministers who had just ignored me changed their faces in an instant, showering me with flattery like it was free. The cardinal dispatched from the martial spirit hall impatiently asked what martial spirit I had awakened. With a thought, a fully snow-white white tiger phantom with a golden royal character on its forehead appeared behind me. That sacred and majestic aura descended again, causing several newly awakened princes to faint with rolled eyes. Even my brother Dai Mubai turned pale, sweating profusely. I quickly retracted my martial spirit. At that moment, a dignified voice echoed directly in my mind. After becoming a soul master, come to the Saint King Forbidden Ground to find me. That night, the palace held a grand banquet, and of course, I was the main character. I was accompanied by my dad the whole time, enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention. My position as the crown prince was practically secured. My residence also changed from a remote shabby palace to a luxurious palace next to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Dining on century-old soul beast meat, this treatment was simply earth-shattering. A few days later, my dad came to see me, smiling kindly and telling me that the Pope of the Martial Spirit Hall, BB Dong, specifically wanted to see me, asking me to prepare to go with him to Martial Spirit City. I was just worried about how to go to the Martial Spirit Hall to complete the new sign-in task, and the opportunity came knocking at my door. After sending off my father, I opened the system interface and found something called merit points, and there was a lottery as well. I decided to go all in and did a silver lottery draw. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Swan and I blood pill. I gasped. This was a great item from the perfect world. It could grant me the Swan and I treasure technique. I immediately closed the door and swallowed the pill. A wave of excruciating pain hit me, but this time I didn't make a sound. Once the pain subsided, the system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Swan and I treasure technique, Thunderstrike. I leaped up from the ground, feeling invigorated with power. I tested it out and easily lifted a 2,000-pound stone pedestal with one hand. My speed was so fast that it left afterimages. I pointed casually at a wooden dummy and said, "Thunderstrike." A purple lightning bolt flashed, and the wooden dummy exploded into countless fragments. The system indicated that this was equivalent to the power of a 3,000-year soul skill. The only drawback was that this attack drained half of my soul power. A few days later, we arrived at Spirit City. It was bustling with activity. Under the welcome of the golden crocodile, Douluo Yuan, and a large group of titled Daluos, I followed my father into the hall of the Pope. As soon as I entered, I saw BB Dong on the throne. Let me tell you, she was 1,000 times more beautiful in person than described in the novels. That aura, simply stunning. After exchanging some pleasantries, BB Dong asked me to showcase my martial spirit. I complied. As soon as the holy beast White Tiger appeared, the faces of all the titled Daluos present changed, and even BB Dong's expression tensed as she gripped her staff tightly. The atmosphere in the hall instantly became tense. I could feel that she was weighing her options, whether to eliminate me, a future colossal threat, right now, or to find a way to draw me to her side. I stood there straight, unflinchingly meeting her gaze. Ultimately, BB Dong smiled at me and said something that shocked everyone. "DaiYuan, your talent and disposition are rare in my lifetime. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" An elder immediately panicked. "Your Holiness, absolutely not. He is the crown prince of Star Luo." BB Dong shot a glance at the elder, and he immediately fell silent. My father smiled. "You honor. Do you consent?" I must tell you, I am someone who values counsel. When a figure of such stature as Bibi Dong wishes to take me as her disciple, could I possibly decline? I immediately knelt down, respectfully bowing my head and declaring, Disciple Dai Yuan pays respects to the master. Bibi Dong was overjoyed, descending personally to assist me in rising, a delightful fragrance wafting towards me. My dear father was positively beaming, for he understood that my apprenticeship under Bibi Dong would be a monumental boon for the entire Xing Luo Empire. Just as I completed my formalities, my newly minted master, Bibi Dong, exhibited an extraordinary generosity. With a gentle smile, a flash of azure light emanated from her hand, and lo and behold, she presented me with a soul bone resembling a crown. At that moment, the elders nearby were in an uproar, exclaiming soul bone, with eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Had it not been for the piercing gaze of gold crocodile Douluo, they might have rushed forward to seize it. My father was equally astonished, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, likely recalculating the financial resources of the spirit hall in his mind. I hastily accepted the gift, exclaiming, Disciple, thanks the master. Just as I prepared to bow once more, she raised her hand to stop me. Enough. We are all family here. There is no need for such formalities over a mere welcoming gift. I would not want others to think me stingy. Such lavish generosity amongst kin is simply unparalleled. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Bibi Dong retreated with my father to a private chamber to discuss matters of collaboration, while I was escorted by Yuan, the chrysanthemum Douluo, to witness the finals of the Soul Master competition. I must say, having a title Douluo as my temporary guardian felt rather peculiar. The moment I appeared in the VIP section, I instantly became the center of attention. In the adjacent room, the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were murmuring about me. The Bone Douluo had somehow unearthed my background, revealing my identity as the newly awakened prince of the Xing Luo Empire, DaiYuan. At first, Ning Fengji maintained his composure, sipping tea with an air of profundity. However, the Bone Douluo's next statement shattered his calm. His innate soul power stands at level 20. With a resounding crash, Ning Fengji's teacup shattered into pieces. I could sense his incredulity from afar. The Bone Douluo leisurely added, Moreover, his martial soul is a top-tier variant. I could only imagine the tumult of thoughts racing through Ning Fengji's mind. As they gossiped about me, a chime resonated in my mind, signaling the system's activation. The sign-in task was complete, rewarding me with the famed blade, Holy Light. Almost immediately, a new mission appeared. The sign-in location was the Star Dou Forest. My days have become busier than those of a 996 worker. That evening, my father took me aside for a heartfelt conversation. The essence of his words was, My son, I apologize. Had I known your talent was this extraordinary, I would have hidden you away. Now that the world knows, leaving you in Xing Luo would render you a living target. Thus, I have brought you to the Spirit Hall, both as a means of protection and to secure the strongest backing for our Dai family's future. It rests upon you. The weight of his words was overwhelming. A few days later, at the closing ceremony of the Soul Master competition, the atmosphere was electric, filled with drums and a sea of people. The Tiando Royal Academy secured third place, while our Xing Luo Royal Academy claimed second. My father, seated in the VIP section, exchanged mocking glances with the Emperor of Tiando, Shui, whose face turned a shade of green, as if poisoned, resembling a freshly minted expression of despair. The most shocking moment was yet to come. During the award ceremony, Bibi Dong unexpectedly took my hand, proclaiming, Yuan, come, let us present the awards to our older brothers and sisters. I was momentarily taken aback, as the gazes of tens of thousands converged upon me. The Emperor Shui was left utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dislocated. Walking beside Bibi Dong, under the spotlight of the entire audience, I must admit I had never experienced such grandeur in my previous life. After presenting the awards, Bibi Dong held my hand aloft. Addressing the microphone for the entire continent, her voice tender, she declared, This is my disciple, DaiYuan. A thunderous uproar ensued, with the Emperor Shui shattering his cup in a fit of rage, collapsing into a chair as if he had aged 20 years in an instant. The leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yuan, crackled with electric energy, and had it not been for Gold Crocodile Douluo's presence, he might have unleashed a display of lightning fury right then and there. That night, I became the most talked-about individual across the continent. Meanwhile, I was in a quiet chamber preparing to absorb the wisdom soul bone, with the chrysanthemum Douluo standing guard beside me. As I gazed at his exquisitely delicate features, complemented by his magnetic voice, I felt shivers run down my spine. He had the audacity to inquire, What troubles you? Are you cold? Brother, it's not the cold I fear. It is a semblance of trepidation. I quickly focused my mind, channeling my soul power as the soul bone transformed into a liquid of blue gold, gradually merging into the crown of my head. With a resonant hum, my perception of the world sharpened significantly. My mental capacity surged, allowing me to discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wing from a distance. The system also emerged, announcing my mental prowess had reached the required threshold, unlocking a skill known as Holy Emperor's Dual Pupils, with the first technique called Holy Light Inferno, a name that sounded exceedingly formidable, capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas. The following day, after bidding farewell to my father, I was taken to meet Bibi Dong. She gently patted my head, assessing my progress with the soul bone absorption, and declared, "Very well, your soul power has reached level 22. Prepare yourself. Tomorrow we venture to the Star Dou Forest to acquire your soul ring." The moment had finally arrived. Upon returning to my quarters, I rummaged through the storage ring gifted by my father, retrieving the famed blade, Holy Light. The sword towered over me, and the system indicated that a soul ring was necessary for its use. This revelation intensified my motivation to acquire a soul ring. The next morning, in the grand hall of the Papal Palace, Bibi Dong, the Chrysanthemum Douluo, and the Ghost Luo, the three titans, were present. To my astonishment, for the sake of my soul ring, 2 titled Daluos were dispatched as my bodyguards. Bibi Dong specifically cautioned them, "If anything happens to little Yuan, I will hold you accountable." On the way, the 2 elders, seemingly with nothing better to do, began to wager on my fate. The Ghost Luo claimed my first soul ring would be around 8 or 900 years old. The Chrysanthemum Douluo countered, asserting that, like Qian Renshua, my innate level of 20 meant my first soul ring must be a millennium. They laid their bets, one wagering on mysterious water lotus, the other on the chrysanthemum blossom. I felt a twinge of anxiety for the chrysanthemum Douluo. Upon reaching the Star Dou Forest, the 2 elders ascended to the heavens to monitor the situation while I focused on my mission, activating the system to navigate directly towards the area inhabited by Millennium Soul Beasts. The Ghost Luo likely found my boldness amusing, pondering my apparent naivety. Of course, I was acutely aware of my intentions. My target was a formidable 900-year-old Guanyu magic tiger. Guided by the system, I stealthily approached its vicinity. The creature, colossal and snoring, appeared oblivious. Knowing I could not confront it directly, I employed the lightning skill from my soul bone, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning upon it. The Guanyu magic tiger was instantly roused, its fur singed and emitting a pained roar, its fiery eyes locking onto my position. A beam of light shot forth in my direction, and I quickly executed a roll to evade, shouting at the top of my lungs, "Elder Chrysanthemum! Elder Ghost! Help me!" In the blink of an eye, the 2 appeared before me, wearing bemused expressions. Seeing the 2 more powerful beings approach, the Guanyu magic tiger turned to flee. The Chrysanthemum Douluo casually waved his hand, enveloping the tiger in a flurry of chrysanthemum petals, binding it securely. Remarkably, I could comprehend the tiger's anguished roars. "Let me go, cursed humans!" It appeared that my sacred beast, white tiger, martial soul, possessed an innate translation ability for beast languages. The Ghost Douluo showed interest in my previous lightning strike, and with a flash of inspiration, I asserted it was a skill derived from the wisdom soul bone, demonstrating it in front of him. He endured the impact, commenting that its power was considerable, but refrained from further inquiry. Taking a deep breath, I pointed at the chrysanthemum-clad creature and articulated my intent. "Elder, I wish to claim this as my first soul ring." "Impossible." The Ghost Douluo instantly rejected my proposal, his tone stern. "It is nearly 5,000 years old. Absorbing it would result in your demise." Yuan echoed similar sentiments, urging me not to entertain such fanciful notions. Yet my resolve was unwavering. I am aware that this may seem quite insane, yet I possess my own conviction. I retrieved a piece of beast skin from my storage ring, dripped my blood upon it, and solemnly swore an oath to the martial spirit. "Esteemed elders, this is my own decision, and I shall bear all consequences alone, with no burden upon you." Upon witnessing my audacious act, both elders were rendered speechless, their expressions instantly transforming into grave concern. Yuan inquired in a deep voice, "DaiYuan, do you truly intend to absorb this soul ring?" Meeting his gaze unwaveringly, I responded with resolute determination, "I implore you, Elder, to grant me this opportunity." Elder Ju let out a deep sigh, his expression a complex tapestry of admiration and helplessness. However, being a straightforward person, he did not linger in idle chatter. He unleashed his sixth soul skill, Golden Petals of Dawn. In an instant, a cascade of chrysanthemum petals, sharp as blades, reduced the formidable Guanyuan Hu to a state of near death, lying on the ground barely clinging to life. He gestured for me to claim the kill. Gratefully, I thanked him and approached with my dagger. Though the tiger was on the brink of demise, its gaze remained fierce, muttering curses against humanity. It still possessed some spirit. I chose not to engage in futile conversation. Instead, I summoned my martial spirit, the ethereal image of the sacred beast by whom manifested behind me, radiating a dazzling golden light, exuding an overwhelming authority. Little did my family understand. As soon as the tiger beheld my martial spirit, its eyes widened in shock, the venomous words it had been uttering choking in its throat as it trembled and exclaimed, "Master!" At that moment, joy surged within me. The opportunity had arrived. I crouched beside it, initiating my persuasion mode. "Do you wish to survive? Surrender yourself as my soul ring, and when I return to the divine realm, I promise to resurrect you and bestow upon you a resurrection armor." The tiger, moved to tears by my words, declared that sacrificing its life for me would be an honor. Well then, was this not far more appealing than enduring the perilous impact of the soul? I executed a swift and decisive action, and soon, a deep purple 1,000-year soul ring floated into the air. Without hesitation, I sat cross-legged and began the absorption process. I assure you, the experience was nothing short of seamless. While others faced tumultuous soul impacts, mine transformed into a fan meeting. The spirit of the Guanyuan who bowed respectfully, expressing gratitude for the bright future I was granting to its kind, before dissipating into pure energy. Yet, unbeknownst to the observing Daluo and Dalu, they were anxiously anticipating my demise, their minds racing with thoughts of how to recover my body. However, after a prolonged wait, they observed my rosy complexion, steady as a rock, without a hint of suffering. Their expressions shifted from tension to curiosity, ultimately culminating in sheer astonishment, as if their worldview had shattered. Once I absorbed the last vestige of energy and opened my eyes, they regarded me with a newfound gaze, akin to that of a prehistoric beast. I cheerfully approached to greet them, and even a normally stoic elder could not maintain his icy demeanor, his body trembling involuntarily. Just then, I heard a chime in my mind. The system task was complete, reward received. 9 secret techniques. Oh my! This was the pinnacle of movement techniques in the Zhitian world. Unable to contain my excitement, I leaped into the air, elated as a monkey. They assumed my exuberance was due to my successful absorption, with Gue Elder surprisingly praising me for making history. Elder Ju, unable to contain his eagerness, rubbed his hands together, urging me to summon my martial spirit for him to witness. Naturally, I obliged his curiosity. Sacred beast by who manifest. A golden tiger pattern flickered across my forehead, my right hand transforming into a tiger claw, my pupils shifting to slits, complemented by a captivating purple aura enveloping me, my presence reaching its zenith. Elder Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement, insisting on personally testing the power of my first soul skill. Very well. I raised my tiger claw and unleashed a Holy Emperor's tear wave towards him. The orb erupted with a thunderous sound, dust clouding the air. When the smoke cleared, Elder Ju stood unharmed, yet the shock on his face was unmistakable as he remarked that my attack would severely injure any unprepared soulmaster. Dalu, standing nearby, appeared utterly stunned. The way he looked at me was no longer that of a prodigy, but of a monster. The most explosive moment was yet to come. I returned to handle the remains of the Guanyuan who, slicing from its belly to its claws with my small knife. Upon reaching the right claw, a sharp crack echoed, akin to striking metal. My heart skipped a beat as a daring thought emerged. Upon peeling back the flesh, a brilliant yellow glow blinded my eyes. Both Ju and Gue were drawn over. Upon seeing the object, they simultaneously screamed in disbelief. External soul bone. Indeed, this lavish fortune had finally come my way. A claw-shaped external soul bone. Though envy glimmered in their eyes, they urged me to absorb it without any hint of covetousness. Their broad-mindedness earned my admiration. The absorption process was a mixture of pleasure and agony, causing beads of sweat to cascade down my forehead, as though my bones were being ground and reformed. Yet, I gritted my teeth and remained silent. Upon completion, My right hand transformed into a dazzling golden claw, now equipped with a new skill, Holy Emperor's Rending Strike. With a casual wave towards the distant forest, 3 shock waves surged forth, obliterating the area. By now, they were no longer astonished. Stealing a glance at my data panel, I marveled at my soul power reaching level 25 at the tender age of 6. Elder Ju began negotiating a bet with Elder Gui, who attempted to back out, leading to a comical squabble between the 2 titled Douluos, reminiscent of children. After a brief respite, the 3 of us resumed our quest for the second soul ring. This time with a clearer target, heading straight for the zone of higher-aged 1,000-year soul beasts. The system informed me that the limit for my second ring was a staggering 9,999 years. This essentially allowed me to choose freely among the 10,000-year beasts. I pretended to lead the way, feigning a reconnaissance effort, while in reality following the system's guidance directly to the target. Just as we were within mere meters of our destination, I suddenly felt a chill creep down my spine, as a shadow darted from the underbrush, moving with a swiftness akin to teleportation, leaving my eyes struggling to keep up. My mind went blank and I thought, this is it. I am about to meet my end. In that critical moment, both Ju Luo and Gui Luo shouted in unison. Dual polarities of stasis. Instantly, time seemed to freeze, the shadow suspended in midair, its sharp claws mere inches from my nose. My dear family, I was on the verge of meeting my great-grandmother. I gasped for breath, still shaken. The 2 elders appeared before me, equally startled, expressing disbelief that this beast had managed to evade their senses. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the creature attempting to ambush me was none other than my intended target, the Nmo Sha Hu. A KPI delivered right to my doorstep. How could I let it slip away? Without hesitation, Elder Gui unleashed his 6th soul skill, Wraiths of the Abyss, immobilizing the tiger completely, rendering it incapable of movement. I stepped forward and swiftly dispatched it with one clean strike. A dark purple soul ring slowly ascended, and judging by its hue, it was undoubtedly over 9,000 years. Elder Ju attempted to caution me, arguing that this creature was perilous. Elder Gui patted him, allowing me to make my own choice. Naturally, I opted for it. Sitting cross-legged, I employed the same tactic as before. This time, the spirit of the Nmo Sha, who was far more ferocious than the previous one, attacking with lethal intent and even utilizing spatial invisibility, disappearing in an instant. But what was there to fear? I possessed the Holy Emperor's heavy eye. Activating my enhancement, I could see its location clearly. Just as it materialized, preparing to strike, I unleashed a purple extreme divine light, severely wounding it. Then, releasing the aura of the sacred beast by Hu, it knelt before me once more. The same recipe, the same flavor. I promised it a resurrection armor, and it, moved to tears, willingly offered sacrifice. Once again, the 2 elders observed me with a gaze of awe, witnessing me absorb a nearly 10,000-year soul ring as effortlessly as sipping water. They whispered to each other, pondering whether I might one day ascend to divinity. Upon absorbing the essence, I opened my eyes and immediately demonstrated my newly acquired 2nd soul skill, Shanghuang Wu Zong Dun, to the 2 of them. In a flash, I vanished from sight, leaving no trace or presence behind. They were momentarily taken aback, unleashing their mental prowess to search for me. Meanwhile, I appeared behind them with a grin and tapped their shoulders, exclaiming, "Hee Elder, I'm right here." They were utterly astonished by my elusive skill. Elder Yuan excitedly remarked that this was a coveted divine technique for all agility-based soul masters. Did you think that was the end? Not quite. While I was dissecting the corpse of the Nmo Sha Hu, Elder Ju jested, warning me not to be greedy, as if external soul bones were as common as cabbages. I chuckled lightly as the blade of my knife glided across its left claw. Clang! The familiar sound of metal striking metal echoed once again. To their incredulous gazes, I peeled back the flesh, revealing a soul bone radiating a deep purple glow. Another piece. Ha 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 ha. Elder Ju's face turned a shade of green, surpassing even his peculiar Qing Rong Tong Tianju. He pointed at me, his lips trembling as he finally managed to utter, You rascal, are no longer a filial son." Under their murderous glares, I calmly absorbed this second left claw, soul bone. The process was as excruciating as ever, yet the rewards were immense. The new soul bone skill, Shenghuang Mo Yin, manifested as a dark purple flame rising from my left hand. I casually tossed it into the nearby forest, where the flames rapidly spread. Elder Ju attempted to extinguish the fire with his fourth soul skill, but as his flower petals met my flames, they instantly turned to ash. The situation was undeniably awkward. I laughed and explained that my fire was of the utmost quality, possessing an indestructible attribute. Unless my soul power was exhausted or I recalled it voluntarily, it could not be extinguished. With a thought, the raging inferno obediently returned to my left hand. Elder Gue expressed great interest in this skill, inquiring about any special effects it might possess. I informed him that this flame could attach itself to any object, and whether it harmed others depended solely on my intent. Elder Yuan, overhearing this, must have felt an inner turmoil akin to a sea of sour lemons. This expedition into the Xingdou Lin was truly rewarding. When I opened my data panel, I found myself at 6 years old, with a soul power level of 28 2,000-year soul rings, 3 soul bones, and an array of divine skills. I felt as though I was no longer merely benefiting from luck. I had become the very essence of fortune itself. Just as I was reveling in my newfound power, I must remind you that one must not become overly complacent. While I was delightfully contemplating my invincible assets, a peculiar sound suddenly emerged from the grass. Approaching to investigate, I was greeted by the sight of a golden, fluffy little creature lying there, covered in blood and looking exceedingly pitiful. Elder Ju and Elder Gue were still pondering its identity, exclaiming, "What soul beast is this? I've never seen one before." I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Who among my kin understood? This was none other than the future imperial beast, San Yin Jin and I, with such wealth at hand. It had finally arrived. I rushed over, feeling secure with Elder Ju and Elder Gue acting as my bodyguards. I took on the role of a skilled actor, initiating a conversation in the language of soul beasts. "Ah, dear little one, I'm also a soul beast. We are of the same kind." In just a few exchanges, I managed to charm the naive creature. It genuinely believed I was a seasoned brother who often roamed the outside world. It lamented about its strict upbringing at home, having sneaked out to play only to be caught in the crossfire of 2 ancient powerhouses, resulting in its current miserable state. Could I tolerate this? Absolutely not. I promptly executed a system's 4 consecutive draws, providing high-grade healing pills and a millennia of cultivation elixirs, an entire dragon service arranged. I presented the golden healing pill here. "Little darling, open wide and enjoy this sweet treat." It surprisingly trusted me and gulped it down in one bite. In the next moment, a flash of red light illuminated the area, and all its wounds visibly healed, fully revitalizing it. The little one, overjoyed, leaped into my arms, nuzzling its fluffy head against me. Seizing the moment, I produced the blue elixir that could grant an additional 10,000 years of cultivation. "Let us have another. This one is even more delectable and restorative." Without hesitation, it devoured it in one go. Instantly, a beam of blue-gold light shot skyward, and its aura surged, breaking through the 10,000-year barrier and soaring into the air. Elder Ju and Elder Gay looked on in disbelief, likely pondering what kind of celestial being I was, dispensing elixirs as if they were free. As I cradled this fluffy creature, I pondered a fitting name for her, perhaps Wang Qiuer, fulfilling a wish from my past life. Just as I finalized the name, the air suddenly thickened. A middle-aged man in black attire emerged like a specter. Upon seeing his imposing aura, I recognized him immediately. DaiYuan, the beast god. Elder Ju and Elder Gay's faces turned pale, their breaths held, likely wondering why the martial soul fusion technique as cooldown had not yet expired. Wang Qiuer, being a straightforward child, spilled the beans about me feeding her elixirs. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan's golden eyes turned red. "Oh, such good fortune exists?" In the next instant, a large hand seized my throat, lifting me effortlessly. Goodness, how swiftly he turned. Elder Ju attempted to invoke Bibi Dong's name to save me, but DaiYuan paid him no heed. It seemed I was done for. Wang Qiuer cried out in distress, yet DaiYuan remained indifferent. I then experienced a high-end flight, often requiring the simplest means of transportation, as I was dangled by my throat like a kite. DaiYuan grasped me and held Wang Qiuer, swiftly flying towards the core of the Xingdou Lin. Upon arrival, I was astounded. Was the Xingdou Lin hosting an annual meeting? By the Lake of Life, half of the 10 ferocious beasts were present. Ziji, Baiji, Xiangjun, Wanyao Wang, each strutting as if on a runway. DaiYuan unceremoniously dropped me to the ground, and the system notification chimed. Check-in location reached. Upon hearing Wang Qiuer mention that I possessed a pill capable of granting 10,000 years of cultivation, The eyes of the great beings turned green with envy. The one called Xiong, a brawny man with bulging muscles, snatched me up, brandishing his dark gold claws and threatening, "Hand over the pills, or I'll show you why flowers bloom in red." Wang Qiu'er rushed forward, biting his thigh, only to find it as tough as steel, causing her to cry in pain. What could I do? I was merely a 6-year-old child. Despair was my only recourse. Just as the dark gold claws were about to strike my face, the system, my only father, arrived. The check-in task was completed, and I was rewarded with a minor achievement of the ancient sacred body. Additionally, I received a choice of 3, 9 secret words, Indestructible Sutra, or Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Without hesitation, I selected the life-saving divine skill, 9 secret words. Instantly, a bolt of golden thunder crashed down, striking both me and Xiong. I felt nothing but a shattering sensation within my body as an explosive power surged forth. Meanwhile, Xiong collapsed, rolling his eyes in unconsciousness. This triggered a frenzy among the ferocious beasts, encircling me, while Daiyan's gaze pierced like a knife, demanding, "What did you do to Xiong? What could I do?" I could only continue the charade. I feigned innocence. Perhaps this was what they called divine retribution. I activated my persuasion mode, emphasizing the information gap. As for the pills, I no longer had them. However, I proclaimed, "I can heal your lord." Bam! The energy sphere in Daiyan's hand exploded, leaving all the ferocious beasts stunned, as if someone had pressed the pause button. His voice trembled. What did you say?" I reinforced my statement. Enunciating clearly, I said, "I can heal your lord, the Silver Dragon King's injuries." This revelation stirred a hornet's nest. Their gazes shifted from viewing me as an insignificant insect to regarding me as a remarkable entity. Seizing the momentum, I continued weaving my tale, declaring, "I am a descendant of the sacred empress from the western heaven of the divine realm, descended to save your soul beasts from calamity." I unveiled the secrets of the divine realm, including the oppression of soul beasts aspiring to become divine beings. Upon hearing this, Daiyan was left speechless. These were indeed core secrets. He believed me. He genuinely believed. Thus, Daiyan respectfully escorted me to the depths of the lake to meet their legendary lord, the Silver Dragon King, Guiyuna. I must tell you, her beauty is at a level that even AI-generated art could scarcely replicate. With flowing silver hair and mesmerizing purple eyes, I was left utterly entranced. To authenticate my identity, I unleashed my martial spirit, the sacred beast white tiger, whose regal aura is unmistakable. Guiyuna acknowledged me as well. She inquired how I could heal her, and I smiled inwardly as I had arrived at my favorite segment of commercial negotiation. Clearing my throat, I said, "I can provide you with a technique known as the Ziziju, which possesses astonishing restorative capabilities. However, we must first discuss the terms." Guiyuna regarded me with keen interest, and the atmosphere around us thickened like iron as she asked, "What are your conditions?" Under the mounting pressure, I articulated clearly, "First, upon receiving the technique, I require you to dispatch a 10,000-year-soul beast to escort me out of the forest. Secondly, you must swear on your true blood that you will not initiate any wars for 15 years after your recovery. Lastly, I require a piece of that dazzling gemstone within this cave." As I concluded my demands, my heart raced like a drum, and I felt frozen, scarcely daring to breathe. My terms were indeed rather harsh. Should she be displeased, my fate would be sealed here and now. Sensing my trepidation, Wang Qiu'er subtly nudged me with her soft body, whispering encouragement in my ear. "Fear not, I am here." Ah, the warmth of family is truly unparalleled. I patted her head, feeling somewhat reassured, yet truthfully, fear still gripped me. I was gambling that the Silver Dragon King would be willing to concede anything for the sake of healing. After a prolonged silence, the Silver Dragon King, her eyes flickering as if overloaded, finally managed to utter, "Show me the technique first." At that moment, I felt as though I had narrowly escaped death. Without hesitation, I swiftly transmitted a fragment of the technique's information, sending it directly to her. Upon receipt, her eyes immediately shut as she began to comprehend its intricacies. The silence was palpable. One could hear a pin drop. The ancient black dragon, Daiyan, stood nearby, his expression inscrutable, yet I sensed his tension as he attuned to the Silver Dragon King's aura, eager to ascertain the technique's efficacy. Before long, the Silver Dragon King abruptly opened her eyes, and the astonishment and exhilaration reflected therein were akin to winning a substantial fortune. Without further ado, she expelled a droplet of blood, laced with silver strands, which burst into a dragon-shaped pattern in the air before vanishing. This was a solemn blood oath, binding her to her word, with dire consequences for betrayal. At this sight, the weight on my heart finally lifted. I had calculated well. 15 years would suffice for me to cultivate and strive for divinity. Even if that failed, according to the original narrative, Tang San and his companions would ascend to godhood, allowing me to rely on them. My purpose here was not solely for personal power. I genuinely sought a harmonious coexistence between humanity and soul beasts, ensuring no single entity dominated. The Silver Dragon King's readiness to comply greatly improved my impression of her. Without hesitation, I transmitted the remainder of the technique to her in its entirety. Upon completion, her eyes sparkled like twin searchlights, and she murmured, "Had the dragon god possessed this in the past, how could we have lost?" DaiYuan, overhearing this, sighed heavily, filled with regret. But who could have guessed that her emotional state would shift as swiftly as turning a page? She swiftly turned to interrogate me. "Why didn't you present this during the Divine Realm War?" I had anticipated this question and was prepared with my response. At that time, I was merely a child, having stumbled into the ruins and barely escaped with my life. Upon my return, the elders seized me for seclusion. I had no time to organize the techniques. I delivered this with an air of calmness, and I noted that DaiYuan's lingering doubts began to dissipate, replaced by an expression of realization. The Silver Dragon King, after listening, waved her delicate hand, and a gemstone radiating with 9-colored brilliance soared into my grasp. "Master, this is..." DaiYuan exclaimed in astonishment. Holding the stone, I felt its warmth and the overwhelming energy contained within. The Silver Dragon King casually remarked, "This is the essence I gathered in the divine realm. It will suffice for your cultivation until you achieve divinity." My goodness, I had expected her to grant me a mere trinket, yet here I was, bestowed with an item of epic proportions. I quickly bowed in gratitude, and she accepted it with grace. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Wang Qiu'er, the little darling, grew exuberant, nuzzling my neck and boasting to the Silver Dragon King, "Master, this is the name DaiYuan gave me. Wang Qiu'er. I adore it." She then approached the Silver Dragon King, playfully seeking her approval. However, my clumsy ally began to blurt out, "Not only did DaiYuan give me a name, but he also healed me and helped me enhance my cultivation." At that moment, I felt a headache coming on. I was truly at my wit's end. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan's eyes turned green with envy, his breaths growing heavy. "Master, he possesses a method to extend our soul beast cultivation lifespan." Thus, I found myself once again fabricating a tale. That elixir was also discovered within the ruins. There was only one, and it has already been administered to Qiu'er. The Silver Dragon King smirked, uttering a phrase that sent chills down my spine. "You seem to have unearthed quite a treasure in those ruins. Perhaps you should propose additional terms. Let me see if they are worth it." I could only feign composure. All the valuable items are concealed. I have only just arrived in the human realm, and my memories are not fully restored yet. The Silver Dragon King then left me utterly flummoxed. With a cheerful demeanor, she said, "I can assist you in regaining your memories." As she spoke, blue lightning crackled at her fingertips. I sensed an impending doom. Every hair on my body standing on end. I feigned calmness. "Do you not trust me?" Her subsequent words render me speechless. "I have never trusted you. You are not a descendant of the Sacred Emperor clan." In that instant, my blood ran cold. Her mental prowess was divine, and, after all my theatrics, I was merely a jester in her eyes, flailing about uselessly. DaiYuan was equally taken aback, while Wang Qiu'er's eyes brimmed with tears, as if the entire world was collapsing around her. I was at my breaking point and decided to lay all my cards on the table. Indeed, I have lied. But the technique is genuine, is it not? My sincerity towards Qiu'er is real, is it not? My willingness to foster an equitable world for soul beasts is also true, is it not? If you truly wished harm upon them, why would I offer you such a formidable technique? Wouldn't that be self-destructive? I spoke fervently, then added fuel to the fire. If you were to kill me now, you would gain nothing. I still possess valuable treasures. If you doubt me, feel free to probe my soul. I guarantee you will find nothing. I fixed my gaze upon her, wagering that she would not dare to search. The space fell into an oppressive silence. I sensed she had grasped the gravity of my final threat. It was genuine. I felt myself nearing my limit, my heart screaming for power. The sensation of having my life in another's hands was suffocating. Just as I was on the brink of collapse, she finally spoke. Her voice barely above a whisper. DaiYuan, taken back. Though DaiYuan was filled with questions, He complied without a word, leading me outside. The Silver Dragon King did not cast another glance in my direction. She simply knelt down to comfort the tearful Wang Qiu'er, softly stating, "Do you know why I chose not to kill him? It is because of the tenderness in his eyes when he looks at you. That is not something one can feign." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiu'er trembled, then unhesitatingly dashed after me. DaiYuan led me out of the cave, where the soul beast leaders quickly surrounded us. Bai Ji was the first to inquire, "Brother Tian, how is the master's condition?" DaiYuan nodded. Suppressing his frustration, "It is not a major issue." The crowd erupted into chatter, and the recently awakened Xiangjun, in his naivete, dared to tease DaiYuan. "Wow. Good days are ahead. Why are you not happy, boss? Did the master scold you again?" "Ha ha ha." I regarded Xiangjun with pity. He was unwittingly walking into the line of fire. Predictably, DaiYuan's expression darkened, and he spun around, seizing my neck with a grip even fiercer than before. His voice as frigid as ice. "I shall escort you out." The force behind it nearly knocked the breath out of me. Just as he was about to take off, Wang Qiu'er caught up, crying out, "DaiYuan, wait." Upon seeing me being choked, her tears flowed even more profusely. I was unaware of where I found the strength, but I managed to break free with a sudden struggle. I rushed to Qiu'er's side, wiping her tears and sincerely apologizing. "I am sorry, I deceived you." She shook her head through her tears. "I did not want to hear that. I only wish to know, is your affection for me genuine?" "Indeed. Every word I spoke to you is sincere. I love you. I swear it upon my martial soul." I squeezed out a drop of blood, inscribing a tiger-shaped vow on the hide of a soul beast, then placed it in her embrace and kissed her forehead. "Farewell, Qiu'er." With that, I turned and walked to DaiYuan's side. "Let us depart." This time, DaiYuan's grip on my throat was much gentler. We traveled in silence until we reached the edge of the Star Dou Forest, where he tossed me aside and flew off. I exhaled, relieved to be alive. It was a narrow escape. I wondered when I would see Qiu'er again. As I exited the forest, I was greeted by a scene reminiscent of a concert, brightly lit with the presence of Wuhuan Temple's guards. I confidently stepped forward, announcing, "I am Dai Yuan, a disciple of the Pope." In the next moment, the elder Douluo rushed over like a gust of wind, embracing me. "Oh my, Dai Yuan, you nearly frightened us to death." A significant number of elders from the offering hall had arrived, including the Jin Douluo. I observed Douluo, tears streaming down his face. Feeling a mix of disgust and a tinge of warmth, my emotions were quite complex. He treated me, and as soon as I relaxed, I fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I found myself in a carriage. As usual, I sat atop the carriage to absorb a wave of purple energy, yielding remarkable results. Returning inside, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo were already waiting. They began apologizing profusely, claiming they had failed to protect me, and proceeded to interrogate me about my abduction. I maintained my narrative, stating that the soul beast overlords sought the pill that could enhance cultivation, but I had only one, and it was thanks to the plea of the Rue beast that I was released. I exaggerated their numbers and strength, claiming there were 6 or 7 who were no weaker than DaiYuan, with even stronger ones remaining unseen. They gasped in shock, hurriedly returning to report to BB Dong. The convoy continued, and after an unknown duration, it suddenly halted. I lifted the curtain to see a guard approaching, stating, "Your Highness, a beggar is obstructing the path ahead. We will handle it shortly." Upon hearing this, I disembarked, only to witness a guard mercilessly whipping a young girl. The girl clung desperately to the guard's leg, crying out, "Please, give me a silver soul coin. My brother is ill." My anger surged at the sight, and I swiftly delivered a kick that knocked the Soul Zune level guard unconscious. To my astonishment, I realized my physical prowess was rather extraordinary. I quickly summoned a healing soul master to rescue the unconscious girl and brought her back to the carriage. Upon regaining consciousness, she clutched my hand, crying for me to save her brother. I comforted her while wiping her tears, inquiring about her name. She timidly replied, I am Hulaina." I was taken aback. What was this? Hulaina? This was not how the story was supposed to unfold. Had my butterfly wings inadvertently conjured a whirlwind? Suppressing my shock, I immediately dispatched someone to fetch a healing soul saint for her brother. While waiting in the carriage, I proposed to Hulaina that I could take her to a place where she could become a powerful soul master. After much hesitation, she tearfully asked, then, "What about my brother?" I realized that was her primary concern. I hurriedly reassured her that her brother could come along, and she finally smiled through her tears. Upon arriving at Wuhuan City, I did not return directly to the Pope's Hall, but instead took them to awaken their martial souls. As soon as we disembarked, Hulaina spotted her brother, who appeared pale yet much improved. "Brother," she cried, her tears flowing again as she rushed to him. "Are you better now?" He nodded vigorously, exclaiming that it was all thanks to the gentleman in white beside him. He was about to bow in gratitude when the gentleman quickly stopped him, indicating me and saying, "You should thank this young prince." Her brother, Xiaoyu, looked up and was astounded to discover that the prince who saved him was merely a boy of similar age. Although surprised, he swiftly knelt before me, exclaiming, "I will forever remember the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me. For you, I would brave any peril without a moment's hesitation." It seemed I had gained a little brother. Subsequently, we were led by a cardinal clad in red into the most prestigious Wuhuan temple in the city. Upon entering the grand hall, I was struck by the opulence. The resplendent murals illuminated by warm yellow lights created an atmosphere akin to a sacred sanctuary. The cardinal beckoned us to the awakening platform. Sensing my apprehension, my brother took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Cardinal, I shall go first." The cardinal pressed his hand to my brother's forehead, and to my astonishment, 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, black, immediately emerged. I noticed DaiYuan raise an eyebrow, a smile creeping onto his lips, likely impressed by the cardinal's martial soul. A flash of blue light revealed a blood-red, curved dagger insignia on my brother's right hand, exuding an aura of ferocity. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. A murmur arose among the onlookers, speculating that such a martial soul was surely not benevolent and would lead him down a dark path. I was incensed. Was this not blatant martial soul discrimination? My nerves heightened as I clutched DaiYuan's sleeve. Suddenly, DaiYuan turned and retorted, "Who says dark attributes must lead to a corrupt path? Martial souls can influence one's nature, but the path one chooses is their own. The elder ghost's martial soul is fearsome, yet he has not wreaked havoc upon the world." His words silenced the crowd. He then grasped my hand, whispering, "Do not worry, I am here." My brother continued testing his soul power, placing his hand on the crystal ball. A brilliant blue light erupted, nearly blinding me. Innate level 9 soul power. The cardinal gasped, and the previously skeptical onlookers' expressions shifted from disdain to admiration. My brother, filled with determination, rushed to bow before DaiYuan, who gently stopped him. "Hurry, Nana. DaiYuan urged me." With his encouragement, I blushed and scampered up the platform, drawing laughter from the audience. The cardinal gently comforted me, instructing me to close my eyes and feel. My eyelids trembled with anxiety, and then a surge of energy erupted from within. My martial soul, the three-tailed spirit fox. The moment that energy manifested, everyone in the hall felt a stirring sensation, as if a tiny cat were clawing at their hearts. Some guards with weaker resolve turned crimson. Even the cardinal, a soul Dou, appeared momentarily dazed, his eyes reflecting disbelief. He hastily instructed me to measure my soul power. Nervously, I placed my hand upon the crystal ball, and another blinding blue light erupted. Innate full soul power. My heavens, it was innate full soul power. The cardinal's eyes nearly bulged out as he must have been exclaiming internally, "I am destined for greatness." Flushed with shyness and fear, I quickly darted behind my brother. Later, we followed DaiYuan to the Pope's Hall, where Elder Ghost and Elder Ju were already waiting at the entrance. DaiYuan, ever the showman, disembarked and proudly announced, "Elders, look what treasures I have brought, one with innate level 9, and another with full innate soul power." The elders' expressions instantly transformed from indifference to astonishment, as they regarded us with newfound reverence. Upon entering the Pope's Hall, I beheld Bibi Dong seated upon the throne, and DaiYuan boldly proclaimed, "Teacher, I have brought you a disciple." Upon catching sight of DaiYuan, Bibi Dong immediately rose from her seat, displaying an unmistakable concern. She inquired about his well-being, completely neglecting to question how he had managed to return alive from the Soul Beast Forest. Although everyone was well aware that his explanations were riddled with holes, the fact that he was unharmed outweighed everything else. Bibi Dong's gaze then shifted to me. She beckoned me over. My legs felt weak with nervousness, but spurred on by DaiYuan and my brother's encouraging gestures, I timidly approached her. She inquired about my parents, and upon revealing that they had passed, tears escaped my eyes. She gently stroked my head, urging me not to be sad, and requested to see my martial spirit. As I summoned the three-tailed spirit fox, she crouched down, examining me intently. Her piercing gaze made me uneasy, prompting me to retract my martial spirit hastily. To my astonishment, she smiled and asked, "Child, would you like to become my disciple?" I was momentarily taken aback, responding instinctively by glancing at Dai Yuan and my brother, who were practically grinning from ear to ear, fervently urging me to agree. Fearing she might change her mind, I interrupted her, exclaiming I would. Her laughter filled the air as she inquired about my reasoning. I murmured, "Because you smell wonderful, just like my mother," a confession that melted my heart as I overheard it. Without further ado, she enveloped me in her embrace, declaring, "From now on, I shall be your teacher." With my matter settled, it was my brother's turn. The elder Gue had long been intrigued by my brother's fierce demeanor and requested to see his martial spirit. Upon the emergence of the Moonblade, the menacing aura elicited a look of approval from Bai Bai Dong, who remarked to Elder Gue that this child's martial spirit warranted careful nurturing, as it would rival his own in the future. Elder Gue, receiving the royal decree, promptly extended an invitation to my brother. Without hesitation, my brother knelt and pledged his allegiance. This caused Zhu Duo, who stood nearby, to feel a surge of envy, lamenting, "Alas, everyone has disciples now, and I remain all alone." Dai Yuan approached him, patting his pant leg with a sympathetic expression, assuring him that his time would come. Infuriated, Zhu Douluo commanded him to leave. As night fell, while I was in the midst of my evening routine, Dai Yuan was summoned by a maid, stating that the Pope wished to see him. Allow me to tell you, the Pope's chamber was nothing short of fragrant. Bai Bai Dong had changed into a simple yet elegant robe, seated gracefully while sipping tea, completely shedding the imposing aura she had during the day, resembling a gentle older sister instead. She invited Dai Yuan to sit and enjoy the tea, praising its quality. After taking a sip, he began to engage in mutual flattery. Following this exchange, his expression turned serious as he directly inquired, "Teacher, you did not summon me merely for tea, did you?" Bibi Dong chuckled, stating that she would not press him for the details of his survival, as everyone harbors secrets. I can assure you, Dai Yuan must have breathed a sigh of relief. However, she swiftly changed the subject, asking, "Then do tell, why should I take you as my disciple?" Dai Yuan, abandoning pretense, stood up, respectfully bowed, and returned to his seat, his demeanor transforming from that of a child to that of a young adult. He articulated, "Teacher, you accept me for 3 reasons. First, my talent is sufficient. Second, as the Prince of Xingluo, it fosters goodwill between our kingdoms. And third, you seek to leverage Xingluo's national strength to unify the continent with the Spirit Hall. Had I been present, my jaw would have surely dropped to the floor." After he spoke, the air grew tense, and Bai Bai Dong's smile vanished as she fixed her gaze on him intently. To my surprise, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Xingluo royal family has produced a prodigy." She then inquired of Dai Yuan whether he wished for the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. Dai Yuan responded affirmatively, asserting that the unification of the 2 great empires would benefit only a select few, whereas the Spirit Hall could offer a semblance of fairness, a remarkable boon for posterity. His words resonated deeply with Bai Bai Dong, who expressed her astonishment that the one who understood her best was merely a 6-year-old child. Without hesitation, she embraced Dai Yuan. I must tell you, that moment felt like a revival of youthful exuberance. Dai Yuan blushed as he was held, undoubtedly feeling a flurry of emotions within. From that day forth, he no longer needed to feign childhood innocence in her presence. As time flew by, 9 months passed, and Dai Yuan seemed to be on an unstoppable ascent, diligently practicing daily, his strength skyrocketing to the 30th level. Just as he contemplated where to hunt for his 3rd spirit ring, a cool voice interrupted him. "You must be Dai Yuan." He turned to find a beautiful sister with a light yellow ponytail, who coldly commanded him to leave, declaring that this was the training area of the offering hall. I must tell you, Dai Yuan was immediately displeased. Who did she think she was to claim such a space? However, she wasted no time in revealing her martial spirit. 6-winged angel, martial spirit manifestation, with a dazzling display of 4 soul rings in hues of yellow and purple. 2 magnificent white wings unfurled behind her, radiating purity. Dai Yuan recognized her immediately. This was none other than Qianren Xue, not one to shy away from confrontation. He smirked and summoned his own martial spirit. Holy Beast White Tiger, manifestation. As 2,000-year purple rings emerged, he matched her presence with equal vigor. Defiant, Qianren Xue wasted no time and struck with a palm. The clash of their powers sent shockwaves through the air. Dai Yuan shook his hand, feeling the sting of the divine fire from her powerful martial spirit. In truth, Qianren Xue had long heard of Dai Yuan. With his innate full soul power and dual 1,000-year soul rings, she had been eager to test him. Seeing him handle her attack with ease only fueled her determination. Employing her first soul skill, Angel assault. She hurled a massive fireball toward him. In response, DaiYuan unleashed his first soul skill, Holy Emperor's Shattering Wave. The resulting explosion lit up the surroundings, blinding them momentarily. Activating his Holy Emperor's Heavy Eye, DaiYuan swiftly spotted Qian Rinxue charging toward him through the veil of light. He could not help but admire her prowess. She was indeed formidable. Yet he stood his ground. For whom did he fear in close combat? As she launched a kick, DaiYuan blocked it with his elbow, eliciting a grunt of surprise from Qian Rinxue. Clearly incensed, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, all of which he effortlessly deflected. DaiYuan's physique was akin to an impenetrable fortress. A punch from Qian Rinxue left her wincing in pain. As the brilliance of their clash faded, Qian Rinxue, now furious, activated her second soul skill, engulfing herself in golden flames, resembling a goddess of war. DaiYuan, amused, remarked, "You fancy playing with fire? So do I." He activated his soul bone technique, igniting dark purple demonic flames that exuded an even more commanding aura than hers. The collision of their flames suppressed Qian Rinxue's golden fire, leaving her utterly frustrated. Despite having a soul power advantage of over 10 levels, she found herself consistently on the defensive. She believed DaiYuan was holding back, which only heightened her ire. With her fourth soul skill, Holy Sword, she soared into the sky, summoning sunlight to forge 2 radiant swords that she aimed to strike him down with. DaiYuan, now incensed, thought, "If I concede to you at every turn, you wish to take my life? Very well, let me teach you a lesson." He unleashed his second soul skill, Holy Emperor's Rending Sky, sending 3 waves of white energy crashing forward, triggering yet another cataclysmic explosion. As dust and debris filled the air, Qian Rinxue landed on the ground, perplexed to find DaiYuan missing. Just as she wondered where he had gone, a sudden thunderous strike from behind her knocked her out of her martial spirit manifestation, leaving her momentarily stunned. Alarmed, Qian Rinxue attempted to turn, but her body felt immobilized. DaiYuan seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering behind her, gripping her neck with one hand and her waist with the other, executing a move that sent her crashing into the earth headfirst. As she struggled to recover, DaiYuan pivoted, ready to face her impending wrath. To everyone's surprise, she emerged from the ground, her head covered in dirt, and, after catching sight of DaiYuan, she burst into tears. 2 streams of tears washed away the dirt on her face as she wept heartbrokenly. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether anyone among my family understood my feelings. I recalled that this character from the original work was portrayed as a cool and aloof goddess. How could she be crying after a defeat? Then it struck me that she was only 10 years old, still a child. My heart softened, and I felt compelled to offer her some comfort. "Are you all right?" I cautiously approached her. To my surprise, she shouted, "Get lost." I thought to myself, "Fine. If you want me to leave, I shall. I was merely concerned about you catching a chill." I reached out to help her, but she pushed me away with all her might, as if jolted by electricity. I had no time to brace myself, and my feet slipped, causing me to tumble forward. With a thud, my face hit the ground. Surprisingly, the ground felt soft. Wait, why do my lips feel so soft and warm? As I opened my eyes, I was met with a pair of large, innocent eyes, gazing at me as if they intended to imprint me into their very DNA. At that moment, my mind went blank and my lips moved instinctively. Oh no, this is disastrous. Time seemed to freeze, sunlight streaming down, tears falling, creating an awkward and absurd scene. I quickly sprang up, inadvertently pulling her up with me. I didn't mean to. I had never felt so flustered in my life. My words stumbled out chaotically. In response, I received a sharp slap across the face, leaving me dazed. She covered her face and ran off in tears, leaving me to touch my stinging left cheek. My mind consumed with a single thought. I had stirred a hornet's nest. Losing my first kiss was minor. My life was in jeopardy. I dare not linger any longer and hastily made my way towards the papal hall. Meanwhile, within the worship hall, her grandfather, the continent's most formidable limit Qian Dalu, was chuckling over some intel, proclaiming that Bai Dong would soon unite the continent under the Wuhuan Hall. Just as he finished speaking, his precious granddaughter burst in, crying, her face smeared with mud. The old man exploded with fury. "Shui, who bullied you? Tell Grandpa, and I shall have them torn to shreds." The murderous intent was palpable, even reaching me from miles away. Qian Rinxue, sensing her family's concern, felt the urge to explain, but was too embarrassed to voice it, resorting instead to tears. Meanwhile, I rushed into the papal hall, seeking my teacher Bai Dong. Teacher, I am now level 30. I want to hunt for a soul ring. I was as frantic as if my behind were on fire. Bai Dong looked at my anxious demeanor, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. So soon? The elder ghost has gone out with others. Can Elder Ju accompany you? Yes. That would be splendid. I nodded vigorously. You seem quite eager, she remarked, glancing at my face. What happened to you? Huh? It's nothing, just a fall. I quickly replied, bolting away, fearing further inquiries. When I found Elder Ju, he was leisurely enjoying his morning tea. Without a second thought, I tugged at him to head outside. Elder, teacher wants to take me to hunt for a soul ring. Let us hurry. Hey. Let me finish my tea first. I'll treat you to the best tea house in the city. He insisted. Thus, I coaxed and persuaded Elder Ju out of Wuhuan City. Once outside the city gates, he couldn't contain himself. Xiao Yuan, be honest, have you gotten into some trouble? Why the rush? I sighed deeply, well, yes. His expression shifted to amusement. What are you afraid of? Your teacher is the Pope, and with the two of us old bones supporting you, who would dare touch you? I replied somberly. What about Qian Dalu? Elder Ju coughed in surprise, his expression shifting dramatically. Just moments earlier, he had confidently assured me of protection. But now his face turned pale as he backtracked. That grand elder? Brother, I advise you not to return to Wuhuan City. By the way, how did you offend him? I reluctantly recounted the morning's events in detail. Elder Ju looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, patting my shoulder with a pained expression. What a calamity! You dared to kiss the grand elder's precious granddaughter? You should probably lay low for a while. Your teacher truly cannot contend with him now. Great. Now I was embarking on a life of exile. However, Elder Ju was quite kind, comforting me along the way and treating me to various delicacies, providing much-needed companionship. With the title Douluo by my side, I felt a sense of security. My target this time was the Sunset Forest for 3 reasons. First, I feared the powerful soul beasts of the Star Dou Forest would come looking for me. Second, I wanted to evade Qian Dalu. And most importantly, my system sign-in location was at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye within the Sunset Forest. Upon arrival, I had the system scan the area. To my astonishment, the system indicated that my current physique could absorb a soul ring of up to 25,000 years. The system recommended 3 targets, one of which stood out. The Hun Yuan Guang who, possessing 2,200 years of cultivation, but with a strength comparable to a soul saint. That's the one. Following the system's map, we approached it as if strolling through a garden. From a distance, we spotted the massive tiger, indulging in a feast. Elder Ju turned pale. Xiao Yuan, that creature is too fierce. Over 20,000 years, not even a soul emperor dares to engage. Look at its size and aura. It is certainly not a foe to be trifled with. Let us choose another target. However, I am rather stubborn. The more daunting it seemed, the more determined I became. Elder, I want to give it a try. Please allow me to engage it first. Elder Ju sighed. All right, I shall accompany you on this reckless endeavor once more. I crouched in the grass, waiting for the opportune moment, launching my attack with a bolt of lightning. I then activated my martial spirit, employing my first soul skill, Saint Emperor's Sky Splitter, followed by my soul bone skill, Saint Emperor's Tear, delivering a flurry of strikes. Dust billowed. I thought for certain I must have at least wounded it. Suddenly, Elder Ju shouted, Xiao Yuan, get back. Before I could react, a thunderous roar erupted, and a massive tiger paw swept toward me. In a panic, I shielded my head with both hands. With a tremendous crash, I was sent flying like a rubber ball. Luckily, Elder Ju was quick on his feet, catching me just in time. He countered with his 6th soul skill, unleashing a storm of golden chrysanthemum petals like flying daggers. As the dust settled, I realized that the tiger had somehow donned a shimmering golden armor that absorbed all our attacks. Clambering up from Elder Ju's arms. Though not severely injured, I felt my blood surging. Elder Ju was astonished. You have some nerve. That paw would leave a soul emperor incapacitated for a while. He continued analyzing. That creature's armor is condensed from light elements, with absurd defensive capabilities. Even a soul Douluo would struggle against it. Realizing I had truly bitten off more than I could chew, I admitted, Elder, I apologize for my arrogance. Leave it to me. Lv.20 unleashing his ultimate 8th soul skill. The chrysanthemum petals glimmered with golden light, and their attack power surged. A cacophony of sounds echoed as the tiger's armor finally shattered. In no time, the once mighty beast lay gravely injured on the ground, gasping for breath. I approached and delivered a merciful end. A pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly ascended. Elder Ju reminded me to act within my limits, but my resolve was unwavering. Fortune favors the bold. I sat cross-legged and began absorbing the ring. The energy and resentment from the soul ring surged into my body, an experience more exhilarating than swallowing 1,000 spicy peppers. In my spiritual consciousness, the tiger's remaining soul struggled, but I vanquished it with the holy light flame and the purple extreme divine light. In reality, the surge of energy struck me with such intensity that my entire body trembled, beads of sweat cascading down like rain, and blood began to seep from the corner of my mouth. I gritted my teeth, nearly shattering them, yet I stubbornly held on without losing consciousness. Finally, the agony receded like a receding tide, and I succeeded. Rising to my feet, 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, swirled around me, and I unleashed my 3rd soul skill, Sacred Emperor War God Transformation. Instantly, a layer of golden-patterned white armor enveloped me, exuding an awe-inspiring presence akin to that of a war deity. However, given my petite stature, I felt somewhat like a child dressed in cosplay, causing Zhu Douluo beside me to burst into laughter. This soul skill was indeed extraordinary, enhancing all attributes by 30%. Zhu Douluo was enviously captivated. The only drawback was the absence of a helmet. Then, the most outrageous event unfolded. Adhering to my principle of waste not, I approached the tiger's carcass to decompose it, only to discover, to my astonishment, that I had obtained a soul bone. My dear friends, who could comprehend this immense fortune that had once again befallen me? I inquired of the system, which confirmed, indeed, all the items I recommend come with soul bones. This is an external soul bone, the facial bone. You didn't ask, so why should I mention it? I brandished my dagger toward the tiger's head. Zhu Douluo attempted to intervene, exclaiming, Hey, don't destroy it. An intact tiger head is quite valuable. I nonchalantly replied, No worries, Elder, I'm not short on funds. With a swift motion, I sliced it open, and golden light erupted. Zhu Douluo's eyes nearly bulged out as he collapsed in shock, muttering, My heavens, is this still human? His composure completely shattered. I excitedly grasped the facial bone and pressed it to my face, initiating the absorption. In that instant, regret washed over me. The pain was tenfold more severe than when I absorbed the soul ring. I writhed on the ground, veins bulging, blood vessels in my eyes, unable to suppress my howls. I felt as if my soul were being torn apart. Yet one thought echoed in my mind. I must not falter. Absolutely not. Just as I was on the verge of collapse, suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped me. The system's notification echoed frantically in my mind, declaring that the concentration of my sacred emperor bloodline had reached the required level, awakening my physique and merging with my ancient sacred body. Ding! The enhancement of my physique was complete, awakening the sacred emperor undying body. The effect was straightforward yet powerful. Immunity to 50% of all attribute damage below the divine level. I must tell you, at that moment, I felt leagues ahead. Once the pain fully dissipated, I rose from the ground, utterly exhausted yet transformed. Zhu Douluo stared in astonishment and inquired about my condition. I could only deceive him with a claim of a martial soul mutation, and to my surprise, he believed it, becoming even more excited than I was. He urged me to swiftly test the soul bone skill. To my delight, the system bestowed another surprise, revealing that my soul bone skill complemented the effect of my 3rd soul skill, directly binding them. From now on, utilizing one skill would trigger 2 effects, consuming only a single portion of energy. I suppressed my excitement and activated the 3rd soul skill once more. Sacred Emperor War God Transformation. In an instant, the golden-patterned white armor enveloped me anew, yet this time, it was different. An imposing tiger-shaped helmet materialized out of thin air, encasing me from head to toe. My goodness, I had transformed from a child in cosplay to a true war deity. I must tell you, old Zhu Douluo's eyes nearly glazed over as he showered me with praises, declaring that my appearance was the most dazzling he had ever witnessed. I informed him that my overall damage had surged by 50%. Can you believe it? Coupled with my 50% damage reduction, the result meant I dealt double damage while receiving merely a scratch. Old Zhu Douluo confidently asserted that I could walk through my peers with ease, even facing a Soul King without fear. I thought to myself, a Soul King? I could even challenge a Soul Emperor. Just as I reveled in this triumph, old Zhu Douluo asked where I intended to go next. I must tell you, my mind was racing, and I quickly concocted a grand vision. I said, Elder, I read in the ancient texts of a Star Luo Palace that there is a place in the sunset forest known as the Ice and Fire Two-Headed Eye, a land of opportunity, Should we not take a look? Hearing this, Zhu Thua's face paled, and he cautioned against it, recalling the peril he faced last time. I couldn't help but chuckle, revealing my ace. That place has the miraculous Qirong Tantianju. My friends, who could understand it, saw Zhu Duluo's eyes light up as if he had received a surge of energy. Let's go. Where is it? We depart now? I stifled my laughter, feigning reluctance. So, perhaps we should return. What if something goes wrong? He grew anxious. With me here, I will ensure your safety. It was utterly hilarious. This old man was unable to maintain his composure. Following my map's guidance, we swiftly arrived at a valley. Suddenly, old Zhu Duluo seized me, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a fly, warning that a poisonous formation lay ahead, evidently set by a newly advanced tidal daw. My heart swelled with joy. Well then, Dugubo, your delivery came rather swiftly. I knew that only by having old Zhu Duluo handle this matter would he learn to listen more attentively. The moment we stepped inside, a furious roar echoed. Who dares to trespass? Seeking death. In the next instant, a sea of green light surged forth, and countless venomous snakes lunged at us. Zhu Duluo sneered. You dare to flaunt your power before me right after your breakthrough? You're asking for death. As his words fell, he unleashed his martial soul's true form. A massive golden chrysanthemum erupted. The opposing party panicked, and from the formation emerged an elder clad in green robes, who also activated his martial soul, revealing a gigantic emerald serpent over 50 meters long. I must say, the initial impression was indeed intimidating. What happened next? Zhu Duluo unleashed his sixth soul skill. A flurry of golden petals rained down like a storm, enveloping the massive serpent in an instant. The serpent roared in fury, attempting to spit venom, but as it opened its mouth, the petals blocked it. These petals, though seemingly soft, were sharper than blades, slicing through the serpent's body with relentless precision, blood flowing freely. Within moments, a flash of green light signified the elder's defeat, reduced to a pitiful state akin to a vanquished rooster. Zhu Duluo reverted to his human form, casting a disdainful glance at him. Do not assume that becoming a titled Daluo makes you invincible. Many can take you down. The elder Dugbo immediately cowered, bowing deeply. Senior, you are right. Dugbo has learned his lesson. With the old poison master dealt with, Zhu Duluo transformed back into a kindly old man, leading me further in. Dugbo, not wanting to offend, took on the role of a guide, incessantly chatter about how he discovered this place by chance, filled with treasures. Yet he dared not disturb them. Soon, we beheld the wondrous spring, half ice and half fire. Zhu Duluo immediately spotted the Qirong Tantianju at the water's edge, trembling with excitement and exclaiming, Xiao Yuan, you truly did not deceive me. He delicately plucked the flower, nearly moved to tears. After all, he had been stuck at level 94 for years, relying on this very herb to break through. He was about to bow in gratitude, pledging to follow me through fire and water, but I quickly stopped him, exchanging a few pleasantries. Then, Zhu Duluo began searching for a suitable spot to absorb the celestial herb, warning Dugu Bo with fierce intensity that if I lost even a hair, he would face dire consequences. Dugu Bo trembled in fear, his gaze shifting as he assured me, even changing his address to Your Highness. Once Zhu Duluo entered seclusion, this place became my dominion. I dashed toward the extremely cold Yin Spring, targeting the octagonal Xianbing grass. Dugu Bo attempted to block me, warning that it was highly toxic. I paid him no mind, leaping over, swift as lightning, and with a single strike, I obtained the celestial herb. My hands instantly frosted over, prompting a startled cry from the old poison master. I merely smiled, activating Sacred Emperor War God Transformation. A flash of golden light enveloped me, the armor materializing, and the frost on my hands vanished in an instant. Dugu Bo's eyes nearly popped out, his words faltering as he pointed at my Millennium Soul Ring. I playfully made a shushing gesture, signaling him to keep it secret. Now, my friends, let the shopping spree commence. Chilua Yu Jingxiang, Liehua Xing Jiao Shu, Wanchuan Qiu Shui Lu. Whenever it comes to renowned celestial treasures, I, akin to a bandit entering a village, seize every last one and store them within my ring. Is this not a pure Black Friday clearance? The thrill of acquisition was unparalleled. Once finished, I beamed at Dugubwa and commenced my persuasion, or rather my recruitment. Esteemed elder, would you consider joining our Wuhu Indian? As anticipated, he declined, stating that he had grown accustomed to freedom. I unleashed my trump card. What if I could cure the poison afflicting you and your granddaughter? At these words, Dugubwa froze, exclaiming, What did you just say? He grasped my shoulders, trembling with excitement. If you can heal us, my life is yours. I quickly urged him to release me. This elder was quite fervent. I drew a prize from the system, spending some points to procure a Guandon and handed it to him. This is our royal secret elixir, capable of transforming the poison within you into your own strength. He ingested it with skepticism before settling down to refine it. With both of them in seclusion, it was finally my turn. I shed my clothes and plunged into the searing hot spring. The sensation was akin to being cast into a steel furnace, causing me to grimace in pain. Gritting my teeth, I swam to the bottom of the spring, then maneuvered to position half my body in the hot spring and the other half in the cold spring. The contrast of ice and fire was exhilarating. I felt as if I might be torn asunder. Amidst this extreme agony, I retrieved the Bajiao Xuanbing Cao and Liehua Xingjiao Shu, commencing an intense absorption. Time passed, and suddenly a raucous laughter shattered the silence. Ha ha! I have finally gained mastery over my poison. Dugubo emerged from his retreat, having leveled up, and was full of pride. Upon noticing my absence, panic ensued. At that moment, an even more terrifying aura surged forth, radiant with golden light. The old man had also broken through to become a super Douluo. As he descended, he saw Dugubo in a state of alarm and, without hesitation, kicked him into the mountainside, proclaiming, "You shall remain there as a mural unless I permit it." At the bottom of the spring, I was reveling in my absorption, my body being repeatedly tempered, feeling utterly revitalized. I continued to absorb other celestial herbs, and, with a chime, I reached level 40. The sign-in task was complete, rewarding me with a new martial spirit, the holy beast Zhuqiue. Just as I was celebrating, the system unexpectedly notified me. Insufficient vitality detected. 10 levels of soul power will be extracted from martial spirit awakening. I was dumbfounded. Give me back my soul power. I watched helplessly as my soul power plummeted from level 40 back to 30. Who understands the anguish of such a loss? After all my hard work, I had regressed overnight. Fuming, I leaped from the spring. The old man and Dugubo, just emerging from the wall, were astonished and inquired about my soul power. Upon explaining the soul spirit mutation that had cost me 10 levels of soul power, their minds seemed to short-circuit, standing there dumbfounded for a moment before uttering, "Truly, the world is full of wonders." Well, what else could I say? I had to accept it. Fortunately, this endeavor yielded great rewards, bringing back a title Douluo for the Wuhuandian. On our way back, the old man and Dugubo surprisingly became brothers. Upon our return to the Wuhuandian, as we stepped through the doors of the Pope's Hall, my teacher, Bibi Dong, immediately noticed the change in my soul power. After learning the reason, she merely sighed gently. She did not reprimand me, but instead informed me that while the martial spirit mutation may have negative effects, it could also present a tremendous opportunity, advising me not to lose heart. I must say, my teacher possesses a remarkable talent for comforting others. Her few words warmed my heart. She then turned her gaze to the silent old man in the green robe, Dugubo. My teacher, with a keen eye, recognized him as a poison expert, given that she herself is the pinnacle of poison-type martial spirits. Dugubo introduced him briefly, and my teacher smiled, nodding as she swiftly enlisted him into our ranks. The Wuhuandian had gained a title Douluo, a remarkable maneuver indeed. Once they departed, my teacher led me to the back garden. My recently acquired junior sister, Hulaina, was practicing there. Upon seeing us, she hurried over, timidly calling out, "Teacher, Your Highness." Hearing the word Your Highness made my head spin. Irusht Ovid tousled her golden hair into a mess and feigned anger, saying, "How many times must I tell you to call me DaiYuan? If you call me Your Highness again, I swear I will punish you." This caused her to look utterly pitiful, tears welling in her eyes, prompting my teacher to immediately defend her, claiming I was bullying my junior sister. Who understands? I was not bullying her, but rather helping her integrate into the collective and dismantle class barriers. Seeing her in such a state softened my heart, and I quickly retrieved a pink pill from my ring, the six-tailed demon fox blood pill, a superb treasure. I beckoned her, "Here, this is for you." She hesitated, glancing at my teacher for approval. Only after receiving a nod from her did she cautiously accept it, whispering, "Thank you, Your Highness." I shot her a glare, "Still calling me Your Highness?" The poor girl trembled, tears brimming once more, quickly correcting herself, "Thank you, DaiYuan." My teacher, observing the elixir, was visibly excited, as she, being a limit Da, recognized its extraordinary nature. I urged Hulaina to consume it promptly, warning her that the effect would diminish if she delayed. Once my junior sister was settled, I hastily produced another treasure to present to my teacher, a 9-rank purple Ganoderma. Emanating a purple glow, I proclaimed, "Teacher, this is a celestial treasure I found for you in the Lv.20 Great Forest." My teacher merely patted my head, smiling as she stated that she no longer needed it and instructed me to keep it. Sigh. My teacher is always thinking of us first. My heart swells with gratitude. After some back and forth, I eventually took it back. We settled in a nearby pavilion for a chat, during which I showcased my latest soul ring configuration, 2 purple and 1 black. My teacher was left speechless, her expression reflecting the thought that I possessed the potential of an emperor. Just then, a commotion erupted near Hulayina. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura surged skyward. We rushed over to witness the spectacle. To our astonishment, her hair had transformed from gold to pink, and 6 fluffy foxtails sprouted from her back, playfully swaying in the air. Her martial spirit has mutated, my teacher exclaimed, unveiling the truth. Hulayina appeared somewhat dazed, looking from my teacher to her newly sprouted tails, before finally breaking into a smile. I quickly approached and affectionately patted her head. "Nana, congratulations." Then, with a spark of mischief, I produced the 9-rank purple Ganoderma that my teacher had declined and offered it to her. This time, I intended to tease her. As she reached for it, I pulled back, cheekily pointing to my own face. "You can't have it so easily. You must kiss me first." In an instant, her face flushed a vibrant shade of red, resembling a ripe peach. She stood frozen, refusing to budge, our playful banter escalating. Ultimately, my teacher could no longer tolerate it. She smacked the back of my head, prompting me to dutifully hand over the celestial herb. Hulayina, now in possession of the herb, blushed even more and shot me a glare before sitting down to absorb its essence. This time, the refinement took a while, stretching until evening, when the training ground suddenly flashed with white light. Upon our return, we were met with an astonishing sight. Hulayina's hair had transformed from pink to a creamy white, and she now had precisely 9 tails. As she slowly opened her eyes, her peach blossom-like gaze was utterly captivating, rendering me momentarily entranced. With her fluffy beast ears and 9 majestic tails, she embodied a vision that tugged at my heartstrings. Unable to resist, I reached out to pinch her delicate ears, reveling in the delightful sensation. Ah, the little girl let out a sound of grievance, yet she dared not resist. Consequently, my teacher slapped my hand away, shielding Hulayina, and advised her, "If he dares to act like this again, you may retaliate directly. I shall support you." I hastily raised my hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Teacher, you are mistaken. I am merely trying to foster a bond with my junior sister. After all, I am still a child. How could I harbor any ill intentions?" My teacher shot me a disdainful glance, too weary to engage with me. Yet, to be honest, my assistance was quite genuine. Right then, I bestowed upon her this new martial spirit the name. "From now on, do not call yourself the 3-tailed spirit fox. You shall be known as the 9-tailed heavenly fox." My teacher nodded in agreement, and it was settled. Days passed, and I diligently practiced, consulting my teacher when needed and teasing my little junior sister during my leisure time, which was sheer delight, until one morning, after finishing my training, an irate yet melodious voice rang out behind me. "Humph, you have finally returned." I turned to find Qian Renxue, her demeanor fierce. She had been unsatisfied ever since I defeated her last time. Just as I intended to apologize, she wasted no time and summoned her martial spirit, manifesting as a 6-winged angel. Without hesitation, she unleashed her most formidable 4th soul skill, a divine sword aimed straight at my face. I sighed. "Sister, times have changed." I activated my 3rd soul skill, the Holy Emperor Battle God transformation, and golden armor enveloped me as I stood still, allowing her to strike. A tremendous explosion ensued, sans digne de swirling. Qian Renxue was taken aback, believing she had defeated me in one blow, and amidst the smoke, she cried out my name, "DaiYuan, DaiYuan." I quietly slipped behind her, tapped her shoulder, and with a playful grin, asked, "Excuse me, dear sister, are you looking for me?" Upon turning around and seeing me, she froze momentarily before tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Just as I moved to comfort her, she shouted, "Stay away. Do not touch me." I disregarded her words and continued to watch her cry. Once she had wept sufficiently, her eyes reddened, and she turned to leave, but I seized her hand. No matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free, and in her fury, she yelled, "What do you want?" Do you wish to humiliate me further? I steeled myself, and, without further ado, rose on my toes and pressed my lips against hers. In that instant, the world fell silent. Family, who could understand? At that moment, all conflicts and grievances dissipated into thin air. Qian Rinxue's eyes widened, and then, slowly, she closed them. When we parted, her face was so flushed it seemed she could bleed, and she playfully pounded my chest, whispering, "You rogue." I chuckled heartily and retrieved a mystical herb, the 8-petaled immortal orchid, from my ring, presenting it to her. Just as she prepared to accept it, I raised my hand, suspended in midair, and smiled. "Kiss me first." "Humph, if you don't give it, then so be it. I won't kiss you." I laughed heartily and thrust the herb into her embrace, taking advantage of her surprise to swiftly plant a kiss on her cheek before dashing away. The theme of taking the initiative to be mischievous was in full swing. Behind me, her flustered voice echoed, "You scoundrel, come back." In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. During these years, my relationship with Qian Rinxue blossomed tremendously, and both our families acknowledged it. Only my little junior sister, Hulaina, remained oblivious, treating me like a thief every day. However, my cultivation speed was dreadfully slow, akin to a tortoise. After 4 years, I had only reached the 33rd level. I inquired with the system about the situation, and it informed me that as I possessed a dual divine level martial spirit, the soul power required for advancement was immense, making my pace rather normal. I further asked about new sign-in tasks, only to learn that I needed to reach level 35 to unlock them. I was infuriated. Had it not been for the previous extraction of my mutated soul power, I would have surpassed level 35 long ago. It vexed me to no end. During my moment of frustration, Qian Rinxue sought me out to bid farewell. She was to infiltrate the Tiandou Empire and replace the Crown Prince, Shuqinghe. She wept profusely in my embrace, expressing her fear and reluctance to depart. What could I do but hold her tightly and reassure her repeatedly, "It will be all right. I will be here for you, and I shall come looking for you." After seeing her off, a heavy stone weighed down my heart. I promptly approached the system, demanding a plan to reach level 35 within 2 years. The subsequent 2 years were akin to a hellish trial. I pushed myself to the limits of endurance, training so intensely that even my teacher was alarmed, urging me multiple times to cease, warning that I might suffer a mental breakdown. Yet, I paid her no heed. This was the only time I disobeyed her orders. Several times I nearly collapsed, but the thought of Qian Rinxue waiting for me compelled me to persevere. One fateful morning, 2 years later, I finally broke through. Level 35. The system's notification chimed in as expected. Ding. Sign-in task issued. Sign-in location. Shrek Academy. With a 1-month time limit. I had awaited this day for far too long. I immediately sought my teacher's permission to embark on a journey alone. She feigned anger and shot me a glare. But ultimately, after I pestered her with a massage, she reluctantly let me go. Off I went. However, I did not head straight to Shrek Academy. Instead, I returned to the Xingluo Empire first. My father, the Xingluo Emperor, upon hearing of my return, was elated and had eagerly awaited my arrival outside the palace, organizing an extravagant welcome banquet. After the banquet, my father strolled with me in the imperial garden, inquiring about my views on the current state of the continent. I laid my cards on the table, stating that the Blue Lightning Overlord sect and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect were forming an alliance with the Tiandou Empire to collectively counter the increasingly formidable Spirit Hall. As it was an inevitable trend, my father then asked what we, the Xingluo Empire, should do. I replied, adapt to the prevailing tide, meaning we should align ourselves with the Spirit Hall's momentum. I also touched upon the entrenched social stratification within the empire, warning him that while water can carry a boat, it can also capsize it. My father was taken aback, and he immediately considered bestowing upon me the title of Crown Prince. I flatly refused, expressing my singular devotion to martial arts and disinterest in power. He sighed and lamented that my elder brother, Dai Yuan, had been missing for 2 years and had yet to return. As our conversation drew to a close, I revealed my desire to enter the sacred forbidden grounds of the royal family. My father stated that according to ancestral laws, only the emperor could enter. He sighed, turning his back to me as he walked away, but after a distance he called out, "Do not think about sneaking in at midnight. Since your last infiltration, the elders have changed their guard schedule to the hour of the rabbit." Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto my lips. What a blessing. This was indeed a green light. My father still cared for me. Thus, the next day, at the hour of the rabbit, just as dawn broke, I took advantage of the guard's shift and, utilizing the Holy Emperor's invisibility technique, slipped into the Sacred King forbidden grounds. Upon entering, the environment felt both familiar and alien, and an ancient, authoritative voice resonated in my mind. You have finally arrived. This voice seemed to emanate from the abyss. I quickly bowed respectfully. The voice commanded, "You, come here." I took a deep breath and ventured deeper into the darkness. The further I walked, the heavier the oppressive atmosphere became, making it difficult for me to breathe. Suddenly, a row of ghostly blue flames ignited, illuminating a narrow corridor. I cautiously walked to the end, where I beheld a vast stone chamber. Directly ahead stood a massive iron door, radiating a kaleidoscope of light, adorned with a glowing white tiger totem. I realized it was none other than the insignia of my sacred beast, the white tiger martial spirit. At that moment, a voice emanated from behind the door, and then an enormous tiger head emerged. I had waited a millennium for the prophesied one. The suffocating pressure instantly confirmed for me that this was the legendary Sacred King. "Are you the Sacred King, my lord?" I found it difficult to speak. Yet, he seemed to relish this, increasing the pressure to compel me to kneel. I was immediately infuriated, straightened my back, and fixed my gaze upon his colossal tiger head. His fur was pure white, interspersed with gray. One eye was blind, while the other, a cold golden pupil, scrutinized me. I felt as though a mountain was pressing upon my back, my bones cracking audibly. Soon, my white garments became stained with the blood seeping from my wounds. My consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse, yet I clenched my teeth resolutely, refusing to kneel. How could I, a man destined to become the God King, bow here? The Holy King merely observed me silently, watching as I trembled and struggled to hold on. A flicker of brilliance flashed in his calm eyes as he gently nodded. In an instant, the oppressive weight akin to that of a mountain receded like a tide. My body relaxed, but before I could catch my breath, a radiant light enveloped me, a warm sensation wrapping around me. The intense relief was overwhelming, and I succumbed to darkness, losing all awareness. After I fainted, the entire space transformed dramatically. Dark clouds rolled ominously, and golden lightning split the sky. A colossal white tiger, adorned with gilded patterns, appeared atop a snow-capped mountain. As it spoke, its voice resonated throughout the space, imbued with an imperial authority. "Li, have your kin been sent away?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than a smaller white tiger, adorned with faint golden markings, emerged, bowing respectfully as it replied. "My lord, everything has been arranged. The young master has already taken them to the lower realm." "What about the items? Were they handed over to her?" "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing this, the great tiger visibly relaxed and nodded. I mused that this was merely a scene of entrusting responsibilities at the end of one's life. Indeed, its next words confirmed my thoughts. "Li, you must depart quickly. The pillar of heaven is about to close. Remember, our future lies entirely with the one foretold in the prophecy. He must be found." "Yes, my lord." At that critical moment, a dark red beam of light pierced the horizon, emanating a suffocating aura of death, thick as an impenetrable fog. A chilling voice descended from above. "Humph. You think you can escape?" The sky was rent with a deafening crack, revealing a man clad in crimson golden armor who sauntered forth. His blood-red hair remained undisturbed by the tempest, and when his gaze fell upon me, I felt an icy chill traverse my spine, laden with murderous intent. The great tiger, sensing the threat, erupted in fury, bellowing at the smaller tiger. "You must flee. I will hold him off." With that, a brilliant golden light erupted from him as he donned a suit of gilded armor, and a pair of dazzling white wings unfurled from his back, exuding an aura of regal dominance. With a mighty roar, he flapped his wings and vanished from sight. The crimson-haired adversary merely smiled disdainfully, slowly drawing a blood-red sword and nonchalantly waving it through the air. The clash echoed, revealing that the great tiger had teleported to launch a surprise attack, only to be effortlessly thwarted. In the next moment, the two engaged in a visual spectacle of light and shadow. It was evident to discerning eyes that this battle was not of equal caliber. The great tiger was being thoroughly overpowered. The smaller tiger, Li, dared not delay any longer and sprinted towards the towering white beam of light atop the mountain. "Umph, you foolish creature, you think you can run?" The crimson-haired adversary unleashed a bolt of blood-red sword energy, striking swiftly like lightning towards Li's back. The great tiger, realizing the urgency, abandoned his attack, his wings flashing as he disappeared from sight. As Li was about to step into the beam of light, the sword energy surged faster. This was the end. Despair washed over me as Li cast a final glance back. Just then, the great tiger materialized before him, bracing himself to absorb the lethal blow. "My lord!" Li cried out in anguish. "Quickly flee!" The great tiger, spewing golden blood, urged him onward. I witnessed clearly as several droplets of that sinister, sword-infused golden blood splattered into Li's right eye, instantly creating a gaping wound that revealed bone. Ignoring the pain, Li summoned every ounce of strength and plunged into the beam of light. At that moment, a voice resonated in my mind. "It is time for you to awaken." I jolted awake to find Li, the white tiger, gazing at me intently, the wound in his right eye so deep that I could see bone, still exuding a lethal aura. I steadied myself and spoke directly. "You must be Li." He nodded in silence. "The one who injured your eye was the god of Shura, correct?" I probed further. At this, astonishment ignited in Li's eyes, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, his voice tinged with disbelief. "You are indeed the one foretold in the prophecy. This is excellent, truly excellent. Very well. Since you acknowledge me as the chosen one, I spread my hands. Let us speak plainly. Why have you summoned me? Why must I wait until I reach the rank of sole sovereign?" He did not respond directly, but instead said, "Do you not sense it yourself? Use your soul to truly feel your current body." Skeptically, I closed my eyes and delved into my inner being. In the next moment, I was astounded. The blood within me began to emanate a brilliant white glow, the powerful aura of the Holy Emperor, which had not manifested since my ancestral holy body was rendered useless. A sense of foreboding surged within me as I began to piece together the truth. Indeed, Li's voice echoed softly. "What I have given you is the key to your ascension to the Holy Emperor's divine rank." What? The key to becoming a deity? I felt as if I were walking on clouds, overwhelmed by the sudden fortune that had befallen me. This is the original divine power of the Holy Emperor. It can indeed aid you in achieving divinity. Li doused my elation with cold water, but in the lower realm, you cannot utilize it. A chill ran down my spine. Is it because of those old geezers from the divine realm? Precisely. Li's Gaza Darkanat. Ever since the dragon god fell, the divine realm council has blocked our path as soul beasts. Anyone who dares to show themselves is obliterated. Should you ascend to divinity using the power of the Holy Emperor, your aura will be instantly locked onto by them, regardless of whether you are human or not. You will be hunted down. At that moment, I was left speechless. Then why give me this? It's like handing me an unlimited black card and then telling me there are no POS machines on Earth. Is this not a waste? I do not know. He shook his head, appearing utterly drained. "This is the command of my lord. He instructed me to find you, the one foretold in the prophecy, to deliver the original divine power to you, and to guide you in seeking the whereabouts of the Holy Emperor's lineage. Why specifically, I cannot say." As he spoke, his form began to fade, growing increasingly transparent, radiating an aura of death. "I cannot hold on much longer. I am nearing my end. I implore you to find my kin. When you do, they will surely instruct you on how to wield this power." "Are your kin in Douluo Dalu?" I quickly inquired. He slowly shook his head, retreating gradually into the darkness. I felt the dissipating aura of death, and my heart ached. I bowed deeply to the darkness from which he had vanished and turned to leave, all remaining unspoken. Upon exiting the forbidden grounds, the elder guardian spotted me. His gaze stern. "Do you realize this is a grave act of disrespect?" I cannot be bothered to explain and bowed directly. Dai Yuan accidentally trespassed into the forbidden area. I request the elder's punishment. The elder enveloped me in a light, conducting a thorough examination. Finding me unharmed, his expression softened instantly. "Ah, as long as you are well, that is good. You are the hope of our empire. You must not encounter any mishaps." I expressed my gratitude and promptly departed. The following morning, I bid a brief farewell to my surrogate father, DaiYuan, and slipped away. A few days later, in Suatawa City, I entered to find two children tugging at each other in the street. A girl with a ponytail was clinging to the arm of a blue-haired boy, exclaiming, "Xiao-san, are you foolish? That old man already said he would give you a gift. Why are you still paying him?" The youth, known as Xiao-san, clutched the crystal in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wait, I'll tell you more when we return to the hotel." At that moment, a thought crossed my mind, and I found myself standing beside them, my left hand gently resting on the shoulder of the blue-haired boy. To my surprise, he jolted in shock, his expression akin to that of a person who had seen a ghost, as he swiftly turned his head. I offered him a faint smile and said, "Hello." I've just arrived and am unfamiliar with the area. Could you please direct me to the Shrek Academy? The boy was momentarily taken aback. But the girl with the ponytail spoke up first. What a coincidence. We are also headed to Shrek. Xiao-san, you should tell him. The boy affectionately glanced at his sister before regaining his composure and pointing me in a direction. Just head south. It's not far outside the city. However, the academy only enrolls students tomorrow. Why not find a place to stay for the night, and we can go together? That sounds splendid, I replied, seizing the opportunity. My name is Dai Yuan. What's yours? Perhaps we shall be classmates tomorrow. I am Tang-san, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu greeted me cheerfully, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, we parted ways. Watching their retreating figures, I couldn't help but smirk. Hey, buddy, were you startled? To approach me unnoticed is quite an impressive feat the next day. After I had gathered my belongings, I headed south and, as fate would have it, encountered the Tang siblings once more. On our way, Tang-san began to inquire, Dai Yuan, what brings you to Shrek Academy? I chuckled softly. Oh, my brother is a student there. That's wonderful. As newcomers, we would greatly appreciate your guidance, he responded eagerly. Of course. We three chatted merrily as we reached the outskirts of the city. Upon sighting the dilapidated structure resembling a village committee office, the expressions on Tang-san and Xiao Wu's faces fell instantly. Xiao-san, that can't be Shrek, can it? It looks worse than the nodding academy. Xiao Wu's candidness was refreshing. Tang-san attempted to maintain optimism. It's fine. The teachers recommended it, so it must have its merits. I smiled silently as we approached the entrance. The line was short, with an elderly man seated at the front, meticulously assessing each applicant's soul power. Bone age 12. Soul power level 14. Disqualified. Please leave. A boy who was turned away burst into tears, prompting his parent to angrily confront the elder. My son is 12 and at 14. He is a genius wherever he goes. If it weren't for my old man's insistence, who would come to this shabby place? How dare you refuse him? Suddenly, the elder's body radiated 6 soul rings. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, a soul emperor. He coldly regarded the irate parent. Your son is indeed remarkable, but alas, he is merely an ordinary person, not a monster. The crowd fell silent. The elder cleared his throat. At Shrek, we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over 13 or with soul power below 21, please leave. Registration fees are non-refundable. With that, a large portion of the crowd grumbled and departed. In the end, only 6 individuals remained. At the front stood a girl in black, her figure striking and her demeanor as cold as ice. Zhu Qing. Behind her was a cute girl with a pink bob haircut, Ning Rongrong. Then, I turned my head and was taken aback to see a girl with long blue hair, adorned in a white dress embellished with golden patterns. The moment our eyes met, her golden pupils locked onto mine. My heart raced uncontrollably, and the world around me faded to monochrome, leaving her as the only vibrant presence. Love struck activated, Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Xiao-san, look, that girl is so beautiful. Tang-san gazed at her in awe, struggling to articulate like a startled swan, akin to a drifting dragon. Just then, the elder's voice interrupted my reverie. Let the interviews begin. Zhu Qing, age 12, level 27, spirit, nether cat qualified. At that moment, a blonde youth strolled out from the academy. Teacher, have you recruited students? Mubai, what brings you here? Teacher Zhao is conducting the assessments personally. So I was sent out. As he spoke, his eyes casually scanned our group before abruptly locking onto me, his expression one of astonishment. Why you're here? I chuckled, recognizing my runaway brother, Dai Mubai. The Emperor misses you and sent me to find you. In the next instant, he rushed over and enveloped me in a bear hug. It's been 3 years since we've seen each other. I whispered in his ear, brother. The Emperor said it was all said in anger. He has high hopes for you. Dai Mubai stiffened at my words. Cough, cough. The elder interjected, unable to bear the distraction. This is an interview. Please proceed inside. Dai Mubai reluctantly led Zhu Qing into the building, casting me a knowing glance as he left. Next was Ning Rongrong, who demonstrated her spirit. 7 treasure glazed tile at level 26. The elder's expression shifted dramatically. Murmuring about the dean's endorsement, he allowed her through. Following her were Tang-san and Xiao Wu, who approached hand in hand, both at level 29, with a blue silvergrass and a soft bone charm rabbit. The elder beamed. 2 little monsters qualified. Before they departed, Tang-san turned to me and said, Yuan brother will head in first. Now, only the enigmatic girl who quickened my heartbeat, and I remained. I'll go first, she declared, stepping forward before the elder could speak. The moment her hand rested on the surface, a terrifying aura erupted from her, revealing a golden dragon spirit behind her. What kind of spirit is this? The elder leapt from his seat. Wang Qiu'er, level 29, attack type, spirit, golden dragon. 2 yellow soul, rings ascended. My body trembled. This familiar aura prompted me to tentatively call out, "Why you are Qiu'er?" She turned to me with a captivating smile. "What do you think, DaiYuan?" In an instant, I rushed forward, wrapping her tightly in my arms, my voice trembling. "Why are you here? If I can come, why can't you?" She replied with a playful laugh, though her eyes betrayed a longing that could not be concealed. Cough, cough. The elder cleared his throat for the umpteenth time. "Classmate, you are qualified. Please proceed." Reluctantly, we parted, her gaze lingering on me with affection as she entered. Watching her retreat, my heart felt as if it had been filled with honey. "Everyone has left. Why are you still dawdling?" The elder urged impatiently. I hurried forward to place my hand on the assessment surface. A flash of red light appeared. Bone age 12. Soul power. The elder's voice faltered, followed by a shriek that pierced the air. 35. I offered him a slight smile. "Teacher, does this mean I am accepted?" "Yes. Absolutely." "Ha ha ha," he exclaimed, his excitement rendering him incoherent. In a flash, he vanished, his voice echoing from afar. "Flinder, come quickly to see this monster." I shook my head in bemusement. "Buddy, did you forget to assess my spirit?" Upon entering the academy, before I could express my thoughts, a hand waved before my eyes. I turned to find Wang Qiu'er's stunning visage. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to take the final test?" I teased, playfully tapping her nose. "Qiu, I wanted to wait for you here. I wish to go with you," she replied, nuzzling my palm like a clingy kitten. After enjoying a moment of intimacy, we walked side by side toward the square. The moment we appeared, we became the center of attention. Dai Mubai winked at me, while Tang San and Xiao Wu looked on in astonishment, and Ning Rongrong bit her lip, her eyes filled with jealousy. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed, as a shadow descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. A man, as imposing as a bear, emerged from the haze, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. He cast a glance at us and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Not bad, all above level 25. If you can withstand a stick of incense in my presence, I shall consider you passed." Dai Mubai, anxious, interjected, "Teacher Zhao Wujing. They are merely a group of grand soul masters. This is exceedingly difficult." Zhao Wujing shot him a glare. "The dean is absent. I hold the highest authority. What I say goes. Xiao Bai, you may divulge my credentials to them so they can prepare." With that, he lit an incense stick and planted it in the ground. Dai Mubai sighed, gathering us together with a sympathetic expression. "I cannot assist you this time." Curiously, Xiao Wu asked, "Is this teacher, Zhao, also a soul emperor?" "No," Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. "He is not a soul emperor." Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief, but Dai Mubai's next statement wiped the smile off her face. "He is indeed not a soul emperor. He is a soul sage, a formidable level 76 great strength diamond bear." Upon hearing this, everyone except me turned pale. Ning Rongrong exploded. "This is clearly a trap." Xiao Wu, displeased, retorted, "How can you speak like that?" As the two prepared to bicker, Tang San felt a headache coming on. I was truly astounded. Facing a grave enemy, these children were still squabbling. I exchanged a few words with Wang Qiu'er beside me and strode toward Zhao Wujing. Zhao Wujing wore a mocking expression. "What? Unable to devise a strategy, and now seeking mercy?" "Teacher, you misunderstand," I said firmly, standing before him. "I wish to challenge you one-on-one. If I can endure a stick of incense, it counts as a victory for us all. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Wujing paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. "It's been ages since I encountered such a bold young lad." "Very well, I grant you this opportunity." We moved to the center of the training ground, where Tang San and the others took notice. Wang Qiu'er remarked coolly, "He intends to challenge Zhao Wujing alone." "What? Is he insane?" Ning Rongrong scoffed. "He is courting disaster." Just as those words left her lips, Wang Qiu'er's icy glare swept over, and an overwhelming aura forced Ning Rongrong to tremble in fear. "If you utter another disparaging word about DaiYuan, I will eliminate you." The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Meanwhile, I stood across from Zhao Wujing. "Come on, young man. Let me witness your abilities," Zhao Wujing said, appearing relaxed. I wasted no time, unleashing my full momentum. DaiYuan, martial soul white tiger, I beseech your guidance." An overwhelming pressure erupted from my body, and, as I summoned my soul rings, the entire arena, including the level 76 Soul Sage Zhao Wujing, dropped their jaws in astonishment. The world fell silent, save for the sound of gasps from the audience. Ning Rongrong, the little princess, covered her mouth, her eyes nearly popping out, and collapsed in shock, likely experiencing a collapse of her worldview. Xiao Wu's mouth gaped wide enough for a bun to fit inside, repeatedly calling out Xiao San. As for Tang San, he remained silent, but his body trembled uncontrollably. I tell you, this guy had always been a genius, but upon witnessing my configuration today, he was rendered speechless, his expression suggesting he thought I was a mere jester. Only my brother Dai Mubai and my dear Chioer maintained their composure, as they were privy to some insider knowledge. Yet even they were astonished by my eternal soul rings. While they were still questioning their existence, I was not idle. My singular thought was, defeat him in a flash. I teleported before Zhao Wujing, my speed so swift that he barely had time to blink. With a clang, my dark gold tiger claws collided with his bracers, sparks flying. The sheer force forced him to take a step back to regain his balance. His eyes widened in disbelief, and the next moment, he too became serious. Great strength Diamond Bear, martial soul possessed. A golden light enveloped him as he donned the true armor only a soul sage could wear, resembling a golden Saint Seiya. The explosion of golden light sent me flying. But was I flustered? Of course not. I executed a backflip in midair, landing gracefully. Now it was my turn. Third soul skill, Holy Emperor Battle God Transformation. As I activated this skill, a suit of golden patterned white armor enveloped me, and my aura surged, directly countering his soul sage's pressure, even overwhelming him. Zhao Wujing was momentarily dazed, likely pondering, what manner of entity is this young man? He couldn't fathom it, but he charged forward nonetheless. Second soul skill, Great Strength Diamond Palm. His bare paw, shimmering with a cold light, descended upon me. The nearby children screamed in fright, for this was the full force of a soul sage. With a thunderous crash, I was sent hurtling like a kite with a severed string, crashing into a small mound of dirt. DaiYuan, they gasped in horror, ready to rush to my aid, when suddenly a loud explosion erupted from the dirt pile. A flash of white light erupted, and I emerged, brushing off the dirt, completely unscathed, striding forth with nonchalance. At that moment, everyone was stunned. In my Chioer's eyes, the tears of worry transformed into stars. I looked at Zhao Wujing and intentionally taunted him. Teacher Zhao, I have felt the weight of your palm, instead of anger. He laughed heartily, eager to see where my limits lay. I could not disappoint him. Raising my left hand, a swirling dark purple flame ignited in my palm. Soul Bone skill. Holy Emperor Devil Flame. The flames engulfed my body, and I felt as though I had risen from the depths of hell as a demon king. In the blink of an eye, I vanished once more. Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye, attempting to discern my movements. What happened? In his eyes? I was merely an afterimage, causing his CPU to overheat and plunging him into deep self-doubt. I paid him no mind and engaged Zhao Wujing in pure hand-to-hand combat. Each blow striking flesh, sparks flying. My devil flame was no trifling matter, slowly corroding his golden armor. He attempted to disperse it with his soul power, but it was futile. He grew anxious. Third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement. Instantly, I felt as though a mountain pressed down upon me, slowing my movements. In that fleeting moment, his bare paw struck again. Boom! Another thunderous impact struck me solidly. This time, I was prepared, crossing my arms defensively, yet I was still sent tumbling back several meters. Zhao Wujing, in a frenzy, completely disregarded our level disparity, intent on demonstrating his might. Fourth soul skill, Target Tracking. A purple halo flew toward me, binding me in place, making escape impossible. He then charged at me like a cannonball, determined to flatten me. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong covered their eyes in fear. Tang San and the others clenched their fists tightly, likely convinced I was truly in peril. Just as his bare paw was about to crush my face, guess what? I blinked away. His palm crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit, leaving him bewildered. Where did he go? Then it was my turn. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, striking him directly. I reappeared not far away and unleashed my first soul skill, Holy Emperor Splitting Wave. 3 white orbs of light slammed into his chest. I offered him no respite, my right hand grasping the air as I activated my soul bone skill. Holy Emperor Rending Heaven. 3 waves of white energy struck his face once more. A relentless barrage of attacks dulled the brilliance of his golden armor. Enraged, he howled skyward, and the 5th soul ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring, illuminated. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the arena, causing Tang San and the others to turn purple from the strain. I drew forth my dagger, the holy light, and swept it through the dark, purple magical flames, igniting the blade in an enchanting violet blaze. Zhao Wujin grasped at the void, a tremendous force propelling me towards him. The opportunity had arrived. My internal incantation surged wildly, propelling my speed to its zenith, akin to an electronic celestial being's instantaneous movement. To the spectators, I appeared as a streak of purple fire slicing through the air. In the next moment, I found myself behind Zhao Wujin. I retracted all my skills, my complexion pale, barely managing to stand by leaning against the dagger embedded in the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of my mouth. Upon glancing at Zhao Wujin, I saw him frozen in place, his golden armor shattered to tatters. He turned to me, glanced at the already burnt incense, and surprisingly asked if I was all right. Could I admit to being unwell? I quickly feigned humility, expressing gratitude for his leniency, asserting that without it, I surely would not have been able to stand. He chuckled, referring to me as Dai Yuan, a prodigy, the most formidable monster since the founding of Shrek Academy. With a grand gesture, he declared that we all had passed. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu instantly leaped up in jubilation. My beloved Xiaoer rushed to support me, her concern palpable. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind, signifying the completion of my sign-in task. Reward, true blood of the Golden Dragon King. Truly a mix of joy and trepidation. Did you think that was the end? The more thrilling events were yet to unfold. That evening, after indulging in drink, Zhao Wujin boasted about his unsatisfied day and declared his intent to thoroughly discipline me in the future. No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in black emerged from the woods, without a word, striking Zhao Wujin and fracturing several of his bones, rendering him unconscious. I must tell you, that man was affiliated with our esteemed young lady. The dean, Flinder, and Tang San's father, Hao Qiandao, were present, utterly terrified into silence. Before departing, the black-clad man warned them against harboring any ill intentions towards Our Lady. Later, in a conversation with Flinder, Tang Hao explicitly acknowledged that the strength of that black-clad man surpassed his own, a 95th level super Dalu who was said to be unbeatable. Now the entire academy was aware that this cohort had several formidable ancestors not to be trifled with. The following morning, after my morning exercises, I decided to stop by the city to purchase a bounty of delectable treats. Upon reaching the academy entrance, I encountered Tang San, and as we conversed, we heard someone hawking freshly made sausages. Curiosity piqued. We turned to see a scruffy old man pushing a small cart. Amused, I approached, producing a bag of gold soul coins, declaring, "I shall take your entire cart." The old man's eyes widened with astonishment as he swiftly accepted the payment, fearing I might change my mind, and hurriedly packed all the sausages for me before scuttling away with his empty cart. Tang San, intrigued, inquired how an outsider managed to conduct business within the academy. The old man, incensed, retorted, "I merely have unshaven facial hair. I'm also a student. My name is Oscar, a 29th level support type soul master." He displayed his martial soul and soul rings as evidence. I stood beneath the girls' dormitory, awaiting Xiaoer, when Xiao Wu emerged first. Upon spotting the Xingjian buns in my hands, her mouth nearly watered, casting a pitiful glance at Tang San, who was empty-handed. With a smile, I offered her a bag, and Tang San, slightly embarrassed, accepted it. Just then, my beloved Xiaoer appeared, her eyes still heavy with sleep, nuzzling into my embrace and sweetly whining. "I'm so sleepy," her voice melting my heart. I tease her, then sleep. "I shall eat breakfast alone." She caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells amazing. I want to eat." We dashed to the dining hall and devoured our breakfast, including Oscar's substantial bag of sausages. Xiaoer was delighted, exclaiming how delicious the sausages were. Having finished our meal, hand in hand, we exited the dining hall when a voice rang out, "Wow, what a beautiful girl." We turned to see a rotund figure with red hair leering at my Xiaoer, his gaze dripping with desire. Xiaoer immediately frowned. "Could I let this slide?" I leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you find him displeasing, give him a good beating, but remember not to be too harsh." She nodded in agreement. The rotund fellow approached with an obnoxious grin, reaching for Xiaoer's hand while completely disregarding my presence. However, before his hand could make contact, Xiaoer delivered a swift kick to his beer belly. With a resounding thud, he soared through the air, crashing into a large tree. I couldn't help but praise her. Chio'er, you're so kind. You showed mercy with that kick. Chio'er huffed. If it weren't for your instructions to hold back, he would have been knocked out. No sooner had she spoken than the rotund man charged back, flames emanating from his body, shouting, I'm angry now. His first soul skill, Phoenix Fire line, shot towards us. I gently lifted Chio'er, dodging effortlessly. I then cautioned her, keep it light, don't kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything goes awry. Chio'er summoned her martial soul, the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon's roar echoed through the skies as her hands transformed into magnificent dragon claws. Her body adorned with diamond-like dragon scales, resembling a female warrior of legends. She stomped down, launching herself like a cannonball. The rotund man, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, activated his second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, unleashing another fiery assault. Just as the flames threatened to engulf Chio'er, her second soul ring glowed, granting her the power of the dragon. With a powerful claw strike against the ground, she soared into the air, flipping gracefully before landing before the rotund man. Again, she unleashed that same kick, but this time without restraint, striking him squarely in the face. With a sharp crack, the rotund man was sent flying, crashing into several trees, decimating the surrounding forest. The commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the academy. Dai Mubai and the others, upon learning the details, regarded Wang Chio'er with newfound respect, perhaps astonished that such a celestial beauty could wield such ferocity in combat. Oscar dashed to the wreckage, dragging out the rotund man, identified as Ma Hongjun, whose face was swollen to the size of a pig's head. Just then, Dean Flinder descended from above, inquiring about the situation. After understanding the events, he adjusted his spectacles and remarked that we had engaged in unauthorized fighting. Yet Ma Hongjun was at fault first, imposing a penalty of 1 year's salary on him, and requiring both parties to share the costs of damages, totaling 500 gold soul coins. I immediately produced a large bag of gold soul coins and presented it to the dean, stating, Dean, here are 600. I shall cover his fine, and the remaining 100 shall be from medical expenses. My companions, what is the meaning of vision? This act left onlookers utterly astonished. Oscar promptly knelt, clutching my leg, tearfully exclaiming, Wealthy benefactor, please take care of me. I was rendered speechless. In the afternoon, Flinder summoned us new students to the training grounds. Ma Hongjun, due to his injuries, was absent, and we stood in a line. Flinder, with his hawk-like nose and black-framed glasses, exuded an air of authority. In his gravelly voice, he began, This year is promising. We have gained 6 new little monsters. I, Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, welcome you all. After today's training, each of you shall submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li in finance. Mubai, he called. Yes, Dean, my brother Dai Mubai stepped forward. Please ensure the new students are informed of the Academy's rules. Yes, Dean. The moment Flinder spoke, he turned his attention towards us unfortunate souls. I must tell you, he wasted no time in ramping up the intensity. He commanded us to run 50 laps around Suatua City. 50 laps, my friends. I was left dumbfounded, as this exceeded the original by 30 laps. Goodness, it seemed our arrival had triggered a hellish mode for the protagonist group. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's faces fell, resembling wilted eggplants, especially Ning Rongrong. Her little mouth pouted as if it could hang a soy sauce bottle. For such physical exertion was akin to divine punishment for those of her support class. Yet Flinder offered no opportunity for us to voice our grievances. And with a wave of his hand, he vanished, leaving us no choice but to press on. As expected, it wasn't long before Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the 2 support-type students, fell behind. Then came the amusing part. Oscar, having shaved his bushy beard, revealed a surprisingly delicate face. He scampered over to Ning Rongrong's side, exuding earnestness. Hello, I am Oscar, a level 29 food system auxiliary soul master. Initially indifferent, Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled at the mention of the auxiliary system, and her petite face blossomed into a sweet smile. However, in the blink of an eye, her demeanor shifted dramatically as she began to lament to Oscar, Sr. This training is utterly exhausting. Since we have someone to protect us, must we exert ourselves so relentlessly? Oscar, still oblivious, insisted that the dean surely had his reasons. Little did he know, Ning Rongrong retorted sharply. Oh please, what reasons? I know exactly what he wants, just to intimidate us, that old man. The audacity of her words left Oscar speechless, his mind in disarray, as he grappled with the stark contrast between her previous sweetness and her sudden fierceness. Before Oscar could process it all, Ning Rongrong donned her cheerful facade once more. "Senior, could you do me a favor and say that I finished running? I'm off to the city for a bit." With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving Oscar alone to ponder his existence. By evening, after Qing and I had completed our run, we ventured into the city for some culinary delights, returning with bags full of treats. I pinched Qing's little nose playfully, teasing her, "Craving more? Are we, you little glutton?" She gazed at me with a look of feigned indignation. "Well, I'm not a little glutton," I quickly reassured her. "Haha, Qing is not a little glutton. She is my little fairy." Yet, she pouted again, remarking that there were many beautiful girls at the academy, all of whom were little fairies. Sensing her jealousy rising, I took her hand gently and declared with sincerity, "There's only one little fairy in this world, and that is my Qing, for I bestowed this title upon her, and thus it is mine to determine." Her expression instantly brightened, radiating joy like honey. Just as we returned to the training grounds, a dramatic scene unfolded before us. Ning Rongrong was vehemently confronting Flanders, exclaiming, "You are merely a lowly soul saint. You lack the qualification even to hold my shoes." I thought to myself, this young lady's temper has truly erupted. Remarkably, Flanders remained unfazed, not even lifting an eyelid as he calmly responded, "This is Shrek Academy, not your Seven Treasures glazed sect. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave. Our academy does not require your kind of uselessness." He then called out to Dai Mubai, "Escort this young lady to process her withdrawal." "What? You dare to call me useless?" Ning Rongrong was infuriated, threatening, "You believe that overnight I could not dismantle your shabby academy." Flanders merely laughed, his expression filled with disdain. "Go ahead, but let me remind you, Soto City is the domain of the Spear Hall. If you wish to challenge me, you must first consult the Cardinal." He paused for effect, then delivered a piercing remark. "Even if you were to destroy this place, it would not alter the fact that you are a useless individual. I can assure you, 20 years from now, every student present will become someone you can only look up to, while you will forever remain a mere shadow of your father's protection, living a life of insignificance." Such venomous words. It was as if the embodiment of a top-tier manipulator had taken over him. Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself, trembling with rage, her eyes reddening as she glared at Flanders, practically wishing to devour him whole. Yet Flanders stood there, hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing her. A single tear fell, followed by a deluge of sorrow as Ning Rongrong burst into tears, her cries heart-wrenching. Xiao Wu rushed to console her, while Flanders, having achieved his objective, turned away without a second glance. Dai Mubai, aware that the dean was imparting a lesson, disregarded the scene and instead approached me, snatching a chicken leg from my bag. "Xiao Yuan, you never share your treats." I chuckled and handed over the food, seeing that I was no longer involved. I took Qing's hand for a stroll by the academy's small lake. Under the moonlight, we were engrossed in our affection. I inquired how she had managed to sneak out of the Star Dou Forest. She nestled into my embrace, affectionately rubbing against my chest, her voice laced with mischief. "Woo, it's because DaiYuan never comes to find me. I missed you so much." My heart softened as I stroked her hair, apologizing. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and asked then, "Could DaiYuan kiss me?" I was taken aback. Where did you learn that from?" "The king of all demons bought clothes for the master and brought back some books from the human world. I read that only those who like each other can kiss." "Does Qing like DaiYuan? Does DaiYuan like Qing?" Goodness, was this the legendary, pure-hearted warrior succumbing to her own words? I quickly nodded, of course. "DaiYuan likes Qing." She erupted with joy in my embrace, exclaiming, "Then we can kiss." I smiled, glancing up at the moon, and emulating the artistic youth, remarked, "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." She responded with a curious "huh?" just as I leaned down to kiss her. As our lips met, everything was conveyed without words. The next morning, we were once again gathered at the training grounds. The most striking figure was Ning Rongrong, who, against all odds, had not left. Sporting dark circles under her eyes, her gaze was as stubborn as a little bull, resolutely fixed on Flanders, determined to prove she was not useless. Oscar, the ever-adoring admirer, rushed over with a pile of recovery sausages. "Here, eat these to recover." Yet, Ning Rongrong didn't even glance at them, swatting them to the ground. "I don't need this." However, as soon as she finished speaking, dizziness overcame her, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to fall. Oscar, quick on his feet, Caught her just in time. Flanders strolled over leisurely, looking down at her, and resumed his harsh, tongue-lashing. You should eat little Oscar sausages, otherwise you will become a burden to the entire team. Old man, I am not a burden, she retorted defiantly. Flanders smirked coldly. Do you honestly believe that you can unleash even a fraction of the 7 treasures Glazed Tower's power in your current state? Even the strongest auxiliary spirit must be wielded by a capable user. If you're nothing but a facade of strength, possessing a top-tier spirit makes you just as worthless. Once again, the word worthless crushed Ning Rongrong's pride into the ground. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire area. With red-rimmed eyes, she bit her lip, suppressing her tears. She gazed at the pile of sausages on the ground, and to everyone's astonishment, she bent down, disregarding her dignity, and devoured them ravenously. We were all stunned. Was this truly the proud young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? She ate so quickly that she choked several times, and when Oscar attempted to assist, she shoved them away, determined to finish every last sausage. Soon, a vibrant aura emanated from her, and she instantly regained her vitality. Wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, she produced a small bag of gold soul coins and tossed it to Oscar, coldly stating, "Thank you for your sausages. This is your reward." This lady never accepts food for free. This young lady was becoming quite intriguing. Once she had composed herself, Flanders led us into Soto City, heading straight for a Grand Soul fighting arena. Along the way, Dai Mubai began to enlighten us about the rankings of soul fights, ranging from the lowest Iron Soul to the highest Diamond Soul, all earned through competitions to accumulate points for advancement. Flanders set a clear objective before graduation. Each of you must obtain a Silver Soul badge. Xiao Wu found it quite simple, but Dai Mubai doused her enthusiasm with cold water, revealing that he had started fighting at level 29 and had participated in 56 matches with a record of 29 wins and 27 losses, only just scraping by. Instantly, we all felt a wave of trepidation. If even a genius like Dai Mubai struggled, what chance did we have? Fortunately, Flinder elucidated that Dai Mubai had just been promoted to Soul Master, and the system matched him with opponents 5 or 6 levels higher, akin to a novice stepping directly into the realm of top-tier experts. Thus, it was only natural for his performance to be lackluster. With this explanation, we felt somewhat reassured. Soon, we arrived at the Great Soul Arena, where the fervent cheers from outside ignited our spirits. After paying the registration fee, we acquired our Iron Soul badge. Flinder informed us that upon reaching the gold rank, we would also earn our unique titles. We entered the waiting room, and it wasn't long before Dai Mubai returned from his match victorious, albeit narrowly. As soon as he arrived, the announcement blared, "Contestant number 35, please proceed to Battle Area 5. Upon hearing this, I stood up and walked out. Chioer promptly followed me to the door, her eyes brimming with affection and encouragement. "DaiYuan, you can do it." I smiled and tousled her hair. Dai Mubai approached and put his arm around my shoulder. "Xiao Yuan, I've staked my entire fortune of over 10,000 gold soul coins on you. You must win." I chuckled in response, with Brother Mubai's trust in me. "I shall not let you down." As I stepped out of the waiting room, I became the center of attention. The audience erupted, with half the girls exclaiming how handsome I was, while the other half of the men shouted, "What a kid. Don't make him cry and go looking for his mother." I couldn't be bothered with their remarks. The referee on the stage, upon reviewing my profile, nearly bulged his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling. "You're truly just 12 years old and already at level 35? I nodded reassuringly. The match commenced swiftly, and my opponent was a 32-level Soul Master. As the referee signaled the start, the man bellowed as he summoned his martial spirit, the Qingyun Blade. I took a step forward, employing the Xing character maneuver, and instantly appeared at his side. In the next moment, I clenched my right fist and struck at his ribs. A muffled grunt escaped him, his expression froze. Eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. Throughout the encounter, I hadn't even activated a soul ring. The audience was bewildered, only seeing my figure flicker before my opponent fell. Instantly, the arena erupted with accusations of cheating. The referee, with a grave expression, rushed over, conducted an inspection, and then looked up in shock. Unleashing his soul power as 6 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 3 purple, rose around him. The overwhelming pressure of a soul emperor silenced the crowd. He bellowed, "Silence." After my examination, this contestant has not employed any cheating methods. The victor of this match is contestant number 35. After declaring the result, he turned to me, his gaze filled with admiration. "Your strength is remarkable. Would you like to continue fighting?" Consecutive victories yield substantial point rewards. Naturally, I opted to proceed. Meanwhile, Flender, that crafty old fox, had slyly made his way to the betting table. Can you guess what he did? He pulled out 100,000 gold soul coins and wagered them all on my 10 consecutive victories, startling the attendant. It turned out that the manager of the arena, Victor, was an old friend of his, a hefty fellow. Victor was taken aback. Is the Iron Rooster really willing to pluck all its feathers today? Flender chuckled, who knows? Perhaps after tonight, I shall be a millionaire. He dragged Victor to the VIP box to watch my match. At this time, my second battle commenced. My opponent was a slender, masked figure, clearly a practitioner of assassination, exuding an aura of darkness. As the match began, he transformed into a shadow, rushing towards me with incredible speed. In the midst of his movement, one of his soul rings glowed, and his figure suddenly vanished. My eyes narrowed as I activated the Holy Emperor's heavy pupils. To me, his invisibility was akin to running naked. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind me, wielding a silver dagger infused with murderous intent, aimed straight at my neck. He hissed in my ear, and my brow furrowed. This man harbored lethal intent. I remained stationary, feigning ignorance. Just as his dagger was about to pierce me, my right hand struck like lightning, grasping his wrist mid-air. With his momentum, I hurled him forward. With a crash, the masked man was slammed to the ground, lying on his back. But that was not the end. Having sensed his murderous aura, I refused to show him mercy. Not granting him a moment to react, I lifted my foot and brutally kicked down on his captured right arm. A piercing scream echoed, revealing that it was a woman. At that moment, her elbow was shattered, her forearm twisted at an unnatural angle, a grotesque sight that made one's heart tremble. I assure you, I felt no sympathy. I merely gazed coldly at her. I asked, "We have no grievances or grudges, so why resort to lethal force?" To my surprise, she remained defiant, glaring at me with eyes that seemed intent on engraving my visage into her very DNA. Amused, I warned her not to harbor thoughts of revenge and to relay a message to those behind her to retreat at once. Otherwise, next time, it would not merely be a broken arm. Displeased with her presence, I delivered another kick, simple yet brutal. With a thunderous crash, she was propelled into the granite wall of the arena, rendering her unconscious. Immediately, a team of staff in white rushed out, akin to archaeologists, struggling to extract her from the wall. After a thorough inspection, they signaled to the referee. The referee then shouted at the top of his lungs, "The winner of this match is contestant number 35. Congratulations to contestant number 35 for obtaining the title of Dual Crown Champion." I tell you, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers, akin to a tsunami. Of course, many uninitiated individuals murmured that this must surely be a rigged match, as I had not activated my martial spirit throughout the battle and won too easily. However, those who understood the true nature of the competition turned pale, recognizing that my displayed strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, in an upstairs VIP box, a middle-aged gentleman could no longer contain himself. He scrutinized me for a long while, shaking his head and muttering, "What a monster! Even a level 36 Qinyan could not withstand a single strike." He then turned to a subordinate clad in black behind him and instructed, "Go, arrange for Guanglong to take the stage. I wish to see just where this kid's limits lie." Just as I secured my victory, the gambling house went into a frenzy. A throng of people rushed to the counter to place bets on my win. I bet on contestant 35 for the Triple Crown, 100 gold soul coins. I bet on the Quadruple Crown, 200. Those who understood the odds were ecstatic, with some even betting on my achieving a 10-crown win at a staggering 50-1. These gamblers, with desperation in their eyes, were counting on me to make them rich overnight. However, just as they were getting carried away, the audience suddenly erupted in gasps. "It's Guanglong. The 5-crown champion Guanglong is entering the arena." At this announcement, the gamblers poised to place their bets froze mid-action. Those who had already wagered turned pale, their faces drained of color, as if their souls had departed, staring at me with expressions that suggested they wished to devour me whole. The referee, unable to bear it any longer, approached me quietly and said, "Brother, the opponent is the 5-crown champion, Guanglong, level 39, with a top-tier martial spirit, the Blazing Lion. You can still concede if you wish." I inquired, "Level 39? Blazing Lion?" The referee nodded, explaining that although it was against the rules, Guanglong's information was no longer a secret. I clasped my fists in gratitude. The man named Guanglong sported a slick back and bulging muscles resembling a small mountain. He approached me, delivering a menacing warning, "Kid, kneel and concede now, and you might only need to rest in bed for half a year." I assure you, the arena fell silent, all eyes fixed on me, awaiting my decision. What was my response? I merely smiled, then addressed the entire audience with a calm demeanor, stating, "I choose to continue." Suddenly, the referee, seemingly infused with energy, bellowed, "This newly crowned two-time champion chooses to challenge Guanglong." The entire arena erupted with excitement. Shouts of admiration rang out, proclaiming my prowess, and my friends rallied behind me, regardless of the outcome. The match commenced, and without hesitation, Guanglong unleashed his martial spirit, igniting his body in a blaze of fiery crimson. His claws gleamed darkly as 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings ascended, exuding a formidable aura. Then it was my turn to showcase my abilities. With a flick of my toes, I vanished from my spot. The audience's adrenaline surged at my sudden disappearance. Guanglong was prepared, activating his first soul skill, Flame Shield, enveloping himself in a towering inferno. In the next moment, I materialized to his left and delivered a powerful punch. The sound of the impact echoed like thunder. He attempted to block with his arm, but the sheer force reverberated through his body and into the ground beneath him. The granite floor shattered under his feet, and he appeared bewildered, surely questioning how a mere 12-year-old could possess such strength. Did he have time to react? No. A flash of white light followed as my right fist struck again. Panic overtook him. He had initially presumed my attack was a soul skill, but witnessing my seamless execution, he must have been internally screaming, "This is not a soul skill. What manner of creature is this?" Desperation set in, and he unleashed his ultimate attack, the third soul skill, Lion King's Roar. A colossal lion's head phantom charged at me, its sonic waves nearly shattering my eardrums. Propelling me into the air, I had become a living target. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed his second soul skill, Lion King's Meteor Wave. A deluge of fireballs rained down upon me like a meteor shower. Those who had wagered on my victory turned pale, their hopes shattered, witnessing me engulfed in flames. Plummeting like a discarded sack from the sky, everyone assumed I had met my end. Yet, from within the flames emerged a voice, impressive power, but alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Clad in resplendent white armor adorned with golden patterns and donning a fearsome tiger mask, I emerged unscathed from the inferno. In the blink of an eye, I appeared before Guanglong and delivered a punch directly to his chest. The sound of shattering bones resonated throughout the arena. Guanglong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall, leaving an imprint that would not easily be erased. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The spectators were frozen in disbelief, while the referee, pale as a ghost, trembled as he pointed at me, unable to articulate a single word. After several moments, a solitary clap broke the stillness, soon followed by a thunderous ovation that reverberated through the entire arena. Those who had once doubted me were now elated, their earlier despair transformed into exuberant joy, clutching their tickets and weeping like children. In a private box, the chief executive inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with excitement, issuing orders to replace all of number 35's upcoming opponents with those of level 39. Meanwhile, our dean, Flander, gazed at his betting slip. A broad smile etched across his face, having won 5 million. The subsequent matches proved even more thrilling. My fourth opponent, a middle-aged man wielding a long sword, appeared unassuming, yet exuded an aura of unity with the heavens. We shared an unspoken understanding. At the outset of our duel, neither of us utilized soul skills, engaging purely in a clash of blades. The arena became a dazzling display of flashing steel, sparks flying with every strike. Suddenly, the elder halted, looking at me and imparting a profound revelation. Your sword technique is fierce, yet relies solely on brute force, lacking the comprehension of its essence. His words struck me like a bolt of lightning. I believed I had reached a plateau in my swordsmanship. The flaw lay in my approach. Just as I contemplated seeking his wisdom, his soul power erupted, 2 yellow and 1 purple, revealing him to be a level 39 soul master. In an instant, he vanished, and a gray sword shadow appeared before me, accompanied by his voice. Every weapon possesses its own essence. Learn to feel it and communicate with it. With that, I received a deep cut to my chest, sending me sprawling. However, he refrained from pursuing me, standing still. I coughed up blood, yet my wounds shimmered with golden light, and the pain dissipated as I restored myself to full health. I bowed deeply, expressing my gratitude. Your guidance has been invaluable. The elder, witnessing my extraordinary recovery, offered a wry smile, remarking, "You're truly a monster." I chuckled softly. It was now my turn. As I summoned my soul power, a resounding hum echoed, and 3 soul rings, 2 purple and 1 black, rose from my feet. In that moment, the arena erupted in chaos. The shrieks of astonishment nearly tore the roof asunder. The expressions of the audience mirrored that of a subway commuter encountering an elderly person engrossed in a phone, eyes wide in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. I activated my 3rd soul skill, Divine Emperor's Transformation. My attributes surged by 50%, overwhelming the elder with an immense pressure. His attempts to strike were rendered sluggish in my perception. In a flurry of motion, I left a series of afterimages and imprints around him, forcing him into a defensive stance. Finally, I came to a halt. He sighed deeply. Truly a monster. Even with flaws in your swordsmanship, you remain invincible among peers. I concede. The following matches were devoid of suspense, as I effortlessly overpowered my opponents, allowing them to display their skills before decisively defeating them. Before I realized it, the sun was directly overhead, and the referee, nearly losing his voice with excitement, announced, "I declare contestant number 35 the new 10-time champion." The deafening cheers erupted once more. I, however, shook my head, signaling my intent to withdraw. The referee, flustered, insisted, "You could easily become a 100-time champion." I simply smiled and replied, "I came here merely to enjoy the scenery. I've had my fill and now must take my leave." Amidst the crowd's pleas for me to stay, I waved my sleeve and departed in humility, shunning fame and glory. Upon returning to the waiting room, I found only Flander present. His earlier jovial demeanor vanished, replaced by a stern expression as he fixed his gaze upon me. "Speak, what is your true purpose for coming to Shrek? What does the Prince of the Spirit Hall seek in our humble abode?" Observing his anxious demeanor, I opted for candor. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards Shrek. However, the reason for my visit cannot be disclosed." "What grounds do I have to trust you?" he retorted, growing increasingly agitated. I interrupted, narrowing my eyes. "What else can you do but trust me? As Rong stated, you are merely a lowly soul saint. If I truly intended to obliterate your academy, would I require such dialogue?" His countenance darkened, unable to refute my words, ultimately exhaling a heavy sigh. "I hope you uphold your promise." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Tang San, supporting Xiao Wu, who limped into the room, informing us that they had nearly lost to a pair of twins adept in martial spirit fusion techniques. Flander hurriedly approached to enlighten them. Shortly after, everyone returned, exhausted and weary. Only Wang Qiu'er, despite her fatigue, leaned against my shoulder, appearing adorably drowsy. I playfully tapped her smooth forehead, eliciting a soft murmur from her. Smiling, I tightened my embrace, saying, "You must be hungry. Come, let me treat you to a grand feast." Yay! At the mention of food, she instantly revived. I exchanged farewells with Flander, who scolded Xiao Wu and her companions for their incessant craving for food, chiding, "When will you ever possess half the strength of Dai Yuan before discussing terms with me?" We ventured to the city's premier establishment, Qingyu. Let me tell you, the prices there are exorbitant, unattainable for an average individual, even in a lifetime. The last time I brought Qiu'er here, I spent over 10,000 Jin Hun coins in one meal. As soon as we stepped through the door, the manager rushed over to greet us as if he were seeing a long-lost father. He led us to an exceptionally quiet private room. With a casual wave of my hand, I instructed him without even glancing at the menu, saying, "Just bring us everything on the list. We need a little something to tide us over." The manager's flattery was simply extravagant. He claimed that I would surely become a person of great significance in the future. I waved him off, urging him to leave us be. As soon as the dishes arrived, their aroma was so enticing that my mouth nearly watered. Yet before I could even touch my chopsticks, the door was abruptly flung open. To my astonishment, a grinning middle-aged man entered without knocking, looking harmless enough. However, as I activated my Sheng Huang heavy pupil, I immediately sensed something was amiss. The data before me became garbled. I couldn't discern his level at all. My heart sank. This man was at least a 95-level super Douluo. Cold sweat broke out instantly, and I quickly pulled Qiu'er behind me, clenching my fist while trying to maintain an air of calmness. I asked him, "Do you need something, sir?" To my surprise, he pretended to be oblivious, saying, "How do you know I was looking for you? Can't I merely be the manager here?" I let out a cold laugh, replying, "A titled Douluo coming here to be a manager? What kind of new Dragon King's son-in-law script is this?" Upon hearing my words, his eyes glimmered with understanding. It was clear that he could no longer maintain his facade. Just as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room thickened, and an emerald soul power enveloped us entirely. He introduced himself as Zhang Yuan, the manager of this establishment, as well as a shareholder of the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Internally, a storm of thoughts surged. Such an identity was anything but ordinary. Protecting Qiu'er, I coldly remarked, "So, Manager Zhang, you're not here simply to service our meal, are you?" He smiled, suggesting that if I were to join them, he would personally act as my protector. I countered with feigned curiosity, "Oh, is Qingyu Xian still hiring errand runners?" He dropped the pretense, saying, "Little brother, you understand my meaning." At that moment, Qiu'er squeezed my palm, and when I turned to look at her, she nodded in assurance. I felt a sense of certainty and smirked. "All right then, enlighten me about your organization." Noticing my change in attitude, he appeared slightly surprised before slowly uttering, "Sheng Ling Jiao." My mind went blank for a moment. Those familiar with the situation would understand. This was the infamous villainous organization. Suppressing my astonishment, I feigned curiosity, asking, "Oh, I would like to hear more." He began spinning a grand tale, claiming they recruited extraordinary talents from all over the world, offering a refuge for soul masters who were not accepted by society. I inwardly scoffed, realizing this was merely a den for evil soul masters. I deliberately inquired, "And what if I refuse?" His eyes narrowed, and the pressure in the room intensified, bearing down upon us. Strangely enough, despite its weight, there was no murderous intent. Just as Qiu'er and I began to channel our soul power to resist, a commanding voice boomed. "A 96-level title of bullying 2 children? What a disgrace." As the words left his lips, the space beside us was torn open, revealing a strikingly handsome man with black hair, exuding an aura that seemed to reach 2 meters and 8 centimeters. The moment he appeared, Zhang Yuan's soul power dissipated entirely. The color drained from Zhang's face. He had just been acting as a formidable figure, now reduced to a quivering quail, stammering, "You're not human, are you?" It was evident that his martial soul was quite impressive. The black-haired man squinted, stating, "Since you've discovered my identity, you no longer need to live." He prepared to strike, and I thought to myself, "This is it. They're going to eliminate us?" Just then, Qiu'er shouted, "DaiYuan, stop." The man named DaiYuan halted his movements, and the darkness in the room dissipated. I turned to see Zhang Yuan collapsed in a corner, utterly spent. DaiYuan glanced at Qiu'er behind me, then back at me, his expression a complex mix of surprise and realization. He clearly had not expected me to have a soul beast supporting me. As I assessed the situation, with DaiYuan present, I felt an overwhelming sense of security. I straightened my posture and took charge, stating, "Let us cut the nonsense. What exactly do you want from me? If you don't clarify today, you won't be leaving this door." DaiYuan's arrival had bolstered my confidence immensely. Zhang Yuan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, stood up, gazing at DaiYuan with a look of reverence. He laid his cards on the table, explaining that there were internal divisions within Sheng Ling Jiao, and he was part of the reformist faction. He had set his sights on me, believing I could be the X factor to break the deadlock. Otherwise, the entire sect would perish within 5 years. Listening intently, I began to calculate my options. The risk was tremendous, yet so were the opportunities. At that moment, DaiYuan had positioned himself protectively behind Qiu'er, resembling a concerned father, staring intently at her. Qiu'er stuck out her tongue at him, only to be met with a more intense glare. After careful consideration, I took a deep breath and addressed Zhang Yuan. "All right, I accept your offer. I swear by my martial soul that I will lead Sheng Ling Jiao down the righteous path." With that, I performed a ritual, dripping blood onto the hide of a soul beast. To my astonishment, 2 patterns emerged on the parchment, one of my white tiger, and the other of a blazing divine bird, twin martial souls. The 2 esteemed figures present, DaiYuan and Zhang Yuan, looked as if their eyes would pop out. Qiu'er, curious, asked, "DaiYuan, you're a white tiger, but what else with the bird?" I chuckled and patted her head, saying, "I'll explain later." At that moment, DaiYuan cleared his throat, his jealousy nearly palpable. Zhang Yuan, seeing my talent, turned red with excitement and immediately produced a token, declaring, "From today onward, you are the holy son of Sheng Ling Jiao." To top it off, this token was an 8th-level soul guiding device, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 97-level title Douluo. It was an incredibly valuable gift for a first meeting, signaling their utmost sincerity. I promptly declared, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I will not let you down." Zhang Yuan was overjoyed and promptly arranged for us to be moved to the most luxurious private room, presenting us with a royal menu and a century-old fine wine. I casually invited DTN, Beast God, since you're here, why not indulge in some earthly delicacies? Initially, he feigned disinterest, dismissing the food as cold and unappetizing. However, as I anticipated, no one could escape the allure of deliciousness. Before long, the entire establishment echoed with his boisterous exclamations. Hurry, bring more. I want to rest until I'm intoxicated with my brother Zhang today. The following day, upon returning to the academy, I concluded my morning training and stopped by Oscar Estall to claim his business. He informed me that Tang San and Dai Mubai had become frantic in their training, viewing me as their target ever since they learned of my 10 championship titles at the Grand Seoul Arena. This made me feel a tad embarrassed. I had never been a top student in my previous life, yet here I was inadvertently becoming one. I brought breakfast to Chioer, who was in a foul mood, howling in her room and refusing to get up. I resorted to tempting her with food, warning her that if she didn't rise, I would devour it all myself. No sooner had I spoken than she burst out, her hair a wild mess, snatching the bun from my hand and stuffing it into her mouth. We sat on the lawn, her eating voraciously while I took out a comb, providing a comforting service by helping her detangle her hair. I inquired about her conversation with DTN the previous night, and she replied that he had merely urged her to return. However, in the end, she had argued her case and secured an additional 3 months of leave. After hearing this, I made up my mind. I would accompany her to the Star Dou Great Forest. Upon hearing my plan, Chioer became excited, yet slightly worried, recalling the dangers of her previous encounter. I chuckled, reassuring her that was then. This time, I'm going to negotiate a partnership. There is no reason for her to act against someone who could bring long-term benefits. As we enjoyed our peaceful time together, a significant figure arrived at the academy. In the office of the principal, Flender, a white-haired, middle-aged man entered, none other than Tang San's teacher, Yu Xiaojing. Fulunda introduced this batch of students, describing them as formidable little monsters with impressive backgrounds. But he particularly pointed out one individual, stating that there was a student we need not concern ourselves with, for he had already distanced himself from our educational system. That individual is me. Flanda extolled my virtues, proclaiming that I had achieved 10 championships by the age of 35, and even the average Soul Emperor might struggle to defeat me. Yu Xiaojing was left in utter disbelief, his mind in a daze, and could only exclaim in wonder that my esteemed master possessed not only remarkable talent, but also an astute eye for selecting disciples. After a while, the Academy's broadcast announced that all students should gather at the training grounds. Tang San and Dai Mubai, drenched in sweat, hurriedly made their way back to the dormitory upon hearing the announcement. By the time we arrived at the training grounds, most of the students were already assembled. Ma Ongjun, upon seeing Chioer, trembled in fear. I urged Chioer to glare at him, and he promptly hid behind Oscar, which was quite amusing. Then Yu Xiaojing appeared, immediately asserting his authority by dismissing Flanda and taking charge as the chief instructor. He instructed everyone to demonstrate their soul skills one by one for his critique. Tang San was the first to showcase his abilities, but was met with harsh criticism. Naturally, Chioer and I enjoyed the privilege of observing from the sidelines. At noon, Zhang Yuan sent me a message, and I decided to slip away with Chioer. Just as we departed, chaos erupted on their end. Yu Xiaojing mandated that training would continue in the afternoon, prompting Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu to complain vociferously. Xiao Wu even voiced her grievances to Tang San, questioning the unfairness of his double standards. Why was she allowed to leave while they were subjected to such strictness? On that day, Tang San seemed unusually irritable. Perhaps due to exhaustion and mounting pressure, he exploded in anger, shouting at Xiao Wu that if she couldn't endure this minor hardship, how could she aspire to be a soul master? Xiao Wu was taken aback by his outburst, tears streaming down her face as she fled. Ning Rongrong, already seething with anger, couldn't bear to see her friend mistreated and confronted Tang San, declaring that he was lacking in both ability and temperament, not even comparable to a fraction of DaiYuan's worth. Tang San was incensed by her words. His eyes reddened with rage as he clenched his fists, ready to retaliate against Ning Rongrong. Dai Mubai attempted to mediate, but was met with Ning Rongrong's scorn, who dismissed him as a frivolous playboy, leaving him utterly speechless. As Tang San prepared to act, Oscar quickly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, urging Tang San to regain his composure. While Ning Rongrong's words may have been unkind, they do not justify violence. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun stood beside Oscar, signaling his support for his friend. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly joined Ning Rongrong, her expression cold as she faced Tang San. The situation escalated to a 3-on-1 standoff, and the tension was palpable. Tang San surveyed the scene, remaining silent as he glanced at Ning Rongrong, who was concealed behind Oscar, before turning to leave. However, Ning Rongrong, with her characteristic stubbornness, couldn't resist uttering, "Humph, coward." Just as those words left her lips, a silver flash whizzed past her face, embedding itself into the trunk of a nearby tree with a chilling gleam. It was a flying arrow. Startled, Ning Rongrong gasped in shock, trembling as she touched her face to confirm she was unharmed. When she looked up, Tang San was already a distance away, leaving behind a figure filled with resentment and apprehension. Oscar rushed to comfort her, and while Ning Rongrong appeared calm, she simply stated, "I'm fine, thank you," before expressing her gratitude to Zhu Zhuqing and departing. Watching the retreating figure of the goddess, Oscar felt a profound sense of loss. Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his amusement, remarked, "Oh dear, it seems my brother Oscar's springtime has arrived, though it appears this spring is disinterested in you." Meanwhile, I was enjoying a sumptuous meal with Wang Qiu'er at Qingyuxian. The astute manager, Zhang Yuan, had graciously invited us to dine in the finest private room. Zhang Yuan, with his characteristic charm, inquired with a smile, "Has the esteemed DaiYuan not come today?" At this moment, Wang Qiu'er had shed her previously demure demeanor, radiating confidence as she replied, "DaiYuan had matters to attend to, but left a mark on me. Is there something you wish to convey to him?" The underlying message was clear: speak directly without beating around the bush. Zhang Yuan chuckled, raising his glass in a toast to Wang Qiu'er, expressing his gratitude for the enlightening conversation he had shared with DaiYuan the previous day, remarking on his unparalleled stature on the continent. Observing their subtle exchange, I interjected, "Surely, Manager Zhang did not summon us solely for a meal?" "Of course not entirely," Zhang Yuan replied, his expression turning serious. "Holy Son, now that you have joined our sect, I must take you back to the branch soon. The elders wish to meet you." "When shall we depart?" I inquired. "In a month. Is that convenient for you?" I glanced at Wang Qiu'er and nodded. "A month is ample time for me to settle matters here." "Ha ha ha. The Holy Son is truly forthright," Zhang Yuan exclaimed, overjoyed, insisting I call him Zhang Shu instead of manager. And I reciprocated by asking him to refer to me as DaiYuan. Our meal concluded with a delightful atmosphere of camaraderie. After dining, I held Wang Qiu'er's hand as we strolled down the street, her head resting on my shoulder as she expressed her concern. "DaiYuan, are you truly going to that branch?" At such a moment, unnecessary words felt superfluous. I embraced her waist and gently kissed her forehead, reassuringly whispering, "Do not worry. I have everything under control. Even if unforeseen circumstances arise, I will ensure my safety." To my surprise, her eyes glistened with tears as she lamented, "In just a month, we will be apart. I will miss you dearly." Caught off guard, I ignored the gazes of passers-by, lifted her chin, and kissed her passionately. After a prolonged moment, I held her close and murmured in her ear, "I will grow stronger, and when the time comes, we shall no longer be separated. Will you wait for me?" "Yes." She nodded gently in my embrace, a sweet smile illuminating her face. After wandering through the food street for a while, we prepared to return to the academy when, to my astonishment, I spotted Xiao Wu. She was crouched in a dark corner, burying her face in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Upon noticing us, her cries ceased. DaiYuan, Wang Qiu'er, what are you doing here?" I exchanged a glance with Qiu'er, who understood my intent, and immediately approached Xiao Wu to offer comfort. I stood by, waiting. After a while, their conversation concluded, but Qiu'er's expression was cold, as though she had lost a fortune. Without needing to ask, I knew it was related to Tang San's earlier outburst. What to be done? We first needed to satisfy our hunger. I activated my spending prowess, treating the two of them to a lavish feast in the food street, disregarding the prices. In no time, Xiao Wu was filled and her mood had improved significantly. On our way back to the academy, Qiu'er and I engaged her in light-hearted conversation to lift her spirits. As we neared the academy entrance, we encountered a statue of Tang San. To my astonishment, he had been standing in the glaring sun for an indeterminate time, his gaze vacant. When I approached him, he failed to react. I tapped his shoulder. "Tang San, Tang San." He turned with a dazed expression. DaiYuan, you're back." Just as he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed. I swiftly caught him, while Xiao Wu's scream pierced the air. "Xiao San." When Tang San finally regained consciousness, he found himself in the infirmary, with Master Yu Xiaojiang watching over him with an expression of concern. The first thing Tang San uttered upon waking was, "Where is Xiao Wu?" Sighing, Yu Xiaojing called for Xiao Wu to enter. Upon seeing her tear-streaked face, Tang Xin struggled to rise, but his weakness rendered him powerless. And tears streamed down his cheeks as he whispered, "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry." Then came the quintessential idol drama scene, where Xiao Wu tearfully exclaimed that Tang San had never treated her in such a manner. Tang San desperately reached out to her, and although she initially attempted to evade him, she ultimately extended her hand. The two clasped hands, with Tang San solemnly promising it would be the last time, to which Xiao Wu lowered her head and responded with a soft acknowledgement, signifying her forgiveness. Well, young love, I thought, was not something I wished to entangle myself with. 2 days later, the master summoned all of us to the training ground, his countenance as dark as a pot's bottom. He immediately berated Tang San and Ning Rongrong, chastising the former for his despicable behavior and calling the latter a frog at the bottom of a well, his words sharp as daggers. Ning Rongrong trembled with indignation, yet dared not utter a sound. After the scolding, the master proceeded to unveil a cloth, revealing 9 large baskets filled with black stones, each labeled with our names. These were Mo Yin stones, 10 times denser than granite, capable of disrupting the flow of soul power. You will carry them from the academy to Suatawa City and back 10 times. I advise you not to use your soul power, or you shall bear the consequences. What a punishment this was! Ma Hongjun glared at Tang San and Ning Rongrong with fiery eyes. Ning Rongrong, with her petite frame, struggled under the weight, swaying unsteadily. Instinctively, she attempted to stabilize herself using soul power, only to find the stones becoming even heavier. Oscar rushed to assist, but the two seemed trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. As for Tang San, he stood there, fully aware of the stone's properties, silent and unmoving. I shook my head in dismay. The master had intended to offer him a chance to redeem himself in front of everyone, yet he chose to give up entirely. I had no choice but to step in. I approached and easily lifted the basket off Ning Rongrong's back, taking the opportunity to enlighten everyone. These Mo stones adjust their weight according to soul power. The more soul power you use, the heavier they become. Do you understand? The master watched from the side, his eyes filled with disappointment as he shook his head and muttered, "Indeed, still too young." Thus, we embarked on this grueling weighted run. Let me tell you, aside from myself and Wang Qiu'er, the others were in utter agony. I carried the heaviest load, a basket much larger than the others. Yet to me, it felt as light as a backpack, a pleasant burden. Along the way, a sound echoed in my mind. Ding! Host has been in contact with the child of the plane for 24 hours, triggering a side quest. Option 1. Assist the child of the plane in restoring their reputation. Completion rewards a spiritual treasure. Option 2. Remain indifferent as the child of the plane's reputation deteriorates, gradually succumbing to darkness. Completion rewards an increase of 200 years to the host's soul ring lifespan. Without a moment's hesitation, I silently chose the second option. Wasn't it far more entertaining to witness his descent into darkness? Besides, with my external aid, if he could manage a comeback, I might as well abandon my role as the protagonist and become a factory worker instead. After completing the 6th round trip, both Ning Rongrong and Oscar were nearing exhaustion. Their eyes glazed over. Tang San, meanwhile, occasionally assisted Xiao Wu while ignoring everyone else. Unable to bear it, I sent my dear Qiu'er to help Ning Rongrong and took half of the stones from Oscar's basket, pouring them into my own. Oscar was so moved he could barely speak. When the sun had fully set, we finally returned to the academy's entrance. The master and Dean Flander awaited us there. Yu Xiaojing began with a motivational speech, claiming that the purpose was not to punish us, but to foster mutual support. He then privately called Tang San over, demanding to know why he had not assisted Oscar and the others. Tang San remained silent, his head bowed, which infuriated Yu Xiaojing, who implored him to reflect on his actions. That evening, Ning Rongrong and Oscar brought a bounty of delicious food to express their gratitude to Qiu'er and me. Seeing that it would be dull for just the 4 of us to feast, I decided to share my treasured 10-year-old Baiwa wine, and asked Oscar to invite everyone for a gathering. Before long, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the 2 food lovers, rushed over, drawn by the aroma. The dining hall erupted into a lively scene, with Xiao Wu and Oscar nearly quarreling over chicken leg, while Dai Mubai clung to a bottle of wine. The table was filled with laughter and merriment, except for Tang San, who sat alone in a corner, silently consuming his food, as if separated from us by an entire world. No one approached him save for Xiao Wu. At that moment, another notification chimed in my mind. Ding! Tang San's current corruption value stands at 30%. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, and all soul ring lifespans have been increased by 200 years. I raised my glass, glancing at Tang San in the distance, a smirk creeping onto my lips. A question surfaced in my mind. How had I, having done nothing, begun to resemble a villain? As night deepened, everyone returned to their dormitories in groups. Dai Mubai, tipsy, leaned against me, mumbling about how wonderful my Baiwa wine was. Fueled by the drink, he poured out his grievances, revealing that his father, the Star Luo Emperor, had designated him as the heir to curry favor with the Spirit Hall, wishing for him to marry Zhu Zhuqing as a means to stabilize the situation. In a fit of rage, he had run away to this place. With reddened eyes, he declared, I must grow stronger. I shall personally unveil the ugly facade of the Spirit Hall and demonstrate to my father how foolish his decisions have been. Afterward, he slumped against my shoulder and fell asleep like a deflated balloon. I dragged him back to the dormitory, finding Ma Hongjun and Oscar sprawled on the floor, fast asleep, while Tang San lay sideways on the upper bunk, seemingly unaware of whether he was asleep or not. I tossed the inebriated ones onto their respective beds, tucked them in, and cast one last glance at this dormitory, which we had not occupied for long, before stepping out. With a creak, we stealthily slipped out of the girls' dormitory like thieves. Wang Qiu'er had been waiting outside, and as I grasped her hand, I was taken aback by how cold it felt. I inquired whether the drunken souls inside were sleeping soundly. Qiu'er chuckled. Not only are they sleeping soundly, but even the icy beauty Zhu Zhuqing drinks fiercely. The three of them are already completely inebriated and out cold. We wasted no time and headed straight to Dean Flanders' office. Upon seeing us, his face lit up with delight, and he quickly handed over 2 graduation certificates while uttering something about the vast sea, allowing fish to leap, and the high sky, permitting birds to fly, wishing us a bright future. I was not in the mood for his drivel, took the certificates, grabbed Qiu'er, and turned to leave. The door slammed shut with a bang, and I could almost envision Flander breathing a sigh of relief, undoubtedly thinking, thank heavens, these 2 calamities have finally left, strolling along the leafy path of the academy. The moonlight cast a charming glow. Qiu'er pouted, lamenting that we had just come out and were already planning to return, expressing her dissatisfaction with the human world. I chuckled, remarking that she was the second person to voice such sentiments to me tonight. Curious, she asked who the first was, and I told her it was Dai Mubai, my unfortunate brother, before recounting his royal troubles. Upon hearing this, Qiu'er's face clouded with concern as she asked if he would become my adversary in the future. What could I say? All I could do was assure her, do not worry. He is ultimately my brother. If it comes to that, I will find a way. Just then, a tall, dark figure glided towards us like a specter. DaiYuan had come to fetch us. To avoid drawing attention, he had transformed into a 10-meter-long black dragon lying on the ground. This was a restrained form. Otherwise, if his true form, hundreds of meters long, lay in Shrek, the red-cloaked Archbishop of the Spirit Hall would immediately sound the alarm. I hesitated, the psychological shadow of being carried like a chick by him still fresh in my mind. In crucial moments, I relied on Qiu'er, who was ever the protector. She directly huffed at DaiYuan. DaiYuan, if you do not allow DaiYuan to ride on your back, we shall walk back ourselves. DaiYuan, visibly frustrated, shot me a glare with his golden vertical pupils, yet ultimately closed his eyes in silent acquiescence. I sighed in relief, grasping Qiu'er's hand as I stepped onto his back, feeling the overwhelming soul power coursing through each scale. My nose tingled, nearly bringing me to tears. This treatment was indeed worlds apart. DaiYuan took off smoothly, especially with his future mistress on his back. Before long, we arrived at the heart of the Qingdou Lane. Peering down, I saw Huan Juan and Qi Wang, the elite soul beasts, gathered by Tianxin Lake for a meeting. As I descended with Qiu'er, Huan Jun's temper flared, and he bellowed at me, kid. I advise you to let go of the Roué show, or I'll make you taste the agony of being skinned alive. Ignoring him, I transitioned from holding hands to interlocking fingers, determined to infuriate him further. With a composed gaze, I addressed the assembly directly. I am here to negotiate a deal with the Yinlong Wang concerning the vital interests of your Soul Beast clan. At my declaration, the crowd fell silent. DaiYuan flicked his head, parting the lake's waters to reveal a corridor leading to the lake's depths. I took Qiu'er's hand and followed him down. Behind us, the Soul Beast chattered incessantly about the treasures I might have brought, while ZG and Huan Juan quarreled, resembling a chaos-filled kindergarten, giving me a headache. Once again at the lake bottom, inhaling the rich, almost palpable essence of the spirit liquid, I could not suppress my astonishment. The sweet, icy voice of the Yin Lone Wang echoed. You truly fear not for your life. I am curious. What do you intend to present for our exchange this time? Shortly thereafter, she emerged from the shadows. My goodness, clad in a flowing white gown, her figure and beauty were beyond any model's capability to capture. An exquisite vision of earthly elegance. Without further ado, I inquired about her recovery. She replied that thanks to my techniques, she had regained some strength. I felt reassured and proclaimed, in that case, I trust that you will find this transaction satisfactory. A smirk graced her lips, her eyes glinting with skepticism. Very well. Let me reveal my trump card. A flash of green light from my ring materialized a transparent crystal vial in my hand, within which a swirling mass of golden liquid pulsed energetically. In an instant, I felt a pressure, laden with lethal intent, crashing upon me like a tsunami. The Yin Lone Wang's expression hardened, her gaze fixated on the vial, her voice as frigid as ice. How did you acquire this? Could I disclose my secret? Absolutely not. I replied, please allow me to keep that confidential for now. Refuse to speak, and you will not leave here alive. The oppressive force bore down upon me like a mountain, causing my bones to creak. Yet I cannot yield. Gritting my teeth, I shut my eyes and shouted back. I am here to negotiate. Should I so desire, I can make this vial of the Golden Dragon King's true blood vanish in an instant. Are you threatening me? She narrowed her eyes, intensifying the pressure, making each breath feel like swallowing blades. Just as I felt myself on the brink of collapse, the pressure receded like the tide. I collapsed onto the ground, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. My friends, I was perilously close to meeting Yama. Chio'er rushed over to help me up, tears brimming in her eyes. The Yin Lone Wang mockingly remarked, what is this? Are you displeased to see me bullying your beloved? Chio'er could only stifle her tears and choke out, I dare not. Once I regained my composure, the Yin Lone Wang finally relented. State your terms. I held up 2 fingers. First, I wish to cultivate here for 1 month. Second, I require your unconditional protection 3 times. The second condition was the true purpose of my perilous endeavor. I needed a formidable guardian, a top-tier resurrection armor. The Yin Lone Wang pondered for a moment before slowly agreeing. Very well, I accept your terms. The deal was struck. I breathed a sigh of relief and handed the crystal vial to Chio'er. This is for you. Absorb it. As she began to absorb the Golden Dragon King's true blood, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the lake's depths, enveloping her in a golden cocoon. The Yin Lone Wang, in a generous gesture, infused her with a 9-colored aura, claiming it as a gift of fortune. With Chio'er taken care of, the Yin Lone Wang beckoned me to follow her. I expected a casual spot at the lake bottom, but she led me into a barrier. Upon entering, the entire world transformed. The energy here transcended mere spirit energy, being the essence of ether, sourced from the divine realm's abyss. The Yin Lone Wang instructed me to cultivate here for a month before vanishing. What could I say? I settled into a lotus position and began my training. Time flew by, and I felt myself undergo profound transformations, my soul power skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. When I opened my eyes again, the system notification chimed. Ding! Host has reached level 40. I quickly checked my panel, astounded to find I had achieved the status of a level 40 Soul Master in just 1 month. The speed of my progress astonished even me. Even more extraordinary was that my second soul ring had darkened, leaping from millennium to 10,000 years. I was far ahead of the curve. While I was still in shock, DaiYuan approached me with a stoic expression. I inquired how long I had been cultivating, and he coldly replied, 1 month. My heart surged with excitement, akin to a tsunami. Just then, a silver light pierced the darkness and landed in my palm, a silver scale radiating 9-colored brilliance. In times of crisis, infuse it with soul power, and I shall come to your aid. 3 times, the voice of the Yin Lone Wang echoed. I gripped the warm scale tightly, feeling a profound sense of security wash over me. My 3 life-saving tokens were secured. As DaiYuan and I approached the lake's surface, I heard a commotion above. Deeming, I want to go back. No. You cannot return. It is too dangerous. I was taken aback. Was that Xiao Wu's voice? She had been captured? DaiYuan emerged from the water, and upon seeing him, Daming, Erming, and Xiao Wu instantly fell silent, all kneeling on one knee. Erming complained that Xiao Wu was adamant about returning to the human world. I strolled out leisurely from behind, smiling at Xiao Wu. What harm is there in letting her return? Upon seeing me, Xiao Wu's eyes nearly bulged from her head as she exclaimed, DaiYuan. She rubbed her large eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming she wasn't dreaming. Her expression was utterly bewildered. I did not give her a chance to question me, and stepped onto Tian's dragon back once more. With a mighty flap of his wings, a gust of wind surged, propelling us into the clouds. This time, he was far less gentle. The wind battered against me like a hammer, yet I was now capable of enduring it. After depositing me in a certain location, Tian vanished. I steadied myself, feeling the surge of soul power within me, now at the level of a soul master, and couldn't help but burst into joyous laughter. This journey through the gates of hell was worth it. I reasoned that Xiao Wu's capture indicated that Daimu Bai and the others had undoubtedly visited the Xingguo Dasan Lin, thus subtly altering the narrative's trajectory. However, without the Xinghuo Liang Yin's celestial herbs, how could Tang San and the others hope to triumph against Yi Yue in the upcoming Soul Master Elite Tournament? They might as well be dreaming. Moreover, without the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, Xiao Wu should refrain from contemplating any sacrifices. Otherwise, she would face dire consequences. I procured a carriage, spending the entire day returning to Tuacheng. Observing the bustling streets, I couldn't help but miss Qiu'er. I headed straight to our usual spot, Qingyushuan, where the jovial Zhang Yuan greeted me with enthusiasm and ushered me into a private room, saying, "Come, let us enjoy some food and chat." During the meal, Zhang Yuan began to divulge information. He revealed that their Holy Spirit cult's branch was located on a small island in the East Sea of the Douluo Continent. Remarkably, all major factions on the mainland, except for Hao Tianzong, have their representatives among us. At that moment, I felt a sudden jolt of realization. Their infiltration capabilities were truly terrifying. Noticing my change in expression, he straightforwardly laid his cards on the table. He revealed that they hailed from another continent, rich in soul-guiding materials capable of producing level 9 soul guides, yet lacking in spiritual energy to cultivate formidable experts. Thus, they sent individuals to scout for new territories, eventually discovering our land. I inquired about their current plans. He explained that the organization had split into two factions, one advocating for peaceful development and the other seeking to exploit the current turmoil on the continent to seize power. I slapped my thigh and exclaimed that there was no need for deliberation. I would undoubtedly choose the latter option. Zhang Yuan sighed, admitting that while he initially supported this course, the Wuhuan Hall had become too powerful to contend with. Moreover, the most alarming issue was that two elders within the sect had recently succumbed to madness, permitting their subordinates to employ cruel and bloody tactics to cultivate so-called evil soul masters in pursuit of rapid advancement. They had discovered several methods to swiftly enhance soul power, but the means were excessively brutal. Zhang Yuan's eyes reddened as I expressed my strong opposition, only to be obstructed by those two elders, while the other two maintained a non-committal stance, wavering like reeds in the wind. My expression darkened progressively as I asked him about the strongest of these rapidly advancing soul masters. What level were they at, and how many were there? Zhang Yuan sighed and took a sip of his drink, stating that there were currently no high-level combatants, as these methods had only been discovered recently. The strongest had reached the Soul King level, numbering around 20 to 30. However, given their current rate of advancement, they would undoubtedly become Soul Dou within 5 years. My scalp tingled at the thought. The situation was far more complex than I had imagined. Was this not akin to nurturing a hidden danger? I silently clenched my fists, contemplating that the 3 life-saving tokens given by the Yinlong Wang felt rather insufficient. And you know what? Their efficiency was surprisingly high. Uncle Zhang was remarkably swift. As soon as we finished our meal, he whisked me away to a coastal city, claiming he wanted to broaden my horizons. We rode in a carriage for an entire day, and by the time we arrived, night had fallen. To my astonishment, a massive wooden ship was docked at the pier. With my heavy pupils, I scanned it and was taken aback by the myriad of soul-guiding patterns adorning the vessel. This was no mere ship. It was a veritable fortress on the sea. As I marveled at the sight, a man with a fine mustache swaggered down from the deck, dressed like a local tycoon. He approached Uncle Zhang, throwing an arm around him, and inquired if the person had been found. This fellow was named Lin Quan, and Uncle Zhang encouraged him to speak candidly on board without wasting time. Once aboard, the ship rumbled to life. Lin Quan, like a curious child, circled around me, his gaze scrutinizing me intently. He cheerfully asked what abilities I possessed that had captured Uncle Zhang's attention. I remained silent, glancing at Uncle Zhang, who, with a hearty laugh, gestured grandly. DaiYuan, show this country bumpkin a thing or two. Without hesitation, I unleashed a surge of soul power, manifesting my holy beast, white tiger, martial spirit. A purple and two black soul rings erupted from beneath my feet. I must say, the expression on Lin Kuan's face was priceless. His jaw nearly dropped to the deck. His eyes wide as saucers, stammering, "My goodness, what kind of monster are you?" Uncle Zhang beamed with pride, akin to a child showcasing a prized toy, patting Lin Kuan on the shoulder and grinning devilishly. I retracted my martial spirit and politely introduced myself. "Greetings, Senior Lin Kuan. I am Dai Yuan." Upon hearing my name, he repeated it thrice, as though recalling some monumental revelation, pointing at me with a trembling voice. You are the Star Luo Prince adopted by the Pope of the Wuhuan Hall." I nodded, and Uncle Zhang, buoyed by the moment, declared, "Xiao Quan, what do you think? Is my choice decent?" Lin Kuan's expression instantly soured, casting a complex look at Uncle Zhang. "You truly intend to endorse him as the Holy Son? Those old fogies will undoubtedly disagree." And do you know how Uncle Zhang responded? He adopted a domineering demeanor, gazing coldly at the sea, an aura of menace emanating from him. Whether they agree or not is of no concern to me. The individual I choose does not violate any rules. And if those ancient relics dare to pressure me, I shall not hesitate to loosen their bones. The speed of his mood shift was astonishing, swifter than a Sichuan opera change of face. Lin Kuan, seeing that persuasion was futile, sighed and turned to me with a forced smile, extending his hand. "I am Lin Kuan, an 8th level soul-guiding craftsman from the division. Welcome aboard." Upon shaking hands, I was taken aback. An 8th level soul-guiding master? This Holy Spirit sect was indeed a treasure trove of hidden talents. Later, Lin Kuan led us on a tour, boasting about the ship he had constructed, claiming it could withstand a group assault by Soul Douluo, even challenging Tidal Douluo to a prolonged battle. I thought to myself, if you were so formidable, then why did you lose a Soul Douluo the last time? He sighed, explaining that they had encountered a group of mutated sea soul beasts known as blood-eyed sharks. When their protective shield's energy was depleted, the leader snatched one of their own away. My heart raced at the thought. During dinner, the scene was one of opulence, filled with exquisite seafood. Just as I picked up a slice of Millennium Electric Eel sashimi, the ship suddenly lurched violently, and alarms blared. We were under attack by a horde of soul beasts. I nearly dropped my sashimi. In an instant, the entire ship sprang to life, and everyone entered combat mode. Lin Kuan, usually jovial, commanded with remarkable composure, directing the soul-guiding cannons and battle soul masters with clarity, even audaciously declaring, "Do not activate the protective shield. That thing is a gold-devouring beast. Besides, we have Lord Ling Huang on board." Standing aside, I watched as the blood magic sharks swarmed toward us, their jaws gleaming with a sinister red light. One bit down on a crew member, who, in terror, immediately turned his weapon on his comrade. Who among my comrades can comprehend this? Just a moment ago, they were brothers in arms, and now they were turned against each other. Lin Kuan was quick on his feet, launching a light orb that sent the infected crew member plummeting into the sea, where he was instantly torn apart by the sharks. Observing the gap left, I surged forward. A sailor nearby, skeptical, muttered whether I was capable. Lin Kuan retorted, "Let him give it a try. Very well. I shall not hold back." I summoned my martial spirit, releasing the aura of the holy beast White Tiger. My 3 rings shone brightly, and an immediate hush fell over the crowd. The very sailor who had doubted me now stared in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Lin Kuan, furious, shouted for everyone to focus. A blood magic shark lunged at me, and with a flick of my finger, I unleashed a blast of white light that exploded the shark into a mist of blood. My attack, the Holy Emperor's Tear, cleared the field, establishing an undeniable lead. Uncle Zhang and Lin Kuan bantered beside me, one praising my prowess, the other feigning disbelief. While Uncle Zhang revealed that I had previously defeated 9 level 39 soul venerables without even using my attacking soul skills. The battle raged from night until the early hours, with the remains of the blood magic sharks nearly filling the sea around us. Finally, as they retreated, everyone collapsed on the deck, utterly exhausted, and I leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Just as Lin Kuan approached to announce a celebration, his expression suddenly changed, murmuring, "We have dealt with the young ones. Now the elders are here." Uncle Zhang silently moved to the ship's edge, his face grave. Lin Kuan immediately ordered a retreat, activating the protective shield. He called me over, saying, "Do not leave. You want to find a better spot to witness a Tidal Douluo battle." My eyes lit up at the mention of Tidal Douluo. This was a chance to observe up close. A cerulean protective shield rose, and Uncle Zhang slowly ascended into the air. I heard him shout, Ling Miao, martial spirit activated. At that moment, I was rendered speechless. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. 9 rings. This was Uncle Zhang's true strength, a super Douluo. My blood felt as though it were boiling within me. In the darkness, a colossal figure emerged, a gigantic black shark, radiating a sanguine glow. Its left eye marred by a grotesque scar. To my astonishment, it spoke in human tongue, its voice resembling the crackling of ice, demanding we pay for the slaughter of its kin. My goodness, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Zhang Shu attempted to reason with it. But the Shark King paid no heed, launching a crimson sphere toward him. Zhang Shu, with his hands clasped behind his back, remained immobile as the sphere vanished before him. He coldly snorted, declaring that, given the circumstances, the beast would not escape today. Utilizing his 6th soul skill, space solidification, the entire ocean area seemed to pause, immobilizing the Shark King. Following this, he unleashed his 8th soul skill, Xiantian Jinyu, ensnaring the Shark King within a formidable killing formation. I thought we were secure. Yet the Shark King emitted a furious roar, shattering the spatial confinement. Lin Quan gasped in alarm, realizing that this beast was no ordinary foe. Zhang Shu, now serious, activated his martial soul true form, revealing a massive azure eye in the sky, and then unleashed his 9th soul skill, Annihilation Light. The gray beam distorted even the very fabric of space. Although the Shark King struggled against it and ultimately blocked the attack, it was clearly terrified and retreated into the depths of the sea. Zhang Shu flew back to the ship, nearly stumbling as his legs weakened, and I quickly supported him. Lin Quan, both worried and furious, scolded him for using the 9th soul skill at his age. Zhang Shu sighed, stating that without such a display, he could not frighten it away. The ensuing days passed in relative calm. One day, while I stood at the ship's edge enjoying the breeze, Lin Quan approached, teasingly asking if I missed home, and suggesting that at my age, I should seek a girlfriend instead of fixating solely on cultivation. With an expressionless face, I replied, stating that I already had 2. This revelation shattered his composure, and he clung to the railing, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at the sea, lamenting why fate was so cruel to him. My dear friends, this moment marked the fall of the pure-hearted battle god. Zhang Shu, upon witnessing Lin Quan's pitiful state, delivered a sharp slap, admonishing him for his disgraceful behavior. After several days, we finally arrived at our destination. It was a massive island, crowned by a castle reminiscent of a black dragon atop a mountain. As we approached, voices called out from the lighthouse. Lin Quan fired a signal flare, and the onlookers immediately greeted us with utmost respect, using lights to clear a path. The ship entered a vast metallic dock, its minimalist design exuding a futuristic aura, momentarily transporting me back to the modern era. Lin Quan resumed his salesman mode, boasting that the walls were crafted from genuine Iniwa wood, but before he could finish, Zhang Shu silenced him with another slap. As we ventured into a corridor, the door slammed shut behind us, and an eerie pressure enveloped us. A voice echoed in the space, sarcastically questioning whether this was the chosen saint brought by Zhang Shu, merely cowering under his protection. Zhang Shu immediately conjured a blue light shield to protect us, retaliating with insults, mocking the individual-esque character and expressing concern for my safety. The old man grew increasingly agitated, and the pressure intensified, revealing that he had just advanced in rank. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, another voice intervened to mediate, restoring some semblance of order. I followed behind, my back drenched in cold sweat, my fists clenched tightly. Soon, we entered a grand hall where 4 elderly men sat upon stone chairs. One, adorned in a black and red robe, fixed his serpentine gaze upon me, the pressure nearly penetrating my mind. Could I endure this? I summoned my soul power, manifesting the holy beast by whom martial soul, its regal aura sweeping through the hall. 3 soul rings, 1 purple, 2 black, floated around me. The elders, one and all, stood up in shock, leaning forward, eyes nearly bulging. An elder in a black and yellow robe trembled as he approached me, his voice quaking. "Child, what is your name?" I met his gaze and replied clearly, Dai Yuan. He inquired further, "What is your martial soul?" "The Baihu, our royal family's ancestral martial soul." Upon hearing this, the elder in a dark green robe erupted in fury, accusing me of lying, declaring that the Baihu martial soul belonged solely to the Xing Luo Empire, questioning my literacy. His eyes glared at me as if he would devour me whole. Before I could respond, Zhang Shu stepped in front of me, shielding me with his own body. his expression darkening as he addressed the elder. Zhao Qian, enough. This intimidation tactic, since our arrival, is excessive. Zhao retorted coldly, unperturbed. I am merely ensuring the integrity of the Holy Church. Thorough scrutiny is necessary. You are the one being unreasonable, Grand Elder. As tensions escalated, the elder with the cane struck the ground twice to restore order. All right, Elder 2, since the Grand Elder has brought him, he must be trustworthy. This appeasement seemed to placate Zhao Qian, who fell silent. Zhang Shu then assured them, rest assured, Dai Yuan's background is not a secret within the core circles of Douluo Continent. A simple inquiry will reveal all. Upon hearing this, the two elders beside me could no longer remain seated, standing to approach. One was clad in dark red, the other in gray. Their presence is akin to unsheathed swords. It seemed Dai Yuan's identity was not trivial. He was more than just a prince. I was intrigued, for his martial soul's aura bore a striking resemblance to that of several officials in the cabinet. Zhang Shu's next words froze the air in the hall. In addition to being the prince of Xing Luo, he is also a direct disciple of the Pope from the Martial Soul Hall. Boom! For those who understand, this was akin to announcing in the enemy's command center that someone was the long-lost son of our supreme commander, instantly altering the atmosphere to one of palpable tension. Zhao Qian exploded in outrage, accusing Zhang Shu. Zhang Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you unaware of the animosity between our holy church and the Martial Soul Hall? That boy will not leave here alive. As soon as the words left his lips, a dark green scorpion tattoo appeared on his back, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, blazed alive. The temperature in the room plummeted, as if an industrial-grade air conditioner had been activated, the chill assaulting my face. Yet, Zhang Shu was not easily intimidated. He swiftly unleashed a blue light that shot forth with a resounding force. The two sides clashed, the shockwave nearly dislodging my crown. Fortunately, Lin Quan reacted quickly, shouting Xuanwu Shield, summoning a dark turtle shell that enveloped us both, sparing us from harm. Enough. If you wish to fight, then let us. The elder with the cane bellowed, his powerful soul energy causing the entire hall to resonate. The two elders who had been observing the confrontation remained silent, not intervening. The tempest subsided momentarily, and Zhao Qian sneered, Grand Elder, you truly have aged. Your soul power is feeble. The other two elders immediately perked up, their expressions sharpening like cats sensing prey, all eyes fixed on Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu scoffed with an air of dominance. I may not be as vigorous as in my youth, but before I depart this world, I can still take down 2 or 3 with me. His declaration instilled a newfound caution among the elderly figures, silencing them momentarily. Elderly Yu, leaning on his cane, sighed, Old Zhang, given the current state of affairs, why would you choose someone from the Martial Soul Hall? Zhang Shu stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Voice laced with fervor, Old Li, look at what our holy church has become. We are being torn apart by these old wretches. When did we resort to such sinister methods for development? We came to the Sun and Moon continent for the people, not for conquest. Zhang Yuan, whom are you calling an old wretch? The two elders erupted in protest. Zhao Qian disdainfully curled his lips. Everything I do ultimately serves the purpose of the Ryuta Lu. Sometimes, to achieve one's goals, employing unscrupulous methods is unavoidable. A fine excuse indeed. Uncle Zhang erupted in fury, his previously composed demeanor gone. Do not think I am unaware of the vile deeds you have committed. You would stoop so low as to harm a child barely a month old, concocting blood pills to enhance your powers? What differentiates you from fiend? My fists clenched in anger. These people were playing a dangerous game. Yet, Zhao Qian appeared unfazed. This is all for the sake of the Shengjiao. Besides, those are merely individuals from Douluo. Killing them is inconsequential, regardless of the methods employed. Zhang Yuan, after living over a century, you remain blind to the truth. No wonder your cultivation has stagnated for 2 decades. Isn't your strength built upon these sordid affairs? Let me tell you, your demise is imminent. What do you mean by that? Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes. Have you not felt a surge of bloodlust lately? Uncle Zhang inquired coldly. Zhao Qian trembled, a flicker of terror crossing his gaze. How do you know? My martial soul is Lingmu. Your physical state is laid bare before me. Your martial soul has already been tainted. Alarmist rhetoric. You will soon discover whether it is or not. What a pity it is to see such a fine martial soul squandered, Uncle Zhang lamented. Cease your finger pointing at me. What transpired with this lad beside you is far from settled. Zhao Qian redirected his ire towards me. Uncle Zhang raised a hand, and a luminous barrier appeared. Displaying the moment, I pledged my oath with my martial soul. Upon witnessing my vow inscribed with my martial soul mark, the expressions of the elders softened slightly. Now, do the elders have any objections? Uncle Zhang asked. Silence ensued. In that case, wait. Zhao Qian abruptly interjected, casting a sinister glance my way. Due to his unique status, the test must be modified. He must simultaneously defeat 5 opponents of equal rank, with the selections to be made collectively by us 5 elders. Lin Quan grew anxious, staring intently at Uncle Zhang, who remained unresponsive, merely glancing at the other approving elders before fixing his gaze on me. Is that acceptable, DaiYuan? I nodded yes. Excellent. You and Lin Quan may step out while I confer with them. We retreated to the lounge, where Lin Quan paced anxiously. Uncle Zhang has lost his mind. How could we agree to that old beast demands? I remained unfazed. He too is being coerced. Observe how the other elders are silent, which implies their tacit consent. Lin Quan sighed. Alas, if not for Uncle Zhang's protection, I could not pursue my soul guide endeavors so purely. Being the Grand Elder is indeed no easy task. Hearing him, I felt a pang of empathy. Indeed, who does not wish to pursue their passions? Yet I've always been propelled forward against my will. Lost in thought, the door swung open, and Uncle Zhang entered, his expression grim. Lin Quan hurried to greet him. Uncle Zhang, what happened? Did those old men raise the stakes again? Uncle Zhang ignored him, stepping directly before me and speaking in a somber tone. This upcoming duel is not merely about victory or defeat. Out of the 6, only one shall remain standing, no matter the cost? I asked calmly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Uncle Zhang nodded heavily. Rest assured, my promise to you remains unchanged. Your safety is my responsibility. Observing the resolute look on his face, I surmised the truth, bowing deeply. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. We followed him through a lengthy metallic corridor to the trial grounds. On the dais, the 4 elders were already seated, their expressions varied. In the arena stood 5 young men, all eyes quickly converging upon me as we entered. The 5 opposite me regarded me with malicious smiles, approaching leisurely, an unsettling aura emanating from them. The foremost, a youth with brown hair, spoke arrogantly. I never expected Elder Zhao would choose such a whelp. Do we really need all 5 of us? I alone would suffice. I hear you are a genius. You must taste exquisite. As he spoke, he licked his lips, a glint of red light in his eyes. My goodness, how grotesque. He turned to his comrades. Do not rush. Let me savor the flavor first. A red-haired youth protested. Why should we listen to you? You're not the swish. A flash of crimson light darted across the stage. And before the red-haired could finish his sentence, his head flew off, rolling to the feet of the brown-haired youth, his face frozen in shock. What a spectacle of internal strife. The brown-haired youth cackled, seizing the severed head, and blood surged around him like a serpent. In an instant, the head transformed into a withered skull. He then approached the corpse, and with a flicker of bloodlight, the entire body disintegrated into a pile of bones. Quite impressive. He mused, licking his lips in ecstasy. There lingered a trace of ancient sea dragon essence in his bloodline. To my astonishment, Elder Zhao on the dais even applauded. Zhao Tung, well done. Go ahead. You have your godfather watching over you. Yes, godfather. So he's a privileged one. Zhao Tung turned to me with the gaze of a buffet diner. I hear your soul ring configuration is 1 purple and 2 black. Your bloodline must be even more delectable. I pondered the futility of conversing with him. In a flash, I vanished from my spot. Zhao Tung's expression shifted. He erupted in a shield of bloodlight, his soul rings rising, 1 yellow and 2 purple, summoning a blood demon barrier. Yet I did not strike him. By the time he turned to look behind him, I had already appeared beside the 2 bystanders. My right hand wielding a glimmering silver blade and my left hand holding 2 severed heads. Blood dripped from the blade's tip as I expressionlessly tossed the heads at his feet, their faces still frozen in expressions of schadenfreude. Here, do you not find this delightful? I teased him with a smirk. At that moment, not only Zhao Tong, but even the elders on the dais were nearly propelled to their feet in shock. Uncle Zhang's lips curled into an uncontrollable grin. Zhao Tong's face turned pale, veins bulging on his forehead. First soul skill, blood demon possession. A layer of blood-soaked fabric enveloped him, emanating a foul stench as if he had crawled from the depths of hell. Third soul skill, blood fiend. The arena was instantly shrouded in crimson, countless scarlet serpents materializing, hissing as they devoured the 2 corpses before locking their sights on me. I would not indulge him. With a flash of white light, I activated my third soul skill, Sacred Emperor Battle God Transformation. Boom! The overwhelming pressure of the white tiger erupted, my armor gleaming with golden patterns, adorned with a tiger-shaped mask, my aura unleashed, repelling the blood serpents. Through the mask, I addressed Zhao Tong from a distance. Your demise shall mirror theirs. No sooner had I spoken than I vanished once more. Zhao Tong, terrified, activated his protective shield again. Yet it was futile. The next moment, my blade, wreathed in dark purple flames, appeared at his right rear, effortlessly piercing his defenses. Thud! With a swift motion, his head flew off. Strangely, his body and head disintegrated into crimson flecks, vanishing from sight. Almost immediately, he reappeared in another corner of the trial grounds, panting heavily. His gaze towards me filled with dread. Impressive. You are the strongest I have encountered at this level. How old are you? 12. My apologies, but let me correct you. We're no longer of the same tier. With that, I once again vanished from sight. This time, Zhao Tong was genuinely alarmed. His life-saving technique clearly could not be used indefinitely. As I approached him once more with my blade, enshrouded in Sacred Emperor magic flames, he was obliterated again, only to respawn at a distance. This time, he lacked even the strength to display bravado, panting and filled with dread. No, if this continues, he is surely doomed. Gritting his teeth, the entire crimson space began to violently contract, instantly enveloping me into a blood sphere. Blood explosion. Boom. With a tremendous roar, the blood sphere detonated, transforming into a vast expanse of crimson mist. Zhao Tong gazed at the blood mist, erupting into maniacal laughter. The holy son of the martial soul hall? Merely this. Has he not become a wretched soul under my command? Oh, is that so? A voice drifted lazily from the blood mist. Curious, where does your confidence stem from? Is it ignorance? Clad in gleaming platinum armor, I emerged unscathed from the blood mist, step by step. You. Zhao Tong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he instinctively recoiled. Do not come any closer. With my next step, I vanished. His cry for help, "Father, save me," was abruptly silenced. I reappeared a few meters behind him, quietly sheathing my blade. Zhao Tong instinctively touched his neck, feeling warm blood, before realizing the world around him was spinning. Thud! His head rolled onto the ground. On the podium, Zhao Qian abruptly stood, his gaze sharp as a knife slicing into me, finally casting a profound glance at me, then at the equally standing Uncle Zhang, coldly remarking, "You, quite impressive." With that, he flicked his sleeve and vanished. Elderly Yu immediately rose, cupping his hands to Uncle Zhang. "Thank you, Elder Zhang, for bringing us a holy son." The other two opportunists hastily stood as well. "Congratulations, Elder Zhang." Uncle Zhang accepted the accolades with a beaming smile, his eyes reflecting immense satisfaction as he looked at me. I retracted my martial spirit, and Lin Quan rushed over, throwing me into the air. "DaiYuan, you are remarkable. Uncle Lin, please put me down." In the following days, Uncle Zhang regained control, orchestrating a thorough purge within the sect, eliminating those wicked soul masters with great efficiency, and the Holy Spirit sect finally returned to its rightful path. Of course, some fish managed to slip through the net, fleeing under Zhao Qian's protection. One day, Uncle Zhang summoned me to his office. "What do you need? Speak freely, for you're the primary contributor this time." I humbly replied, "Your kindness is overwhelming. This is merely my duty." Uncle Zhang laughed. "You, my child, are consistently so composed. By the way, I called you here for a specific matter." His expression suddenly turned grave. "Zhao Qian has betrayed the sect." I sighed. This was anticipated. He absconded with a faction of unscrupulous soul masters, establishing his own faction. I inquired about the two elders, Lu Kuan and Song Ming, who had previously been Zhao Qian's sycophants, now submissive to you. Why keep such individuals? "Alas, a regrettable necessity," Uncle Zhang explained. "They are, after all, titled Dalu. Expelling them would only lead to their recruitment by Zhao Qian. Retaining them serves as a means to counter Zhao Qian in the future." I felt a surge of admiration. The old man indeed thought far ahead. After discussing serious matters, I made my request. "Uncle Zhang, I wish to borrow a ship." "Oh, where do you wish to go?" "I long to see the sea for the first time and to explore it thoroughly." I gazed out the window at the vast ocean, filled with yearning. Uncle Zhang smiled. "Go ahead, young man should venture forth. I will have Li Yu and Lin Quan accompany you for safety." "Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Zhang." A few days later, we boarded the ship named the Brave. Standing on the deck, my heart raced with excitement. I was finally on my way to the true destination of this sea voyage, the the realm of destruction. Lin Kuan ambled over, toothpick in mouth, handing me a glass of amber liquid. Try this, I brewed it myself. I accepted it and drank it in one go, the taste sharp yet sweet, carrying a unique flavor of the sea. It was indeed fine wine. Excellent wine. Indeed, Lin Kuan beamed with pride, though this wine should not be stored for long. It differs from Uncle Zhang's 100-flower brew. Oh, indeed. Aside from Uncle Zhang's brew, yours is the best. What? He let you drink the 100-flower brew. Lin Kuan instantly transformed, seizing my shoulder, his eyes ablaze. What is wrong? I cautiously asked. Heavenly Father, unfair. That old Zhang actually let you have the 100-flower brew. Do you know how precious that is? Observing his nearly frantic demeanor, I involuntarily swallowed, my voice trembling. Lin, Uncle Lin, please calm down. I tell you, he screamed like a madman. How can I calm down? That is the 100-flower brew, brewed from 100 spirit herbs. It takes 10 years to brew a single batch. I have begged that old man countless times, yet he refused. Why is it so easily bestowed upon you? What a double standard. Good heavens, I thought, is it just a jar of wine? Is it truly that significant? He, however, went on to bang on the ship's railing like a drum, causing the entire vessel to tremble. Just then, guess what happened? The main event arrived. An elderly man clad in black and yellow robes, leaning on a cane, emanating an aura of 2 meters and 8 centimeters, bellowed, halting Lin Kuan. How old are you? Still behaving like a child? With such a mindset, do you aspire to become a titled Douluo? This elder was elderly you. Upon seeing him, Lin Kuan's demeanor instantly changed. He transformed from a madman to a docile chick pecking at rice, nodding and bowing. Elderly, you are right indeed. Elderly inquired what had caused Lin Kuan's frenzy, and Lin Kuan hurriedly reported his grievances. And the result? Good heavens, another madman? Elderly, upon hearing this, became even more incensed than Lin Kuan, cursing that old thief Zhang. I was left dumbfounded. Who could understand a ship full of elderly men, each more emotionally unstable than the last? Yet, perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. After their shared frenzy, the two elders grew remarkably closer. During dinner that evening, they flanked me, insisting on toasting to welcome the Holy Sun. As the drinks flowed, Lin Kuan reverted to his lamenting mode, clinging to Elder Li and sobbing about that jar of wine. Elder Li, ready to reprimand him, suddenly changed expression, sharply gazing out the window. I tell you, in that instant the sea erupted. What was once calm transformed as if boiling. Following that, a bolt of purple lightning struck our ship. A deep, resonant sound illuminated the entire ocean. The ship's alarms blared, warning of an unidentified soul beast lurking 100 meters below. We rushed to the deck. Lin Kuan, now sober, began to command with calm precision. Elder Li's face turned ashen, issuing orders. Activate the highest level protective barrier. Lin Kuan's eyelids twitched at this, but complied immediately. In the next moment, a sky-blue shield enveloped our entire vessel. Then, Elder Li unleashed his power, merging with his martial spirit. His true martial spirit emerged, a massive, winged black serpent over 100 meters long, soaring into the sky. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. As I activated my sacred Emperor's heavy eye, my heart sank. One thought crossed my mind. Not again another heavyweight? Is it truly meant to be a constant companion? As I voiced my thoughts, Lin Kuan chimed in. This is bad. If Elder Li is this anxious, it must be more than 100,000-year soul beast. Why does it seem like encountering one is as common as a cabbage? No sooner had he spoken than a thunderous explosion erupted. The entire ship, can you believe it, was launched into the air, soaring dozens of meters high before crashing back into the sea. Had it not been for the protective barrier, we might have been swimming with the planks. Then, that creature emerged. I tell you, the sight was both magnificent and terrifying. A colossal whale, several 100 meters long, glimmering like sapphire with bizarre purple patterns. Its eyes larger than my head. The king of the ocean, the deep-sea demon whale king. Elder Li was instantly intimidated, hovering in the air, adopting a low posture, seemingly seeking to negotiate. And the outcome? The creature showed no interest in him. Instead, it opened its enormous jaws and lunged toward our ship. In a moment of desperation, Old Li dove forward, positioning himself in front of the vessel, unleashing his 6th and 9th spirit abilities with reckless abandon. His 9th ability, known as Hey You, enveloped us in an impenetrable darkness, a realm where visibility was utterly absent. However, to our dismay, it proved utterly ineffective. The colossal whale navigated this abyss as if it were its own backyard, mockingly deriding Old Li's skills as worthless. In a startling transformation, it morphed into a middle-aged man clad in purple armor, easily shattering the dark space with a single strike. Oldly was cast back to his original form, collapsing on the deck, gasping for breath. The blue-haired man strode across the waves, sealing our ship in a violet barrier. He pointed at me, demanding, "Hand over that white-haired human." It was over. Absolute despair washed over Oldly as he reverted to his serpent form, attempting to break through the barrier. But to no avail. He sustained severe injuries in the process, eventually collapsing on the deck, blood spilling from his mouth as he lamented his powerlessness. Uncle Lin, unable to bear the sight, struck him unconscious with a swift blow, summoning medics to carry him away. In that moment, the blue-haired man had somehow appeared behind us, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of crew members. Upon witnessing the demise of his comrades, Uncle Lin's eyes turned crimson with rage. He summoned a massive cannon, channeling all his spirit power into it, unleashing a cataclysmic beam of yellow light. The spectacle resembled a nuclear explosion. Yet, as the brilliance faded, the blue-haired figure emerged unscathed, wielding a crystal shield, curiously inspecting Uncle Lin's cannon. Lin shouted for us to flee before losing consciousness. Now, only the blue-haired man and I remained, exchanging bewildered glances. He observed my calm demeanor with apparent confusion, asking, "Oh, you seem quite composed. Do you possess such a cannon as well?" Just as he inquired about my lack of fear, a sudden hum erupted beside me, and a black hole opened, for which a woman emerged. I must tell you, her beauty, figure, and aura rendered the Magic Whale King's face pale. I could sense his internal exclamation of disbelief the moment she radiated her presence. The once formidable Magic Whale King found himself trembling, nearly kneeling. Stammering, he exclaimed, "Who are you?" The woman paid no mind to his imposing aura, gently pointing her finger, causing the Magic Whale King to collapse in submission, his face turning ashen as he struggled to utter, "I am Lan Shan," in the presence of the Silver Dragon King. In that instant, I swallowed hard, realizing the implications of her identity. The Silver Dragon King inquired why she sensed the presence of the Water Lord emanating from him. To my astonishment, Lan Shan's backstory unfolded. His father was a servant of the Dragon King, the Water Lord, while his mother was a princess of the primordial Kuan Whale clan. During a divine war, his mother sacrificed herself to save him, and he was transported to the mortal realm, subsequently cursed by the god of destruction to serve as a guardian of a legacy site, essentially a backup battery for a successor, destined for sacrifice as a soul ring. Furthermore, in his pursuit of ascension, he had lost an eye at the hands of a newly appointed sea god, Poseidon. I stood there, taken aback, realizing this was a classic tale of a protagonist with exceptional talent, a tragic past, and a yearning for opportunity and revenge. The Silver Dragon King moved, entrusted Lan Shan to accompany and protect me, stating that any failure would hold him accountable. With that, she vanished in a flash. On the deck, Lan Shan and I exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. Ultimately, he broke the silence, bowing in apology. I quickly helped him to his feet and inquired, "By the way, why did you come for me in the first place?" He hesitated, then offered a wry smile, explaining, "Your aura of the Holy Emperor was unmistakable. It radiated from you, and I sensed it from afar." My mind reeled. I had thought I was concealing it well, only to realize I was a beacon of light to those more skilled than I. Anger surged within me, yet I maintained a smile. Seeking a way out of this predicament, I deceived him, stating, "Senior Lan, my voyage is to the realm of destruction." His eyes lit up with shock as he exclaimed, "You intend to go to the realm of destruction? That is where I guard." This revelation aligned our paths. I feigned surprise, and he transformed back into his colossal whale form, inviting me onto his back, promising to take me there. As he submerged into the depths, I promptly shut my eyes and internally lamented, "System, why didn't you inform me about my overwhelming aura leaking?" You can imagine the System's reply. "You did not inquire." My frustration escalated. If the god of destruction discovered my presence, I would be doomed. The System remained unyielding, asserting that it could not interfere with the Source Master's rules. It suggested that to conceal my aura, I would need to win a special item called the Divine Concealment Pill from the Golden Lottery. Upon checking my merit points, I found I had exactly 1,200 points, sufficient for a single draw. Who authored this absurd script? I demanded a draw, and lo and behold, I received the Divine Concealment Pill. Without hesitation, I consumed it. The Magic Whale King, carrying me, was taken aback, pondering, strange. How did this human suddenly lose his Holy Emperor aura? As we descended deeper, I realized the immense pressure of the deep sea served as a natural gym, with a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy. It was an excellent opportunity for physical refinement. I stripped away all defenses, relying solely on my raw physicality to endure the pressure. My bones creaked under the strain, causing me immense pain, while golden blood seeped from my skin. The magic whale king noticed my actions. Rather than intervene, he displayed a surprisingly human smile, even slowing his descent for my benefit. I must tell you, when I first received the System S reward, I was overjoyed. It was a double blessing, a divine gift from my Force Spirit Ring. I was practically soaring. I quickly accessed my status panel, and the data astonished me. At 12 years of age, I boasted level 40. Dual martial spirits, the Holy Beast White Tiger and the Holy Beast Vermilion Bird. Can you believe it? The Spirit Ring configuration was equally impressive, featuring 3, all ancient 10,000-year varieties. But that was not all. I had a plethora of soul bones and numerous skills, leaving me utterly dazzled. My mental strength surged, and my merit points skyrocketed to 2,000, equivalent to 2 free draws from the Golden Lottery. A smile was permanently affixed to my face. Just as I reveled in my fortune, a sudden splash erupted from the water, and the massive serpent resurfaced, its enormous yellow eyes fixated on me, sending chills down my spine. It questioned, how does a mere human possess the bloodline of the Holy Emperor and dual pupils? I was too lazy to fabricate a story, so I simply replied, born this way. To my astonishment, the serpent hissed, thrashing about in the water like a child, exclaiming, "Oh, so it's that simple." I was left dumbfounded. Who could fathom such intelligence? Could this creature truly serve as a guardian beast? He introduced himself with an unexpected familiarity, calling himself Cgeo, the sole descendant of the Tung Shi clan. He recounted how he was preserved by the god of destruction during the divine war, left here to await a successor. His words were laced with sincerity, yet I remained acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind this seasoned trickster speech. I could afford to heed only half of what he said. Just as we were conversing, a purple crystal token shot through the air and unceremoniously burrowed itself into my body. My face turned pale in disbelief. Was this some form of enforced binding? Could this token be a surveillance device from the god of destruction? The serpent hurried to clarify, urging me not to fear, as it was merely a tag already in use to prevent other deities from claiming me. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback by its audacity. I glanced into the water and saw a striking purple magic circle materializing on my forehead, radiating divine brilliance. However, I felt an unsettling discomfort within me. Since awakening my martial soul, I had been propelled by the system, and now I found myself predetermined by a deity. Was I truly living for myself, or merely a puppet on strings? The more I pondered, the angrier I became, a surge of rebellious fire igniting within me. With a fierce punch, I struck the water, sending splashes soaring high. The serpent, startled, inquired about my outburst. I dismissed it, asking instead, "Can the second trial commence?" It replied that it could not until I reached level 50. Understood. I smiled at it, introducing myself as Dai Yuan, pleased to make its acquaintance. No sooner had I spoken than a flash at my brow sent me teleporting away, emphasizing my emotional stability as I departed. Upon returning to the hall, without a moment's hesitation, I sprang into action. I retrieved the dazzling divine soul ring and, with a surge of soul power, shattered it. I must tell you, in that instant, as the energy erupted, I felt as if I were thrown into a pressure cooker. The years of the soul ring began to ascend rapidly. White, yellow, and purple soon turned to black. But this was merely the beginning. The agony was beyond human endurance. As if every cell in my body were being torn apart and reconfigured. The system coldly announced, "Ding, 63,000 years. Ding, 71,000 years." My pores bled profusely, my clothes and hair turning to ash, leaving me resembling a blood-soaked gourd. The pain drove me to pound the ground, creating a dent in the floor. By the time I reached 90,000 years, my consciousness teetered on the brink of oblivion, sustained only by sheer will. 98, 99, my body trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse, when suddenly, a blinding red light erupted, consuming all darkness. It was done. 100,000-year soul ring. The commotion was so great that even a magic whale king couple outside was stirred, sensing the overwhelming aura. This was indeed a 100,000-year soul ring. I gradually stood within, my martial soul manifesting. Astonishingly, I bore 3 black rings and 1 red, the latter radiating an aura that extended 2 meters and 80 centimeters, resembling a god of slaughter emerging from the depths of hell. Upon activating the Holy Emperor Battle God transformation, I was enveloped in blue-golden lightning, an impressive sight indeed. Yet this was insufficient. I teleported out and sought the Magic Whale King, Blue Senior, a favor please, allow me to demonstrate a move. He readily agreed, saying go ahead. As the red ring behind me gleamed, I unleashed my fourth soul skill, Holy Emperor's Heavenly Slaughter. Instantly, all the lightning around me coalesced into a massive thunder tiger, which, upon my command, charged forth with apocalyptic might. The Magic Whale King remained unperturbed, erecting a purple crystal wall to withstand the impact. However, I executed a clever maneuver. Just before the Thunder Tiger collided with the wall, it teleported behind the Magic Whale King and struck down with a single claw. The Magic Whale King was formidable, catching the blow with his hand. Yet, before he could catch his breath, I intensified my assault. The Thunder Tiger crackled as it donned my Battle God armor. Its claws ignited with purple holy flames. The excruciating heat was overwhelming, forcing the Magic Whale King to retreat hastily. Observing my technique, he could not help but praise its ingenuity. I explained that I was controlling it with my spiritual essence, much like playing a game with a secondary account, utilizing all my skills. Of course, the energy and mental toll were exorbitant. Afterward, we returned and coincidentally witnessed his daughter, Lv.20, completing her transformation. Goodness, she was stunning, transitioning from a fish into a breathtaking maiden. However, she emerged without clothes, creating an awkward moment. Her mother quickly draped her in a covering. This girl was exceptionally vivacious, rushing to me and confidently declaring that she would be my friend and protect me. I glanced at her budding beauty and smiled, gently ruffling her hair. All right, as you say. That evening, the Magic Whale King's family invited me for a feast. I had anticipated a meal of raw flesh, but to my astonishment, the table was laden with exquisite delicacies, surpassing even the finest human chefs. Lv.20 gleefully shook her wine glass, proudly informing me that her mother had prepared it all. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, I retreated to the rooftop, sipping wine and enjoying the breeze. Slightly inebriated, I began to hum a song from my homeland. To my surprise, Lv.20 followed. Her curiosity piqued as she asked what I was singing. I shared tales of the outside world, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. Suddenly, she grasped my hand earnestly, saying, DaiYuan, take me away. I was momentarily taken aback. Was this plot development moving a bit too swiftly? I replied that it required her parents' consent. She immediately wilted, asserting that her mother would certainly oppose it. Her pitiful demeanor tugged at my heartstrings. As we were conversing, the Magic Whale King appeared behind me like a specter, revealing he had overheard everything. Then came the twist. It turned out he and his wife had already conferred and agreed to let her accompany me on an adventure for a year. Lv.20 finally realized they had orchestrated this entire scene, furiously shaking her little fists against her father's chest. 3 days later, we prepared for departure. Her mother embraced her, weeping profusely, showering her with protective scales and heartfelt advice. Sighing, I felt a wave of emotion wash over me. Sitting atop the Magic Whale King's transformed body, I watched the crystalline palace recede into the distance, casually pulling up my status panel. Wonderful, I had reached level 34, with my spiritual power surpassing 10,000. Considering this pace of advancement, my 6 years of arduous training at the Martial Soul Hall seemed trivial. What a loss. Just as I lamented, the system chimed again. Ding. Detection indicates host is now a divine successor. 2 choices available. 1. Align with the soul beast to create a world of equality between humans and beasts. 2. Stand with humanity to eradicate soul beasts. Gazing at the options before me, I couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. System, is there a third option? Perhaps one involving diligent cultivation while remaining oblivious to worldly affairs, biding my time until I become invincible? There is none. Haha, I appreciate your honesty. I selected the first option. Aligning with the soul beasts had always been part of my plan. I aspired to create a world where humans and beasts could coexist in harmony, rather than one dominated by a single faction. Although the future figure, Hui Hao, inherited the soul spirit technique from Yilix, he had yet to fundamentally resolve this issue. Soul beasts continued to exist as subordinates to soul masters. While the death of a soul spirit could severely wound its master, the demise of a soul master directly extinguished the life of the soul spirit, perpetuating an inequality. This merely alleviated the widespread slaughter of soul beasts, Otherwise, there would not have been subsequent tales of the Silver Dragon King seeking to annihilate humanity. Ding. Host has chosen to align with the Soul Beast faction. All Soul Beast affinity increased by 50%. Ding. A sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location. Haotian Sect. With a 6-month time limit. Please complete the sign-in task promptly. Haotian Sect. It appeared that matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. After attending to my affairs, I stretched lazily, glancing at the still dejected girl beside me, my eyes flickering with a spark of mischief. I then extended my hand. W, what are you doing? I pinched Lv.20's nose, playfully rubbing it. The girl let out a shy squeak, but did not resist. As she gazed at the boy before her, for some inexplicable reason, DaiYuan appeared exceptionally charming to her at that moment. Even though he was currently engaging in such impolite behavior, she felt no anger whatsoever. What is happening to me? Chapter 93. Full alert in an instant, boundless imagination blossomed in the girl's heart. However, it was ultimately reason that liberated Lv.20 from DaiYuan's clutches. Once free, she swiftly moved several meters away, regarding DaiYuan with a wary expression, her cheeks flushed with youthful embarrassment. Observing her demeanor, DaiYuan scratched his head awkwardly. His intention had merely been to experiment with the effects of the system-enhanced affinity for soul beasts. Yet, witnessing her current state made him realize the impropriety of his actions. I'm not what you think, he stammered. You're just DaiYuan, a big pervert. As they ascended, a sensation of buoyancy intensified. Suddenly, a tremendous sound resonated, followed by sunlight flooding into their eyes, causing DaiYuan, who had not seen it for a long time, to squint. They had now reached the ocean's surface, where Lv.20 joyfully dashed across the broad back of the magic whale king. Wow, this is the ocean. DaiYuan looked seagulls. The sight of these creatures, once only found in books, sparked a profound curiosity in Lv.20. The novelty of the scenery made her forget all the various indiscretions DaiYuan had committed against her in the water, and she eagerly pulled him along to explore. DaiYuan, witnessing her excitement, smiled and patiently accompanied her observations. Xiaoyuan, I cannot sense the presence of that group of people within a 500-mile radius. Then can Uncle Lon go directly to the island? Yes, no problem. The magic whale king emanated a purple glow and swiftly swam in a designated direction. Meanwhile, at the Holy Spirit Church branch, Zhang Yuan sat in his office with a serious expression, attentively listening to his subordinate's report. He then quietly inquired, Have you found the whereabouts of the Saint Child? Upon hearing this, the subordinate visibly paused, trembling slightly as he replied, In the past 2 years, I have searched the waters within a 5,000-mile radius, yet still have not located the Saint Child. What have you all been doing? After 2 years, even with the church's 8th-level reconnaissance soul guide handed over to you, this is the result you present to me. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Zhang Yuan, causing the black-clad man before him to tremble uncontrollably. Suddenly, another presence from outside the room dissipated the pressure surrounding the black-clad man. Old Zhang, they have done their utmost. Do not make it difficult for them. An elder clad in a black and yellow robe slowly pushed open the door. Upon noticing the elder, Zhang Yuan gradually restrained his aura, coldly snorting as he turned to gaze out at the sea. The newcomer was Liu, who signaled to the black-clad man, prompting him to quietly exit the room. Liu then approached Zhang Yuan, his expression grave as he spoke. Ever since DaiYuan left, your temper has worsened day by day. This Saint Child was not easily found, and now he has disappeared without trace. How am I to explain this to the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple? Oh, Xiaoyuan explained the situation to the crew before leaving. He must have his reasons. Let's wait and see. Sigh. It has been 2 years. How can I be at ease? At that moment, a deafening alarm rang throughout the island. Boom! Lin Xuan burst into the room in a panic, his voice trembling as he reported, Detection has registered a powerful life form appearing 2,000 miles to the northeast, and it is rapidly approaching us. Instantly, the expressions of Zhang Yuan and Liu darkened. Relay the order to initiate the highest defense measures immediately. Yes, Grand Elder. Zhang Yuan's command quickly spread to every member of the church on the island. Under Lin Xuan's command, all personnel promptly commenced defensive preparations with unwavering efficiency. Clank, clank. The sound of gears echoed as a metallic steel wall rose from the main island, while other drifting islands erected soul guide cannons. The weapons stationed on the main island, in addition to soul guide cannons, included numerous advanced and powerful soul guides. The islands resembled a fully armed war behemoth, lying in wait upon the ocean's surface, anticipating the enemy's arrival. The clamor on the island subsided the moment preparations were complete, with everyone stationed at their posts. Their expressions serious as they fixated on the tumultuous sea. The enemy has appeared. The foremost sentry, using a telescope, spotted a flicker of purple light on the horizon. With his extensive experience and the real-time data provided by the reconnaissance soul guide, he swiftly made a determination. The tension across the entire island peaked at the sentry's report. Many involuntarily swallowed hard, gripping their weapons tightly as if it were their sole source of support. Zhang Yuan and the others arrived at the reconnaissance room, where only 2 staff members, both powerful at the Soul Saint level, were present. They donned steel helmets, their eyes closed in concentration as they utilized the large telescope-like metal instrument before them for observation. "How far is the enemy from us?" Zhang Yuan inquired as he approached one of them. The individual, sensing his presence, immediately opened his eyes and stood, respectfully responding, reporting to the Grand Elder. "According to the observation from the CI, the enemy is currently 1,500 miles away." Suddenly, another gray-clad man wearing a steel helmet cried out, "We have lost the enemy's position information." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan rushed to the gray-clad man, snatching his helmet and putting it on. He then sat cross-legged, his soul power surging. Moments later, he opened his eyes, pale and trembling, and stood up, his voice hoarse as he declared, "We have indeed lost the enemy's coordinates." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuan's expression turned exceptionally grave. Without uttering another word, he swiftly exited the reconnaissance room. Liu followed closely behind him, and when they reached the main hall, they discovered that the other 2 elders had been waiting for some time. The 4 exchanged no words. In the brief moment their eyes met, these 4 comrades who had once fought side by side understood each other's thoughts. Under Zhang Yuan's lead, they silently ascended to the sky, each taking a position at the 4 cardinal points. The stationed soldiers, witnessing the elders of the branch at the forefront, felt their unease dissipate instantly. These are the highest combat power of the Holy Spirit Church branch, all super Douluo of no less than level 95. The biting sea wind lashed against Zhang Yuan's figure, their long hair billowing wildly in the gale as they stood with their hands clasped lightly behind their backs, gazing solemnly into the distance. Suddenly, he perceived a flash of purple light before him, followed by a voice reaching his ears. "Uncle Zhang, you're looking well." Chapter 94. Return to Douluo. Dalu. The familiar voice sent a jolt through Zhang Yuan's body. He focused his gaze to find DaiYuan smiling and waving at him from a short distance away. Upon seeing the youth, Zhang Yuan was initially struck by a moment of disbelief, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. However, when he noticed 2 unfamiliar figures standing quietly beside DaiYuan, he gradually calmed his excitement. The other 3 elders, aware of the change in the atmosphere, approached Zhang Yuan. Upon seeing DaiYuan, expressions of varying degrees of joy illuminated their faces, similarly mirroring the reaction of the Grand Elder. Their brows furrowed as they gazed upon the Mo Jing Wang and Lan Fozi. Among them, Liu's response was the most pronounced. Having personally experienced the terrifying prowess of the Mo Jing Wang, he recalled the overwhelming disparity in strength that still instilled fear within him. The Mo Jing Wang cast his gaze over the 4 elders not far away, and in the next moment, he unleashed a formidable aura that bore down upon them. The 4 elders, sensing the immense pressure emanating from the Mo Jing Wang, fixated their eyes on the middle-aged man clad in blue crystal armor. Just as they anticipated an imminent clash, the oppressive force receded like a retreating tide. The Mo Jing Wang turned his head, casting a fond glance at Lan Fozi, and spoke gently, "If you encounter any grievances outside, do not hesitate to inform us at once. My daughter, no one shall bully." He then directed his attention towards DaiYuan, offering a slight bow. "Please take good care of her in the days to come." DaiYuan solemnly returned the gesture, assuring him, "Rest assured, Uncle Lan, anyone wishing to harm Fozi must first step over my corpse." The sincerity of DaiYuan's words deeply moved the Mo Jing Wang, who gradually set the 2 down at the main island before vanishing in a flash of blue-violet light. At that moment, sensing the absence of the Mo Jing Wang's aura, Zhang Yuan and Liu swiftly approached DaiYuan. After a thorough examination, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. "After 2 years, we finally see you alive and well. I feel reassured now," Zhang Yuan remarked with a smile, and Liu, standing beside him, radiated equal joy. Over the past 2 years, he often regretted this sea expedition. Had his strength been greater, perhaps DaiYuan would not have been captured. Now, seeing him in such vibrant health, his inner happiness was no less than that of Zhang Yuan. 2 years. How could I have been away for 2 years? In Dai Yuan's understanding, his time spent in the realm of destruction had lasted at most a month. Upon realizing the vast discrepancy in time, he promptly summoned the system to review his data. Host information as follows. Host. Dai Yuan age. 14 martial soul. Sacred beast white tiger. Sacred beast vermilion bird soul power level. Level 43 mental power level. Ling Yuan realm. 10001. Soul rings. Black. Light moon demon tiger. Black. Dark demon fiend tiger. Black. Primal light tiger. Red divine gift soul ring. Soul bones. Wisdom skull of spirit condensation. Right palm bone of light moon demon tiger. Left palm bone of dark demon fiend tiger. Face bone of primal light tiger skills. Xin Tiangong. Sacred emperor heavy eye. 9 secret movement technique. 9 secret character technique. Chant ai jing blad technique. Kao divine grinding visualisation. Sacred empereur rending wave. Sacred empereur rending even. Sacred empereur invisible escape. Sacred empereur démon flamme. Sacred emperor war god transformation. Binding release of soul bone and soul ring techniques. Physique. Sacred emperor immortal body items. Name blade sacred light merit points. 2,100 upon seeing the age listed as 14. An unprecedented shock overwhelmed him, causing his mind to momentarily falter. He had not realized that 2 years had already passed, clearly. The flow of time in the realm of destruction differed greatly from that of the outside world. Confronted with this abrupt and harsh reality, Dai Yuan quickly adjusted his mindset, smiling as he recounted fabricated experiences to the elders. In his narrative, due to the uniqueness of his martial soul, he was taken by the Mo Jing Wang to a place of inheritance in the deep sea related to the sacred emperor. Throughout this account, he deliberately concealed the inheritance of the god of destruction, primarily to ensure his own safety. After all, should such astonishing news be revealed, it would be challenging to prevent others from coveting this remarkable legacy. Beside him, Lan Fozhi observed as Dai Yuan wove his tale, a mixture of truth and fabrication. With a flicker of curiosity in her beautiful eyes, though she concealed it well. Sensing Dai Yuan's intentions, her quick-witted mind chose silence. Shortly thereafter, as Dai Yuan concluded his story, the 4 elders could not suppress their sighs. What a blessing in disguise. Who would have thought you would stumble upon your destination? Li Yu remarked, his expression a blend of astonishment and acceptance, as he recalled the incredible events he had encountered. Ha ha ha, as long as you are well. That's all that matters. Now we, the old fellows, extend our heartfelt welcome to Miss Lan Fozhi. Upon learning that the beautiful girl standing before them was the daughter of the Mo Jing Wang, their demeanor shifted, and with Zhang Yuan leading the way, the elders bowed to Lan Fozhi in welcome. Faced with such formalities, the naive girl felt a bit awkward, but with Dai Yuan's support, she managed to respond. Thus, Lan Fozhi officially integrated into the Sheng Ling Jiao. That night, within the great hall of the main island, Zhang Yuan and several important figures of the sect hosted a grand banquet in honor of Dai Yuan and Lan Fozhi. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy as cups clinked and toasts were exchanged. Lin Quan, tipsy, leaned on Dai Yuan's shoulder and teased him softly. I knew you were extraordinary. I never expected you to return with a beauty from the spirit beast world. TSK, such look will surely be world-shattering. Oh heavens! When will you grant me a beautiful girl, whether human or spirit beast? I am not picky. Dai Yuan rolled his eyes in disdain, pushing him away before turning to Lan Fozhi, who was blissfully indulging in her meal. Is that enough? Or should I have someone bring you more? Enough. It's too delicious. The girl turned towards Dai Yuan, her cheeks stuffed with food, resembling a cute little hamster. Zhang Yuan, seated at the head of the table, watched with a smile, a subtle curve gracing his lips. Later that night, Dai Yuan was summoned to the office. Xiao Yuan, the elite soul master competition across the continent is about to begin. What are your plans? Dai Yuan pondered briefly before responding softly. I wish to return and take a look. Chapter 95. Undercurrents stirring. Zhang Yuan nodded in comprehension and then shifted the topic regarding Dai Yuan. What do you intend to do about the daughter of the Mo Jing Wang? Naturally, she will stay with me. Are you not concerned that her identity as a spirit beast may attract the covetous eyes of titled Daluos? Rest assured, I will ensure her safety. With the Blue Mountain couple entrusting Lan Fozhi to him, he believed they had made ample preparations. All he needed to do was help her avoid worldly distractions. Very well. Since you have said so, when do you plan to depart? When does the elite soul master competition commence? In a week. Then we shall set off tomorrow. Ha ha. I anticipated your decisive nature. The ship has long been prepared for you, and I will accompany you this time. DaiYuan expressed his gratitude towards the Grand Elder. Oh, we are so familiar now. There is no need for such formality. Do you still regard yourself as an outsider? Observing the gentle demeanor of the middle-aged man, feigning annoyance, DaiYuan smiled slightly. Outside, the cold moonlight shimmered over the sea as the chill of the night spread over the waters, illuminated by the moonlight. At that moment, within the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong has been tirelessly working late into the night as the quadrennial all-continent Soul Master Elite competition is swiftly approaching. Various matters have piled up before her, necessitating her personal attention. At this moment, she feels somewhat weary of the paperwork in her hands, placing it upon the desk. She gently presses her fingers against her temples. Subsequently, she lifts her gaze and glances at a shadow outside the hall, softly saying, "Come in. You've been out there for so long. Don't catch a chill." At this instant, a figure gradually emerges from the grand hall, graceful and enchanting, with silky white hair cascading lightly over her shoulders. Her pink-hued eyes glimmer as they fixate on the stunning beauty of Vidong seated before her, each step exuding captivating charm. "Nana, what brings you here so late? Do you have something to discuss with your teacher?" As the words leave her lips, the girl approaches Vidong with a worried expression, observing the equally breathtaking woman before her. "Teacher, DaiYuan has been missing for over 2 years, and there has been no news of him. Are you not the least bit concerned?" Noticing the evident anxiety in Hulai Na's tone, Bibi Dong momentarily loses her focus. She then reaches out her fair, smooth hand to gently caress the girl's beautiful face. "Haha, what troubles you, Nana? This lad has bullied you in the past. Why the sudden concern for him today?" Upon uttering these words, a teasing glint appears in his eyes as she gazes at Hulai Na. "I am not. It's just that the Soul Master Elite competition is about to begin, and I randomly thought of him." Upon hearing such a clumsy excuse from the girl, Bibi Dong merely smiles softly and responds, "You need not fret about DaiYuan. He is currently with Elder Zhang. This afternoon, he sent me a message saying all is well and that he will return shortly." "Really? Oh well, if he returns, then so be it. I'm not afraid of him anymore." As she speaks, she pouts adorably and raises her tiny fist to wave in the air, looking exceedingly cute. With the comforting news about DaiYuan, the frown on Hulai Na's face dissipates instantly. After discussing some cultivation issues with Bibi Dong, she skips away joyfully. Watching the girl depart with such a cheerful demeanor, Bibi Dong shakes her head with a smile. Once she leaves, the grand hall once again falls silent. At this moment, footsteps echo once more as Yuguan and Gue may enter the hall in succession. Both wear solemn expressions, clearly not bearing good tidings. Observing their demeanor, Bibi Dong gradually retracts her earlier smile. "What progress have you made?" she inquires, reporting to the Pope after months of investigation alongside Old Ghost. "We have discovered that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School have been increasingly engaged in negotiations. It appears that Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjun have recently reached some sort of private agreement," Yuguan replies. As soon as he finishes speaking, a cold snort escapes Bibi Dong, reverberating throughout the grand hall. He is hedging his bets, waiting to see who prevails. If it weren't for my current need for this opportunist, I would have uprooted him long ago. Furthermore, the lower 4 sects have recently begun to exhibit restlessness. Reports from Princess Qian Rinxue indicate that the upper echelons of the lower 4 sects have been secretly visiting the royal family. The precise details are only known to Shui Yi, but this action is evidently conspicuous, Gue Mei adds in a low, raspy voice, further chilling the atmosphere of the night. Bibi Dong's eyes flicker momentarily as she gazes out at the night scenery, sighing softly. "Alas, it is indeed a time of turmoil. It seems necessary to hasten our pace. Certain families must be thoroughly eradicated from Douluo Continent after this Soul Master Elite competition." A terrifying wave of soul power suddenly emanates from Bibi Dong, stirring a reaction from Qian Dalu, who is in the worship hall, abruptly opening his eyes in shock. He gazes towards the direction of the Pope's hall, murmuring, "Impossible. It cannot be." At this moment, in the city of Sodo, a young boy is evading the attacks of a burly man while carrying a heavy iron block on his back. With a dull thud, he is sent flying, crashing against a sturdy tree trunk, dislodging a shower of leaves. "Xiaosan, not bad. You managed to evade 3 of my strikes while carrying an extra 100 pounds. Your progress over these past 2 years has been commendable." The boy, Tang San, stumbles to his feet and smiles at the man before him. "It is all thanks to my teachers. Tang San's achievements are deeply rooted in the meticulous guidance of my mentors," he responds humbly. Zhao Wujia waves his hand with a smile, Your growth to this level is also greatly attributed to your innate talent. Otherwise, it would not be possible to reach level 42 in just 2 years. You truly are a remarkable prodigy. Hearing Zhao Wuji's praise, Tang San feigns humility while internally reveling in delight. However, Zhao Wuji's next words abruptly pull him from his reverie. Alas, I wonder how that child DaiYuan is faring. He left without a word 2 years ago, and now I know not how strong he has become. Tang San remains silent, the smile on his face gradually fading. DaiYuan possesses exceptional talent. I believe his accomplishments should not be inferior to ours. Ha, indeed. He is the one who managed to withstand a stick of incense in my presence back then. He truly is a monster. After exchanging pleasantries, Tang San returns to the dormitory. As he walks, he gazes at the full moon hanging high in the sky, a hint of shadow crossing his expression. Upon returning to the dormitory, Oscar rushes into Tang San's embrace, crying inconsolably. Xiao San, why? I've worked so hard to cultivate. Why won't he Rong accept me? Chapter 96. Tang San's provocation. Xiao Ao, what is the matter? Seeing Oscar collapse into his arms, Tang San furrows his brow. The gossip surrounding Oscar and Ning Rong has long circulated throughout the academy. Upon learning of the girl's illustrious background, many have doubted Oscar's chances, including Dai Mubai, who has repeatedly urged him to cease his pursuit, deeming it a futile endeavor. Yet, this youth has become utterly infatuated with Ning Rong, disregarding Tang San and others' earnest advice, stubbornly chasing after a dream that seems ever more unattainable. Initially, Ning Rong was resistant to Oscar's advances, yet out of gratitude for his meticulous care, she refrained from hurting his feelings, maintaining a certain distance. However, this lovesick boy continued his relentless pursuit, appearing daily in front of her dormitory to present her favorite breakfast and taking meticulous care of her during training. Over time, Ning Rong became accustomed to Oscar's daily attentions and established a somewhat ambiguous relationship with him. This delighted the love-struck youth, who could hardly sleep for several nights, with bursts of laughter emanating from the dormitory at night. As the saying goes, the player is lost in the game, while the observer sees clearly. The rest of the group, having witnessed Ning Rong's subtle manipulations, eventually chose to let the two maintain their delicate connection after repeated attempts to persuade them bore no fruit. Woo-woo, Rong, she said she doesn't tea like me, and told me to stop bothering her. At this moment, Oscar is reduced to tears, his sorrow evident as he weeps like a child, tears streaming down and soaking Tang San's clothing. Xiao Ao, calm down. Why did she say that all of a sudden today? Although everyone present, except Oscar himself, had anticipated this day would come, it was merely a question of time. The youth's words remained vague and halting, prompting Tang San to comfort him for quite some time before he steadied his emotions. With reddened eyes and a hoarse voice, the young man spoke. I am uncertain. I invited her to the lakeside for a walk this evening, wishing to share insights on the cultivation of auxiliary system soul masters. However, but what is it? At that moment, Ma Hongjun, filled with frustration, rushed to Oscar and inquired. She mentioned that she seeks a strong individual who can provide her with a sense of security. I asked if I could be that person, and then she smiled, saying that while being friends was acceptable, we could not progress further. I asked if she had someone she liked, and to my astonishment, she bluntly stated her affection was for DaiYuan. The revelation startled everyone present, though they soon came to terms with it. Ma Hongjun sighed softly, patting Oscar on the shoulder with the demeanor of a seasoned individual. It's no matter. If she doesn't fancy you, there's no point in you becoming a sycophant. Let me tell you, being a sycophant leads to nothing but emptiness. Get lost, you fat idiot. What kind of consolation is that? Mind your own business. Day in and day out, you're frolicking with Dai Lauda, mingling in brothels at such a young age. You have no right to criticize me. Ungrateful wretch. Ma Hongjun must have been blind to wade into this murky water. No one asked you to come. You were the one who insisted on it. What did you say? A purplish-red flame erupted from his body, instantly raising the temperature of the entire dormitory. Tang San, sensing the situation was dire, quickly pulled Ma Hongjun aside and whispered in his ear. Hongjun, Xiao Ao is also experiencing a bit of a shock today. He is speaking out of turn. Let us give him some space. I couldn't care less about his affairs. He is clearly a weakling, yet insists on climbing to lofty heights, unaware of his own limitations. Ma Hongjun scoffed, then swaggered out the door, only to hear Oscar's furious voice behind him. Fatty, stop right there. Today, one of us will not survive. Tang San firmly held onto Oscar. Otherwise, given Ma Hongjun's temperament, Oscar would surely find himself in the infirmary. Once the dormitory door closed, only the two remained. After a moment of silence, Oscar slowly spoke again. I know, I'm unworthy of her. She is the princess of the illustrious Qibao Liuli, while I am merely a powerless auxiliary system soul master. What can a coward like me, who can only hide behind my teammates, offer to protect her? As he spoke, Oscar gazed despairingly out the window, his brow furrowed with deep sorrow. Observing the youth lost in his despondent thoughts, it seemed that negative emotions were easily contagious. When Oscar mentioned DaiYuan again, the figure that had haunted him for over 2 years resurfaced, rekindling the darkness within him. At that moment, a shadowy light flickered in his eyes. Xiao Ao, love is not something that can be chased. Then what is it? Attraction. Love is a mutual affection. Your greatest mistake lies in your attempt to move her emotionally, which seldom yields good results, and you risk becoming merely an alternative in her eyes. In essence, if you truly wish for Ning Rongrong to develop feelings for you, you must exhibit qualities she admires. Qualities she admires? Like DaiYuan? DaiYuan, alas. I dare not even hope to be like him. It is an entirely different matter. He transcends the realm of genius, and I have yet to encounter a peer who can rival him. As Oscar spoke, Tang San felt a strange heaviness in his heart, though he concealed it from his expression. Indeed, someone like him possesses talent, appearance, and cultivation, leaving us feeling utterly overshadowed. Yes, Rongrong's affection for him is undeniable. But are you content with that? What do you mean? You should understand my implication. Are you truly willing to live your life under his shadow? Your talent is evident to all. The dean has even suggested you possess the potential to become a title Douluo. Your looks are equally remarkable. The only limitations you face stem from your background and martial soul. However, I do not believe this to be a reason for you to belittle yourself. A less favorable background can be transformed through hard work. Regarding your martial soul, although you are an auxiliary system soul master, there remains significant potential for development, and it is not impossible for you to become a formidable soul master in the future. Tang Sen's words struck deep within Oscar's heart, planting a seed that quietly began to sprout. Chapter 97. The Reunion of the Iron Triangle in Truth. Tang Sen's words to Oscar also served as a form of encouragement for himself. He, endowed with innate soul power and dual martial souls, felt utterly overshadowed in the presence of DaiYuan, whose brilliance was so blinding that no one noticed Tang San's existence. Only after DaiYuan's departure did the other students shift their focus to him. Furthermore, leveraging his superior intellect and formidable soul power, he quickly ascended to the role of strategist within the team, with his overall combat strength now second only to Dai Bai. These developments elevated his status among the Shrek 7, and he could now be considered a true central figure. Yet, the shadow of that figure lingered in his heart, continually driving him to grow stronger. At this moment, it was also the perfect opportunity to plant seeds of negativity regarding DaiYuan in Oscar's heart and draw him closer, a chance that the shrewd Tang San would not overlook. Noticing Oscar lost in contemplation, Tang San couldn't help but smile slightly, then further incited. DaiYuan's talent and strength are formidable, but the power he belongs to might become a hindrance in the future. A hindrance? How could that be? He is the holy son of the Spirit Hall, a force so powerful that it could never become a drawback. Observing the youth passionately defending his rival, Tang San felt both helpless and amused. He chuckled softly. No, the situation has changed. The Spirit Hall may appear invincible now, but who knows what awaits after the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. What do you mean? At this juncture, Oscar was captivated by Tang San's discourse, momentarily forgetting his heartbreak. I heard from a teacher that recently, the leaders of Qibao Liuli and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect seem to have reached a private agreement, which could pose a threat to the Spirit Hall. Moreover, it seems that the Tiando Empire has been in close contact with the 4 lower sections. While their intentions remain unclear, it is evident that they are targeting the Spirit Hall. I never anticipated such developments. Through Tang San's narration, even Oscar, who typically shunned worldly affairs, recognized the undercurrents stirring beneath the surface of tranquility. I also heard that our dean has been in contact with individuals from the Tiando side. Surely not. Is the dean considerate? Tang San remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Though it is merely speculation, I sense that the dean may lean towards the Tiando Empire. Given the dean's inherently suspicious nature, he would not act so recklessly. Surely, some conditions must have been presented. I am uncertain about this matter. The teacher has only gathered this much information thus far. Subsequently, a profound silence enveloped the two individuals. Oscar cast a somber gaze out of the window, while Tang San remained expressionless, his eyes fixed upon the ground, leaving their thoughts inscrutable to one another. Meanwhile, within the principal's office of Shrek, a strikingly elegant woman leaned against Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, weeping quietly. The silver-haired middle-aged man held her with an expression of guilt, gently comforting her by caressing her back. Flinder sat comfortably in his chair, observing the pair with a teasing smile, yet his eyes were filled with genuine blessings. After a while, they slowly parted, and Yu Xiaojiang gazed at the woman who had waited for him for many years, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Erlong, after all these years, I have wronged you. Before Yu Xiaojiang could finish his sentence, Lu Erlong stepped forward to gently cover his mouth, shaking her head softly with a tender gaze. Xiaojiang, do not say that. After all these years, I understand your difficulties. Erlong. Flinder interjected, rather inappropriately, breaking the heartfelt exchange between them. This interruption provoked Lu Erlong, who turned her icy demeanor toward Flinder. Flinder, has it been so long since you have had a good stretch? Are your bones stiff? In the next moment, a surge of flames erupted from her body. The intense heat instantly pushed Yu Xiaojiang back and elevated the room's temperature to a daunting level. Xiaojiang, quickly persuade Erlong. Otherwise, she might incinerate the entire Shrek. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yu Xiaojiang understood that her temperament could indeed lead to such a calamity. Gathering his soul power, he bravely approached the emotionally volatile Lu Erlong, enduring the scorching heat. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojiang disregard his own safety, Lu Erlong forced herself to suppress her anger and slowly withdrew the flames she had unleashed. A charred scent wafted through the room. As some wooden objects began to darken, Flinder trembled as he touched the burnt items, his eyes revealing a profound sorrow that left him breathless. Lu Erlong, however, appeared oblivious to this, immediately rushing to Yu Xiaojiang, inspecting him from head to toe, her tear-filled eyes expressing concern. Why are you so foolish? You are merely a soul master. How can you withstand my flames? Yu Xiaojiang smiled as he stroked Lu Erlong's dark red hair, his tone serious. It is fine. Erlong, haven't you learned to control your flames by now? Alas, this may be a side effect of the mutation of my martial soul. Whenever my emotions spiral out of control, the fire dragon flame surges forth uncontrollably. Ah, then you are in great danger. Xiaojiang, I remember you have profound knowledge in herbal medicine. Is there any way to remedy Erlong's condition? Despite his sharp tongue, he was deeply concerned for this friend who had fought alongside him for many years. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang replied, I recall an ancient text mentioning a celestial herb called Jiguang Fengwankui, a divine remedy for fire-type martial souls that could potentially cure Erlong's symptoms. Sai, where can we find such a celestial herb? It is entirely elusive. One Ma Hongjun is already enough trouble. Now Erlong is too. Ma Hongjun. Is he one of your students? Yes, indeed. Ma Hongjun's martial soul is also a mutated one, the evil fire phoenix. Yet it bears similar unstable side effects to yours, Flinder explained, and a brief silence fell over the room. Could you take me to see those children? 5 days later, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, as evening descended, Xueqinghe slowly exited the council hall, escorted by a retinue of guards back to her residence. Upon entering, she was attended to by her trusted maid, gradually shedding her formal court attire for a lighter, more casual outfit. These were loyal subordinates, discreetly brought by Qian Rinxue from the Spirit Hall over the past 8 years, and due to their unique upbringing, they maintained unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Once the maids exited the room, she stepped into her private chamber. At that moment, she removed the mask she had worn throughout the day, revealing a beauty that could captivate nations. Gazing at her reflection, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but sigh softly. 8 years had slipped by unnoticed. Reflecting on the years past felt like walking on thin ice. Despite undergoing severe training in the Spirit Hall, cultivating a heart that remained tranquil amidst chaos. Ever since arriving in Tiando Imperial City as Xueqinghe, she found herself reminiscing about her life in the Spirit Hall during countless sleepless nights. She missed her grandfather, who had nurtured her with immense care, the freedom of life in the worship hall, and that boy who had firmly occupied her heart for 8 years. I wonder how he is doing now. I truly miss him. As she gazed at the solitary moon hanging in the vast night sky, she felt a kinship with it, both steadfastly enduring the darkness alone. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Miss, dinner's ready. Please bring it in. I'm a bit weary today. Certainly, miss. I shall do so immediately. Suddenly, there was a pause in the voice, but it quickly resumed. I will have someone bring it right away. Thank you for your hard work. Although she sensed something unusual in the tone of Qianjun Douluo, knowing his identity quelled her curiosity. After Qianjun Douluo departed, Qian Renxue approached her desk to handle official documents. The health of the Snow Knight Emperor was deteriorating rapidly, and he could depart at any moment. Therefore, as his ability to wield power waned, delegating authority became the only viable option. Throughout this process, Qian Renxue employed various political strategies, successfully gaining the support of the majority of officials while defeating numerous rivals. The old emperor was well aware of the minister's opportunism, and after careful consideration, he ultimately decided to gradually transfer power to his son. Naturally, Qian Renxue did not disappoint. Over the years, she managed national affairs with remarkable efficiency, earning her the trust and support of more ministers. At this juncture, it was clear that once the Snow Knight Emperor passed, she would swiftly ascend as the new ruler of the Tiando Empire. At that time, the Spirit Hall would sweep through the realm, unifying the world. However, with power comes responsibility. As her authority increased, so did the weight of her duties, becoming increasingly burdensome. Without her formidable soul power and angelic martial soul, it would have been difficult for her to endure thus far. Nevertheless, the prolonged strain had severely impacted her spirit, and she felt increasingly overwhelmed, unsure of how much longer she could hold on. The door creaked open, causing Qian Renxue, who was immersed in her work, to frown slightly before she spoke. Please sit on the table, and remember to knock next time you enter. Of course, Mississippi. The magnetic male voice sent a shiver down Qian Renxue's spine. This voice was unfamiliar to her, and apart from Qianjun Douluo, the rest of the household consisted solely of women. Who, then, could this male voice belong to? In an instant, countless thoughts surged through her mind. The fact that even Qianjun Douluo did not have the time to announce the visitor indicated that the stranger's strength far surpassed his. Who was this man? At that moment, a mere screen separated them, and Qian Renshue's heavy breathing resonated through to the other side, prompting a light chuckle from the man. Entering without knocking was indeed quite rude. His voice once again reached Qian Renshue's ears. Gazing at the documents sprawled across the table, she reached into her storage ring and retrieved a token. Gradually, she stood up, concealing the tightly gripped token within her sleeve, and made her way toward the living room. As her gaze passed through the screen, she finally beheld the source of the voice. At that moment, he had his back turned to her, his long white hair cascading casually over his shoulders, and his tall, slender frame exuded an aura of strength that momentarily left her dazed. Schwer, it has been many years. You haven't forgotten me, have you? The figure slowly turned around, a broad smile illuminating his face as he gazed at the now stunned young woman before him. Why, you are DaiYuan? Qian Renshue's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at the man's visage, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice trembling. Just then, as the man opened his mouth to speak, the girl disregarded all hesitation and rushed into his embrace, pounding her fists against his chest. You scoundrel! Why do you only come to see me now? Do you know how much I have suffered these past years? Do you know how much I have missed you? And yet, you did not come to see me even once in these 8 years. Observing the girl lamenting her heartaches in his embrace, DaiYuan gradually withdrew his smile. Gently, he wrapped his arms around Qian Renshue's waist, resting his head on her shoulder, whispering words of comfort. Schwer, you have endured so much over the years. I'm sorry for arriving late. They held each other for a long while, with Qian Renxue transforming from a loud sob to quiet sniffles, eventually resting silently in DaiYuan's arms, still pouting, refusing to acknowledge this untrustworthy man. DaiYuan understood that he could not force her, so he continued to hold the enchanting girl, greedily inhaling her fragrance. What are you doing? Noticing his actions, Qian Renxue quickly pulled away from his embrace, only to be met with a kiss. You bully! DaiYuan clearly had no intention of allowing her the chance to speak further, intensifying his advances. Soon, they found themselves lost in a passionate kiss. After a long while, their lips parted, and they gazed into each other's eyes, the atmosphere gradually growing more intimate. The girl's blush became a potent temptation, luring DaiYuan into the depths of desire. They silently observed one another until Qian Renxue, perhaps intentionally or unintentionally, nodded slightly. Only then did DaiYuan smile and gently lift her up. The night was long, and the cool moonlight could not extinguish the fervent hearts of the two. The earth silently blessed them as a muffled moan escaped the girl, and hand in hand, they stepped into the tranquil night. Chapter 99. The Jealous Hulaina As dawn broke, sunlight gently streamed into the room, carrying the coolness of the night before. Perhaps sensing the intensity of the light, Qianren Shui's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Feeling a wave of warmth radiating from behind her, she turned, only to meet the calm gaze of the young man. In an instant, a flurry of emotions, shame, anger, joy, overwhelmed her, compelling her to want to turn and flee. Ouch! That hurts. The pain from the sudden movement caused her to frown, but at that moment, DaiYuan swiftly moved closer, wrapping her tightly in his arms. After a brief moment, he gently inquired in her ear, "Does it still hurt?" The girl did not respond, merely shaking her head lightly, perhaps too embarrassed to face the man behind her. Sensing her shyness, DaiYuan, who was well-versed in such matters, understood her feelings. He smiled softly and embraced her even tighter. After what felt like an eternity, Qianren Shui seemed to muster her courage and turned to face DaiYuan. Her sparkling eyes filled with affection as she spoke softly, "I have given you my most precious possession. Do not forsake me." Her tone carried a hint of pleading, causing DaiYuan's heart to tremble. He gently kissed her forehead and replied tenderly, "You are my first woman, my most cherished treasure." Listening to DaiYuan's sweet words, Qianren Shui's anxieties gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented happiness. They dared not linger in bed for too long, as a multitude of official matters awaited the crown prince's personal attention. After enjoying a sumptuous breakfast together, DaiYuan presented Qianren Shui with a silver elixir. "Shui, I have learned about your situation from Elder Qianjun. This is a spiritual pill I chanced upon. It should help mend your mental wounds." Witnessing his considerate gesture, Qianren Shui felt a surge of gratitude, yet a hint of sadness crept in. Noticing her change in demeanor, DaiYuan enveloped her in his embrace and softly asked, "What is wrong? Have you encountered some trouble?" Qianren Shui slowly shook her head. "It's nothing. I am truly happy to be your woman. I long to be with you always. The day will come when I return for you. Trust me, it won't be long." "Yes, yes. You mustn't make me wait too long this time. I want tea. This time I promise." Subsequently, under the careful arrangements of their entourage, DaiYuan discreetly departed from the crown prince's residence. Upon returning to the inn, he opened the door to find the table laden with remnants of food, piled high as if threatening to topple over at any moment. "Finally, you're back. I've been waiting forever, and I'm starving." A cute little head popped up from behind the mound, glaring at DaiYuan as he had just returned. "Haha, my apologies. I had some matters to attend to. Let us go eat." "Humph. I'll reluctantly forgive you this time for the sake of food." The girl raised her chin proudly, her demeanor utterly adorable. They indulged in a feast at the food street until they were thoroughly satisfied, patting their bellies as they left together. A few days later, outside Wuhuan City, two figures, one tall and one short, stood at the city gates. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was captivatingly beautiful. "Wow, this is Wuhuan City. How magnificent!" At that moment, two guards blocked their path. "Please present your identification." DaiYuan smiled slightly, the emerald ring on his finger glinting as a token appeared in his hand. "Does this prove my identity?" The guards leaned closer, and upon recognizing the token, their eyes widened in astonishment. With a clang, they immediately knelt on one knee, bowing to DaiYuan. "Welcome back, holy son." The exclamation drew the attention of everyone present, all eyes turning to the tall, white-haired man in disbelief. Before they could react, DaiYuan and Lan Fatsi, escorted by a throng of guards, entered the city. The following day marked the opening ceremony of the Elite Soul Master Competition, with a vast crowd pouring into the sacred city of glory. In recent years, the population within the jurisdiction of Wuhuan Temple has surged dramatically, necessitating expansions of Wuhuan City prior to each Soul Master Elite competition. The city has now grown to over 3 times its original size since DaiYuan first arrived. Yet the throngs of people remain densely packed and bustling. The influx of such a vast population has undoubtedly intensified the challenges of management, prompting Wuhuan Temple to double the number of personnel dispatched for maintenance compared to the last event. While minor skirmishes are unavoidable, those with ulterior motives must still weigh the formidable power of Wuhuan Temple, ensuring the security efforts, though laborious, remain effective. Gazing out at the vibrant scenery from the carriage, DaiYuan felt a warm sense of homecoming. He then turned to the side, observing Lan Fozi, who was scanning the surroundings. "Fozi, when we meet the teacher, please heed my prior arrangements and do not take it lightly. The teacher is not one to be trifled with. Her strength is formidable, and your father may not surpass her." "Oh, I know. Must you be so bothersome? Hurry up, I want to eat." We will attend to that later. We must focus on the task at hand. Woo, you are so unkind to Fozi. I will tell my mother. Soon, the carriage procession entered a majestic architectural complex, finally coming to a halt before the tallest building. DaiYuan reached out to take Lan Fozi's hand to disembark, but the girl, still sulking, denied him the opportunity and gracefully leaped out of the window. Who are you? Where is DaiYuan? A sharp voice called out, prompting DaiYuan to hastily exit the carriage. Glancing towards the papal hall, he noticed a young girl glaring fiercely at Lan Fozi, her lips pursed in indignation, and her delicate pink eyes filled with confusion and anger. Upon seeing the girl's enchanting features and alluring figure, DaiYuan momentarily lost focus but quickly recognized her. It was Hulaina, who had rushed to the hall upon hearing from the teacher that DaiYuan had entered the city. However, instead of her beloved, she encountered a stranger instead. A whirlwind of thoughts flooded her mind, and a pang of jealousy quietly brewed within her. Long time no see, Nana. After all these years, I did not expect you to blossom into such a beauty. DaiYuan approached Hulaina, his heart brimming with joy at her transformation into a lovely young woman. Who is she? Normally, Hulaina would relish such compliments, but at this moment, all she desired was to uncover the identity of the unfamiliar girl DaiYuan had brought. Observing the girl's expression, DaiYuan surmised that she had likely misconstrued the situation. Nana, it is not as you think. She is Zhang de Chonglau's granddaughter, here to witness the Soul Master Elite competition. Zhang de Chonglao. Who is that? I see. You are merely trying to deceive me, as you often do. Witnessing the girl's insistence on this matter, DaiYuan felt a headache coming on. At that moment, the previously silent Lan Fozi spoke up. DaiYuan is correct. Our relationship is not as you perceive it. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. What do you mean? Just as she intended to confront Lan Fozi, the latter tossed her hair and strode into the hall. DaiYuan, relieved by this development, offered Hulaina comforting words and gently coaxed her to follow him into the grand hall. As they entered, Bibi Dong, seated upon the papal throne, observed the unfamiliar face entering first, leaving her puzzled. Lan Fozi also caught sight of Bibi Dong, and as she gazed at the dignified woman, she gradually halted her steps. The two exchanged a brief glance, and an unusual atmosphere began to stir. At this moment, DaiYuan, holding Hulaina's hand, approached Lan Fozi. Xiao Yuan. Who is this? Teacher, this is Lan Fozi, Zhang Yuan Chonglau's granddaughter, here to observe this year's Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Oh, I see. Bibi Dong then gracefully rose from her seat, walked over to Lan Fozi, and kindly took her hand, her eyes glimmering with a subtle, enigmatic light. Lan Fozi instinctively wanted to withdraw, but for some inexplicable reason, her body felt immobilized as Bibi Dong drew near. Realizing this, she began to channel her soul power, only to find herself seemingly sealed in place. DaiYuan sensed the shift immediately and was about to intervene when Bibi Dong released her hand. Casting a gentle smile at DaiYuan as she softly said, Xiao Yuan, please take good care of Fozi. Ensure she is settled well. The opening ceremony is tomorrow, and I have matters to discuss with Nana. With a meaningful glance at Lan Fozi, she led Hulaina towards the back garden. Throughout this process, the girl frequently glanced back at DaiYuan and Lan Fozi, her adorable cherry lips stubbornly pouting, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fervor. Subsequently, under DaiYuan's arrangements, Lan Fozi was accommodated in a guest room behind the papal hall, making her the fourth resident of the papal hall besides Bibi Dong and the other two. After settling in, Lan Fozi eagerly dragged DaiYuan to the food street for a delightful feast, and after an afternoon of indulgence, DaiYuan finally satiated her desires and brought her to a state of contentment. Just as he thought he could rest, he received a summons from Bibi Dong's personal maid, requesting his presence in the teacher's chambers. DaiYuan pondered for a moment before reluctantly heading to Bibi Dong's room. As he opened the door, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, and he found Bibi Dong quietly sipping tea in the main hall. Teacher, your disciple has arrived. Approaching Bibi Dong, DaiYuan respectfully performed a student salute. Your years of training have evidently enhanced your strength. You have reached level 43. Bibi Dong merely cast a fleeting glance before stating DaiYuan's current realm, a familiarity he had grown accustomed to. Teacher, your praise is too generous. My achievements today are a result of your diligent instruction. Enough of that. The reason I called you here tonight is that I have something important to discuss. What would you like to inquire about, teacher? I shall speak candidly and without reservation. Haha, is that so? In that case, please enlighten me regarding the girl named Lan Fozi, What is her true background? As soon as the words left her lips, DaiYuan's eyes widened, and he looked at Bibi Dong, who was smiling at him, a tumultuous wave rising within him. Teacher, why do you say that? When I attempted to investigate her earlier today, I was obstructed by an invisible force. This must be a soul guidance device set up by Zhang Lao. They are well-versed in soul guidance technology and may have installed something on Fozi, as it is reasonable for an elder to ensure the safety of their granddaughter during her venture. Throughout the exchange, Bibi Dong maintained a serene smile, listening intently without uttering a word. DaiYuan realized that she did not believe his words, yet he found himself unable to retreat, compelled to press on. After concluding his explanation, the room fell into silence, the occasional bird call from outside punctuating the heavy atmosphere. Xiao Yuan, she is important to you, is she not? DaiYuan remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. Observing this, Bibi Dong contemplated for a moment before shifting the conversation. What is your perspective on the current situation on the continent? I have heard from Elder Zhang Yuan that the current situation is unfavorable for our Wuhuan temple. Do you have any thoughts on this? Upon meeting Bai Dong, DaiYuan felt a sense of relief as the matter regarding Lan Fozi's identity was not excessively pursued. He spoke at present. The ambiguous relationship between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant School suggests that the two leaders may have reached some clandestine agreement in private. It is said that Yu Yuan Zhen even brought Yu Tian Heng along to propose a marriage to facilitate an alliance between the two families. Yes, I have heard about this, but Ning Fengji did not immediately agree, likely considering the Wuhuan Temple's position. As long as the Wuhuan Temple stands firm, Ning Fengji will not easily consent to this union. Furthermore, regarding the lower four sects, although they have recently grown closer to the Tiando royal family, with Xiao Shui maneuvering among them, they are not a cause for concern. The most crucial aspect for the Wuhuan Temple right now is to showcase the prowess of the younger generation at the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. For only then can we deter those scheming miscreants. Haha, will you participate in this Soul Master Elite competition? I am eager to witness the extent of your current strength. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan slowly shook his head, which left Bai Dong perplexed. What is it? Do you harbor some unspoken concerns? DaiYuan nodded slowly, and then he unleashed his soul power. With a hum, 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, rose from beneath his feet. My heavens, Bibi Dong gasped, her eyes narrowing as she involuntarily trembled at the sight of the 4 soul rings floating around DaiYuan. Could he also be? In an instant, various thoughts flooded her mind, yet only one remained steadfast, the notion of divine inheritance. She gradually approached DaiYuan, her expression more serious than ever. DaiYuan, promise me, never betray the Wuhuan Temple. Chapter 101. Concealed Intentions Teacher. As your disciple, I will naturally consider the Wuhuan Temple wholeheartedly. Rest assured regarding the competition. Although I will not participate as an official member, should the team require me, I will certainly step up to ensure our success. With a creak, the door closed behind DaiYuan as he exited Bai Dong's chamber. The moon had risen high, and the cold night breeze mingled with the chill of the solitary moonlight, softly caressing DaiYuan. He strolled along the narrow path back, listening to the occasional chirping of insects and birds amidst the surrounding flora. In this serene night, he wandered alone, his mind still echoing Bai Dong's earnest admonitions from earlier. It was in that moment he first sensed a faint aura of killing intent emanating from the Pope. He understood that revealing such a terrifying configuration of soul rings carried significant implications, and as a fellow inheritor of divine status, she would undoubtedly discern its meaning. Thus, he pondered whether Bai Dong would act against him under these circumstances. Should she truly be unable to suppress her inner thoughts, then tonight, their teacher-student bond would reach its conclusion. Regarding this teacher, while she did not significantly aid his rise in strength, their relationship was more akin to that of allies forged under specific mutual interests rather than a traditional teacher-student dynamic. Yet, he remained ever grateful for the protection she had afforded him over the years. Initially, he harbored stereotypical impressions of her as ruthless and cruel, yet through their time together, he came to recognize her as a resilient woman with a past she wished to forget. For the vision of a unified world she held dear, she was willing to set aside grievances and pour her heart and soul into the Wuhuan Temple. With those loyal to DaiYuan, she was never stingy, meting out rewards and punishments fairly and justly. This was the reason why Zhu Luo and Gue Luo followed her to the death. And it was the foundation of DaiYuan's admiration for her. He was willing to assist her in realizing her vision, and her conduct that night only solidified his resolve. Since she had extended a gesture of goodwill towards him, he would reciprocate in kind. The following day, after completing his morning routine, DaiYuan made his way to Lan Fozzi's quarters. Knock, knock. Fozzi, are you awake? Ugh, just a little longer. If you don't get up, I will head to the opening ceremony alone, and I shall indulge in all the delicacies by myself. As soon as DaiYuan's words fell, a cacophony of sounds erupted from inside, and shortly after, a disheveled Lan Fozzi appeared before him, her hair in disarray. Hurry up, I'm starving. Take me to eat. Ha ha ha. You little glutton, all you think about is food. Take a good look at yourself. Just look at what you become. Upon DaiYuan's reminder, Lan Fozzi glanced down at her disheveled appearance, her figure revealing a deep cleft beneath her untidy clothing, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. With a bang, the door slammed shut, and muffled sounds of Lan Fozzi's protests echoed from within. DaiYuan is such a pervert. After the morning's little episode, although Lan Fozzi felt a mix of shame and indignation, she obediently followed DaiYuan, for she remained a stranger to Wuhuan City. Perhaps feeling guilty, DaiYuan treated her to an extravagant breakfast at the most prestigious restaurant in Wuhuan City, and ultimately, the satisfied girl chose to forgive him. At this moment, the opening ceremony was fast approaching, and spectators who had purchased tickets had gathered at various entrances, eagerly awaiting the event. A cacophony of sounds filled the air, yet no one dared to cause trouble, for each entrance was guarded by 2 soul saints and a soul dou, an impressive display only the Wuhuan temple could muster. DaiYuan led Lan Fozzi through the VIP passage directly into the arena. At this time, Bai Bai Dong had yet to make her appearance, and all the competitors were in the waiting area, while dignitaries were gradually taking their seats in the VIP section. DaiYuan cast a cursory glance around before letting out a soft sigh as he made his way to his private room. Upon entering, the conversation abruptly ceased, and the occupants slowly turned their heads toward the door. The next moment, a hearty laugh rang out. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yuan, you have finally arrived. I was almost at my wits' end chatting with these old fellows. The voice belonged to DaiYuan. After several years apart, he appeared to have gained a few more gray hairs, which tugged at DaiYuan's heart. The others present were familiar faces: Ning Feng Ji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school; Yu Yuan Zhen, the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant School; and Zhang Yuan, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. Though DaiYuan was unaware of Zhang Yuan's identity as a member of the Spirit Hall, he recognized that over 70% of the continent's battle arenas were under his control, granting him the status to stand alongside them. Fozzi is here as well. Cool. Sit by me. Zhang Yuan beckoned Lan Fozzi to take a seat beside him, while also introducing her to the other dignitaries. Mr. Zhang's granddaughter is clearly a paragon among her peers. Ning Fengji smiled as he regarded Lan Fozzi, before shifting his gaze to DaiYuan. I have long heard that the Pope's eldest disciple is a prodigy. Seeing you today truly lives up to the reputation. Your extraordinary aura has greatly impressed me. While those present were well aware of the underlying context, Ning Tianfeng's words brought him great delight. Ah, sekt Liderning, you flatter me. This young lad is still quite inexperienced. Don't let his praise get to his head. DaiYuan smiled in silence, when suddenly a deep masculine voice interjected. I have heard that the Dai family has produced a true dragon. I wonder how he compares to my son, Tianheng? Young man, will you be participating in the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament this time? Yu Yuanzhen's words ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present, drawing their collective gaze toward DaiYuan. In response to clan leader Yu, I shall be participating as a substitute contestant from the Wuhuan Academy due to special circumstances. Ah, special circumstances indeed, what a pity. I was eager to witness whether your prowess is as remarkable as the rumors suggest. At this moment, anyone with discerning eyes could perceive the underlying provocation in the words of the leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, DaiYuan glanced at Dai Tianfeng and Zhang Yuan, noting their calm expressions and the glimmer of expectation in their eyes. Thus, he bowed respectfully to Yu Yuanzhen. Since clan leader Yu holds me in such high regard, I shall not disappoint you. I look forward to your performance. With that, DaiYuan slowly took a seat beside Dai Tianfeng, and the group's conversation shifted to other topics. DaiYuan silently observed the influx of spectators, his right hand propping up his chin, gradually forming a fist. Chapter 102. The tower is on the verge of collapse as the crowd continued to pour in. The previously tranquil Seoul arena soon became a bustling hive of activity, the atmosphere intensifying with each passing moment. As the main venue for the finals, This sacred ground has served as the site for the Continental Soul Master Tournament for millennia, a golden platform for the younger generation to showcase their talents. At that moment, the sound of trumpets resonated, and Bibi Dong, adorned in an opulent black robe with golden trim and a 9-curved purple gold crown, held a scepter embedded with precious gems in her slender hand. Her slow and dignified steps, coupled with her extraordinary beauty, exuded an air of unparalleled authority. The crowd erupted into cheers, their eyes filled with admiration and respect as they gazed upon the figure on the high platform. The image of the Wuhuan Palace has become increasingly ingrained in the hearts of the people over recent decades, enjoying a rising status among the populace. Of course, these effects were gradually cultivated after Bibi Dong ascended to power. Countless commoners have been able to cultivate their abilities with the assistance of the Wuhuan Palace, transforming the once unattainable profession of Soul Master into a reality, thanks to this formidable force that has brought them down from the pedestal. Many have benefited from this, becoming Soul Masters through the resources provided by the Wuhuan Palace, thus altering their destinies. This also facilitated the emergence of previously overlooked talents, shaping them into a generation of prodigies. This explains why an increasing number of titled Douluo have chosen to join the Wuhuan Palace in recent decades, as most have received substantial support from the palace, coupled with their own diligent efforts, leading them to this height. As such, their loyalty to the Wuhuan Palace runs profoundly deep. At this moment, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin exchanged glances, both frowning upon witnessing the populace's fervent adoration for the Pope. They had anticipated that Bibi Dong would hold some degree of esteem among the people, yet they were taken aback by the extent of it, resulting in a mix of emotions within them. Just then, DaiYuan stood up with a smile. "Let us proceed, as the Pope has taken her position. We must not delay." With that, he gestured for Zhang Yuan to lead the way. Zhang Yuan, momentarily taken aback, then bowed in gratitude and walked alongside Lan Fatsi at the forefront. Following closely were Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin. Despite their displeasure at the actions of the Xingluo Emperor, refrained from expressing it openly. DaiYuan naturally remained by his father's side, feeling a pang of sympathy for his father's aging demeanor. Although Dai Tianfeng's earlier displays had seemed rather authoritative in DaiYuan's eyes, the various resources and assistance he had provided over the years were indeed substantial. Perhaps their relationship as father and son did not exhibit overt warmth, yet they still cared for each other in private. "Father, how have things been on the Xingluo side these past few years? Do you need my assistance?" DaiYuan's inquiry caused Dai Tianfeng to startle, his eyes flickering momentarily before he waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, you needn't worry about home. I shall handle everything here." Noticing the unusual shift in Dai Tianfeng's emotions, DaiYuan intended to press further, but was halted by his father's gesture. Following Dai Tianfeng's gaze toward Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin in the distance, DaiYuan furrowed his brow. Sensing that Dai Tianfeng harbored some unspoken concerns, he refrained from probing further in such a setting. Yet his mind began to strategize quietly. As they traversed the corridor, the group arrived at Bibi Dong's location. The seats below had already been occupied by the elders of the enshrinement hall, including Zhu Tuo and Fei Fa, who were engaged in light banter, their faces reflecting an air of ease. The highest-ranking elder present was the second enshrinement, Jin Yi Douluo, while the grand enshrinement, Qian Dalu, with his reclusive and proud demeanor, would never deign to attend such an opening ceremony. His heart remained solely with the legacy of the Angel clan. Soon, DaiYuan's gaze shifted to his teacher's position. At that moment, a figure caught his attention instantly. Seated beside Bibi Dong was a strikingly handsome young man, exuding an elegant and affable aura, his every gesture radiating exceptional poise. At that moment, he was engaged in lively conversation with Bibi Dong, their exchanges punctuated by laughter. I wondered why the Snowy Night Emperor was absent this year, only to discover that he has sent his eldest son in his stead. Ning Fengji was the first to approach the duo, bowing slightly to Bibi Dong before amicably taking a seat beside the young man. "My father's health has prevented him from attending. I ask for your understanding, esteemed seniors." The young man, displaying a sorrowful expression, rose to salute the assembly. His gaze swept across the crowd, and upon spotting DaiYuan, his pupils constricted slightly before he hurriedly moved on to greet each elder. "I am Xueqinghe, here to participate in the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament. I hope to receive your guidance." Yu Yuanjin, with a smile, patted his shoulder. "The Crown Prince is indeed promising. Under your governance, the Tiando Empire has flourished in recent years. The younger generation truly is brimming with talent, placing considerable pressure on us old fellows. His booming voice resonated throughout the VIP section, eliciting waves of laughter. DaiYuan observed quietly, approaching to exchange pleasantries before making his way toward Bibi Dong. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin's voice rang out once more. Ah, DaiYuan, although you and Qinghe share a slight age difference, you are of the same generation. Why not sit together and engage in meaningful dialogue? Ning Fengji, who had already taken his seat, promptly understood and gestured to DaiYuan with a smile. In that instant, DaiYuan found himself at a loss for a reason to decline, and thus reluctantly moved forward to sit. Bibi Dong remained seated in the Pope's chair, observing Yu Yuanjin casually arranging the seating of her disciples without displaying any negative emotions, maintaining an air of composed authority throughout. Naturally, Yu Yuanjin took his place beside Ning Fengji, leaving Dai Tianfeng marginalized. The Xingluo Emperor merely smiled, concealing any discontent. Meanwhile, DaiYuan engaged in conversation with the Crown Prince, both performing flawlessly in this social dance, while Bibi Dong interjected occasionally to share her insights, subtly indicating her resistance to Ning Fengji, who had long wished to converse with her. Upon observing the lively conversation among the three individuals, Yu Yuanjin's eyes flickered with discontent. He had anticipated that the encounter between the most distinguished representatives of two powerful factions would ignite a fierce clash, allowing him to discreetly sow discord. However, the unfolding events seemed to diverge significantly from his expectations. At that moment, Dai Tianfeng, who had remained silent for a considerable time, gazed at the restless crowd and softly muttered, "One watches him build a grand edifice. One watches him host guests. One watches as it all collapses." Chapter 103. The Assembly of Teams Silence. Everyone. A senior elder emerged at the command platform, his resonant voice gradually restoring tranquility to the arena. "Now, let us welcome the participating teams." In the next instant, a rousing symphony surged forth, eliciting waves of cheers from the audience. The first to take the stage was naturally the Wuhan Academy, their members clad in silver battle attire, gracefully traversing the passage under the leadership of their captain. Xieyu, toward the forefront of the Duhan arena. DaiYuan gazed at Xieyu, whom he had not seen for a long time. The young man had now blossomed into a strikingly handsome youth, his dark red hair exuding a sense of sharpness, complemented by his alluring crimson eyes that captivated the hearts of many infatuated young girls. "Wow, that boy at the front is so handsome. Yes, he seems to be the captain of the Wuhan Academy team. I adore boys who are both good-looking and strong." At that moment, a commotion erupted within the crowd. "That girl is breathtakingly beautiful. Her figure is simply perfect. I'm in love. From now on, I declare her mine. If you have the courage, say it louder for the elders of the Wuhan Hall to hear. If you manage to walk out alive today, I'll call you father." At this, the girl turned to the crowd and flashed a radiant smile, causing the hearts of the men to race uncontrollably as they fervently expressed their admiration for her. Witnessing this scene, DaiYuan could not help but chuckle and shake his head just as he heard a soft sigh from Bai Dong beside him. This girl, when she first arrived, was so cautious and timid. How has she transformed into this? Isn't it due to the teacher's guidance? Nana's confidence in showcasing her charm today is a testament to the teacher's meticulous instruction, he replied. I certainly did not teach her such enchanting tricks." The appearance of Hulaina propelled the atmosphere to a minor climax, as the crowd marveled at the girl's stunning beauty, utterly entranced by her allure. Now, Hulaina had mastered her innate charm, effortlessly radiating youthful vitality with every smile and frown. In contrast to this brother-sister duo, the other team members appeared somewhat ordinary. The character Yin from the original work was absent from the Wuhan Academy team, perhaps harmonized away due to DaiYuan's presence. The other members were unfamiliar faces. In response, DaiYuan silently mourned for those departed contestants for 5 seconds. Following the Wuhan Academy was the Xing Luo Royal Academy, their members donning dark battle attire, exuding an imposing presence. Captain Davis, clad in a black outfit, strode forth with resolute footsteps, his handsome visage radiating the unique nobility of royalty, his serious demeanor instilling a sense of awe. With the prior spectacle of the Wuhan Academy, the Xing Luo Royal Academy did not stir much excitement, standing orderly beside their counterparts, waiting in silence. Next came the Tiandou Royal Academy. Upon witnessing Yu Tianheng emerge from the passage with striking poise, Yu Yuanjin could not help but smile, his face reflecting satisfaction. The white battle attire accentuated his handsome stature, prompting a chorus of cheers from numerous female fans. "Tianheng is so handsome, I adore him." Qianheng, I want to bear your children. Feeling the fervor of his female admirers, Yu Qianheng smiled and greeted them, completely enchanting the lovesick girls. Oomph! A cold snort echoed, prompting Yu Qianheng to immediately retract his previous genial demeanor and resume a stoic expression as he advanced forward. The owner of that voice was, of course, Daiyan, her dark green hair cascading gently to her waist, her beautiful visage embodying a mix of allure and chill, leaving onlookers captivated yet apprehensive about whether they could handle such a girl. Old Poison, I find it curious that you have joined the Wuhan Hall, yet still allow your granddaughter to enter the Tiandou Royal Academy, said Zhu Daiyuan, teasing Douluo Bo beside him. Douluo Bo displayed a bittersweet expression in response. Alas, how I wish for her to come, but this girl stubbornly refuses, insisting on being with that lad, Yu Qianheng, and later even threatening to take drastic measures. I truly had no choice. What is so special about that boy? Can he withstand even a quarter of an hour against DaiYuan? Gue Douluo scoffed. A quarter of an hour? Who do you look down upon? If he can last 3 moves, I'll concede that he has something. Ahem, elders Gue and Zhu, do not speak so hastily. Clan leader Yu is present, said a voice, as the three turned to see Yu Yuanjin glaring at them with a cold expression. Douluo Bo quickly averted his gaze, lowering his head, while Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo showed no fear in meeting Yu Yuanjin's stare. Yu Yuanjin recognized that confronting them would yield no beneficial outcome, and shot them a fierce glare before turning his attention to Bai Dong. Pope, your subordinates ought to be managed properly. They should be more discerning with their words. Do they not fear tarnishing their reputation? Clan leader Yu is overly concerned. I believe they are merely jesting, Bai Dong replied. Jesting? You believe they jest? Dai, I may not know your true worth, but I hope your forthcoming performance lives up to their boastful claims. After all, you are the holy son of the Wuhan Hall. Do not embarrass yourself. Yu Yuanjin's blunt remarks immediately ignited the ire of all the elders present. Zhang Yuan gazed at the white-haired middle-aged man with some surprise, as he had not anticipated such a blatant display of disrespect. Dai Tianfeng naturally heard this and turned his gaze to Yu Yuanjin, his right hand tightening into a fist unbeknownst to him. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he silently observed the teams emerging from the arena, seemingly deep in thought. Zhu Douluo and Gai contemplated rising to confront Yu Yuanjin, but were restrained by Bai Dong's gentle hand. She chose not to confront Yu Yuanjin directly, but instead turned to DaiYuan. Since clan leader Yu holds you in such high regard, do not disappoint him. Yes, teacher, DaiYuan replied with composed assurance, prompting a frown from Yu Yuanjin, who suddenly felt inexplicably anxious. At this moment, the majority of the teams had already appeared in the Duhan arena. The Qihua team, the Tianshui team, the Shunfeng team, the Leitang team, all of whom were regulars at the Soul Master Elite competition. Just when they believed all teams had assembled, a group of youths clad in dark green battle attire slowly emerged from the passage. The leader, tall and imposing, sported strikingly golden hair and captivating heterochromatic eyes. Following him was a handsome youth with blue hair and black eyes, whose slender frame concealed a formidable power. At this moment, DaiYuan leaned forward, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips as he beheld the familiar figures emerging. Let the show begin. Chapter 104. The conclusion of the opening ceremony as the final set of unfamiliar faces took the stage. The audience initially felt a sense of discomfort at their earthy green attire. However, the ethereal beauty of each contestant, coupled with the unique aura they exuded, instantly elevated their image in the eyes of the spectators. The crowd silently gathered at the battle team assembly area. At this moment, Xiao Wu nervously grasped Tang San's hand, her pink eyes timidly scanning the throngs of people surrounding her. What's wrong, Xiao Wu? Sensing the unease in the girl's heart, Tang San approached her, smiling as he gently clasped her hand in his palm. It's nothing, just a strange feeling of anxiety. Don't worry, I'm here with you. After softly reassuring her for a while, Xiao Wu gradually emerged from her state of unease. The entire team was gathered, standing solemnly in place as the audience began to quiet down. At this juncture, Bibi Dong rose slowly and walked to the front of the stage, gazing at the spirited contestants below. She first smiled and then spoke. Welcome to all contestants participating in this Continental Soul Master Elite competition. I eagerly anticipate your performances ahead. The team that secures first place in this elite competition will be awarded 3 soul bones. With a swift flourish of her sleeve, 3 beams of golden light erupted forth. The 3 soul bones, radiating resplendent glimmers, appeared before everyone's eyes, instantly igniting the entire arena. Oh my 3 soul bones. Am I dreaming? It truly is 3 soul bones, and they all belong to the first place team. It seems those contestants will have to fight fiercely. The Spirit Hall is indeed affluent. Such a grand gesture is not something even the top 3 sects could easily produce. In a moment, nearly all the audience members were stunned by the rewards offered by the Spirit Hall, their eyes fixated on the 3 soul bones floating before BB Dong, filled with astonishment. The contestants on stage reacted with equal fervor, their gazes intensely fixed on the soul bones, their eyes brimming with unprecedented zeal. In response to the crowd's shock, BB Dong gently smiled and continued. These 3 soul bones were extracted from the skull of a 50,000-year-old Ziyu Lu Wang, the right arm bone of a 30,000-year-old Tum Li Hu Wang, and the left leg bone of a 20,000-year-old Shandin Bao Wang. As her words fell, a wave of astonishment swept through the venue once more. The audience stared blankly at the composed empress on stage, their hearts stirred with overwhelming emotions. Even the esteemed elders and guests in the VIP section, including Ning Fengji, were taken aback. While they anticipated the Spirit Hall would offer soul bones as rewards, they were astonished by the extraordinarily high ages of these bones. Yu Yuan's eyes were glued to the 3 soul bones suspended before BB Dong, a mix of shock and an unprecedented trepidation washing over him. He understood that the Pope's gesture not only showcased the Spirit Hall's profound heritage, but also served as a subtle warning. After the audience's fervor gradually subsided, BB Dong proceeded to announce the rewards for the top 3 places. The second place team would receive 3 spirit herbs, a reward usually given to the first place. But due to the astonishing nature of the soul bone prize, it was relegated to second place. The third place would be awarded 3 soul-guided devices, which, while immensely valuable, paled in comparison to the terrifying reward for first place, failing to elicit much response. From beginning to end, all contestants' gazes remained fixed on the 3 10,000-year soul bones. The temptation was simply too great, compelling them to fight with all their might. Everyone began to roll up their sleeves, their hearts filled with an unprecedented desire for the battles to come. After BB Dong concluded her speech, she returned to her seat, leaving the subsequent matters to the previous elders for explanation. The 32 participating teams would be divided into 4 groups, competing in separate venues, with the winning team from each venue vying for the championship here. Now, team captains, please come forward to draw lots. As evening fell, the opening ceremony gracefully concluded amidst grand music, and the guests, at BB Dong's enthusiastic invitation, proceeded to the Pope's hall for a meal. Dai Yuan chose not to join, harboring a deep-seated aversion to the superficiality of the pompous scene. BB Dong discerned his sentiments and did not press him to stay, while Dai Tianfeng exchanged a few words of concern before departing with Zhang Yuan and others. At this moment, Lan Fatsi, who had been sitting upright all day, finally felt liberated to express herself. During the day, she had to suppress her true nature to convincingly play the role of Zhang Yuan's granddaughter, which rendered her restless. Meanwhile, she had to contend with various inquiries from Ning Fengji and others, as her own status was equally esteemed, making it hard for those in power to overlook her presence. Finally, it's over. Fatsi is so tired. Dai Yuan, take me to eat. I want to go to that place from this morning. Wait a moment. I'll bring a few friends along. Okay, but be quick. Fatsi is starving. Something terrible will happen. Oh, what will happen? I haven't figured it out yet. But you just know it's going to be very scary. At this moment, the girl appeared somewhat flustered, causing Dai Yuan to smile knowingly. Their destination was naturally the Spirit Hall Academy. After the opening ceremony, Hulaina and others were finalizing their preparations within the academy. Upon revealing her identity, Dai Yuan led Lan Fatsi smoothly into the academy, heading toward the martial arts arena. Due to the Soul Master Elite competition, the entire training ground had been allocated to the Spirit Hall teams for practice, and Dai Yuan quickly spotted Hulaina and the others upon entering. The 7 seemed to have just concluded a battle, and Hulaina, slightly out of breath, approached a tall man who called to her. The others drew near at his beckoning, ultimately forming a circle around him. At this moment, noticing Dai Yuan's presence, the man looked up, furrowing his brow. But upon seeing Lan Fatsi beside him, his pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. Who are you? You must be Dai Yuan. Today, I finally meet the real you. Chapter 105. The fury of Dai Yuan. The man's voice interrupted the intimacy between the two. Hello, may I ask who you are? Wang Xianlong, Wuhuan Panlong Gun, level 49 assault type, Soul Master. His tone bore a hint of impatience. and DaiYuan noticed the peculiarity in his demeanor. While puzzled, his smile remained unchanged. He slowly nodded, then turned his gaze to the remaining four. Upon receiving DaiYuan's inquisitive look, the four first glanced at Wang Xianlong, and after receiving his approval, they responded. Su Ran, Wuhuan Shi Miao, level 48 Assault Type, Soul Master. Qin Dong, Wuhuan Mo Xiong, level 46 Assault Type, Soul Master. Qing Shuai, Wuhuan Ci Tun, level 46 Control Type, Soul Master. Gaomeng Wuhuan Gue Bao, level 47 Agile Attack Type, Soul Master. After listening to the self-introductions of the four individuals, DaiYuan gained a profound understanding. In truth, the moment Wang Xianlong revealed that his martial soul was the Panlong gun, DaiYuan sensed the extraordinary background of his counterpart. It was only after hearing the introductions of the remaining four that he solidified his initial suspicion. The prowess of the senior left DaiYuan in admiration. With your participation in this competition, I firmly believe we shall achieve remarkable victories. Alas, if it weren't for the Pope's insistence on including 2 underperformers, we would have nearly secured the championship. Now, it appears precarious. Qing Shuai's disdainful tone resonated as he cast a scornful glance at DaiYuan and the others. His words instantly wiped the smile from DaiYuan's face, who now observed his opponent with a cold, indifferent gaze. What, are you dissatisfied? I acknowledge your talents. Yet one ranks 43, the other 42. Such standings are merely average in this elite tournament. Had the other 2 team members not been away for training, we would never have accepted you too. Furthermore, how outrageous to have the likes of Xiaoyu as captain. Does he deserve that position? Su Ran interjected, directly targeting Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Upon hearing such blatant disdain, the expressions of Xiaoyu and the others darkened considerably. The young girl clutched DaiYuan's sleeve tightly, her pink blossom-like eyes glistening with unshed tears. Is what you say not excessive? DaiYuan's tone was exceptionally frigid. Witnessing the humiliation of his beloved ignited a fierce rage within him. What? Do you have an opinion? Qing Shuai slowly stepped forward, regarding DaiYuan with a look of contempt. Ah, the holy son of the Wuhuan Temple. So handsome. No wonder a girl like Nana is infatuated with you. However, boy, I advise you to let go. She has already caught the eye of our dragon brother. It would be wise for you to depart from her while you still can. Understand? As he spoke, Qing Shuai reached out to pull Hulaina closer. In the next moment, Qing Shuai's figure blurred, followed by a thunderous sound nearby. Boom! Dust erupted, and Wang Xianlong and the others were startled, turning their stiff faces to look. At this point, Qing Shuai was already embedded in the wall, unable to move, and it appeared he had lost consciousness. Xiaoyu's mouth gaped in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that DaiYuan's seemingly casual strike had felled a level 46 Soul Master. Hulaina, who had been clinging to DaiYuan, also gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with admiration for the young man beside her. You seek death. Su Ran erupted in fury, his soul power surging outward, 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings ascending from beneath his feet. A crimson spear materialized in his hand, coiled by a fearsome black serpent. Second soul skill, Serpent Spear Assault. A flash of crimson light flickered as Su Ran lunged toward DaiYuan with blinding speed. Just as the spear was about to pierce through his body, DaiYuan's form vanished, reappearing beside Xiaoyu. Bang! The ground was blasted into a massive crater by Su Ran's strike, and he stood in disbelief, staring at DaiYuan. You, how did you? Before he could finish, his vision blurred, and he suddenly felt a powerful force through his head. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as DaiYuan forcibly pressed Su Ran's head into the crater he had created, leaving him sprawled helplessly, twitching, in an even worse state than Qing Shuai. DaiYuan regarded Su Ran, who was pinned to the ground, with indifference as if he had merely accomplished an inconsequential task. Do you know who they are? Wang Xuanlong's voice came from above as DaiYuan calmly met his gaze. The descendants of the Elder Hall are nothing to me. If they provoke me, none shall escape. Good to know. Since you initiated the conflict, it is only just that I leave you half dead before the Pope. With that, Wang Xianlong erupted in a dark golden radiance, resembling a coiled dragon from the abyss poised to emerge. A lengthy, dark golden dragon-patterned staff appeared in his hand, approximately 2 meters in length, with a pale golden light swirling into a dragon shape along its shaft. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings floated around him, indicating their longevity far surpassed that of Su Ran's. DaiYuan remained unmoved, not even releasing his own soul power. Truly arrogant. In the next moment, Wang Xianlong swung the Panlong gun toward Dai Yuan. First soul skill Panlong strike. In an instant, the staff erupted in golden light, forming a dragon's head at its tip, exuding a fierce and imposing aura. As the attack neared Dai Yuan, he chose not to retreat. Instead, he steadied himself, fists clenched, calmly watching the golden dragon approach. Boom! A brilliant flash of gold erupted, and a tremendous shockwave stirred the air, sending dust swirling. DaiYuan, Hulaina exclaimed, fully aware of Wang Xuanlong's terrifying strength. Although she understood Dai Yuan's prowess was equally unfathomable, she could not help but feel anxious for him. Rest assured, he is in excellent form. Lan Fatsi remarked with a smile, his eyes sparkling with an unusual purple light. As the dust settled, the silhouettes of the two gradually became clear. Everyone first noticed Wang Xianlong, whose upper body was completely bare, his explosive muscles perfectly defined, deep brown hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding primal strength. However, they soon noticed something unusual. Wang Xianlong gripped the Panlong gun tightly, preparing for a charge, yet he seemed restrained by an unseen force, trembling but otherwise motionless. At that moment, Dai Yuan's figure slowly came into view, clad in resplendent golden-patterned white armor, a tiger mask emanating a regal and fierce aura. How is this possible? Dai Yuan's right hand clasped the head of the Panlong gun, the armor binding the golden dragon tightly, rendering it immobile. Wang Xianlong exerted all his strength to break free, but it was in vain. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Anger, shock, confusion, and soon after fear. Crack! Crack! Blue gold lightning erupted from his body, coursing through the Panlong gun into Wang Xianlong. The anguished cries echoed as the energy of the holy thunder, infused with destructive intent, mercilessly struck him down. The blinding blue gold light exploded, causing those outside the pit to instinctively shield their eyes. When calm returned, Wang Xianlong lay beside Dai Yuan, charred and bleeding profusely from gaping wounds, the Panlong gun shattered and melding into his body. Though his consciousness had not entirely faded, he trembled uncontrollably as he gazed at the fully armed man before him, whimpering in distress. Your soul rings. Impossible. You monster. Before he could finish speaking, his body's self-protective mechanism abruptly forced him into unconsciousness. The remaining Qin Dong and Gao Meng stood frozen in place, gazing at their leader, who lay beside Dai Yuan like a lifeless corpse, their bodies involuntarily trembling with fear. Yet, they dared not move an inch. Fully aware of the previous misfortunes that warned them against provoking bad luck at such a critical moment. At that moment, Dai Yuan slowly took a step forward, walking towards the pit's edge, the golden patterns of his armor gradually dissipating. Then he spoke, "You too. Carry them away and inform the Hall of Offerings that I was the one who dealt with them. If there are any matters, they can come to me." "Yes, understood," they replied. "Moreover, from this moment on, you shall not participate in this year's Soul Master Elite competition. If I see you in the team tomorrow, you should know what to expect." Dai Yuan's words caused the two who had approached Wang Xianlong to shudder, looking incredulously at the man before them, unable to utter a single word. Instead, they wasted no time and hurriedly lifted Wang Xianlong and the others, sprinting towards the academy, their previously proud demeanor completely vanished. At that moment, Xiaoyu and the others gathered around, and Hulaina gazed at Dai Yuan with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. "Dai Yuan, your actions have offended the 5 elders of the Hall of Offerings, and Wang Xianlong is the grandson of the demon-suppressing Douluo, a title Douluo of level 96. I fear." In contrast to Hulaina, who was already deeply captivated by Dai Yuan's strength, Xiaoyu, though astonished, attempted to maintain a semblance of calm. To this, Dai Yuan smiled gently and said with an air of ease, "Do not worry, my teacher will not stand idly by. Besides, my performance today will inevitably reach Qian Daoliu's ears, given his esteemed position in the Hall of Offerings. He will not allow those old fools to shamelessly bully a younger generation like me." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu felt a considerable weight lift from his heart, but soon worry returned to his face. "Dai Yuan, our team has now suffered substantial losses. What shall we do? Alas, I originally did not intend to take the field as a core member, but these teammates have gone too far. I am concerned that, in this state, winning the championship seems unrealistic." "Then why did you not want to compete as a core member this time?" Hulaina curiously inquired, echoing Xiaoyu's thoughts. "I have my secrets that I prefer not to reveal too soon. However, it seems I must now participate in the competition. Yay, with you as a core member. We are guaranteed to win the championship. Upon hearing that Dai Yuan would compete as a core member, Hulaina beamed with joy, excitedly shaking his arm, completely oblivious to the discomfort caused by her closeness. However, even with your participation, there are only 3 of us. We cannot compete in a team match. Oh, well, this. Dai Yuan turned his gaze toward Lv.20, who had been idly observing. Fozi, are you interested in joining us? I have no interest in such competitions. 10 feasts, location unrestrained, eat as you please. I, Lv.20, would not be swayed by such trivialities. 50 feasts. Deal. The young girl immediately stepped forward, grasping Dai Yuan's hands as if reuniting with a long-lost friend, her eyes brimming with genuine emotion. All right, now we still need 3 more. Then we shall simply search around. With Dai Yuan here, we are certain not to lose, Hulaina said confidently. But we cannot just recruit anyone. We are representing the Spirit Hall, so we must maintain a respectable lineup, Xiaoyu interjected, though his face now bore a relaxed expression. When shall we compete? In 3 days. At the East venue against the Douhuang team. That timeline is sufficient. We have enough time to find the remaining candidates. All right, how long do you plan to chat? Fozi's stomach is nearly empty. I am getting angry. The young girl pouted adorably, eliciting laughter from those around her. Under Dai Yuan's lead, they arrived at Ziyu Tower, where a table soon filled with a splendid array of dishes. The enticing aroma tantalized everyone's taste buds, and Lv.20 wasted no time diving into the feast. The dinner was lively and joyful, and Lv.20 also forged friendships with Hulaina and the others. After satisfying their appetites, a slightly tipsy Hulaina lazily leaned against Dai Yuan, her eyes glazed with intoxication. Dai Yuan, take me home, she exclaimed, losing her balance and leaning forward uncontrollably. Dai Yuan swiftly caught her in his arms, only for her to suddenly burst into tears. Why did you only return now? Do you know how much I suffered in the team while you were away? They looked down on us because of their superior strength, and Wang Xianlong harassed me repeatedly. During those moments, I longed for you to be by my side, yet you were completely unreachable. Fueled by alcohol, the young girl vented the grievances she had bottled up during this time. Dai Yuan held her tighter, gently stroking her back with his right hand. Xiaoyu's expression grew somber, feeling the pain of his sister's suffering and realizing he lacked the strength to protect her. He silently stepped aside, allowing Dai Yuan and Hulaina to share their moment. Lv.20, too, discreetly refrained from interrupting, her gaze drifting to the white moonlight outside. Chapter 107. Dai Yuan's warning after a time of gentle comfort. Hulaina's agitated emotions gradually calmed, and perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, she fell asleep in his embrace. Observing this, Dai Yuan gently cradled her, admiring her sleeping face, still adorned with tears, her eyes slightly swollen and her nose occasionally twitching. Evoking a sense of pity, Xiaoyu and Lv.20 quietly approached him, exchanging brief glances before they all quietly exited the private room. In contrast to the clamor on the first floor, the atmosphere on the second floor was remarkably serene, with excellent soundproofing in each private room, and an isolated passageway available to bypass the noise below. The group soon reached a corner, at which point a voice echoed. Xiao-san, your tolerance for alcohol is truly dismal. After just 2 or 3 cups, your face is as red as a monkey's bottom. Today, the dean has splurged to treat us to this meal. And look at you, barely drinking before you collapsed, leaving all the good food for that brat Hongjun, all right. The dean and the others have already returned to the hotel. They came here to relax before the competition in 2 days. Everyone should rest well tomorrow and adjust their state. Yes, master. The familiar voice caused Dai Yuan to pause, and soon a familiar figure appeared within his view. Xiao Yuan, what are you doing here? Despite not having seen each other for over 2 years, Dai Mubai recognized him at first glance. Daigo, what happened? The group halted, puzzled by Dai Mubai's sudden stop, and curiously approached. Dai Yuan. Ning Rongrong was the second to exclaim, her expression lighting up with joy upon seeing the young man. However, her smile faded as she noticed Hulaina in his arms. The others displayed various expressions upon seeing Dai Yuan. Shock, jealousy, fear. The crowd fell silent, blocking the corner in a hushed stillness. At this moment, the master also took note of the young man's presence. His expression darkened momentarily before he addressed the group of Shrek Academy students, urging them to disperse and rest. The crowd remained silent, and Dai Yuan and others stepped aside to clear a path. Dai Mubai gazed at his half-brother, filled with unspoken words. Yet ultimately a sigh escaped him, concealing everything within. He stepped forward, followed closely by the others, their glances lingering on Dai Yuan for a fleeting moment. Tang Sen leaned against Xiao Wu, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Xiao Wu, her expression complex, cast a glance at Dai Yuan before hastily guiding Tang Sen away. Throughout this exchange, the young man remained rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the wall ahead, deliberately avoiding their eyes, for he understood they had diverged on separate paths. At that moment, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly handed him a handkerchief, which she tucked into his embrace before swiftly departing with the main group. This action did not go unnoticed by Oscar, who observed with a grim expression as his hands clenched tightly, turning pale, with crimson veins creeping toward the corners of his eyes. Yet, he chose silence as he hurried past Dai Yuan. Shocked and somewhat bewildered by Ning Rongrong's gesture, Dai Yuan found himself with no opportunity to refuse. Watching her retreating silhouette, he could not help but let out a deep sigh. Once outside, Dai Yuan entrusted Hulayina to Xiaoyu, offering a few words of caution before departing. He then retrieved the handkerchief that Ning Rongrong had given him, opening it to reveal a message. "I await you at Wushan Bar, Miyunxian." Upon reading it, he slowly raised his head, and in the next moment, a radiant blue-golden holy thunder flickered in his hand, causing the exquisitely crafted handkerchief to disintegrate into ash and drift from his grasp. His figure vanished into the crowd, making his way toward Wushan Bar. With a gentle chime, the bar's door swung open, and enchanting music filled the air. Under the warm glow of the lights, every patron engaged in polite laughter and conversation, punctuated by the clinking of glasses, adding a touch of vibrancy to the otherwise serene atmosphere. This bar was renowned in Wuhuan City, with most seats requiring reservations, and it adhered to strict regulations to maintain its tranquil ambience. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you? A friend of mine has reserved a private room in Muyunxian. Please take me there." "Certainly. Please follow me." Guided by the attendant through a long, narrow corridor, Dai Yuan arrived at the door of a room. As he watched the attendant retreat, he exhaled softly and pushed open the door. Suddenly, a soft body pressed against him, and the fragrance of the girl enveloped him. Dai Yuan, momentarily dazed, looked down at the trembling girl in his arms, unsure of how to respond. Ning Rongrong, emboldened for the first time to embrace a man, felt a surge of joy when he showed no signs of resistance, tightening her embrace. They remained in silence for a considerable time until Dai Yuan sighed softly and murmured, "Let go." "I will not," she replied resolutely, raising her flushed face to meet his gaze defiantly. In the next moment, she stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. Bang! A sudden impact sent Ning Rongrong sprawling onto the sofa, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the dazzling chandelier above. At this moment, Dai Yuan approached her side, his expression indifferent as he stated, "I did not come here for a romantic encounter. You are the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I trust Ning Fengji will heed your words. Tell him that if he dares to conspire against the Wuhuan Temple, I, Dai Yuan, will annihilate your sect." With that, he strode out of the room, leaving Ning Rongrong alone on the sofa, tears silently streaming down her face. Meanwhile, Oscar lay in his hotel room, racked with anguish, tossing and turning as the image of Ning Rongrong handing the handkerchief to Dai Yuan replayed in his mind, alongside the vision of her retreating figure. Each recollection twisted his expression into a grimace, exacerbated by the sound of Ma Hongjuan's snoring, which only intensified his irritation. "Can you be quiet for once?" "Huh? What's wrong?" This shout jolted the drowsy Ma Hongjun awake, who blinked in confusion at Oscar. "Nothing, just a nightmare." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door, prompting Oscar to rise and open it. Creak! Ning Rongrong stood outside, her eyes red from crying, causing Oscar to startle. "Oscar, I know you like me. If you defeat Dai Yuan in the elite competition, I will be with you." Chapter 108. Everything is mine. Upon returning to the Wuhuan Temple, Dai Yuan was immediately summoned to Bibi Dong's chamber. Upon entering, he found her as composed as ever, seated gracefully while savoring her tea. She slowly raised her head. "I have heard about the events of the day. Truly, you are my student, effortlessly defeating the grandsons of the three elders of the worship hall. Xiao Yuan, you have truly impressed me. I seek your forgiveness, teacher." Enough. This is a trivial matter, but expelling all 5 of them from the team has undoubtedly displeased those old fellows. Moreover, with such turmoil, how will the upcoming elite competition proceed? Bibi Dong observed Dai Yuan, who knelt on one knee, her expression revealing no urgency. "One must bear the consequences of their actions. I will ensure the matters of the team do not affect our ultimate victory. I trust you to handle it. When the time comes, Present the new roster directly to Elder Gue. He will manage the arrangements for this session. Yes, teacher. The following day, the sun shone brightly. After a night of rain, the sunlight was not yet scorching, and the air was filled with a faint scent of grass, making each breath refreshing. Upon arriving outside the Wuhuan temple, Xiaoyu was already waiting. You're here early. How is Nana? She might have drunk too much last night. She's still asleep. You all have worked hard during this time. I'm fine, but poor Nana. Those guys really take advantage of their strength and background. As Xiaoyu spoke, his eyes began to glisten with tears. DaiYuan sighed softly, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. It's all in the past. Come, let us select the remaining candidates. They arrived at Wuhuan Academy, where the vice president had gathered all eligible and outstanding students for the competition. Upon seeing DaiYuan and the others, he approached them with a beaming smile. Welcome, His Highness Xiaoyu and His Highness the Saint's Son. I am Qian Feng, the vice president of the academy. Thank you, Vice President Qian, for your efforts. I apologize for the trouble. DaiYuan replied politely. Noticing the vice president's courteous demeanor, Qian Feng's smile widened, and he gestured for them to proceed with the review. They approached the assembled group, and Qian Feng followed closely to introduce them. These are elite students selected from various departments. While they may not compare to you esteemed princes, they are still top-tier talents. Yes, I see. DaiYuan surveyed the group of students before him, who clearly recognized his identity and were well aware of his performance here yesterday. Each individual stood solemnly, their faces reflecting deep reverence. May those under 20 years of age, possessing a soul power exceeding level 35 in the assault system, step forward. As soon as DaiYuan's words fell, 13 qualified students slowly emerged from the crowd. Witnessing such a plethora of distinguished peers at the Wuhuan Academy, DaiYuan could not help but sigh internally. Such profound talent. If it were not for Tang San, the child of destiny, the Wuhuan temple could easily sweep the world. After scanning the assembly, his gaze fixed upon a red-haired young man. Approaching him, DaiYuan smiled and inquired, "Could you share a bit about yourself?" "Yes, Your Highness." The young man appeared somewhat nervous and began to stammer through his introduction. "My name is Yin. I am 14 years old, a level 39 assault system soul master, and my martial spirit is the Flame Lord." After listening to the self-introduction, DaiYuan nodded with a smile. At that moment, Qian Feng stepped forward and remarked, "Your Highness has a keen eye. Yin is a top-tier genius at our Wuhuan Academy. If it weren't for those few princes occupying the slots, he would undoubtedly be among the first to be selected." DaiYuan nodded and turned to Yin with a smile. "Would you be interested in joining me in the arena?" "Thank you, Your Highness. I vow to defend the honor of the Wuhuan Academy with my life." "Good. Go find Xiaoyu. He will inform you of the relevant details." In fact, DaiYuan's purpose for coming here was to unearth Yin, and the young man's profile matched his expectations. In terms of age, he was comparable to Xiaoyu, and although his soul power was slightly lacking, it was within reason. Subsequently, he chose two unremarkable defensive soul masters. They were twins, somewhat older, in their early 20s, both possessing level 40 soul power. Yet their martial spirit was the Xuanwu Shield, a top-tier defensive martial spirit. Such talents were not to be overlooked by DaiYuan. Qian Feng expressed some concern regarding this decision, as the entire team lacked a support-type soul master. If the opposition were to engage in a protracted battle, DaiYuan and his team would find themselves at a disadvantage. However, given the status of DaiYuan, even if he were a soul, dual-level powerhouse, no one dared to voice their objections. Soon, DaiYuan bid farewell to the selected three along with Qian Feng. At noon, DaiYuan warmly entertained the three in the private room they had used the previous night. "Today, I invite you all to join our Wuhuan battle team, and I hope we can achieve greatness together in the elite competition. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Highness. We will devotedly fight for the Wuhuan temple." After the meal, their relationships deepened significantly, and the initial awkwardness dissipated. In the afternoon, DaiYuan gathered all members at the training ground within the academy. "DaiYuan, isn't it a bit late for our team to practice coordination?" Hulaina asked with concern. After a period of rest, she had regained her vitality and was once again radiating youthful energy, along with her unique allure. This caught the new trio off guard, and to avoid displeasing DaiYuan, they instinctively fixed their gaze on the ground, fearing they might inadvertently offend Hulaina. Regarding the girl's worries, DaiYuan merely chuckled softly. "Our division of labor is quite simple this time. Shi Qing, Shi Quan, your primary responsibility is to ensure Nana's safety. Nana, you will focus on disrupting the enemy with spiritual attacks. The rest of you, feel free to act as you see fit." As he finished speaking, the entire group fell into silence, all staring at him in disbelief, while only Lan Fozi remained indifferent, tapping his fingers. Is it really that simple? Yin felt as if he were in a dream, observing Dai Yuan's calm demeanor. Though he understood the man's strength, he was astonished by the simplicity and brutality of his strategy. Is this truly a sound approach? I worry that if the enemy opts for a war of attrition, we may quickly find ourselves at a disadvantage. Shirquan voiced the unease shared by the twins. Only Xiaoyu and Hu Laina firmly supported his decision, as they were acutely aware of the terrifying power harbored within this elegant young man. In response, DaiYuan smiled gently. Do not worry, I am here. Chapter 109. The eve of battle. At that moment, within a soul-fighting arena in the Wuhuan city, thunder and lightning crackled as intermittent booming sounds emanated from inside, captivating the attention of the crowd outside. What a formidable aura! Who is inside? Who else could it be but the members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? I've heard they have produced a true dragon, young yet extraordinarily powerful, truly a force to be reckoned with. Alas, each generation surpasses the last. I heard the Wuhuan battle team has encountered some internal issues, with many key players being replaced at the last minute. What? Is that true? Indeed. I heard this from an elder in the offering hall, but that's all I know. Only those prominent figures are privy to the details. Oh dear, a champion seed team like this is likely to face disaster. Meanwhile, inside the arena, Yu Qianheng gradually withdrew from his martial spirit manifestation, the dragon scales on his upper body dissipating with the contraction of his soul power, revealing a well-defined, muscular physique. Tianheng, you must be tired. Here, wipe your face. A beautiful woman with long dark green hair approached him, her alluring figure radiating a captivating charm from head to toe. Accepting the towel she offered, he gently wiped the sweat from his body and smiled, ruffling her hair. Thank you, Yenner. What are you saying? If you keep being so polite, I might just get angry. Observing the girl as expression shift from gentle to sharp, Yu Qianheng realized he had misspoken and quickly rushed to soothe her. Not far away, Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the dramatic shift in his captain's demeanor when he suddenly noticed a figure approaching from the entrance. Who are you? Do you not know that the Imperial battle team has reserved this place? The individual did not respond, gradually stepping out from the dim corridor. Upon recognizing the figure, Luo froze momentarily, then dropped to one knee. Junior Luo greets the Thunder Douluo. The others quickly followed suit, as Yu Yuanjin's presence prompted immediate respect from all. Yu Tianheng swiftly brought Duguyan to his grandfather, and like the rest of the team, they knelt on one knee to honor this eminent figure. Yu Yuanjin nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Luo for a moment before shifting to Duguyan, his eyes flickering momentarily as he spoke in a deep voice. Tianheng, come with me. Yes, Grandpa. Tianheng glanced at Duguyan beside him before rising to follow Yu Yuanjin out of the arena. They exited to a carriage, and, as the coachman issued a command, the carriage began to move. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin's soul power surged, enveloping the entire carriage in an invisible aura. Tianheng could not perceive any of this. Gazing at his grandfather, a man whose word was law within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he felt an instinctive trepidation despite knowing he was family. Tianheng, how prepared are you? Perhaps sensing his grandson's anxiety, Yu Yuanjin softened his previously stern demeanor and spoke gently. Please rest assured, grandfather, this time we will surely win the championship. With this simple affirmation, the entire workshop fell into silence. Observing grandfather's furrowed brow as he gazed out the window, Yu Qianheng could not help but inquire, what troubles you, grandfather? Is something amiss? Are you not at all aware of the situation surrounding the Wuhuan battle team? Are you referring to the recent personnel changes within the Wuhuan battle team? Indeed. At this moment, the gravity on Yu Yuanjin's face slightly eased. Tianheng, do not underestimate them this time. Although their 5 mainstays have withdrawn, the details are beyond my knowledge. The Wuhuan temple remains tight-lipped about this. And even within the Wuhuan Academy, no whispers have surfaced. This fills me with great concern. Do not worry, grandfather. Regardless of what adversaries we face, I will lead our team to victory in tomorrow's battle. Upon witnessing the confidence radiating from his grandson's eyes, Yu Yuanjin nodded gently, then spoke solemnly. Tianheng, there is one more matter I must discuss. Please, grandfather, after the competition concludes, you must part ways with that girl, Duguyan. Why? Yu Qianheng abruptly raised his head, questioning. Yu Yuanjin remained silent at his grandson's reaction, his brow furrowing as he fixed his gaze on Yu Qianheng. In that instant, he felt as though he were under the gaze of a monstrous beast, an indescribable sense of suffocation washing over him. You surely know of Douluo's status. He is now an elder of the Wuhuan Temple. His granddaughter is no longer suited to be with you. But why? Grandfather cannot elaborate on the particulars at this moment. It pertains to the family's future. Please treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Throughout his discourse, Yuanjin's tone remained calm. Yet an undeniable air of authority emanated from him. As the carriage gradually moved away, Yu Qianheng felt an inexplicable weight settle upon him. The overwhelming sense of suffocation momentarily stealing his breath. Upon returning to the soul fighting arena, DaiYuan, noticing Yu Qianheng's haggard appearance, hurried to his side. Qianheng, what is wrong? What happened? No, it's nothing. Today's training ends here. Everyone, please tidy up and return. The others, perceiving the turmoil in Yu Qianheng's heart, voiced no objections and departed together from the arena. Before long, only Yu Qianheng and DaiYuan remained within the venue. He guided her to sit upon the steps. They lingered in silence for a long while until Yu Qianheng finally spoke. My grandfather has instructed me to leave you after the elite competition concludes. Why? Her voice trembled, laced with suppressed tears. In that moment, she felt as though the entire world had dimmed, becoming hazy until a tear fell upon her hand, signaling her distress. As her tears began to flow uncontrollably, Yu Qianheng embraced her tightly, feeling the dampness of his clothing from her tears. The girl's soft sobs and trembling body tormented his heart. He had not anticipated that his seemingly casual remark would inflict such pain upon her. The regret entwined with his profound affection compelled Yu Qianheng to make a decision. He leaned down, whispering softly in her ear, "No one can separate us. If my grandfather insists on tearing us apart, would you be willing to fly away with me? But what about your family? Would you wish for that?" Yu Qianheng did not answer her question. He gazed quietly at the beautiful girl in his arms, his eyes filled with unparalleled resolve. "I am willing." Chapter 110. The battle commences with the thunderous blast of a horn. The audience's emotions ignited, and the grandstand was filled to capacity. The prominent figures present during the opening ceremony were all gathered in the soul fighting arena today. However, Dai Yuan and others were not among them, as they were preparing in the waiting area. Such a lineup typically only graced the opening ceremony, finals, and closing ceremony. To have everyone present on the first day is exceedingly rare in past elite competitions, underscoring the significance of today's battle. The audience naturally noticed this, and whispers of astonishment began to ripple through the crowd. "Did you see? All the big shots from the opening ceremony are here today. Wow. And this isn't even the finals yet. What's going on? It's evident that today's match is extraordinary. Indeed. The Wuhuan battle team is facing the Emperor Dou battle team. Both are champion contenders this year, destined for a fierce clash. I heard there were significant adjustments to the Wuhuan battle team just 2 days ago, with many key players replaced." "Exactly. I even placed a bet of 100 gold soul coins on the Wuhuan temple. If that goes to waste, my wife will have my head." Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the grandstand was equally tense. Among the elders, Daiyuan looked with amusement at a middle-aged man with chestnut hair not far away. "Elder Jiaoma, how is your grandson recovering? Would you like me to check on him?" Yueguan's soft voice caused the middle-aged man to frown in response. He slowly turned to Yueguan, his tone chillingly cold. "There's no need for your concern, Elder Ju. That boy is no longer in critical condition." "Oh, that is indeed joyful news." As soon as he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Jiaoma Dao, but it was swiftly suppressed by Bibi Dong with a mere gesture. "Elder Wang, this is a competition venue. Please maintain decorum." Seeing Bibi Dong so effortlessly quell his aura, Jiaoma's eyes narrowed, and he stood to apologize to the Pope. At this moment, Ghost Law, seated nearby, remarked quietly, "Jiaoma's dragon staff is also a top-tier weapon spirit, and his soul power exceeds yours by a level. You might want to temper that brash temperament of yours. It's a wonder you've survived this long." "Ah, that's just fate. Unlike some who struggle endlessly for a single level, Dai Yuan and I merely ventured into the Sunset Forest and accidentally leveled up. Isn't that infuriating? What sheer luck. Ah, what is wrong with good fortune? It's quite delightful." Ghost, turning away, no longer wished to engage with the alluring man beside him. Then, another horn sounded, a signal for both teams to enter the arena. The referee stepped forward to the center of the stage as the horn echoed. "Hey, old Ghost, how strong do you think Xiao Yuan is now?" "At least above Soul King. That boy's strength has surpassed my ability to gauge. Truly, the world is full of talents, each generation surpassing the last. Indeed, this is an era of great contention, and this elite soul master competition is the moment these prodigies step onto the historical stage." While they conversed, The members of both teams slowly emerged from the tunnel and into the arena. The resounding cheers filled the air. The moment they had long awaited had finally arrived. Dai Yuan, clad in black battle attire, led his team out of the dim tunnel into the spotlight. His tall stature, resolute gaze, and sharply defined features captivated all who beheld him, while his neatly cropped hair added a touch of wildness to his charm. In contrast, the team led by Yu Tianheng, dressed in dark blue, appeared somewhat subdued in their presence. Although his long black hair, cascading past his shoulders, accentuated his handsome features, it inadvertently diminished some of his masculine aura. Nonetheless, this did not deter the girls in the audience from fervently cheering for him. The referee, a slender souled Dao from the Wuhuan temple, whose hair was occasionally interspersed with strands of white, bore a countenance of unwavering integrity. Upon noting that both teams were prepared, he began to speak. The first match of the Eastern Division of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition is now underway, with the competing teams being the Huangdou team and the Wuhuan team. I ask both teams to maintain a respectful distance. The battle will commence at the sound of the whistle. Understood. The captains of both teams responded in unison, and they promptly began to create space between themselves. Although no strict regulations dictated the distance, greater separation often conveyed a sense of confidence and respect for the opponent. The two teams halted at a distance of 100 meters, still far from the boundary of the expansive battlefield, which spanned 500 meters in diameter, indicating they remained within a small circle. The referee nodded slowly, then summoned his soul power, unfurling a pair of bird-like wings from his back. With a gentle flap, he ascended effortlessly into the air. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the official start of the battle. In an instant, a thick green mist began to rapidly spread from the Huangdou team's side, and Yu Qianheng vanished from view the moment the mist enveloped him. Oomph! What a devious tactic! Lv.20 scoffed, then bravely stepped forward, fearlessly advancing into the mist. Who is she? Doesn't she realize that this is the poisonous by Lin Shi Huang of Daiguyan? Isn't she courting death? That girl is stunning, but why is she doing this? Doesn't the captain have any strategic planning? Alas, they changed leaders at the last moment. It seems the Wuhuan temple will suffer a significant humiliation, being eliminated in the first match. Just as the audience lamented Lv.20's perplexing actions, a flash of blue-purple light illuminated the arena, plunging it into a momentary silence. A resounding hum resonated as a magnificent blue-purple fish motif unfurled behind her, followed by 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rising gracefully from beneath her feet. In an instant, she was enveloped in an imposing blue-purple armor, adorned with a brilliant blue diamond on her crown, her long blue-purple hair cascading gently behind her. Now armed with a dark blue spear, she had transformed into a formidable Valkyrie. The next moment, she vanished into the green mist, and the clash of metal resounded fiercely. The audience could not see the battle within the mist, but the continuous sounds foretold the intensity of the conflict. Nearby, DaiYuan's eyes flashed with white light, and he smirked, taking a step forward and disappearing from sight. Chapter 111. Crushing defeat. At the moment DaiYuan vanished, several muffled groans echoed from within the green mist. Soon after, 2 figures shot out from the fog. Before the crowd could discern their faces, a series of explosive sounds reverberated. The thick wall surrounding the arena suddenly bore 2 massive holes, with blood trickling down the walls. Gasps of shock erupted from the audience, who quickly recognized the 2 figures imprinted in the wall. My heavens, that Sao Su Luo. How could he? And you phone? Am I seeing things? What just happened? Who can explain this? While the audience remained oblivious to the events unfolding within the mist, the titled Douluos seated at the podium were acutely aware of every detail. The atmosphere at the podium descended into an eerie silence, with each individual displaying varying degrees of astonishment. Among them, Yu Yuanjin's expression darkened considerably as he turned to Zhang Yuan, who sat beside Bibi Dong, struggling to contain his inner turmoil and fury. Zhang's granddaughter is truly remarkable. Her strength at such a young age is astonishing, and her talent leaves me in awe. Hearing no appreciation in Yu Yuanjin's tone, Zhang Yuan merely smiled gently and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Leader Yu. The Buddha child's cultivation is still in its infancy. She has a long way to go. Her talent may indeed be exceptional, but it pales in comparison to the Pope's eldest disciple." Bibi Dong glanced at Zhang Yuan, then smiled at Yu Yuanjin. Realizing the implications of this exchange, Yu Yuanjin, despite his reluctance, managed to muster a few words of praise for DaiYuan. Indeed, the holy son of the Wuhuan temple lives up to his reputation. Bibi Dong nodded slightly, then remarked with a light laugh, "Leader you flatter him. Xiao Yuan's cultivation is still nascent. He has much to learn." No sooner had she spoken than Yu Yuanjin's face turned a shade of deep rage. Bibi Dong's response was almost a mirror of Zhang Yuan's, dripping with sarcasm. At this moment, Yu Guan, seated not far away, trembled as he struggled to suppress a laugh, while the other elders shared varying degrees of amusement. Dai Tianfeng glanced at Ning Fengji beside him, noting his similarly displeased expression, and could not help but rest his chin on his hand, a subtle smile curling his lips. Boom! Another thunderous sound erupted, drawing everyone's attention once more. The noise, accompanied by a violent wave of air, dispersed the green mist enveloping the arena. At that moment, the audience finally beheld the scene within. DaiYuan and Lan Fatsi stood side by side, each stepping forward slightly, their right hands striking against a massive barrier of light before them. On the other side of the barrier stood two bald, muscular men, desperately bracing themselves. Through the projection, the audience could clearly see the beads of sweat streaming down the faces of the two men, their eyes bloodshot, as if they might burst at any moment. While behind them stood a gravely concerned Yu Qianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling. "Qianheng, what should we do?" Du Guyan anxiously looked at the handsome man beside her, but he did not respond immediately. "Qianheng, what should we do now?" Silence. Yu Qianheng's furious roar abruptly interrupted Du Guyan's questioning. He glared coldly at the two calm figures beyond the barrier, his dragon-clawed hand clenched tightly, a whirlwind of shock, confusion, and rage swirling within him, as blood trickled from his palm. Yet, he had no time to concern himself with that. "Boss, we can't hold on much longer," one of the bald men gasped, gritting his teeth with all his might. All eyes turned to Yu Qianheng, who then spoke to Du Guyan beside him in a low voice. "Yin, you must release your innate snake poison in conjunction with your fourth soul skill to inflict substantial damage on them." "But this is an order. Do you wish for me to be eliminated in the first match?" Yu Qianheng's roar once again stunned Du Guyan, and without waiting for her response, he turned to Yi Lingling behind him. "Channel all enhancements onto me. Once Yenna releases her innate snake poison, she will be incapacitated, and I will be the only one capable of launching a strong offensive." In his demeanor towards Yi Lingling, Yu Qianheng remained unyieldingly resolute, which instantaneously filled Du Guyan's eyes with tears. "This scoundrel, he deserves to be damned." At that moment, Du Gubois, seated at the head table, rose in anger, his emerald green eyes ablaze with fury, his cold gaze slicing through Yu Qianheng like a sharp blade. "What, Du Gubois, are you dissatisfied with Tianheng's actions?" Yu Yuanjin's authoritative voice echoed in Du Gubois' ears, causing him to whirl around, staring intently at the speaker. "I care not for the schemes of that young man. Should anything happen to Yin'er, I will immediately withdraw from the Wuhuan Temple, and I shall ensure that your blue electric tyrant family pays dearly." What audacity! Are the elders of the Wuhuan Temple now so brazen? Do you intend to rebel? Old Du, temper your fury. Consider the gravity of this occasion. Guimei, aware of the seriousness of the situation, tugged at Du Gubois' sleeve, persistently reminding him. The other elders gazed over, their attention shifting to Bibi Dong. With her eyes narrowed, Bibi Dong spoke softly. "The elder Du has spoken disrespectfully. I hereby order him to withdraw from this viewing and face punishment in the offering hall." With that, she radiated an astonishing aura that bore down on Du Gubois, instantly subjugating him. With a gasp, he coughed up a mixture of emerald blood, glancing at Bibi Dong. Seated imperiously at the head table, his fury visibly dissipating, replaced by fear and submission. He then bowed deeply before Bibi Dong, declaring himself willing to accept punishment. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Du Guyan before hastily exiting the venue. "Old Du, fear not. With me present, your granddaughter shall come to no harm." The voice of Yue Guan rang out from behind, causing him to shudder, as if fortified by something profound, his steps losing their previous despondency. After Du Gubois' departure, Bibi Dong turned to Yu Yuanjin, apologizing. The elder Du's outburst was a result of his agitation. "I implore you, please forgive him." Bibi Dong inclined her head slightly in respect to Yu Yuanjin. "This shall not be tolerated again. In the future, keep your hounds in check. Should they bark indiscriminately and provoke my ire, I shall come to cleanse your doorstep." Chapter 112. The true dragon. Yu Yuanjin's words sent a shiver through everyone present from the Wuhuan Temple, a momentary flash of fierce expressions crossing the faces of the elders. For his words struck at the very core of their pride. In contrast, Bibi Dong remained unfazed, though a barely perceptible chill flickered in her gaze. As the atmosphere escalated towards a breaking point, a thunderous sound reverberated once more. Bang! The sound resembled the shattering of glass, following the resounding crash. The towering luminous barrier crumbled inch by inch, dissipating into faint yellow motes in the air. In that instant, the Sure brothers could no longer withstand the pressure. As the energy wave, unleashed by the shattering barrier, sent them hurtling away, DaiYuan moved as well, exchanging a glance with Lv.20, who instantly understood and vanished from sight. Boom! Two more deafening sounds erupted as the rear stone wall bore two enormous gaping holes, debris soaring and dust filling the air, while blood mingled with stones gradually stained the area crimson. Yanea! Yu Qianheng's roar echoed through the chaos. Hearing his voice, Dou Great's eyes glimmered with resolve as a purple soul ring ignited behind her, unleashing a potent cloud of toxin from her being. Unlike the previous greenish hue, this toxin was an inky black, exuding a potent aura of death. The noxious mist spread rapidly, enveloping every corner of the arena within moments. At that juncture, the referee appeared in the center of the air, raising his arms to summon a colossal golden barrier that encapsulated the entire combat arena, granting immediate relief to the anxious spectators, who erupted in applause for the Soul Douluo. At the head table, observing the shrouded arena in black mist, Yu Guan displayed a trace of concern. I hope Xiao Yuan can conclude the battle swiftly. This innate serpent poison, akin to my innate chrysanthemum, is a source of soul power. Should it be excessively released, it could inflict unimaginable damage on the soul, potentially threatening life itself. Even if I were to miraculously save her, her path of cultivation would be irrevocably halted. Upon realizing the severity of the consequences, Gue Mei finally comprehended Dou Bo's explosive fury when Yu Qianheng insisted upon Dou Yan's decision. He glanced at Yu Engine, seated nearby, a shadowy purple glimmer flickering in his depths. At that moment, amidst the black mist, DaiYuan and Lv.20 emerged, encased in white light that rendered the surrounding black fog impotent. They appeared near Dou Yan, who, pale as a ghost, resembled a flickering flame on the verge of extinguishing. Beside her, Yu Qianheng was enveloped in a myriad of colors, fully transformed into a dragon, stripped of his previous elegance, now embodying an extreme cold-blooded ferocity. DaiYuan? Hadi? Blue lightning crackled as he instantly morphed into a fleeting shadow. Fozi, incapacitate that girl with the ink-green hair and bring her to me. I shall handle the rest. Lv.20 nodded slightly, vanishing in an instant. He exhaled a breath of murky air, then his soul power surged. An overwhelming surge of soul energy erupted from his being, for soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, rose slowly from beneath his feet, elevating him to the stature of a king of the underworld, the sacred beast by whose insignia shimmering upon his back, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. Simultaneously, a black soul ring floating beside him ignited, instantly enveloping his body in radiant golden armor, majestic and sacred, sweeping through the surroundings with relentless ferocity. How is this possible? At the head table, the elders rose in unison, their gazes fixated on the figure within the black mist, their astonishment palpable. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The moment Dai Tianfeng witnessed the emergence of DaiYuan's 3 black and 1 red soul rings, his heart felt as though it had shattered the heavens, enveloped in a wave of intense elation. His body trembled as he roared repeatedly, his flushed face revealing a hint of hysteria. In that instant, he was no longer the emperor of the Xinghua Empire, but rather a father of unparalleled prodigy. The usually taciturn Ning Fengji trembled and slowly rose to his feet, adjusting his glasses incessantly, but soon returned to his seat, resting his chin on his hands, pondering gravely. Bibi Dong, too, was taken aback by her disciple's astonishing display, gazing at the resolute figure, her eyes filled with satisfaction. This young man truly knows how to play the part of the pig to eat the tiger. Among the crowd, the one most affected was undoubtedly Yu Engine, who remained seated, a rare exception among the titled Dalu. He glared at the unfolding events within the arena, his expression twisted with malice, his right fist clenched tightly without his own realization. Boom! The sound of a fierce collision echoed as Yu Qianheng's assault had landed. The dragon claw, enveloped in blue lightning, surged toward DaiYuan's chest like an arrow released from a bow, intent on tearing apart everything in its path. Yet in that fleeting moment, DaiYuan extended a hand to shield his chest, instantly seizing the incoming dragon claw. Let you experience the might of the blue electric tyrant family. Fourth soul skill, blue electric divine dragon charge. At that moment, a dragon sparking with blue electricity appeared behind Yu Tianheng, roaring fiercely as it lunged toward DaiYuan. In response, DaiYuan said nothing but slowly raised his left hand, slicing through the air toward the blue electric dragon. A wave of white light surged forth, colliding with the blue dragon, and a blinding flash erupted as the once mighty dragon gradually dissipated into the air. No, it's impossible. You monster. Before he could finish his words, a blue-golden lightning illuminated DaiYuan, and in an instant, the lightning struck toward Yu Tianheng. The air was filled with anguished screams. Yet DaiYuan did not relent. He gripped Yu Tianheng's dragon claw tightly, forcing him to endure the relentless onslaught of the sacred thunder. At that moment, Lv.20 had appeared beside DaiYuan, carrying the unconscious Duguyan, her expression betraying no emotion as she looked at Yu Tianheng, who resembled a chick awaiting slaughter in his grasp. I have brought the person. What shall we do next? Take her to Elder Jiu immediately. Any further delay could irreparably damage her martial soul. Understood. She cast a glance at DaiYuan, shimmering with electric light, and then vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the black mist began to dissipate gradually, allowing the audience, who had been complaining for some time, to witness the unfolding events once more. However, the anticipated fierce battle did not materialize. Instead, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. They beheld a youth clad in dark garments and white hair beside a charred body. Chapter 113. The arrival of Ning Fengji. At this moment, only 7 individuals remained standing in the arena, 6 of whom were members of the martial soul team. Lv.20 had already departed with Duguyan to seek Yue Guan, leaving the sole representative of the Emperor's battle team present being the auxiliary soul master Ye Lingling. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into a brief silence, only to erupt in a cacophony of astonishment. What happened? Where is Tianheng? Where's the captain of the Emperor's battle team? I clearly saw him here at the start. There are only 2 possibilities. He is in the wall cavity, or that charred body is him. The one lying there is most likely Yu Tianheng. I checked, and he is not in those pits. Is it really him? How could Tianheng lose so miserably? Some female spectators, witnessing the charred form of Yu Tianheng beside DaiYuan, could not hold back their tears, covering their mouths with their hands and turning away in horror from the tragic scene. Oh, I know it can't be. The esteemed champion seed team has been taken down by just 2 individuals, and in such a crushing defeat. Who on earth is that man? The audience buzzed with speculation, the uproar contrasting sharply with the desolation of the arena. DaiYuan cast a glance at the fallen Yu Tianheng, whose crimson blood trickled from his cracked skin. Pooling around him, he remained motionless, his gaze shifting to the trembling Ye Lingling, who was now engulfed in despair. With a quiver, she addressed the referee, We concede. The referee nodded slightly, casting a meaningful glance at DaiYuan before announcing the victor of the match. In the first match of the Eastern War Zone, the Emperor's battle team versus the Martial Soul Academy, I declare the victory to the Martial Soul Academy. That night, all those who supported the Martial Soul team celebrated in the streets, and DaiYuan's identity was revealed to the masses. They realized that this man, who had dominated the day as if descended from the heavens, was none other than the holy son of the Martial Soul Hall, the direct disciple of the Pope. In an instant, the man who had been shrouded in silence for years once again stood at the center of attention. With a profound background, formidable strength, and a handsome visage radiating undeniable authority, he became enveloped in an aura of mystery that piqued everyone's curiosity about his past. Meanwhile, DaiYuan, oblivious to this newfound fame, was facing Bidong's inquiry. Xiao Yuan, you have concealed yourself quite well. It seems you have encountered numerous opportunities in your time away. It was merely luck. DaiYuan chuckled awkwardly, prompting Bidong to suppress her smile, feigning anger. It seems you have grown wings. Even your teacher is being dismissed. No. My teacher will always be the person I respect most. If I have been disrespectful in any way, I sincerely apologize and ask for your punishment. With that, he rose to bow before Bidong. At that moment, she could no longer contain her laughter, looking at her proud disciple with a mix of satisfaction and exasperation. All right, if you truly meant it, you wouldn't have gone through such lengths to say it. You have indeed improved significantly over the years. Your flattery skills have also seen considerable growth. Realizing that his intentions had been seen through, DaiYuan sheepishly scratched his head and returned to his seat. Alas, this world ultimately belongs to the youth. In you, I see the brilliance of the younger generation. Perhaps in my lifetime, I will witness you elevate the profession of soul masters to new heights. New heights. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan's heart skipped a beat. fully aware of what Bibidong meant by new heights. What, are you not clear? Bibidong gazed at him with a smile, her eyes narrowing like a sharp blade. Just then, Guan entered. Reporting to the Pope, Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, has come to pay a visit. Upon hearing of Ning Fengji's arrival, Bibidong's attention was immediately captured. Oh, please bring him in. I shall await him in the secret chamber. As her words fell, DaiYuan stood and bowed to Bibidong. Teacher, since the leader Ning has come to visit, I shall take my leave. No need, stay by my side tonight. You are quick-witted and should be able to guess what his visit signifies. DaiYuan did not respond immediately as Bibidong walked past him toward the entrance of the secret chamber. Watching her imposing figure, he shook his head helplessly and offered a bitter smile to Guan before stepping forward to follow. Soon, they arrived in the secret chamber, where the lighting was dimmer compared to the brightly lit main hall, creating an atmosphere that unconsciously relaxed one's mind and body. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, harmonizing with the classical furnishings. The two took their seats in front of two exquisitely elegant wooden chairs, and after a maid served tea, she gradually withdrew. Shortly after, Ning Fengji, guided by Guan, entered the secret chamber. Upon entering, he briefly displayed a look of surprise at seeing DaiYuan, but his seasoned demeanor quickly returned to a warm smile. Fengji, visiting the Pope at such an hour must be quite a disturbance to your rest. Bibidong, smiling gently, gestured for him to take a seat. Ning Zongju, jesting, it is indeed a rare honor to converse with you today. As a junior, I, DaiYuan, promptly rose to extend my salutations. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ning Zongju. I thoroughly enjoyed the competition earlier. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Such extraordinary talent you possess. It seems your generation shall dwell in your shadow. Ning Zongju, you flatter me. My cultivation is still in its infancy, and future accomplishments remain uncertain. Moreover, the grand competition has only just commenced, with many prodigies yet to make their entrance. Let us refrain from elevating him too high at this moment, lest he become complacent. With a glance at DaiYuan, who immediately adjusted his demeanor to comply, he earnestly declared, I shall heed my teacher's teachings. Witnessing the courteous exchanges between the master and disciple, Ning Fengji could not help but roll his eyes inwardly, yet maintained his composure, as he was the leader of one of the three great sections. After the customary pleasantries, the trio took their seats. At this juncture, Bai Dong turned to the gentleman seated across from her, Ning Fengji, and inquired warmly, What brings you here today, Ning Zongju? Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback by her directness. The smile on his face faded as he pondered before turning to DaiYuan. DaiYuan, what are your thoughts on my daughter Rongrong? This unexpected question left DaiYuan momentarily speechless, gazing at the elegant middle-aged man before him, unsure of how to respond. Bai Dong, however, remained composed, her lips curving into a subtle smile as she delicately sipped her tea. Ning Zongju, could there be a misunderstanding? While I share a camaraderie with your daughter, it has not blossomed into romantic affection. Noticing DaiYuan's firm stance, Ning Fengji could only chuckle wryly and shake his head. Ah, DaiYuan, while you may not harbor feelings for my Rongrong, she is quite infatuated with you. Would you consider the possibility? Sorkibame, Ning Zongju. But in matters of companionship, DaiYuan has already found his heart's desire. Please excuse us, as there is no further space for your daughter. DaiYuan's assertive interruption revealed a stark contrast to his earlier humility, causing Ning Fengji to furrow his brow. Bai Dong, ever observant, was taken aback by her disciple's newfound assertiveness, which was a rarity. Her approval swelled within her as she witnessed his boldness in the presence of the leader of the three great sects. The chamber fell into a brief silence until Bai Dong broke it. Let the young ones manage their affairs. As elders, our interference may yield adverse effects. Would you not agree, Ning Zongju? Ning Fengji understood the underlying message, and, after a moment of wry laughter, he joined Bai Dong in diffusing the tension. Tonight, I have been remiss. If I have offended, I implore you, young brother Dai, to forgive my indiscretion. Such words, Ning Zongju, do not belittle yourself. I too have shown my share of disrespect, and I hope you will pardon my impetuousness. The previously domineering youth reverted to his earlier demeanor of gentility, eliciting a renewed respect from Ning Fengji. Surely, Ning Zongju, you did not come this evening merely to discuss DaiYuan's romantic prospects? Vite Bibi Dong Sojing. Ning Fengji shed his prior poise, his expression growing serious. Pope, the development of the Wuhan temple has been evident over the years. My visit today is born from deep contemplation. The ascendance of the Wuhan temple has raised concerns among us. Oh, and what concerns might those be? Bai Dong inquired, not directly addressing Ning Fengji's apprehension, but instead extolling the accomplishments of the Wuhan Temple. This left Ning Fengji deep in thought, his earlier fervor waning. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to the beautiful woman across from him, his demeanor gravely solemn. The 7 great powers and 2 empires have maintained stability for centuries. Yet, in the brief span since the emergence of the Wuhan Temple, we have witnessed tumultuous changes. The Haotian sect remains withdrawn, the lower 4 sects are fragmented, and the 2 empires watch with keen interest. Were it not for my efforts alongside the Yu clan leader to navigate these turbulent waters and maintain a delicate balance, the continent would have succumbed to chaos. The Wuhan Temple's ambitions could threaten this equilibrium. Do you wish to see the land descend into ruin once more? The implications of his words were unmistakable. Everyone understood the Wuhan Temple's aspirations for dominance, and even now, Ning Fengji hesitated to confront this reality. Observing the flush of agitation on Ning Zhongzhu's face, DaiYuan stifled Azmuk. Do you truly believe the current state of affairs is satisfactory, Ning Zhongzhu? The majority of valuable resources lie in your hands, without our existence. Those gifted children would remain obscured among the masses, their talents wasted. And yet, you persist in maintaining a facade of benevolence before the public, while privately, your actions are less than honorable. Continuing down this path will only bring ruin to the entire continent. What the Wuhan Temple does is precisely what the people require, and some sacrifices are unavoidable in this process. The Wuhan Temple shall not waver in its progress due to the machinations of the privileged. As her words resonated, Bai Dong unleashed an overwhelming aura, pressing down upon Ning Fengji. In that instant, 2 powerful presences emerged from beyond the chamber, albeit less imposing than Bai Dong's. Fengji, are you well? A voice called from outside, gradually bringing Ning Fengji back from his shock. He adjusted his slightly askew glasses and replied, I am fine, Gushu. In the next moment, Bai Dong retracted her formidable presence, and her gaze toward Ning Fengji no longer held the previous politeness, but rather the authority of a ruler. The chamber fell into another silence, this time charged with a palpable tension. After a lengthy pause, a sigh broke the stillness. Alas, it is ultimately futile. I knew no one could stop you. You are all mad. Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you are undertaking? To reshape the world, to recreate the very mountains and rivers. Finally, after much deliberation, DaiYuan spoke, his gaze unwavering upon the middle-aged man before him. Turning to the handsome youth beside him, Ning Fengji's expression became increasingly complex. Bai Dong's admiration for her disciple was evident as she regarded him with pride. A great upheaval approaches, Ning Fengji mused, gazing up at the intricately painted ceiling, his face etched with melancholy. At that moment, Bai Dong exchanged a knowing glance with DaiYuan, who immediately grasped his teacher's intentions. Ning Zhongzhu, would you be interested in collaborating with the Wuhan Temple to realize this grand vision together? Ning Fengji redirected his attention. Kan mi observing DaiYuan. Do you understand what my allegiance signifies? It heralds a new opportunity for the Qibao Liuli Zone to flourish in the near future. Whether we advance or retreat now lies entirely within your contemplation. After speaking, Ning Fengji lowered his head in contemplation for a moment and, surprisingly, erupted with expletives. Damn that Yu engine. Has he been living in a dog's belly all these years? And you, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed there exists a person like you in this world. You truly are a genius. In response, DaiYuan merely smiled gently. Subsequently, Ning Fengji's expression grew solemn as he turned to Bibi Dong. The Qibao Liuli Zone is willing to form an alliance with the Wuhan Temple, and we hope for a pleasant collaboration ahead. Chapter 115, The Return of the Fire Rescuer. With that, Ning Fengji rose, removed his white gloves, and extended his right hand as a gesture of sincerity. Observing this, Bibi Dong merely smiled faintly and did not rise to shake his hand. This action caused Ning Fengji, who had previously been all smiles, to suddenly darken. He slowly returned to his seat, calmly regarding the composed beauty before him. Might I inquire about the Pope's intent? Do you deem the Qibao Liuli Zone too inferior to collaborate with your esteemed temple? Bibi Dong chuckled softly and shook her head. Your sect is among the top 3, and it is the Wuhan Temple that is fortunate to collaborate with such a formidable entity. Do you not believe my words? Upon hearing Bibi Dong's praise for the Qibao Liuli Zone, Ning Fengji deduced much of her intentions. Indeed, you are a wise leader. Let's speak plainly. I am aware that you and Yuan have previously reached some covert agreement. However, now that you seek me out, it suggests that you likely do not intend to honor your commitment to him. Given your prior betrayal of the leader of the Lan Dianba Wang zone, it is difficult for me to place my trust in your assurances. I came sincerely to negotiate collaboration, yet I am met with your repeated provocations. Very well, let this collaboration be dismissed, and consider that I never set foot in this place. At that moment, Ning Fengji's temper flared. Just as he stood to leave, an unseen force immobilized him in place. Fear unprecedented gripped his eyes as he stared directly at Bibi Dong, his lips trembling slightly. Bibi Dong, what you intend? Bibi Dong, seated with her chin resting on her hand, regarded the now flustered man with keen interest. Now that you are here, if this matter does not come to fruition, you shall not leave. You threaten me? And what of it? Ning Feng, you must realize this is the territory of the Wuhuan Temple, not your Qibao, Liuli zone. If you foolishly rely on those two old men outside, I can only say you are utterly naive. Even with you Yuan, the Wuhuan Temple can bear some cost to retain you. Do you wish to instigate war, you madman? I have no such intent. The outcome rests entirely upon your decision. Ning Zongzhu. What good are your words if you do not trust me? I have long heard that the Qibao Liuli Pagoda is the foremost auxiliary spirit in the entire continent, and the crystal orb at its pinnacle plays a crucial role. As soon as he uttered this, Ning Fengji's pupils dilated sharply, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "Impossible! How do you know of the seven-turn orb?" Bibi Dong did not answer his question, but continued to articulate her conditions. If you wish for me to believe you, you must demonstrate appropriate sincerity. Should you be willing to entrust that orb to my care, I shall immediately agree to form an alliance with you. Dream on. Bibi Dong, you are deluding yourself. At this moment, the smile on Bibi Dong's face gradually faded, a chilling frost creeping onto her delicate features. Observing the situation descend into a stalemate, DaiYuan's mind began to race. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and his eyes brightened as he spoke slowly. Ning Songchu, I have heard that you have been stuck at level 79 for many years. Might I inquire if you currently have any thoughts on achieving a breakthrough? DaiYuan's unexpected question left Ning Fengji momentarily stunned. He could not comprehend why this young lad would pose such a widely known inquiry at this juncture. Bibi Dong's gaze also turned curiously towards him. Having spent years with her disciple, she knew he would never reveal anything crucial at such a critical moment. Thus, she eagerly anticipated what astonishing move DaiYuan might make next. What? Do you have a solution? Ning Fengji furrowed his brow and inquired. DaiYuan initially fell silent, then nodded slightly before continuing. If I could assist lady in breaking through the constraints of the Qibao Liuli Pagoda, might you consider my teacher's suggestions? What did you say? Ning Fengji abruptly stood, his body trembling involuntarily, whether from fear instilled by Bibi Dong or from excitement. He could not tell. DaiYuan also rose, speaking calmly. I can help the lady shatter the shackles of her spirit. On what ground should I trust you? The sect has spent centuries in arduous pursuit without discovering a means to break the spell. How can you be so certain you can achieve it? In the Sacred King's forbidden land of the Xingluo Empire, there exists an ancient tome detailing a secret for the Qibao Liuli Pagoda to achieve spirit evolution. It requires an extraordinary celestial herb. Recently, I happened upon this herb. With that, DaiYuan fell silent, his steady gaze fixed upon the striking middle-aged man before him. Confidence radiating from his eyes. Ning Fengji observed the youth's expression, noticing no hint of insincerity, and he could not help but begin to believe the young man's words. If Ning Zongzhu harbors doubts, I can swear an oath upon my spirit right now. As he spoke, a green light flashed from the emerald ring on his thumb, and a piece of soul beast parchment appeared in his palm. He swiftly drew a majestic tiger's head pattern on it with his blood, representing his sacred beast, the white tiger spirit. With a crisp sound, the parchment shattered, transforming into specks of white light that vanished into the air. Seeing that the other party exhibited no signs of backlash, Ning Fengji finally accepted the truth of the youth's claims. He returned to his seat and propped his chin on his hands, his gaze intensely focused on the tranquil tea before him. DaiYuan and Bibi Dong exchanged glances before slowly sitting down, and the chamber fell once more into silence. After an unknown passage of time, Ning Fengji erupted with energy, and a dazzling, multicolored Liuli Pagoda appeared in his palm, comprised of 7 layers, the orb atop it radiating brilliance beneath the prismatic glow. Gradually, the entire tower began to tremble. As if flowing from a clear spring over stone, the radiant orb slowly detached from the pinnacle, inching toward Bibi Dong under the gaze of all present. In that moment, a smile returned to the Pope's face as she beckoned the orb into her hand. A surge of soul power emanated, and the orb vanished within her palm. I hope you will uphold your promise. At this instant, DaiYuan finally felt a weight lift from his chest, breaking into a relieved smile. The emerald ring glimmered once more, and a fragrant tulip appeared in his palm. This is the extraordinary celestial herb, known as the Chihuahua tulip. Once consumed, it should enable the lady's Qibao, Lioli Pagoda, to transcend its innate constraints and achieve the elevation of her spirit. Gazing at the exquisite and fragrant flower before him, Ning Fengji found himself somewhat dazed, unable to believe that the decades of effort from countless generations within the sect had been resolved so effortlessly by this youth. Chapter 116. Dai Yuan's request. Ning Fengji departed, markedly different from his previous dignified and composed demeanor. As he exited, his entire body trembled noticeably. With the soft sound of the closing door, only Bai Dong and Dai Yuan remained in the secret chamber. Dai Yuan settled onto the sofa, and Bai Dong cast a smile in his direction, acknowledging his intent to seek an alliance. Why waste a precious herb on him? Yet, Dai Yuan understood his teacher's underlying thoughts. To forge an alliance with the formidable Qibao Lioli clan, they must demonstrate sufficient sincerity. Even if he refrained from offering the herb today, the teacher would surely seek alternative means of negotiation. Furthermore, if the Spirit Hall did not make significant concessions, it would be challenging to secure Ning Fengji's loyalty, as he was the leader of one of the upper three sects, familiar with countless rare treasures. The Chiluo Jingxiang was precisely what Ning Fengji required at this moment, as evidenced by his silence on additional demands after its acquisition. After listening to Dai Yuan's account, Bai Dong nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "The teacher owes you a favor. Speak your desires directly, and I shall fulfill them." Upon hearing this, Dai Yuan raised an eyebrow and, with a few coughs, regarded Bai Dong with deep respect. "Teacher, such words are unwarranted. We are currently in a pivotal phase of development for the Spirit Hall. The resources consumed daily by the dozen titled Dalu elders are immense. Coupled with our various branches across the continent, the Spirit Hall has become a voracious entity. I am acutely aware of the pressure you bear." At this point, Bai Dong's eyes narrowed, and her body trembled slightly. Although Ning Fengji had expressed a willingness to ally with them, securing his loyalty without adequate benefits would be futile. If today I fail to present something compelling, the Spirit Hall will certainly face severe setbacks. Despite potentially gaining the Qibao Lioli clan as allies, our ambition to unify the continent could be delayed, leading to unforeseen complications. "Oh, complications? What do you mean?" Bibi Dong inquired. "The Haotian sect, although it has withdrawn from the world for many years, possesses formidable strength. With the world's premier weapon spirit and numerous unique skills, defeating two opponents of the same rank seems trivial to them. Should they re-emerge and join forces with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the lower four sects, they would pose a significant threat to us." Bai Dong contemplated for a moment before responding. "These issues have existed previously. Does Xiao Yuan have any knowledge of the Haotian sect's recent activities?" She fixed her gaze on Dai Yuan, her eyes sharpening. "The Shrek team participating in this competition is known to you, correct?" "Indeed, I believe they were your classmates," Dai Yuan affirmed with a nod. "Among them is a member named Tang San, who is the son of the Haotian Daluo Tang Hao." "What?" Bibi Nong exclaimed. "I have reviewed his profile. His spirit is blue silvergrass. Could it be, as you suspected, he possesses dual spirits?" Dai Yuan confirmed. A crisp sound of shattering interrupted the conversation as he turned to see the exquisite teacup on the table now reduced to powder. However, Bai Dong appeared undisturbed by the scene, her gaze fixed on the table as she slowly spoke. "Very well, Xiao Yuan. Share everything you know." Suddenly, Dai Yuan stood up and, with a thud, knelt before Bai Dong, solemnly requesting, "Teacher, please grant me one request." Seeing the unwavering determination in the young man's eyes, Bibi Dong quickly regained her composure. She placed a hand on his shoulder, her demeanor calm as she spoke gently. "Rise and speak. You are my disciple, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, and a key contributor tonight. Whatever you require, feel free to express it. I shall do my utmost to accommodate you." Dai Yuan rose slowly and resumed his previous seat. After a moment of silence, he began, "In the Shrek team, there is another member named Xiao Wu, who is, in truth, 100,000 years soul beast." "What?" Bibi Dong exclaimed. "I sensed no trace of a soul beast during the opening ceremony." Dai Yuan nodded, continuing. She may possess some rare treasure that conceals her aura. I have a plant called the Qingxi Duanchang that has a similar effect. You are revealing her true nature to me, hoping I will not interfere with her. Dai Yuan silently nodded in affirmation. Bai Dong regarded him intently for a while, before teasingly remarking, "From what I gather, you seem to have quite a few female admirers. First Qianren Xue, then Nana, and now Xiao Wu. Oh, you are quite the charmer. Teacher, you misunderstand. My assistance to her is due to an obligation," Dai Yuan clarified. "Oh, an obligation? To a soul beast, no less?" Bai Dong replied, her perceptive nature evident. "Indeed, it is a request from a 100,000-year soul beast residing in the Star Dou Forest. Your experiences have truly been remarkable over the years, even attracting the attention of a 100,000-year soul beast. Xiao Yuan, you are becoming increasingly enigmatic to me." Bibi Dong Chenkith. Dai Yuan simply smiled, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. Bai Dong, noticing his demeanor, shifted the conversation. "I have thoroughly investigated the Shrek team. Each member is truly exceptional. Tang San, the son of the Hao Yin Luo, your brother Dai Mubai, the daughter of the Duke of Yameng, the princess of the Qibao Liuli clan. I never anticipated they would form a single team. Now, with the addition of a 100,000-year soul beast in human form, they truly deserve the name Shrek. Ah, teacher, do not underestimate their potential. Although they may seem insignificant to you now, each is an extraordinary talent, capable of evolving into a force that could threaten the Spirit Hall in due time. Let them grow wild. The Spirit Hall is not devoid of prodigies. With you among them, they will not stir much turbulence," Bai Dong assured him. "Rest easy, considering your past camaraderie. The Spirit Hall will refrain from acting against them for now, except if they encroach upon our core interests. Thank you, teacher." Dai Yuan expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply. Enough. Enough. It is getting late. Return and rest," Bai Dong instructed. "Yes, teacher." At that moment, a tremendous crash reverberated through the luxurious hotel suite in Wuhan City. Dust filled the air, and the shattered doors splintered into fragments. A middle-aged man clad in a blue-black robe stood at the entrance, enveloped in a faint blue glow. He advanced, each step unleashing a formidable wave of soul power. Soon, however, two equally powerful soul pressures erupted from the depths of the room, swiftly neutralizing one another's might. "Yu Yuanjun, you have gone too far." Chapter 117. Love Under the Moonlight. Humph. Ning Fengji, you fickle turncoat. Do not think I am unaware of your visit to the Papal Palace. I tell you, you are courting your own demise. Yu Yuanjun. This is a matter of my own. Everything I have done tonight is for the sake of the sect. The sound emanated from within the room as Ning Fengji slowly emerged from the dust, enveloped in a resplendent halo of colors. Behind him, the Bon de Law and Sword silently observed the distant figure of Yu Yuanjun. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions? The Tiandou Empire shall no longer harbor your 7 treasures glazed sect. He continued, everything that transpired this evening is a well-considered decision on my part. I implore you, elder you, to refrain from further interference. Bon uncle, sword uncle, please escort our guest out. You shall come to regret this decision. A blinding flash of blue light flickered, and Yu Yuanjun vanished from sight. At that moment, the hotel, as chief executive hurriedly approached Ning Fengji, his face etched with apologies. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to Sect Master Ning. I have arranged another Zijing suite for your comfort. Please follow me. Ning Fengji nodded and, with a flicker of white light, handed a beautifully embroidered bag to the chief executive. The losses incurred by Elder you shall be compensated by me. I extend my apologies for the negative impact on the hotel and its guests. This is too much, too much. The chief executive hastily attempted to return the gesture, but Ning Fengji had already departed, flanked by the 2 titled Douluos. Meanwhile, in the rear garden of the Holy Hall, DaiYuan strolled alone along a winding path, contemplating his earlier conversation with Bibi Dong in the secret chamber. He felt no remorse for revealing Tang San's identity to Bibi Dong. Instead, he was curious about how the Son of Destiny would survive the deadly traps laid by the Spirit Hall. Alas, I have unwittingly become the villain I once perceived. He mused, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. DaiYuan, a melodious voice, ethereal and sweet, pierced the air, imbued with the unique purity of youth. DaiYuan turned to see a graceful maiden standing not far off the left path. Her snow-white hair was deftly tied into a ponytail, contrasting with the pale hue of his own. Her soft, snow-like locks concealed a vibrant life force, and her pink, peach blossom eyes resembled serene autumn waters. The dark, sheer skirt she wore shimmered in the moonlight, draping her in a veil of allure that stirred the heart of any boy. Encountering such beauty, even Dai Yuan, accustomed to charming women, found himself momentarily entranced. He soon shook off his reverie and approached the maiden with a smile. "Nana, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Upon his arrival, the joy that had adorned her face was quickly replaced by a deep blush, a charming hue spreading from her dimples to her fair cheeks. She was unaware of when she had begun to harbor feelings for this boy. Though he often teased her, she recognized his lack of malice. While their playful interactions were light-hearted, he had frequently aided her in her cultivation. It could be said that without Dai Yuan's unintentional acts of kindness, she would not have attained her current status as a saintess of the Spirit Hall. He had provided her with a form of affection distinct from that of a brother, which gradually ensnared her heart. It was only when Dai Yuan left the Spirit Hall that she confronted her feelings, realizing she had fallen for the boy before her. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's competition with you," she stammered. "Ah, sure. I remember we are facing the Qihua Academy tomorrow. Their captain, Wu Shuang, is a level 44 assault-type soul master, right? Don't worry. Even if I do not participate, we are bound to win." Seeing that the maiden did not display joy, but rather appeared burdened with concern, Dai Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "What is wrong? Has something happened? Is it serious?" She slowly shook her head, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with unshed emotions. Her lower lip quivered as she bit down, her blush deepening to a ripe peach hue. An enchanting fragrance wafted from her, stirring ripples of emotion within him. Dai Yuan, I. Just as she was about to continue, her words were abruptly silenced by something pressing against her lips. When she regained her senses, the handsome visage of the boy was inches away. They were unaware of how long they kissed, but the entire garden enveloped them in a silent blessing. The moonlight cascaded like water, and the beauty before him was like a painting. On the following day, the Eastern Arena buzzed with activity. The air filled with lively chatter and excitement, primarily concerning the previous day's competition. Did you see yesterday's match? My heavens! The esteemed Tiandou first combat team was defeated by 2 members of the Spirit Hall, and it was a crushing defeat. 2 people, really? I only heard that the Huangdou team suffered a devastating loss, but I didn't realize it was at the hands of just 2 individuals. What he says is true. 2 people, 2 minutes. I was present at the scene, and honestly, I still find it hard to believe. Impressive. The captain of the Spirit Hall team is formidable. Yu Tianheng was no match for him. Just look at who he is. Dai Yuan, the son of the Spirit Hall, the Pope's personal disciple. He is undoubtedly powerful. Yet I have seldom heard news of him in recent years on the continent. Perhaps he prefers to remain low-key. Not everyone is as domineering as the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. Alas, with the Huangdou team's defeat, the Tiandou Empire's ranking is bound to suffer. I wonder how the Snow Knight Emperor will react to this news. There's no need to worry. Tiandou has produced a dark horse this time. They defeated the Shenfeng Academy in the Western battlefield yesterday. What academy? Did the Tiandou Royal Academy send 2 teams this time? That's against the rules. No. They are called the Shrek team, a newly emerging group. Shrek? What kind of name is that? Are you sure they defeated the Shenfeng Academy? There can't be any tricks involved. I was there for the entire process. Their overall soul power was on par with the Shenfeng Academy's main force, and some even surpassed it. Their control-type soul master's command over the field was exceptional, preventing Feng Xiaotian from unleashing his unique skills. In the end, after all the other members were defeated, he had no choice but to concede. Really? Now I'm a bit eager to see their match today. I believe they're facing the Thunder Academy, led by Yu Tianxin. Although Yu Tianxin may not match his brother Yu Tianheng, he is a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Their strength surpasses that of the Shenfeng Academy, so Shrek may be in dire straits. Who cares? The match is about to begin. I just want to see how long Qihua can last against Dai Yuan. Haha, I bet on 1 minute. Chapter 118. All members participate. A resounding drum roll interrupted the din, yet it did nothing to dampen the fervor in the hearts of the crowd. Rather, it ignited their excitement like a drop of water in a hot oil pot. The 2 teams entered the arena amidst the cheers of the spectators, clad in vibrant red. The Qihua Academy's attire bore golden patterns that intertwined like flourishing flames, evoking a sense of heat at first glance. In contrast, the Wuhan Academy donned understated black uniforms. Yet none dared to underestimate them, for they had proven their terrifying strength the previous day. Among the Qihua Academy, every member wore a serious expression, fully aware of the formidable prowess of their opponents. The Huangdou team had not lasted 2 minutes against them, and in today's battle, they had no desire for victory. Instead, they sought to showcase the splendor of the Qihua Academy to the world. The referee remains the same as before, the esteemed Douluo, who, upon noticing Dai Yuan approaching, offers a slight smile and a respectful nod. This gesture signifies both respect for the saint of the Wuhuan Temple and acknowledgement of the formidable strength he displayed the previous day. Dai Yuan promptly reciprocates the greeting and leads his team to the center of the arena. The two teams halt 3 meters from the referee, and their captain steps forward to report the situation. The Wuhuan team is fully assembled, and all is in order. The Qihua Academy is also fully present, with no anomalies. The referee nods lightly before announcing the commencement of the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament's Easter Division qualifiers, with the competing teams being the Qihua team and the Wuhuan team. He instructs both teams to maintain a safe distance and prepares to signal the start of the battle. As before, both teams gradually distance themselves, awaiting the referee's whistle. The spectators keenly observe the demeanor of both teams. The Wuhuan team exudes an air of ease, while the Qihua team appears burdened with tension. On the judges' platform, only one titled Dalu from the temple stands guard, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. The audience cannot help but sigh for the Qihua team, as this battle seems almost predetermined in its outcome. Even the betting odds for this match have not been opened, leaving many spectators who had hoped to profit feeling disheartened. Many express their dismay, questioning the lack of betting due to the perceived underestimation of the Qihua Academy, a prestigious institution led by an esteemed 98th level soul Dalu. Such treatment raises eyebrows. It seems ungracious to dismiss them so readily. Others point out that the background of these betting operations is not simple, as the control likely rests with the Wuhuan Temple's guardians, who may not feel the need to accord respect to a soul Dalu. Some lament for the Qihua Academy, pondering how they might have fared against the Royal Dalu team, suggesting they might have had a fighting chance. However, others argue that there is nothing to lament when one's strength pales in comparison. They merely hope the Qihua team can hold out a bit longer under DaiYuan's lead, for a swift defeat would render their tickets less valuable. Yet, others counter, noting that witnessing such extraordinary talent is worth the ticket price alone, especially given the soaring demand for tickets to witness the Wuhuan team's performance. Reports indicate that the Ziyun Merchants Guild has offered a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins for semi-final tickets to the Wuhuan Academy, yet no one has responded, underscoring the current dominance of the Wuhuan team. Amidst the audience's chatter, the arena remains tranquil. The referee approaches the edge of the battlefield, surveys the area, and then blows a sharp, resounding whistle to signal the start of the match. In an instant, DaiYuan and Lv.20 vanish from sight, prompting the Qihua Academy to enter a heightened state of alert. In a flash, they gather around their captain, Huo. Flames erupt around him, and 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, float rhythmically. A resounding dragon's roar reverberates throughout the arena as fiery red dragon scales envelop Huo, exuding an aura of power. His massive flaming dragon wings encircle his teammates, creating an impenetrable fireball. At that moment, DaiYuan and Lv.20 materialize at a short distance from the fireball, standing still without a hint of aggression. This unexpected behavior bewilders the audience, as DaiYuan's demeanor seems unusually gentle compared to his previous display. Sensing the Qihua team's vigilance, he offers a wry smile and nods towards Lv.20, who then unleashes a powerful wave of soul force, her blue-purple armor enveloping her. With a swift step, she transforms into a streak of blue-purple light, hurtling toward the fireball. A tremendous explosion resonates, followed by the audience's roaring cheers. Dust fills the air as DaiYuan, wielding his renowned blade, the holy light, cleaves through the obscuring smoke, revealing the disarrayed formation of the Qihua team. In a heartbeat, Hulaina and her companions seize the opportunity, darting into the fray at astonishing speed. The Sure brothers quickly position themselves beside Hulaina, raising their dark obsidian shields to protect her. Xieyue and Yin follow closely behind, a silver moon blade glimmering in Xieyue's grasp, its edge faintly glistening with a menacing sheen. He exudes an aura that chills the onlookers, while Yin, embodying raw power, allows his fiery soul to engulf him, incinerating his attire and revealing his muscular form. Adorned with fiery horns and a mane of wild, crimson hair, resembling a tyrant of flames from the depths of hell. Hulaina, not to be outdone, showcases her breathtaking beauty, her 9-tailed celestial fox spirit manifesting elegantly. Her white, elongated fox ears perk up adorably, her hair cascading like fresh snow, framing her exquisite features. Her pink, blossom-like eyes draw the gaze of all, while her black battle attire, enhanced by her soul armor, accentuates her figure, embroidered with a lifelike silver, nine-tailed fox, complemented by her swaying 9 fluffy tails, captivating the audience completely. The spectators are momentarily entranced by Hu Laina's stunning visage, but their admiration is swiftly eclipsed by the intensity of the ensuing battle. Xie moon blade strikes toward Huo Wushuang with blinding speed. Despite the level gap between them, the supreme quality of his weapon and years of mentorship close the divide. In a flash, fiery patterns emerge on the blade, as Xie transforms into a fleeting shadow, launching an assault on Huo Wushuang. With a surge of killing intent, a bloodthirsty lion manifests to tear at Huo Wushuang. Sensing the overwhelming aura, Huo Wushuang realizes the formidable strength of his opponent, and without regard for his teammates, he unleashes a powerful flame. His 4th soul skill, the Candelabrum Fire Dragon, materializes beside him, roaring fiercely at the encroaching shadow. A colossal explosion erupts, sending dust billowing into the air. DaiYuan, swift to react, cleaves through the chaos with his famed blade, while Lan Fozi, appearing leisurely beside him in her purple crystalline armor and stunning azure dress, contrasts sharply with her earlier fierce demeanor. She playfully taps DaiYuan's shoulder, her voice languorous, requesting breakfast at the Ziyu Xian, playfully warning him not to disappoint her after waking her so early. DaiYuan, facing her playful insistence, responds with a resigned smile, rolling his eyes before refocusing on the battlefield. At this moment, Yin joined the battlefield, confronting the fiery duo of Hua Shi and Hua Yin single-handedly. Although all 3 possessed fire-type martial souls, there was no doubt that Yan's Flame Lord outclassed them significantly, allowing him to remain undefeated even amidst the onslaught of opponents of equal rank. The remaining 4 allies were entrusted to Hu Laina, who, shielded by the brothers of the Shi family, established an impenetrable defense around her. Noticing Dai Yuan and Lan Fozi standing idly by without any intention to engage, Hu, the vice-captain of the team, was suddenly overwhelmed by an unspoken sense of humiliation. She understood their implication, that their strength alone was sufficient for victory, rendering Dai Yuan's involvement unnecessary. Do not assume that our Qihua Academy is a soft target to be trampled upon. Today, I vow to defend the honor of Qihua Academy with my life. In an instant, a brilliant flame erupted from Huo Wu, and an orange-red humanoid flame shadow rose behind her. The flame shadow raised its hands to the sky, gathering a massive fireball above its palms with each breath. At that moment, the auxiliary soul master at the back pointed towards the fireball, sending a flicker of purple light towards it. The next second, the soul master collapsed to the ground, while the Huiyun and Huiyu brothers transformed into 2 fiery cranes, launching themselves towards Hu Laina. Sensing the unusual purple light, Hu Laina narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, and a nearly imperceptible white light flickered. 2nd soul skill, Tian Humehua. Bang! The fiery cranes, originally aimed at Hu Laina, suddenly redirected their swords towards each other. In an instant, the tremendous force caused them to veer off course, toppling to either side. At that moment, Hu Laina flashed with white light and appeared before the fiery cranes. 3rd soul skill, Tian Hu Juing Sha. In the next second, Hu Laina was behind the 2 brothers, who were now unconscious, blood gushing forth wildly as their bodies were propelled by immense force until they collided with the barrier, coming to a halt. Just then, a purple-red fireball hurtled towards Hu Laina, the terrifying heat causing the audience to collectively gasp in shock. However, Hu Laina appeared remarkably composed. Gently raising her right hand, a white light flickered from her palm, followed by a pinkish-white sphere racing towards the fireball. Buzz. Contrary to expectations, an explosion did not occur. After a piercing hum, the audience stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. The light sphere enveloped the fireball tightly, acting as a cage that imprisoned it no matter how it struggled. Meanwhile, Huo, somewhat drained, watched in disbelief as the events transpired. Perhaps this attack had exhausted her soul power, for her once resilient body began to tremble slightly. The entire arena fell into a profound silence, and Hu Laina merely smiled lightly, transforming her palm into a fist. The light sphere rapidly shrank within a brief moment, ultimately condensing into a red-purple point of light. In the next second, she pointed towards the sky, and the light point soared into the deep expanse, as if obeying her command. Moments later, a dazzling brilliance erupta. silent yet resplendent. At this time, Huo Wuxuang struck to retreat beside Huo Wu, and the remaining two teammates quickly gathered around their captain. Except for Huo Wu, who remained unscathed, the others bore various wounds, their faces etched with profound fatigue. On the side of the Martial Soul Academy, both Xiaoyu and Yin were not faring any better, the fierce battle leaving them with numerous injuries. At that moment, DaiYuan approached them, patting their shoulders and asking, "How are you holding up?" "No problem, I am still good. Let's continue. I can take on two opponents." Observing the two, though battered, yet invigorated, DaiYuan smiled faintly and turned to the Qihua members. "You must have witnessed what just transpired. Do you wish to continue?" As DaiYuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, Hu immediately retorted, "Humph, do not assume we are weak. We can still fight." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly trembled, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, before collapsing into Huo Wuxuang's embrace. Seeing this, Huo Wuxuang sighed deeply, his face turning ashen as he addressed the referee. "We concede." At this moment in the Western Battle Zone, the leader exclaimed, "Boss, it's time." Zhu Qing. "Yes, third brother." Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Qing beside him, and upon receiving her nod, a smile spread across his face as he embraced her tightly. In that instant, a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from their bodies. Martial soul fusion skill, Yuming Bai Hu. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust, followed by a deafening beastly roar. Roar. At this moment, seated on the podium were two individuals, the Emperor of Xing Luo, Dai Tianfeng, and the Douluo Jiuguan. Observing the rampaging Yuming Bai Hu, Jiuguan turned to Dai Tianfeng with a smile, saying, "Your Majesty is truly fortunate. 3 prodigies have emerged from your lineage. Alas, every family has its own troubles. Everything else is fine, but this lad is giving me quite the headache." "Oh, Your Majesty, why do you say that?" Dai Tianfeng sat upright, his expression grave as he watched the battle unfold. After a moment, he sighed deeply. "I do not know what has transpired over the years. This rascal and I have become increasingly discordant. He has grown up, and now, even a few words from me send him running away from home. I am constantly burdened with official duties and have little time to attend to him, and now I find myself powerless to intervene." At this moment, Dai Tianfeng bore none of the imperial majesty before Yuguan. His words revealed the deep concern of a father for his child. In response, Yuguan, with an air of aged wisdom, offered consolation. "Ah, it is only natural for children to develop their own ideas at this age. As long as they do not make any principled mistakes, we need not worry excessively. The future ultimately belongs to them. Look at this generation. So many outstanding talents have emerged, and your Xing Luo royal family alone has produced 3 remarkable individuals, each more impressive than the last. What more could you ask for?" Old Dai. "Alas, as long as Xiao Yuan can uphold the entirety of the Xing Luo Empire, even though he has little desire for power, as long as he can protect it in times of crisis, I can face my ancestors with peace of mind." "Ha ha, Old Dai, you are truly getting old. You can save such talk for your final days. It is far too early to discuss these matters now." The two engaged in jovial conversation. Their previous master-servant relationship transformed into that of close brothers. The battle on the field had reached a boiling point, revealing Tang San's meticulous strategy. The sudden appearance of Yu Ming Bai Hu caught the opponents off guard, and seizing this fleeting opportunity, Tang San first utilized the Lan Yin prison to briefly restrain Yu Qianxing. During this time, the team collaborated with Yu Ming Bai Hu to wreak havoc. Ultimately, amidst an earth-shattering roar, victory tilted in favor of the Shrek team. In an instant, the crowd erupted in cheers, all spectators chanting the name of the Shrek team. These youths clad in dark green uniforms shattered their preconceived notions with their strength, earning their respect. Dai Mu Bai, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, felt the waves of applause from the audience, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Yet, when he glanced towards the dignified figure on the podium, his smile dimmed slightly, and his gaze flickered, lost in thought. At this moment, within the Chui Yuxian, DaiYuan, in accordance with his promise, brought Lan Fozi to dine here, and naturally, the others followed suit. Although they had already feasted earlier, after a fierce battle, their appetites had returned with a vengeance. Though it was still some time before noon, DaiYuan and the others decided to advance their lunch hour. In the private room, laughter and lively conversation filled the air as they indulged in a sumptuous meal. Over time, the camaraderie among the group deepened, and at the dining table, Yin displayed his boldness by pouring drinks for the Shurja brothers and Xiu, who soon succumbed to inebriation. Observing their drowsy state, Yin burst into hearty laughter. Just as he intended to target DaiYuan next, a single glance from Hulaina, nestled beside him, made him shudder. With no other recourse, Yin could only sit alone, sipping his drink in solitude. As for Lv.20, the moment she laid eyes on the food, her mouth did not cease its movement. Her gaze remained fixed on every dish on the table. When it came to eating, Lv.20 was second to none. After enjoying their meal, DaiYuan took Hulaina's hand and strolled through the rear garden of the Pope's palace. Basking in the afternoon sunlight that filtered through the leaves, feeling the warmth and softness conveyed by Hulaina's small hand, inhaling the delicate fragrance that seemed to waft from her very being. At that moment, DaiYuan felt as if he were in paradise. Turning his head, he noticed a hint of worry etched on the young girl's face. "What's wrong, Anna?" Upon hearing DaiYuan's question, Hulaina flinched slightly, then stood still. "DaiYuan, yes, there must be other girls who like you, right?" The suddenness of her words left DaiYuan momentarily speechless, but he quickly composed himself, letting out a gentle sigh. "I apologize. I am not a monogamous person." "That's enough. Don't say any more." Hulaina pressed her finger against his lips, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing intently at him. "I recognize your greatness, and I cannot possess all your love. I will not oppose you, regardless of how many women you may have in the future. I only hope to remain in your heart. That is sufficient for me." By the end of her statement, her voice had dwindled to a mere whisper, yet it struck DaiYuan's heart like a heavy hammer, enveloping him in a profound sense of guilt. He raised his right hand, gently caressing her delicate, fair cheek, while his left arm encircled her waist. In the next instant, they embraced tightly. "You are the most important person to me. I will always love and protect you. At that moment, a voice echoed in DaiYuan's mind. "Xiaoyuan, come to the secret chamber to find me." DaiYuan furrowed his brow and immediately pulled Hulaina from his embrace. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes, her expression revealing confusion. "What's wrong?" My teacher sent me a message, asking me to visit her." "Oh, then you should go." I'll head back to rest." Without waiting for DaiYuan's response, she hurriedly dashed toward her room. Receiving the summons, DaiYuan dared not linger and swiftly made his way to the secret chamber. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pope's palace, DaiYuan was taken aback by the sight before him. The elders of the worship hall, usually elusive, stood in perfect formation at the entrance of the secret chamber. As DaiYuan approached, the elders silently parted to allow him passage. Guided by the attendants, he stepped inside. The environment was as familiar as ever, but the presence of those gathered caused another jolt in his heart. Seated on the spacious sofa to the west were Zhang Yuan and Ning Fengji, while to the east sat Dai Tianfeng, with an empty seat beside him presumably reserved for DaiYuan. On the north side sat Bai Dong. Directly opposite her was the grand elder of the worship hall, Qian Dalu. The presence of this high-ranking elder from the angelic sacred land made it evident to DaiYuan that the matters to be discussed were of great significance, likely to influence the entire continent situation. After performing the customary greeting to the elders, DaiYuan took his seat beside Dai Tianfeng. At that moment, all eyes turned to Bai Dong, the current pope, who surveyed the room before speaking softly. "I have summoned you all today to discuss a matter. Does the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan still warrant existence?" With those words, although the attendees had prepared themselves to some extent, they were nonetheless shocked. "Your Holiness, the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan is one of the top 3 sects, possessing profound heritage and holding significant sway over the continent. Such actions would bring unimaginable negative repercussions to the Spirit Hall." As the leader of the 7-treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing Bai Dong's intentions to annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan. He had never imagined that this usually dignified and elegant pope harbored such a terrifying plan. "I believe Ning Zhongzhu's words hold merit. The Blue Lightning Tyrant clan has shown no hostility towards the Spirit Hall, nor have they infringed upon our interests. An impulsive strike could very well leave us vulnerable to repercussions from Tiando, and even if successful, the Spirit Hall might find itself facing public outrage." At this point, Zhang Yuan echoed Ning Fengji's sentiment, articulating his perspective. Dai Tianfeng nodded silently in agreement, addressing Bai Dong with measured words. "I too concur with Elder Zhang's opinion. Now is not the time to act against the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan." With the majority expressing dissent, Bai Dong fell into contemplation, her gaze fixed on the tea before her. The room descended into an eerie silence, each face reflecting the weight of the discussion, while Qian Dalu, seated at the southern end, closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Suddenly, Bai Dong turned her gaze towards DaiYuan, a smile creeping on her lips as she spoke slowly. "Xiaoyuan, what are your thoughts?" At that moment, all eyes were on DaiYuan, who had previously been an unnoticed presence, suddenly thrust into the spotlight by Dong's inquiry. After a brief pause, he raised his head slowly. I suggest we take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan after the conclusion of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. His calm suggestion astonished everyone in the room. Just moments prior, they had debated whether to eliminate the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, and here he was, already contemplating the timing for action. Why? Speak your mind. Dalu opened his eyes, calmly regarding Dai Yuan, his inscrutable gaze making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Firstly, given the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan's arrogance and dominance, they would never submit to us. In the future, as we strive for unity across the continent, they will undoubtedly become a formidable obstacle. Though no one responded, none interrupted him, for he spoke the truth. To avoid incurring significant costs on the battlefield against this obstruction in the future, I believe it is prudent to eliminate them before their alliance takes shape. Have you considered the consequences? Should we strike the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, Tiandou will surely incite public opinion, instilling panic in other unyielding forces, and those unwilling to submit will likely align with Tiandou. At that point, the Spirit Hall would find itself beset on all sides. Ning Fengji pointed out the inherent risks, to which Dai Yuan merely smiled gently, glancing at his father beside him. At present, the Xingluo Empire, the Holy Spirit Cult, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have all forged a strategic alliance with the Spirit Hall. Once we successfully eliminate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, even if the Haoyin sect leads the four sects along with other forces to resist us alongside Tiandou, we shall harbor no fear. As for the public sentiments, they cannot sway the course of the war. Over the years, we have established a vast grassroots foundation, and the Spirit Hall holds a favorable image in their hearts. Thus, although this surprise attack by the Spirit Hall may cast a slight shadow on the image we have meticulously cultivated, as long as we guide public opinion to a certain extent, our base will remain largely unaffected. Why choose to act after the conclusion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament? Wouldn't that expose such contemptible actions to the world? This is the opportune moment, currently. Yu Yuanjin, Yu Luomian, and two core disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family are all in Spirit City. If we gather our elite combat forces, they will be unable to escape. As for our family, we can begin preparations now and act in unison to catch them off guard. At that time, the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family could be accomplished in a single night. A temporary period of vilification is inconsequential as long as our overarching direction remains correct. The rest is merely a matter of seizing the moment and employing extraordinary measures. These words, if cast into the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a media storm across the continent. In this secret chamber, Dai Yuan articulated this plan of extermination. After he finished speaking, the chamber fell into silence once more, but this time it was fraught with undercurrents. You truly are a monster. Ning Fengji adjusted his glasses, his body trembling slightly as he sank back, as if all his strength had been drained. Zhang Yuan reclined with his legs crossed, arms folded before him, nodding at Dai Yuan. Ruthless, decisive, strategic. The methods of the Son of God astound me. Dai Tianfeng patted his son's shoulder, then shook his head with a sigh. If you choose to enter politics, I could abdicate now and hand over the military and political power of the empire to you. Haha, your majesty jested. Little Yuan is still the son of our hall, and I intend to pass the position of pope to him. Bibi Dong turned to Dai Yuan, her face radiating satisfaction. Young man, you have done well. The usually taciturn Qian Dalu expressing such praise is a testament to Dai Yuan's exceptional performance. What he had just articulated echoed Bibi Dong's own thoughts. Witnessing her disciple align with her perspective only deepened her satisfaction. I believe Dai Yuan's suggestion is excellent. What do you all think? I believe so. Then it is settled. I have long found that you Yuanjin fellow displeasing, and this opportunity is perfect for us to eliminate them all at once. Before Ning Fengji could finish, Qian Dalu interjected, leaving him with no face. Observing the high-ranking elder's interruption, Ning Fengji felt his blood surge, yet he dared not retaliate, fully aware of the formidable power the other possessed. Even the Bone de Luo and Sword de Luo would struggle to gain any advantage against him. In that moment, he began to regret his decision from the previous night, but then recollected that his precious pearl was in Bibi Dong's hands, along with the future of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. After weighing his options, he sighed deeply. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School supports the Pope's decisions. The Holy Spirit Cult supports the Pope's decisions. The Xingluo Empire supports the Pope's decisions. Haha, I thank you all for your unwavering support. The Spirit Hall shall not disappoint you. Subsequently, Bibi Dong initiated a series of strategic deployments, her meticulous plans leaving everyone astonished. They realized that Dai Yuan's role was merely to cast the initial stone. The reclusive pope had already formulated a detailed strategy in her mind. As the meeting came to a close and everyone prepared to disperse, Bibi Dong called Qian Dalu aside. "Great Elder, please stay for a moment. I wish to discuss some specific arrangements regarding the hall." Chapter 122, Storm Clouds Gather. In response, Dai Yuan and his companions silently exited the secret chamber, speculating about the matters Bibi Dong intended to discuss with Qian Dalu. Upon exiting, the title Douluo waiting at the door immediately surrounded them. This was the entire elite force of the Spirit Hall. Each member was a towering presence in their own right, now gathered around the Spirit Hall, serving with utmost loyalty. At that moment, Ning Fengji felt a whirlwind of emotions. He gazed at the clear blue sky above, and, as a few white doves flew by, disappearing into the nearby foliage, he resolved within himself. "Esteemed elders, please wait a moment. The Pope is currently in discussion with the Great Elder, and we are unable to disclose specific details at this time, so I ask for your understanding." Dai Yuan stepped forward to express his apologies. Upon hearing their son's words, the title Douluo realized the gravity of the situation. They said nothing and quietly made way. The group disbanded at the entrance of the Pope's hall, boarding their carriage. The Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo sat beside Ning Fengji, eager to inquire about the details, but he merely gave them a subtle glance, and they fell silent. Upon returning to the hotel, the Sword Douluo used his soul power to isolate the room from the outside world. Ning Fengji approached the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, observing the bustling scene outside, and sighed deeply. The continent's fate is about to change. Meanwhile, in a private room of another hotel, Yu Yuanjin sat on the sofa, his expression grave as he listened to Yu Luomian's report, his countenance growing increasingly grim. Once Yu Luomian finished, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Yu Yuanjin, causing a cacophony of shattering sounds to echo in Yu Luomian's ears, sending tremors through his heart. However, Yu Yuanjin quickly suppressed his fury, rising to pace in the living room. They're all in cahoots. What does the Spirit Hall intend? Do they think that by pulling a 7-treasure glazed tile school to their side, they can act with impunity and dominate the world? Damn them. They all deserve to die. Watching his elder brother succumb to rage once more, Yu Luomian felt a deep frustration, yet he dared not approach during such a volatile moment, standing by as he awaited his brother's temper to subside. Although Yu Yuanjin was known for his explosive temper, it flared quickly and extinguished just as fast. Before long, he regained his earlier solemnity and turned to Yu Luomian. "Luomian, I need you to do 2 things for me. First, inform Shui Qinghe and the 4 Elemental Academy heads to meet here tonight. Second, after you notify them, take Tianheng and Tianxin and leave quietly. Once you return to our family, remain vigilant for any presence of the Spirit Hall and notify me immediately if you spot anyone." Upon hearing this, Yu Luomian's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered, "Brother, should we leave now? This is the Spirit Hall's territory. If they take action against us, we will be unable to withstand it." After hearing his brother's words, Yu Yuanjin shook his head. "Fear not. They dare not act recklessly, or they will immediately find themselves opposed by other forces on the continent. By staying here, I can monitor the Spirit Hall's every move. The family needs you to guard it. Do you understand?" "I understand." After saying this, Yu Yuanjin gazed out the window, where the sun shone most fiercely at that moment, its rays piercing through the glass and warming his body, imparting a faint sense of burning. Alas, in the present day, our clan and the Tiandou Empire can hardly withstand the might of their alliance, unless the Haotian sect emerges from the shadows, joining forces with the lower force sects and ourselves to confront them. Only then do we stand chance. Otherwise, our fate will be most lamentable. As he spoke, Yu Yuanjin let out a deep sigh, gazing at his younger brother with a visage marked by the weight of experience. "Should the Wuhuan Temple dispatch personnel to attack our family, at a critical moment, you must take a few core disciples with you. The lineage of our Blue Lightning Overlord clan must not be extinguished. Do you understand?" "Yes, elder brother." As night fell, the bustling streets of Wuhuan City thrummed with activity, the lively din vividly reflecting the city's grandeur. Yet beneath this splendor, dark currents surged. Suddenly, news emanated from the Wuhuan Temple, adding fuel to the already fervent atmosphere. It was announced that the Xingluo battle team had conceded defeat ahead of schedule, allowing the Wuhuan battle team to advance automatically to the finals. "Alas, they're all our children," Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. I surmise that the Emperor of Xingluo wishes to spare his offspring from mutual harm. That said, the reality of strength remains unchanged. No matter how formidable the Xingluo battle team may be, they are merely another Imperial battle team, hardly a match for the Wuhuan battle team. I suspect the Emperor of Xingluo has been maneuvering behind the scenes. With the withdrawal of the Xingluo battle team, the championship position for the Wuhuan battle team seems almost secured. Not so fast. There is still a dark horse in this elite competition, the Shrek battle team. Their prowess is undoubtedly on par with any top-tier battle team. They possess a control-type soul master named Tang San, who excels in both group control and one-on-one combat. Under his leadership, the entire team can swiftly identify the optimal moment to unleash their full power. Moreover, his elusive movements make him exceedingly difficult to counter, rendering them a truly formidable team. No matter how terrifying they are, can they rival Dai Yuan? I have observed the Shrek battle team. Their leader relies on tricks and techniques to secure victories. Their reliance on an array of concealed weapons is what renders them difficult to defend against, while their aggressive tactics depend on the Yinming White Tiger, with support from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and that food-type Soul Master. As for the rest, they merely create distractions to provide Tang San opportunities to execute his cunning strategies. I cannot condone victories achieved through such underhanded means. Indeed, Dai Yuan has always triumphed through sheer strength, standing as a paragon for our younger generation with his steadfastness and unwavering resolve. Regardless of the methods others employ, they have not violated any competition rules. On what grounds do you slander them so? At that moment, in the corridor of an inn within the city, Tang San leaned against the railing, gazing out at the vibrant scene beyond the window. Just as he became lost in thought, a voice called to him from behind. What is this? Still awake at such an hour? Tomorrow, you face the Xiangjia battle team. Turning around, Tang San saw Yu Xiaojiang approaching with a gentle smile. Teacher, I cannot sleep. Cannot sleep? Is there something on your mind? Yu Xiaojiang joined him at the railing, both observing the bustling view outside. I have just learned that the Xinghua battle team has withdrawn from the semifinals, allowing the Wuhuan battle team to advance automatically to the finals. While I am confident in leading our team to victory against the Xiangjia battle team tomorrow, I am left with no certainty regarding the final confrontation against the Wuhuan battle team. What do you mean? Teacher, do you believe we can achieve ultimate victory? To this inquiry, Yu Xiaojiang did not respond immediately. After a moment of quiet contemplation, he turned and patted Tang San's shoulder with a smile. Your current standing has far exceeded my expectations. You have performed admirably. As for the final outcome, do not dwell on it. Instead, showcase the splendor of Shrek Academy to your heart's content. Now, it is late. Return and rest. With that, he turned to head towards his room. Watching Yu Xiaojiang's retreating figure, Tang San clenched his fists tightly. He turned to regard the imposing structure of the papal hall in the distance, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. I will win by any means necessary. Chapter 123. Swift victory on the following morning. A vast sea of humanity converged upon the venue for the finals. Due to the early withdrawal of the Xingluo battle team, the originally 2-day event was condensed into a single day. Naturally, the audience welcomed this change with enthusiasm. Quickly, the crowd surged through the 4 entrances, and soon, the entire arena was filled to capacity. Shortly thereafter, Bibi Dong and a host of distinguished guests appeared on the podium, their seating arrangement mirroring that of the opening ceremony. Though today's atmosphere was palpably more solemn, everyone was acutely aware of this shift, yet none dared to address it openly, for they understood the implications of breaking this unspoken tension. As the trumpets sounded, the 2 teams gradually emerged from their respective corridors. Upon seeing the Shrek team clad in deep green uniforms, the spectators erupted into thunderous cheers. Over the past few days, these young novices had provided countless surprises, particularly with the revelations about their team. The audience was astonished to discover that this previously obscure team was composed of such illustrious talents. As the soul of the team, Tang San naturally became the focal point of attention. Just as the crowd assumed, he was yet another scion of a prominent lineage. His unremarkable background and exceedingly ordinary blue-silver grass martial spirit left them in shock. How could one of such humble origins possess such formidable strength? Coupled with an astute grasp of the situation and a fluid, unpredictable style, all of these elements cloaked him in an air of mystery. Though his frequent use of concealed weapons drew some criticism, as many considered such tactics to be beneath contempt, The young man's inspirational persona quickly overshadowed any negative perceptions. The audience only saw a courageous youth, battling against fate and striving for excellence, while all else was filtered away by their admiration. In contrast, the Xiangjia battle team lacked similar popularity, comprised as they were of brawny, rugged men. Nonetheless, their presence in the finals drew considerable cheers from the crowd. The two teams gradually approached the center of the arena, where the referee stood poised. For the finals, the Wuhuan Temple had specifically chosen a titled Dalu as the chief judge, a rarity in past Continental Soul Master elite competitions. The audience could not help but marvel at the immense prestige of the Wuhuan Temple, for only they could command the presence of such a dominant force as a referee. The captains of both teams halted 10 meters apart, with Dai Mubai and the captain of the Xiangjia team stepping forward to face the title Dalu Tuobashi. The entire Shrek battle team is present, no irregularities. The entire Xiangjia battle team is present, no irregularities. Tuoba, she nodded slowly and declared, prepare to begin. The captains returned to their respective teams, and at that moment, Tuoba, she took his place at the edge of the arena. With a sharp whistle, the Xiangjia battle team immediately assumed a defensive posture. In an instant, the phantom of a colossal elephant materialized in the sky. The Shrek team was equally undeterred. As they swiftly consumed their mushroom sausages, and in a heartbeat, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun, the four primary attackers, transformed into streaks of shadow, racing toward the giant elephant illusion. Boom! In the state of phoenix wings soaring, Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line struck first, colliding with the giant elephant illusion formed by the Xiangjia battle team, exploding into a searing blaze that radiated outward in all directions. Following closely was Dai Mubai's by Lu Xingyu and Zhu Zhuqing's Yu Mingzhan. Although the barrage of attacks did not completely shatter the colossal elephant's illusion, it was evident that their power had diminished significantly compared to before. Meanwhile, the residual shockwaves stirred up a cloud of dust, and at that moment, two figures dashed into the haze at incredible speed. Soon after, Tang San's voice echoed from within. Boss, Zhu Qing, now is the time. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, and then radiant light enveloped them as they slowly approached each other. A resounding tiger roar reverberated throughout the arena. At this moment, seated in the VIP section, Bai Dong narrowed her eyes, observing the thick dust engulfing the arena. Murmuring softly, given time, this boy could become a formidable rival to Xiao Yuan. Just then, several figures shot out from the swirling dust, and, as the audience focused, they realized these individuals were all members of the Xiangjia team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My heavens, am I seeing things? What on earth has happened? Indeed, I have seen DaiYuan orchestrate such a spectacle before, but isn't the Xiangjia team renowned for their defensive capabilities? How could they be so easily overwhelmed? As the dust gradually settled, the true state of the battle was revealed. The last two remaining members of the Xiangjia team were desperately holding on, while Tang San and Xiao Wu launched a relentless flanking assault, forcing them to retreat step by step. What's going on? The reactions of the Xiangjia captain and his team seem so peculiar. Indeed, I noticed that too. They appear as if they are bound by something. Their movements so rigid. At that moment, a loud expletive from a corner of the audience abruptly drowned out the murmurs. Damn it. This kid is using the same tricks that were once used on me. What a genius. Zhao Wuji, can you keep it down? Or do you want me to set you ablaze? Xiao Gang, is this style of play something you taught Tang San? Glancing at Frank, Yu Xiao Gang shook his head slowly. I merely advised him to let his skills shine. As for the rest, I trust Xiao San. Back on the field, seeing himself pushed to the edge of the arena, the outcome hanging by a thread, the captain of the Xiangjia team unleashed a powerful wave of energy. The wave instantly forced Tang San and his companion back. Just then, two silver beams shot towards the Xiangjia duo, and, in the blink of an eye, they were sent sprawling on the ground. At that moment, Tuo Ba, she appeared before them, observing their pale faces and labored breathing. He slowly raised his right hand, and two faint yellow orbs of light coalesced, soaring toward the fallen pair. Gasping for breath, the two staggered to their feet, their eyes fixed on Tang San, who stood calmly not far away, their gazes burning with fury. You despicable fiend. In response, Tang San merely smiled lightly, bowing slightly to Tuo Bashi. I have not violated any rules in this match. I implore the esteemed referee to render a judgment. Tuo Ba, she glanced at him indifferently before announcing, in the semifinals, the Shrek team wins. Instantly, the audience erupted into cheers for the Shrek team, and as Tang San beheld the throng of jubilant spectators, a smile spread across his face. Just as he turned to reunite with his teammates, Tuo Ba Shi's voice drifted from behind him. Extract the filth you have left in their bodies, or do not leave. Chapter 124. The finals. Tang San slowly turned, gazing at the trembling members of the Xiangjia team outside the arena. His smile gradually faded, shadows creeping onto his handsome features. However, Tuo Ba Shi's words had been spoken. If he did not remove the long Su needle from their bodies, he was certain that the white dragon Douluo would not let him go easily. With this thought, he bowed to Tabashi and said, "I beg the referee's forgiveness. I was momentarily blinded by victory, and I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he stepped forward, reaching the Xiangjia team. Employing the unique techniques of the Tang sect, he deftly tapped several points on the captain's body. "You should be ashamed of such a victory." In the face of the captain's derision, Tang San merely smiled gently and replied, "I shall reiterate, all methods I employed in this match are within the rules. Should you have any grievances, you may appeal to the referee." He then firmly patted the captain, extracting a nearly invisible golden needle from his chest. Ignoring the captain's scornful glare, he proceeded to extract the long Su needles embedded in the bodies of the remaining team members one by one. Once everything was concluded, he gradually walked back to his team, and this time, Tuo Ba Shi made no attempt to intervene. He quietly observed the boy's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with a sharp glint. "Xiao San, you truly are remarkable." This tactic caught the opponent completely off guard. They surely never anticipated we would strike with such ferocity. Dai Bai stepped forward, embracing his shoulder, his face beaming with exuberance. The other teammates also rushed forward to celebrate, each wearing a face of victorious joy. In response, Tang San smiled slightly. "We shall be facing the Wu Hun team this afternoon. We must conclude this battle in the shortest time possible. The longer it drags on, the more it will affect our performance in the finals." At the mention of the Wu Hun team, a shadow flickered across everyone's faces, for they were about to face former classmates. Given the astounding performances over the past few days, the prospects of Shrek triumphing over them seemed exceedingly bleak. Sensing the team's morale waning, Tang San quickly shifted the conversation. "Enough of this. The dean has booked us a room at Shui Yuxian for lunch. Let us all adjust our states and prepare to give our all this afternoon." "Yai, Kui Yuxuan, the dean has truly splurged. Kui Yuxuan, Ierikome. That fatso only thinks about eating." At noon, DaiYuan and Hu Laina were enjoying lunch in the garden behind the Pope's palace alongside Bai Dong. At the dining table, Bai Dong refrained from questioning DaiYuan about the final strategy, trusting in her disciple's abilities. However, regarding the sensitive existence of Tang San, she sought more information from her disciple. "Xiao Yuan, what do you plan to do about Tang San?" Upon hearing this question, DaiYuan paused in his actions, gently placing his chopsticks down. After glancing at Hu Laina beside him, he slowly replied, "Teacher, upon reflection, I suggest we do not kill him this time." "Oh, why is that?" "Our objective this time is to target the Lan Dianba, Wang family, and Tang Hao. Once the news of Tang Hao's demise spreads across the continent, his brother Tang, Xiao, will undoubtedly mobilize the entire sect to search for Tang San. I have a method to leave my martial soul mark on him without his awareness. At that point, our Wu Hun Palace can trace the location of the Haotian sect through Tang San. Once we uproot it, unifying the continent will be within our grasp. But what if Tang Xiao remains indifferent? That would be inconsequential. Once the news of the Lan Dianba, Wang family's destruction spreads, the Haotian sect cannot remain passive. Besides, even if Tang San were to rise, I am confident I can suppress him. Hence, I propose we refrain from acting against him for the time being." Upon hearing DaiYuan's various analyses of the situation, Bai Dong cast a satisfied glance in his direction. She then deftly picked up her chopsticks and offered 2 slices of meat to both DaiYuan and Hu Laina. "With your presence, how could I possibly worry about the prosperity of the Wu Hun Temple for the next century?" At last, the finals had arrived. Amidst the resounding sound of horns and the enthusiastic calls from the audience, the 2 teams that had advanced to the finals slowly made their way into the arena from their respective passages. The referee for this match was once again Tuo Ba Shi, who smiled and nodded at DaiYuan as he approached. As a direct subordinate of Bai Dong, fostering a good relationship with the Holy Son would be beneficial for him, especially considering the latter's exceptional talent. Given time, DaiYuan was destined to become someone he would look up to. Thus, leaving a positive impression at this moment would prove advantageous for both himself and the future of the sect. Acknowledging the goodwill extended to him, DaiYuan naturally returned the gesture promptly, and their brief exchange left a favorable impression on both sides. In contrast, Tuabashi's demeanor towards the Shrek team was strictly professional. He retracted his earlier smile and quietly observed as they approached. At this moment, Ning Rong, walking within the ranks, caught sight of Dai Yuan. A flicker of emotions, resentment, admiration, and anticipation sparkled in her eyes, all of which did not escape the notice of Oscar, who stood beside her. He gazed at Dai Yuan, his hands clenched tightly, and his lower lip bitten hard, crimson blood beginning to seep at the corners of his eyes. Meanwhile, aside from Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, who maintained a relatively calm demeanor, the expressions of the others showed varying degrees of turmoil. Tang Sin narrowed his eyes, resembling a venomous serpent poised to strike. Xiao Wu's gaze darted nervously. She understood that her secrets were well known to Dai Yuan, and her awareness of her sensitive identity instilled a sense of dread within her. Dai Mubai's expression was far more complex, yet it soon hardened with resolve. The two teams halted 10 meters apart, and Dai Mubai and Dai Yuan stepped forward to face Tobashi. All members of the Shrek team are present. No abnormalities. All members of the Wu Hun team are present. No abnormalities. After hearing the reports from both team captains, Tuabashi nodded slowly. Good, prepare yourselves, and await my command. Yes. The response was a chorus of agreement. Dai Yuan intended to exchange a few words with his elder brother, but Dai Mubai only left him with a silent silhouette. Watching his brother grow distant, he could distinctly sense a burgeoning divide between them. All of this did not escape Tang San's notice. A smirk first crept onto his lips, only to quickly fade into solemnity. Upon returning to the ranks, Dai Mubai silently led the team to create distance from Dai Yuan. At this moment, Tang San approached him. Remember our strategy. Tuabashi, with an air of calm detachment, arrived at the edge of the arena. His predictions regarding the outcome of the match had long favored the Wu Hun team. He understood well that, despite the Shrek team's earlier impressive performances, their adversary today was Dai Yuan. He was acutely aware that the Holy Sun had yet to unleash even a fraction of his true power in previous matches. The next instant, the whistle blew, and the finals officially commenced. In an instant, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing converged together, their bodies radiating a flickering black and white light that intertwined harmoniously. In an explosive surge, an overwhelming pressure surged outward, raising a cloud of dust. Dai Yuan and his companions remained composed, displaying no signs of panic in response to their opponent's tactical arrangement. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shrek team sprang into action, bracing themselves for the encounter. At this moment, Ning Rong, stationed at the rear of the formation, erupted in a dazzling display of colorful light. A crystal-like pagoda appeared in her hands, its layers artfully stacked from top to bottom, with a radiant pearl shimmering atop the tower. The 7 treasures turn into glass. The 7 treasures are renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Third, soul. In an instant, her previously rosy complexion paled, as the rapid succession of 3 soul skills drained her soul power entirely. Simultaneously, the exquisite pagoda in her hand spun swiftly above her palm, releasing beams of light that cascaded onto her teammates. In that moment, a resounding roar echoed, and the spectral white tiger emerged from the dust, its dual-colored eyes fixed intently on Dai Yuan. In the next heartbeat, it lunged towards him. Observing this, Dai Yuan and his teammates swiftly exchanged glances and then vanished from their positions. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated as the massive spectral white tiger was about to strike, suddenly freezing in place. The audience, looking beneath its paw, was astonished to see Dai Yuan standing unfazed beneath the tiger's claw, one hand steady as he caught the descending talon. Clad in resplendent white armor adorned with golden patterns, and the sole bone manifesting as a spectral tiger mask, he exuded an aura that obliterated any trace of elegance. He resembled a white harbinger of death descending upon the earth. Gasps erupted in waves, as Dai Yuan's formidable prowess shattered their previous perceptions. What a monster! At that moment, seated in the stands, Fland looked at the immobile spectral white tiger. Glancing at the equally disheartened Yu Xiao gang beside him, he murmured, "I can't help but wonder if our choice was misguided." Hearing this, Yu Xiao gang spoke up, prompting a frown from Fland. Actually, someone from Wu Hun Temple approached me yesterday, discussing the prospect of joining their ranks. Wu Hun Temple. They must be interested in our students. Given the immense potential they displayed, their recruitment attempt was to be expected. What conditions did they offer? They proposed that you and I become vice principals of Wu Hun Academy, with benefits for the students akin to core disciples. while the other teachers from our academy would also transition to Wu Hun Academy as educators. Oh, those are enticing terms. So are you tempted? Yu Xiu Gong teased, to which Fland responded with a wry smile. It would be impossible not to be tempted. Had this been 5 years ago, I would have jumped at the offer. But I understand your concerns. The academy is thriving, and you're reluctant to relinquish the students you've nurtured over the years. Moreover, the ambitions of Wu Hun Temple are widely recognized. You fear that aligning with them might jeopardize the students' futures. Fland remained silent, yet his silence spoke volumes. Did they give you a deadline? No. Then let us continue to observe. However, before making any decisions, it would be wise to communicate with the students, as many of them have significant backgrounds. Yes, I am aware. Just then, the arena erupted once again in a cacophony of excitement. DaiYuan had swiftly maneuvered to the side of the spectral white tiger and unleashed a powerful punch, emitting a pained roar as the massive creature was sent hurtling away. The others, intending to assist Dai Mu Bai, found their path obstructed by a figure cloaked in blue and purple. At that moment, Lan Fozi stood elegantly in her violet crystal armor, her flowing blue-violet hair dancing softly in the breeze, while the azure spear in her grip traced a graceful arc in the air. She stood alone, poised before the Shrek team, embodying the might of 1,000 warriors. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu and Yin approached her, with Ulaina firmly protected by the Shijiao brothers behind them. Faced with such a formidable lineup, the members of Shrek inevitably felt a wave of desolation. Although they had the threefold enhancement from Ning Rongrong, they remained uncertain in the face of Lan Fozi, the Soul King, especially with 2 other prodigies by her side. Despair slowly spread within their hearts. Tang San, fully aware of the situation, clenched his fists tightly. He observed Dai Yuan, who was fiercely battling the Yuming white tiger, with a relaxed expression, seemingly not exerting his full strength. At that moment, a surge of unexplained fury began to course through Tang San's body. How strong is he? When did the gap between us become so vast? Just then, Lan Fozi moved first, vanishing from her position in an instant. In a heartbeat, the hearts of all Shrek team members tightened, and the next moment, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. Dust swirled, and at that moment, through his profound purple extreme magic eye, Tang San saw shadowy figures swiftly approaching them, reaching Xiao Wu's side in a remarkably short time. Xiao Wu, too, became instantly alert, and a brilliant golden light erupted around her, clashing with the spear wielded by Lan Fozi. Oh, this is rather interesting. Lan Fozi gradually withdrew her spear, and the golden radiance surrounding Xiao Wu began to fade. Sensing the terrifying power of her opponent, Xiao Wu decisively propelled herself forward, retreating toward Tang, sent like an arrow released from its bow. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjuan's attacks came rushing in. Bolstered by the Phoenix of Fire and the wings of the Phoenix, his Phoenix Fire line unleashed its blazing fangs toward Lan Fozi. Feeling the overwhelming heat enveloping her, Lan Fozi's soul power surged, and the dark blue spear in her hand erupted with a dazzling purple light. In an instant, the sound of roaring waves filled everyone's ears, followed by the resonant call of a whale, crisp, melodious, majestic, and solemn. Fourth soul skill, boundless ocean. She swung her spear, gently slicing through the air toward the incoming fire line. In that moment, Ma Hongjun beheld a massive fish riding the towering waves, soaring toward him with an unstoppable force. Boom! A golden light erupted, and a golden barrier enveloped the entire arena. At the edge of the arena, Tuoba, she gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, murmuring in awe, "The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable." Chapter 126, Tang San's Desperate Measures. The golden barrier outside persisted for a while before gradually dissipating. It was the protective shield set by Jean Yves Douluo, which only manifested in response to Soul Emperor-level attacks, highlighting the immense power of Lan Fozi's recent soul skill. As the radiance faded and the dust settled, Ma Hongjun collapsed at the edge of the arena, his face pale and unconscious. Yet remarkably, no injuries marred his body. A glance at Ma Hongjuan's condition allowed Dai Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief. He understood that Lan Fozi had significantly moderated her power during the release of her soul skill, or else Ma Hongjun would be far worse off. However, in such a brief period, Shrek's team had already lost a crucial member, delivering a severe blow to their collective morale. Meanwhile, the Yuming White Tiger, locked in combat with Dai Yuan, began to show signs of fatigue. Tang San realized they were nearing their limits. "What should we do, Xiao San?" Observing the dire situation, Xiao Wu anxiously looked at the youth beside her, while Oscar also approached, as only they, aside from Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, still possessed the strength to fight. The opposing Wuhuan team stood at a distance, silently observing Tang San and his companions. At that moment, Tang San's eyes reddened as he stared at the despairing scene before him, biting his lip fiercely. Suddenly, a flash of resolve sparked in his gaze. Xiaowao consumed 3 rapidly flying mushroom sausages and charged toward Yan. Don't worry, he should not go too hard on you. But what if he... Do you still wish to win against DaiYuan? Do you want to witness Ning Rongrong throwing herself at him? Tang San's low growl sent a shiver through Oscar, who cast a glance at the calm DaiYuan not far away, then at Ning Rongrong, who lay unconscious behind them, before channeling his soul power. In a breath, 3 small sausages with transparent wings appeared in his hands, and his complexion visibly paled. Immediately, Tang San turned his gaze to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, can you still use your invincible golden body? Yes. Hearing this response, Tang San trembled with realization. He understood the terrifying power of Xiao Wu's 4th soul skill. Zhao Wujing had once tested its defensive capabilities, finding it impenetrable even for him within 3 seconds, showcasing its formidable nature. However, such overwhelming power came with significant limitations. This soul skill could only be used once a day and for a very brief duration. While these constraints seemed to heavily restrict its user, its potency would grow as one's cultivation increased. When reaching the level of a title Dalu, victory often hinged on a razor-thin margin, making a 3-second absolute defense provided by an invincible golden body critically important. He clearly recalled that Xiao Wu had already used her invincible golden body once earlier, yet now she could still employ it, indicating something significant. In that moment, a sense of unfamiliarity toward Xiao Wu blossomed within Tang San, but in this critical moment, he chose not to dwell on it, merely nodding in acknowledgement. All right, continue to battle Lv.20 and use your invincible golden body to protect yourself if necessary. Understood. The next second, Xiao Wu and Oscar surged forward towards Xiaoyu, Yin, and Lv.20. This action left Lv.20 and the others somewhat bewildered. At that instant, Tang San finally made his move. He felt his soul power surge, and the blue-silver grass Wuhuan enveloped him instantaneously, with 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around him. The next moment, he took a step forward, employing the Ghost Shadow mistranslation to transform into a series of afterimages as he swiftly traversed the arena. At that moment, the Wuhuan team remained unperturbed, perceiving this as Shrek's final struggle. After all, even food-type soul masters were being treated like battle soul masters, leaving little room for hope for this team. However, the next moment, Tang San's actions left everyone bewildered. Just as he was about to approach Xiaoyu and the others, he opted to sidestep, charging instead toward Hulaina and the others behind them. Seeing Tang San's maneuver, Xiaoyu was not one to let him escape easily. He struck first, swinging his Blood Moon blade toward Tang San. Bang! A crisp metallic clash resonated as the powerful soul power from their confrontation radiated outward. The tremendous force instantly pushed Xiaoyu back, while Tang San chose not to linger in battle, continuing his dive toward Hulaina. Witnessing this, Yin attempted to engage him, but Oscar, determined to protect, held him tightly. Do you wish to die? Yan's question was met with Oscar's silence. He said not a word, merely clutching tightly. His eyes filled with unwillingness as he gazed at Ning Rongrong, who struggled to rise nearby. Upon witnessing the scene, Yin merely sighed softly, and then crimson flames surged around him. The searing heat of the fire caused Oscar to momentarily lose his strength, and Yin seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch to his face. A sharp crack echoed as Oscar was sent flying backward. In the blink of an eye, Tang San's figure appeared before Hulaina and the others. He raised his right hand, and blue light surged forth. With his 4th soul skill, Lan Yin Xiaolong, a massive cage formed from blue-silver grass enveloped the 3 tightly. Anticipating the attack, Hulaina and the Stone Brothers exchanged quick glances, ready to counter Tang San's assault. However, in that instant, Tang San stepped forward and vanished before their eyes, only to reappear racing towards DaiYuan. Seeing this, the Yuming white tiger unleashed its final strength, its claws tearing through the air with a murderous intent, each strike lethal. This desperate assault left DaiYuan in a state of confusion. Be careful! Hulaina's urgent warning reached him, and DaiYuan turned sharply. He saw Tang San was already quite close, his face pale, and at that moment, a barely audible stream of dark energy shot from his fingers towards DaiYuan. Suddenly, a figure blocked DaiYuan's path. It was Lv.20, her blue-violet hair billowing gracefully, her striking purple crystal blue armor gleaming brilliantly. A muffled grunt escaped her as she trembled slightly before collapsing to the ground. DaiYuan, unable to consider anything else, rushed forward to catch her. At that moment, Lan Fozi's complexion had darkened, black blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her once fair skin now tinged with purple and black. She gazed at DaiYuan with dazed eyes, murmuring softly, "This time, you owe me a great deal of food." DaiYuan's body trembled, and just then, the Yuming white tiger struck him solidly on the back. The immense force sent both of them flying, raising a cloud of dust around them. Chapter 127. A desperate situation. Watching as the two vanished into the swirling dust, Tang Xin did not rush to investigate. He understood that Dai Mu Bai and the others were on the brink of collapse. Every moment was precious. He intended to leverage the immense advantage of the Yuming white tiger to reverse the tide of battle. The situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Wuhuan battle team was caught off guard, realizing too late their underestimation of Tang San, the soul of Shrek Academy. Yen roared furiously and charged at Tang San, only to be intercepted by Xiao Wu. The two quickly engaged in fierce combat, but Xiao Wu's agile movements soon ensnared him in a dire predicament. This seemingly delicate and charming girl proved to be exceptional in power and endurance. Meanwhile, without the restraint of DaiYuan, the Yuming white tiger surged forth like a ferocious beast freed from its cage, launching a fierce attack on Xiaoyu. Seeing the tide of battle shift in favor of Shrek, Hulaina was frantic, wanting to assist, but was firmly entangled by Tang San. The Stone Brothers, still only at the Soul Master level, had defensive soul skills, and their placement with Hulaina was to ensure her safety. Although Tang San posed little threat to her, fending off his relentless attacks drained her soul power significantly, leaving her unable to provide timely support to her teammates. If they could just hold on a little longer, Xiaoyu would surely falter, tipping the balance of victory towards Shrek. Realizing this, Tang San's previously fierce expression softened slightly. He had not anticipated that his ambush would yield such a dual effect, neutralizing two of the Wuhuan team's strongest forces at once. Time passed slowly, and soon the once dominant Wuhuan team found themselves embroiled in a grueling battle. The fierce clashes stirred clouds of dust that obscured the fight from the spectators' view. What is happening? Just a moment ago, I felt the Wuhuan team was guaranteed to win, but now I sense a precariousness, one spectator remarked. Indeed, I wonder what Tang San has done to make DaiYuan so vulnerable, another replied. Could it be that Shrek's team is truly on the verge of a stunning upset? Amidst the murmurs, a loud crash echoed as the situation on the field shifted once more. Xiaoyu ultimately succumbed to the Yuming white tiger, which, after taking a direct hit from its claws, caused the ground beneath him to collapse. Cracks spread from his feet, and his body trembled as he slowly fell to the ground, blood seeping from his wounds, his eyes filled with regret. At that moment, the Yuming white tiger was also in dire straits, its black and white fur stained crimson, the blood gradually eroding its body like a wild beast. It staggered toward Yen. While Xiao Wu's battle was nearing its conclusion, the disparity in soul power and combat skill slowly tipping the scales against Yen. Just then, the Yuming white tiger made a swift entry, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. In a fleeting breath, Yen fell to defeat under the combined assault of the two. At last, the Yuming white tiger could no longer endure. Radiant white light enveloped it before dispersing into Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing. The two stood supported by one another, their bodies marked with numerous wounds. Their once dark green battle attire now a muted gray from bloodstains. Oscar approached, a surge of soul power emanating from him as several recovery sausages appeared in his hands. After sharing them, everyone's condition noticeably improved. Dai Mu Bai scanned the arena, the dust still lingering from the recent battle, and he felt a twinge of anxiety as he did not see his brother. Let us go to Xiao San. Together we shall conclude this battle. Everyone nodded in agreement and swiftly made their way toward Tang San. Witnessing her teammates fall one by one, leaving only herself and the Stone Brothers still standing, Hulaina was overwhelmed with regret, unwillingness, and concern. Yet she did not surrender, gritting her teeth and resolutely supporting the defense alongside the Stone Brothers. In an instant, Dai Mu Bai and the others joined the fray, opting not to confront Tang San alongside Hulaina, but instead turning their focus to the Stone Brothers. The pressure on the brothers escalated. They were not only tasked with protecting themselves against the onslaught, but also ensuring Hulaina's safety. Soon, wounds began to appear on their bodies, blood flowing from their injuries, pooling on the ground beneath them. Shrek sighed, realized that they had abandoned their own protection, channeling all their soul power into maintaining a protective barrier around Hulaina. Quickly, you must leave. At this rate, your bodies cannot withstand it. Hulaina's eyes brimmed with tears. Her team had been driven to the brink. In that moment, the Stone Brothers were not concerned for their own safety, but rather chose to honor their promise, vowing to protect her at all costs. Even Shrek was moved by the brothers' deep loyalty, yet this was a final match. Showing mercy to the enemy was akin to cruelty to oneself. Thus, despite their reluctance, their offensive remained relentless. At last, the two brothers succumbed after relentless assaults, blood gushing from their mouths as they staggered backward before slowly collapsing to the ground. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience. No one could have anticipated that this previously formidable team would find themselves in such dire straits. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while the cheers for Shrek Academy grew ever louder. The moment the Shijiao brothers fell, all of Shrek's attacks converged upon Hulaina. A resonant hum filled the air as a brilliant white light erupted around Hulaina, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Mubai, be careful. Tang San's urgent voice rang out, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to react instantly, her body enveloped in a swirl of dark energy before she too disappeared. Clang! Shadows flashed past, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, and in the next moment, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing appeared not far behind Dai Mubai. With a cough, Zhu Zhuqing spat out blood, trembling as she collapsed to the ground. After her fierce engagement with Hulaina, she could no longer endure. Dai Mubai rushed to embrace her, both utterly exhausted, leaving the remainder of the battle to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Hulaina, too, was in a precarious state, her spirit waning after the intense battle with Tang San, which had drained much of her soul power. A trickle of blood slowly dripped from her mouth, clearly indicating she had sustained injuries during their confrontation. Surrender. You have lost. Tang San and Xiao Wu approached Hulaina, few noticing the dark golden metal hammer gripped tightly in his left hand. It does not count until I fall, she retorted defiantly. Then let us ensure your defeat is thorough. In the next instant, both launched themselves forward, rapidly advancing toward Hulaina. Bang! Two sharp sounds echoed as they were sent flying backward, sliding several meters across the ground before steadied themselves, their expressions grim. Tang San, one must have boundaries. Today, you have crossed the line. A figure appeared before Hulaina, speaking softly. Chapter 128, Identity Revealed. Billowing clouds of dust obscured much of the scene for the spectators. Just then, a loud shout pierced the air. Look, it's DaiYuan. It's DaiYuan. A gasp drew everyone's attention as they strained to catch a glimpse of the figure within the haze. Cheers erupted in waves. As visibility improved, more and more people recognized the familiar silhouette, unable to contain their exuberance. DaiYuan, DaiYuan, DaiYuan. It was unclear who initiated the chant, but soon the crowd echoed his name in unison, the fervor spreading rapidly until a majority of the audience joined in. Meanwhile, those who had supported Shrek wore expressions of despair, gazing at the imposing figure standing in the arena, their hearts heavy with sorrow. At that moment, despair also gripped the hearts of Shrek's members. Oscar watched DaiYuan from a distance, unknowingly biting his lip until blood trickled down. He turned to Ning Rongrong, noticing her gaze fixed on DaiYuan, and clenched his fist, striking the ground in an attempt to vent his frustration and indignation. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing sighed at the sight of DaiYuan. They understood that the outcome of the battle had been sealed the moment he reappeared. However, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly Tang San. He had exhausted every effort to secure a sliver of victory for his team, only to face failure. A bitter pill for someone usually so self-assured. He then glanced beyond the arena at the sidelines, where Lan Fozi, previously poisoned, now observed alongside Xiaoyu and other teammates, knowing through the ZGMO Tong that they were no longer in peril. How did you cure the poison of the Yama's invitation? You just need hands. Tang San chuckled lightly, nodding, realizing that the bond they once shared had dissipated along with the earlier ambush. DaiYuan turned to glance at Hulaina behind him, gently caressing the girl's cheek with a tender expression. Are you hurt? It's nothing serious. Under DaiYuan's gentle touch, her fair skin blossomed with a charming blush, all previous negative emotions transforming into sweetness within her heart. After confirming her well-being, he leaned down to plant a light kiss on her forehead. This gesture ignited the entire arena. A cacophony of flirtatious whistles and cheers erupted, as most found such public displays of affection delightful, save for a few envious souls. Youth is truly wonderful. mused Yuguan from the podium, observing the sweet couple. Ning Fengji beside him sighed, turning to Bibi Dong with a smile. What a perfect match. A celestial pairing indeed. Haha, that lad Dai Yuan. We should choose an auspicious day for him to propose. DaiYuan fajera joy. Evidently pleased with Dai Yuan's choice of partner. Alas, this child knows no restraint. But they are grown now, let them be, Bibi Dong chastised, though her delight was unmistakable. She cast a sidelong glance at the silent Yu engine nearby, a smirk creeping across her lips, tinged with a hint of coldness. In the arena, the two quickly concluded their sweet moment, and Dai Yuan turned his attention back to the Shrek team. Hu Laina chose to withdraw from the battlefield, confident in Dai Yuan's strength and wary of being a burden. Dai Yuan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before addressing Tang San. Surrender. I can overlook your previous actions. But if this escalates, I may not hold back. His calm, detached words carried an undeniable weight of intimidation, causing the Shrek members to shudder. In your dreams, Tang San spat each word defiantly, and before Xiao Wu could react, he charged toward Dai Yuan. Be careful, Xiao San. Xiao Wu's frantic warning reached him, but Tang San, consumed by rage, resembled a beast long restrained, baring its fangs in a desperate assault. Clang! The clash of blades and the sound of metal reverberated, a primal struggle, an exhilarating battle. In an instant, the arena erupted with fervor as Tang San's performance once again redefined the audience's perception of control-type soul masters. It must be noted that in terms of raw power, there exists a significant disparity between assault-type and control-type soul masters. Yet, he was engaged in combat against the most elite of his peers within the assault category, demonstrating his formidable strength. This fierce battle did not go unnoticed by the powerful figures in the audience. This is, indeed, it is the Hao Tian sect. I did not expect to witness the chaotic hammer techniques here. Though still immature, it is unmistakably from the Tang family. Truly formidable young talent. In him, I see the shadow of that young Tang Hao, and I believe it will not be long before another Hao Tian Dalu arises. His achievements are likely to surpass that of Tang Hao. I recall that in order to wield the Ruan Pifeng, one must possess the Hao Tian hammer, which means he is a dual martial soul user. Given time, once he matures, he may even surpass the Holy Sun. However, it remains to be seen if he can emerge from this arena of souls. At this moment, Tang San vigorously swung the Hao Tian hammer, clashing fiercely with Dai Yuan's renowned blade, the Holy Light. He was no longer concerned about what revealing the Hao Tian hammer might imply. His sole focus was on victory, on vanquishing this nightmarish adversary before him. The Hao Tian hammer swung faster with each strike, the force against the Holy Light growing ever more formidable. Gradually, the might of the Ruan Pifeng hammer technique began to manifest, with each blow leveraging the previous one, accumulating weight swiftly until it felt as heavy as a mountain. Suddenly, a searing liquid splashed onto his face, and Dai Yuan realized that Tang San had nearly transformed into a bloodied figure. The crimson blood had already stained his once dark green battle attire into a shade of nearly blackish red. Yet, he seemed oblivious to this, relentlessly brandishing the Hao Tian hammer. Little San, I beg you, let us concede. No more fighting. At this moment, Xiao Wu was already reduced to tears, pleading with Dai Yuan, as if begging him to end the battle swiftly. Dai Yuan let out a soft sigh, then vanished in a flash, suddenly deprived of a target. The overwhelming force struck Tang San down instantly. It was at this moment that Dai Yuan appeared behind him, delivering a powerful blow to the back of his neck. Tang San slowly collapsed, unconscious. Xiao Wu immediately rushed to his side, throwing herself in front of him, sobbing uncontrollably. Vacancy. Chapter 129. The appearance of Hao Tian at the moment Xiao Wu uttered the words of concession. The members of Shrek Academy could hardly conceal their discontent. They had been but a step away from victory. However, it was already settled the moment Tang San fell. At this juncture, Tuabashi stepped into the center of the arena, surveying the devastated battlefield. Even he could not help but sigh. After confirming the outcome, he proclaimed loudly, "The champion of this Continental Soul Master Elite competition is the Martial Soul Team." Instantly, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, cheers rising like waves upon the sea, with everyone calling out Dai Yuan's name in unison, a testament to their admiration for the victor. The applause continued for an extended period, only gradually subsiding when she spoke again. Meanwhile, the logistical staff swiftly cleared the arena and set up the awards platform. Although it felt somewhat rushed compared to previous years, The fervent atmosphere made people reluctant to have their emotions interrupted. The subsequent proceedings went smoothly, with the Xing Luo team returning to the stage as the third-place winners, greeted by enthusiastic applause from the audience. The captains of the three teams took to the podium in accordance with the host's arrangements, and Bai Dong personally presented the awards as usual. The third-place prize consisted of 7 soul-enhancing pills, capable of raising the soul power of those below the Soul King rank by 1 level without any side effects. The second-place prize was 3 celestial herbs, which could enhance martial soul potential and had a certain probability of triggering martial soul mutations. Upon the announcement of the second-place rewards, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Each of these prizes, if placed outside, could incite a storm of bloodshed. The Martial Soul Hall's nonchalant offering of such rewards underscored their profound resources. Naturally, the most attention was drawn to the champion's reward. As Bai Dong's attendant unveiled the prize, the crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of astonished cheers. A soul bone. Am I seeing this correctly? Not only a soul bone, but look, it is entirely translucent, shimmering with a hint of black. This soul bone is over 10,000 years old. What? A 10,000-year soul bone. The Martial Soul Hall is truly investing heavily. Yet, what the investment? In the end, it still benefits their own. They won fair and square, leaving no room for accusations of foul play. Alas, it is indeed a close call. Had DaiYuan not appeared in time, these 3 soul bones might have fallen into Shrek Academy's possession. The appearance of the soul bones sparked waves of exclamation. These coveted treasures lay bare before them, and many faces reflected jealousy. Accepting the tray from Bai Dong, DaiYuan did not fixate on the soul bones in hand, but gently set them aside, then knelt on both knees, offering a grand gesture of respect to Bai Dong. This act garnered widespread admiration. To maintain composure in the face of such temptation and not forget the kindness of one's mentor is indeed a commendable virtue. Bai Dong accepted DaiYuan's gesture with grace, her face radiating satisfaction. She gently lifted DaiYuan's form, nodding with a smile, continue to strive. I look forward to seeing you stand atop the world. Yes, teacher. Finally, the quadrennial Continental Soul Master Elite competition concluded amidst applause and cheers, with individuals from all corners gradually embarking on their journeys home. In the evening, Tang San awoke to find himself in a hotel suite. The next moment, he noticed a cloaked figure sitting beside him. He instinctively attempted to rise, but waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, forcing him back onto the bed. Enough of that. The dark energy from the Yuan Pifing technique remains within you. Any reckless movement will exacerbate your injuries. The familiar voice reached his ears, causing Tang San's pupils to constrict involuntarily as he fixed his gaze upon the figure, his voice trembling. Father. The mere invocation sent a shiver through the figure, who gently revealed his face, weathered by time. His father appeared as disheveled as ever, with a visage marked by hardship, unshaven and with hair in disarray, dust clinging to it, yet those deep-set eyes instilled fear. Tears streamed down Tang San's cheeks. Having not seen his father in years since that fateful day when he left without a word, leaving only a letter behind, he had never ceased to worry about his father, and now, standing before him, years of hardship and longing coalesced into tears, dampening his pillow. Tang Hao was similarly moved, but, as a titled law, quickly suppressed his emotions. He placed a hand on his son's wrist, feeling the dark energy still swirling within Tang San, and then spoke in a grave tone, "We shall discuss this later. For now, I will help you dispel the dark energy within. Channel the soul power of the Haotian hammer and cooperate with me." Outside, the Shrek students anxiously awaited. Though they had secured second place in the competition, none wore expressions of joy. Eventually, Ma Hongjun could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and called out to the others, "Let us head to the private room. The teacher is already waiting there, and I'm starving. Eat, eat, eat. You glutton. Is that all you think about?" Xiao Wu snapped at Ma Hongjun, sensing his trepidation at her fierce demeanor. Just then, the door creaked open, and Tang Hao and Tang San emerged from the room. Observing Tang San's revitalized demeanor, Xiao Wu excitedly approached him. Yet out of respect for Tang Hao, she restrained her usual exuberance. "Little San, you're all right." "Yes." As the concerned gaze of the young girl fell upon him, Tang San offered a gentle nod with a smile. At that moment, the remaining companions approached to extend their congratulations, each performing a gesture of respect towards Tang Hao as they passed by. Tang Hao nodded lightly before turning to Tang San, urging him to hasten as he awaited him outside. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. "What? Does your father wish to join us as well? After parting from Tang Hao, Xiao Wu regained her usual vivacity. However, upon finishing her sentence, she noticed Tang San's expression suddenly darken. Sorry, Xiao Wu. But we may have to part ways for a while. The abrupt news sent a jolt through Xiao Wu, who immediately grasped Tang San's shoulders and exclaimed, Why? Why are you leaving so suddenly? At that moment, tears began to well in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Xiao San, why the rush? At least let's share a meal together. The companions gathered around, and Tang San surveyed the group before sighing, I apologize, everyone, but I have my reasons that I cannot disclose. Please forgive me. With that, he broke free from Xiao Wu's grasp and turned to leave. Though others attempted to reach out, he had already employed the ghost shadow perplexing track, vanishing from their sight. Tang San, you scoundrel. Chapter 130, The Assassination Plot. Tang San's hasty departure cast an even darker shadow over the already tense atmosphere. Xiao Wu had collapsed onto the ground, her playful and charming face now streaked with tears. In an instant, an inexplicable anger ignited within the hearts of everyone present. Why couldn't this boy bid farewell properly? It was truly incomprehensible how things had taken such a turn. Dai Mubai struck a nearby stone pillar with his fist, causing cracks to swiftly snake up from the base. The staff nearby were too intimidated to speak, shaken both by his strength and the knowledge of his background. As many present were individuals whom the store manager had specifically instructed to treat with utmost care, and Dai Mubai was among them. Anger aside, they felt powerless regarding Tang San's departure. Once Xiao Wu's emotions calmed, the group proceeded to Flinder's location. What? Xiao San has left. Upon hearing the news of Tang San's swift exit, Flinder and the others were momentarily taken aback, but they soon accepted it, although the hint of disappointment was unmistakable on their faces. Director, why do you think Xiao San left so urgently? Could it be because of his father? Dai Mubai's question plunged Flinder and the others into silence. But suddenly, Zhao Wuji's furious voice broke the stillness. It's simply that group from the Spear Hall. Narrow-minded and vengeful. It's been 20 years since they murdered Qian Xuanji, and they still hold a grudge? Old Zhao, enough. This situation is quite complex. Do not speak recklessly. Flinder quietly admonished, glancing at Yu Xiaojing, who bore a similarly grim expression. He quickly shifted the topic. All right, this matter involves Xiao San's father and the Spirit Hall, and the intricacies are beyond our understanding. We must not mislead the younger generation. Let's leave it at that. Seeing the director's stance, Dai Mubai and the others refrained from further inquiries. Flinder lightly nodded, then raised his glass. Today we gather to celebrate our achievement of second place in the competition. Children, you have performed admirably. Let us raise our glasses in celebration. At Flinder's behest, everyone lifted their glasses and drank in unison. Soon, amid the clinking of glasses, the previously oppressive atmosphere transformed into laughter, fueled by merriment and alcohol. They reminisced about many amusing tales from their time at the academy. Yet when the conversation turned to Tang San, the group subtly chose to avoid the topic, the reasons for which were all too evident. Before long, a sound of clinking glasses arose as Flinder slowly stood from his seat. Clearing his throat, he softly addressed the group. Dear children, after many years, we at Shrek have weathered storms to arrive at this moment. I have witnessed your efforts throughout the years. Though our facilities may be humble, every teacher has devoted themselves to your education. The brilliance you exhibited in the competition is a true testament to our academy's name. You are truly remarkable. Perhaps under the influence of the wine, Flinder's speech grew increasingly fervent. Do you remember when most of you arrived at Shrek, barely reaching the 20th rank? Yet within a few short years, the majority have ascended to the ranks of Soul Masters, while the few remaining are on the verge of breaking through. Your talents are unparalleled among the students I have taught, and I eagerly await the moment you stand center stage in the world. The room erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some unable to contain their tears. The teachers seated alongside Flinder also expressed their sentiments, gazing fondly at the students they had nurtured, their faces adorned with proud smiles. Just then, Flinder lowered his voice and gradually slowed his pace. However, all good things must come to an end. You have grown, and we old ones have little left to teach you. This meal is not only a celebration of our achievements, but also a farewell feast. From this moment on, you have officially graduated from school. Although these words were unexpected, everyone had long been prepared, as Yu Xiaojing had subtly hinted at this news prior. Consequently, they said little, quietly rising to deeply bow to the teachers who had devoted themselves over the years. The teachers also stood to accept the students' reverence. And just as the atmosphere began to grow sorrowful, The straightforward Zhao Wujia bellowed, "Enough of the tears. Tonight, we drink until we drop." "Yes, teacher." At that moment, Tang San followed Tang Hao through the bustling market, observing the throngs of people around him, feeling an unfamiliarity with his surroundings. He glanced at his father, who was silently forging ahead, and let out a soft sigh, murmuring, "Wait for me, Xiao Wu. I will surely return for you." The father and son soon arrived at the edge of the city, and after passing through security smoothly, Tang Hao abruptly halted. "What is wrong, father?" Tang San inquired, noticing his father's pallor, a sense of ominous foreboding creeping into his heart. At that moment, Tang Hao's words echoed in his mind. "They've discovered us." "What?" Tang San's pupils contracted, his heart racing as an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. In the next instant, Tang Hao placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder, and before he could react, their figures flickered and vanished. Feeling the overwhelming soul power emanating from his father, far surpassing any he had ever encountered, they sped swiftly into a nearby forest. Shortly after entering, they spotted a figure standing on a clearing not far ahead, exuding an aura of impending danger beneath the dim moonlight. Tang Hao came to a halt, gazing at the figure as he spoke. "It's you. For the murder of my son, it has been 20 years. You shall not leave this forest tonight." The figure drew closer, revealing a weathered face. At that moment, Yu Yuanjin and the 4 Elemental Academy's deans were conversing in a carriage. Despite the lively atmosphere, Yu Yuanjin remained silent. As the esteemed leader of a clan, a 96th rank titled Dalu, he found himself engaged in idle conversation with a group of Soul Dalu, a situation he would ordinarily find utterly intolerable. However, now that Ning Fengji had aligned himself with the Spirit Hall, he was compelled to forge alliances with those he had previously looked down upon, as even the smallest fly is still meat. Regarding Yuanjin's indifferent demeanor, although the dean of the 4th Academy seethed internally, he dared not show his displeasure openly. This was due to a combination of fear for Yu Yuanjin's strength and the inherent need for the Lan Dianba Wang family as a formidable ally against the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, the carriage came to a slow halt, causing all within to furrow their brows in unison. What was happening? Did they wish for death? At that moment, the dean of the Qihua Academy, filled with ire, seized the opportunity to unleash his fury upon the driver. Yet, his shouts were met with silence. Just then, the carriage door creaked open, revealing Yu Guan, his face adorned with a smile, speaking in a flippant tone. "Good evening, everyone." "Oh, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Elder Ju. What brings you to us?" Upon seeing Yu Guan, the dean of Qihua Academy swiftly altered his expression, adopting a congenial demeanor, shedding any trace of the earlier rage. The other 3 deans also greeted Yu Guan with smiles, fully aware that he was not someone they could afford to offend. Despite their inner dissatisfaction, they maintained a facade of cordiality. Of course, not everyone was inclined to show him respect. Yu Yuanjin frowned at Yu Guan, his voice dripping with coldness. "What do you want? Are you here to deliver a message to us?" "Ha. Clan leader, you certainly has a sense of humor. I am here to seek your assistance with a matter," Yu Guan replied, his tone lighthearted. "Oh, do enlighten us, and we shall do our utmost to assist." Just as the dean of Shunfeng Academy finished speaking, Yu Yuanjin's expression shifted dramatically. He produced a jade pendant, and at that moment, a voice echoed throughout the carriage. "Big brother, it's the Spirit Hall." With a thunderous roar, the carriage was plunged into silence, and Yu Guan's previously jovial demeanor darkened swiftly. "Yu Yuanjin, I require your head." Taking the initiative, Yu Guan unleashed a flurry of chrysanthemum petals, transforming them into sharp blades that rained down upon Yu Yuanjin. In the blink of an eye, the once tranquil carriage shattered, sending clouds of dust into the air. A gust of wind swept through, clearing the haze, revealing the serious countenance of the dean of Shunfeng Academy, flanked by the 3 other deans, their expressions grave and tense. Not far away, Yu Guan and Yu Yuanjin stood in a silent standoff, neither uttering a word, yet the murderous intent in their eyes was palpable. "Yu Guan, do not forget who he is. Regardless of whether you can defeat him, if word of your action spreads, how will the world perceive the Spirit Hall?" The dean of Leitang Academy cautioned, having anticipated a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Lan Dianba Wang family, but never expecting it to arise so swiftly. "Oh, if you're not his match, then I shall step in." A flash of golden light heralded the arrival of a middle-aged man clad in a robe adorned with golden patterns, followed by Gue Mi, Shi Long, and Si Shui, their expressions devoid of emotion. Golden Crocodile, Douluo, the dean of Qihua Academy, was left utterly speechless, never imagining that this revered figure, often elusive, would appear in such a setting. As the identities of the three behind him became clear, the dean of Shunfeng Academy trembled uncontrollably, a chill running down his spine, enveloping him in a profound sense of dread. This is a matter between us and Yu Engine. I hope you will not interfere, or you shall bear the consequences. Golden Crocodile stated with a calm demeanor. In that moment, Yu Engine's face darkened to an extreme, for he had not anticipated the Spirit Hall would strike at this moment, clearly intent on leaving him no avenue for escape. The four deans understood the gravity of the situation. The Spirit Hall was poised to eliminate Yu Engine. Faced with an overwhelming force of tidal Dou, they realized their frail bodies stood no chance, rendering their intentions to help utterly futile. Golden Crocodile Elder, please reconsider. The deans implored, their voices trembling as they bowed, desperate to plead for Yu Engine. This was their last attempt at resistance. For they knew that if Yu Engine fell tonight, they too would face a dire fate, becoming mere lambs for slaughter. To their earnest pleas, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, merely responded with indifference. After tonight, the Lan Jianba Wang family shall be expunged from the continent. An overwhelming surge of soul power radiated outward, creating an unprecedented sense of oppression that left everyone gasping for breath. Then, a brilliant light flashed as 9 soul rings, colored in hues of yellow, purple, black, and red, descended with an imposing aura, especially as the final red soul ring, signifying 100,000 years, slowly ascended from beneath him. The oppressive atmosphere reached its zenith. In that moment, Yu Engine realized that only by risking everything could he hope to seize a sliver of survival. You Spirit Hall shall all perish. With a single step, lightning flickered, and a chorus of dragon roars resonated in the ears of all present. With a thunderous crash, a massive shockwave obliterated the dense forest beneath Tang Hao's feet, creating a deep chasm illuminated by the moonlight, flickering with sparks. Clutching a colossal black hammer, adorned with intricate golden patterns, each pulse of the patterns distorted the surrounding space. An immense power swirling within. At that moment, Tang Hao's expression was one of utmost seriousness as he gazed up at the imposing figure of the middle-aged man in white robes, his eyes filled with trepidation. Indeed, you are worthy of being Tang Chen's descendant. With that, the blazing 6 wings of the angel behind Qian Dalu flared, instantly illuminating the sky above. In the distance, Tang San watched in horror as events unfolded, feeling a scorching sensation on his face, his gaze toward his father laced with worry. Just moments ago, he had discovered that this seemingly disheveled and aimless father of his was, in fact, a top-ranked titled Dou of the continent, a revelation that left his mind reeling. Judgment of the angelic domain. In an instant, a colossal angelic apparition appeared behind Qian Dalu as a blazing golden light array surged beneath him, depicting a holy and beautiful angel wielding a sword of white flames to judge evil. Concurrently, this domain descended upon Tang Hao like a net to ensnare the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted as Tang Hao faced the impending doom of the domain technique above him. His massive Haotian hammer suddenly erupted with golden light, rapidly expanding, creating an overwhelming force that loomed like dark clouds over a city. The previous golden light was replaced by a dim black glow, emanating a ferocious aura from the Haotian hammer, as he swung the enormous weapon to confront the approaching light array. At this moment, everything unfolding before Tang Sen appeared to slow down immensely in his distant gaze. He observed how the radiant array gradually consumed his father. Yet the anticipated thunderous roar resonated not in his ears. All was enveloped in profound silence. In his anxious state, he could not restrain himself from calling out for his father, only to realize that he could not hear his own voice. He felt a warm liquid surge forth from his nostrils, and in the next instant, a powerful gust of energy propelled him high into the air. At that moment, he witnessed the darkness, once swallowed by the light, violently tearing itself apart and consuming it anew. Chapter 132. Intense battle amidst the dimly lit night sky. Yu Engine and the golden crocodile spirit Douluo transformed into 2 beams of light, perpetually intertwining and colliding, leaving trails of lightning in their wake and causing golden explosions. A deafening roar erupted as the 2 beams swiftly separated, racing across the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Truly, the world's foremost attacking bee spirit was as formidable as its reputation suggested. With a flick of his sleeve, the golden crocodile spirit Douluo dispelled the dust surrounding him. Gazing solemnly at the distant Yu Engine, In response to the golden crocodile spirit Daluo's praise, Yuanjin displayed no hint of elation. Instead, his expression twisted into a grimace. You butchers who seek to annihilate my clan. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall take one of you down with me. In an instant, arcs of blue lightning erupted around him, and the emblem of the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit materialized behind him, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that exuded supreme majesty. Following this, a colossal dragon, wreathed in blue lightning, emerged from the spirit emblem. It leaped into the air and swiftly descended, merging with Yuanjin. The surging pillar of thunder pierced through the night's gloom, with the sound of dragons echoing, as a terrifying wave of soul power swept across the surroundings, imbued with overwhelming destruction. Observing this, the golden crocodile narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded, then unleashed his soul power, engulfing himself in a dazzling golden light. With a thunderous roar, a prehistoric giant crocodile, entirely clad in golden scales, materialized before the onlookers. Its brilliant golden eyes fixated indifferently on the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which emerged from the light pillar. In the next heartbeat, a surge of golden light enveloped the giant crocodile, causing its massive form to vanish from sight, transforming into a streak of gold racing towards the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The battle commenced instantaneously, as the golden crocodile struck with its tail towards the abdomen of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The crocodile's tail, swift as lightning, transformed into a sharp golden blade, striking with unstoppable force. In the face of the golden crocodile's fierce assault, the blue lightning tyrant dragon narrowed its eyes, its expression tense. It unleashed bolts of blue-white lightning from its claws, forming a protective dome of blue-white thunder in front of it. The collision produced a tremendous sonic boom, maintaining a stalemate for but a breath before the golden blade of the crocodile cleaved through the defenses established by Yuanjin. Witnessing his defense so swiftly breached, Yuanjin's pupils constricted. He had underestimated the golden crocodile's might. In a moment of desperation, he crossed his arms defensively before him. But the golden crocodile's assault arrived in quick succession. The immense force surged through him instantly, compelling him backward despite his martial spirit's true form. Yet, the golden crocodile evidently sought not to engage in a tedious exchange of blows. Witnessing his opponent's retreat, the golden-scaled crocodile burst forth in a blinding golden light, launching itself towards the unsteady blue lightning tyrant dragon with astonishing speed. The impact struck the blue lightning tyrant dragon's abdomen with tremendous force, sending it soaring into the air. At that moment, Yuanjin unfurled his lengthy dragon wings, striving to ascend rapidly. He comprehended that he was far from a match for the golden crocodile's spirit Dalu. The chasm between their levels was insurmountable, even for him with the blue lightning tyrant dragon spirit. All he desired was to flee the scene, for lingering would only lead to his demise. "Ajun, are you attempting to leave so soon?" "That simply will not do," echoed Yuan's voice in his ears, as he found himself immobilized, as if pinned against a wall like a painting. The martial spirit fusion skill, dual polar stasis domain. At this moment, Yuan's voice, ambiguous in gender, resonated again, laced with scorn. "Did you know? We have orchestrated this for quite some time for tonight, so you may as well accompany your kin into the abyss. Rest assured, we will deliver each and every one of them to you, and you shall still be the exalted leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan down below." Simultaneously, the golden crocodile materialized before him as the ninth spirit ring, symbolizing 100,000 years, slowly emerged from his back, exuding a terrifying pressure as it charged towards Yuanjin for the final assault. Ninth spirit skill, Divine Crocodile's Heavenly Descent. A beam of golden light appeared at the tip of the golden crocodile spirit Daluo's index finger, glistening like morning dew. Time seemed to slow at this moment as the golden crocodile's hand inched closer, while Yuanjin could only watch helplessly as the luminous point drew nearer, unable even to utter a cry for help. Ultimately, that finger gently touched Yuanjin's brow. A clear sound resonated, akin to a drop of water falling into a tranquil lake, and the onlookers simultaneously heard its crystalline chime. Following this, a blinding light emanated from Yuanjin's brow, swiftly expanding and engulfing the surrounding space. With a resounding boom, Tang Hao appeared beside Tang San, casting a glance at the indifferent Qian Dalu floating in the air, filled with unprecedented trepidation. "Remember the method I taught you. Go find Hao Qian's sect and leave at once." But, Father, enough with the nonsense. If we linger any longer, none of us shall escape tonight. I will hold him off. Only when you are safe can I unleash my full potential." Without awaiting Tang San's reply, Tang Hao propelled himself forward, wielding the Hao Yin hammer as he charged towards Qian Dalu in the air. Watching his father's retreating figure, Tang San sensed the grim reality of the situation, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Yet, he felt powerless to alter the course, biting his lip fiercely as he turned to dash into the depths of the forest. Sensing his son's departure, Tang Hao silently exhaled a breath of relief, then directed his gaze towards Qian Dalu, his eyes gleaming with determination. With a surge of soul power, an immense wave rushed into the Hao Yin hammer in his grasp, causing 9 spirit rings to rise and gradually envelop the hammer in a powerful embrace. Qian Dalu's pupils constricted at the sight, a flicker of fervor igniting within them. "I never anticipated I would witness a ring explosion in my lifetime. You are quite impressive, young one." At this moment, a radiant golden light enveloped Qian Dalu, as the ethereal figure of a 6-winged angel slowly manifested behind him. With a swift gesture, vast quantities of light converged, forming an impenetrable 9-layered shield before him. The sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed as the 9 soul rings surrounding the Hao Yin hammer shattered one by one, merging into it. With each ring that integrated, the hammer's size surged dramatically, and when the final red ring melded into the obsidian body of the hammer, the entire sky dimmed in that moment. Instantly, the air seemed to freeze, and a profound sense of oppression distorted the surrounding space, while trees were silently reduced to mere dust in the process. As Qian Dalu gazed into the distance, the once luminous moonlit sky was enveloped by the dark surface of the hammer, an aura of terror emanating forth. At this moment, Tang Hao, standing beneath the Hao Yin hammer, braced himself with his right hand, his pale visage betraying an unprecedented determination. Above him, the weighty Hao Yin hammer loomed like a black mountain, exuding an intimidating presence that struck fear into the hearts of onlookers. In the distance, Tang San, witnessing this scene, halted in his tracks, never having imagined that the diminutive hammer he once held could transform into such a fearsome entity. This was a realm he had never ventured into, the domain of true power, the one capable of refining the explosive rings to the 9th level. Apart from Tang Chun, was likely only you, kid. What a pity. Enough chatter. Prepare to receive my challenge. With a sweeping motion of his arm, Tang Hao directed a fierce roar at Qian Dalu. Immediately, the colossal Hao Yin hammer, previously floating in his palm, erupted with a brilliant red light, which traced intricate patterns across its dark surface. In that instant, red and black harmoniously intertwined, and the previously suppressed oppressive aura surged forth like a flood, revealing its destructive fangs towards Qian Dalu. In an instant, the 9-layered holy light shield before Qian Dalu burst forth with blinding golden light. Beneath him, the angelic domain unfurled, and the ethereal angelic figure behind him gradually merged into him, transforming into a suit of golden armor. The wind turned violent, as if rallying to cheer him on, while trees were uprooted in the frenzy, as if a band of desperate souls sought to escape this hellish realm. With a thunderous roar, the initial sound was followed by the shattering of glass, as the outermost layer of the towering curtain broke upon contact with the Hao Yin hammer. A series of cracking sounds followed. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The entire world seemed to plunge into chaos, everything fading into obscurity as the space warped, all consumed by the merciless storm of destruction. When the last glimmer of light was devoured by the boundless darkness, all roars ceased abruptly, and the world returned to a profound silence, akin to death itself. The once dense forest was torn apart by the aftermath of the collision, its remnants mingling with the earth, scattering like fine dust in the air. A hurricane swept through, revealing the scarred land beneath, at the center of which lay a massive crater. At this moment, Tang San, hidden afar on a distant hill, felt a tempest of emotions within him. His father's might continually reshaped his understanding of supreme power, yet he had no time for reflection. Through the ZGMO Tong, he discerned his father's current state amidst the swirling dust. At the heart of the crater, Tang Hao leaned on his left hand, trembling as he stood, blood flowing uncontrollably from his body, pooling beneath him. Indeed, worthy of the name Hao Yin, to remain standing even after unleashing the 9th explosive ring. Apart from Tang Chun, there was none other. Qian Dalu's figure materialized through the dust, his once pristine white robe now tattered, blood streaming down his forehead, staining his once gentle visage with a grotesque hue. At this moment, he emitted no trace of soul power, resembling an elderly man on the brink of death. I am aware of your son's affairs. I did not strike him down back then, but your men pursued me, leading to my wife's demise. I will settle this debt with you in due time. You think you can escape? Father, be careful. Tang San's urgent cry rang out. But it was too late. Tang Hao froze momentarily, then slowly lowered his gaze to his chest, where a long black spike had pierced through him from behind, its surface lined with barbed protrusions, each dripping with a dark purple liquid. Blood erupted from Tang Hao's mouth, his pallor shifting visibly from ashen to a deep gray. Dark purple veins crawled up his face, transforming into a faint violet mist that seeped through his skin. At this moment, Tang Hao's body withered at an alarming rate, as death gradually encroached upon him. At this juncture, a figure clad in a purple gown by Dong appeared beside Tang Hao, 8 sharp spider appendages rising ominously behind her, one piercing through Tang Hao's form. Her exquisite face bore an expression of indifference, and she uttered not a single word, standing silently. Xiao San, run quickly! Tang Hao howled towards the heavens, a cry that seemed to drain him of all strength. After that cry, he could no longer support himself and staggered forward. A desperate scream erupted, filled with despair, rage, and resentment, but it quickly faded into silence. Qian Dalu cast a glance at the distant hill, retracting his gaze soon after, and then sat cross-legged, observing the lifeless form of Tang Hao before focusing his attention on Bai Dong. You've hidden well. I never expected that girl to reach my level in just 30 years. Bibi Dong Golfar Noniplai. In a swift motion, the 8 spider emperor spears extracted the soul bones from Tang Hao's body. I will settle the score for your son in due course. With that, she turned and vanished from sight. At this moment, only Qian Daolu and a lifeless body remained in the area. He gazed silently for a while before striking the ground with his palm, creating a deep pit to bury the fallen. A generation of prodigious talent. What a pity. In another battleground, Jin Yi approached a charred human figure, 3 soul bones hovering in his palm, crackling with arcs of lightning. Behind him, Yu Guan and others stood quietly, while the deans of the 4 academies trembled in fear, desperately suppressing their terror without uttering a sound. You've worked hard tonight. I leave the rest to you. With that, he vanished in a flash. We bid farewell to the second offering. After Jin Yi departed, Yu Guan approached the charred remains, observing the vividly terrified expression on the face and smirking. Ha! Is this still the arrogant master of the Lan Dian Ba Wang family that I once knew? Look at that ashen face. Ah, you deans should take a good look too, come. With that, he beckoned the deans of the 4 academies, his demeanor reminiscent of someone summoning a pet. The 4 deans, trembling, approached the charred body, unable to suppress a collective gasp. This was the former supreme leader of the 3 sects, who had recently dominated the arena, now meeting such a tragic end. Reflecting on this, their fear of the spirit hall heightened once more. At that moment, the jade pendant on Guilao emitted a bright light. He retrieved the pendant and placed it by his ear for a moment, then nodded in response. Thank you for your efforts. Immediately, he raised his head and spoke slowly. Dugabo's side has concluded. As the eerie voice fell, both Shi Long and Ci Shui, the titled Duluos, couldn't help but sigh softly. As participants in the scheme, they were acutely aware of what the poisoned Douluo had done. At this moment, Yu Guan approached the 4 deans with a smile. His voice, androgynous, became unusually grating. From this moment forth, the Lan Dian Ba Wang family no longer exists. What do you think, esteemed deans? This statement from Yu Guan was akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, instantly rendering the deans' trembling bodies motionless. They understood perfectly well what the words of Zhu Duluo entailed, yet this truth was exceedingly difficult for them to accept. It is over. Everything is over. The Fire Dean was the first to break down. The once formidable man now collapsed on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The emotions of the other deans plummeted to the depths as they bore witness to the demise of a legendary figure. They understood that the Spirit Hall had formally sounded the horn for the unification of the continent. Yu Guan, with a playful smile, approached the Fire Dean, squatting down to pat his shoulder, saying, "Come now, you're no longer a child. Get up, the ground is cold. Let's go to the offering hall for some tea and warm ourselves." In the Tiando Empire, the East Palace was brightly lit and eerily silent. The early returning Qian Rinxue was still engrossed in paperwork, holding edicts from various ministers, occasionally lifting her pen to review them, her expression calm. Yet her brows occasionally revealed a hint of agitation. Over the years, as the health of the Snow Knight Emperor deteriorated, matters of the empire became increasingly burdensome for him. Meanwhile, Qian Rinxue, who had been lying in wait for years, through a series of schemes, bribery, and machinations, gained the trust and allegiance of numerous ministers, systematically eliminating competitors and taking over the regency. The struggles she endured during this process were known only to her. At that moment, a knock resonated through the chamber. Kumin, the golden Nanmu, door slowly opened, and an elderly man in a gray robe hurried in. He approached Qian Rinxue and clasped his hands in greeting. It is done. At this, Qian Rinxue's reviewing actions halted abruptly. She stared at the documents before her in silence for a considerable time before finally speaking. Let us go to the palace. In the Pope's hall, the rear garden, Bibi Dong and Dai Yuan sat together in a pavilion, sipping tea and engaging in casual conversation. Dressed in a flowing purple robe, Bibi Dong's fair skin glowed coldly under the moonlight. Dai Yuan sat opposite her, quietly savoring his tea before he slowly set it down and smiled at Bibi Dong. Excelente. In response to Dai Yuan's remark, Bibi Dong smiled faintly, glancing at the gently rippling green tea leaves in her cup before softly speaking. Do you find my actions disgraceful? Her words caused Dai Yuan to shudder momentarily, and he soon chuckled, shaking his head slowly. What are you saying, teacher? The victor is king. Delaying only increases variables. Our goal is achieved, and in this matter, no one will focus on the process. The outcome is far more significant to the situation. After Dai Yuan's words, Bibi Dong did not respond immediately. She simply continued to gaze at the floating tea leaves until they gradually sank to the bottom of the cup before raising her head to look at him. And at that moment, the previous disappointment in her expression had vanished. Ha ha, I never expected to be lectured by you one day. Alas, what a shame. I dare not. My insides pale in comparison to yours, teacher. Enough of your banter. Look. At this moment, a flash of light appeared, and two dark golden, translucent soul bones emerged in Bibi Dong's hand, each containing tremendous energy, causing Dai Yuan's pupils to constrict. What is this? Bibi Dong nodded lightly, then smiled as she began to speak. Choose one. This is an extra reward from your teacher for winning the championship. Looking at the two soul bones floating in her palm, Dai Yuan understood their significance. These are the inherited soul bones of the Haotian sect, nurtured through generations of Douluos, representing the pinnacle of excellence on the continent, rivaling even 10,000-year soul bones. It would be impossible for Dai Yuan to claim he was not tempted, yet he also understood that power does not necessarily equate to suitability. With this in mind, he had already made his decision. Thank you for your kind offer, but I must respectfully decline. Dai Yuan's straightforward refusal left Bibi Dong somewhat perplexed, prompting her to ask with a smile. Why? You should know what this is. It took your teacher quite some time to procure even a single piece, and many elders covet this. You truly, sigh. Dai Yuan was aware that his action might chill his teacher's heart, but the significance of the soul bone could not be taken lightly. Otherwise, that would be the real betrayal of her expectations. Observing his disciple's resolute attitude, Bibi Dong refrained from saying more, shifting the conversation with a serious expression. Can you sense Tang San's location? It seems he is heading towards the Haotian sect. Good. Prepare well in the coming days. It will be arduous. Yes, teacher. Little Shui should have received news as well. Tonight, she will likely. Mentioning Qian Rinxue caused Bibi Dong's previously relaxed demeanor to darken momentarily before swiftly returning to seriousness. After contemplating for a moment, she spoke. If she succeeds, that would be best. If not, it won't affect the overall situation. Dai Yuan naturally noticed the rapid change in his teacher's expression. When he clearly observed a hint of worry in her furrowed brows, his lips involuntarily curled upwards. He looked up at the bright, full moon hanging in the sky, murmuring to himself, she will surely succeed. After all, she is Qian Rinxue. At this moment, in the imperial city, Qian Rinxue, transformed into Shui Qinghe, traversed as if in an empty realm, with all who crossed her path kneeling in reverence. Observing her retreating figure, the commanding guards couldn't help but discuss amongst themselves. The prince arrives at the palace so late. He truly is diligent. Indeed, under the governance of His Highness, our Tiandou Empire has been flourishing. I have heard that the East Palace is occupied until the rooster crows, and I believe His Highness will surely be a wise ruler once he ascends the throne. Alas, if only we were born in a time of peace, our Tiandou would have no worries about prosperity. Now, with the spirit hall poised to strike, I have heard that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has already formed an alliance with them. If the Haotian sect does not make a move, We will have to rely solely on the Lv.20 family to withstand the pressure. I suspect His Highness's visit is also to discuss countermeasures against the Spirit Hall with His Majesty. Chapter 135. The death of the Snow Knight Emperor. Having arrived smoothly at the Emperor's sleeping quarters, the Emperor's personal attendant, upon seeing Qian Renxue, quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince." "Rise." "Yes, Your Highness." "How is my father's health?" In response, the attendant reported just now, Imperial physician Su came to examine him. The situation is not very optimistic. "I see." With that, she stepped towards the door, but at that moment, the guard obstructed her path, causing Qian Renxue to frown slightly. "I beg your pardon for the offense, but His Majesty has just rested. Disturbing him at this time would be unwise. Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" With a tone that was somewhat flippant, yet clearly irate, the guard knelt on one knee upon witnessing her displeasure, clasping his hands in apology. "I come to see my father on a matter of utmost urgency. Should you obstruct me again, I will impose severe punishment." "I will not dare." After a brief exchange, the guard stepped aside, no longer blocking her path. Qian Renxue suppressed her anger and slowly pushed open the door to the chamber. Upon entering the hall, one is immediately enveloped by the fragrant and ethereal scent of agarwood, renowned for its calming and sleep-inducing properties, an essential presence during the snowy nights. "Qinghe, you have arrived." A frail and aged voice drifted from the depths of the imperial chamber, steeped in a languid twilight, weak and low. In response, Qian Renxue's expression remained unchanged as she softened her footsteps, approaching the Snow Knight Emperor. "Your daughter pays her respects to father. What brings you here at such a late hour?" In reply, "Father, I have received news from our spies. The head of the Lv.20 family has been slain, and not a single soul of the 3,000 members of their clan has survived." What? This news rendered Snow Knight utterly aghast, his heart racing as he abruptly sat up in bed, followed by a violent bout of coughing. At this moment, the already pallid visage of the Snow Knight Emperor was further beset by an ashen hue, his eyes brimming with profound despair, even causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Why? Why has it come to this? How dare they? It is over. Everything is over. Qian Renxue stood silently, observing the Emperor's disheveled state with an expression of indifference, as if merely reporting an inconsequential matter. Suddenly, Snow Knight turned his gaze towards Qian Renxue, the earlier panic now entirely dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented wariness. "Who exactly are you?" Qian Renxue smiled faintly, slowly approaching Snow Knight. "I am, of course, your son, Shui Qinghe." The entire imperial palace fell into a brief, heavy silence, soon shattered by a wailing cry. "Father!" Within the royal city, the Prince of Shueshing was roused from slumber by his attendant, his drowsiness quickly transforming into a tempest of rage. "Damn it! If there is nothing of great importance, you shall all receive 50 lashes." At that moment, a shadow appeared outside the window, followed by a deep voice. "Uncle, father has passed away. What is the cause?" "Unknown." Only Shui Qinghe was present at the time. Now, all the imperial physicians have gathered in the chamber to assess, and the ministers are on their way. "Ha! Shui Qinghe's wolfish ambition can no longer be contained. Fear not. Shuebong, I shall take you to meet someone. The outcome hinges on today." Inside the imperial chamber, several physicians surrounded the lifeless body of the Snow Knight Emperor, their lights flickering in constant interplay, each face etched with grave concern. The ministers stood before the hall, awaiting in silence, while the guards had encircled the entirety of the royal city, raising the security level to its highest. The hall was enveloped in quietude, as no minister dared to speak in this moment, aware that every glance and action would be reported to Shui Qinghe. After all, he was legally the highest authority in Tiandou, and none wished to become an example for others. Thus, despite their myriad thoughts, silence was deemed the wisest choice. Creak! The palace doors opened slowly, and the physicians stepped out, their expressions a mix of solemnity and slight relief. The ministers surged forward, encircling the physicians, clamoring with questions. "Physician Shun, why did His Majesty depart so suddenly? What was the cause?" The head minister voiced the most pressing concern among those present. The passing of Snow Knight was merely a matter of time. However, his death occurring during the Crown Prince's visit raised suspicions that could lead to scandal. This was not merely a trivial issue, as any implications on the Crown Prince's ascension could jeopardize the very foundation of the nation, especially in these turbulent times that could not withstand further turmoil. Understanding the minister's keen scrutiny, the seasoned physician Chen exchanged glances with his colleagues before speaking slowly. In response, Esteemed ministers, after thorough examination, we have concluded that His Majesty's sudden demise was caused by a cardiac incident, unrelated to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Upon hearing Physician Chen's assertion, the minister's anxieties began to ease, allowing them to exhale in relief. Such a decisive statement from the physician, if proven inaccurate, could lead to dire consequences for them. A deep voice resonated from behind the assembly of ministers, casual yet audacious. Many of the ministers frowned upon hearing the voice, fully aware of who it belonged to. Only one person would dare speak so freely in such a setting, Prince Xuexing. Despite their discontent towards this avaricious and petty prince, they were compelled by his status to defer, even if it meant yielding to him should the crown prince ascend. As they turned, they all knelt in unison. We pay our respects to the prince. Xuexing surveyed the room before extending his hand towards the red-haired youth beside him. Lord Blood Emperor, please. The red-haired figure nodded slowly, stepping forward with an air of nonchalance, while Xuexing followed closely behind, with Xuebeng trailing silently at the rear. The appearance of Xuebeng, usually seen as foolish and indifferent, sparked confusion among the gathered officials. His father's death seemed to have awakened a sense of conscience within him. As the doors creaked open once more, Qian Rinxue emerged, her expression carefully controlled, perfectly balancing the sorrow of losing her father. Ah, you have finally come out. Knowing your guilt, you drag your feet. Speak. Why did you conspire to kill His Majesty? Xuexing stepped forward, loudly reprimanding, his eyes filled with accusatory intent, as if he possessed irrefutable evidence against her, brimming with confidence. Your Highness, the physicians have examined and discussed extensively. His Majesty's death was due to natural causes. Why do you hurl baseless accusations? The reason will be uncovered by me. A mere group of soul saints. Do they think they could deceive me with a cursory investigation? They are not worthy. Chapter 136. Usurpation. Xuexing's loud rebuke elevated his arrogance to its zenith. The ministers naturally felt discontent, yet the disparity in their statuses rendered them hesitant to speak out. The only one bold enough to confront the prince was the earlier speaker, the head minister. At this moment, they collectively turned their gaze towards Xuexing, who had now become their anchor. With narrowed eyes, Xuexing had long since discerned his uncle's temperament through years of interaction. If he lacked complete assurance, he would never dare to provoke him so brazenly tonight. Since you hold the physicians in such disdain, I wonder what your esteemed opinion might be. Aware of the hostile atmosphere, Xuexing adopted a more assertive demeanor, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone slightly flippant. The ministers, sensing his calmness, suddenly felt emboldened. At this moment, Xuexing's status had risen to that of the Snow Knight Emperor in their eyes. Xuexing offered no reply, instead turning his gaze sincerely towards the red-haired youth. From here on out, I leave it to you, Lord Blood Emperor. Without uttering a word, the red-haired youth stepped forward, gazing at Xuexing with disinterest. Take me to see the body. His Majesty permits you to defile the deceased at will? Guards, seize this audacious fool and execute him. The Minister of War, known for his volatile temperament, could not contain his fury upon hearing such disrespect towards the Snow Knight Emperor. With a commanding shout, dozens of officers surged forth from the gate, weapons drawn, ready to confront the red-haired youth. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Xuexing and his companions exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, their expressions were filled with disdain. In the eye of the storm stood a young man with red hair, who could not help but chuckle. Ah, a swarm of ants dares to challenge me. With that, a brilliant crimson light erupted around him, and a powerful wave of soul energy radiated outward. Following this, 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, rose majestically from beneath his feet, enveloping the area with an overwhelming pressure that rendered everyone momentarily breathless. Subsequently, the crimson light transformed into venomous red serpents, bearing their fangs towards the advancing officer, Zhang. In an instant, every officer charging forward was bitten on the neck by the serpents, which then slithered into their bodies through the wounds. The air was soon filled with their anguished cries. The once formidable officers fell to the ground, their groans echoing with suffering as their bodies gradually withered away. Before long, the screams faded, and the serpents emerged from the wounds, returning to the young man's palm, vanishing without a trace. Indeed, all are from the Soul Sect. This is far more convenient than my previous efforts to search for them. He then turned his gaze towards the Minister of War, who had previously opposed him. It seems you spoke disrespectfully to me just now. How long do you believe you can endure under my hand? With a flicker of crimson light in his hand, a gigantic python lunged towards the Minister of War. You dare! A middle-aged man, clad in brown armor, swiftly positioned himself before the minister. His soul power, surging as 8 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, floated around him. Armed with a silver spear, he thrust it towards the blood-red python. The cold gleam slicing through the night and creating a chilling arc of silver light. With a resounding crash, the light cleaved the python in two, which then shattered into droplets of blood that transformed into fine needles, scattering towards the crowd. This is intolerable. The man instantly morphed into a blur, dashing towards the rain of blood needles. At that moment, it appeared as if snowflakes were falling from the sky, enveloping each needle. There was no sound, only a profound silence as the once white snowflakes gradually turned crimson, dissipating with a shattering noise into the encroaching night. The young man with red hair narrowed his eyes slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Very good, very good. You have already touched upon the threshold of the title de law. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood before the Minister of War, his expression grave. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Governor. The Minister of War bowed deeply, genuinely feeling that he had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for the governor's intervention, he would likely be lying lifeless on the ground. The governor nodded lightly before speaking in a low voice. Even if you're a title de law, here in the Tiando Palace, if you wish to insult the late emperor, you must first step over my corpse. Oh, how loyal you are! In that case, enough. A sharp reprimand interrupted the young man's words. He turned in surprise to locate the source, where Xueqing has stood, arms folded, his expression unyielding. After a brief moment of astonishment, the young man laughed in fury. Ha ha! Xueqing, you of Tiando truly possess a remarkable spirit. You have gained my admiration. With that, he unleashed a powerful surge of soul energy, locking his overwhelming pressure onto Xueqing, an unprecedented killing intent enveloping the scene. This was precisely the outcome Xueqing had anticipated, and he smirked, addressing the young man. Lord Blood Emperor, Qinghe is still young and speaks thoughtlessly. Having offended you, I implore you to show leniency for his sake as the Crown Prince of Tiando. While you may avoid death, you cannot escape punishment. As a concession, today I shall merely shatter his legs. No sooner had he spoken than the red-haired young man vanished from his spot, his speed so swift that even the governor was a moment too late to react. A crisp sound echoed as, aside from the governor who barely witnessed the entire event, the others could only catch a fleeting glimpse of light before the young man reappeared beside Xueqing, his expression darkened. Beside Xueqing stood an elder in a gray robe, wielding a long dark staff, adorned with golden patterns coiling around it like a magnificent dragon, fierce and domineering. Your aura is unstable, and your soul power is disordered. How did you ascend to title de law? The elder's words caused the young man's pupils to constrict, and for the first time, fear was evident in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xueqing, who had been observing coldly, shifted his gaze to the young man's right hand. The once long, alluring blood-red nails were now chipped and broken, blood seeping through the gaps and staining his tattered crimson robe a murky brown. The elder's sudden appearance took everyone by surprise. They had not anticipated such a powerful protector lurking beside the crown prince. In an instant, they understood why he had remained unperturbed throughout the encounter. Xueqing, too, wore a grim expression, fully aware that any attempt to harm Xueqing's standing was now nearly impossible. At that moment, he began to contemplate retreat, but Xueqing's next words plunged him into despair. Uncle, I expect a reasonable explanation for everything that has transpired tonight. Chapter 137. The army at the gates of the situation had shifted dramatically, and all understood that the moment of reckoning had arrived. Realizing his actions had utterly failed, Xueqing still clung to a final hope of resistance. What explanation should I provide? I demand one from you. You have harbored a title Douluo in secret. I see that the emperor's demise is inextricably linked to you. Though his tone was fierce, it was evident to the astute that Xueqing was gripped by fear. Meanwhile, Xuebe had quietly retreated to a nondescript corner, genuinely terrified. Years of masquerade had been aimed at securing a sliver of hope, yet under Xueqing's persuasion, he had begun to fixate on the imperial throne. Tonight was supposed to guarantee his victory, but the elder's repulsion of the Blood Emperor had made it clear that all his efforts had been in vain. Observing Xueqing, who now appeared like a foolish jester, the expressions of the ministers morphed into mockery. Xueqing continued to regard his distraught uncle with an inscrutable expression, choosing not to respond. Instead, he exchanged a glance with the Qianjun de Luo beside him. In an instant, the elder vanished from sight. A loud crash echoed as a shadow swept past, followed by a deafening rumble against the sturdy city walls. The previously red-haired young man had disappeared, and a cloud of dust was stirred up as the Qianjun Dao entered the haze, unleashing a powerful surge of soul energy. The crowd immediately retreated, and Xue Qinghe decisively commanded the governor to apprehend both Xue Xing and Xue Bei. The sudden turn of events caught Xue Xing off guard. By the time he reacted, he and Xue Bei were already surrounded by the guard. Xue Qinghe, I am the Tiandou Prince, and he is the Tiandou Prince. You are committing treason. Soon, a piercing scream emanated from a dust. Damn it, you all shall perish. Just wait, the Holy Abyss sect will not let you escape. A flash of crimson light streaked across the sky, swiftly vanishing from view. Qianjun Dao slowly emerged from the swirling clouds of dust, his form unscathed. Not even a shred of his attire marred. His visage bore an expression of serene composure amidst the chaos that lay behind him. Approaching Xue Qinghe, he offered a slight bow. It was evident he had employed a certain arcane technique, the cost of which was likely substantial, and, as a result, his cultivation would surely suffer a decline. Xue Qinghe nodded gently and, with a smile, addressed the elderly figure in gray. Thank you for your efforts, Mo. The assembly of ministers, following his lead, expressed their gratitude to Qianjun Daluo through respectful gestures. Had it not been for his intervention today, the realm of Tiandou would have been plunged into perpetual turmoil. Xue Qinghe then turned his gaze towards the despondent Xue Xing and Xue Beng, and with no superfluous words, declared that both were to be apprehended for treason and remanded to the Ministry of Justice for trial at a later date. The brevity of his command was underscored by its severity. The Ministry of Justice was a place reserved for the most heinous of criminals, where none emerged unscathed from the torturous trials. A chill enveloped Xue Xing at the thought of his imminent fate, his body trembling as he cast a look of profound hatred towards Xue Qinghe. At that moment, Xue Beng could no longer maintain his composure. Upon hearing of their impending confinement to the dreaded Ministry of Justice, he collapsed, succumbing to terror and losing control of his bodily functions. Yet, they had become mere fish on the chopping block, with their fates entirely in the hands of Xue Qinghe. Xue Qinghe, I am a prince of Tiandou. You cannot treat me this way. I am your own uncle, he implored, as he watched the guards escorting Xue Xing and Xue Beng away. The officials around could not help but sigh. Even those who had once shared a cordial rapport with Xue Xing refrained from stepping forward to intercede. To align oneself with Xue Xing at this moment would be akin to digging their own graves. Nevertheless, such ruthless measures had a chilling effect, extinguishing any lingering ambitions among those present. No one dared to question the origins of the old man in gray, for it had become irrelevant. Any excuse would suffice to dismiss inquiries, and no one would dare voice doubts. At this juncture, Xue Qinghe had effectively cleared the path to the pinnacle of power in Tiandou, positioning himself as the emperor. Surveying the eager faces of the ministers before him, he took a moment to scan the room and then spoke with a measured tone. The news of my father's passing shall be proclaimed to the world, followed by a grand funeral. What are your thoughts on this matter? Your Majesty, I am concerned that the Spirit Hall may react upon receiving this news. A minister voiced hesitantly. Just then, a flash of light cut across the sky, blooming into a dazzling halo. Such a splendid sight should have evoked joy. Yet none among the assembly displayed even a semblance of delight. Outside the midday gate, a contingent of fully armed generals advanced within, and a leading middle-aged man beckoned a nearby eunuch. Come here. Yes, Marshal. What is the situation inside? Is His Highness well? All is well, though there have been some disturbances. Fortunately, His Highness is accompanied by a title de law, averting greater peril tonight. Oh, a title de law. It seems our prince is indeed a hidden gem. Indeed, Marshal, we must now refer to him as Your Majesty. Ha ha, you never change. Still prone to sycophancy after all these years. If our empire is filled with such petty sycophants, our downfall is imminent. Ha ha, you speak wisely, Marshal. While the eunuch feigned agreement with a smile, he secretly harbored contempt. How convenient it was for him to appear after the conflict had settled, choosing now to take sides. Without further ado, Wang Zhe crossed the midday gate and approached Xue Qinghe and the others. Upon seeing the armored imperial marshal, a palpable tension gripped the assembly as they gauged the precariousness of the current situation. Minister Wang Zhe, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The title caught Xue Qinghe off guard, yet he quickly smiled and gently assisted him to rise. Please rise, Marshal. Your dedication to the empire is commendable. Should I err in any manner, I implore your guidance. Your Majesty is wise and formidable, destined to be a great ruler. After this customary exchange of pleasantries, Xue Qinghe swiftly pivoted to the matter at hand. What disturbances have occurred at the border? Your Majesty, the Spirit Hall's forces have gathered 30 miles away and will initiate their assault at dawn. At this pronouncement, the assembly erupted into chaos, fear evident on many faces. Yet, Xue Qinghe silenced them with a wave of his sleeve, his voice resolute. In 10 minutes, we shall convene at the Dou Palace to discuss military strategy. Chapter 138. Inevitability. The looming threat of the Spirit Hall's army sent tremors through the entire Dou aristocracy at this moment. The death of the Night Emperor seemed trivial compared to the menace posed by the Spirit Hall. With the old king deceased, they were in dire need of a new sovereign to lead them against this formidable adversary, a matter of utmost consequence for the survival of the empire. Shortly thereafter, within the Dou Palace, all ministers gathered to deliberate strategies. Xue Qinghe took his place atop the regal throne in the central hall, a seat that rightfully belonged to his father. Although he was the prince, it would be customary for him to assume the throne only after the coronation ceremony. Sitting there now, while the old king's body was still warm, felt somewhat inappropriate. Nevertheless, he occupied the seat with unreserved confidence, his demeanor calm and commanding, surveying the assembly with an air of authority. Many ministers, though harboring reservations, chose not to voice their concerns. Even the Minister of Rights, usually a staunch defender of propriety, remained silent. Xue Qinghe's earlier display of resolve had left a deep impression on them all. If he could wield such ruthlessness against his own kin, they understood that he would show no mercy towards them. Of course, discussing such trivial matters was now moot. The Spirit Hall's forces were at their doorstep. If they continued to squabble over minutiae in this dire situation, they would be perilously close to the brink of ruin. What insights do you have regarding the Spirit Hall's actions? He inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, Marshal Wang Zhe stepped forward from the ranks of military officials and bowed slightly. Your Majesty, the troops are assembled outside the city. At your command, the million-strong army of Dou stands ready to pledge their lives in your service. We are willing to march into fire and water for you. The military officials rallied behind Wang Zhe, their fervent resolve enveloping the hall in an atmosphere of tragic heroism. In stark contrast to the impassioned warriors, the civil officials appeared more restrained, engaging in hushed discussions. Their perspective on the matter differed markedly from that of the military. War was no trivial pursuit, and the ramifications of even the slightest decision were unfathomable. As time wore on, the usually decisive Wang Zhe grew impatient and addressed the civil officials with raised voice. Enough of your endless chatter. By the time you reach a conclusion, the Spirit Hall will be at our doorstep. Then, he knelt before Xue Qinghe, his tone earnest. Your Majesty, with but a word from you, I shall lead all our soldiers to JYG and confront the Spirit Hall in a decisive battle. A decisive battle? What confidence do you possess? At that moment, the irritable Minister of War, Zhuo Shan, stepped forward from among the civil officials and chastised Wang Zhe. The Wuhuan Palace, with its myriad of formidable powers such as Soul Dou and Soul Saint, boasts countless high-end combatants, including dozens of titled Dalu and numerous peerless experts above level 95. If even 2 or 3 of them were to casually arrive at the front lines, how long do you think you and your million-strong army could endure? Left Shan's resonant words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the flames of ambition burning within the hearts of the assembled generals. At that moment, they finally grasped the staggering chasm separating them from the Wuhuan Palace. Wang Zhe found himself momentarily speechless. As the Grand Marshal of the Empire, he was acutely aware of the comprehensive strength of his nation's military. Although Left Shan's remarks were harsh, they conveyed an unvarnished reality. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall shifted to one of somber despair, a palpable sense of hopelessness gradually spreading. Observing the sudden decline in spirit among the officials, Xue Qinghe turned to Left Shan and inquired, "What insights do you have, my dear minister? Please share them." Left Shan cleared his throat and bowed slightly to Xue Qinghe, responding, "Your Majesty, I have just conferred with the esteemed lords, and we unanimously believe it is imperative to fortify the city gates. JYG serves as a natural barrier, easily defensible yet challenging to assault. Deploying our forces within the city, we can withstand the onslaught of the Wuhuan Palace for a while. Our only hope now lies with Alan Dianba Wang Zone. They alone can assist Tiandou in its time of peril." Upon his conclusion, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. No one voiced dissent, nor did anyone express opposition. They understood this was the most prudent, seemingly the only path forward. Yet, faced with such a disheartening strategy, the generals were filled with grief, lamenting that a vast empire like Tian-Dou could not produce a single individual capable of resisting the Wuhuan Palace. The fate of the entire nation rested precariously on the shoulders of others, a profoundly tragic reality. In that moment, they realized the extent to which their nation was hollow, and this sense of bitterness and helplessness carved a deep wound in their hearts. Noticing the dejected expressions on the faces of the majority of officials present, Shui Qinghe allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. He had anticipated this situation, although he was immersed in the turmoil. He could not conceive of any alternative means to save Tian-Dou. Years of covert observation had rendered her intimately familiar with every aspect of the nation. She understood all too well that the roots of this historically entrenched regime had long since decayed to the core. The rigidity of social class, the inflexibility of institutions, the monopolization of upward mobility by the privileged elite, rampant corruption, and the pervasive culture of mutual protection among officials had become intractable maladies that plagued the nation. Even a fortunate official of high rank, known for his integrity, would find himself isolated and suppressed by various factions until the good were driven out by the bad. To put it bluntly, the current system does not permit the existence of officials who uphold the interests of the populace, for the pie is only so large. Attempting to carve out a portion for oneself from the self-serving bureaucrats is akin to extracting teeth from tiger. They would stop at nothing to expel you from the system in order to safeguard their own interests. It is precisely this intricate web of self-serving collectivism that has prevented the nation from nurturing a title de law. The prosperity she inherited from the Snow Knight Emperor was merely a facade, constructed in collusion with the Wuhuan Palace to deceive the oblivious officials. Faced with all of this, the Snow Knight Emperor was not unaware of the roots of the empire's ailments. He devoted his life to seeking reform. However, he contended not with one or two high-ranking officials, but with the entire bureaucratic system. To genuinely eradicate the issue, a thorough cleansing from the top down was necessary. Yet, while such an approach may have been feasible during times of peace, the recent aggressive rise of the Wuhuan Palace and the predatory gaze of the southern Xing Luo Empire rendered such actions perilous. Should he proceed, the entire empire would find itself in a dire predicament, devoid of capable personnel. This vacuum would be fatal for Tian-Dou, ensnared in chaos. It was this very concern that led the Snow Knight Emperor to achieve no significant results before his death. Alas, could it truly be that Tian-Dou is doomed? In Chapter 139, Long Night of Insomnia, Qianrenxue feigned a deep sigh, her countenance reflecting profound despondency. She surveyed the assembly of ministers, all similarly dejected, and slowly spoke. Alas, since there is no alternative, let us heed the advice of my dear minister and promptly deploy the army to JYG. No movement shall be made without my command. However, should an emergency arise, Left Shan possesses the authority to act first and report later. You are the Empire's right arm, and the fate of Tian-Dou rests entirely upon your shoulders. The generals collectively knelt, their faces etched with solemnity. Yet their resounding vow briefly lifted the spirits of all present. Subsequently, Shui Qinghe directed his gaze towards the civil officials, addressing the leading advisor with measured intent. The news of the Wuhuan Palace's advance must be kept confidential for now. In these extraordinary times, it is crucial to maintain stability within Tian-Dou City. Only if you solidify the rear can our warriors at the front fight without concern. Tian-Dou cannot do without your support. The officials pledged their unwavering loyalty, declaring their willingness to devote their lives for the emperor. 30 miles from JYG, the sprawling encampment was ablaze with lights, the banners of the Wuhuan Palace fluttering atop every tent. At this moment, outside the main tent, the white dragon Douluo Shi, the demon bear Douluo Zhaoqiu, and the ghost leopard Douluo Ouyang Ju stood together, gazing at the distant JYG with a blend of tranquility and anticipation. Finally, we have reached this juncture. For today, we have indeed endured much. Tuo Ba, she exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Endured? If it weren't for the Pope's restraint, I would have already reached the doorstep of that old man's Snow Knight. Zhao Qiu retorted. Come now, old Zhao, let me remind you of your impulsive nature. I truly cannot fathom how you attained the rank of title de. You must remember the environment back then. Xing Luo was in opposition to us, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was in league with the Tian-Dou royal family. The Lan Dianba Wang Zone was also eyeing us covetously. If we had initiated warfare then, we would have been at odds with the entire continent. Just the three sects united would have been sufficient to match our strength. And with Tiandou and Xing Luo added, the odds would have been heavily against us. Old Chi makes a valid point. Over the years, our strength has grown considerably. And thanks to the Holy Sun's influence, we have forged a strategic alliance with the Xing Luo Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It is precisely due to these advantages that we have chosen this moment to advance on Tiandou, seeking to seize the opportunity and achieve unification. Politics is not my forte. I originally had no intention of being here tonight, but when the Pope issued his decree, I had no choice but to comply. I simply cannot abide the audacious demeanor of that old man Yu. I long to teach him a lesson. Now you find yourself without that opportunity. Word has it that the soul bones extracted from his corpse have already been delivered to the Palace of Offerings. 3 complete legacy soul bones. Many elders have been yearning for them. Speaking of soul bones, tonight there are also 2 legacy soul bones from Tang Hao the Haotian school. It is said that the Grand Offering himself is personally involved. I am eager to witness the battle of such a peerless expert. It will surely be enlightening. Alas, with Tang Hao's demise, our enmity with the Haotian school has been irrevocably sealed. Fear not the demon bear. Should one approach, I shall slay one. Should 2 approach, I shall slay both. Ouyang, look at you. Now you are disregarding even the world's foremost weapon martial soul. As the moon hung low and the stars twinkled, the tranquil night was destined to be restless for many. At this moment, atop Tianlan Mountain, the landscape lay in ruins, a scene of utter devastation. This towering mountain stands as a witness to the profound transformations of the entire continent. Equally, as the ancestral land of the Lan Dianba Wang family, it is one of the most sacred and inviolable places in the entire Douluo Continent. Yet now, the once vibrant clamor has been replaced by an eerie silence, where lush greenery has succumbed to devastation, revealing the pockmarked surface of the mountain beneath a cloud of dust. At the foot of the mountain, the once thriving subordinate forces of the Lan Dianba Wang family have now been stripped bare, having thrived under the shadow of this colossal entity. Each day's tumult has transformed into an unprecedented stillness tonight. The lights remain aglow, yet silence reigns supreme. At this moment, atop the mountain, Dugu Bo gazes quietly upon the corpses strewn across the land, the pervasive aura of death rendering him akin to a merciless reaper, indifferent to the scene before him. In addition, many members of the Wuhuan Temple are laboring to bury these fallen souls, carving inscriptions and erecting memorials. Witnessing this, he lets out a deep sigh, the only means of alleviating his inner turmoil. What troubles you, old poison? At this moment, a gray-haired middle-aged man approaches Dugu Bo. His robust physique is barely concealed by the oversized robe he wears, exuding an aura of undeniable dominance, akin to a sword piercing the heavens. Old Mo, I find myself pondering whether our actions are indeed justified. In stark contrast to Dugu Bo's response, this seasoned Douluo displays a calm demeanor. He places a hand on Dugu Bo's shoulder and remarks, "Let time be the judge of right and wrong. In matters of strategic decision-making, we must place our trust in the Pope, who is, apart from the Grand Offering and the Second Offering, the leader I admire the most. Kulme, we have matters to attend to." Dugu Bo says little in return. He simply nods and descends the mountain alongside Mo Qian. In a nearby town, all eyes are fixed upon Tianlan Mountain, where the events of the night have unfolded before them. As they gaze upon the ravaged mountain, the earlier billowing smoke has dissipated, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Each person wears an expression frozen in time, recalling the thunderous explosion and the terrifying energy waves that followed. Many homes have sustained varying degrees of damage in this upheaval. Although they are situated only around 5 kilometers from Tianlan Mountain, the battle involved powers of tidal Douluo caliber. This night, they have all witnessed the terrifying might of such top-tier experts, an indelible mark etched in their minds by the cataclysmic force unleashed. Tonight, sleep eludes them, for they understand that an unprecedented storm is about to engulf the entire continent. The heavens are about to change. Outside a tavern in Wuhuan City, Dai Mubai and his companion stroll down the somewhat desolate street, arms draped over each other as shoulders, intoxicated and swaying as they walk. Each face bears a varying degree of rosy hue, their eyes glazed as they absorb the sights around them, the air thick with the scent of alcohol. Yu Xiaojiang and others follow behind at a more measured pace, having also consumed considerable amounts of liquor, yet their awareness remains relatively clear. As midnight approaches, most vendors have packed up and returned home, though a few linger. Suddenly, A procession of individuals clad in white emerges from around the corner, led by a middle-aged man in a dark robe. He approaches Ning Rongrong with a smile, gently caressing her soft pink locks as if in a realm devoid of others. Come, Rongrong, it's time to go home. In her dazed state, Ning Rongrong slowly raises her head, momentarily stunned upon recognizing the man's face. Just then, Oscar's voice pierces through her reverie. Who are you? Remove your hand. Oscar rushes to Ning Rongrong's side, attempting to swat away the hand resting in her hair. In that instant, however, Oscar finds himself frozen in place, his hand mere moments away from striking the man, yet he is inexplicably held fast. A violent tremor courses through Oscar's body, and with a thud, he collapses to the ground, trembling and filled with dread as he gazes up at the man. What appeared ordinary to others reveals a nightmarish vision to him, as he perceives a mountain of corpses and ghastly apparitions crawling towards him, the stench of blood palpable and horrifying. Overwhelmed, he turns his head aside, succumbing to a fit of retching. Enough, Grandpa Bone, cease this. Ning Rongrong's exclamation rings out, prompting the dark-robed man to turn his gaze towards her, a gentle smile gracing his features as he affectionately pats her head. My little princess, it is time to go home. Your father has been longing for you. His tone is both tender and resolute. Ning Rongrong's pupils dilate as she comprehends that she will inevitably be taken away tonight. With a sigh, she contemplates her departure. The teachers behind her have overheard their exchange and remain silently observant. Based on Ning Rongrong's reactions, they deduce the identity of the man. And coupled with the sudden surge of soul power Oscar displayed moments ago, they have grasped the gravity of the situation. Junior Yu Xiaojiang, greetings, Bon Douluo. Junior Flander, greetings, Bon Douluo. The academy teachers bow respectfully before the dark-robed man. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others finally comprehend the magnitude of the person before them and join in the reverence. Even the disheveled Oscar hastily rises from the ground to bow alongside them. Fear has overtaken him, the effects of alcohol swiftly dissipating. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead as cold perspiration drenches his attire. Gu Rong merely nods slightly, casting a glance at Oscar before turning his attention to Flander. At this moment, one of the white-clad figures steps forward, presenting a bronze ring entwined with golden patterns, its exquisite elegance unmistakably indicating its immense value. Dean Flander, I thank you for your guidance over the years. Rongrong's growth to this point is a testament to your efforts. This is a small token of gratitude, and should you encounter any difficulties in the future, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect will undoubtedly lend its support. The seemingly casual words cause Flander and the others to tremble, fully aware of the weight behind Gu Rong's statement. Beyond the value of the storage ring, the promise of the upper three sects carries monumental significance. I thank you, Sect Leader Ning. Flander responds earnestly. Gu Rong smiles and nods slowly, then redirects his gaze back to Ning Rongrong. My little princess, shall we depart now? Ning Rongrong's eyes quiver as she glances at her friends. Grandpa Bone, may I bid farewell to my friends? Gu Rong smiles and surveys Dai Mubai and the others before nodding. Go ahead. With Gu Rong's consent, Ning Rongrong first approaches Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Having forged a close sisterly bond over the years, their connection is unbreakable. After exchanging heartfelt embraces, tears glisten in their eyes. Subsequently, she shares hugs with Dai Mubai and the others, though these farewells are more subdued. Continuing on, she bid farewell to each of her meticulous teachers, their faces reflecting a bittersweet melancholy. Uncertainty loomed over their reunion, as they lacked the steadfast presence of Tang San, leaving them apprehensive about the day they would gather again. At last, Ning Rongrong approached Oscar, embracing him with a gentle sincerity before slowly parting, her eyes betraying a whirlwind of emotions. Xiao Ao, I'm aware of your feelings for me. Throughout these years, I have truly regarded you as a cherished friend. I apologize for the harsh words I spoke not long ago. Before Oscar could respond, Ning Rongrong gracefully stepped back and bowed deeply. In that moment, tears welled in the corners of Oscar's eyes. Her gesture evoked an overwhelming sense of distance, a heart-wrenching pain that tightened around his heart. Noticing the change in the young man, Ning Rongrong bit her lip, raising her gaze with reddened eyes. I am sorry, but my heart belongs to another. We cannot be together. Why? I acknowledge DaiYuan's merits, yet you know full well that he has no place for you in his heart. Oscar's pent-up grievances erupted as he nearly shouted at her. The young girl, unable to bear his intensity, turned her head away, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. her heart tormented by guilt and sorrow. He was not wrong. Her affection for DaiYuan had been one-sided, as he had never truly looked at her. A wave of desolation washed over her. Ning Rongrong chose not to say more, casting a final glance at her companions and teachers before resolutely turning to leave. "Stop! Don't go!" Oscar rushed forward, yearning to grasp her hand, yet his body felt as though it were rooted to the spot. Just as Gu Rong's voice echoed through the air, "Young man, for Rongrong's sake, I shall not pursue this matter. Should you dare to offend again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." At that moment, a terrifying aura of soul power emanated from Gu Rong, reminding everyone of the formidable presence he embodied. Ning Rongrong approached Gu Rong with a sense of desolation, refusing to look back, confident that her grandfather would not harm Oscar. She dared not face Oscar's gaze, her heart burdened with conflicting emotions that lingered even as she boarded the carriage. Once she was settled, Gu Rong released Oscar from his restraint, offering a final word of caution. "Let go of your hopes, young man. While I acknowledge your talent with food-based martial spirits, even without DaiYuan, you could never be worthy of Rongrong, no matter your potential. You are merely a support-type soul master, and she deserves more." With that, they departed. And as Oscar watched the retreating figures, his eyes reddened with determination. "Ning Rongrong, I will not give up. I will become stronger." Chapter 141. Collapse and exile as if preordained. It was not long before a middle-aged man clad in a black robe adorned with golden patterns appeared. His long black hair was parted in the middle, with a single golden strand cascading down his back. Despite the absence of any discernible soul power, his presence instilled fear, compelling all to remain still. He approached Xiao Wu with a grave demeanor. Their silence spoke volumes, revealing a complex relationship beneath the surface. Unlike the amicable bond between Bon Dao and Ning Rongrong, the dynamic between Xiao Wu and this man exuded an undeniable hierarchy, evident in the fear reflected in Xiao Wu's eyes. The man remained silent throughout, and Xiao Wu, her eyes reddened with tears, bid a simple farewell to her companions before vanishing into the encroaching darkness beside him. The encounter unfolded swiftly, leaving the others momentarily stunned. "Hey, boss, what do you think the relationship is between Xiao Wu and that man? She seems genuinely afraid of him," Ma Hongjun mused as he sidled up to Dai Mubai, gazing at the now-empty street corner. Regardless of their relationship, Xiao Wu's unconditional choice to accompany him signifies his paramount status in her heart. A level of significance that even Xiao Sand could not achieve, Dai Mubai replied, and the group sighed in unison. Just then, four figures emerged from a nearby alley. Upon recognizing them, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shuddered simultaneously, as did their fellow teachers. "What brings you here?" Dai Mubai approached Tsutsuking, taking her hand as they confronted his elder brother, Davis. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the striking woman beside Davis, her sister, Zhu Zhuyan. "His Majesty has commanded me to escort you and Zhuqing back." "That is impossible. I have stated before that I will not return. I must prove that father's decision is flawed." "Prove? My foolish brother, what do you intend to prove? Tianlan Mountain has been reduced to rubble. Do you comprehend what that signifies?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Xiaojiang surged from the crowd, reaching Davis in an instant. "What did you say? Say it again. What happened to Tianlan Mountain?" At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was consumed by madness. The mere mention of Tianlan Mountain had seized his attention, and upon hearing, it was obliterated. Darkness enveloped his world. Bloodshot eyes filled with a feral rage. He resembled a cornered beast, brimming with fury. Audacious. A middle-aged man, clad in armor, behind Davis scoffed, unleashing a powerful wave of soul energy. Instantly, the air was filled with the echoes of beastly roars as an oppressive force descended upon the advancing Yu Xiaojiang. With a sickening thud, he was sent reeling back, and Flender rushed to catch him, only to find Yu Xiaojiang seemingly possessed, struggling to break free. His eyes were so bloodshot they appeared ready to bleed, consumed by an unprecedented madness as he repeated, "Why Tianlan Mountain? Why Tianlan Mountain?" At that moment, everyone began to piece together the unfolding tragedy, and they quickly identified the instigator. Shock reverberated through the group. They could hardly fathom that the Spirit Hall would dare to strike against the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan with such swiftness. Most alarmingly, in just a single night, this ancient legacy had been reduced to mere dust. The chilling realization sent shivers down their spines, as fear coiled around them like slithering serpents, leaving them breathless. Dai Mubai and his companions stood frozen, their gazes drifting toward the imposing Pope's palace, where an early autumn breeze swept through, carrying an unsettling chill. How dare they? Under Flinder's fervent encouragement, Yu Xiaojing gradually regained his composure, rising from the ground with a ferocious expression, his predatory gaze seemingly intent on devouring everything in sight. Yet, Davis paid him no mind, viewing Yu Xiaojing as nothing more than a lowly, powerless stray dog, devoid of any threat. He turned his gaze toward Dai Bai, speaking with a flippant tone. Do you still believe that your ridiculous notions hold any possibility? Do you see the figures standing behind me? I trust you recognize them, General Li and General Zhou, as the foremost powerhouses of our Xing Luo Empire, have, with the Pope's assistance over the years, both ascended to the rank of title de law. This is the harsh reality. As his words fell, the two middle-aged men behind him unleashed a formidable surge of soul power, their 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black radiating uniformly around them. The overwhelming pressure left everyone present in stunned silence, and at that moment, a sense of desolation washed over the hearts of Shrek and the others. These title de law, once thought to be mythical paragons, now felt as commonplace as cabbage, evoking despair as they reflected on their current state and potential future limitations. At that moment, Davis approached Dai Bai, leaning in a whisper in his ear. While your father still shows you some patience, I can still navigate this situation for you. Upon your return, he may only scold you a bit. Come, let's go back together. With a gentle smile, he raised his hand and patted Dai Bai's shoulder. Suddenly, Dai Bai forcefully swatted Davis's hand away, the force propelling him back several steps. His expression was cold as he regarded his brother, his eyes filled with resentment and disdain. How easily you grovel for trivial favors. You have trampled the dignity of the Xing Luo Empire into the ground. Do you possess any shred of self-respect? Is it truly so comfortable to wag your tail in submission? Let me tell you, as long as the Xing Luo Empire remains unchanged, I will never return. I feel utterly disgusted at the thought of serving such a nation. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, a sudden flash caught his attention, followed by a crisp, resonant voice. The voice vanished as quickly as it had come, leaving an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, gazing at the man who had appeared before Dai Bai, his biological father, the Emperor of Xing Luo, Dai Tianfeng. Dai Bai stood in a daze, still reeling from the earlier slap, oblivious to the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dai Tianfeng gazed impassively at his son and slowly spoke. From this moment forth, you're no longer a member of the Dai family. Your name shall be stricken from the family records. This statement, seemingly casual, bore a weight that left all present aghast. Dai Bai stood to freezen, his previously struck cheek now red and swollen, blood oozing from his mouth. Yet, none of this mattered. His gaze was vacant, but the shock hidden deep in his eyes revealed a glimmer of sorrow. Dai Tianfeng uttered not a word more, casting a cold glance at his son before resolutely turning away. At that moment, their father-son relationship had reached its irrevocable end. The Xing Luo Empire would no longer recognize the fourth prince, and the family records would no longer include Dai Bai. Davis watched as his father departed without a shred of emotion, then turned to see Dai Bai still in shock. He sighed deeply, taking Zhu Zhuyun's hand as they turned to leave. Meanwhile, the two generals wore expressions of profound sorrow. They had watched Dai Bai grow up, having served as his mentors in cultivation. They understood better than anyone his extraordinary talent, second only to the sixth prince, DaiYuan. Now, this brilliant child was severed from his father, cast out from his family. The thought weighed heavily on their hearts, but they dared not defy the emperor's decree. Furthermore, Dai Tianfeng was one of the most powerful rulers in the history of Xing Luo. His words were not easily retracted. Such a decision had undoubtedly been made after much contemplation, and the matter was now settled. Come back. Why Tianlan Mountain? Why this? Why? Watching Davis and the others depart, Yu Xiaojing could no longer contain the anguish and fury boiling inside him. His expression twisted in despair as he cried out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. I demand you return. Explain yourselves. With a heart-wrenching howl, Yu Xiaojing finally succumbed to the overwhelming negativity and fainted, falling into the arms of Flinder, whose face mirrored his sadness. Zhao Wuji and the others approached, observing Yu Xiaojing's anguished countenance even in unconsciousness, and they could not help but sigh. They understood well the pain of losing a loved one, but at that moment there was little they could do. Let us return and rest for now. When Xiaojing awakens, we shall discuss matters further, Flinder said, lifting Yu Xiaojing with a grave expression. As he passed by Dai Bai, he paused momentarily. The matter is now before you. You have all matured and must learn to take responsibility for your actions. Before you leave, come find me. Without further delay, He continued on, followed by the other teachers, who all bore complex expressions as they passed Dai Mu by. Each offered a gentle pat on the young man's shoulder, but no further words were exchanged. Soon, only Dai Mu Bai and his three companions remained on the street. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was equally grim, although she and Zhu Zhuyan had remained silent throughout. She had subtly indicated her support when Davis urged Dai Mu Bai to return. However, the outcome was clear. She too made her choice alongside Dai Mu Bai. She looked at her fiancé, who had stood by her side through thick and thin. Initially, upon arriving at Shrek, she had harbored great prejudice against him, and his actions had left her disheartened. Yet, over the years, she had come to understand the true essence of the fourth prince and felt his genuine affection for her. Dai Mu Bai had been striving to amend his flaws, gradually winning her heart. It was only when he first unleashed the Yuming white tiger that they truly solidified their bond. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing had completely entrusted her heart to the young man beside her, willingly standing by his side without conditions. She gently clasped Dai Mu Bai's hand, leaning into his embrace, her other hand tenderly caressing his swollen right cheek as she whispered softly in his ear, "No matter what you do, I will always be with you. I will support you forever." With that, she quickly kissed his cheek before turning to leave, understanding that he needed time to process and reflect. After Zhu Zhuqing departed, Ma Hongjun attempted to approach Dai Mu Bai to offer comfort, but Oscar interjected. "What are you doing?" "I just want to console the boss, to help him see things more clearly." "Enough, don't cause any more trouble. The boss needs some quiet now. Let us leave." Under normal circumstances, Ma Hongjun would have disregarded Oscar's advice, but given the events of the night, with Oscar's earlier distress still fresh in his mind, he was reluctant to further wound his companion's heart. So, he nodded in agreement, and, after exchanging farewells with Oscar, they departed together. The cold midnight breeze swept through the sparsely populated street, chilling Dai Mu Bai to the bone. Gazing at the desolate surroundings and reflecting on the evening's experiences, he found himself engulfed in uncertainty about the future for the first time. The path ahead had become obscured and shrouded in mist, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within him. Was he truly destined to follow him? Perhaps it was best to take one step at a time. Just as he contemplated departing, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Have you truly made your decision?" Yimu Bai. He turned to see the source of the voice, his younger brother, Dai Yuan. "Are you here to mock me? I am no longer a member of the Dai family. I have been expelled from the family tree." A bittersweet smile appeared on his face, tinged with sarcasm and defiance. "So, father has cast you out, and now you refuse to even utter the word father?" In Dai Yuan's eyes, Dai Mu Bai seemed a stranger, no longer the optimistic and cheerful brother he once was. Instead, he exuded an unnameable aura of hostility, cleverly concealed yet impossible to escape Dai Yuan's perceptive gaze. "Father? Huh. Ever since he banished me, he has ceased to be my father. Am I wrong in saying so?" At that moment, Dai Mu Bai's demeanor shifted. He appeared frivolous and indifferent, his tone laced with disdain. A thunderous noise erupted nearby as a massive stone wall was violently breached, sending dust and debris soaring into the air. The nearby merchants, witnessing the chaos, hurriedly gathered their wares and fled. "Help! A murder has occurred." Chapter 143. Tangsan's desert adventure. The merchants' cries quickly attracted the attention of the city guards on patrol, and soon a contingent of soldiers clad in silver armor appeared on the streets. "What has happened?" A merchant rushed to the commanding officer, his face reflecting the relief of surviving a calamity. "Sir, it was him. He committed an assault in the street. We all witnessed it." He pointed at a young man dressed in a light blue robe, fear still flickering in his eyes. "I see." The officer nodded slowly, then led his men towards the young man. "Why did you commit such a crime in public?" The officer demanded, his powerful soul energy radiating from him, pressing down upon the young man. In response, the young man remained silent, merely turning his head slightly to look. In an instant, the officer recognized him, his pupils narrowing in shock. He immediately knelt on one knee and proclaimed, "I, Wu Jian, pay my respects to your highness, the Holy Sun." The other soldiers, upon hearing the title of Holy Sun, quickly followed suit, dropping to their knees in reverence. The merchant who had reported the incident turned pale, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable yet handsome youth before him possessed such noble status. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled, betraying his inner fear. He stumbled towards DaiYuan, nearly falling several times in his panic. Upon reaching him, he kneeled with a thud, pressing his hands to the ground and bowing his head. I have failed to recognize the greatness before me. Please forgive me, your highness." At that moment, he tightly closed his eyes, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, his heart racing in trepidation, for his life now rested in the hands of this young man. Suddenly, he felt a wave of warmth envelop him, and when he regained his composure, he found DaiYuan had lifted him from the ground. DaiYuan smiled gently, brushing off the dust from the merchant's shoulders. "You did well. My apologies for the misunderstanding." He then turned to the captain of the guards. "Everyone rise. I shall bear the costs incurred here tonight alone. May I ask for your assistance? We are willing to risk everything for your highness." The soldiers declared, hands clasped in loyalty. DaiYuan smiled and nodded, then directed them towards the ruins. "Take the people inside to the Xingyue Hotel and find a man named Flander. Deliver them to him." He then produced a light green jade ring, handing it to the captain. "Inside is the compensation. Take out 10,000 gold soul coins for treatment and recompense, and give this ring to the cardinal of the branch hall for all expenses incurred tonight. Yes, we will not fail your trust. Rest assured, your highness." After these arrangements, DaiYuan gazed once more at the tranquil ruins, sighed deeply, and turned to leave. As they watched him depart, each person bowed silently in respect, acknowledging the grace and dignity he had displayed. The evening breeze whispered through the night, marking this night as an inevitable turning point for many. Upon returning to the papal palace, DaiYuan initially intended to seek out Hulayina, but as he entered, he suddenly paused. He quickly shifted direction towards the residence of his teacher, Bai Dong. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" came Bai Dong's voice from within, imbued with a cold yet tender warmth. "A powerful surge of soul energy has appeared near Tang San. I fear someone may have already made contact with him, and it seems the opposing force is at least at the level of a tidal Douluo." After speaking, Bai Dong did not wait for a response, as the door before her slowly opened. "Come in and explain everything to me." The ancient moon hung high, casting a cold light over the vast desert, as the fierce winds stirred up swirling sands, adding a touch of melancholy to the desolation. Tang San, cloaked in a dark gray mantle, walked through the boundless expanse of desert, accompanied by an old man in a black robe. The surface of the robe was intricately woven with golden patterns resembling a menacing giant scorpion, its tail curling like the scythe of death, exuding an aura of mortality. "Who are you, and why have you sought me out?" As he traversed the landscape, he had transitioned from sensing the old man's presence to feeling him draw closer, his emotions shifting from despair to confusion and ultimately to anger. Initially, he suspected that the man was a pursuer from the spirit hall, and despair had gripped him then. Yet as time passed, the old man showed no intention of attacking, prompting Tang San to slow his pace and ponder the man's motives, though he remained utterly perplexed. Eventually, he found the distance between them closing until the old man stood beside him. He could discern the man's features, yet the elder remained silent throughout. As they continued, Tang San's mind teemed with conjectures, but none could explain this absurdity. The longer the silence stretched, the more his confusion morphed into fury. When the boy shouted at him in anger, the old man's lips curled into a smirk, and he rasped, "Ah, the little cub finally speaks. What do you do now? What do you want from me?" Tang San interrupted the old man's words without hesitation. Suddenly, he felt a powerful surge of soul energy erupt from the elder. A loud crash echoed from a nearby sand dune, and moments later, Tang San stumbled out, bloodied and covered in fine sand. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the dark figure looming before him. As his vision cleared again, the old man still wore a grin, standing before him as if nothing had happened. "Young man, never has anyone dared to interrupt my speech. You are the first. Do not attempt to intimidate me. The fact that you have engaged with me until now undoubtedly indicates that you seek something from me. If you possess the courage, then slay me at this very moment." As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San suddenly felt an unseen force constricting his throat, a tremendous strength causing his face to flush crimson. At that moment, the elderly man's previously warm smile vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion, as he regarded Tang San with eyes that seemed to perceive him as nothing more than a lifeless corpse. "Old, wretched man, you shall not die easily." Each word, though somewhat indistinct, was still discernible. Tang San's eyes glistened with rage as he gazed at the elder, his once handsome visage now resembling a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast. "Ah, it appears we have a tough opponent here," he chuckled ominously. He slowly raised his right hand, gripping Tang San's neck firmly. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 144. Departure of all as the first rays of light appeared on the horizon. Heralding the dawn of a new day, the sun, brimming with the hope of new beginnings, eagerly tore apart the darkness enveloping the world. The marketplace had already begun to bustle with activity, especially the morning market, which was now alive with the sounds of a vibrant crowd. The clamorous calls of vendors rose and fell, creating a lively yet distinctly different atmosphere, imbued with an inexplicable excitement. You have heard about the events concerning the Lv.20 zone, haven't you? It has spread far and wide. A friend of mine conducts business in the vicinity of Tianlanshan and witnessed everything that transpired last night. He sent me news overnight, and at first, I thought he was merely intoxicated and rambling. This morning, as soon as I entered the market, I heard discussions about it. Alas, it seems there is much truth to it. Truly, when I first heard the news, I was incredulous. The Lv.20 zone is one of the top 3 sects on the continent. To think they could be annihilated by the Wuhuan in a single night is unfathomable. Furthermore, according to information leaked from within the Wuhuan, Yu was intercepted by several powerful figures from the Wuhuan on that very night and was killed on the spot. My heavens! I recall Yu Zhuzhang's strength being among the most formidable in this era, and with the Lv.20's top-tier beast spirit. I truly cannot fathom who on this continent could pose a threat to him. Alas, the high-level combat capabilities of the Wuhuan have developed too clandestinely in recent years. Their powerful members rarely reveal themselves. The events surrounding the Lv.20 family must be the result of their meticulous planning, perfectly timed. In retrospect, it is indeed chilling. It is evident that the ambition of the Wuhuan to unify the continent is now common knowledge. I wonder what the response from Tiandou will be. Response? I suspect that those cowards are terrified to the point of nearly soiling themselves. Indeed, their army is now hiding in JYG, too afraid to engage in battle, while the forces of the Wuhuan are stationed just 10 miles away. The Snow Knight Emperor must be like a cat on a hot tin roof. His greatest ally has fallen. Perhaps he met his end upon hearing this news. Ha ha ha, such a scathing remark. If you were to utter that in Tiandou City, even 10 heads would not suffice to avoid beheading. Tiandou City may soon cease to exist. The annihilation of the Lv.20 zone and the proximity of the Wuhuan forces to JYG will undoubtedly become a topic of conversation today and for a long time to come. Everyone can feel that a storm of unification, sweeping across the entire continent, has sounded its battle horn. The sun rose as usual, casting golden rays upon the walls of the Xingyue Jiodian, draping this century-old structure in a golden cloak. At this moment, in the room of Falande, Dai Yuan and the remaining 4 students stood before him, their expressions a mixture of reluctance and determination. Have you made your decision? Although Falande's face bore traces of sorrow, he managed to force a faint smile, hoping to leave a good impression on these children he had nurtured. Yes, we plan to venture forth together and explore a larger world. Dai Yuan's words received unanimous affirmation from the group. Ao Sika and the others exchanged glances with their leader before turning their attention back to Falande, their expressions revealing not only reluctance, but also a sense of anticipation. Alas, in this current world, I genuinely wish to keep you by my side, but I understand that to do so would squander your talents. You must go forth and gain experience. The future belongs to you. I shall say no more on this matter. Travel safely, as old Zhao prefers to avoid such scenes. Thus, it is just me today. Children, no matter where you go, Shalake will always be your home. Yes, Dean. At that moment, tears glistened in everyone's eyes. Yet smiles adorned their faces. Farewells are inevitably painful, but the only solace lies in the promise of a reunion one day. Before departing, Dai Yuan and the others inquired about Yu Xiaojiang's current condition. Their feelings towards him were no less profound than those for any teacher. For it was through his tireless dedication and guidance over the years that their talents were discovered and developed. Without this master, their current achievements would have been unattainable. Upon hearing the inquiry, a hint of melancholy flickered across Falande's expression, though he quickly concealed it, forcing a smile and waving his hand. Teacher Yu is not in critical condition. With us around, you can rest assured and proceed. Dai Yuan and the others could perceive Falande's deliberate avoidance of the topic from his expression, and thus, they refrained from asking further questions. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they were escorted to the hotel entrance by Falande. Following a brief farewell, they walked side by side towards the outskirts of the city under his watchful gaze. At this moment, Falande, who had maintained a calm demeanor, could no longer suppress his emotions as he witnessed the departure of the children he had painstakingly nurtured, and tears streamed down his face. However, he soon felt a surge of determination. His expression turned grave, and with a swift motion, he returned to the hotel. Upon entering Yu Xiaojiang's room, he found all the other teachers gathered, and beside the bed sat a woman with flowing dark red hair, her figure graceful. Liu Erlong, you have arrived. Yes. Liu Erlong did not turn to face him, merely responding briefly before falling silent. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Falond exchanged glances with the other teachers, signaling them to leave. In no time, the room was left with only the former golden iron triangle. Falond approached the bedside cautiously. His movements so subtle they were nearly imperceptible, gazing at Yu Shaojiang, who remained lost in slumber, and he let out a soft sigh. At that moment, Liu Erlong raised her head slightly, fixing her bloodshot eyes upon Falond, her gaze filled with an almost unbearable pain and hatred. Falond, I shall ask you one question. Are you willing to join us in our assault against the Wuhu Indian? A sharp, piercing cry of a bird echoed, carrying the morning's chill and a hint of bone-chilling cold. A sudden, intense pain jolted Tong San awake. He found himself lying on a spacious bed, the air thick with the stench of blood. As he pondered the source of the metallic scent, his gaze drifted towards the floor. The ground was littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, blood gushing from the wounds and pooling beneath his bed, creating a foul, odorous puddle. Gag! Upon awakening to such a nightmarish scene, his stomach churned violently, and the acidic bile mixed with remnants of food surged up his esophagus. Akin to a ferocious beast breaking free, flooding into his nasal passages and mouth. At this moment, the door gently creaked open, and a familiar voice echoed in Tang San's ears. It seems you have recovered quite well. Chapter 145. The transaction. The visitor was none other than the old man in the scorpion robe. His expression towards Tang San retained the warm smile reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, overshadowing the shadowy aura that clung to him. Despite his somewhat aged appearance, one could easily believe that he still captured the hearts of a throng of youthful maidens. However, to Tang San, this smile appeared as nothing more than a devil's grin. Memories surged forth, and he instinctively touched his neck. Finding everything to be intact, his pupils constricted in astonishment. He distinctly recalled that, prior to his unconsciousness, this old man had already crushed his cervical vertebrae. For an ordinary person, that would surely mean death. Yet now, aside from the intense pain when moving, he appeared to be unharmed. The old man approached Tang San, swiftly grasping his neck and lifting him from the bed as if he were a mere chick. This time, he was not as forceful as before. Although Tang San's face flushed red, he was still able to speak clearly. Old fool, if you have the guts. Just end this swiftly. Since you have spared my life, you must have a request. Do you think this is a way to ask for help? Hearing Tang San's scornful roar, the old man did not grow angry, but instead smiled. He surveyed the scattered corpses and pools of blood on the floor before licking his lips in a sinister manner and slowly replied, Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Tang San, you have not disappointed me. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Tang San paid no heed to the old man's compliments. But when the old man uttered his name, a wave of fear surged within him once more. The old man responded to his query, loosening his grip, causing Tang San to collapse back onto the bed, coughing violently. Subsequently, the old man spoke, I am Zhao Qian, with the martial spirit of the Bai Wang Xie. As he spoke, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from him, and 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose slowly from beneath his feet, symbolizing the Bai Wang Xie martial spirit that manifested upon his back. In an instant, the room felt as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. The chilling cold caused the blood on the floor to freeze into dark clumps. Tang San stared blankly at the unfolding scene, a hidden light flickering in his eyes. After exhibiting his prowess, Zhao Qian gradually withdrew his soul power and approached the bedside, smiling at Tang San. I have been observing you for quite some time, and am aware of the events that have transpired in your life. If you seek revenge, I can assist you. Upon hearing such a direct proposition, Tang San's mouth fell slightly agape, seemingly wishing to say something, yet ultimately choosing silence. His expression transformed from shock to composure as he pondered the matter at hand. Zhao Qian patiently remained in place, waiting. He was determined to have the young man before him, as he could not conceive of a reason for refusal. The room descended into silence, time passing slowly as the ice upon the floor began to melt. After a brief moment, Tang San finally lifted his gaze to Zhao Qian. How many titled Douluos do you have? Currently, there are only 2. There are 8 soul Douluos and roughly 70 or 80 soul sages. Hearing this formidable lineup, Tang San's pupils widened in surprise. This exceeded his expectations, He had not anticipated that any forces beyond the top 3 sects could boast such a presence. You wish for me to join you. Why? Naturally, it is due to your potential. The innate, dual, martial spirits and full innate soul power are talents unparalleled across the continent. If it were not for the irreconcilable conflict between your father and the Wuhuan Temple, I believe they would have spared no effort to recruit you. However what? At present, you are akin to a stray dog. Even if you were to approach the Haotian sect, the higher-ups might not be inclined to accept you as a hot potato. After all, the Haotian sect is not solely governed by Tang Xiao. Should they choose to endure and see the entire continent to the Wuhuan Temple, I believe the Pope would be quite pleased. As for you, you would then find yourself truly without a path to the heavens or an entrance to the earth. Zhao Qian's tone was laced with mockery. Yet he spoke a stark truth. This was merely a conflict between his father and the Wuhuan Temple. Tang Hao had been expelled from the Haotian sect over a decade ago. Even if his uncle Tang Xiao wished to rescue him, he would need to carefully consider the current might of the Wuhuan Temple, which had the power to flatten Tianlan Mountain in a single night. He was not only Tang Hao's elder brother, but also the leader of the Haotian sect, in matters that could potentially impact the sect's survival. His decisions would inevitably be made after careful deliberation and consultation with the elders. Tang San fell into deep thought once more, while Zhao Qian displayed no impatience, patiently waiting beside him. Do you have a way to bring the Haotian sect on board? When Tang San posed his question, Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with interest. He threw back his head and laughed before gazing at him with admiration. Not bad, not bad. You are both wise and courageous, with extraordinary talent. I indeed did not misjudge you. Will you or will you not? Tang San remained unfazed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Qian, his eyes ablaze with the fire of vengeance. He understood that Zhao Qian's intentions were far from innocent, and judging by the fates of those in the room, it was clear he was no benevolent figure. Yet, he had no choice but to dance with wolves. This might be his only and final opportunity. Once again, Zhao Qian did not exhibit anger, but instead nodded with a smile, slowly saying, of course, it can be done, but it requires your cooperation. Very well. I have no objections. As soon as Tang San's words fell, a flash of yellow light flickered from the space ring in Zhao Qian's hand, revealing an ancient, textured piece of parchment. Examine the terms written here. If everything is in order, go ahead and sign. Tang San received the parchment, instantly recognizing it as a martial spirit contract. Although the terms were few, a careful reading revealed numerous constraints woven throughout. It could be said that once he signed this contract, he would be irrevocably bound to Zhao Qian and the forces behind him. After scrutinizing the document, Tang San gritted his teeth and pricked the tips of his fingers, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the parchment. In that instant, the blood transformed into the martial spirit patterns of Lan Yinchao and Hao Tian Shui, followed by a brilliant flash of light as the parchment shattered, dissolving into specks of light that slowly dissipated into the air. Zhao Qian regarded Tang San with satisfaction, a fleeting shadow passing through his eyes. Tang San too raised his gaze to meet his expression contemplative, as if brewing something significant. In that case, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration moving forward. With that, Zhao Qian extended a hand, smiling broadly at Tang San, who, after a moment of silence, slowly reached out his right hand to grasp it. Let's go to the Haotian sect. Chapter 146. Inside and outside cooperation, the two had tentatively established their agreement. Zhao Qian unceremoniously placed his hand atop Tang San's head. The overwhelming control emanating from a title Dou rendered Tang San utterly immobile. Yet, he felt no apprehension regarding potential harm, so he remained still, an eerie tacit understanding blossoming between them. A refreshing energy surged from the crown of his head, coursing through his body, distinctly different from the previous bone-chilling cold. He could feel his injured physique undergoing rapid restoration. He gazed up at Zhao Qian in astonishment, who smiled and explained. This is a unique ability of the Bai Wang Scorpion. Truly appreciate this power, as it will aid you in transcending this boundary in the future. At this moment, Zhao Qian unexpectedly began to guide Tang San like a wise mentor and friend. The rapid shift in attitude caught the young man off guard. Yet recognizing the rarity of the opportunity, he promptly closed his eyes and activated the Xian Tian Gong to sense the powerful soul force surging within him. How intriguing. Zhao Qian observed the tightly shut eyes of Tang San with a hint of amusement, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his own eyes. Meanwhile, outside JYG, the three titled Douluos, Tuoba Shi, Zhao Qiu, and Ouyang Zhu, sat quietly within the tent, awaiting news. The trio maintained a focused silence, each emanating a potent wave of soul power, enveloping the tent in an atmosphere of stillness. Report. A scout has arrived with a message. At that moment, the three simultaneously opened their eyes. Tuoba, she glanced at the soldier kneeling outside the tent, a spark of excitement flickering in his gaze. Haha, finally it's here. Gomin. Upon receiving permission, the soldier stepped into the tent, presenting the letter with both hands before swiftly exiting. Tuoba, she opened the letter with a smile, while Zhao Qiu edged closer, unable to contain his impatience, earning a look of disdain from Tuoba Shi. Hurry, tell me what has happened. Look at your eagerness. It's embarrassing for title de law. Tuoba Si imeditan zito. Though Zhao Qiu felt a twinge of indignation, he understood it was merely jest from his companion, allowing him to overlook the teasing given their camaraderie. Tuoba, she quickly skimmed the letter, then burst into laughter. The illiterate Zhao Qiu was taken aback by the reaction, and even the usually taciturn Ouyang Ju approached with curiosity, asking, "What's going on, Lao Shi?" "Indeed, you suddenly burst into laughter. I thought you were gravely ill." Tuoba Shi, still chuckling, handed the letter to Ouyang Ju and then turned to Zhao Qiu. "Lao Zhao, gather the troops. Today we shall seize Tiandou City." At this moment, within JYG, in the wartime military camp, Commander Wang Zhe sat solemnly at his post, listening to the scouts' report regarding the movements of the Spirit Hall. What on earth do they intend to do? Do they wish to exhaust me? After hearing the report, confusion filled Wang Zhe's mind. A seasoned warrior, he understood there must be some ulterior motive, yet at this critical juncture, he found it difficult to discern their intentions. Anger surged uncontrollably within him. "Calm down, Commander. Take a breath." The soldiers beside him were astonished at Wang Zhe's behavior, as he usually remained composed even in the face of bad news. But this situation was different. The current enemy was far stronger than they. The fate of the entire Tiandou rested on Wang Zhe alone, highlighting the immense pressure he faced. The deputy signaled for the scout to leave, and the soldier quickly exited the room, almost as if released from a heavy burden. Yet wisdom comes with age, and Wang Zhe soon quelled his fury. He surveyed the soldiers seated in the tent, and then spoke slowly. "All soldiers, heed my orders." "Yes." "Increase the defenses on the JYG walls by double. If they wish to prolong this siege, we shall respond with unwavering resolve." He then lifted his head, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he murmured, "It seems this is all we can do." The other commanders displayed expressions of deep sorrow, facing such a formidable enemy. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Even if they suspected the enemy was plotting in secret, their only option was to fortify their defenses, nothing more. Each person harbored a burning frustration, yet felt powerless to act. "You may leave. Wang Huan, stay behind." The others complied, exiting the room until only Wang Zhe and a few remained. "Father, what are your instructions?" Wang Huan approached Wang Zhe, his earlier sorrow replaced by an unprecedented excitement. Shortly thereafter, on the walls of JYG, all soldiers stood in formation, watchful leaders keeping a keen eye on the movements of the Spirit Hall. A grave ambiance enveloppée de JYG, each face reflecting seriousness. The soldiers' grips on their spears turned white, while the commanders remained fixated on the distant encampment of the Spirit Hall. Suddenly, an urgent shout pierced the silence within the fortress. "Report. The Spirit Hall army is marching, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. This information ignited a tense atmosphere, and the commander's orders quickly spread across the walls. Immediately set up the soul-guided cannons, archers to the walls, spearmen to the gates. In an instant, the previously tranquil JYG became a flurry of activity. As various troops swiftly took their positions under the commander's directives, the sound of armor clashing against the ground echoing throughout. Soon, the fortress fell silent once more, all prepared for battle, the commanders returning to their posts, readying themselves. At that moment, tension and a grim atmosphere hung over JYG. As Wang Zhe took his position at the highest point within the fortress, gazing at the approaching Spirit Hall army. Like a dark cloud, they loomed ever closer, enveloping them gradually. Time seemed to slow, with the scouts' reports echoing in the air, each breath seemingly audible. "Report, the enemy is 3 miles away." "Report, the enemy is 2 miles away." "Report, the enemy is 1 mile away." Following this announcement, the Spirit Hall army was now within sight, their silver armor gleaming under the sunlight. Leading the charge, Tua Ba Shi and his companions exchanged knowing glances, their lips curving into a smirk. "Let us go." In an instant, the three vanished from sight. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed, followed by urgent cries. Report. The walls have been breached. The walls have been breached. The walls have been breached. Chapter 147. Complete collapse. Everything transpired too swiftly, plunging everyone into a momentary state of chaos, particularly the commanders, who stood frozen in disbelief. They understood that the formidable barrier of Jiuji had been constructed by their forebears, powerful titled Duluos, and its strength should not have been so easily compromised. The only explanation for this outcome could be the presence of a traitor among them. Each commander quickly turned their gaze towards the source of the disturbance, finding it was Wang Huan's post. Their eyes then shifted to the observation platform where Wang Zhe had been stationed, now deserted. Why, Commander, why would you do this? As Wang Zhe's trusted deputy, Zhang Qiuan had always viewed him as a paragon of virtue. Yet now this paragon had unwittingly illustrated the meaning of treason. He looked at the bewildered soldiers beside him, the shouts of the Spirit Hall Army's assault echoing in the air. Suddenly, he shouted towards the fortress. Wang Zhe and his son have betrayed the nation. Brothers, today we vow to stand with Tian until the end, sworn to fight against heaven until death. In this moment, Tuo Ba Shi and his companions moved within JYG as if they were in an uninhabited realm. They merely repelled the soldiers that charged at them, for their true objective was to capture their commanding officer. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first seize the king. Soon, their adversaries became a group of generals. As time passed, the generals became increasingly infuriated, finally experiencing the terror of the titled Dalu. Although all 9 were of the Soul Sage realm, they felt an overwhelming sense of futility when confronting Tuo Ba Shi and his companions, as if striking cotton. This meticulous mastery over soul power was a realm they could hardly fathom, and gradually, their frustration morphed into despair. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from Zhang Qiuan, and his soul power surged forth, transforming him into a radiant beam that shot into the sky. The next instant, a piercing bird cry echoed, and Tuo Ba Shi looked up to see a massive azure-feathered eagle circling overhead. The majestic eagle spread its wings, stirring up a tempest that formed blades of pale azure light, hurtling toward Tuo Ba Shi and his companions. The 6th soul skill, Azure Rain Piercing. In response, Tuo Ba Shi exhibited no signs of panic. He gently raised his right hand, and a white light converged in his palm, instantly forming a colossal white light shield adorned with dragon patterns. The sound of clashing metal reverberated through the air as Tuo Ba Shi squinted at the ferocious assault of the azure-feathered eagle, the first flicker of murderous intent appearing in his eyes. We have shown utmost restraint, sparing your lives thus far in hopes of granting you a dignified opportunity to surrender. It seems, however, that you and Tian truly lack discernment. With that, he vanished in an instant. A chilling scream echoed, and the onlookers felt warm liquid dripping onto their faces. Looking up, they saw the left wing of the azure-feathered eagle, transformed by Zhang Qiuan, being violently torn apart. Crimson blood gushing forth like a fountain, flooding the battlefield with a pungent scent of blood. Yet, this was not the end. A flash of white light appeared, and Tuo Ba Shi materialized beside the plummeting eagle, one hand resting on its shoulder blade while the other grasped its right wing. Witnessing this, Zhang Qiuan erupted in howls, darting about in the air, but having lost one wing, he struggled to maintain flight and rapidly descended toward the ground. Boom! A thunderous crash accompanied by a cloud of dust engulfed the battlefield, prompting all generals to abandon their assault and rush into the haze. Thud, thud, thud. Multiple groans resounded as the generals who charged in were sent flying without exception, rolling helplessly on the ground before coming to a stop. Blood gushed from their mouths as they staggered to their feet, their faces pale, filled with terror. As the dust settled, revealing Tuo Ba Shi and the azure-feathered eagle, the white dragon Dalu remained suspended in midair. He surveyed the generals who looked on, then glanced down at the vengeful azure-feathered eagle, and the sound of flesh being torn echoed clearly in every ear present. The right wing was once again savagely ripped apart by Tuo Ba Shi. Unable to maintain his martial soul form, Zhang Qiuan flickered with azure light, reverting to human shape. Tuo Ba Shi, without even a glance, kicked Zhang Qiuan, sending him hurtling like an arrow toward one of the generals. Boom! The immense force slammed both into the city wall, creating a gaping hole in the sight of all, while Tuo Ba Shi and another general lay unconscious in the pit. However, while the other general merely fainted from exhaustion, Zhang Qiuan's fate was far more tragic. With both arms severed, blood continued to pour from his wounds. his face ashen, resembling a candle nearing its end. Observing this, his comrade, Jiang Lan, rushed to his aid. Yet Toa Ba, Shi, and his companions made no further moves, maintaining a distance as they watched the generals struggling to stand nearby. At that moment, the sound of the Wuhuan Temple army marching grew ever louder, resonating in the ears of the Tiandou soldiers like a death knell. The tide of defeat was now irretrievable. The Wuhuan Temple offered no respite, and once their army breached JYG, it would declare the end for Tiandou. In that instant, despair etched deep lines upon the faces of every Tiandou soldier, many relinquishing their weapons, witnessing their most trusted generals now rendered immobile. Tiandou will not perish. A soldier transformed into a martyr, clutching a bomb as he charged toward Ta Ba, Shi, and his companions, unopposed, as sorrow filled the eyes of those who watched. Alas, Zhao Qiu, seeing this, slowly shook his head and raised his hand, pointing at the advancing soldier. A beam of black light struck instantaneously, and the soldier fell to the ground without uttering a sound, his body swiftly turning to ash from the feet upward. Boom! The bomb detonated in that moment, the cacophony echoing as if tolling the final bell for this empire. Just then, Wang Zhe, long unseen, appeared before everyone. He glanced at his men staring at him from a distance, then approached Toba, Shi, bowing slightly and clasping his hands. My lord, we wish to surrender. Please grant us a path to survive. Chapter 148, Victory Without Battle. The moment Wang Zhe uttered these words, he was met with vehement reproaches from all the generals. Wang Zhe, you treacherous traitor, how can you repay the trust His Majesty placed in you? How can you live up to the expectations of the millions of citizens of Tiandou? Wang the traitor, your family shall meet a wretched end. You and your father deserve to descend into hell. General Wang, why? Why choose to defect? Do you understand the implications of your actions? Countless curses were hurled, mingled with voices of regret and shock. Yet amidst the barrage of accusations, Wang Zhe merely turned silently, bowing deeply to the soldiers, before slowly walking to Tua Ba, Shi, and his companions with the support of his son, Wang Huan. At this moment, the Wuhuan Temple army had besieged the city, and all Tiandou soldiers were blocking the breach with all their might, striving to prevent the enemy from entering. However, against the mid to low-tier combat power of the Wuhuan Temple, their efforts yielded little effect, as those above the Soul Sage level passed through the city walls as if traversing an uninhabited domain. The soldiers charging at them were no match for them. Of course, under Tua Ba Shi's command, they refrained from unnecessary slaughter, merely repelling the incoming soldiers. However, those who recklessly charged toward their doom, clutching bombs, faced immediate execution without hesitation. Soon, they knelt before Tua Ba Shi, beginning to report the situation. Reporting, the entire army has reached the foot of JYG. Grant us a quarter of an hour, and we shall breach the city. Duo Ba Si Notet Henli Skmiling. Thank you for your hard work. I shall commend you to His Holiness the Pope, and the Wuhuan Temple will not neglect any contributor. Willing to plunge into fire and water for the Wuhuan Temple, I shall not hesitate. A chorus of legion commanders responded loudly, their collective presence striking fear into the hearts of the surrounding Tiandou soldiers, even causing shock among their peers of similar rank. In the unwavering and piercing gazes of these commanders, the soldiers perceived an essence they themselves lacked, an essence known as faith. At this moment, Tuoba, Shi turned to the densely packed Tiandou soldiers, his expression gentle yet solemn. He began to speak. Warriors, our conflict is not a matter of life and death. As you can see, our spirit hall does not intend to indiscriminately slay every soldier that stands before us. We are all human beings. It is merely the opposing camps that have led us to clash. Why can we not belong to the same faction? Within the spirit hall, anyone who demonstrates their worth will be duly recognized and rewarded. Look at Tiandou. Various key positions are predominantly held by the elite, even upon their demise. These positions are inherited by their descendants. Are you truly content to remain in such a state indefinitely? Tuoba Shi's resonant words gradually quelled the animosity harbored by the soldiers, soothing the collective war fervor little by little. The leading Tiandou general understood this was an act of sedition, yet, observing their precarious situation, with a metaphorical knife at their throats, they recognized that any hint of resistance could lead to a massacre, a mere triviality for those in command of the spirit hall. Therefore, whether for their own sake or for their comrades, the most prudent choice at this juncture was to remain silent. Tuoba, Shi continued his speech. Our intention is not to overthrow this nation, but rather to entrust its governance to those who are deserving. The development of the Spirit Hall over the years is evident to all. Our Pope is an exceptional genius, a rarity of his century, who has elevated the Spirit Hall to its current heights despite being a woman. She is undoubtedly the most remarkable leader I have ever encountered. Entrusting Tiandou to her will undoubtedly usher in a vibrant era of peace. At that time, our progress will no longer be constrained by birthright, and the abundant resources will no longer be monopolized by the noble elite. Is this not the ideal realm that dwells in the hearts of us all? When that day comes, we will be as close as family. The common folk will no longer suffer the tribulations of war, and each of us will live in a harmonious world. Why can we not strive together towards that time? At this moment, all the warriors fell into contemplation. Tuoba, Shi's impassioned narration striking at the softest corners of their hearts. As ordinary soldiers, many hailed from humble beginnings, possessing a profound understanding of the devastation wrought by war. They joined the Tiandou army merely to secure a livelihood. Advancement was a privilege reserved for the few, while most endured in silence, steadfast in their posts until retirement or death on the battlefield. Many among these ranks had families anxiously awaiting their return, and they yearned for the world described by Tuoba, Shi, prompting them to ponder a critical question. For whom do we fight? For ourselves or for the elite? In that instant, the entirety of the area fell into a profound silence. Concurrently, the Spirit Hall, under the command of its leaders, ceased its advance, withdrawing from the city walls to encircle the outer gates, observing the Tiandou soldiers within in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, the soldiers surrounding the breach, witnessing this scene, also retreated a short distance, gazing at one another, their eyes devoid of battle fervor, replaced instead by a glimmer of hope. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a Tiandou soldier laid down his weapon and stepped forward from the ranks, approaching Tuoba Shi. In full view of the gathering, he knelt on one knee before the leaders of the Spirit Hall, bowing respectfully. I am Shui Gui, willing to surrender and join the Spirit Hall. As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of weapons clattering to the ground ensued. Without a word, the soldiers stepped forward, one after another, kneeling in unison. I am Panyu, willing to surrender and join the Spirit Hall. I am Xiaoran, willing to surrender and join the Spirit Hall. Observing the growing number of soldiers kneeling in submission, the Tiandou commanders silently closed their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks. They knew that at the moment Shui Gui laid down his weapon, the fate of Tiandou had irrevocably changed. Gazing upon the throng of kneeling Tiandou soldiers, Tuoba Shi and his companions finally displayed looks of relief. Their ultimate objective had been achieved. At that moment, they too comprehended the formidable strength of Bibi Dong. When they had prepared to march, Bibi Dong's attendant had provided them with a secret message, instructing them to open it only when they were ready to camp. During their halt, under Zhao Qiu's encouragement, Tuoba Shi had opened the message prematurely, revealing a note with only 4 characters inscribed: Victory without battle. Chapter 149. The regent, the swift affection of the soldiers, pronounced the outcome of this war. Although many had anticipated this result, the manner in which it unfolded took the Tiandou High Command by surprise. Yet, none of this mattered now. At this moment, the Spirit Hall had secured absolute dominance. The sentiments of the generals, no matter how reluctant, became trivial as their futures lay in only 2 paths: submission or death. Faced with this harsh reality, the generals struggled internally for a moment before opting for surrender, as their lives held greater significance than their fortunes. Tuoba Shi observed the generals slowly kneeling before him, and he began to grasp why Tiandou had reached its current predicament. He lifted his gaze to the horizon, his sights set firmly on the Tiandou Imperial City. At this moment, within the Tiandou Imperial City, the Prime Minister's residence was filled with the 6 ministers, each bearing expressions of anxiety. The Prime Minister, Wang Yuanji, sat at the head, incessantly tapping his fingers on the table, his brow furrowed, and his gaze shadowed. The entire room was engulfed in a silence akin to death, with each face reflecting fluctuating emotions. Suddenly, a thunderous shout broke the stillness, startling the high officials into a cold sweat. What is happening? Why has no tea been served yet? Punish the kitchen with 50 strikes each. And why is there still no information from the front lines? Was it not stated that reports should be made every quarter hour? What are they doing? Wang Yuanji's reprimands echoed through the room. Bang! Bang! The sound of breaking glass reached the chamber from outside. Immediately, the panicked voice of the steward could be heard. Master, Xiao Qing just spilled the tea. I will have someone boil more immediately. Take them out and give them 50 strikes, a bunch of worthless fools, unable to manage such a simple task. At this moment, the Prime Minister's countenance had grown somewhat ferocious, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor in the court. The 6 ministers dared not even breathe, aware that whether at home or in the court, he was a figure of immense authority, and none would dare provoke his ire. Please spare me, master. It was the steward who spilled it. I merely handed it to him. I did not do it. Please spare me, master. Humph. Attempting to argue when wrong. Bring him forth and give him 70 strikes. The steward's loud rebuke drowned out the maid's pleas, and as the sounds faded, the steward's voice re-emerged with a tone of servility. I apologize for disturbing the esteemed lords and master. The kitchen will be ready shortly. Hasten, do not delay. Should any further blunders occur, I shall demand your head. Yes, yes, yes. At that moment, the steward felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and swiftly withdrew, leaving the entire hall once again shrouded in silence. Ahem, ahem. At this juncture, the Minister of Revenue, Li Shang, stepped forward to mediate. My Lord Wang, please remain calm. We are all aware of your predicament. The gathering today is to assist you, to discuss and explore alternative methods to prolong the life of our Tiandou. Li Shang's words struck directly at the heart of the matter, and upon hearing them, Wang Yuanji's expression softened slightly. After surveying the room, he spoke slowly. If that is the case, what counsel do you offer? At this moment, the Minister of War, Zhuo Shan, interjected. Commander Wang is still engaged in battle at the front lines. If we remain fortified within JYG, we should be able to temporarily withstand the assault from the Spirit Hall. Our current course of action is to stabilize public opinion and seek external assistance. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Minister of Rights, Yin Kaikwan, solemnly added, Public sentiment is currently relatively stable, but there is no wall that does not let the wind through. The populace will eventually learn the truth, and when that happens, panic may ensue. These are minor issues. Within the city, there are 5,000 garrison troops. They will immediately enter a state of readiness, and anyone who dares to provoke us will be dealt with ruthlessly. However, as for external assistance, it may not be readily available. The previously lively atmosphere was abruptly sent back into a suffocating silence by the words of the Minister of Personnel, Ma Ji. Everyone present understood that any faction would view Tiandou as a hot potato. No one would wish to oppose the Spirit Hall at such a time. The massacre of the Blue Lightning Overlord clan on Tianlan Mountain served as a stark reminder of this reality. What? Did I summon you here merely to hear this drivel? You are as foolish as those outside. Wang Yuanji's fury ignited once more, sweeping through the room, leaving each individual filled with grievances yet too fearful to express a hint of dissatisfaction. Just then, the steward's voice echoed from outside, reporting to the Lord and esteemed ministers. Scouts have transmitted intelligence from the front lines. Quickly, let him in. With a creak, a soldier clad in simple garments and shoulder armor appeared before the assembly, his body trembling slightly. Noticing this, Wang Yuanji narrowed his eyes, and in the next moment, the soldier knelt before him with a thud and declared loudly, reporting, My lord. the entire JYG has collapsed. Our forces have surrendered. Boom! At that moment, every high-ranking official present experienced a jolt in their minds, and, for an instant, the scene before them blurred, the very sounds fading into silence. They stared blankly at the soldier with his head bowed on one knee, and the room once again descended into a profound silence. But this time it was enveloped in a deep sense of despair. After a long pause, Wang Yuanji, trembling, raised his hand and hoarsely commanded, Quickly, to the Tiandou Palace. 15 minutes later, outside the Wu Gate, a throng of ministers hurried towards the Tiandou Palace. In the course of their frantic run, their official robes became disheveled, but they paid no heed to such trivialities. Soon, they reached the Wu Gate, where the captain of the guards, having waited for some time, approached Wang Yuanji and said, His Majesty has been awaiting you at the Tiandou Palace for some time. Please follow me to meet the Emperor. Before long, they arrived at the Tiandou Palace. After hastily adjusting their attire outside the door, they anxiously crossed the threshold and entered the Grand Hall. At that moment, Xue Qinghe sat regally upon the throne, his countenance calm, yet tinged with sorrow. Without waiting for the ministers to speak, Xue Qinghe began, I'm already aware of the events unfolding at the front. This statement instantly brought a sense of calm to the ministers, who had been in a state of frenzied agitation, resembling ants on a hot pan. They silently regarded the young emperor on the throne, and then Wang Yuanji slowly stepped forward from the ranks, trembling as he bowed, and said, This humble minister deserves to die 1,000 deaths. This humble minister deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The ministers behind him echoed his sentiments, and, at that moment, a thick wave of despair permeated every corner of the hall. In contemplating the future of Tiandou, they were overwhelmed not only by despair, but also by an acute sense of helplessness. Tiandou shall not perish. Just then, a male voice resonated from outside, and Xue Qinghe turned to look in the direction of the sound. His pupils constricted, and his momentary shock swiftly faded. The ministers turned to the palace entrance and found a handsome man smiling as he stood beside the door, flanked by two middle-aged men. "Who are you? Daring to act recklessly in the Tiandou palace? Guards, seize him and execute him," Zuoshan immediately exclaimed. However, after a prolonged silence with no response, the man walked forward as though in a realm devoid of restraint, traversing past the ministers to stand before the steps of the throne. Gazing up at Xue Qinghe with a smile, he then spoke slowly. "I am Dai Yuan, sent by the Spirit Hall to oversee the Tiandou Empire. If you do not mind, you may refer to me as the Regent." Upon hearing Dai Yuan's words, the faces of all present shifted dramatically. His name had echoed throughout the entirety of Tiandou, renowned among the powerful and influential. This was the contemporary holy son of the Spirit Hall, destined to assume command of the papal palace. And now he stood here to take control of the Tiandou Empire, a sudden turn of events that left the ministers somewhat unprepared. In that moment, both sides found themselves in a standoff, waiting for Xue Qinghe to speak, for he was the supreme decision-maker of the entire Tiandou Empire. Xue Qinghe regarded Dai Yuan with a complex gaze at first, but as the attention of the civil officials shifted entirely towards him, no one noticed his peculiar demeanor. Now, he calmly observed the unfolding scene and then slowly spoke. "Brother Dai, it has been some time since we last met. I did not expect our reunion to occur in such a manner. I apologize for my inadequate hospitality." The civil officials found some solace in Xue Qinghe's composed demeanor, for their emperor did not reveal a hint of trepidation before outsiders. "Ah, Your Majesty, you flatter me. I am merely a temporary aide sent by the teacher to assist you. Should any issues arise in the future, I hope you will guide me," Dai Yuan replied, addressing Xue Qinghe as Your Majesty repeatedly. The officials could discern a clear jest in his tone, yet on the surface, they could not find any fault. Given his elevated status and the presence of two titled Dalu beside him, they had no choice but to suppress their indignation. In response, Xue Qinghe merely smiled faintly. He descended the steps and approached Dai Yuan, and without any warning, he suddenly knelt down. "Your Majesty, this cannot be." Wang Yuanji immediately rushed forward, attempting to assist Xue Qinghe, but his strength was merely at the sole sovereign level. Facing Xue Qinghe, whose power was at least at the sole emperor level, his efforts were insignificant. At that moment, Xue Qinghe placed one hand on Wang Yuanji's arm, gently removing it from his body. His gaze fixed intently upon Dai Yuan, and he spoke. "Tiandou has come to this point. I, Xue Qinghe, cannot absolve myself of the blame. However, I implore you, considering the gentle nature of our Tiandou citizens, could you promise not to indiscriminately slay the innocent?" "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The civil officials were now in tears, as they never anticipated that Xue Qinghe's kneeling was a plea for the sake of the Tiandou populace. Each of them understood well the reasons behind the current predicament. Xue Qinghe's choice to shoulder this burden at such a time was commendable. Had he not been born into these chaotic times, he would undoubtedly be a wise ruler, perhaps even the one to lead Tiandou back to its former glory. At this moment, any words would seem utterly powerless. The harsh reality lay before them. Although he could not lead the Tiandou Empire to turn the tide, and would likely have to linger under the shadow of the Wuhuan Temple in the future, this kneeling act, even if he were an imperial censor, would never provoke the stroke of his pen against him. In the annals of history, he might at most be labeled as a king of a fallen nation, but he would never be described as a tyrant. Observing the sincerity etched on Xue Qinghe's face, her eyes misty, Dai Yuan's pupils constricted, he knew that Qianren Xue had reached her current position in Tiandou largely due to her innate talent for performance. Yet, at this moment, he could not help but admire her artistry, as she vividly portrayed the desolation of the last monarch and the sorrow of enduring humiliation for the people. Had he not known her true identity in advance, he might have been genuinely moved by the scene before him. "Ah, Your Majesty, please do not act this way. It truly burdens me, Dai," he said. "Did I not mention that I came to assist you in governance? Such matters should naturally be left to you, Your Majesty, to handle with full authority." With her performance so compelling, Dai Yuan had no choice but to play along, smiling as he lifted her arms gently, hoisting her up. Feeling the immense force at her elbows, Qian Rinxue was taken aback. When she regained her senses, she found herself eye to eye with DaiYuan. With this singular act, she began to gauge DaiYuan's strength. At that moment, following his words, she brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes and performed a deep bow. Thank you, Brother Dai, for your understanding. On behalf of the millions of Tiando citizens, I express my gratitude. Witnessing this scene, a wave of sorrow surged within the civil officials, yet they could only suppress their feelings. Despite the apparent harmony, it was all founded on their emperor's willingness to lower himself and greet them with a smile. Soon, Xue Qinghe composed herself, waved her long sleeves, and addressed the officials with a loud voice. From this moment forth, DaiYuan shall serve as the regent of the Tiando Empire, bestowed with the title of Martial King. The Minister of Rights shall issue a decree to announce this to the world, and all accompanying privileges and ranks shall be equal to mine. Henceforth, his commands shall be regarded as my own. Do any of you have objections? As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the officials, who exchanged glances before collectively lowering their heads to the ground. We humbly obey your majesty's decree. Ultimately, it was he, the chief minister, who first stepped forward to voice his agreement. As soon as he spoke, the other officials echoed his sentiments. We humbly obey your majesty's decree. At this point, Xue Qinghe turned her gaze toward DaiYuan, her eyes silently inquiring whether he was satisfied with this arrangement. DaiYuan smiled and clasped his hands in acknowledgement. I'll leave it entirely to your majesty's discretion. By now, it was noon, and Xue Qinghe declared the court adjourned. Accompanied by Yuan, she and DaiYuan proceeded deeper into the palace. Meanwhile, the officials, disheartened, walked towards the palace gates. Upon exiting, they encountered a group of royal guards sprawled on the ground, and the commander Meng, who was equally entranced in deep slumber. Observing this, the officials could only sigh deeply, with no one daring to rouse them. They silently glanced at the guards before continuing toward the noon gate. Minister Wang, what shall we do? Must we simply sit idly by? The Minister of War, Zuoshan, approached Wang Yuanji, his face betraying his unwillingness. The other 5 ministers joined him, all looking toward Wang Yuanji, who had now become the definitive pillar of support. Wang Yuanji gazed ahead with a somber expression, his eyes flickering. Soon, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, and he spoke in a low voice. Let us go to the Department of Punishments. Yuan escorted Xue Qinghe to her quarters. As they entered, he turned to Gue Mei with a mischievous smile. How long do you think they will stir up trouble this time? Oh, you're getting older, yet you still fuss over every little thing. Come on, let us not linger here, he replied. Oh, still talking about me? I see you're not so virtuous either, pretending to be an upstanding person while harboring ill intentions. It's simply disgusting. Chapter 151, Consolation Creek. The door slowly closed, plunging the room into dimness. Ah! A startled cry erupted as DaiYuan tightly embraced Qian Rinxue from behind. His hand gently caressed her neck, and with swift, almost imperceptible movements, he struck 2 acupoints. A slender golden needle shot forth, and simultaneously, a soft gasp emerged. Not the coarse voice of a man, but a light, ethereal feminine tone. Ah! What do you intend to do? What do you think? DaiYuan leaned in closer, whispering into her ear, teasing her earlobe with his tongue while his hand began to explore her neck and descend further. Ah, you're crossing the line. I warn you, don't be reckless. At that moment, the human mask of Xue Qinghe was silently torn away by DaiYuan, revealing her breathtaking beauty. With her eyes dazedly fixed on the ceiling, she felt DaiYuan's right hand roaming her body, an unprecedented sensation enveloping her, rendering her weak and limp in his embrace as she emitted soft moans. The room was enveloped in an intimate atmosphere until a long, drawn-out sigh broke the silence once more. That won't do. The real show hasn't even begun. DaiYuan chuckled softly in Qian Rinxue's ear. At this moment, she lay limply in his arms, her eyes slightly clouded, breathing heavily and trembling lightly. With a smile, DaiYuan wrapped his arms around her waist, lifting her gently as he walked deeper into the chamber. As night descended, they finally concluded their prolonged intimacy. Now lying together on the bed, DaiYuan gazed at the enchanting woman in his arms, her face flushed with a captivating rosy hue, her lips slightly parted releasing a faint fragrance, akin to a lethal poison, continuously enticing him. Suddenly, Qian Rinxue let out a light laugh, prompting DaiYuan to inquire curiously. What is so amusing? It's nothing. Nothing at all. The young woman glanced at DaiYuan before nestling into his embrace, resting her head on his arm, a a subtle dimple appearing on her face. DaiYuan smiled, refraining from pressing further, tenderly stroking her hair as they basked in this sweet, tranquil moment of happiness. After a while, DaiYuan spoke softly. Xue, you have worked hard over the years. Soon, you will no longer have to bear this burden. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed her body shift slightly away from him, creating a small distance between them. Qianren did not respond immediately. She silently stared at the window in the distance before gently speaking. A few years ago, my grandfather said the same thing to me. Yet after all these years, I still find myself trapped here. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan's heart jolted. Qianren's words carried a hint of sorrow, yet he could sense the hardships she had endured over the years. He chose not to say more, simply continuing to caress her soft hair. Suddenly, a drop of warm liquid trickled down his arm. DaiYuan leaned in to see that Qianren was silently weeping at that moment. What is wrong, Xue? He could roughly surmise the reason behind her sorrow, and the pain in his heart began to torment him as expected. He stepped forward and embraced her tightly, hoping to provide her with some comfort, but this seemed to have the opposite effect. The young girl wept even more vehemently in his arms, gradually transforming her cries into sobs. After years of companionship, he understood better than anyone the strength that resided within her heart. If she were not utterly unable to bear it, she would never easily reveal her vulnerable side to anyone. Now, upon seeing DaiYuan's presence, she had finally found someone to confide in. The years of hardship and grievances poured forth in a cascade of crystalline tears. Throughout this process, DaiYuan remained silent, holding her tightly, ever so tightly. Time slipped by unnoticed, and gradually, he felt the girl in his arms grow quiet. When he leaned in to look, he found that she had fallen into a deep slumber. At that moment, apart from the flush of her cheeks, her eyes were slightly swollen from crying, and a tear lingered at the corner of her eye, evoking a sense of tenderness in those who beheld her. DaiYuan gently tucked her in, and suddenly, the girl grasped his arm. He turned to see that Qianren was still asleep, but murmurs escaped her lips. DaiYuan, please don't go. I miss you so much. Perhaps this was the truest form of Qianren, a flower-like young girl in need of love and care. Had she been born into an ordinary affluent family, she would likely have enjoyed a carefree childhood, reveling in the beauty of life during her most splendid years, encountering the right person at the right moment, and walking hand in hand with him through a blissful life. However, all of this was but a distant illusion for her. Being a member of the Qian family, she was destined to shoulder the legacy and revitalization of the angelic lineage. She had no choice, no matter how insurmountable the challenges. She could only grit her teeth and forge ahead. The sole solace was that she had a beloved partner, a person she could rely on for life, who appeared by her side during her most painful moments, offering her comfort and the strength to continue. At that moment, DaiYuan made a resolute decision in his heart. He cautiously leaned towards Qianren's ear and whispered softly, Xue, hold on a little longer. I will soon grant you your freedom. At this instant, in the Xingbu Li Shi Sea, observing the gluttonous prince Xue Xing before them, the stench emanating from him made Wang Yuanji and other high-ranking officials cover their noses in disgust. Xue Xing, how much longer do you intend to dawdle with us? We have done our utmost to accommodate your demands. Let me remind you, if it were not for us, you would still be languishing in prison, suffering physical torment. At this, Xue Xing halted his actions and glanced up at the official who had just scolded him, then slowly picked up a handkerchief from the table to wipe the grease from his hands. I could assist you, but I have one condition. Wang Yuanji narrowed his eyes and replied slowly, Speak. I want the head of Xue Qinghe. In the boundless desert, Zhao Qian and Tang San walked in silence, with the cold, proud moon hanging high in the sky, its chill light quietly permeating every inch of the land. Where we headed? Tang San could no longer contain his curiosity. Zhao Qian did not turn back. His cold, slender voice carried from the front, laced with a chilling smile. We will arrive shortly. There's a surprise in store. Feigning mystery is tedious, Tang San retorted coldly. But Zhao Qian paid him no heed, and once again, silence enveloped them. What are your plans after avenging your grievances? Zhao Qian's words emerged, while Tang San continued his sarcastic banter. You speak so lightly, truly believing that the Spirit Hall is an easy target? Do you have any idea how many titled Douluos they possess? His emotions towards the Spirit Hall were complex. On one hand, he respected this power, which had contributed to his growth, but on the other, he was resolute in seeking vengeance for his father's death, regardless of the means. Indeed, to chew through this bone will require some effort, Zhao Qian responded, eliciting an eye roll from Tang San. Effort? You've grown old and speak without thinking. As soon as the words left his lips, Zhao Qian halted abruptly, turning to look at Tang San. His eerie smile sending a chill down Tang San's spine. Are you feeling restless? Would you like me to remind you of everything that transpired before you lost consciousness? Tang San instinctively shook his head and lowered it. He had no desire to relive the excruciating pain that had penetrated his very bones. Seeing this, Zhao Qian said nothing more and continued forward, resuming their earlier conversation. You have yet to experience the world of true strength. Only then will you comprehend what I just spoke of. Another round of cryptic words, but this time, Tang San remained silent, fixated on the ground, lost in thought. By deep night, the two finally emerged from the desert, and upon sighting a small town in the distance, Tang San felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was not the fatigue of the body, but rather the loneliness of the journey that weighed heavily on his heart. Upon entering the town, Zhao Qian skillfully led him into an inn. At first, Tang San assumed they would be staying there for the night, but Zhao Qian did not approach the front desk. Instead, he took him directly to a private room in the back. They stopped before room 520, and Tang San sensed a faint soul power emanating from Zhao Qian, slowly enveloping the room. Oh, quite impressive to be able to sense this. It seems your spiritual power is not low, Zhao Qian remarked as he knocked on the door. The door opened swiftly. Who is it, disturbing my sleep at such a late hour? A familiar voice prompted Tang San, cloaked in his robe, to look up. At that moment, the other party recognized him. As their gaze crossed over Zhao Qian and landed on Tang San, a gasp escaped their lips. Xiao San, is it you? Tang San, momentarily dazed, realized that the person before him was none other than his companion, Oscar. Xiao Ao, what are you doing here? At that moment, footsteps echoed from within the room, and soon Dai Mu Bai and the others appeared before them. Seeing his former companions now standing in front of him, everyone fell into a state of shock and confusion, collectively turning their gaze toward Zhao Qian, who wore a broad smile. He then slowly said, all right, let's discuss everything inside. The group, unable to defy him, entered the room and shut the door. Dai Mu Bai swiftly locked his arm around Tang San's neck from behind, playfully punching his chest with his right fist. You little rascal, you ran off without even attending the farewell meal. Do you have any idea how heartbroken Xiao Wu was? You scoundrel. Mentioning Xiao Wu darkened Tang San's countenance, a wave of guilt washing over him. He scanned the room and soon noticed something amiss. Boss, where are Xiao Wu and Rong Rong? Aren't they with you? The mention of these two names instantly silenced the previously lively atmosphere in the room. Oscar's earlier drowsiness vanished, and upon hearing Ning Rongrong's name, his heart twisted in pain, the image of the girl as parting back still haunting him. At this moment, Xiao Wu and Rongrong have been taken away by someone. Rest assured, they are likely their relatives. However, it remains uncertain how long it will be before we see them again. Dai Mu Bai has released his grip, standing beside Tang San as he explains. Relatives? This query naturally pertains to Xiao Wu, as everyone is already aware of Ning Rongrong's background. If she were taken away, it would be entirely understandable. However, Xiao Wu is different. He has grown up alongside her and knows her intimately. He occasionally hears her mention that she has two older brothers, who seem to have ventured far away. It is likely that one of her brothers has come to fetch her, Tang San murmured, as this explanation was the only one that provided him with solace. Otherwise, if something were to happen to her, his own existence would lose all meaning. Are you referring to the girl with the ponytail? Zhao Qian turned to them, a knowing smile gracing his face. Why do you ask such things? The mere mention of Xiao Wu made Tang San instantly alert. He still could not develop any fondness for this cold and eerie man, and the fact that he brought up Xiao Wu without reason aroused his suspicion. That girl is not simple, kid. If you harbor any romantic feelings for her, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. You have no future together. What do you mean? What do you know? Tang San, overwhelmed by Zhao Qian's cryptic words, could no longer contain his frustration. He rushed toward Zhao Qian, intending to seize his collar and demand answers, disregarding the disparity in their strength. Yet Dai Mu Bai intervened, knowing the man's true nature and preventing his brother from making such a foolish move. Xiao San, calm down. Have you forgotten who Master Zhao is? Stay composed. Zhao Qian, I implore you, can you tell me what you know? Please. At this moment, the youth finally displayed a sense of submission before Zhao Qian, dropping to his knees, his eyes ablaze with desperation. Oh, I would advise you not to seek such knowledge. Zhao Qian observed Tang San with a smile, relishing the torment evident on his face. I beg you, please tell me. Please. At this juncture, Tang San was on the brink of madness. Had Dai Yuan not restrained him, he would have surely crumbled. The others looked on, their hearts aching for Tang San, yet they were powerless to intervene. Dai Yuan had previously informed them of Zhao Qian's formidable status as a titled Dalu, a being capable of determining their fates with a mere thought, making them wary of acting recklessly. Ha! Tang San, I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. Is it merely a soul beast? Is it truly worth all this effort? Zhao Qian's words plunged the room into a profound silence, leaving everyone bewildered as they gazed at the middle-aged man. What do you mean? Xiao Wu cannot possibly be a soul beast. You are lying. What do you intend to achieve? Tang San murmured, his head bowed, before suddenly unleashing a furious roar at Zhao Qian. Since witnessing his father's death at the hands of Bibi Dong's Spider Emperor, a beast within him had lost all restraint. His emotions spiraled out of control, with every minor disturbance unsettling him. The others harbored their own skepticism regarding this claim. Xiao Wu had always behaved like any normal person in their eyes, exhibiting only a hint of compassion during soul beast hunts, which was entirely typical for a young girl. No one had ever considered her as a soul beast. Yet Zhao Qian's unexpected declaration hinted at deeper truths. Haha, 100,000-year soul beast can transform without being detected by ordinary people, but to a titled Dalu, her primal soul beast aura is unmistakable. Impossible. If Xiao Wu were a soul beast, she would have been discovered the moment she entered Wuhuan City. Given her status, she would undoubtedly attract the attention of titled Daluos. Why has no one acted against her? At this moment, Tang San's rationality began to return, and he began to analyze the situation calmly. Of course, someone is protecting her. This person must possess incredible power, someone who commands respect even from the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple and the Grand Elder of the Worship Hall. Zhao Qian's words clearly implied something deeper, and after a moment of contemplation, the others began to form a consensus in their minds. No, it cannot be. How could he have known this in advance? Did he already know that Xiao Wu is a soul beast? Tang San found it difficult to accept, and in a moment of instability, he collapsed backward into Dai Yuan's embrace. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Why did DaiYuan know about Xiao Wu's identity beforehand? What else did he know? What was the nature of their relationship? If she were a soul beast, what did that make her two brothers? In that instant, Tang San's world shattered as he struggled to comprehend that the girl he had grown up with was, in fact, a transformed soul beast. He could not accept the ambiguous and intricate relationship between DaiYuan and her. Jealousy, anger, anxiety, and restlessness coursed through him as he gazed at Zhao Qian's smiling face, his expression contorting into a grimace. DaiYuan, why are you always involved? Who exactly are you? The shadow of DaiYuan loomed large in his heart. Previously, he had believed that their differences lay only in their martial souls. Yet now he could not discern this man's true nature, shrouded in layers of mystery, which only intensified his agitation and jealousy. I've said too much. All right, it's getting late. Everyone should rest early. We have to continue our journey in the morning. The group fell silent, exchanging glances before returning to their respective rooms. Dai Yuan let out a deep sigh, rising quietly to head to his own quarters, leaving Tang San alone in the vast hall. A clanking sound echoed as chains fell to the ground, and Xuexing slowly stood up, now free, gazing at the row of masked figures in black before him, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Where does Wang Xiang intend to take me? Let's talk. Just follow us. With that, the black-clad figures led the way out of the cell, and Xuexing followed silently, his expression growing increasingly somber. As they passed by Xuebeng's cell, he glanced into the depths of the cell, where Xuebeng lay motionless on the ground, foam gathering at his lips, his complexion a sickly shade of blue-black, eyes wide with terror, a sight of utter despair. Xuexing then turned away. At this point, it no longer mattered who had dealt the blow. The group slowly exited, the moonlight and gentle breeze caressing his weathered face. He inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the long-lost fresh air. His gaze then shifted to the towering Tiandou Palace atop the imperial city, a flash of deep resentment flickering in his eyes. Xuexing, we shall settle new grudges and old scores in due time. The black-clad figures escorted him to a courtyard within the inner city, and upon entering, he recognized it as the residence of the Minister of Rites, where he had often indulged in revelry with various officials, surrounded by opulence and debauchery. In this desolate place, few visitors remain. The trees stand withered, and weeds flourish, an air of desolation permeating every corner of the courtyard. This is your temporary abode, devoid of passers-by. and venturing outside is ill-advised, lest you face dire consequences. As the words fell, Wang Yunji's expression darkened momentarily, yet he quickly adjusted his demeanor, responding with a broad smile. "Thank you, my lord, for your assistance. The grace of saving my life shall forever be etched in my heart." The leading figure in black nodded slightly before retreating with his subordinates from the courtyard. Once tranquility returned, Xue Xing, with a shadowed countenance, retrieved a piece of bright yellow amber from his spatial ring. Channeling his soul power, the amber soon emanated a crimson glow. "You still dare contact me, my lord? I risked my life to escape the prison, driven by the time and effort you have invested. Would you allow your previous endeavors to go to waste?" The other party fell silent for a moment before responding. "Where are you?" The leader of the black-clad figures stealthily infiltrated Wang Yuanji's residence to report on Xue Xing's current situation. After listening, Wang Yuanji nodded slowly and spoke softly. "You have done well. Return now and ensure that those matters are closely monitored. We must not allow even a hint of exposure." "Yes, my lord." Once the black-clad figure departed, Zuishan, nearby, grew restless and inquired, "Wang, sir, aligning ourselves with him at this time could lead to dire consequences should his majesty discover it. Such an act could implicate our entire clan." "What do you think will transpire in the court tomorrow?" "What do you mean by that?" Zuishan asked, bewildered. Wang Yuanji shook his head. "It seems you have been a minister of war for too long. Your mind has grown as dull as those brutish fellows from Wang Zhe's faction. Our nation has reached a dead end. Once the Wuhuan temple takes over, we will have no path left but death. They will not spare us, the remnants of the previous dynasty. Rather than wait for them to cleanse us, it is better to take bold action now. And what of his majesty? As for him, we shall do our utmost and leave the rest to fate." Wang Yuanji gazed out the window as a partridge flew past, its mournful call adding a chill to the night. Chapter 154. Morning court. The night must eventually yield to dawn as the first light of daybreak, tinged with a hint of purple, began to spread across the horizon. At this moment, Tang San sat atop a hill, gazing at the faint purple glow in the sky, his eyes shimmering with violet light. After a long while, a golden beam shot forth from his eyes. Gradually, he withdrew his power, softly murmuring, "At last, I have reached the realm of the seed. My current state is akin to the pinnacle of my past life, with time still ahead. A breakthrough into the vast realm is within reach." Yet soon, the joy faded from his face, a shadow crossing his features as he watched a flock of azure-tailed swallows soar from the woods in the distance, before he vanished from the mountaintop in a flash. As gentle movements stirred in his embrace, DaiYuan stirred awake, finding the girl in his arms gazing at him with curiosity in her amber eyes, reminiscent of a fawn venturing from the forest, eager to explore the world. "Are you feeling better?" DaiYuan asked with a smile, tenderly caressing the girl's soft cheek, his voice laced with a hint of concern. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Qian Rinxue smiled gently and shook her head slowly. "This sleep has been so comfortable. I haven't rested this well in ages. It's wonderful having you here." With that, the girl nestled closer into DaiYuan's embrace, and he instinctively held her tighter, their bodies pressed intimately together, sharing the warmth of each other. Before long, DaiYuan gently patted Qian Rinxue's back. "Little lazy pig, it's time to rise. Don't forget you are still the Empress of Tiandou." "No, I don't want to. I wish to stay with you," Qian Rinxue replied, utterly devoid of her usual composure, resembling a naive girl as she cuddled and playfully teased her beloved. "Hee, we must attend court soon. If we are late, it may raise the minister's suspicions. It's best to keep your identity concealed for now. Once Tooba, she, and the others enter the city, you won't have to toil so much. At that time, a cardinal will come to take over the power. My teacher has been preparing for this for years. You can go wherever you wish, and we shall never part again." "Really?" Qian Rinxue exclaimed, her cute, large eyes sparkling with mischief. However, thoughts of that woman soon dimmed her joy. "What's wrong? Is it because of my teacher?" The girl remained silent, simply nodding gently in DaiYuan's embrace. "Sigh, my teacher has faced many hardships over the years. She suffered greatly from past events and has yet to fully recover. Though her demeanor toward you may seem cold, trust me, she loves you deeply. You know, she has been consistently monitoring the situation in Tiandou from the Papal Palace. She does this for herself, for her heart's desire, the Wuhuan Empire." Noticing Qian Rinxue interrupting his thoughts, DaiYuan realized her expression had grown increasingly cold. Clearly, his words had not had the intended effect, but rather the opposite. He sighed internally, recognizing that resolving the issues between her and her mother would be a formidable challenge. However, it was not entirely without effect. At least Qian Rinxue, after that conversation, rose from his embrace, and as he observed her graceful silhouette, a ripple of emotion stirred within him, accompanied by a bittersweet smile. To salvage the situation, he personally assisted her in dressing, their interactions becoming increasingly intimate, gradually brightening Qian Rinxue's mood. When Qian Rinxue was finally dressed, DaiYuan realized her meticulousness as she delicately helped him into his inner garments, outer robes, and accessories. The entire process was tender and intricate, and, at its conclusion, he could not help but embrace her, startling the girl. "Oh, what are you doing?" The sudden embrace caught Qian Rinxue off guard, her cheeks flushing, as she playfully punched his chest, yet her beaming smile was unmistakable. DaiYuan gently tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her presence, savoring every inch from her ear to her collarbone. Qian Rinxue nestled in his embrace, too shy to move, her cheeks deepening from a light flush to a rich crimson hue, waves of warmth washing over her heart once more. Soon, DaiYuan buried his face in her hair, repeatedly inhaling her intoxicating scent, a fragrance that ensnared his senses. "Thank you, Shui. Having you is truly a blessing." MHM. They exchanged no further words, for their silence spoke volumes. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "My lord, a confidential report has arrived for your perusal." Qian Rinxue rose from DaiYuan's arms, glancing at the shadow standing at the entrance, her lips curving into a subtle smile. Inside the Tiandou Palace, the ministers had already taken their places, whispering among themselves about the events of the previous day. "What do you think His Majesty has planned for today's court session?" Uncertainty looms. The entire court is no longer solely under His Majesty's command. The sudden appearance of DaiYuan from the Wuhan Temple raises concerns about potential chaos. Perhaps our positions, symbolized by the black hats we wear, will be lost by the end of today. How audacious of him! If he dares dismiss us, the Tiandou would be left with no capable officials, plunging the imperial city and the entire empire into turmoil. I wonder how DaiYuan will manage such a disaster. Alas, I have heard that Lord Wang has been making some moves recently. I wonder if he can advocate for our interests. It is unclear, but only Lord Zhua and Lord Wang among the 6 ministers seem to be closely aligned, and their actions are shrouded in secrecy, suggesting significant undertakings ahead. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Internal Affairs officer echoed, "Your Majesty, the Martial King has arrived." DaiYuan and Qian Rinxue, now resplendently attired, appeared together in the court. Upon their arrival, the officials immediately fell silent and performed their formal bows. "We pay our respects to Your Majesty and the Martial King." Both nodded slightly and proceeded to their seats. Beside the magnificent throne, an opulent chair was prominently placed, and the throne itself was deliberately shifted to signify respect for the esteemed guest's identity. As they settled into their chairs, Wang Yuanji took the lead in addressing the court. "Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights has something to present." Hardly had he spoken when Zhao Tianshu, the Minister of Rights, slowly stepped forward from the ranks of civil officials. His expression wavered momentarily, but soon appeared resolute as he declared, "Your Majesty, I am of advanced age and unable to manage state affairs. I humbly request to retire from my post." This pronouncement instantly stirred commotion among the civil officials. Except for the 6 ministers who maintained their composure, the rest were visibly shaken. Su Ping, the Deputy Minister of Rights, standing before the pressure of Shui Qinghe, felt a tumult of emotions within. He muttered softly, "So it has come to this." Meanwhile, Shui Qinghe narrowed his eyes, observing Zhao Tianshu bowing before him, while DaiYuan wore a sly smile. However, the officials quickly masked their expressions, for those present were seasoned players in the bureaucratic arena. They could discern the underlying motives by observing the expressions of the other 6 ministers. Although Zhao Tianshu's words seemed straightforward, they were, in fact, a tactical retreat. The officials understood that with the appointed regent DaiYuan, they were aware that the martial king appeared amiable for now. But it would not be long before Tuoba, Shi, and his ilk entered the city, and their positions would be replaced one by one. The best outcome for their current sovereign might be to become a mere figurehead, likely to be disgraced or even eliminated covertly. Thus, they sought to exploit this interval to secure their own safety. Zhao Tianshu's action today was a test of Shui Qinghe and DaiYuan's intentions. If they granted his request for retirement, the other 5 ministers would undoubtedly follow suit. In such a scenario, the state would descend into paralysis, and the ensuing instability could breed social discord, making it exceedingly difficult for the Wuhan temple to govern effectively. What appeared to be an ordinary resignation was, in truth, a strategic maneuver by the entire bureaucratic system against Shui Qinghe and Dai Yuan. The grand hall fell into a delicate silence, with all eyes fixed on the two figures on the dais, awaiting their decision. This was a silent struggle devoid of gunpowder. Soon, a gentle laugh broke the stillness as Shui Qinghe spoke softly. Minister Zhao, you exaggerate. Though you have surpassed your 60s, your capabilities remain at the level of the Soul Sect. Is it not premature to discuss retirement? Your Majesty, I am deserving of death. However, the chronic ailment within me has tormented me for years, and now I find myself lacking the strength to serve. I implore your Majesty to grant me this request. Zhao Qianshu's tone grew more resolute, evidently displeased with Shui Qinghe's ambiguous remarks. After speaking, he felt as if a heavy weight was pressing down upon him, and he cast a glance at the composed Wang Yuanji, fully aware of the turmoil within. Enough, the Empire still needs you. Such words should not be uttered again. As soon as he spoke, Dai Yuan interrupted with a light chuckle. Brother Shui, you're mistaken. Since Minister Zhao is aged and frail, why not allow him to retire? I believe this has long been his wish. What? The officials gasped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting their shock. They had thought their positions were secure following the emperor's words. But this youth's statement had undoubtedly cast them into despair. Just as Zhao Tianshu intended to express his gratitude for the emperor's kindness, he trembled and turned to Dai Yuan, rendered speechless, casting a pleading glance at Wang Yuanji nearby. Brother Dai, this may not be appropriate. Minister Zhao has served the empire diligently for many years. He is a stalwart of Tiandou. Such treatment could alienate the officials and the common people alike. Seeing the emperor seemingly siding with him, Wang Yuanji took a deep breath and stepped out from the ranks of officials, kneeling before Zhao Tianshu. Your Majesty, now that Minister Zhao has made this representation, we cannot shamelessly remain in our positions. We ought to make way for the younger generation, granting Tiandou a fresh visage. As soon as he finished speaking, the other 5 ministers emerged from the ranks, followed closely by the deputy ministers and officials beneath them. They all knelt in unison, requesting to resign, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Witnessing such a unified response from the officials, Shui Qinghe was momentarily shocked, but then a surge of fury ignited within him. What are you all trying to accomplish? Do you not care for the nation, nor for the millions of citizens of Tiandou? Shui Qinghe's reprimand echoed like a warning bell in their hearts. Yet at that moment, the power-holding officials stood resolute, silent, and unmoving, their faces etched with determination. Turning to Dai Yuan, Shui Qinghe spoke with a hint of humility. Brother Dai, would you reconsider? They are all meritorious ministers who have contributed significantly to Tiandou. Such a hasty decision is unwarranted. Moreover, they wield considerable power, and should they resign, the consequences would be dire, plunging the realm into chaos. Shui Qinghe articulated the thoughts of the ministers below, prompting a mix of emotions among them, yet solidifying their resolve. Dai Yuan's gaze flickered, a smile creeping upon his lips as he observed the sincerity on Shui Qinghe's face, marveling at the latter's theatrical prowess. Then, he waved his hand with a smile. In that case, let us heed Brother Shui's counsel and retain them all. Upon hearing this, the officials' faces lit up with joy. In their hearts, they believed that even the powerful Dai Yuan would have to yield under the mounting pressure, which was precisely the outcome they had hoped for. However, in the next moment, Dai Yuan's words plunged them into despair. Guards, imprison them all in the palace dungeons. No one shall be released without my command. Wang Yuanji and the others looked up at Dai Yuan, their eyes filled with disbelief. They could not fathom such a reaction from him. Why? We have always upheld propriety and the law, committing no heinous acts. Why must we be confined in a dungeon? We beseech the martial king for an explanation. At this moment, all semblance of civility had been torn asunder. Dai Yuan had already made his decision to incarcerate them, and the blade was at their throats. There was no longer any need for pleasantries. An explanation? Does colluding with Shui Qing count? As soon as the words left his mouth, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. All the officials, who had been bowing their heads, widened their eyes in shock, especially the 6 ministers at the forefront, their faces drained of color. Does the martial king possess evidence for such a claim? While we may have slight deficiencies in governance, we would never engage in actions detrimental to the nation. Wang Yuanji's voice rang out with conviction, and he fixed his gaze on Dai Yuan, showing no fear. Haha, you old rogue truly have the audacity to utter such words. I tell you, by stating this today, I have already uncovered your clandestine misdeeds. Evidence is irrelevant. Mere suspicion suffices. Guards, take the 6 ministers and Wang Yuanji to the dungeons and await interrogation. This is tyranny. This is tyranny. Your Majesty, we are utterly loyal and have never committed such acts. We implore your mercy. At this moment, Xueqinghe became the last straw for Wang Yuanji and the others. They believed that DaiYuan lacked concrete evidence of their collusion with Xueqing. If they resolutely denied the accusations, they might still have a glimmer of hope with Xueqinghe. Dai brother, is it appropriate to arrest the 6 ministers and the chancellor? Should we not wait for the truth to surface before making such a decision? Xueqinghe's gaze turned to DaiYuan, clearly interceding for Wang Yuanji and the others. Yet, DaiYuan remained resolute, waving his hand dismissively. My mind is made up, Xue brother, do not speak further. At that moment, the officials witnessed DaiYuan's tyranny. All his previous feigned kindness had vanished. They realized that their emperor of Tiandou was no longer the sovereign who commanded respect. Helplessness, sorrow, pain, and confusion filled the hearts of every official. Yet it paled in comparison to the despair felt by Wang Yuanji and his companions. At this juncture, the leader of the Imperial Guard, accompanied by several soldiers, entered the Grand Hall, following DaiYuan's orders to take Wang Yuanji and the others away. Throughout the process, Wang Yuanji and the others remained silent, truly intimidated by DaiYuan's ruthless actions. They had wives and children, and if they dared to defy him now, they believed DaiYuan would not hesitate to harm their families. After Wang Yuanji and the others departed, the Grand Hall fell into a deathly silence once more. The lessons of the past were vividly etched in their minds. They were now dancing on the edge of a knife, where a single misstep could lead to their demise. The 6 ministers advanced. As soon as DaiYuan finished speaking, the 6 ministers, led by Su Ping, slowly emerged from the ranks of civil officials. They knelt at the spot where Zhao Tianshu and the others had previously prostrated themselves, remaining silent. From this day forth, you shall temporarily assume the positions of the 6 ministers. Is there any dissent? DaiYuan's words fell upon Su Ping, sinking without a trace. They offered no verbal resistance, but their silence spoke volumes. At this moment, a smile crept upon DaiYuan's lips as he softly inquired, "Is there anyone present who wishes to occupy this position?" Upon hearing this, the hall fell utterly silent. Each person weighed the pros and cons in their hearts. Many among them had risen to their current positions with the support of Wang Yuanji and the others. Yet in the face of such temptation, everyone had their own scale of judgment. Sometimes, it wasn't that they were unwilling to change sides. It was simply that the conditions offered by the other party were insufficiently enticing. Su Ping observed the expressions of the officials around him. When he noticed uncertainty etched upon many faces, he quietly closed his eyes. At that moment, a middle-aged man beside him slowly rose, bowing towards DaiYuan. "I, Zhang Jian, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice, am willing to go through fire and water for the martial king." This declaration reverberated like thunder throughout the Grand Hall, leaving everyone in disbelief as they turned to look at the figure, Deputy Minister Zhang Jian. In an instant, various conjectures surged forth in their minds. Standing before the emperor, Zhang Jian remained silent, fully aware of what aligning himself meant. The other officials would undoubtedly associate him with Wang Yuanji and the others. And, given his position as Deputy Minister of Justice, he found himself in a predicament. However, he was determined to seize this opportunity. It was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. A single step forward would elevate him to heights beyond imagination. "Very well, Zhang Jian, from this moment forth, you shall be the Minister of Justice. I can promise you that even if the Wuhuan Temple takes over Tiandou's rule in the future, your position shall remain intact." At that moment, a sense of assurance was bestowed upon him. Apart from Su Ping, the other deputy ministers stepped forward, kneeling just like Zhang Jian, pledging their loyalty. DaiYuan nodded with a smile, glancing at Xueqinghe, who remained silent, gazing out of the hall as if lost in thought. DaiYuan then turned his gaze to Su Ping, softly asking, "Your colleagues have all submitted. I truly cannot fathom what benefits there are in standing alongside Wang Yuanji. Do you believe they will leave the dungeons alive?" Upon hearing this, the hall erupted once more. They had not anticipated DaiYuan's ruthless approach, and soon, the high officials turned their attention to Su Ping, whose decision would directly influence the outcome for Wang Yuanji's faction. "Lord Wang, Lord Zhao has greatly supported me, allowing me to rise from a humble background to this point. I beg your forgiveness. I cannot serve you. I would rather die to atone for my sins." With that, he swiftly drew a dagger from his sleeve, and before anyone could react, a shadow flashed by, followed by a spray of crimson blood. Su Ping collapsed slowly into a pool of blood, the crimson droplets splattering across every official's robes nearby. The originally elegant long robe, now stained with blood, took on a grotesque appearance. This was Su Ping's final act of defiance and a silent mockery towards those who fawned and shifted with the winds. Sighs echoed throughout the grand hall as the officials came to a stark realization. An era had come to an end. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, powerful energy fluctuations causing the Tiando Palace to tremble. Everyone turned their eyes towards the outside of the hall, where intense flashes and formidable soul power surged in the sky. Shueqinghe and DaiYuan exchanged worried glances. Outside the imperial city, Yuguan, Gui Mei, and the formidable Mo Changkong were engaged in fierce combat with three masked figures in red, each one exerting their full strength, their breaths laden with lethal intent. Another deafening crash resounded as the trio of Yuguan silently observed the three masked figures in red not far away, their expressions grave. The three shared equivalent levels of soul power, and even their martial spirit auras bore a striking resemblance, though their soul power seemed somewhat ethereal, a peculiar phenomenon. Indeed, this is the old man encountered before. It appears they are allied with that Blood Emperor. At that moment, a stunning crimson light pierced their vision. They turned to behold a blood-red array looming ominously in the sky above the imperial city. This was dire. They had fallen into a trap. Chapter 157, The Empty City. In an instant, the three had no desire to linger, their figures flickering as they hastened towards the Dou Palace. Boom! A colossal dust storm erupted, and three masked figures clad in blood-red garments charged forward to pursue them, clashing fiercely with Yuguan and his companions. Yet at this moment, Yuguan and the others dared not engage in prolonged combat, attempting to repel their assailants with their formidable soul power. However, these masked individuals refrained from direct confrontation, exhibiting remarkable speed as they transformed into three streaks of bloodlight, relentlessly pursuing them. At this juncture, the martial soul fusion technique of Yuguan and Gui Mei was still cooling down, having been used on Yuan Zhen days prior, and it would take at least a month before they could employ it again. Faced with the relentless harassment of the three masked figures, the trio was increasingly agitated. Yet they found no means of escape. At that moment, in the central square of the imperial city, Shueqing gazed fervently at the blood-robed man, casting the array not far away. Beneath his feet lay a depiction of a ghostly, smiling face, its contorted features and grotesque patterns incessantly exuding an eerie aura. Lord Blood Emperor, this is the blood sacrifice array you meticulously arranged, which will enable me to directly break through to the rank of title Douluo. Observing the vast blood-red array above him, excitement radiated from his face like never before. Nearby, the blood-robed young man smiled warmly at Shueqing, his expression imbued with a subtle yet profound significance. It is thanks to your secret protection over the years that we have not drawn the attention of the Tiando higher-ups. All of this is rightfully yours. Once the array reaches completion, it will be your moment to ascend to title Douluo. Hearing this, Shueqing glanced at the strange pattern beneath his feet. The focal point of the array, as previously mentioned by the Blood Emperor, then cast his gaze towards the Dou Palace, his eyes alight with bloodthirsty frenzy. Shueqinghe, once I attain my title, I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. At this moment within the Dou imperial city, all eyes were directed towards the enormous blood array suspended in the air. Confusion spread across every face, while those within the Dou Palace emerged from the grand hall, also gazing at the crimson array above. Upon witnessing this scene, DaiYuan and Shueqinghe exchanged glances, worry etched in their expressions. The prolonged absence of Yuguan and his companions indicated that someone was indeed holding them back, and those capable of ensnaring three title Daluos were far from ordinary. Coupled with the ominous array overhead, a profound sense of crisis surged within DaiYuan. Suddenly, a series of anguished cries erupted, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see several eunuchs rolling frantically on the ground, enveloped in thick blood mist, which seemed to be drawn towards the blood array in the sky. Before long, the frenzied cries ceased, and upon rushing forward to investigate, they found the eunuchs had transformed into withered corpses, their skin cracked and shriveled, tightly wrapped around their bones. Their eyes hollow and devoid of life, sending a chilling wave through the hearts of all present. Yet this was not the end. Just as the cries died down, a cacophony of screams erupted from the guard troops. In the face of impending doom, the guards instinctively activated their soul power. But it only sustained them for a brief moment before they too succumbed to despair. No one dared approach to investigate further. Each individual began channeling their soul power to resist the encroaching blood array. DaiYuan and Qinghe immediately followed suit, their eyes filled with deep concern for one another. Meanwhile, Xing, listening to the unceasing cries echoing from within the city, laughed maniacally, his face alight with excitement as he beheld the increasingly solidifying array above. However, this smile did not endure, for he soon noticed a troubling change within his own body. His skin was visibly drying and cracking at an alarming rate. Astonished, he looked towards the blood-robed young man, disbelief flooding his eyes. Why, Lord Blood Emperor, is this not the focal point of the array? Am I not to ascend to title Douluo? What is happening? His voice had turned hoarse, akin to the whimper of a dying man, while the smile on the blood-robed young man's face grew ever more sinister. He gazed coldly at Xing and slowly replied, "Wretch, you dare to dream? Go join your fellow Tiando citizens in merging with this blood sacrifice array." As he felt his life slipping away rapidly, Xing roared in defiance, desperately attempting to wield his soul power in resistance. But it was futile. Excruciating pain tormented him relentlessly, and in his final moments of despair, he cast one last glance at the world before silently collapsing into a lifeless husk. Simultaneously, Yuan and his companions became aware of the unfolding calamity. They were now consumed by madness. Without Yuan and Gei Mei's martial soul fusion technique, the trio could not extricate themselves in such a short time. Their adversaries had astutely recognized their lack of speed, thus employing a strategy of delay, which kept them trapped in a stalemate. Ah, Vilrech, Birish, Montak Chang Kong Belot. And a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. In an instant, the 9 golden dragons that had coiled around his pan-long staff came to life, soaring into the sky and unleashing a series of dragon roars towards the blood-robed figures. At that moment, he transformed into a golden spear, hurtling towards the massed assailants. Seeing Qianjun unleash his martial soul true form, Yuan and the others immediately followed suit, unleashing powerful waves of soul power. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with countless phantoms, and a massive golden chrysanthemum stood majestically in the void, exuding a faint golden mist that billowed as it inhaled and exhaled, showering countless petals upon the massed figures with the aid of countless souls, all unfolded in the blink of an eye. Confronted with such a ferocious offensive, the 3 masked figures radiated intense bloodlight. They vanished in an instant, and the next moment, a colossal blood-red cage descended upon the battlefield, dark as pitch, enveloping the area in tandem with the blood array. At this moment, the entire Tiando imperial city resembled a hell on earth. Boom! 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 The thunderous roars emanating from the cage resembled the anguished howls of caged beasts, filled with rage and profound helplessness. "Your Majesty, save me, save me." At this moment, the officials could no longer endure. Their highest rank barely reached Soul Master. They staggered towards Qinghe, seeking a sliver of hope. Bereft of soul power, their bodies withered visibly, and after a few desperate cries, they fell silent. The square of the imperial palace was engulfed in eerie silence until a bolt of blue-gold lightning split the sky. Chapter 158. The Destruction of the Stalemate. Hurry! Qianren turned to see DaiYuan enveloped in blue-gold lightning, faint purple sparks swirling around the surface, exuding an aura of catastrophic destruction. Although she was unsure of DaiYuan's intentions, the young woman maintained unwavering trust in her beloved. She spoke little, her figure flashing as she swiftly distanced herself from him. At that moment, the only remaining commander of the royal palace S-Guard, perplexed, glanced at DaiYuan before quietly stepping back, curious to see how this young lad could possibly resolve the blood array that even he, a soul Douluo, could not overcome. DaiYuan's soul power surged around him. And soon, for soul rings of black, and red began to rise slowly from beneath his feet, while the insignia of the holy beast white tiger manifested behind him. With a hum, a black soul ring illuminated, and in the next instant, countless bolts of lightning crackled intensely across his body. In the blink of an eye, DaiYuan was enveloped in a suit of brilliant white armor adorned with golden patterns, and the imposing visage of a tiger's ghostly face revealed his fierce demeanor. At that moment, Qianren and the commander of the guards stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene, their world completely upended in mere seconds. Not only was the aura emanating from Dai Yuan extraordinarily powerful, it was entirely disproportionate to someone of his age, especially with that terrifying configuration of 3 black and 1 red soul rings. Was this truly a configuration achievable by a soul sect? And this was far from the end. Dai Yuan's soul power trembled once more, and the crimson soul ring, symbolizing 100,000 years, shone brightly. An overwhelming aura instantly filled the space, followed by a resounding boom. A colossal bolt of lightning suddenly engulfed Dai Yuan. Roar! The energy contained within that tiger's roar was astonishing. As the light dissipated, a gigantic thunderous tiger loomed around Dai Yuan, its body crackling with destructive blue-gold lightning, while a faint purple halo swirled around its surface, exuding an intense aura of annihilation. Slowly, Dai Yuan raised his head, gazing at the vast blood array above him before lifting his right hand, palm facing the heavens. In an instant, the thunderous tiger that had circled him vanished, transforming into a streak of light that soared skyward. With a crack, akin to the shattering of glass, the blue-gold streak of light shattered the blood array upon contact, scattering it into countless crimson specks of light. Damn it, what is happening? Who did this? At this moment, the young man in the blood robe stared at the fragmented crimson spots in the sky, his expression contorted in unprecedented rage. His soul power erupted violently outward, shattering the surrounding structures in an instant, yet his fury remained unabated. Just then, a thunderous sound resonated in his ears. The young man in the blood robe turned sharply to see that the massive floating cage had shattered, and a torrent of energy surged outward, stirring up fierce winds. Howling in frustration, he realized that they were now powerless to stop the tidal Douluos from the spirit hall. He glanced at the blood-red orb hovering in his hand before vanishing from sight. At that moment, DaiYuan and the others, having freed themselves, noticed that the blood array covering the entire Tiando Imperial City had vanished. The 3 masked figures in blood robes also recognized this immediately, and without hesitation, they surged forth, engulfed in a fierce crimson light as they fled into the distance. DaiYuan and his companions, however, had no intention of pursuing them, instead hastening toward the Tiando Palace. Within the Tiando Palace, the transformation of Dai Yuan back from the Holy Emperor Battle God had already faded, and he stood in place, slightly bent over, breathing heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The recent attack, the Holy Emperor's judgment, had indeed drained him significantly, but the outcome validated his suspicions. His 4-soul ring was a divine bestowed soul ring obtained through the first trial of the God of Destruction, containing a trace of destructive divine power. When he saw that even the Soul Douluo leader could not penetrate the blood array in the sky, he resolved to attempt this move. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of the destructive divine power. Even the slightest trace could deliver a dimensional blow to the blood array. At that moment, Qianrenxue approached to assess the situation, placing her hand on his shoulder and channeling her soul power to examine him. Dai Yuan smiled slightly and relaxed, allowing her to investigate. After her examination, Qianrenxue let out a sigh of relief and inquired, "What exactly did you do?" "Just a secret," he replied with a mischievous grin. Qianrenxue felt a surge of irritation at his playful demeanor, especially with the commander watching nearby. She could not afford to act inappropriately, so she merely shook her head with a resigned smile, gazing at him. Noticing her reaction, Dai Yuan smiled gently and whispered, "There are still some things I cannot share with you. Please give me some time. Wait for me, all right?" Upon hearing this, Qianrenxue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze complex as she nodded earnestly. Just then, 3 intense fluctuations of soul power approached. Dai Yuan and the others looked up to find DaiYuan and his companions. The moment their eyes fell upon Dai Yuan and Qianrenxue, their anxieties were finally alleviated. After all, the 2 were the most crucial individuals in the spirit hall. Any mishap involving them would be unbearable in the presence of Bibi Dong and Qian Dalu. Seeing the arrival of the 3 esteemed figures, Commander Yu Hui, who had intended to approach and express concern, quietly withdrew. After confirming that both individuals were unharmed, they finally felt at ease. When they inquired about the cause of this upheaval, Dai Yuan offered vague responses, brushing it aside. Everyone understood that this was a secret and refrained from pressing further, redirecting their focus to the origins of the recent events. All of this was undoubtedly connected to the man who called himself the Blood Emperor. Mo Chang, Kong spoke slowly, his eyes still burning with anger at the mere mention of him. He had never expected to nearly fall into the hands of this audacious fool today. Blood Emperor. Lao Mo, do you know his background? Gue May asked Mo Chang Kong, who shook his head and replied, he is from Shuexing, only he knows his true origins. However, given the current circumstances, the likelihood of Shuexing surviving is extremely low. DaiYuan glanced at the numerous corpses nearby, his eyes shadowed with darkness. This has truly opened my eyes. It seems that apart from the top 3 sects, there are many formidable entities lurking beneath the surface. At this moment, at the foot of a gigantic mountain, Tang San and Zhao Qian arrived at a narrow path. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated from the dense forest. "Who goes there?" "It is I, Tang San," he replied, raising his left hand to reveal a radiant red light, a pitch-black hammer hovering in his palm. Chapter 159. Returning to the sect, as the Haotian hammer's martial spirit illuminated, the entire forest seemed to come alive. Soon, a group of individuals emerged from the woods. Dressed in long robes, each adorned with a small dark golden hammer embroidered on their chests. The middle-aged leader approached Tang San and his companions, casting a glance at Zhao Qian before fixing his gaze on Tang San. The atmosphere grew tense, as this was the first time the Shrek team encountered members of the Haotian sect. According to tales from their fathers, the Haotian sect, renowned for its unparalleled weapon martial spirit, produced disciples who were truly the cream of the crop, even without releasing their martial spirits. An undeniable aura of supremacy radiated from them. "Come, ascend the mountain. The sect master has awaited your arrival for quite some time. Only you may ascend." The Haotian sect does not welcome others at this time. A deep and resonant voice instantly silenced the members of Shrek. The middle-aged man finished speaking and turned to lead the younger disciples of Haotian's sect into the depths of the forest. Tang San remained silent, exchanging glances with his companions. At that moment, Zhao Qian's lips curled upward as he stepped forward to follow the middle-aged man. Was my message not clear enough? Haotian sect does not welcome outsiders. In an instant, the middle-aged man erupted with a powerful surge of soul power, and 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from beneath his feet. The insignia of the Haotian hammer manifested behind him, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the forest. Feeling this immense soul pressure, comparable to that of a newly crowned title de law, Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes and unleashed his own soul power. In a heartbeat, the situation shifted dramatically. Zhao Qian revealed the full extent of his strength, shattering the terrifying pressure previously exerted by the middle-aged man. However, what truly left everyone breathless was his astonishing configuration of soul rings. 9 soul rings of purple, black, and red ascended from his feet, emanating an aura of terror that left everyone gasping for breath. The members of Haotian sect found themselves frozen, their faces reflecting disbelief. They could hardly comprehend what they were witnessing. The mere presence of a red soul ring, symbolizing 10,000 years, was enough to astonish all, while the first 2 purple rings, signifying a millennium, surpassed their understanding. In that instant, they finally recognized the true power of this seemingly gentle man. Aware of the formidable soul power emanating from Zhao Qian, the middle-aged man realized he was no match for him, even with the world's foremost weapon spirit. The vast chasm in their realms could not be bridged by a superior weapon spirit alone. Just then, a voice echoed through the forest. "Let them up." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man paused, then solemnly looked towards the peak of the mountain, casting a lingering glance at the smiling Zhao Qian before stating, "Follow me." The tone of his voice had shifted significantly, prompting the inexperienced members of Shrek to sigh inwardly. In this land, strength is the ultimate passport. Throughout the journey, an air of delicate silence enveloped the group, with only Zhao Qian displaying the curiosity of a young novice, gazing around in wonder. "I never expected your secluded abode to be situated right beneath the eyes of the Spirit Hall. Truly, boldness accompanies skill. No wonder the Spirit Hall has been unable to locate you all these years. It seems the complacent pontiffs have underestimated you." At the mention of the Spirit Hall, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. The middle-aged man at the forefront halted, sensing the mocking tone in Zhao Qian's voice. Yet he merely clenched his fists and continued walking in silence. Meanwhile, within the Tiando imperial city, DaiYuan and Qian Renshua wandered through the streets, surrounded by lifeless corpses. They were drained of blood by a sinister formation, their hollow eye sockets gazing desperately towards the sky. This imperial city, which should be bustling with life, now lay shrouded in an overwhelming silence following the calamity. Sigh. DaiYuan and Qian Renshua sighed in unison, unable to remain indifferent in the face of such human tragedy. Who were they and what did they seek? These 2 questions echoed in DaiYuan's mind as well. Based on his experience, He suspected that such a gruesome method likely stemmed from the work of evil soul masters. However, the current scale of their influence should not have reached such depths. There must be a colossal figure orchestrating these events behind the scenes. It seems our adversaries extend beyond just Haotian's sect. The lurking forces are beginning to reveal themselves. Just then, DaiYuan abruptly halted, pulling out a piece of amber jade dragon, its brilliant golden glow dazzling even under the glaring sunlight. What is it? Noticing the sudden gravity in DaiYuan's expression, Qian Rinxue instinctively inquired. The seriousness on DaiYuan's face quickly transformed into guilt as he met Qian Rinxue's gaze. He sighed softly, "Schwer, I fear I must leave. Tang San and the others should have arrived. Is there no way to avoid it? I worry for your safety." As one privy to the situation, she fully understood DaiYuan's purpose and the potential dangers he faced. That was a battlefield involving dozens of title Douluo. Any lapse in his defenses could result in his immediate demise. Yet, confronted with the pleading gaze of the girl, DaiYuan remained resolute, for the deadline imposed by the system was approaching. Even if faced with a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, he had to go. He gently shook his head and embraced the girl tenderly. "I have my reasons for going, and I cannot divulge them just yet. Wait for me, all right?" With the same words, the girl chose not to press further, nodding softly in his embrace. At that moment, Yu Guan and the others, having received their summons, swiftly arrived before the two. Upon learning that Tang San had reached Haotian's sect, expressions of varying degrees of shock appeared on the faces of the three title Douluo, quickly replaced by an unprecedented excitement. "Schwerer, you and Elder Mo should join forces with Tuoba Shi and the others. I'm concerned about potential mishaps if you remain here." Qian Rinxue nodded, and as the group prepared to part ways, the two shared a reluctant and tight embrace. DaiYuan then approached Yu Guan and Gue Mei, casting one last, lingering glance at the girl before vanishing in a flash. At this moment, Tang San and his companions, under the guidance of the middle-aged man, arrived at the entrance of Haotian's sect. Before them stood a grand and ancient stone gate, nearly concealed by the dense forest, making it difficult to perceive any abnormalities unless one looked closely. As they arrived, the stone gate slowly opened, revealing 6 middle-aged men with serious expressions. Chapter 160. Zhao Qian's scheme. When Tang San caught sight of the middle-aged man in gray standing at the center, his expression shifted with surprise. The man's features bore a striking resemblance to his father, Tang Hao. In him, Tang San could distinctly see his father's shadow, momentarily believing that his father had not perished. However, a voice soon shattered his illusions. "Haotian sect's Tang Tianhu. May I inquire if that aura just now belonged to you?" The high-ranking members of Haotian sect did not direct their gaze at Tang San, but rather at Zhao Qian, as one elder stepped forward from the ranks, cupping his hands in greeting. "It is I, Xingyuan sect Zhao Qian. Greetings to the esteemed members of Haotian sect." As a matter of courtesy, Zhao Qian reciprocated, and after a brief exchange, the previously tense atmosphere softened considerably. At that moment, the gray-clad middle-aged man spoke up. Tang San stepped forward. Without hesitation, Tang San took a deep breath and approached. Standing before Tang Xiao, the latter regarded the young man with a complex expression, seeing in him the likeness of his brother, Tang Hao, as well as features of that woman. For a brief moment, Tang Xiao was lost in thought, memories flashing through his mind like a rapid slideshow. But he quickly regained his composure. Then, Tang Xiao slowly began to speak, his voice trembling slightly. "Child, I am aware of the matters concerning Hao. My name is Tang Xiao, and I am your uncle. I appreciate your efforts during this time, and I warmly welcome you back home." With these words, Tang Xiao placed a hand upon Tang San's shoulder, drawing him into an embrace. In that moment, all the grievances from the previous generation faded into oblivion with the passing of Tang Hao. The entirety of the Hao Tianzong chose to accept Tang San at this time. Originally, due to past animosities, Tang Hao had been completely ostracized from the Hao Tianzong for the sake of Ayin, and even after Tang Hao's demise, the sect had remained silent. Yet, how could Tang Xiao harbor no resentment towards the loss of a close relative? The expulsion of Tang Hao by his father had been a reluctant decision. On one hand, Tang Hao had indeed erred, as Qian Xuan Ji lost his life because of him, even if he was not the one who dealt the fatal blow. This remained an undeniable truth. At that time, the Hao Tianzong considered itself the foremost sect, naturally looking down upon others. This attitude caused the Qibao Liuli Zong and the Lan Dianbao Wangjia to keep their distance. When Tang Hao encountered misfortune, they were all too pleased to remain spectators. Given their prior guilt, coupled with the Hao Tianzong's decline compared to the glory of Tong Qin's generation, the situation was dire. The old sect master, recognizing the need for survival, was compelled to expel Tong Hao and lead the entire sect into seclusion. Although their foundation remained intact, the cost of this retreat was immense. Firstly, the four affiliated families, Li, Min, and Yu, were forcibly severed, leading to lasting resentment from their leaders towards the sect. This separation further weakened the Hao Tianzong's strength, and with Tong Hao's expulsion, all responsibilities fell upon Tong Xiao's shoulders. Fortunately, he fulfilled his mission, breaking through to the 95th level Super Dou and currently standing at the pinnacle as a 97th level Dalu. His accomplishments surpassed those of his father, and under his diligent leadership, the younger generation flourished, albeit unbeknownst to the outside world. Their concealment seemed to be evolving positively. However, human plans often fall short of destiny. The old sect master envisioned a time of quietude and patience, believing that the other two major sects would not allow the Wuhuan Dian to grow unchecked. Yet, the events of these years shattered their illusions. Without the constraint of the Hao Tianzong, the Wuhuan Dian advanced rapidly, forging strategic alliances with the Xing Luo Digua, both progressing side by side. Even the Qi Bao, Liu Li Zong, and Lan Dianbao Wang Jia found themselves constrained, their movements hampered due to their intricate ties with the Xing Luo Digua. This maneuver disrupted their plans and revealed the sharp insight and precise grasp of the situation possessed by Bibi Dong. Now, with the annihilation of the Lan Dianbao Wang Jia and the Qi Bao, Liu Li Zong aligning with the Wuhuan Dian, the bonds forged between their ancestors and the Tiandou were ultimately insufficient to withstand the tides of interest and circumstance. Presently, the Tiandou Digua exists in name only. It is clear who their next target will be. This is indeed a perilous moment of survival, and it is merely a matter of time before the Wuhuan Dian locates their stronghold. In such a critical juncture, they ought to set aside their pride and unite all possible forces to resist external threats. This explains why the high-ranking members of the Hao Tianzong so readily allowed Zhao Qian to enter their sect with courtesy. They require this strength. Zhao Qian, fully aware of the underlying currents, observed the cordial exchanges between the uncle and nephew before interjecting. Enough. We shall have plenty of time for reminiscing. I have come here today to present you with an opportunity. As soon as Zhao Qian's words fell, the second elder, Tong Qi, instantly darkened in countenance. He stepped forward, unleashing a wave of soul power far exceeding that of the previous guide towards Zhao Qian and the others. Zhao Qian narrowed his eyes, promptly countering with his own martial spirit's pressure. You wish to offer us an opportunity? Do you take the Hao Tianzong for a mere triviality? I reluctantly allowed you to ascend the mountain due to your title as a title Dalu. Do not presume upon my goodwill. Is this how the Hao Tianzong treats its guests, Tong Zongzhu? Zhao Qian smiled at Tong Xiao, and in an instant, the intensity of his aura surged to an entirely new height. A thunderous sound erupted as Tong Qi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the sturdy stone wall with a resounding impact. Clouds of dust billowed forth, which Zhao Qian swiftly dispelled with a wave of his sleeve. At this moment, the gazes of all high-ranking members of the Hao Tianzong towards Zhao Qian underwent a dramatic transformation, particularly Tong Xiao, who had just discerned the opponent's realm. Brother Zhao, at such a young age, you have reached the pinnacle. Please forgive Tong for his mismanagement and any offense caused to you. Not all. I'm already beyond my prime. Compared to Tong Zongzhu, who has achieved such a realm before reaching 60, what am I in comparison? Brother Zhao, you are overly modest. Since you have come to visit today, I wonder what matters you wish to discuss with us. Tong Zongzhu exuded an air of straightforwardness. And with that, Zhao Qian decided to speak candidly. I wish to invite all members of your sect to accompany me. Chapter 161. The onslaught of the Wuhuan Dian. These words struck like thunder, yet Tong Xiao maintained a relative calm. He understood that, given the current circumstances, this place was not a safe haven. The Wuhuan Dian would inevitably trace their path here, and during these years spent nurturing and expanding the sect. He had been searching for a new sanctuary for the Hao Tianzong, yet had yielded no results. Now, amidst the turmoil and shifting tides, the Wuhuan Dian moved with alarming speed, igniting a sense of urgency within Tong Xiao. Although the Hao Tianzong comprised merely 1,000 members, executing a discreet relocation was an exceedingly challenging task, especially without a confirmed destination. For the first time, Tong Xiao found himself engulfed in unprecedented confusion regarding the sect's future. However, Zhao Qian's arrival instilled a glimmer of hope within him. Thus, in contrast to the astonishment of others, he felt a profound sense of relief. Why should we follow you? Besides your strength, we know nothing of you. Do you consider your proposition realistic? The fifth elder, Dai Yuan, stepped forward to question, recognizing the gravity of the situation concerning the fate of the sect. He could not simply entrust their destiny to someone shrouded in doubt. His inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present, who remained silent, eager to witness what capabilities Zhao Qian possessed to facilitate the exodus of the foremost sect in the world. In response, Zhao Qian smirked, revealing a somewhat unsettling smile to the members of the Hao Tianzong. I have heard that your ancestor, Tong Chun, mysteriously disappeared decades ago, with no knowledge of his life or death. Upon hearing this, a wave of sorrow flickered across the faces of all Hao Tianzong members. However, they quickly regained their composure, feeling a sense of humiliation at being subjected to Zhao Qian's irrelevant remarks. At this moment, the sixth elder, Tong Li, coldly interjected, Mr. Zhao, please consider the appropriateness of this occasion. Joking about our ancestors at such a time is unwise. Without requiring the sect master to intervene, we old bones can easily keep you here. Tong Shak silently gazed at Zhao Qian, his eyes filled with a hint of perplexity. He could not comprehend why Zhao Qian would invoke their ancestor Tang Chun at such a moment, a figure deemed taboo within their Hao Tian sect. Did he truly believe that the Hao Tian sect could be easily bullied at this juncture? The atmosphere became suffocating, and the patience of the Hao Tian sect members was waning in response to Zhao Qian's repeated disrespect. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian appeared oblivious to this tension. He surveyed the solemn faces surrounding him before speaking softly. I know where he is now. What? What did you say? In an instant, Tang Xiao appeared before Zhao Qian, his own soul power surging forth, matching Zhao Qian's intensity. As he stood before the smiling man, anger flickered in his eyes for the first time. This fury felt somewhat irrational. Even Tang Xiao himself could not discern whether it stemmed from anger or shock. However, one thing was certain. He was thoroughly exasperated with his cryptic speaker. Tang Xiao's abrupt action caught everyone off guard. Tang San, who stood nearby, felt the surrounding soul power quiver. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xiao had already reached Zhao Qian. While this was inconsequential for a title Dalu, achieving such a near-silent approach was no feat for an ordinary title Dalu. To date, he had only witnessed such mastery of soul power in two individuals, his father's enemies. Observing Tang Xiao's imposing figure, Tang San's gaze flickered. Tang Xiao's unintentional act rekindled within Tang San an insatiable thirst for power. He was no longer the naive youth of yore. Burdened by deep-seated enmity, his desire for strength had escalated to a terrifying pinnacle. Yet, this tumultuous internal conflict went unnoticed by the others, as their focus remained fixed on Zhao Qian. The significance of his earlier statement was too crucial to overlook. May I ask Brother Zhao to enlighten me? Tang Xiao requested, his words seemingly casual yet laced with a sharp undertone. His patience with Zhao Qian's evasive demeanor had reached its limit. At that moment, Zhao Qian smiled and gazed up at the taller Tang Xiao, his eyes glinting with the anticipation of a long-coveted prey. I can reveal his location, but the conditions should be clear to you, Zhao Qian replied. A gust of wind swept through the mountains, causing the leaves to rustle, and a sudden shrill cry from a bird startled the air. Instantly, the expressions of all the titled Daluos present shifted dramatically as they looked down the mountain, particularly the members of the Hao Tian sect, whose faces turned pale. Tang Xiao's gaze had shifted past Zhao Qian, staring into the vast void. Oh, it seems their movements are indeed swift, Zhao Qian remarked, casting a meaningful glance at the Shrek members. Tang Hao also lingered his gaze on them for a moment, the implication clear. However, he soon fixed his attention on the expansive emptiness nearby and spoke slowly. Since you have arrived, there is no need for stealth, BB Dong. As soon as his words fell, the surrounding space trembled and a dark rift opened. Dressed in a purple-black battle robe, BB Dong emerged from the void, her expression calm as she regarded the Hao Tian sect members before speaking softly. You are welcome to surrender. The Wuhuan Temple still recognizes the Hao Tian sect as the foremost sect in the world. The foremost sect? You dare to critique the Hao Tian sect? If you desire our surrender, first deliver the head of Qian Dalu to me, Tang Xiao retorted, his expression impassive and words sharp. Seeking death. In an instant, a golden light flashed, followed by a thunderous explosion. The entire square was engulfed in dust and debris, as powerful waves of energy surged, threatening to topple the surrounding structures. The next moment, a hurricane swept through, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a golden-patterned robe standing firmly amidst the ruins. Surrounding him were shattered jade marble slabs, and his cold gaze fixed on the Hao-Tian sect members, exuding a palpable aura of menace. A group of insignificant scoundrels dares to make grand claims here, truly unaware of their mortality. His words ignited the fury of the entire upper echelon of the Hao-Tian sect. At that moment, the fifth elder, clad in dark green robes, roared in anger. His right hand ignited with the emerald glow of the Hao-Tian hammer's martial soul, and a dark gold giant hammer materialized in his grasp, etched with 9 emerald beast motifs. Each flash of light intensified the oppressive atmosphere in the air. With a flicker, fifth elder Tang Ba vanished, and a green light flashed in the void, followed by another resounding explosion. The booming sound echoed through the heavens, as fierce clashes sent clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The terrifying energy waves surged one after another, causing the surrounding structures to teeter on the brink of collapse. The emerald hammer shadow transformed into countless flickering streaks of light, each violent clash accompanied by the roars of fierce beasts. A golden light suddenly engulfed the battlefield, as a colossal golden crocodile silhouette roared towards the heavens. The intensity of the sound shattered the already unstable buildings nearby, sending countless stones flying in all directions. At that moment, in the sky, Bibi Dong observed the fierce battle unfolding below, her expression devoid of emotion. Suddenly, the surrounding space quivered, and dark figures materialized around her, swiftly gathering to form a group of 10 or more. They bowed slightly towards Bibi Dong, expressing the highest respect. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers below could not help but widen their eyes, especially the Shrek members, who gasped at the sight of the Wuhuan Temple's formidable display. These were all titled Douluos suspended in the void, and with the elder battling on the ground. The Wuhuan Temple had dispatched 12 titled Douluos for this encounter, a privilege that even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had not received. Tang San's gaze remained fixed on the woman standing solemnly in the air, his eyes filled with crimson veins. She was the one who had dealt a fatal blow to his father, and despite her stunning beauty, all he could think of was to obliterate her. At that moment, Zhao Qian, standing beside Tang Xiao, spoke with a mocking tone. The sect master must decide swiftly, for if you delay any longer, should the one above take action, the Hao-Tian sect may well find itself a relic of history today. His flippant tone dripped with sarcasm, but all the members of the Hao-Tian sect fell into a heavy silence. Tang Xiao's expression grew grave as he regarded Bibi Dong in the distance, an unmistakable wariness in his eyes. How will you take us away? Hearing this, Zhao Qian's smile widened. Originally, the entire sect could be accommodated, but I did not anticipate the Wuhuan Temple's swift actions. Now, I can only take 10 individuals. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Xiao's gaze shifted sharply towards Dai Mubai and the others behind Zhao Qian. His eyes turned icy, and an overwhelming pressure gripped Dai Mubai and the others by the throat. Tang, sect master, no, it wasn't us. We did not betray. At that moment, only the strongest among them, Dai Mubai, had the strength to plead for their innocence, while the others turned an ashen hue, revealing the sheer terror of Tang Xiao's power. Uncle, it absolutely was not Mubai or the others who leaked any information. We have been together for 5 years, and they are not capable of such treachery. Tang San immediately defended them, but what he received in return was Tang Xiao's bone-chilling gaze. If not for them, then who? Tang Xiao's eyes swiftly turned towards Zhao Qian. The oppressive force emanating from the pinnacle of the 97th level Douluo directed unreservedly at Zhao Qian. In response, Zhao Qian merely smiled indifferently, then unleashed a surge of soul power, engaging Tang Xiao in an evenly matched confrontation. Zhongzhu, my patience is finite. If your sect lacks sincerity, then forgive Zhao for not being able to cooperate with you. Observing the apparent discord below, Bibi Dong refrained from issuing an order to attack, out of disdain as a limit Douluo and respect for this once supreme sect. Meanwhile, the battle between Jin Douluo and the fifth elder of Hao-Tian sect had concluded. With a deafening crash, the fifth elder, disheveled and battered, appeared before Tang Xiao, his tattered garments riddled with numerous wounds, blood flowing profusely from them, and his eyes reflecting a deep despair as he gazed at Tang Xiao. Zhongzhu, is Hao-Tian sect truly destined to meet its end today? In stark contrast, Jean Edaw appeared relatively unscathed, his luxurious crocodile-patterned robe only slightly disordered, still brimming with vitality and combat prowess. A deep sigh escaped Tang Zhao's lips at this moment. The morale of Hao Yian's sect had plummeted to its lowest point. All the disciples of Hao Yian's sect silently gathered in the plaza, slowly approaching Tang Xiao and the others, gazing at the solemn figures in the sky. In their eyes, there was no despair, only an unwavering determination to face death. At this moment, they had fully integrated with their sect, willingly offering their lives for Hao Yian's sect. Just then, a resolute and valiant youth stepped out from the ranks of disciples, his eyes brimming with tears as he looked at Tang Xiao. "Father, today we vow to coexist or perish with Hao Yian's sect. Vow to coexist or perish with Hao Yian's sect. Vow to coexist or perish with Hao Yian's sect." Witnessing the powerful declaration below, the titled Dou of the Spirit Hall could not help but sigh, shaken by the indomitable spirit exuded by Hao Yian's sect. What a splendid sect! A sigh escaped from the lips of the demon slayer, Dou Shun Tuji. At this moment, all titled Daluo's gazes focused on Bibi Dong, who maintained an air of aloof detachment. Tang Xiao let out a long, anguished howl towards Bibi Dong in the sky. "Bibi Dong, we are willing to surrender. Can you spare us a path to survival?" This cry, seemingly fierce, concealed layers of humiliation and bitterness that all present could perceive. In response to Tang Zhao's concession, Bibi Dong spoke slowly. "Today, regardless of victory or defeat, we shall only speak of life and death." This seemingly casual remark instantaneously sealed the fate of all that was to follow. At that moment, under Bibi Dong's signal, a group of titled Douluo vanished into the vast void. Boom! The successive thunderous sounds echoed, intertwined with the desperate cries and bone-chilling screams of countless Hao Yian sect members. "Spear Hall, you scoundrels! I shall fight you to the end." The second and third elders, witnessing their disciples falling one after another before them, some even disintegrating into nothingness amidst the massacre, succumbed to unprecedented madness. Tang Xiao and the others were no different, their figures flashing as they confronted the titled Daluo of the Spirit Hall. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted in the void, with everyone blinded by rage. The titled Daluo of Hao Yian sect, facing the encirclement of several titled Daluo from Spirit Hall, decisively unleashed their sect's secret technique, the exploding rings. Instantly, 6 colossal Vajra hammers blotted out the sky, 9 soul rings shattering and merging into them, their terrifying aura resembling a catastrophic flood. The power of annihilation threatening to shatter this space. Chapter 163. Hostage faced with Hao Yian sect's desperate attack. The titled Law of Spirit Hall dared not show any signs of slackness, swiftly distancing themselves from their adversaries. At this moment, Bibi Dong, at the center of the storm, made her first move. Her soul power surged, enveloping her in a brilliant purple light, forming a dazzling purple sphere. At that moment, the aura emanating from her surpassed that of Tang Xiao and the others. The next second, the sphere shattered, revealing Bibi Dong clad in dark purple battle armor before everyone. The shadowy purple dimmed the very sky, with swirling black forming eerie and extraordinary demonic patterns exuding a profound aura of death. 12 Spider Emperor spears loomed ominously behind her. In this instant, she was no longer the dignified and graceful Pope of the Spirit Hall, but the grim reaper from the depths of hell, harvesting souls. At this moment, Tang Xiao gazed at Bibi Dong before him, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "I never expected you to reach this stage." The next second, 9 soul rings of purple, black, and crimson surged from beneath her feet, a configuration of soul rings beyond ordinary comprehension, once again shocking the audience. The Pope of Spirit Hall rarely revealed her true strength before others, yet now, amidst the siege of Hao Yian's sect, she finally showcased her might to the world. At this time, Tang San, standing on the ground, looked at Bibi Dong's terrifying soul ring configuration, his pupils constricting sharply, then glanced at Zhao Qian beside him. The latter wore a playful smile as he observed the exquisite woman in the sky, then uttered a somewhat cryptic phrase that left everyone puzzled. Have we truly reached this point? It seems our time is running short. We must hasten. Tang San and the others had grown numb to such vague remarks. Thus they turned their gaze back to the battlefield in the sky. At this moment, the over 800 disciples of Hao Yian's sect collectively looked up at the titled Daluo in the air, understanding that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of both factions, whether to unify the lands or return in defeat. Just then, Tang Xiao took the initiative. Mirroring Tang Hao's battle against Qian Dalu, Tang Zhao's left palm thrust forward, and a massive Haotian hammer hovering in his palm surged irresistibly towards Bibi Dong. A faint gray mist swirled around the hammer's surface, a trace of annihilation energy that could only arise from a profound mastery of the Dasumi hammer, embodying the nascent power of destruction capable of obliterating the heavens and earth. Upon witnessing this, Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, and a purple barrier unfurled beneath her feet. In an instant, the killing intent solidified into countless vengeful spirits, frantically swirling within the barrier, wielding their scythes against the incoming dark golden hammer, launching a fierce assault. Killing God Domain, Shura Hell. At this moment, the world dimmed as Bibi Dong and Tang Xiao simultaneously vanished into the darkness. The remaining elders of Haotian sect reacted in unison. Just like Tang Xiao, they activated their Haotian hammer, which encapsulated their entire strength, charging towards the tidal Daluo from the ground. This process appeared agonizingly slow, but to Zhao Qian and the other tidal Daluo, the moment the annihilative intent of the Haotian hammer locked onto them, they had no choice but to brace themselves. All below level 95, retreat immediately. At this moment, Jin E. Douluo spoke with a grave expression, advancing alone toward the second elder Tang Xian. With each step he took, his soul power surged, reaching its zenith as he stood face to face with the colossal dark golden Haotian hammer. A beastly roar erupted, and a brilliant golden light enveloped Jin E. Douluo, shaking the heavens with a deafening croak that echoed through the skies. In that instant, he transformed into a magnificent giant crocodile, radiating a luminous glow akin to that of a bright moon, his aura reaching its peak, even hinting at a strength that could surpass Tang Xiao. The eighth soul skill, Heavenly Crocodile Annihilation. Countless streams of light, resembling a torrential downpour of pearly raindrops, surged toward the Haotian hammer. In the face of this deadly assault, he, being a formidable level 98, chose to unleash his full might. A thunderous sound accompanied by an overwhelming shockwave instantaneously uprooted all vegetation atop the mountain. The already battered and weakened structures of the Haotian sect were reduced to mere fragments. Numerous groans echoed as the majority of the Haotian sect disciples were injured in the aftermath of this fierce battle, while only the Shrek group, shielded by Zhao Qian, remained unscathed. They watched the intense combat above with rapt attention. Despite being 1,000 meters off the ground, the energy fluctuations from such a battle were beyond what these junior soul masters could endure. At that moment, Zhao Qian turned his gaze toward the deep sky not far above, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. In the high altitude, several hundred meters away from the battlefield, the space trembled, and three figures materialized in the void. The instant they appeared, DaiYuan felt an overwhelming surge of soul power wash over him. Before he could react, Yuguan and Gue Mei erupted with their own soul power, shielding him behind them. "It seems we have arrived just in time," Yuguan remarked playfully, though his expression was notably serious. He exchanged a glance with Gue Mei, both recognizing the concern etched on each other's faces. As the elders of the Haotian sect fought desperately, the sheer number of their ranks was no longer the crux of the issue. Without soul power reaching the super Doa level, they risked perishing in this conflict, as the Haotian sect was determined to take some tidal Doa from the spear hall down with them. Quick-witted, DaiYuan discerned their apprehension and spoke up. "Elder Gue, you should join the fray. I can handle myself. That is out of the question. The Pope has given us strict orders to ensure your safety." "You cannot afford any misfortune," Yuguan interjected immediately, while Gue Mei remained silent, his gaze fixated on the fierce battle not far away, his feet unmoving. "You can see for yourselves that the Haotian sect is resolutely determined to drag us, titled Daluo, down with them. Your soul powers have both reached the super Doa level of 95. Your involvement could undoubtedly alleviate the situation. Tidal Daluo are invaluable assets to our spirit hall, and I cannot let them sacrifice themselves for my sake. Rest assured, I can take care of myself." With that, before Yuguan and Gue Mei could respond, DaiYuan darted downward towards the mountain. Observing this, the two could not help but sigh, then turned their attention to the battlefield, vanishing from sight in an instant. In a mere breath, they appeared amidst the group formed by the Stingray Daluo and the Serpent Spear Daluo. Upon their arrival, relief washed over the faces of those present. "If you had come any later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Ha ha ha, old man, it is not yet your time to die." In that moment, with the addition of these two super Daluo, the scales of victory began to shift gradually toward the spirit hall. Just then, a voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Cease fighting. DaiYuan is in my hands. Chapter 164. The choice as this declaration echoed. The previously darkened space revealed Bibi Dong stepping forward. Accompanying her was Tang Xiao, whose serious demeanor concealed a hint of ease. Bibi Dong's gaze fell below, observing her beloved disciple standing silently beside a middle-aged man wearing a broad smile. In an instant, her eyes turned as cold as winter's frost. At this moment, Tang Xiao signaled the elders of the Haotian sect to halt their use of the explosive rings. Since the battle had not lasted long, the intensity of the explosive rings had not yet reached a life-threatening level. Though the soul rings fused into the Haotian hammer required careful nurturing. While their strength was significantly diminished in the short term, they had managed to preserve their lives. The titled law of the Spirit Hall also ceased their assault, gathering around Bibi Dong as they glared at Zhao Qian, whose smile seemed to ignite their fury. "How are your injuries?" Tang Xiao inquired with concern as he approached the elders. "No serious harm. Rest assured, Sect Master. A few days of nurturing will suffice." Although the elders appeared somewhat fatigued, Tang Xiao had a general assessment of their condition. His own injuries were substantial. The cost of using the explosive rings was not easily borne, even by him. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, it was Mr. Zhao who saved us? Otherwise, the Haotian sect would have been in grave peril today, the second elder remarked, glancing toward the formidable figures of the Spirit Hall. Then focusing on DaiYuan beside Zhao Qian. They were well aware of his identity. Yet what astonished them was that even as the situation tilted in favor of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong chose to call for a ceasefire at the first opportunity to protect this youth. It was evident how significant he was to her, Bibi Dong, or even to the entire Spirit Hall. Zhao Qian observed all of this, turning to the silent DaiYuan beside him, and smiled. "Ah, Dai young friend, we meet again. Your performance at the Holy Spirit Church left a deep impression on me. Thank you for your kind words, Elder Zhao. Elder Zhang Yuan has been quite eager to see you," DaiYuan responded, raising an eyebrow at the unexpected reaction, which diverged from his expectations. The undertones hinted at a peculiar nuance, prompting him to question whether this person was indeed the fiery-tempered second elder of the Holy Spirit Church. At this moment, silence enveloped the crowd. The disciples of the Haotian sect did not exhibit any semblance of joy. They understood that this standoff was merely temporary. Should Zhao Qian encounter any mishap, the battle could reignite at any moment. Bibi Dong, accompanied by a dozen titled Dao, descended gracefully from the sky, while the senior members of the Haotian sect also alighted slowly, both factions maintaining distance from Zhao Qian. At this juncture, Zhao Qian transformed from an unnoticed figure on the battlefield into the focal point of all attention, with gazes laden with anger, regret, and anticipation converging upon him. "Ha! I indeed guessed correctly, Your Highness the Pope. It appears this young lad beside me holds significant importance to you." Bibi Dong did not respond immediately, her gaze icy as she fixed her eyes on Zhao Qian, devoid of any anger, her indifferent expression akin to that of observing a corpse. Slap! Slap! The sound of two resounding slaps echoed as Yuguan and Gay Mei were sent flying by Bibi Dong's strikes, stirring up a storm of dust. Soon, the two emerged from the dust, kneeling before Bibi Dong with a thud, their knees touching the ground. "Subordinate, I have failed in my duty and could not protect the Holy Sun. Please, punish me, Your Holiness." Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at them, then slowly spoke. "You may discuss your shortcomings later." Her gaze then turned to Zhao Qian, inquiring, "What are your conditions?" "Ha! Is this the imperious Bibi Dong I once knew? How is it that she now stoops so low for a mere disciple?" At this moment, the fourth elder of Haotian sect sneered, instantly igniting the ire of the titled law from the Spirit Hall. Each of them simmered with suppressed fury, yet they felt helpless in the face of the current situation. Once Bibi Dong chose to negotiate with Zhao Qian, they understood that the opposing strength was certainly not inferior to their own. "Your Holiness, remember our grand enterprise. Sacrifices must sometimes be made," spoke the golden crocodile, Dao, beside Bibi Dong, his meaning unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong's eyes flickered. The golden crocodile's stance represented the will of the worship hall, or rather, the will of Dalu. With over half of the title Douluo present being affiliated with the worship hall, in the absence of Dalu, they would heed the golden crocodile, Douluo's commands. This statement led to a fissure within their ranks. Although they outwardly acted in unison, differing opinions began to surface regarding DaiYuan. DaiYuan silently observed, refraining from voicing any opinions. To this day, he harbored no regrets about his previous choices. He was not a selfish individual. In matters of great significance, he remained clear-headed. Colleagues, our duty is to ensure Dai Yuan's safety. Had it not been for his request, we would not be embroiled in this conflict. As per the command of the Pope, should we so easily abandon such a loyal and valiant individual? Yuan argued on Dai Yuan's behalf, causing those titled Dou who had begun to waver under the golden crocodile's influence to fall into deep contemplation. The arrival of Yu Guan and Gui Mei had directly swayed the tide of battle in their favor. Had it not been for their timely intervention, they would not have been able to stand here so effortlessly, and some might have already perished. It could be said that a significant portion of their survival was owed to Dai Yuan. At this juncture, Zhao Qian spoke. My demands are simple. Allow us to depart. That is impossible. Before Bibi Dong could respond, the golden crocodile Dou interjected, his intentions clear, to bring the Haotian sect to ruin today. Having just felt the power of the explosive rings, his resolve was unwavering. He would pay any price to see his plan through. Senior golden crocodile, that absolutely cannot be. What of Dai Yuan? He is the Holy Son. And what of that? For this day, our spirit hall has endured humiliation for a millennium. We are now within reach of our goal. If sacrificing him can secure the everlasting greatness of our spirit hall, I would even be willing to end his life myself. As his words fell, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from the golden crocodile, only to be suppressed by an even stronger force in the next moment. Golden crocodile, you have overstepped. Bibi Dong's pressure instantly overshadowed him, her disdain evident in her refusal to even glance at him. Your Holiness, remember your status and consider the greater good. Faced with this upstart nearly half a century his junior, the golden crocodile realized he could no longer subdue her. Nevertheless, he persisted in his stance. This opportunity was too precious to abandon. However, Bibi Dong's next words shattered his resolve. I will save Dai Yuan today, regardless of the lofty reasons you present from the worship hall. He is my disciple, and even Qin Dalu cannot impede me. Seeing Bibi Dong's steadfastness, the golden crocodile struggled for a long while, then sighed deeply, retreating a step to signal his decision. Ah, it seems you have reached a consensus, Zhao Qian remarked, his eyes narrowing into a crescent shape. Bibi Dong said nothing further. Instead, she flicked her finger, and a purple light flashed from her dark jade ring, revealing an ancient parchment before the onlookers. Without further ado, she dropped a drop of ink-green blood upon the parchment, which immediately bloomed into the pattern of the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. Dai Yuan's eyes flickered. He understood that his teacher was still concealing her dual martial soul. He suspected that she must have some ulterior motive for doing so. Perhaps even she could not fathom that outside of herself. Only one other person was aware of her possession of a dual martial soul. Noticing this, Zhao Qian's lips curled into a subtle smile. He flicked his right hand, causing a drop of blood imbued with a chilling aura to fall upon the parchment, forming the symbol of the Emerald Scorpion's martial soul. With both martial souls united, the parchment disintegrated into luminous specks in the air. The title Douluo from the Spirit Hall watched the fading lights with a collective sigh. Yet, even at the moment the pact was sealed, Zhao Qian showed no inclination of releasing them, leaving even the members of the Haotian sect perplexed. What do you mean by this? Bibi Dong's tone was exceptionally frigid, her temper flaring due to the other party's demeanor. No need to rush. I'm naturally cautious. Rest assured, I will indeed release the individuals. With a martial soul contract in place, I would never dare to breach it. Let's wait a moment longer. With that, he signaled to Tang Xiao, who understood and led a group of elders to his side. Mr. Zhao, what are your instructions? After everything that had transpired, whether Zhao Qian's motives were personal or for the Haotian sect, he had undoubtedly become a benefactor to them, given their similar strengths. Tang Xiao was willing to lower his stature. Zhao Qian smiled as he retrieved a piece of soul beast parchment from his spatial ring, extending it slowly towards Tang Xiao, his face beaming with joy. Now it is time for us to transact. Tang Xiao did not make an immediate decision. He regarded Zhao Qian, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Is Tang Chun truly still alive? Of course, he is now a member of our elder council, Zhao Qian replied. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xiao gently nodded, then a drop of blood fell from his fingertip onto the parchment, instantly forming the image of a dark golden hammer. The Haotian sect is willing to join the Holy Abyss Church, forming an alliance of mutual loyalty. An alliance of mutual loyalty. Zhao Qian observed as the martial soul oath shattered into countless twinkling fragments in the air, a secretive glimmer passing through his gaze. Bibi Dong silently watched this unfold, not uttering a word, while beside her, the golden crocodile mocked, "You will soon regret this decision." With that, he vanished, deeming his presence unnecessary now that the martial soul contract was signed. Remaining here held no significance. DaiYuan exchanged glances with Bibi Dong, his eyes flickering with uncertainty, while Bibi Dong remained as tranquil as a still pond, unperturbed. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's resolute decision and her struggle against Jin Idolo, a profound sense of emotion stirred within him. Words eluded him. All sentiments were conveyed through their shared gaze. As Jin Idolo departed, the multitude of titled Douluos from the Gongfeng Temple followed in his wake, leaving fewer than 10 behind at the Spear Hall. At that moment, Zhao Qian turned to Bibi Dong with a smile, remarking that the esteemed Pope must enhance internal cohesion. "I shall give Mr. Zhao's suggestion due consideration. Now that the contract is signed, may I release DaiYuan?" Zhao Qian responded, "Not so hasty." As his words faded, Zhao Qian retrieved a small orb from his spatial ring, its ancient bronze surface intricately etched with star patterns. Subsequently, an immense surge of soul power enveloped him. A resonant, ethereal sound reverberated throughout the venue, penetrating the hearts of all present, including Bibi Dong, who felt a tremor within. Meanwhile, DaiYuan, positioned beside Zhao Qian, gazed apprehensively at the ascending metal orb, which soon transformed into a brilliant golden point of light, momentarily blinding everyone. Once clarity returned, they beheld an imposing formation enveloping the entire mountaintop. At that instant, a familiar voice resonated within Zhao Qian's mind, announcing the successful completion of his sign-in task, bestowing upon him the Taoist technique, Ichi Hua San Qing. Host, DaiYuan Age, 14 Martial Soul, Sacred Beast White Tiger. Sacred Beast Vermilion Bird Soul Power Level, Level 43 Mental Power Level, Ling Yuan Realm, 10500, Soul Rings, Black, Light Moon Magic Tiger, Black, Dark Demon Tiger, Black, Primordial Light Tiger, Red, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring, Soul Bones, Wisdom Skull of Mental Condensation, Right Palm Bone of Light Moon Magic Tiger, Left Palm Bone of Dark Demon Tiger, Facial Bone of Primordial Light Tiger Skills, Xin Tiangong, Sacred Emperor's Heavy Eyes, 9 Secret Characters Technique, 9 Secret Characters of the Seer, Shan Hai Jing Sword Art, Chaotic Divine Grind Visualization, Sacred Emperor's Sky Split Wave, Sacred Emperor's Tear of Heaven, Sacred Emperor's Shadowless Escape, Sacred Emperor's Demonic Flame, Sacred Emperor's War God Transformation, Soul Bone and Soul Ring abilities bound for release. Ichi Hua San Qing Physique, Sacred Emperor's Indestructible Body Items, Named Sword, Sacred Light Merit Points, 3,000 in an instant. Information regarding Ichi Hua San Qing flooded DaiYuan's mind. This technique, one of the highest Taoist arts, allows the practitioner to entirely separate a doppelganger from their essence, with a maximum of 3 such manifestations. The doppelganger mirrors the original, upon receiving a fatal blow or at the behest of the main body. Its essence returns to the original, which maintains absolute control over it. Should the original perish, its consciousness automatically transfers to one of the doppelgangers. Each separation grants both the original and the doppelganger a chance for random teleportation. Delighted by this newfound knowledge, DaiYuan was suddenly engulfed in an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 166, City of Slaughter. A blinding light swept past, rendering the scene before DaiYuan hazy. Vaguely, he perceived a purple light striking him. When his vision cleared, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. Above him, crimson clouds churned ominously while the acrid scent of blood flooded his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Shortly thereafter, the sound of retching filled his ears, only to be eclipsed by a piercing scream. Following the sound, DaiYuan saw Zhao Qian sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony as bursts of white light erupted from his form, akin to a great hand incessantly plundering him. Just then, the martial soul emblem of the Bai Huang scorpion ascended from his back, and the previously dissipated contract re-emerged before him, morphing into several arrows that struck the martial soul emblem. In an instant, a shattering sound resonated, and the martial soul emblem fragmented, dispersing into chilling points of light. How ruthless the master of this realm is! The soul power of this body, at level 97, has vanished in an instant. Is this the price for violating the martial soul contract? Zhao Qian staggered to his feet, stripped of his earlier composure. The separation of his martial soul and soul power by an unseen force had rendered him akin to a withered elder, a candle flickering in the wind. Is this truly the cost of breaching the martial soul contract? Why must he resort to such measures? Would it not have sufficed to simply release him? The crowd murmured in confusion, unable to comprehend Zhao Qian's motives. DaiYuan remained silent, his unease intensifying. Master Tang, how fares the land? Zhaoqian Apotectang Xiao. His complexion pale and gaunt, as if he were merely a husk. Tang Xiao remained silent, having recognized the place upon arrival. Only one location on the continent exuded such a potent aura of malevolence, the city of slaughter. The other elders, too, understood where they were, their gazes drifting towards the towering black structures exuding a thick, sanguine atmosphere, leaving them momentarily dazed. The massive red doors creaked open, revealing a procession of masked figures clad in crimson robes. Each bore a unique, eerie insignia upon their countenance. "Ha ha, Emoli, how disheveled you appear," much like a creature crawling on the ground. As this group approached, Tang Xiao and the others instinctively braced themselves, repulsed by the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the masked figures. "Look, Camus, see what I brought back. You pampered insects are nothing but useless burdens to our master." The masked figures, unfazed by the insult, turned their attention to Tang Xiao and his companions, their tone mocking. "Well, this batch is quite commendable, far superior to the last collection of lowly creatures." Feeling reduced to mere commodities under such scrutiny, the proud elder of the Haoyan clan could hardly contain his rage, ready to unleash his soul power to obliterate his adversaries. However, to his astonishment, he found his formidable title Daluo's soul power utterly immobilized. At that moment, Zhao Qian's voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Do not waste your efforts. This is the city of slaughter. You should be well aware of its nature." The group turned their gazes towards Tang Xiao, who now regarded Zhao Qian with a grave expression, his earlier composure replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Indeed, from the moment he recognized this place, his heart sank. Seeing DaiYuan still among them only solidified his resolve. He had never anticipated that their enemy's stronghold would be situated in this elusive city of slaughter. Instantly, some mysteries unraveled within him, yet further enigmas began to emerge. All remained silent, their eyes filled with trepidation as they regarded the blood-cloaked figures before them. The masked figures scanned the assembly before advancing toward Tang San. "Emoli, is this the individual you spoke of, one possessing dual martial souls? Truly an exquisite vessel. It seems our plan shall proceed apace. It remains uncertain whether the sovereign is satisfied with this container. This marks the 56th attempt, and should this one fail, we shall surely face dire consequences. He is not the candidate I deem suitable. I have brought forth a far superior choice." "Oh, is there something better than a dual martial soul? Could it possibly be a triad martial soul? I see. Baoqing, you have lingered too long in your 6th level. Your mind appears to be dulled." With that, he extended his hand, summoning DaiYuan to his side. "Behold, this is the grand offering I present to our sovereign. I assure you, he will undoubtedly aid in breaking through any constraints." Zhao Qian's words instantly captivated the interest of the blood-clad, masked individuals who gathered around him to scrutinize DaiYuan. Before long, one masked figure rebuked, "Emoli, are you attempting to deceive us? I perceive no extraordinary aura emanating from this youth." Zhao Qian interjected with a chuckle. "Open your eyes and observe closely." With that, he illuminated his index finger with a dim glow and pressed it against DaiYuan's Tianling Shui. In an instant, DaiYuan trembled, and the emblem of the sacred beast white tiger martial soul manifested upon his back. The pale holy light, imbued with an unprecedented terrifying pressure, caused the entire assembly of blood-clad figures to shudder. This is the Holy Emperor. Yet, this was only the beginning. Next, a crimson light flickered, prompting even Zhao Qian to raise an eyebrow, a euphoric expression gracing his face. In a blink, the surrounding space erupted into a blazing inferno, and a melodious phoenix cry resonated in the air as the sacred beast, Zhu Ke martial soul, emerged behind him. With a surge of soul energy, 4 soul rings, 3 black and 1 red, rose from beneath his feet, their formidable power rivaling that of the Soul Emperor. All were astonished, particularly Tang San, who gazed in disbelief at the 4 soul rings surrounding DaiYuan, unable to reconcile this reality with his understanding. "May the heavens bless Sheng Yuan. May the sovereign be exalted. Our rise is imminent." Chapter 167. The container DaiYuan was taken aback, unable to fathom how a mere touch could unleash his full potential. Was this truly Zhao Qian, the one stripped of his cultivation and martial soul by the forces of the realm? In the city of slaughter, Sheng Yuan sect. The 6th level, could it be that they are? At that moment, a thought flickered in his mind, and he began to suspect their identities. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ears, announcing, "Sign in task activated. Location, 3rd level of the Abyssal Realm, with a 1-month deadline." Important note, the 3rd level, ruled by the Flame Emperor, suppresses other elemental powers. It is advised to exercise caution when utilizing martial soul powers here. As the voice faded, a buzzing sound filled his mind, and darkness enveloped him. After an indeterminate period, DaiYuan awakened, attempting to move his limbs, only to discover they were bound by 4 unyielding iron chains. He exerted all his strength to break free, but his efforts proved futile. The chains emitted a cacophony of mocking howls, and just then, the door before him slowly creaked open. Peering through, DaiYuan was shocked to find that the visitor was not Zhao Qian, but rather a familiar figure, Tang San. Clad in a flowing white robe, adorned with a vividly red giant python, he bore a calm and composed smile, as if nothing could disturb his serenity. As Tang San approached, DaiYuan's astonishment gradually faded, replaced by a sense of composure. "Can you tell me, are you currently Tang San or someone else?" Tang San paused at this question, then erupted into laughter, shaking his head. "DaiYuan, you truly opened my eyes. My choice was indeed correct." Recognizing the voice, DaiYuan quickly deduced the identity of the speaker and inquired, "Zhao Qian, is Tang San still alive?" "Well, one might say he is not dead yet, but his fate is precarious." At this moment, Tang San stood before DaiYuan, gazing at the tranquil youth, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes as he circled him like an art connoisseur admiring a rare gem. During this time, DaiYuan continued to question, "Who are you truly?" "Ha! We are not beings of this continent. We hail from the Abyssal Realm, unlike your Douluo realm, where our existence is not based on flesh and blood. Our forms are energy entities, and thus, to evade the punishment of the realm's master upon our descent into the Douluo realm, we seek vessels to inhabit." Lv.20 his assumptions aligning with the explanation provided, allowing the speaker to continue unhindered. "Our realm comprises 108 levels, each governed by an emperor, and I am the ruler of the 2nd level of the abyss." With this revelation, DaiYuan's body trembled. He finally grasped the true identity of his interlocutor. Lv.20, a being of demigod caliber, second only to the abyssal sovereign. "Why have you come to Douluo Continent? What are your intentions?" Upon hearing this, Li halted, studying the composed youth before him, then chuckled lightly. "You are astute. Having encountered matters beyond the common grasp, you should be able to deduce the answer." His vague words plunged DaiYuan into contemplation, his gaze dropping to the ground before he suddenly looked up, a mixture of astonishment and curiosity in his eyes. "To attain divinity? Indeed, you are worthy of being the inheritor of the god of destruction. It is no surprise you reached this conclusion so swiftly. Are you not concerned that your actions might attract the attention of the divine realm? How can you guarantee they will not eliminate you as the master of the Douluo realm sought to do? Such matters need not trouble you. I have shared enough. The reason I have lingered here is to see you become the vessel for our sovereign." No sooner had he spoken than the colossal dragon depicted upon the dome of the hall sprang to life, its massive form undulating as the ceiling gradually opened, allowing a radiant light to flood into the chamber. "We welcome our sovereign." Li knelt on one knee, humbly revering the source of the light, which emitted a voice of indeterminate gender. "Li, you have done well." At that moment, a figure began to emerge from the light, possessing a human form, yet lacking any distinctly human features. Daiyan gazed in astonishment as the figure approached him, and beneath him a white light flared, revealing an intricate formation that radiated an ancient and mysterious aura. DaiYuan was astonished to find he could not control his body, apart from his thoughts. He was rendered entirely immobile. A soft sigh escaped his lips as a clear light enveloped him, and once again, all fell into an abyss of darkness. In the midst of chaos, he seemed to traverse the vast river of time and space, akin to a solitary boat adrift in its currents. After a considerable duration, a voice reached his ears, akin to a beam of light piercing through the boundless tumult. He grasped towards that light with fervor. "Grandfather, he has awakened! He has awakened!" The voice echoed beside him as DaiYuan gradually opened his eyes, the surrounding scene slowly sharpening into focus. He beheld a petite and charming girl peering at him from the edge of the bed. The girl's excited call summoned an elderly man. After observing DaiYuan for a moment, approached the bedside. "Young man, who are you, and from where do you hail?" The elder queried, presenting 2 questions in succession. DaiYuan paused for a moment before responding. Greetings, sir. My name is Dai Yuan. It seems I'm experiencing some memory issues, aside from my name. I cannot recall any past events at the moment. This response adeptly sidestepped all subsequent inquiries from the elder, serving as the most suitable answer for someone in his unfamiliar situation. The elder nodded subtly, then smiled. No need to worry. You may stay here for the time being. Take your time. Let's have a meal first. With that, he rose and approached the girl, affectionately ruffling her hair. Come along, Jinger. Today, grandfather has prepared your favorite braised tianwu beef. Really? I want to eat. The grandfather and granddaughter laughed heartily as they made their way out, while Dai Yuan observed quietly. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Check-in location reached. Check-in time, half an hour. Chapter 168. Hung Yu Jing. The lunch was harmonious. The simple dishes were remarkably delicious. Dai Yuan had initially assumed that life in the abyssal realm would differ fundamentally from that in the Douluo realm. However, upon experiencing it, he found that, at least in terms of lifestyle, the 2 realms bore striking similarities. Through this meal, the 3 of them became better acquainted. The elder was named Chu Tianji, and his granddaughter, who followed him, was called Chu Ruowei. The little girl, with her pigtails, was incredibly endearing, her large, spirited eyes resembling those of a fawn in the forest, pure and captivating. After the meal, Dai Yuan accompanied the grandfather and granddaughter to the mountains to tend to the livestock. The sky here did not possess the same azure hue as in Douluo. Instead, it displayed a hint of pink, reminiscent of the blush on a young maiden's cheeks, graceful and enchanting. A gentle breeze caressed the grains in the terraced fields, releasing a faint fragrance under the warm sunlight. Chu Tianji rode a docile yellow cow, leisurely playing a short flute, while Chu Ruowei frolicked around them in the fields, occasionally darting into the grass to catch fluttering butterflies. Despite her face being covered in grass fragments, her smile never wavered, as if joy eternally resided within her. As Dai Yuan absorbed the sights and sound around him, a tinge of melancholy arose in his heart. Reflecting on his time since arriving in Douluo, he realized he had been preoccupied with enhancing his strength and navigating complex relationships. Although he occasionally found moments of leisure, his heart remained in a state of tension. He had long forgotten the tranquility of genuinely appreciating the beauty of nature. In this instant, a refreshing sensation surged within him, as if something profound was on the verge of emerging. Ding! Check-in task completed. Check-in reward. Dian. Dai Yuan felt a wave of warmth enveloping him, and in that moment, he sensed a faint white flame emanating beside the primordial spirit in his sea of consciousness. The flame appeared for but an instant before diving into the center of his spirit, transforming into a white duck. DaiYuan was a celestial fire that evolved from the primordial chaos, embodying both creation and destruction, born from a thought, extinguished by a thought. Information regarding DaiYuan flooded his mind, and after a brief contemplation, he confirmed that this was indeed the revered king of all fires, Tua Shigu Di. From the Dopa realm. System, display my information panel. Host, Dai Yuan. Age, 14. Martial soul, Sacred Beast White Tiger. Sacred Beast Vermilion Bird Soul Power Level, 53rd, Sacred Beast White Tiger. 43rd, Sacred Beast Vermilion Bird. Mental Power Level, Lingyuan Realm, 20500, 10,500. Soul Rings, Black, Guangyu Mo, Black, and Mo Sha Hu, Black. Hunyuan Guanghu, Red, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring. Soul Bones, Wisdom Cranium of Mental Condensation. Guangyu Mo, Hu right arm bone. And Mo Sha Hu left arm bone. Hunyuan Guang Hu facial bone skills. Xintian Gong, Sacred Emperor's Heavy Eye, 9 secret line techniques, 9 secret characters techniques. Shanhai Jing Sword techniques, Chaos Divine, Grinding Visualization. Sacred Emperor's Rending Wave, Sacred Emperor's Tear of Heaven. Sacred Emperor's Shadowless Escape. Sacred Emperor's Demonic Flame. Sacred Emperor's War, God Transformation. Soul Bone and Soul Ring skills bound for release. 1 Chi transforming 3 purities to meet usage conditions. Physique, Sacred Emperor's Indestructible Body Weapon. Famous Sword Sacred Light Exotic Fire. Dien, Yellow Grade Low Quality. Merit Value, 3,500 upon witnessing the sudden elevation of his soul power by 10 levels. Along with a substantial increase of 10,000 points in mental power, Dai Yuan could not help but widen his eyes. He then directed his gaze towards the newly emerged data and, after a moment of reflection, came to terms with the changes. His main body and avatar had undergone separation through the 1 Chi transforming 3 purities technique. He surmised that the abyssal holy monarch had likely utilized his abyssal power to convert it into soul power, thereby forcefully enhancing his cultivation by 10 levels within a mere day. Such a rapid advancement was indeed astonishing to Dai Yuan. At this rate, within a month, his main body's cultivation would likely ascend directly to title Douluo. The abyssal holy monarch was indeed formidable. Suddenly, a smile crept upon Dai Yuan's lips as a plan began to take shape in his mind. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his consciousness once more. Friendly reminder. Due to the host's main consciousness residing within the avatar, all skills related to the main body's martial soul cannot be utilized. The system is now reassigning an information panel based on the avatar's current condition. Please choose whether to switch. Switch. At the moment the command was issued, the original white-golden panels gradually transformed into light points that dissipated into the air, and soon, a crimson-golden panel appeared before him. Host, Dai Yuan, Avatar, Age, 14 Martial Soul, Sacred Beast for Million Bird Soul Power Level, 43rd Mental Power Level, 10,500 Soul Rings, none Soul Bones, none Skills, 9 Secret Line Techniques, 9 Secret Characters Techniques, Shanhai Jing Sword Techniques, Zhen Tian, Ding Hai, Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Usage conditions not met. Physique. Mortal body weapon. Famous sword Sacred Light Exotic Fire. DN. Yellow grade low quality. Merit value. 3,500 as Dai Yuan observed the significant reduction in his previous data. A sense of disillusionment washed over him, akin to a return to a state of liberation lost overnight. Yet, soon, a surge of exhilaration filled his heart. Although he had inherited a certain foundation from his main body, many aspects have been reset, greatly enhancing the malleability of his avatar. He believed that within this realm, opportunities would abound that rivaled those in the Douluo realm. After all, during the Dousan events, despite the abyssal realm's overwhelming advantages, it ultimately fell to the formidable Tang Wulin, and the entire realm became a source of nourishment for the Douluo realm's ascension to higher domains. However, such matters were beyond Dai Yuan's concern. He was not a benevolent savior. Rather, he preferred to let the conflicts between realms unfold naturally. His sole objective remained unchanged, to restore order within the divine realm and achieve a relative balance among various powers. At this moment, the voice of the system resonated once more in his mind. The host currently lacks a primary cultivation method, and if this continues, it will jeopardize your foundation and hinder your ascent to the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuan could not help but laugh heartily toward the heavens. Ah, system, your elaborate machinations to intimidate me are merely an attempt to coax me into drawing lots. Why not be straightforward about it? Must you be so circuitous? The system fell into a brief silence before replying. The cooperation between the system and the host should be based on mutual benefit. Only thus can our partnership endure. Oh, it appears I possess something you desire as well. Pray tell, what do you intend to do with these merit points? Realizing that it had inadvertently revealed some transcendent information to Dai Yuan, the system chose to remain silent. After a moment of stalemate, Dai Yuan decided to extend a courtesy. System, I wish to conduct a golden lottery. This time, the system responded promptly, and a golden wheel manifested before him. With a thought, the wheel spun rapidly, and soon, a point of crimson gold shot forth from it, piercing into Dai Yuan's body. Ha, splendid. You even procured the Hung Yu Jing for me. Chapter 169. An unexpected turn of events. The Hung Yu Jing is an imperial scripture established by the great Emperor Hung Yu of the Zhetian dimension, renowned for its unparalleled mastery of the fire path. It was indeed this scripture's 4 extreme chapters that Yi Fan cultivated during his breakthrough to the 4 extremes realm. It can be said that his achievement of the Heavenly Emperor's fruit position owes much to this Hung Yu Jing. A torrent of information flooded into Dai Yuan's mind. Cultivation methods, secret arts, and divine manifestations whirled like a revolving lantern in his consciousness. As he absorbed the profound antiquity emanating from this imperial scripture, Dai Yuan was astounded by its intricate mysteries. Sign-in task released. Sign-in location, Yangong. Time limit, 1 year. At this moment, the elder's voice echoed in his ears. Young man, you lied just now in the room. As soon as the words left the elder's lips, Dai Yuan trembled, his pupils contracting as he gazed at Chu Tianji. At this moment, the expansive terraced fields contained only the 2 of them. While Chu Ruo Wei played joyfully nearby with a kitten, her laughter ringing out intermittently. The elder's old cow grazed leisurely, basked in the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. What do you mean? At this point, he had quietly begun to mobilize his movement technique. As long as the opponent's strength did not exceed the level of a super Douluo, he was confident in his ability to escape. However, after he spoke, the elder merely smiled gently and gazed into the distant sky. I do not concern myself with your purpose for being here, since there is no longer any grave danger. This place is no longer suitable for you. The elder's tone was remarkably calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. His eyes relentlessly following the drifting white clouds on the horizon, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. DaiYuan chose not to inquire further. He understood that it was time for him to depart. After dinner, DaiYuan played for a while with Chu Ruowei. By the end of the day, their relationship had grown quite familiar. DaiYuan's gentle and patient demeanor allowed the little girl to express her vivacity freely, with laughter echoing in the courtyard until the ancient moon hung high. Exhausted from play, Chu Ruowei finally settled down, watching her peacefully asleep on the bed. DaiYuan affectionately stroked her delicate little face. Observing the girl's adorable sleeping expression, a gentle smile unconsciously crept across his lips. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon seeing Chu Ruowei for the first time, a feeling he had never experienced before, evoking both confusion and a peculiar sensation within him. Sweet little one, it seems our bond is quite profound. After murmuring to himself, DaiYuan slowly rose, tiptoeing out of the room. Upon exiting, he noticed Chu Tianji standing quietly in the courtyard, gazing at the solitary moon high in the sky. His tall and slender figure radiated an unfathomable majesty. DaiYuan approached him and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your life-saving grace, sir. Should you ever require assistance, DaiYuan will do his utmost. Do you have any plans for your departure? To wander the world and broaden my horizons. Chu Tianji nodded slightly in response, then slowly flicked his right index finger. A golden light flickered at his fingertip, and with a gesture, the light swiftly entered between DaiYuan's brows. He instinctively attempted to mobilize his spiritual defense, but upon receiving the golden light, he comprehended the elder's intent. If you find yourself without a destination, consider this place. Inside lies my divine consciousness token. Seek out one called Hua Qian Miao, and she will handle the subsequent arrangements. You are not a creature of shallow waters. Expelling you from my presence now is beneficial for both you and Ruowei. Thank you for your arrangements, sir. I will forever remember this kindness. DaiYuan did not refuse. He bowed his head and accepted the elder's plans. Without looking back, he strode toward the courtyard's exit. After gently closing the fence gate, he turned back to gesture at Chu Tianji before departing. As DaiYuan's figure disappeared around the corner, Chu Tianji sighed softly. What is destined must come to pass. After 100,000 years, the one foretold by Pu Xingzi has finally appeared. The path down the mountain was unimpeded. Breathing in the refreshing air of the forest, each inhale and exhale felt as though a mysterious force was cleansing his physical form. At this moment, the impurities within his mortal body began to waft away as smoke through his pores, a transformation that astonished him. He then noticed a thick mist ahead and, after a brief pause, resolutely stepped into it. Time seemed to blur as he walked. Eventually, he felt a lightness enveloping him, an indescribable comfort extending from his toes to the crown of his head. Unable to resist, DaiYuan let out a long sigh. The mist soon dissipated, revealing a village faintly visible in the distance. As DaiYuan emerged from the fog and glanced back, he froze in place at the moment he turned. The mist had vanished, and the once towering mountains had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an endless plain. It seems I have ventured into an extraordinary realm. At that moment, cries for help echoed in his ears. Help! No, please! Mother! Mother! So! The mournful cries mingled with heart-wrenching wails, causing DaiYuan to furrow his brow. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, disappearing from his spot. Within the village, soldiers clad in uniform cloth armor swarmed. In every household's windows and doors lay shattered. Inside, the cries of children, the heart-rending pleas of women, and the furious roars of men filled the air. Help! At that moment, a man burst forth from one of the doors. Perhaps in his haste, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Just then, a soldier wielding a long knife emerged from the room, his expression menacing. The man rushed forward, clinging to the soldier's leather boot, pleading desperately, Sir, please spare my life. Offering your life for the Flame Emperor is your honor. With that, the soldier drove his knife straight through the man's back. A muffled groan escaped as the man relinquished his grip on the boot. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted from the man, and the next moment, He shattered into fragments of light that surged toward the soldier. Alas, too weak. Killing enemies on the battlefield is much more rewarding. Ha ha ha. Are we here to kill today? We are here for fun. At this moment, another male voice echoed from the adjacent room, followed by a piercing female scream. No, please. Little vixen, let me enjoy myself. And after I'm done, I will grant you a swift end. A chilling cry shattered the stillness, but soon fell silent. Noticing the persistent absence of sound from within, the soldier at the door furrowed his brow. Li Guang, are you not finished yet? The person is already dead. What are you waiting for, Li Guang? Li Guang, with no response from within, the soldier, filled with curiosity, stepped through the door. There, in the dimly lit room, he beheld a trembling young woman cowering in the corner, while an unfamiliar man stood before her. Chapter 170. The Eternal Body, who are you? The soldier demanded, his voice booming. Unfazed, DaiYuan calmly turned to face the soldier, his expression serene. In an instant, he moved his right foot and vanished from sight. In a flash, a red light streaked through the void, followed by a brilliant scarlet flame that arced gracefully across the air. A muffled groan escaped the soldier's lips as he looked down in disbelief at his chest, where a fist-sized hole had been pierced, vivid flames licking at the edges of his wound. He slowly raised his head, about to utter something, but suddenly, his body stiffened and shattered into motes of light that surged towards DaiYuan. The system detected the host absorbing abyssal energy, converting it into soul power. Now, at level 4373, feeling the surge of soul power, a smile crept across DaiYuan's lips. He had not anticipated such efficacy from the abyssal energy. Excitedly, he licked his lips, gazing out the window at the soldiers who continued their slaughter, his eyes sharp as he eyed his living prey. With a single step, he vanished into the vast night. In a mere quarter of an hour, the once boisterous village fell into an eerie silence. All the villagers emerged, watching DaiYuan's departing figure, bowing deeply in admiration for the valiant youth. Soon, he entered a dense forest, invigorated by the increase in his soul power. Yet another question arose in his mind. System, are there soul beasts in the abyssal realm? No. Then what am I to do? I cannot rely solely on brute force with soul power. The host still possesses the holy blade of light, which can be mastered to the pinnacle through the Shanhai Jing sword techniques, capable of annihilating gods and slaying immortals with a single strike. The host also has access to the Xing techniques, alongside the chaotic-divine refinement visualization method, which includes spiritual offensive skills. All right, forget I mentioned it. However, the system's observations were not unfounded. DaiYuan realized that he had been heavily reliant on his martial soul and soul skills. He had scarcely utilized the Shanhai Jing sword techniques, and the chaotic divine refinement visualization was merely for cultivating his mental strength. He resolved to invest more effort into these areas. Of course, the host would still require soul skills and could use merit points to draw from the Divine Soul Ring lottery. A golden draw would grant divine rings. So do not miss this opportunity. DaiYuan could not help but sigh, then chuckled in disbelief. System, let us conduct a lottery. All right. In a flash, DaiYuan found himself in the golden lottery realm, observing the 5,000 merit points hovering in the upper right corner, and nodded gently. For consecutive draws, the wheel spun rapidly, and soon, 4 points of golden light erupted, transforming into 4 transparent rings that floated before DaiYuan, enveloped in a faint gray aura, mysterious and profound. A gentle reminder. The host is currently a mortal body and lacks divine power. Using the divine soul, rings may not meet the host's expectations. Upon hearing this, a troubled expression crossed DaiYuan's face. He took a deep breath and spoke as gently as possible. Am I to draw again? The yellow level lottery will only yield imperial level physiques. It is advisable for the host to use diamond level draws to obtain saint level physiques. How many merit points for a diamond draw? 10. 0, 0, 0. Then what use is it to suggest a draw? The system merely offered a suggestion. It was the host who insisted on drawing. Struck dumb by the system's cold, emotionless response, DaiYuan found himself rooted in place, consumed by impotent rage. A mute eating bitter herbs. There's no one to share my grievances with. A gentle reminder. Items drawn will expire if not used within 24 hours. If prolonged preservation is desired, it will cost 10 merit points per day, honest and economical. Fine, an imperial level physique will suffice. As for rent, you can forget it. With that, he thought of the last 1,000 merit points, which instantly vanished, and the wheel began to spin again. Moments later, a crimson light darted towards DaiYuan, merging into his body. In that instant, he felt as if engulfed in flames, the searing heat refining every cell within him, immense pain tearing at his frail nerves. Sweat drenched him as he collapsed to the ground, pounding the earth in agony. Each blow resonated, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. Scarlet flames erupted from Dai Yuan's body, radiating terrifying heat, incinerating all in contact, turning flowers and leaves to black dust that fell silently. Time passed, and Dai Yuan slowly regained consciousness. He found himself utterly bare. The forest around him had vanished, leaving only a desolate, barren land. Rising from the ground, he channeled his soul power, and a faint red glow enveloped his body, the intense heat igniting waves of air around him. System, display my data panel. Host, Dai Yuan, clone, age, 14 martial soul, sacred beast Zhuke, soul power level, 47 mental power level, 10, 500 soul rings, none soul bones, none skills, Heng Yu Jing, 9 secret character techniques, 9 secret techniques, Shanhai Jing sword techniques, Jin Tian, Ding Hai, chaotic divine refinement visualization, 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities, conditions not met, eternal true seal sphere, eternal undying hand, daylight glazed fist physique, eternal undying body weapon, holy blade of light extra flame, imperial flame, yellow level inferior, merit points, 0 eternal undying body. Is this not Mu Chen's original Fa Sun? Indeed, this is the original Fa Sun of Mu Chen, one of the rulers of the vast realms. Comparable in strength to the host's previous small achievement in the archaic sacred body. What level is the Saint Emperor's undying body? Above imperial, below saint. The Saint Emperor's undying body was formed from the fusion of the host's small achievement in the archaic sacred body with the Saint Emperor bloodline. Thus its strength is slightly inferior to that of the saint level. Dai Yuan nodded gently, having gained a preliminary understanding of the system's classification of physiques. Who would have thought that an imperial level draw could yield the eternal undying body? Now I can use the divine soul rings. At this moment, he disregarded his vulnerable state and sought a secluded and tranquil environment to assess the longevity of the soul rings he could bear with the eternal undying body. His gaze fell upon the distant undulating mountains, and with a flicker, he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the now silent village, all surviving villagers gathered at the village's edge, trembling as they watched a graceful figure clad in fitted battle armor standing not far away, her elegant form on full display. Tell me, where did he go? I might consider sparing you. Chapter 171, Re-entering the Abyss. The woman's voice was remarkably calm, yet the villagers' hearts were already fragile, like a candle flickering in the wind. The heinous deeds committed by the soldiers lingered painfully in their minds, with the echoes of agonized wails still ringing in their ears. Observing the silence among the crowd, the woman then waved her hand, and in that instant, a flash of purple light streaked across the air. The heart-rending cries erupted instantaneously as a villager's chest ignited with a purplish-red flame. The flame spread rapidly from his chest to engulf his entire body, like a greedy serpent consuming him. The man's face contorted in agony. Writhing on the ground in a futile attempt to alleviate his suffering proved utterly in vain. Soon, he fell silent, consumed by the purple-red flames, which ultimately shattered into particles of light and flew toward the woman. The villagers stared in stunned disbelief at the unfolding horror, their bodies and minds teetering on the brink of collapse under the weight of fear. At that moment, a man slowly raised his hand amidst the crowd, pointing toward the path on the right side of the village entrance, exclaiming, "He went that way, into the dense forest. I saw it with my own eyes. I implore you, noble one, grant us a chance to live." As soon as the words left his lips, they were met with a chorus of affirmations. Soon, apart from a few villagers who remained silent, everyone else divulged information about Dai Yuan in a desperate bid to survive. The woman listened quietly, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from the spot. As the villagers witnessed her disappearance, a collective sigh of relief washed over them, yet they remained oblivious to the small flame igniting discreetly at the edges of their garments. Moments later, a series of anguished screams echoed through the skies, ensnared by the rising inferno. At this juncture, deep within the mountains, a terrifying energy surged forth like relentless ocean waves, occasionally accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder and fire. At this moment, within a cavern, roars erupted sporadically, reminiscent of ancient beasts from a primordial age, as this terrifying energy spread outward, causing the mountain walls to tremble. Soon, everything fell silent. Dai Yuan gradually rose from the ground, raising his arm as an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him, restoring his formidable power, now surpassing his previous capabilities. System, display my information panel. Host, Dai Yuan, Avatar, Age, 14 years Martial Soul. Holy Beast Zhuke, Soul Power Level. 57 Spirit Level. 12,500 Soul Rings. Red, Divine Gift Soul Ring. 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 Soul Bones. None Skills. Hung Yu Jing. 9 Secret Actions, 9 Secret Words. Shan Hai Jing Sword Techniques. Jintian, Ding Hai. Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization. 1 Qi Transforming 3 Purities. Conditions not yet met. Eternal True Seal Sphere. Eternal Undying Hand. Great Sun Glazed Fist. Scarlet Emperor's Divine Descent. First Soul Skill. Scarlet Emperor's Void Kill Formation. Second Soul Skill. Scarlet Emperor's Ashen Sky Charge. Third Soul Skill. Scarlet Emperor's Nightfall. Fourth Soul Skill. Constitution. Eternal Undying Body Weapon. Named Blade Holy Light Merit Points. 0. The Eternal Undying Body has indeed lived up to my expectations. With the first Soul Ring possessing a lifespan of 120,000 years, the second Soul Ring 180,000 years, the third Soul Ring 220,000 years, and the fourth Soul Ring 250,000 years. However, before he could revel in his success, a single line from the system plunged him into despair. Warm reminder. Strong fluctuations detected 500 meters from the host. At that moment, a voice whispered in Dai Yuan's ear. The aura of soul power. You're from the Douluo realm, aren't you? The voice struck him like a bolt from the blue, causing Dai Yuan to become instantly alert. He looked up to see a stunning figure hovering in the air, her eyes calm, even adorned with a condescending smile. She could see through the boy's strength at a glance, yet the powerful aura she sensed from afar had piqued her immense interest in Dai Yuan. Who might you be? Your identity is not for you to know. I ask only one thing. Did you kill my people? Dai Yuan's gaze flickered as he realized that any denial would be futile once his identity was revealed. Without uttering a word, he took a step forward and transformed into a blur, racing into the depths of the forest. Upon witnessing his swift disappearance, the woman narrowed her eyes, a smile creeping across her lips. Intriguing. The shadows of the trees rushed past as Dai Yuan activated the movement technique to its utmost limit. Yet an unsettling feeling loomed over him like a persistent shadow. Suddenly, an intense sense of danger surged within him. He glanced to the right and was taken aback to find the woman smiling at him, matching his speed effortlessly. This speed is not something a mere Soul King could possess. How are you managing this? Perhaps I might consider sparing you. Dai Yuan remained silent, instantly channeling his soul power, and a crimson light flickered around him as powerful energy surged forth. 4 crimson soul rings, signifying 10,000 years of cultivation, floated beneath his feet. First soul skill, Scarlet Emperor's Divine Descent. In that moment, a melodious and ethereal bird's cry resonated through the air as the ethereal form of the Zhuke rose from his back. Instantly, fierce red flames ignited in the air, enveloping him, while the intense heat caused the woman's eyes to narrow. She moved swiftly, creating distance between them. The roaring inferno, fueled by the will to annihilate all, reduced the surrounding trees to ash, and in the blink of an eye, the lush forest within a 5-mile radius was transformed into ruins. At this moment, Dai Yuan stood quietly atop the pile of ash and rubble, clad in a crimson and gold-embroidered battle robe that fluttered gently in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, the woman noticed that the robe was woven from bird feathers, each edge adorned with golden accents, emanating a faint pale flame, exuding an air of grandeur that was not to be underestimated. His crown resembled a phoenix in flight, delicately engraved with intricate patterns, emanating an aura of power and dominance. Meanwhile, a flash of white light flickered before Dai Yuan, who then raised his right hand to draw the named blade, Holy Light, from the void. A cold white light traced a beautiful arc through the air, and in the next moment, Dai Yuan planted his legs firmly, transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at the woman. With no means of escape left, he chose to fight back fiercely, burning his bridges. Boom! The deafening sound of collision reverberated, and the fierce impact stirred up a tempest, uprooting countless trees while debris flew everywhere. Chapter 172. Senior Sister. Spare me. As the dust settled and the chaos cleared, the battlefield became apparent. At this moment, Dai Yuan and the mysterious woman stood at a distance from one another, wielding the named blade, Holy Light, gracefully suspended in the air, while the crimson flame wings behind him moved without wind. And the pale flames surrounding him silently revealed a deep caution. Not bad at all. A mere soul king possesses such capabilities. Kid, your future is boundless. The woman smiled gently at Dai Yuan, her gaze filled with a hint of disdain, but also an undercurrent of affirmation. Yet, none of this alleviated the dire mood that enveloped Dai Yuan at that moment. He understood that during their recent confrontation, he had sensed the unfathomable depth of her power. He was certain that this mysterious woman before him possessed strength surpassing that of a super Dalu, and a wave of inexplicable desolation washed over him. Why must the heavens toy with me when I am merely a soul king? It is worth noting that in other novels, protagonists often defeat opponents who are merely 1 or 2 ranks higher or from an entirely different realm. However, since the conclusion of the Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament, every adversary he encountered had not been below the level of a super Dalu. To triumph in the face of such an insurmountable gap seemed utterly fantastical, a notion that would surely incite the ire of readers if penned down. Furthermore, his ability, Ichi Hua San Qing, was currently beyond his reach. At this juncture, he felt utterly trapped, with no escape in sight. Nevertheless, he would not choose to surrender, for to do so would mean relinquishing everything he currently possessed, and he could not bear the thought of it. A roar erupted from Dai Yuan's lips, and in response, a colossal fiery bird coalesced behind him. The Chi Huang Zhu Quebec. Its resplendent plumage blazed with sacred flames, while a crown of pale fire adorned its head, exuding an aura of solemn majesty and unparalleled might. At this moment, the flames enveloping Dai Yuan transformed from a pale hue to a fiery crimson, a sacred flame unique to the Chi Huang lineage. Awakened by the acquisition of his second divine spirit ring, coupled with his undying physique, he had now adjusted his aura to its utmost pinnacle. The smile on the mysterious woman's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of astonishment, within which flickered a peculiar light. In the next instant, time seemed to slow down as Dai Yuan wielded his renowned blade, Sheng Guang, and lightly waved it toward her, the blade's shadow carving a flame-like arc through the air. The third soul skill, Chi Huang Jin Tiancheng. The fiery arc rapidly expanded into a massive flame blade, the crimson sacred fire distorting the surrounding space ever so slightly, as a crisp phoenix cry resonated through the heavens. In that moment, the blazing brilliance of the flames eclipsed the moonlight. Faced with the onslaught of terrifying heat, the woman squinted slightly, slowly raising her hand to grasp the air before her. In the following heartbeat, Jin Tiancheng engulfed her entire form. Yet she effortlessly tore through it, the flames brushing past her as she remained steadfast in the void, her garments billowing in the wind. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Seeing her unscathed, Dai Yuan forced a bitter smile. This was the strongest attack he could muster, and he understood that his chances of turning the tide were now non-existent. At that moment, the woman took a step forward, approaching him as she spoke with admiration. Truly formidable for one so young. What is your name? Dai Yuan, he replied. Dai Yuan? Remember this well. Your executioner is Hua Qimiao. With that, she gently swiped her hand through the air beside her, and an ancient long knife appeared in her grasp. Its straight blade etched with the vivid patterns of a ferocious python, a sight that instilled instant dread. Upon hearing her name, Dai Yuan's brow furrowed, and just as she prepared to strike him down with the blade, he hurriedly interjected, Sister Hua, I am a disciple of Chu Tianji. He sent me to seek your aid, and here is his divine decree. With that, Dai Yuan swiftly summoned the divine decree bestowed upon him by Chu Tianji from his consciousness. In an instant, the woman's silhouette vanished, reappearing before him. Her gaze fixated on the golden glimmering decree in his hand, and before long, tears began to stream from the corners of her eyes. In the next moment, she barked at Dai Yuan, Where is he? Tell me where he is. Witnessing Hua Qimiao's fervent reaction, Dai Yuan felt a mix of shock and relief. He had navigated this perilous encounter with surprising fortune. Thus, he recounted in detail everything that had transpired since he arrived in the Abyssal Realm. After listening, she slowly lifted her gaze to the solitary crimson moon in the night sky, softly murmuring, Old man, you ultimately chose that path. Dai Yuan had grown accustomed to such cryptic utterances and did not press further. Although his connection to Hua Qimiao had deepened significantly through his association with Chu Tianji, it did not imply an intimacy between them. Such matters could be deliberated upon later as their relationship evolved. In truth, he was deeply intrigued by Chu Tianji. The man's abilities were far from those of an ordinary recluse. It dawned on him that both the Douluo realm and the abyssal realm were merely the tip of the iceberg, with the true power concealed beneath the surface being overwhelming. Ah, Sister Hua, since we are both disciples of the old master, could you kindly sheath that blade? DaiYuan's words snapped Hua Qianyao from a reverie. She glanced at the youth and realized her Qianyu knife had unknowingly been poised at his throat, the faint blade aura having already grazed his skin, blood trickling down his neck. It was worth noting that he was still in the state of Qi Huang Sheng Jiang. Even without this, his undying physique was not something mere weapons could harm, which illustrated the knife's terrifying nature. With a swift motion, the Qianyu knife vanished into the vast void, and all was concluded. At that moment, the weight on DaiYuan's heart finally lifted. His perception of Hua Qianyao underwent a dramatic transformation, from being a life-and-death adversary. She had now become his elder sister. Life, indeed, is often filled with unexpected surprises. Gazing at the enchanting visage before him, marked by a beauty spot that accentuated her fair, porcelain-like skin and delicate willow leaf brows that added a touch of grace, he found it unforgettable. Min, she scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at DaiYuan, placing a hand on his right shoulder. In the next instant, she gestured through the air, creating a black rift. And without further ado, Hua Qianyao led DaiYuan into it. Chapter 173, The Battlefield of King Zac. A violent wave of nausea surged through DaiYuan as he stumbled from the spatial rift, collapsing onto the ground. He supported himself with his hands, retching uncontrollably, the sensation of disorientation still tearing through every inch of his being, churning his insides. Hua Qianyao sauntered leisurely out of the spatial passage, casting a glance at the disheveled DaiYuan, a smirk of mockery gracing her lips. Savor this. It will aid you in breaking through this realm later. Just what level of spatial traversal can one achieve? He inquired. If we consider your Douluo ranks, perhaps one can start using it at the quasi-divine level. Hearing the term quasi-divine, DaiYuan froze. This was the third tier of limit Douluo. This revelation implied that Hua Qianyao's strength was at least at the quasi-divine level, if not stronger. The thought caused him to gulp nervously, momentarily disregarding his discomfort, and he scrambled to his feet to address Hua Qianyao. You wouldn't be the ruler of this tier, the Lai Di, would you? Liadi? Upon hearing that name, Hua Qianyao's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes sparkling with a profound expression. No, not. The response from the other party left DaiYuan perplexed. With such formidable strength, being a ruler in the top 10 layers would be more than sufficient. Yet, she chose to serve as a military general under the command of the Lai Emperor. If she bore no ulterior motive, he found it hard to believe. Of course, these were merely speculations in his mind. He was not in a hurry to verify them. Since their current relationship seemed relatively amicable, he thought it wiser to cultivate goodwill with such a person who kept her true intentions concealed. At that moment, the discomfort from the spatial traversal gradually dissipated. Observing the revitalized DaiYuan before her, Hua Qianyao felt astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed someone recover so swiftly after a violent shift through space. DaiYuan gazed into the distance, where the sprawling military camp lay ahead, illuminated by the bright glow of countless tents. As he peered further, a misty sky divided the world into two realms, with the other side shrouded in fog, obscuring its secrets. Beyond that mist lay the armies of the demon realm. This was the convergence point of the two worlds, known as the Battlefield of Kings. I trust you have begun to appreciate the advantages of battling in the abyss. Engaging in rigorous training will surely lead to opportunities arranged by Chu Tianji. A great calamity is approaching, and our time is limited. The final statement seemed directed at either him or herself, yet regardless, DaiYuan grasped that it concealed a monumental secret. With that, Hua Qianyao took a step towards the military camp, and DaiYuan promptly followed suit. The two soon arrived at the camp's entrance. The night watch soldiers, upon catching sight of Hua Qianyao, quickly formed a line to greet her. I am Lv.20, paying respects to Marshal Hua. Honorable Marshal Hua. Upon hearing this, Hua Qianyao waved her hand gently. The night watch is here. Thank you for your hard work, soldiers. For the Lai Emperor, for the Marshal. We are willing to brave fire and water without hesitation. The resounding oaths of loyalty echoed, and Hua Qianyao nodded slightly before casting a glance at DaiYuan. I entrust him to you. Please incorporate him into a squad as a team leader. She then turned her gaze back to DaiYuan. Should you have any needs, seek me out in my tent. I trust you understand the appropriate boundaries. Without waiting for a response from DaiYuan, she vanished from sight. At that moment, Li Tianxing focused his attention on Dai Yuan. From the moment Hua Qianmiao had introduced him, he had developed a keen interest in this enigmatic youth. To gain the favor of a military marshal implied extraordinary potential, unless he was simply a beneficiary of connections. At this juncture, the soldiers had formed a rough judgment of Dai Yuan's identity and approached him with friendly countenances, politely extending their greetings. "Hello, welcome to our Yan army. May I ask your name?" "Hello, I am Dai Yuan," he replied courteously, which significantly improved his standing in the eyes of the soldiers. A person with a powerful background who remained humble and polite was destined to soar to great heights. At that moment, Dai Yuan appeared to them like a precious gem, and each soldier sought to leave a favorable impression, knowing that even a small favor from him in the future could be of immense benefit. Surrounded by the soldiers, they entered the military camp. It was deep into the night, and many soldiers had already fallen asleep. However, some were roused by the commotion caused by Li Tianxing and others. Typically, such noise would provoke a chorus of complaints from fellow soldiers. But Hua Qianmiao's return rendered them too wary to express any dissent. After all, should that formidable figure discover their true thoughts, given her decisive nature, even 10 of them would not suffice to escape her wrath. Before long, they reached their designated unit. At that moment, Li Tianxing exchanged a knowing glance with a nearby captain, who swiftly understood and hurried to his own squad. The other captains watched with envy. Dai Yuan was unfazed by their reactions, having long since grown accustomed to the ways of human interaction. Soon, the captain arrived, bringing a group of squad members who were still somewhat bewildered by the situation. However, upon seeing Li Tianxing, they immediately perked up and saluted energetically. "We pay our respects to the army commander." Li Tianxing nodded slowly and approached Dai Yuan, introducing him. "This is your new team leader, Dai Yuan. His commands are my commands. Any disobedience will be dealt with according to military law. Understood?" "Understood, Army Commander." Li Tianxing nodded again, then turned to Dai Yuan with a smile. "This team is entrusted to you. They're the elite of my forces. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. If they prove uncooperative, you have my permission to take action." He then leaned closer to Dai Yuan, whispering, "Each member of this squad is the offspring of influential ministers, close associates of the Lai Emperor. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best to avoid escalating matters too severely." Dai Yuan nodded gently. "Rest assured, I will handle it appropriately." "Ha, you are one of Marshal Hua's people, so your capabilities are undoubtedly commendable. With that in mind, I can rest easy." He laughed, patting Dai Yuan on the shoulder before giving a brief instruction to the squad and returning to his post for the night watch. Once they departed, only Dai Yuan and the squad members remained. Dai Yuan looked at the 5 individuals across from him, who had all adopted a different demeanor after Li Tianxing's departure. The respect that had once adorned their faces had vanished, replaced by skepticism and resistance. "Who are you, and why should we accept you as our leader?" A strikingly handsome youth stepped forward, his tone dripping with disdain and barely concealed anger. Before Dai Yuan could respond, the youth lunged forward, throwing a punch at his face. With a resounding crash, the tent ahead collapsed in an instant. Chapter 174. Reactions from all sides. The deafening noise startled all the soldiers in the unit awake, leading them to believe that an army was advancing upon them. They rushed out of their tents to assess the situation. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a shocking sight. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed, and tents were torn asunder, with soldiers inside coughing and cursing. "Who did this? Show yourself. Damn it, if I don't get an explanation today, I want let this go." Meanwhile, the remaining 4 members of the squad stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Their initial contempt for Dai Yuan was swiftly replaced by profound fear as they observed him standing calmly amidst the chaos. Dai Yuan had demonstrated that he was not the acquiescent figure they had initially encountered. He was a tyrant ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Soon, soldiers from the surrounding area gathered, eyeing the 4 noble youths with expressions akin to having tasted something foul, and laughter erupted among them. "Oh, what is happening today? Have the esteemed gentlemen run into some trouble?" The speaker is a man named Fu Qian, whose status in the military is on par with the others present. Today, he is intrigued to see their faces marred by discontent, and he quickly deduces that it must be related to the unfamiliar man among them. At that moment, one of his trusted aides approaches and whispers something in Fu Qian's ear. As he listens, Fu Qian's eyes gradually widen, and he strides purposefully towards Dai Yuan. As he walks, he addresses the gathering soldiers. All right. On account of me, Fu Qian, everyone should return to their quarters. This is all a misunderstanding. Go rest well." for we have a tough battle to fight tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the soldiers nod in agreement, and those who had intended to confront Dai Yuan are compelled to retreat quietly to their tents. Dai Yuan, too, notices this influential figure striding towards him and promptly returns a smile. "Thank you for your assistance. I am immensely grateful." "Ha. This small favor is nothing to mention. Brother Dai, your gallantry is truly a model for us all." They engage in a flattery-laden exchange, oblivious to the remaining 4 individuals nearby. After witnessing Dai Yuan's prowess, they begin to realize he is a formidable adversary, leading them to refrain from any rash actions, fearful of incurring his wrath. Their pleasantries soon come to an end, and Dai Yuan turns to the trembling 4, advising them softly, "You may check on his condition. If all is well, return to rest. We must be cautious as we prepare for battle tomorrow." At these words, the 4 feel as if they have been granted a reprieve, hastily moving to assess the situation, while Dai Yuan follows Fu Qian's invitation to his tent. Inside, the decor is exquisite yet tidy, the atmosphere warm and harmonious, exuding a sense of grandeur. As they settle onto the sofa, a female attendant serves refreshments, and the fragrant aroma of tea soon fills the tent. "Brother Dai, your background is astonishing. When I first heard you were associated with General Hua, I found it hard to believe. She is indeed a figure of immense power in the court, reportedly commanding respect, even from the emperor," Fu Qian remarks. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuan's heart skips a beat, realizing that Fu Qian is probing for information. If he fails to provide a satisfactory response today, the repercussions could adversely affect both him and Hua Qinmiao due to Fu Qian's influence in the military. "Ha, you jest. Brother Fu, my senior sister in the court has been quite supportive of me. This time, my master sent me to gain experience, and I hope to seek refuge with her. As for the situation of my sect, my master has instructed me to keep it discreet. I trust you won't take offense." Brother Fu. Dai Yuan opts for this half-truth, feeling it is the most prudent course of action. Whether Fu Qian believes him or not is beyond his control. It seems your master must be an extraordinary figure to have produced such remarkable talents," Fu Qian muses, nodding thoughtfully, his gaze towards Dai Yuan revealing a hint of curiosity. Yet his initial enthusiasm remains undiminished. They continue to converse briefly about various matters, and under Fu Qian's guidance, Dai Yuan retires to one of the adjoining rooms to rest. Once everything is settled, Fu Qian gazes in the direction of Dai Yuan's quarters, at which point a servant leans in to whisper in his ear. After a brief flurry of activity, the serenity of the night once again envelopes the land. Meanwhile, in another tent not far away, the 4 are gathered around the heavily bandaged Lv.20. Fortunately, it did not reach his vital points. Otherwise, his life would be irreparably ruined. That fool has no idea whom he has offended. You must admit, his background is not inferior to ours. Hua Qinmiao is someone the emperor himself respects. Do you think our families can hold a candle to that? So what if he is associated with Hua Qinmiao? He still toils for the emperor on the battlefield, risking his life to fight. He could just as easily die in battle. The emperor only honors her for her strength. Otherwise, what merit does a woman have to command the army? Yu Qing, let's keep such thoughts to ourselves. If she were to find out, not even your esteemed family could save you. I simply cannot swallow this indignity. It has always been they who have bowed to us. Today, we encounter a formidable opponent. What an unfortunate turn of events. All right. Circumstances dictate our actions. We should remain low profile for now. We came here to gain experience. Once we return, we will find ways to deal with him. I believe Su is right. Patience will yield peace. After this period, I will ensure that Dai Yuan finds himself in a position of despair. Simultaneously, in another military camp, discussions regarding Dai Yuan are underway. You claim this sudden appearance of a young man is a disciple of Hua Qinmiao? Are you jesting? You must be tired of living. I assure you, General, my master's words are true. I would not dare to deceive you. At this moment, a figure seated in armor rises, the sound of metal scraping against itself, piercing the air. Hua Qinmiao, your true colors are finally revealing themselves. Dai Yuan's arrival has captured the attention of the entire army, and all their focus is directed towards the highest decision-maker within the ranks, Hua Qinmiao. Chapter 175. Troop movements at the front line dawn soon approaches, and at the break of day, Dai Yuan prepares himself as he arrives at his battalion's camp. Entering his squad's tent, he finds 5 members still fast asleep. He approaches and gently shakes one awake. "Damn, are you tired of living?" Zhang Qi bellows, but when he recognizes who it is, his lethargy vanishes instantly. "Captain, The memory of Zhua Xian's ordeal from the previous night lingers vividly in his mind. He has no desire to repeat that mistake and promptly rises to greet Dai Yuan. Zhang Qi's exclamation rouses the others, and as they see Dai Yuan, a flicker of concealed trepidation crosses each of their faces. Dai Yuan pays no heed to their thoughts and glances at the bedridden Zhua Xian, who, startled by Zhang Qi's shout, awakens and trembles at the sight of Dai Yuan. The fear he instills palpable in his every quivering cell, reminding him that this is someone he cannot afford to provoke. The army has assembled. You have 3 minutes. Since he has already offended them, Dai Yuan has no intention of mending relations with his subordinates. His purpose here is not to build camaraderie, regardless of their high-ranking relatives. This is a military camp, and Hua Qiamiao is the ultimate authority, the unequivocal symbol of power here. With the support of such a formidable figure, he feels invincible. Soon, aside from Zhua Xian, who is unable to fight due to his injuries, Dai Yuan's 5-member team is ready to march forth from the tent. 1st Battalion is ready. Please review. 2nd Battalion is ready. Please review. Li Tianxing walks briskly past each tent, his expression grave as he acknowledges the soldiers reporting to him with a nod. Upon reaching Dai Yuan, he leans in and speaks softly. Shortly, I will arrange for you to be stationed at the rear of the army. When the battle commences, you will not need to exert much effort. You are a person of General Hua, and their identities and backgrounds are not simple. Just blending in will suffice. Upon hearing this, Dai Yuan could not help but widen his eyes. Is this the kind of remark one would expect from a commander of an army? What would the other soldiers think if they overheard this? His overt actions clearly indicated to others that he was engaging in favoritism. Dai Yuan understood that the other party was attempting to curry favor with Hua Qiamiao and the influential figures behind her, but this was not what he desired. What he needed most was to engage in battle to accumulate experience. How could he, a fervent warrior, simply remain in the rear and survive till the end? 4th Legion. Heed the order. A situation has arisen in the front line. 5 individuals must be dispatched from your legion to support the front. As the command resonated, a general on a magnificent steed, its hooves ablaze, slowly approached Dai Yuan and his companions. The general, clearly directing his attention towards them, spoke without glancing at anyone else. His gaze fixed intently on Dai Yuan, a glint of amusement in his eyes. You lot, come with me. As soon as the general finished speaking, Li Tianxing was immediately agitated, rushing forward to confront him. Liang Fan, what do you mean? Do you know who he is? He is a person of General Hua. And so what if he is a person of General Hua? In the army, he is just a soldier, treated equally as any other brother. How can we differentiate him simply because of his association with General Hua? What would those of us who fight valiantly on the front line think? What about the noble souls who have perished on the battlefield? His words were filled with righteous indignation, leaving Li Tianxing momentarily speechless. The soldiers in the tent were watching intently. If they could tolerate Li Tianxing's earlier subtle favoritism towards Dai Yuan, Liang Fan's pointed remarks had begun to sow discontent among them regarding Li Tianxing's actions. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Li Tianxing found himself in a difficult position. Having just boasted in front of Dai Yuan, he now sensed that the other party would not easily relent today unless they achieved their objective. At this moment, Dai Yuan, aware of the gazes directed towards him, wore a serious expression, yet inwardly reveled in his fortune, like a pillow delivered at just the right moment. He stepped forward, patting Li Tianxing on the shoulder, resolutely stating, Commander Li, I appreciate your goodwill, but in the face of national duty, every soldier on the battlefield, regardless of rank or background, should be treated equally. This is both a mark of respect for all soldiers and a tribute to the valiant souls who have fallen. Though his words echoed Liang Fan's sentiments, Dai Yuan's demeanor earned him the respect of all the soldiers present, who spontaneously applauded this newcomer. Liang Fan regarded Dai Yuan with some surprise. He had anticipated a prolonged argument and had even prepared military orders to conscript soldiers by force. It was unexpected that Dai Yuan would be so agreeable. In stark contrast to Dai Yuan's nonchalance, the 4 privileged youths behind him appeared ashen-faced. They had initially come to gain some military merit, hoping to present themselves as legitimate when entering the court. However, due to Dai Yuan's intervention, they were now bound for the front line, where the intensity of combat was well known to them. Their life and death often hung by a thread. Seeing that Dai Yuan had made his stance clear, Li Tianxing had no choice but to let it be, letting out a heavy sigh as he acquiesced. Thus, Dai Yuan and his companions followed Liang Fan towards the front line. Meanwhile, Hua Qiamiao stood at the forefront of the army, flanked by 2 imposing men, one bearing a long, ghastly scar across his face, while the other appeared more refined. Upon hearing that 5 individuals had been drawn from the 4th Legion to the front line, Qin Miao inquired, "Is this true?" "Yes, the frontline warriors are our elite, and their numbers are already scarce. Recently, some have sustained injuries, and I had no choice but to draft 5 to fill the gap," replied Fu Jian. "Oh, how formidable are these 5? I have instructed Liang Fan to select them with great care. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." As Fu Jian finished speaking, Qin Miao turned to regard him silently for a moment. In that instant, Fu Jian felt as if a lion had grasped his throat, the overwhelming aura vanishing as quickly as it had come. He understood that should she wish, she could annihilate him on the spot. Yet, he felt unafraid, for behind him stood the fierce emperor, and it was evident that she was fully aware of this, hence her merely cursory glance. "I have always trusted your judgment." Just then, a radiant light curtain before them slowly dissipated, revealing a vast, dark army before their eyes. Chapter 176. The absolute killing formation of the Crimson Emperor, the Black Army, solid and united, resembled a torrent of steel, an overwhelming sense of slaughter descending upon them. Observing the powerful army nearby, Qin Miao's expression remained composed, unperturbed. In contrast, her 2 deputy generals exuded a tense seriousness, every detail of their anxiety laid bare. At that moment, 3 figures emerged from the ranks of the army. Leading them was a young man clad in black battle armor, his flowing white hair gracefully swaying in the air. His handsome features bore an alluring charm, and as he drew nearer, both Fu Jian and Liao Qing felt a weight of apprehension. "Qin Miao, we have faced each other for some time now. My offer still stands. Join us, and I will immediately petition my father to grant you power, second only to him. You need not endure the indignities imposed by the fierce emperor any longer." In stark contrast to his earlier frivolity, he spoke with grave sincerity, indicating that this was no mere jest. As he spoke, both deputy generals turned their eyes toward Qin Miao. Although this was not the first time Mo Li had attempted to sow discord, who could maintain their original intentions in the face of such a grand temptation? However, Qin Miao swiftly responded with action. Stepping forward, she unleashed a flash of dark purple flames that enveloped her, and in the next instant, she vanished from sight. Boom! A violent clash echoed, followed by a surge of potent energy, waves erupting through the air. The 2 soon ascended from the ground, the heavens crying out in anguish as they battled. "Soldiers, follow me in a battle." With a furious roar, Fu Jian and Liao Qing charged towards the enemy's leader. In an instant, a deafening battle cry resounded. As countless soldiers surged forward like wild horses unleashed upon their foes, the earth trembling beneath them, and a cloud of dust joining in this bloody frenzy. DaiYuan and the valiant soldiers on the front line were at the forefront of the assault. At this moment, he refrained from displaying his prowess or utilizing his techniques, waiting for the opportune moment, the precise instant when the commanders engaged in combat. Bang! Almost in the blink of an eye, Fu Jian and Liao Qing collided with the enemy's senior commanders, an intense battle erupting at their first encounter. Meanwhile, seizing the moment, DaiYuan transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing amidst the ranks of the advancing soldiers. In a swift moment, amidst the enemy ranks, a brilliant crimson flame surged skyward, accompanied by the piercing cry of a phoenix echoing across the battlefield. "Enemies are invading! Enemies are invading!" The enemy generals quickly realized that the formidable DaiYuan, clad in resplendent golden-red armor adorned with blazing vermilion phoenix patterns, was wreaking havoc among their forces. The ethereal tail feathers of the phoenix transformed into the scythe of death, seemingly brushing past each soldier, leaving behind a wail of despair. Flames erupted from their bodies, rapidly engulfing them in an unstoppable inferno, and within mere seconds, they vanished without a trace. With the famed blade, Shengguang, in hand, DaiYuan traversed the battlefield as if it were sanctuary. The sacred flames of the phoenix extended from his arm to the blade, and with a gentle flick, the blade unleashed a torrent of fiery energy towards the enemy soldiers, bearing its bloody fangs. A deafening roar intertwined with bone-chilling screams filled the air as the 2 armies clashed, weapons clanging in a cacophony of chaos. Each warrior's eyes shimmered with a thirst for blood, and with every breath, lives were extinguished. At this moment, within the small battlefield carved out by DaiYuan, he found himself encircled by 6 enemy generals, their long blades drawn, wary of the calm, yet imposing youth before them. Suddenly, one of the generals shouted, "Charge!" Instantly, A powerful wave of energy erupted from the six, surging towards Dai Yuan. In response, a smirk played upon Dai Yuan's lips as he thrust Xingguang into the ground. In that instant, a clear phoenix cry rang out, and beneath his feet, a phoenix pattern formation emerged, erupting in a tempest of scorching flames that radiated from him. His second soul skill, Qi Wang Kongyu Ju Shajin, unleashed a blinding fire pillar that consumed everything within a 100-meter radius. Countless firebirds spiraled around the pillar, their melodious calls resonating in the air. This spectacular sight captured the attention of many, as they felt the terrifying energy emanating from the inferno, unable to fathom the magnitude of the event unfolding. As the soldiers closest to the fire pillar gazed in astonishment, DaiYuan emerged, wielding Xingguang, its blade etched with a beautiful phoenix design in the flames. He appeared as a regal monarch of fire emerging from the abyss, each step radiating overwhelming might. Indeed, he has achieved the rank of Soul Emperor, they mused. Despite unleashing a 10,000-year soul skill, DaiYuan felt invigorated, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle of power. Just then, a piercing voice resonated through the air. "Huo you dare?" In the next heartbeat, silence fell as the soldiers watched in horror as their commander, Mo Li, shattered in midair, transforming into a glowing orb at Huo Qianmiao's fingertip. In a blink, she vanished into the vast void, reappearing amidst a tempest of purple flames. The deep violet fire resembled a fearsome beast that engulfed everything in its path. Suddenly, the disarrayed army, bereft of their leader, descended into chaos. Countless soldiers, losing the will to fight, fled towards the spatial rifts in a desperate bid for survival. Meanwhile, the Yin army surged forward emboldened, as vibrant lives were swallowed by the tide of battle, dissolving into nothingness. No, the remaining high-ranking demons attempted to resist, refusing to accept this despairing reality. It was only when their bodies were pierced by numerous blades that they fell in bitter acceptance. Everything transpired too swiftly, and soon the enemy forces were decimated. Just as the soldiers prepared to cheer, the battlefield faced another astonishing reversal. Chapter 177. Betrayal. The soldiers gathered around Huo Qianmiao, who now stood as the supreme figure of the army, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they beheld their indomitable commander who had secured their victory. At that moment, Fu Jian approached her, his face adorned with flattery. "Commander Huo, your martial prowess is truly unparalleled. I shall speak of your merits to His Majesty." He anticipated gratitude, yet was met with Huo Qianmiao's unflinching gaze. "What is it? Are you dissatisfied?" Fu Jian's expression shifted instantly, his reverence evaporating, replaced by an air of superiority. Other generals sensed the tension, silently observing the unfolding drama. However, Huo Qianmiao's next move took everyone by surprise. In a flash, she seized Fu Jian by the neck, lifting him effortlessly as one would a mere rabbit. "You ignorant fool! The emperor would not dare speak to me thus. You, a mere sycophant, truly lack self-awareness. Huo Qianmiao, I am of the emperor's faction. You cannot kill me." Fu Jian, sensing the chilling intent in her calm demeanor, hastily warned her. But it was the most foolish decision he would ever make. A mocking smile flickered across Huo Qianmiao's lips as a dark violet flame ignited in her palm, swiftly enveloping Fu Jian's neck and spreading throughout his body. "No, please no." "Oh!" His heart-wrenching screams echoed through the area as the other generals shouted in protest. "Commander Huo, this cannot be. Fu Jian is a trusted confidant of His Majesty. You cannot kill him." They pleaded for her to spare his life, but no one stepped forward to intervene. The overwhelming power she wielded rendered them powerless, leaving only feeble words of consolation. However, their shock was palpable. Each general understood Fu Jian's significance, and they knew Huo Qianmiao was fully aware of it. Her intent to eliminate him signified one thing. She sought rebellion. At that moment, the generals exchanged glances, and in a decisive flash, they bolted towards the horizon. The remaining soldiers, witnessing their leaders rally around Huo Qianmiao and then scatter in haste, could only remain bewildered, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Meanwhile, DaiYuan sensed an unusual energy amidst the dark violet flames illuminating the night sky. As the central figure, Huo Qianmiao, observed the general's actions, a triumphant smile broke across her face. "Clever ones." Tightening her grip around Fu Jian's neck, she shattered him into shards of light. With a mere gesture, a glowing orb appeared at her fingertip, and the shards swiftly merged within it. Alas, still too few. This realm holds little value beyond the emperor. In the next moment, she vanished into the vast void, and the soldiers beheld their commander soaring into the sky once more. Believing she was about to announce joyous tidings, various degrees of elation illuminated their faces, as victory had already enveloped them. This fervent joy had clouded their minds, leaving no trace of vigilance. At this juncture, Dai Yuan, combining what he had just witnessed with Hua Qinmiao's actions, harbored a chilling suspicion within his heart. In the blink of an eye, he activated the Xingzi Ju to its utmost potential, transforming into a fleeting shadow that disappeared among the throngs of soldiers. Amidst the bleak sky, a streak of deep violet flashed by. Although dawn had broken, it paled in comparison to the chaotic hues before them. This inky purple gradually expanded in their line of sight, spreading until the overwhelming heat struck them, awakening them from their stupor. However, by then it was far too late. Silence reigned. The world returned to a state of stillness. In the distance, Dai Yuan gazed at the shimmering fragments of light and the flames burning in the void, letting out a long sigh, acutely aware of the chilling air surrounding him. Why? The moment had arrived. Dai Yuan turned in surprise to Hua Qinmiao beside him, who chose not to meet his gaze but instead looked into the distance with an ethereal expression, her thoughts a mystery. You are chosen by Lao Chu. You will come to understand the significance of this in due time. Those burdens weigh heavily upon you, for you are not yet strong enough. Unfortunately, our time is limited. Dai Yuan remained silent, fully aware that with the system he possessed, his life was destined to be extraordinary. A common man may hold no fault, yet the weight of fate would inevitably pursue him. He required no further information. The only course of action was to gather strength to face what lay ahead. Very well, let us settle accounts with the leader of this realm, that arrogant one who calls himself Lv. With that, she flicked her finger gently through the void, and in an instant, a vast spatial rift appeared before them. Gazing into the unfathomable darkness within, this time, Dai Yuan did not exhibit the same panic as before. He inhaled deeply and stepped forward with Hua Qinmiao. Above the Yin Palace, a ripple of spatial disturbance emanated. Hua Qinmiao, clothed in flowing garments, emerged from the rift with an air of composure, her exquisite visage maintaining an unperturbed calm, her delicate form standing resolute amidst the gusts of wind, resembling a divine sword unsheathed, each movement poised to shake the world. Dai Yuan stood beside her, casting his gaze downward at the imposing palace not far away. Ding! The designated sign-in location has been reached. Sign-in task commencing. The system's voice resonated within Dai Yuan's mind, followed closely by Hua Qinmiao's ethereal tone. Fu Jingtian, come fort. Hua Qinmiao spoke lightly, her tone as if addressing a trivial matter. Hua Qinmiao, your true intentions have finally surfaced. Do you think the Holy Lord's attempts to invade the other world have exhausted their options? Let me tell you, today is your day of reckoning. A thunderous roar shattered the air, and in the next moment, several beams of light surged upward, an ominous aura descending upon the land. Fu Jingtian, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament. Ha ha ha. Hurry up, Fu Jingtian. Remember your promise to us. If you falter in the slightest, I shall ensure the entire fourth layer of the abyss accompanies you in death. Oh dear, Ling Di, please do not frighten our dear Jingtian. However, that Hua Qinmiao appears quite alluring. Chapter 178. A rampage of destruction, 5 beams of light instantaneously ensnared Hua Qinmiao, and Lai Di, clad in a dark crimson robe, slowly emerged from the light, his face adorned with a triumphant smile, as if Hua Qinmiao had become his prey. At this moment, the other 4 also stepped forth from the beams. Some were enveloped in swirling shadows, exuding an aura of death, while others were as robust as mountains, their breaths reverberating through the very fabric of existence. Some seemed to traverse between reality and nothingness, their forms elusive, transcending the mundane. Hua Qinmiao cast a calm glance around before speaking. Not bad, not bad. You have not yet reached the pinnacle of foolishness. Upon hearing this, the once confident Lai Di's expression contorted into one of rage, his gaze fixed on the composed Hua Qinmiao, his eyes filled with a desire to consume her whole. Hua Qinmiao, I initially believed the demon lord's emissaries would suffice to bring about your demise. It seems I underestimated you. Soon, you shall experience the depths of despair. However, as his words faded, Hua Qinmiao's figure vanished into the void, and the next heartbeat, her ethereal voice echoed in his ears. I retract my previous statement. You remain a fool to this day. At that moment, a flash of purple light darted before Lai Di, and he soon realized his body was disintegrating. starting from his feet, turning to ash without the spectacle of brilliant flames, all unfolded in serene silence. Witnessing the purple flames rapidly engulfing him, Li's eyes reflected incredulity. With a swift motion, he severed his form, his upper body vanishing, only to reappear, restored to its original state, the crimson robe now absent. The confidence that once filled his gaze was replaced by wariness and trepidation as he looked upon Hua Qianmiao. The other four immediately distanced themselves from her, their faces etched with solemnity, for they had sensed no fluctuations in her aura when she had made her move. Even top-tier experts would struggle to achieve such stealth. Their only conclusion was that Hua Qianmiao's strength was nearing that of a legend. You hide your depths well. Lv.20 Yet Hua Qianmiao chose not to press the attack. She had surveyed the surrounding realm masters with predatory eyes and then gently raised her right hand, sweeping through the void. In an instant, a radiant purple flame streaked across, and the heavens dimmed, the air vibrating as if expressing its fear. Quickly, everyone charged together. We must subdue her. Li bellowed, and the others lunged toward Hua Qianmiao simultaneously. A burly man struck out at her, his black fist resembling a mountain. The space around them distorting under the pressure, a suffocating aura crashing in like a tidal wave, nearly engulfing Hua Qianmiao in an instant. At that moment, Li also made his move alongside the Demon Lord. In an instant, it was as if the gates of hell had swung open, unleashing countless vengeful spirits that roamed the skies, their forms ablaze with pale flames, freezing the very space they traversed. DaiYuan stood quietly within the Yin Palace, observing the chaos unfolding before him. The world seemed to have plunged into boundless turmoil, while Hua Qianmiao, at the heart of the storm, appeared to be submerged in a sea of death. Just then, a beam of purple light pierced through the dim silence of the sky, and the overwhelming purple flames surged forth, sweeping everything in their path. In the very center of this vacuum, Hua Qianmiao stood resolutely, while Li and the others found themselves firmly ensnared by the relentless purple flames. They struggled desperately to break free, but as they felt the flames gradually consume their corporeal forms, fear finally flickered in their eyes. Who are you really? You are certainly not Hua Qianmiao. The fierce emperor glared at Hua Qianmiao, his eyes filled with astonishment and dread, while the other four lords of the realms wore similar bitter expressions. Had they known Hua Qianmiao possessed such formidable strength, they would have never agreed to the terms. If you dare to harm even a single hair on us, the Holy Master will undoubtedly not spare you. You will find no refuge in heaven or earth. At that moment, the burly man, still shrouded in black mist, regarded Hua Qianmiao with disdain, seemingly unaware that his life was firmly in her grasp. Annoying, Hua Qianmiao slowly raised her hand, her right hand solidifying, and in an instant, the burly man ignited in flames. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, and soon he vanished amidst the cries, transforming into a small black orb that quietly shattered in the void. Witnessing a former comrade being effortlessly eliminated by Hua Qianmiao, the hearts of the fierce emperor and the others were instantly filled with boundless terror. Just then, a handsome man clad in a flowing white robe bellowed at the fierce emperor. Fu Jintian, you wretched beast, why have you conspired against us? Biku, you. The fierce emperor could hardly believe that his comrade would utter such cowardly words. However, it was clear that the latter had no intention of continuing the conversation. He hastily turned to Hua Qianmiao, his fear tinged with a hint of flattery. Esteemed one, this is all a misunderstanding. We were deceived by the slanders of that young Fu Jintian. We have caused you much offense today. We will comply with any terms you set. If only you would spare our lives. As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qianmiao cast a peculiar glance at the White Emperor and then burst into laughter. Ha ha! The Lord of the 10th level of the Abyss, reduced to a whimpering lapdog. I have truly witnessed it today. Hua Qianmiao's gaze was filled with contempt as she gently raised her right hand, and the next moment, a beam of purple light streaked through the sky, striking the White Emperor. Predecessor, The White Emperor's words were abruptly cut off as his body gradually turned to ash, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, 3 more beams of purple light fell upon the 3 abyssal lords, excluding the fierce emperor, meeting the same fate as the White Emperor. They turned to dust after a brief struggle. The entire void once again fell into a deathly silence, and DaiYuan approached Hua Qianmiao's side, gazing at the fiercely bound emperor in disbelief. This was the lord of the top 10 levels of the Abyss. Even at the peak of his strength, he could contend with Tang Wulin, but such a top-tier powerhouse could not withstand 3 moves from Hua Qianyao. A question lingered in his mind. Just how powerful is she? Chapter 179. The Return of the Fierce Emperor, the Chaotic Blue Flame. Everything had settled into silence, and the fierce emperor gazed in despair at the overcast sky above. The crimson clouds were now veiled in a shroud of deathly gray. As the lord of this realm, he understood that his state affected the realm's operation at every moment. Observing the surging clouds, he slowly spoke. Hua Qianyao, grant me a swift end. His voice was heavy, suffocating, and his gaze towards Hua Qianyao held a calm acceptance of death. At this moment, even DaiYuan beside him could not help but sigh softly. A generation of heroes was coming to an end. However, his defeat was not unjust. The might of Hua Qianyao was an undeniable fact. Yet, Hua Qianyao's subsequent actions left DaiYuan dumbfounded. She stepped forward, coming before the fierce emperor, gently lifting his chin with her left hand, as if admiring an exquisite treasure. Her eyes filled with affection. "Calmer, do you truly not remember who I am?" Hua Qianyao lightly pressed her finger to his forehead. Buzz! A resonant sound echoed, and in an instant, the entire void reverberated with the melodious chime of a copper bell. At that moment, the fierce emperor's gaze towards Hua Qianyao transformed from disbelief to a dazed expression, followed by a sudden widening of his pupils as his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "It is you. You have finally returned to see me." Scalding tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, and he gazed at Hua Qianyao with a longing expression. Suddenly, the fierce emperor's entire body ignited, engulfed in pale flames. The space resonated with the sound of sacred chants, and countless ethereal figures of deities stood in the air. DaiYuan surveyed the scene, only to find that the place where the fierce emperor once stood was now empty, leaving only a pale blue lotus quietly standing in the void. Sacred white light flowed between the leaves of the blue lotus, and intricate mystical symbols flickered in and out of existence, enveloping the seemingly real yet illusory flower core. There was no terrifying heat. Everything here appeared to enter a realm of pure tranquility, devoid of temperature, time, and space, as if everything had succumbed to an eternal stillness. Ding! Sign-in task completed. Sign-in reward. 3 lifetimes of rebirth flower. In an instant, an ethereal voice echoed in DaiYuan's mind, and a wondrous sensation quietly surged from his heart, a feeling both strange and familiar. Why do I feel as though I have encountered this before? At that moment, DaiYuan perceived a murky gray lotus floating before him in his consciousness, but suddenly, a myriad of fragments flashed before his eyes, resembling a series of scrolls that quickly passed by. "You cannot break through this limitation. The heavenly path has changed. Give up." "No, why are you so stubborn? Monk is merely a passerby in your life. You are the supreme of the celestial realm, the 3 lifetimes emperor. Why sacrifice yourself for this mundane Jiangzhu grass? Is it worth it? Old Li, one day you will understand. This is not for myself. It is for the fate of all living beings in the 3 realms." The resetting of causality. Forgive me for being unable to explain it to you now, but please trust me. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, shattering the images before him into specks of golden light. Ding-dong! A drop of water fell into the calm sea of consciousness. DaiYuan touched his face, realizing he had been reduced to tears without knowing it. Confusion, shock, curiosity, emotions surged through his mind like a tidal wave. At that moment, he yearned to understand the nature of these experiences and why he sensed such a familiar aura from that person. At this moment, the gray-white lotus hovering nearby slowly drifted toward DaiYuan, gradually merging into his brow, transforming into a budding, resplendent lotus pattern. Just then, his sea of consciousness erupted, countless streams of spiritual energy converging into a luminous source rushing toward his brow. A wave of dizziness overcame him, and at that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. System warning. The current 3 lifetimes of rebirth flower lacks a lotus heart. Based on the host's current vitality energy, you will exhaust your energy and die within 3 minutes. What? What kind of reward is this? You seek my life. System warning. The current 3 lifetimes of rebirth flower lacks a lotus heart. Based on the host's current vitality energy, this incarnation will perish from exhaustion in 2.5 minutes. As the system evidently showed no intention of providing further explanations, DaiYuan was abruptly engulfed by a wave of panic. In that moment, he felt utterly helpless, merely watching as his spiritual sea continuously gathered energy, flowing toward the gray-white lotus pattern at his forehead. An overwhelming sense of dizziness relentlessly tormented both his mind and body. The entire world seemed to be rapidly descending into darkness, and DaiYuan's vision grew increasingly blurred. He was on the brink of exhaustion. Meanwhile, outside, Hua Qianmiao turned to DaiYuan and noticed his furrowed brow and pained expression. She couldn't help but frown, but soon, a look of shock flitted across her face before she turned her attention to the blazing azure flames before her. "This is your destiny. You should know what to do." "Yes, thank you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the azure flames transformed into a streak of light, darting towards DaiYuan and vanishing into his forehead without a trace. In that moment, amidst an environment of chaotic darkness, DaiYuan felt like a drowning man, the pressure from all sides gradually pulling him into the abyss, leaving him powerless to resist. Just then, an azure light abruptly pierced through the endless darkness, rushing toward DaiYuan with blinding speed and instantly embedding itself deep within his forehead. Buzz! A powerful azure light erupted around DaiYuan, and the lotus pattern on his forehead began to stir, folding and unfolding. Gradually, a lotus heart radiating azure light emerged, exuding an aura of primordial chaos, magnificent and terrifying. Ding! Connection to the Hongmeng energy detected. Connection to the Hongmeng energy detected. Time passed, and when DaiYuan awoke once more, he found himself in a world filled with magma, seated cross-legged on a floating jade platform above a pool of lava, surrounded by churning crimson magma. Yet, he felt no heat. At that moment, Hua Qianmiao's voice echoed in his ears. "It appears to truly be you." Chapter 180. Sun and Moon Continent. Hua Qianmiao's figure appeared before DaiYuan, clad in a sheer, cicada-wing thin crimson gown, perfectly tailored to accentuate her exquisite figure. Even amidst such a fiery inferno, DaiYuan did not allow his gaze to linger on the surroundings, but instead fixed his intense eyes on Hua Qianmiao. "Can you tell me who you truly are?" Hua Qianmiao's smile faltered momentarily before returning. Observing the calm expression on DaiYuan's face, she spoke gently. "I cannot disclose any information to you. Even prolonged contact with you contravenes the laws of heaven. Had it not been for Old Chu's intervention the moment we met, the immense karmic weight would have been sufficient for the heavens to obliterate us both." As DaiYuan contemplated her words, intending to inquire further, Hua Qianmiao suddenly gestured for silence. "What transpired has already drawn the attention of the heavens. I cannot linger here for long. Remember my next words." At this, DaiYuan's expression grew serious, and Hua Qianmiao continued, "You must refine that chaotic azure flame here. Before that, do not let this avatar venture out. You are not yet strong enough. Our time is limited, and you must swiftly master more of the Hongmeng power. We are all waiting for your return on the other shore." With that, before DaiYuan could respond, Hua Qianmiao erupted in a blaze of purple flames and vanished into the fiery world. Left in solitude, DaiYuan remained frozen in place. The fragmented memories and Hua Qianmiao's words pointed unmistakably toward one entity, the heavens. "System, what exactly are you?" DaiYuan murmured softly. "The information requested by the host pertains to transcendent knowledge. The system is unable to disclose it." The expected response prompted no further inquiry from DaiYuan. The events that had just unfolded had already provided him with ample hints. His identity was not that of a mere traveler. He might very well be the reincarnation of a formidable being. His destiny was gradually drawing closer, and all he could do was continuously amass his strength until that day arrived. He quietly settled into a cross-legged position and summoned his information panel. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar, Age, 14 Martial Soul, Divine Beast Zhuke, Soul Power Level, 77 Mental Power Level, 50. 000 Soul Rings, Red, Divine Gifted Soul Ring, X4 Soul Bones, None Skills, Hanyu Sutra, 9 Secret Actions, 9 Secret Characters, Shanhai Jing Sword Techniques, Zhentian, Dinghai, Chaos Divine Grind Visualization, 1 Qi Transforming 3 Purities, Conditions Met, Eternal True Seal Sphere, Eternal Undying Hand, Great Sun Glazed Fist, Qi Huang Sacred Descent, First Soul Skill, Qi Huang Void Annihilation Formation, Second Soul Skill, Qi Huang Ashen Sky Charge, Third Soul Skill, Qi Huang Night Shrouded in Darkness, 4th Soul Skill, Physique, Eternal Undying Body Weapon, Named Sword Sacred Light Iya, Chaos Azure Flame Merit Points, 20. 000 Gazing at the data panel's changes, DaiYuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a monumental improvement. His soul power had surged an astonishing 20 levels, and his mental power had reached the threshold of 50,000, a height only achievable by a title de law. However, what astounded him most was that his DaiYuan had been entirely replaced by the Chaos Azure Flame. DaiYuan, oh no, I become a substitute. Yet, this was not necessarily a negative outcome. Still, DaiYuan could not help but sigh softly, as he had not spent much time with DaiYuan before it was so easily supplanted. Nevertheless, the benefits brought by this enhancement were undeniable. At this moment, he truly felt like a sovereign of fire, able to command all fire elements around him with but a thought. The previous sense of stagnation had transformed into an effortless flow. Just then, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A new sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location: Sun and Moon Continent, Tian Village. Tian Village. Given its name, it likely had connections to soul guide devices, as the Sun and Moon Continent was known for its abundant supply of soul guide materials compared to Douluo Continent. Since Hua Qimiao had instructed him to cultivate and digest the Chaos Azure Flame here, it seemed that his avatar's journey into the abyss had reached its conclusion. After surveying the fiery world one last time, an intense crimson light erupted from his body, engulfing the heavens and the earth. One chi transforming 3 purities. Upon awakening from the void, DaiYuan found himself lying beside a small creek. This time, no one had discovered him. Listening to the melodious sound of the clear spring and breathing in the refreshing air of the forest, DaiYuan felt the tension in his nerves gradually ease for the first time in ages. As he rose to his feet, his brow suddenly furrowed. He swiftly turned to see the nearby grass rustling violently, and in the next instant, a massive forest python lunged towards him with its gaping maw. Bang! With a swift leap, DaiYuan soared into the air, narrowly evading the near-fatal attack. Simultaneously, using the force of his leap, he abruptly twisted his body, and with a flick of his right hand, a flash of white light streaked forth. Hiss! The sudden, piercing wail of the Sunin, echoed through the air, its massive form cleaved in two by a razor-sharp silver blade, blood gushing forth like a fountain. With a swift flick of his wrist, DaiYuan unsheathed his renowned blade, Shengguang, as the foul-smelling blood slid down its edge without leaving a trace. He moved silently, positioning himself behind the serpent's head. With a decisive stroke, he severed the colossal head, and an instant later, a crimson curtain splattered across the sky, tainting the moonlight with a seductive hue, while the pungent odor spread menacingly around him. In the distance, a chorus of wolf howls erupted, and the previously tranquil forest began to stir, branches and foliage swaying erratically. DaiYuan cast a glance at the purple soul ring slowly emerging where the serpent's head had been, but without hesitation, he vanished into the enveloping darkness. The moment he disappeared, a shadow emerged from the trees, approaching the spot where he had just stood, sniffing the air. There was no trace of soul energy. How intriguing. Chapter 181. The Mysterious Girl. Despite the chaos unfolding in the forest, DaiYuan remained unfazed. Though he was devoid of soul power, his mastery of several elite secret techniques instilled confidence that he could depart unscathed, even when confronted by a soul sage. System: display the map of Dalu. Target location: Tianduan. Displaying map for the host. Tianduan is located 10 miles southeast of the host. Such proximity. Upon hearing this news, a glimmer of joy crossed DaiYuan's face, and he promptly halted to change direction. Suddenly, a cry for help pierced the air nearby. Please, don't come any closer. Sister, save me. The voice was unmistakably that of a child. DaiYuan furrowed his brow, but chose to investigate the source of the distress. Soon, he arrived at the location of the cry, and through the underbrush, he spotted a gigantic gray bear. Bathed in moonlight, its fur shimmered with a silvery glow. Beneath this behemoth, he saw a small, trembling figure curled up in a corner, her face smeared with dirt, her eyes brimming with frightened tears. The bear approached her slowly, drool dripping from its jaws, forming puddles on the ground, the hot air thick with an overpowering stench. Sister. The little girl was paralyzed with fear, her eyes reflecting despair as she helplessly called out for her sister. Just then, the bear let out a fearsome roar, raising its paw and lunging towards the girl with bared teeth. With a flash of cold white light, DaiYuan stood expressionless beside the bear, which, clearly of considerable age, recoiled in shock before swiftly distancing itself from him. Observing the bear's rational reaction, DaiYuan raised an eyebrow. He recognized that this creature possessed an intelligence typically found in beings over 5,000 years old, indicating its strength was at least at the level of a soul sect. DaiYuan chose not to engage in battle, as the previous encounter had already attracted attention from other soul beasts. Continuing to fight could awaken even greater threats, and now, as a mere mortal, he was limited by the constraints placed upon him. If he were to attract a 100,000-year-old soul beast, his chances of escape would be slim. However, just as he prepared to flee with the girl, he turned to find that she had vanished without a trace. DaiYuan stood stunned for a moment before sprinting deeper into the woods. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He had just used his mental energy to scan the area and noted that the girl's presence had inexplicably disappeared. What kind of specters were at play here? Yet, amid his frustration, shock prevailed. His mental energy had reached an impressive threshold of 50,000, a pinnacle for the spirit domain, an accomplishment many super Douluo could not attain. Even so, in this state of heightened awareness, he had fallen prey to an unseen adversary, suggesting that the enemy's prowess far surpassed his own. "Please, don't come any closer. Sister, save me." The same desperate plea rang in his ears, causing DaiYuan to shudder. He looked ahead in terror, and the previous scene unfolded once more. The little girl trembled in the corner, the gray bear inching closer. A fierce determination ignited within DaiYuan. With another flash of white light, he accurately cleaved through the bear's skull, depriving it of any chance to react. He then paused a few meters in front of the girl, his expression grave. "I have just arrived and am unaware of any grievances between us." As DaiYuan's words fell, the fear on the girl's face vanished, replaced by a curious expression. "Oh, sister, it seems he has discovered me." The little girl rose, dusting herself off, and cheerfully ran toward the trees opposite DaiYuan. At that moment, a figure emerged from the woods. DaiYuan did not intervene. He followed the girl's gaze and beheld a simply dressed young woman before him. The cool moonlight perfectly outlined her exquisite figure, her delicate features carrying a solemnity in the evening breeze. DaiYuan chose silence. The woman's presence indicated that further conversation was warranted. "Tong'er, please lift the barrier." "All right." As her words fell, the little girl raised her right fist high, then suddenly opened her hand. In an instant, the surrounding scenery shattered like glass, revealing the true reality. DaiYuan realized he had remained in place all along. Not far from him lay the lifeless body of the Jumon. He gazed at the little girl in astonishment, realizing that it was this seemingly 5 or 6-year-old child who had ensnared him without his awareness, rendering him powerless. The familiar sensation washed over him once more, reminiscent of his first encounter with Hua Qianmiao. It felt as though, the moment he departed from the Douluo Continent, he had forged an inexplicable bond with various enigmatic powers. In response to the girl's inquiry, DaiYuan took a deep breath and spoke. "I'm DaiYuan, a soul master from another continent, inadvertently stumbling into this place. I hope you'll be lenient." Upon hearing DaiYuan claim to be a soul master from another world, the woman's pupils constricted, while the little girl beside her was rendered speechless in shock. Sister, he is the one. The little girl was the first to react, excitedly tugging at the young woman's sleeve, her joy evident. It took the woman a moment to recover from her astonishment. She gazed deeply at DaiYuan before turning silently and walking back into the depths of the forest. The little girl, with an air of familiarity, dashed to DaiYuan's side, seizing his hand and urging him towards a young woman. Come on, you finally arrived," she exclaimed, her beaming smile as sweet as honey. DaiYuan gazed at the girl with a look of confusion, instinctively sensing that both she and the unfolding events were intricately linked to him. Chapter 182. Beiming Xianhuang Ti under the guidance of the two figures. DaiYuan felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. A notification chimed, indicating that the designated location had been reached and a sign-in task commenced. Lasting for half an hour, the branches on either side began to glow softly, emanating a gentle white luminescence that gradually coalesced into shimmering patterns of various shapes: birds, beasts, flowers, and insects. Some of these delicate forms landed on DaiYuan's shoulder before dissipating into the air. At that moment, he sensed an unusual change within his body. This sensation, I believe I have experienced it before. Before he could ponder further, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! The intervention of Hongmeng energy has been detected. The system is facilitating transformation for the host. Hongmeng. Yes, it is indeed Hongmeng. This feeling is reminiscent of the moment when the chaotic azure flames enter my body. What exactly is this place? DaiYuan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the enigmatic energy, feeling as if he had entered a pristine celestial lake, tranquil and serene. He envisioned himself as a mayfly, quietly drifting within this peaceful sanctuary. At this juncture, the girl at the forefront seemed to sense something amiss. She glanced back at DaiYuan and nodded slightly. The little girl, perceptively, ceased her chatter, holding DaiYuan's hand with a gentle demeanor as they walked slowly. Time passed imperceptibly, and eventually, the system's voice roused him from his meditation. Ding! The host has absorbed the maximum amount of Hongmeng energy. You are now entering the transformation phase. The system has devised two options based on the host's current state. Option 1. Beiming Xianhuang Ti. The Beiming Xianhuang is one of the four emperors of the divine realm, a master of the water element domain, proficient in the yin-yang path. The Ren and Gui waters he commands represent the pinnacle of water mastery. Option 2. Ming Yang Huang Ti. A mutated form of the sacred Yang Phoenix body, characterized by unparalleled destructive and fiery powers. Contemplating the two options presented by the system, DaiYuan realized that his previous avatar's martial soul was the sacred beast vermilion bird, steering his future towards the phoenix lineage. Thus, while both Ming Yang Huang Ti and the sacred phoenix body belonged to the same tier, the former was evidently not the optimal choice for him at this moment. He chose by Ming Xuan Huang Ti. Ding! Commencing the transformation of Hongmeng energy. Boom! A formidable wave of energy erupted from DaiYuan, and the young woman instantly sensed it, swiftly pulling the little girl behind her for protection. A radiant purple shield enveloped them both. Meanwhile, the white luminescent particles swirling around DaiYuan gathered closely, encircling him and spinning rapidly, as a terrifying aura began to emanate from his being. Big sister, what's happening to him? The little girl timidly peered from behind, her curiosity mingled with concern. It is the aura of the Xianhuang. It appears the power of Hongmeng has activated a certain bloodline within him. How peculiar. His physical form was merely that of a mortal before. My perception cannot be mistaken. What could this sudden emergence of Xianhuang power signify? Will he harm us? Perhaps we should contain him here for today. As she spoke, the little girl playfully rubbed her neck, casting a wary glance at DaiYuan. Tongya, 2,000 years have not tempered your mischievous nature. His identity is extraordinary. Your recovery depends on him. As DaiYuan followed the system's guidance, channeling the absorbed Hongmeng energy to assist his mortal form in transitioning to the Beiming Xianhuang Ti, the system's voice reverberated once more in his ears. Ding! Sign-in task completed. Sign-in reward. Martial soul, sacred beast Xianwu. The resounding roar seemed to echo from the dawn of time, imbued with an imposing majesty that shook the very earth beneath. In an ancient temple, an elderly man draped in tattered robes slowly opened his eyes. He has finally arrived. Tong Tong observed DaiYuan, now at the eye of the storm, her expression a blend of worry and profound curiosity. Sister, why did he suddenly unleash this aura? I felt no trace of it on him before. Neither did I. It is indeed strange. My sight is never mistaken. He bore no divine aura previously, yet now he radiates the Xianhuang energy. Could he be the one foretold in prophecy? I recall the elders stating that he could resolve our clan's issues. The Xianhuang and my father have long been at odds, but if he awakens the Xianhuang power, will he truly assist us? The young woman remained silent, her gaze fixed on DaiYuan, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. After a time, DaiYuan's aura gradually settled, and he exhaled softly, addressing the system. Display my information panel. Now displaying the host's information panel. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar. Age, 14 Martial Soul. Sacred Beast Xianwu Soul Power Level. Level 20 Mental Power Level. 60. 000 Soul Rings. None Soul Bones. None Skills. 9 Secret Actions. 9 Secret Words. Shan Hai Jing Sword Techniques. Zhentian, Ding Hai. Chaotic Divine. Grinding Visualization. 1 Qi transforming 3 purities. Conditions not met. Physique. Beiming Xianhuang Ti. Divine Level. Weapon. Named Blade. Holy Light. Chaotic Azure Flames Merit Value. 30. 000 Gazing at the information panel before him, DaiYuan noted that many of the data had reset, including those acquired in the abyssal world. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure. A starting level of 20 is not too shabby. Given my current physique and mental power, to what extent can these 2 soul rings reach? At that moment, the system's voice resonated again in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! The host's merit value now stands at 30,000, due to a lack of soul rings. It is recommended that the host compensates accordingly. Upon hearing this familiar phrasing, DaiYuan realized the system was about to make another recommendation. Go on. What do you wish to recommend this time? Oh, the system is merely looking out for the host. When has a recommendation ever been amiss? All right, speak quickly. You usually select your words carefully, yet now you ramble on. Unperturbed by DaiYuan's sarcasm, the system continued. The host is now eligible to exchange for diamond-level items. Spending 10,000 merit points will grant you a growth-type divine bestowed soul ring. Don't miss out. Chapter 183. Tian Dui Village, a growth-type divine bestowed soul ring for 10,000 merit points. Are you trying to sell me a dream? DaiYuan thought the system was jesting. This was an exorbitant price, enough to exchange for a celestial-level physique, far surpassing the worth of a mere divine bestowed soul ring. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. The system's valuation of his worth at 10,000 merit points was undoubtedly justified. Reflecting on this, his earlier excitement began to wane. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more in his ears. The rationale behind the 10,000 merit points was clear. The growth-type soul rings were forged from chaotic energy, distinct from the normal divine bestowed soul rings. Their longevity could continuously enhance alongside the host's overall strength. Continuous enhancement. Upon hearing of this extraordinary function, DaiYuan's spirit was instantly invigorated. It is well known that elevating the longevity of a soul ring is no simple feat, typically achievable only during divine inheritance when empowered by divine energy, a realm beyond human reach, a true divine domain. How is the longevity of a soul ring elevated? DaiYuan posed the pivotal question. Through the combined influence of the host's soul power, mental strength, and physique, the longevity of the soul ring would remain at the maximum value the host could endure. This is the greatest advantage of growth-type soul rings, ensuring no potential of the host is squandered. However, the enhancement in soul power they provide would only manifest during the initial absorption phase. As he listened to the system's elaborate explanations, excitement surged within DaiYuan, for he understood the implications. Henceforth, the longevity of his 9 soul rings would remain consistent, with no ring falling short in power due to insufficient age. Contemplating this, he had already made his decision. 2 growth-type divine bestowed soul rings, and an additional Shun Yindan. The rationale behind acquiring another Shun Yindan was to obscure his presence as much as possible. He had an inkling that this time, the longevity of the soul rings would undoubtedly exceed the 100,000-year mark. The commotion this would create would be significant, and before his wings had fully developed, revealing too much would be of no benefit to him. Ding. Transaction completed. The system has placed the items within the host's sea of consciousness. The host must retrieve them within 24 hours, or they will be deemed abandoned. As soon as the words faded, DaiYuan directed his thoughts, and his consciousness entered the sea of awareness. Floating upon the vast, boundless mirror lake were 2 milky white soul rings entwined with golden patterns, alongside a blue patterned pill exuding a faint silver glow. Approaching them, he willed the pill to be consumed by his spirit, followed by the 2 soul rings drifting slowly to hover above his spirit before shattering and merging within him. Outside, observing DaiYuan's prolonged stillness, the 2 sisters exchanged murmurs. Sister, it's been so long. Is he still not done? Tong Tong is starving. The older girl paid no heed, gently stroking the little girl's head, her gaze fixed intently on the young man, lost in thought. At this moment, DaiYuan's body was undergoing tremendous changes in silence. Ding. The longevity of the host's first soul ring is 50,000 years, 70,000 years, 90,000 years, 100,000 years. After a considerable time, DaiYuan slowly opened his eyes, feeling the immense power surging within him. With a thought, he summoned his information panel. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar, Age, 14 years Martial Soul, Sacred Beast Xuanwu Soul Power Level, Level 29 Mental Strength Level, 65050 Soul Rings, Red Gold, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring. Red Gold, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring, Soul Bones, None Skills, 9 Secret Characters Technique, 9 Secret Scholar Technique, Shanhai Jingsor Techniques, Zhentian, Ding Hai, Chaos Divine Grind Visualization, Ichi Hua, San Qing, Conditions Not Met, First Soul Skill, Xian Huang San Xian Weak Water. Second Soul Skill, Xian Huang Ming Xian Sacred Pattern Shield Physique, Bei Ming Xian Huang Body, Divine, Weapon, Famous Blade Sacred Light Uncommon Fire, Chaos Blue Flame Merit Points, 9,000. With a thought, the sea of consciousness was instantly engulfed in 2 crimson beams of light. observing the two soul rings swirling around him, each adorned with golden patterns. The interplay of red and gold created a mesmerizing and resplendent hue. He understood the sheer, tempestuous, and profound power hidden beneath this brilliance. One golden pattern likely signified 100,000 years. Thus, the longevity of these two soul rings had reached 200,000 years. It was likely thanks to his 65,000 mental strength and the Bei Ming Xian Huang body that he could achieve such a level. However, the enhancement of soul power was also substantial, possibly only attainable at this lower realm. Soon, his consciousness returned to his physical body, and DaiYuan saw the two sisters still standing patiently in place. Feeling a bit sheepish, he scratched his head and approached to apologize. "I'm sorry for the delay. Do you realize how long you stood there? An entire day. If it weren't for my sister, I would have been able to go home for a meal. I am starving." Tong Tong complained, patting her little belly with a pitiful expression that was utterly endearing. Listening to the little girl's grievances, DaiYuan felt a bit flustered. He glanced at the older girl and found her staring intently at him, as if attempting to see through him entirely. "You certainly haven't disappointed me. Let's go." With that, she continued her icy demeanor as she led the little girl deeper into the dense forest. At this moment, Tong Tong seemed to have taken on DaiYuan's aura. No longer holding his hand as she had before, she now followed the older girl with a sulky expression, occasionally glancing back at DaiYuan with a fierce glare. Aware of his fault, DaiYuan could only respond awkwardly with an apologetic smile. The trio quietly progressed through the forest for quite some time until the dawn's light poured brightly at the exit. Suddenly, DaiYuan halted. He sensed a peculiar energy fluctuation in the air, one he had encountered on the Douluo Continent. This is a soul guiding device. At this moment, they had arrived at the exit, revealing a bustling scene before them, where the brick walls exuded wisps of white smoke, and a lively chatter of people painted a vibrant picture. "Zhao Hu, is your core engraving finished? You've been dawdling, and Li Tian has been pushing for ages. Why the rush? Is it so easy to engrave the core? If you think you can do it better, be my guest. You in the forging department clearly don't understand our difficulties." Just then, a room erupted in a burst of golden light, accompanied by a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, another 6th grade soul guiding device. Things are really going smoothly lately. Breaking through to 7th grade Soul Master is just around the corner. Tomorrow, I'll join the Mingda Hall's test, and this time, I'll definitely become a member." Chapter 184. Lu Sun. When DaiYuan and his companions appeared on the street, everyone around them instinctively paused their work, directing their attention towards the unfamiliar faces, causing the entire street to gradually fall silent. "Who do you think he is? Why is he with Zijin? Could he be some prince? Impossible. Don't you remember the second prince of the Sun Moon Empire, Su Jianyuan? When he came, Zijin didn't even glance at him. His identity must be extraordinary. You don't need to tell me that. It seems we're in for some excitement in Tian Dui village." At that moment, a gray-black head peeked out from the room that had just erupted in laughter, first curiously scanning the crowd before locking onto DaiYuan and the others. Suddenly, a figure stumbled out of the room, rushing clumsily. "Excuse me, sorry, Uncle Li coming through." "Pardon me, what is your hurry? You weren't born that way." "Ouch, Zhou Tiancheng, you little rascal. You stepped on my shoe." The appearance of the man provoked a flurry of insults, yet he seemed indifferent to the commotion, fixated solely on the young girl before him, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Although the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding DaiYuan's identity, no one dared to approach him as the trio made their way toward the imposing palace at the end of the street. At that moment, a figure materialized before the girl, obstructing her path. "Zijin, you have returned," he said. DaiYuan turned to the source of the voice. Noticing the tattered, long robe draped over the figure, his face smeared with an unknown filth, rendering him a pitiable sight. The man immediately recognized DaiYuan's presence, his demeanor shifting to that of startled rabbit on high alert. "Who are you? How dare you be seen alongside Zijin?" At this juncture, several elegantly attired young men from noble families began to push their way through the throng, their handsome features and commanding presence unmistakable markers of their esteemed lineage. With narrowed eyes, they scrutinized DaiYuan, their gazes filled with wariness. "Zhou Tiancheng, do not block the way," the girl replied coldly, attempting to move forward. "You may pass, but he must not." As his words fell, he turned his gaze to DaiYuan, the previous vigilance morphing into an overt hostility. "Who exactly are you? Do you lack the courage to even state your name?" DaiYuan, sensing the escalating tension, was about to intervene to ease the awkwardness when the girl raised a hand to halt him. Lv.20 I shall repeat myself. Do not obstruct the path. Upon her declaration, the murmurs of the crowd faded into silence, the atmosphere plummeting to a chilling degree as she fixed her impassive gaze upon Lv.20. This time, he refrained from further protest and begrudgingly stepped aside. I already warned you to move aside, yet you insisted on provoking my sister's ire. Wait until I am well fed to teach you a lesson. The little girl darted to Lv.20, baring her teeth in a mock threat, then skipped merrily after the girl, leaving him behind. Once the trio departed, the crowd slowly dispersed, with some who had previously suffered under Lv.20's disdain not missing the opportunity to hurl a parting insult. What good is your impatience? Just a sycophant. Do you even realize who Zijin is? Take a moment to reflect on yourself. Another voice interjected, Oh, do not be so harsh. After all, she is a 6th-tier soul mentor, enjoying the privileges of a guest of honor in every kingdom. She simply chose an unworthy target, if one cannot soar. Do not blame the winds. No need for such vitriol. As the crowd dispersed, Lv.20 remained dejectedly in place. Shortly thereafter, the three arrived before the Grand Hall. DaiYuan looked up to see 3 gilded characters inscribed on the plaque. Mingdetang. The flowing, ancient script exuded an aura of mystique, showcasing its unique heritage. This is Mingdetang. I recall it was once the sole guide institution of the Sun and Moon Empire during the Dou period. It seems many intriguing events have transpired over the past 10,000 years. Approaching the entrance, the doors swung open of their own accord, and a deep, ethereal voice resonated from within the hall. Zijin, bring this young friend to meet me. Yes, father. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, DaiYuan surveyed the surroundings, noting that the decor mirrored that of the Pope's palace, exuding an atmosphere of sacred mystery. His attention was drawn to a colossal mural on the dome, depicting a fierce battle between a flock of fiery red phoenixes and the gods of the divine realm. Ultimately, under the protection of a massive phoenix, the remaining phoenixes were transported to the mortal realm through a spatial portal it had opened. Witnessing this, DaiYuan's understanding of their identities began to take shape, and he nodded subtly as he followed the sisters deeper into the hall. Eventually, they arrived before a grand golden door, adorned with a magnificent depiction of a phoenix in flight, its grandeur almost palpable in the air. With a soft thud, the door opened, revealing an idyllic scene reminiscent of a hidden paradise. A man clad in a white robe sat leisurely in a pavilion on the lake center, savoring fragrant tea as a gentle breeze stirred the surface of the water, creating ripples. As DaiYuan and the others approached the lakeside, stone slabs began to rise from the water, providing a solid footing beneath their feet. Upon reaching this tranquil setting, Tong, seemingly liberated from restraint, dashed toward the man. Uncle Bai, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. The girl could not help but shake her head in exasperation. While DaiYuan found himself amused by the scene, his earlier tension alleviated by a third. Young friend, having traveled from afar, I must apologize for not welcoming you properly. Today, I offer tea in lieu of wine as a gesture of my regret. As the words faded, a cup of azure tea gracefully floated toward DaiYuan, hovering before him. The delicate fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating him with its allure. Without hesitation, DaiYuan lifted the cup and drank deeply. In an instant, a surge of crimson golden light flashed around him, coalescing above his head into a shimmering fire phoenix that dissipated into the ether. The onlookers gasped, particularly the man in white, whose eyes widened with astonishment and profound satisfaction. What transpired just now? I kindly request you to elucidate for DaiYuan. DaiYuan sat confidently across from Lu Sun, meeting his gaze without fear. The latter seemed to have anticipated the question, smiling slightly before turning to the girl. Zijin, please explain it to him. Following Lu Sun's cue, DaiYuan turned to the nearby Lu Zijin, who gazed contemplatively at the steaming tea before her. Her eyes flickered momentarily, but she soon turned to DaiYuan, raising her delicate hand. As her sleeve slipped down, DaiYuan beheld a strikingly crimson mark, glimmering like blood, that had been concealed beneath her garments. In an instant, the pavilion was enveloped by an air of grim foreboding. The lake, previously rippling, fell eerily still, and the sounds of chirping insects and birds faded into a profound silence, like the sensation of a blade gliding over skin. DaiYuan suddenly felt as if he had been transported to a bloody battlefield, surrounded by corpses, as torrents of blood surged toward him, threatening to engulf him. This is the power of the Shura god. As the inheritor of the former god of destruction, he possessed a certain understanding of the Shura god. a fellow enforcer of the divine realm, and coupled with his knowledge of the past divine wars, he immediately grasped the identity of this power source upon witnessing it. Seeing Dai Yuan deduce the identity of the source so swiftly, Lu Sun and Lu Zijin's pupils constricted in surprise, exchanging glances that conveyed a glimmer of joy. Indeed, it is the power of the Shura God. Thus, you should have a clearer understanding of our identities now, young friend. Dai Yuan regarded Lu Sun and spoke. Are you of the South Mountain Qi Huang lineage? Yes, but also no. I implore you, senior, to enlighten Dai Yuan. The signs he had observed on his journey, coupled with the mark of the Shura God on Lu Zijin's arm, indicated its origin from the divine war of yore. However, Lu Sun's next utterance left his previously assured heart hanging in uncertainty. To be precise, only Tong Tong belongs to the Qi Huang lineage. We are a branch of the Bai Huang clan. The Bai Huang clan? To be precise, we belong to the mutated lineage of the Feng Wang clan. Every millennium, a singular white phoenix, adorned with pristine white feathers and engulfed in pale flames, is born within our kin. Unlike the Feng Wang clan, which inherently wields the flames of destruction and creation, our white phoenix lineage possesses solely the flames of creation. While the creation flames of the Feng Wang clan only manifest benefits to themselves, our creation flames have a unique ability to influence others. Thus, although we are considered anomalies within our larger clan, our status remains significant. As I listened to Lu Zijing's narrative, Dai Yuan nodded thoughtfully. However, he soon turned to Lu, seeking clarification. Senior, the mural I observe in the Grand Hall, could it be? Before he could finish, he noticed the expressions of the three individuals shift, revealing an unsettling change. Even Tong Tong, who had been voraciously consuming her meal, paused, a look of sorrow crossing her face. The countenance of Lu Sun and his daughter also darkened, and Dai Yuan sensed the gravity of the situation, opting to remain silent and patiently await further developments. The atmosphere in the pavilion grew heavy, the steam rising from the teacups dissipating slowly. After a prolonged silence, a deep sigh escaped Lu Sun. During the divine war of yore, our patriarch selflessly sacrificed himself to forge a passage to the lower realms for the sake of our clan's future. At that time, the Western Heaven Sacred Emperor clan stood with us. Yet at the critical moment, the Shura God appeared unexpectedly to wreak havoc. Our patriarch was then engaged in fierce battle alongside the Sacred Emperor and the God of Destruction, leaving us vulnerable and unattended. As he recounted this tale, Lu Sun's voice became choked with emotion, his gaze gradually filling with hatred. In that moment, Dai Yuan felt the temperature around him surge dramatically, sensing the energy emanating from this man. At that moment, the Western Heaven Sacred Emperor clan stepped forth to buy us time, and we witnessed our compatriots fall one by one beneath the Shura God's blade. Ultimately, just as I prepared to complete my task, the Shura God unleashed a devastating technique, enveloping us all. We did not perish under his assault, but just as we believed we had escaped, we discovered dark red divine runes branded upon each of our arms. We recognized this as the Shura God's mark of death. For a millennium, this mark has incessantly eroded our clan's vitality. Despite my mastery of powerful creation flames, I remain helpless against the Shura God's might. He is simply too formidable. A palpable sense of tragic nobility adorned Lu Sun's face, drawing a soft sigh from Dai Yuan. As the leader of the Bai Huang clan, I can only watch helplessly as my kin succumb one after another to the death mark, unable to intervene. The despair upon Lu Sun's face had reached its zenith. Observing this, Dai Yuan suddenly sensed a faint echo of phoenix cries in his ears, lingering and melancholic. Soon, the sound was overshadowed by the resounding roars of tigers, the sheer force of which left Dai Yuan momentarily shaken, the voice layered and continuous, imbued with boundless sorrow and fury, leaving his mind in tumult. You must have heard it by now. This lake is known as Shengyun Lake, where the remains of the Sacred Emperor clan, who perished in battle to protect us, lie buried beneath its depths, along with my kin who have died over the millennium due to the mark of death. After 1,000 years, only we remain. He implored, Senior, I am resolute in my intent to assist. At this moment, Dai Yuan had firmly resolved to lend his aid. Rising, he bowed deeply to Lu Sun. In response, Lu Sun stood to return the gesture, offering a cup of tea. Young friend, do not feel burdened. This matter does not directly concern you. Our bond forged today is simply a hope that you might assist Zijing and Tong Tong. As he spoke, Lu Sun's gaze shifted towards Zijing, his eyes filled with affection and concern. Tong Tong is the last ember of the Qi Huang clan. Over the years, I have expended millions of years of my cultivation to shield her from the death mark. Our patriarch once foretold that a human would emerge to aid us after a millennium. Regardless of the outcome today, we are prepared to embrace our fate. Observing the dire situation, DaiYuan's expression turned solemn. He felt utterly at a loss regarding how to dispel the death mark. In urgency, he turned to the system for assistance. System, is there any way to resolve the death mark? This is the power of the God King. It requires extraordinary measures to dispel. Does that mean you can manage it? Well, it is not impossible, but the cost is rather steep. Speak plainly. Once the merit points are sufficient, everything can be arranged. Inevitably, this money-minded system, despite its usual insistence on sales and shortcomings, remained DaiYuan's most reliable ally in critical moments. How much is needed? The system fell silent, prompting a curious laugh from DaiYuan. What is this? Usually, you seem eager to drain my resources, yet now you appear shy. Host, please refrain from making remarks that might lead to misunderstandings. Our relationship is solely one of mutual benefit. After some banter, DaiYuan remarked, I recall I still have 9,000 merit points left. Is that insufficient? As expected, the system did not respond immediately, causing a sinking feeling in DaiYuan's heart. Indeed, the system confirmed his suspicions. There is an item in the diamond shop known as Penglai Pure Water, a divine liquid capable of purifying all and cleansing the marrow. Only it can counteract the Shura goddess power. And how many merit points does it require? 50,000. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan felt a chill wash over him. Moments ago, he had confidently believed that 9,000 merit points would suffice to dispel the death mark, but now it seemed utterly inadequate. However, a thought suddenly sparked in his mind. I remember that the new sign-in task has yet to be released. Host cultivation has not yet reached the Soul King level of level 50, thus the task cannot be issued. The flicker of hope was extinguished by the system's cold response, leaving DaiYuan feeling both frustrated and resigned. Is there truly no way? Well, there's a method. Then why didn't you mention it sooner? You did not inquire. Mustn't lose my temper. I must remain calm, DaiYuan reminded himself, suppressing the urge to lash out. Please enlighten me. Due to special circumstances, a temporary task is now issued. The host must break through to a 7th-tier soul master within 3 days. Success will yield 60,000 merit points and a soul pill, which can enhance the host's soul power by 1 level without side effects. Failure results in a 10-level regression of soul power. This task is non-mandatory and entirely at the host's discretion. Upon hearing the conditions, a bitter smile crossed DaiYuan's face. Do I have any other options? The host may choose not to accept. With a sigh, he understood there was no alternative. I choose to accept the task. He had already recognized that this was the system's ploy. Earning 60,000 merit points would allow him to redeem the divine water for 50,000, leaving him with 10,000 merit points. This would perfectly allow him to exchange for a growth-type divine bestowed soul ring, leaving his account balanced. However, DaiYuan opted not to expose this, as it was ultimately a win-win situation. The system would gain its performance metrics, and his strength would significantly improve, thus resolving the issue of the death mark. In truth, DaiYuan should be grateful to it. As he considered this, the frustration he had previously felt dissipated entirely. However, soon another formidable challenge emerged before him. How could he possibly break through to the 7th-ranked soul mentor within a mere 3 days? At this moment, he was a veritable novice when it came to soul guidance devices. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ear once more, languidly inquiring whether the host was troubled about completing the task, assuring him that it could provide assistance. Upon hearing this insufferably smug tone, DaiYuan felt a surge of frustration, yet he had no means to retaliate against the system. So he suppressed his ire and responded with a forced cordiality, requesting its guidance. Oh, I wouldn't dare claim to teach. In the Golden Shop, there exists a rapid training method for becoming a 9th-ranked soul mentor, perfectly suited for you at this moment. Currently, there's a grand promotion, and it can be yours for merely 5,000 merit points. Enough of that, just exchange. Ding. The 9th-ranked soul mentor rapid training method has been delivered to the host's consciousness space. Please claim it within 24 hours, or it will be considered abandoned. After the announcement, DaiYuan shifted his consciousness to the sea of knowledge, finding a book that radiated a dim gray light, quietly floating before him. He approached and touched it gently. The book shattered with a sound, transforming into countless specks of light that merged into his soul. An overwhelming torrent of information flooded his mind, revealing the myriad intricate techniques and crafts of soul guidance devices. as he became ensnared in the deluge of information from the soul guidance world. He drifted within it for an indeterminate time, and when he finally extricated himself, his expression was grim. System, you are deceiving me. Unless I cheat, how could I possibly master all this in 3 days? Host has already cheated. Well, that seems to be the case. Nevertheless, you're clearly being unreasonable this time, setting me up to fail while still expecting me to jump in. I demand accountability. Please mind your language, host. Oh, the lineage of soul guidance devices is profound and ancient, derived from the craftsman deity of the divine realm. Given the development of the Baihuang clan over the years, reducing it to this scale is already commendable. What do you mean commendable? I perceive that without at least 10 years of arduous labor, one cannot achieve mastery. 10 years is already a short time. Look at others who spend their entire lives without even touching the threshold of the 9th rank. It took the Lingbing Douluo over a decade to reach such a level, and the task only requires you to attain the 7th rank. Be content, but you require me to achieve this in 3 days. Even reaching the 7th rank would necessitate at least 3 or 4 years. In light of this, the system shall benevolently assist the host once more. As these words left the system's mouth, a sense of foreboding washed over DaiYuan, now providing the host with a golden grade time converter. Enter it for training. This converter has 2 settings. 1 day equals 1 month, costing 100 merit points each time. And 1 day equals 1 year, costing 1,000 merit points each time. It is truly a remarkable value, fooling no one. DaiYuan could swear that today was the most absurd day since his rebirth. When his consciousness returned to his body, he found Lu Sun and the others gazing at him with concern. Realizing he'd spent too long conversing with the system, he apologized. My apologies. I was pondering some matters. Senior, I have a solution to this problem. Really? You aren't deceiving us? Tong Tong displayed the most enthusiasm, leaping from the table to cling to DaiYuan's pant leg, her face alight with excitement. Lu Sun and his daughter shared expressions of delight, astonished that the good news had arrived so swiftly. Just as they were about to inquire about the specific method, DaiYuan interjected. Senior Lu, I must keep the specifics confidential. Would it be possible for you to provide me with a secret chamber? I require 3 days to prepare. Chapter 187. The secret chamber at the bottom of the lake. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. He rose, smiling at DaiYuan. That is not an issue. Young friend, please follow me. At that moment, the tranquil water's surface erupted into ripples, and a massive vortex rapidly formed before them, growing larger and revealing a bottomless darkness. A series of stone steps gradually emerged from the water surface, extending downward into the abyss. Witnessing this, DaiYuan couldn't help but marvel as he glanced at Lu Zijing, noting her astonished expression, tinged with sadness and reverence. Lu Sun stepped forward, treading upon the stone steps leading to the lake's depths. Lu Zijing remained still, cradling Tong Tong, and exchanged a knowing glance with DaiYuan, who nodded in understanding and followed suit. As they ventured deeper, DaiYuan observed the vortex above gradually closing, creating a transparent barrier around them, preventing any water from seeping in. Looking around, he saw fish swimming freely, while unfamiliar gigantic creatures occasionally appeared, reshaping his understanding of the world. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the aquarium of his childhood, where various extraordinary creatures floated gracefully before him, exuding an air of tranquility. Throughout the journey, Lu Sun remained silent, and the two advanced steadily toward the lake's bottom. Upon reaching their destination, DaiYuan discovered 3 doors before him. One was exceptionally large, its ancient and dark exterior exuding a timeless aura. Half of the door was adorned with a vivid depiction of a phoenix in flight, while the other half showcased a fierce tiger roaring toward the heavens. At this sight, DaiYuan began to form a rough estimation in his mind. Inside lies the resting place of the ancient sage. Once this matter is resolved, I will take you inside. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan understood that the other party still did not fully trust him, which was reasonable given the brevity of their acquaintance. Without further ado, he sincerely declared, I shall exert every effort. Listening to his courteous words, Lu Sun smiled and pointed to a small stone door on the right side of the main entrance. The next 3 days, you may quietly prepare inside. No one will disturb you. If you require anything, I will do my utmost to accommodate. With that, he handed DaiYuan a sky blue jade ring. This is a storage ring I crafted a few days ago. As a token of our first meeting, please accept this small gift. This is too much. I cannot accept a reward for nothing. Despite his attempts to decline, DaiYuan found the jade ring already adorning his left index finger, leaving him astonished. When did this happen? Lu Sun observed him with a smile and gently responded. Do not refuse, young friend. This storage ring can hold both inanimate and living beings. Should you have any further needs, you may contact me through this, and I will do my utmost to assist. After saying this, before DaiYuan could object, Lu Sun's figure slowly faded into the water. DaiYuan stood in stunned silence, staring at the spot where Lu Sun had once stood. After a while, he regained his senses and looked at the sky-blue jade ring on his left hand. Truly a masterpiece. Just examining its exterior left DaiYuan in awe. The delicately crafted ring featured a lifelike white phoenix, its lines flowing seamlessly, an embodiment of exceptional craftsmanship that captivated him. However, this was only the beginning. As he probed with his spiritual energy, he came to understand the true depth and intricacy within. A vast expanse of white stretched before him, with no boundaries in sight. If the spatial ring gifted to him by DaiYuan was akin to a pond, then this new one could truly be likened to an endless ocean. However, his astonishment did not cease. DaiYuan's attention was soon captivated by a nearby pile of extraordinary treasures. Upon closer inspection, he was astounded to discover that these were all exceptionally rare soul guide materials. Xingyun Shentai, Sangyan Feitsue, Fengqi Xuejin. Were these not treasures exclusive to the divine realm? Oh dear, this gift is indeed quite substantial. As he gazed at these invaluable materials, DaiYuan's initial shock gradually transformed into a sense of melancholy. Since Lu Sun had entrusted him with such precious items, it was evident that he harbored immense expectations for him, which made the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders feel even heavier. 3 years seemed a bit rushed, yet given Lu Sun's high regard for him, he knew he must exert every effort to meet those expectations. With a heavy thud, the door closed, returning the lake's bottom to tranquility. Within the pavilion, glancing at the shimmering surface of a lake, Lu Zijing turned to Lu Sun with concern. Father, is he truly that person? Lu Sun sat at the table, savoring fragrant tea, watching Tong Tong, who was indulging in her feast. He slowly shook his head in response. I do not know. You do not know, yet you unilaterally decided to give him that Tianqing Yuhuang ring. I have asked you for it several times, but you refused to part with it. Now, you have given it to a stranger with whom you share but a fleeting connection. I cannot help but suspect he is some illegitimate child of yours. Uncle Lu, you've made my chicken leg dirty. Tong Tong, puffed up with indignation, pointed at Lu Sun with a greasy chicken leg. Her lips pursed in discontent as tea and grease dripped from her cheeks. Her face scrunched up as if she held a deep grudge against Lu Sun. Zijing, I am still your father. Is this how you speak to your father? Come now. My apologies, Tong Tong. Uncle Lu did not mean to. While scolding his daughter, he took out a handkerchief to wipe the grime from Tong Tong's face, speaking gently to the little one in his arms. My mother has long told me about your youthful escapades. You know in your heart whether you have wronged her in any way. At this, the atmosphere in the pavilion turned cold. Lu Sun fell silent, bowing his head as he repeatedly wiped Tong Tong's cheeks. How long will you wipe? You're going to ruin my face. Tong Tong struggled to free herself from Lu Sun's grasp. Just as she was about to complain, she noticed the expression on his face was not right. Sensing something amiss, she stealthily gathered her food and tiptoed away. The pavilion was left with just a father and daughter. After a long pause, Lu Sun slowly approached Lu Zijing. I have wronged your mother and you. After all these years, you still refuse to forgive me. Lu Zijing remained silent, yet her stern demeanor spoke volumes about her thoughts. Seeing his daughter respond with such coldness, Lu Sun couldn't help but sigh before continuing, I do not expect your forgiveness. If I succeed this time, at least I will have something to say when I meet your mother. At these words, Lu Zijing abruptly turned to him. What do you mean by that? Lu Sun smiled and shook his head, gradually fading from view. If I succeed this time, I hope you can cultivate a good relationship with this human. He is no ordinary person. The hopes of the Phoenix clan may one day rest upon him. When has my sacred Phoenix lineage ever bowed to anyone? I do not wish to do such a thing, nor can I. Lu Zijing, possessing great wisdom, quickly discerned the implications in Lu Sun's words and decisively stated her stance. In Lu Sun's eyes, however, this only manifested as a sigh. You're still too young. Very well, you will understand in due time. Starting tomorrow, I shall enter seclusion for a while. The selection for the 7th tier soul masters will be entrusted to you. With that, he vanished completely, leaving Lu Zijing alone in the pavilion. At that moment, Tong Tong, who had stealthily slipped away, returned unnoticed. Observing that the atmosphere had lightened, she resumed her carefree demeanor. Just as she sat down at the table, clutching a roasted chicken leg, Lu Zijing abruptly snatched it away. In the astonished gaze of Tong Tong, Lu Zijing swiftly devoured it, leaving her with nothing but a bare bone. Tong Tong stared blankly at the clean bone in her hand, then looked up in confusion at Lu Zijing. The air thickened momentarily. But soon, Tong Tong's wailing echoed across the entirety of Shengyun Lake. Wah! Lu Zijing, return my chicken leg. I will fight you. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed swiftly. The thunderous sound of firecrackers resounded through the streets. Today was the day of the 7th tier Soul Master selection. As the most prestigious sacred ground for soul guides on the Sun and Moon continent, Tianhuan Village had historically monopolized the selection of soul masters above the 6th tier. Being a soul master also meant being a forger. The transition from basic forging to soul forging represented a development towards the integration of physical strength and spiritual power. Upon reaching the level of soul forging, a soul master was required to possess far more than mere physical skill. The ability to perceive the pulsations of soul guide materials was a profound talent only a select few could achieve. As the birthplace of soul guiding on the Sun and Moon continent, Tianhuan Village was renowned for its unparalleled craftsmanship, attracting talented masters from all corners, thus becoming the sole place capable of granting titles to soul masters above the 6th tier. Early in the morning, Zhou Qianqing prepared himself thoroughly, shaving off his unkempt beard, cleansing himself of years of grime, and donning a freshly cleaned long robe. With a push of the door, he strode confidently towards the Mingda Hall at the village's end. Oh, is that Zhou Qianqing? Looking rather presentable today. Of course. Back in Mingdu, I was quite the outstanding young talent. Still not a 7th tier soul master, and already boasting. If you succeed, will you be strutting around with your head in the clouds? Oof, Chu Jian, I'll tell you this. I will succeed. And then I shall take your head to inaugurate my newly forged ice soul Lioli sword. Why don't you come with me to the arena and settle this? As a proud member of the body sect, fear not a mere scoundrel like you. If it weren't against village rules to shed blood, you would have been my fallen foe long ago. Despite the weight of his words, the surrounding crowd paid them no mind, each immersed in their own tasks, aware that neither of the two would dare to draw weapons in the village. After exchanging pleasantries laden with insults, Zhou Qianqing departed, straightening his robe from the earlier altercation, quickly regaining his initial spirited demeanor. At that moment, Shengyun Lake, which had previously been calm, now rippled with waves. Inside Mingda Hall, Lu Zijing, clad in a golden-threaded azure robe, sat composedly at the head of the judging panel, having taken her father's place. The elders seated beside her raised no objections to this arrangement, fully aware of the tremendous strength possessed by this seemingly youthful girl. Everyone sat upright, their expressions solemn, further enhanced by the hall's opulent decor, creating an atmosphere of sanctity and seriousness. In a scene marked by solemnity, a diminutive yet endearing figure abruptly shattered the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to anyone, this charming presence had nestled into Lu Zijing's embrace, clutching a sizable assortment of snacks and indulging in them with evident delight. The elders present dared not utter a word, fully aware of the formidable nature of this little ancestor. Only Lu Zijing possessed the ability to manage this spirited child. Observing the situation, Lu Zijing refrained from excessive commentary, merely offering a gentle reminder to avoid causing any disturbances. With a resounding thud, the massive door slowly creaked open, and under the guidance of the guards, a group of soul masters came forth to participate in the advancement selection. Among them was Zhou Qianqing, who, upon entering the grand hall, immediately spotted Lu Zijing. After a fleeting moment of shock, unbridled joy rapidly illuminated his face, and he excitedly called out to his dream goddess. Zijing, you're here. Wonderful. Just watch. Today, I shall undoubtedly become a 7th tier soul master. At this proclamation, the hall erupted with scornful laughter. Even the elders seated at the judges' table shook their heads in amusement. Zhou Qianqing's self-absorption and fervent admiration for Lu Zijing were notorious throughout Tianduan Village. Yet, such audacity was somewhat justified, as he had achieved the rank of 6th tier soul master before turning 20. Now, merely 2 years later, he was attempting to qualify as a 7th tier soul master. This prodigious talent had piqued the interest of many 8th tier elders, all of whom had contemplated taking him under their wing. However, his excessive arrogance led him to believe that he required no guidance, convinced he could surpass the elders through sheer will. This pride, coupled with his almost obsessive pursuit of Lu Zijing, rendered him a well-known figure in Tianduan village. In response to this peculiar character, Lu Zijing treated him as if he were invisible. Yet the fleeting glimmer of disdain in her gaze did not escape the perceptive eyes of Tong Tong. With her large, expressive eyes sparkling with mischief, she smirked and declared, "Zhou Tiancheng, I must inform you that my sister is forever beyond your reach, for she has already found someone she adores." Upon these words, an uproar ensued, all eyes turning in astonishment towards Tong Tong. They had not anticipated such a bold statement from the little ancestor today, and it sent waves of excitement coursing through the crowd. Meanwhile, Tong Tong, nestled comfortably in Lu Zijing's embrace, wore a triumphant expression, relishing the moment of revenge against Zhou Tiancheng. Lu Zijing's expression soured at Tong Tong's proclamation. Her countenance darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Raising her hand, she gently covered the girl's mouth, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "You are not going anywhere. We shall settle this matter later." When she straightened up, her expression had returned to its previous calmness. "Everyone, please disregard Tong Tong's words. They were merely jest. Should this interfere with anyone's focus, I, Zijing, apologize on her behalf. Now, let us proceed with the selection." At this moment, Tong Tong struggled to speak. But whatever had sealed her lips rendered her voiceless, leaving her to emit only muffled sounds of protest. The others refrained from further comments. Recognizing the authority of the Grand Princess's words, to voice any objections now would be most unwise. Yet, just then, Zhou Tiancheng dashed from the ranks, only to be promptly intercepted by the guards. "Zijing, tell me, is it him? Is he the one?" Although Tong Tong could not speak, her fervent nodding towards Zhou Tiancheng suggested she was determined to implicate her sister's mysterious companion. Zhou Tiancheng, upon witnessing Tong Tong's reaction, froze in place, as murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd once more. They had previously speculated if the enigmatic figure Lu Zijing had brought back a few days prior was indeed the same person. Tong Tong's insistence led many to believe that Lu Zijing had been trying to conceal something. Why? Why is this happening? What do I lack compared to him? Speak, Zijing. Silence. In an instant, Lu Zijing emanated an overwhelming wave of soul power, causing the breath of everyone in the hall to hitch. A chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped them, leaving them immobilized in the oppressive heat of her presence. The harmonious sound of Phoenix song echoed throughout the hall as Lu Zijing rose from her seat, cradling Tong Tong. The attendees felt as though they had been cast into a searing furnace, the intense heat scorching their very skin, yet they could not budge, forced to endure the oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, even the previously boisterous Tong Tong dared not utter a sound, fully aware that her sister was incensed. "Tong Tong, there is a limit to jesting. You have overstepped today. Return home at once." With a wave of her hand, she tore through the fabric of space and unceremoniously cast Tong Tong within. This extraordinary display of power left the crowd in awe. But their reaction was no longer one of mere curiosity. They were genuinely astonished by Lu Zijing's capabilities. Scanning the hall, Lu Zijing noted that no one dared to utter a word. Even Zhou Tiancheng, who had once been so vocal, now stood trembling in silence, too intimidated to meet the gaze of his dream goddess. The chasm of power between them left him in a state of profound despair. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew increasingly tense, all eyes fixated on Lu Zijing, anticipating her next move. Just then, a voice resonated from the entrance. "Is this the venue for the 7th tier Soul Master Advancement Selection?" All heads turned towards the source of the voice, and the moment Lu Zijing heard it, she froze in disbelief, her gaze shifting toward the entrance where a familiar figure emerged. Why are you here?" Zhou Tiancheng exclaimed. His eyes filled with jealousy and resentment as he looked at Dai Yuan. Dai Yuan, keenly aware of Zhou Tiancheng's disdain, furrowed his brow but chose to remain unfazed, for he had more pressing matters to attend to. After receiving confirmation from the guards at the entrance, he strolled into the hall with nonchalance, approaching the judge's table. He met Lu Zijing's gaze with calmness before presenting a scroll to her. "Please take a look. This is a special decree from Master Lu, granting me the right to participate in the 7th tier Soul Master Advancement Selection alongside my colleagues." As soon as he spoke, another wave of astonishment swept through the hall. This remarkably handsome youth, despite his youthful appearance, had already attained the status of a 7th tier Soul Master. Such extraordinary talent was enough to reshape their understanding of the world. "What brings you here? I thought you were. Once today concludes, I shall provide you with an answer." The cryptic exchange left everyone perplexed. Yet through the confident smile on Dai Yuan's face and the astonished expression on Lu Zijing's, they caught a glimpse of the unfolding narrative. After circulating among the elders, the special permit was ultimately granted to Dai Yuan to participate in this promotion selection. Upon witnessing this outcome, Zhou Qiansheng's jealousy surged, wishing he could devour Dai Yuan whole. The brilliance of Dai Yuan's talent had created quite a stir since his arrival in Tianduan village. Even Lu Sun had received him, and despite Dai Yuan's subsequent arrogance that offended many, no one dared to confront him openly. Even rare resources from Mingdatang were inclined toward him, fostering an unwitting arrogance within him over time. Now, seeing someone even more exceptional than himself, the depth of his jealousy and resentment was palpable. Upon receiving the permit, Dai Yuan positioned himself at the rear of the line, unfazed by the curious glances occasionally cast in his direction. In truth, he had no desire to participate in the selection. The system refused to acknowledge his current level, insisting on official certification. This had led him to request Lu Sun to arrange for a test when he felt he was nearly ready. To his surprise, today coincided with the promotion selection for the 7th tier Soul Masters. Although Lu Sun harbored doubts, he acquiesced to Dai Yuan's wishes and provided him with a special permit, subsequently teleporting him directly to the entrance of the Grand Hall. System, are you deliberately making this difficult for me? I have no interest in the host's physical form. Chapter 190. A display of talent faced with such remarks from the system. Dai Yuan found himself at a loss and chose to ignore it, avoiding unnecessary frustration. Following this brief interlude, order within the hall was restored. Under the guidance of the guards, the participants first drew lots to select their respective forging chambers. The chambers were designed to ensure that the soul masters could forge their soul-guiding devices without interference from external factors, allowing them to focus entirely on their craft. Once the devices were completed, the soul masters could signal for teleportation to the demonstration area, where their every move would be broadcasted in real time to the crystal screens in the Grand Hall through discreetly positioned monitoring devices, thereby ensuring fairness and impartiality in the competition. After a swift drawing of lots, Dai Yuan was assigned to Chamber 8. With the heavy sound of doors closing, all contestants entered their respective chambers. Uncertainty loomed over whether this event would mirror the previous one, stirring concern among the onlookers. At this moment, a white-haired elder seated at the judging table spoke softly, his gaze sweeping across the contestants before settling on the screens depicting Dai Yuan and Zhou Qiansheng. If neither can gain the recognition of the spiritual flame, it can only be said that the 7th tier is a mere fantasy for them. Lacking the fortune, they can only blame their own inadequacy if they falter within. An elder clad in a dark red robe leisurely remarked. The other elders engaged in lively discussions, aware that this grand event occurred only once every 5 years, with many emerging as masters while others fell within the chambers. Each participant understood the inherent risks. Yet their relentless pursuit of excellence and lust for fame drove them to attempt to surmount this dragon gate. Lu Zijing's gaze remained fixed on Dai Yuan. Her curiosity piqued regarding his motives for participating in the selection. She eagerly anticipated that perhaps the fate of their Shenghuang clan might be rewritten by this human youth. Within the chamber, Dai Yuan marveled at the meticulously organized layout before him, a veritable mountain of rare materials. Not far away stood the furnace and forging platform. He walked closer, astonished by the precious, soul-guiding materials that were nearly impossible to find in the outside world, and was struck by the grandeur of Mingdatang. For each piece here would fetch astronomical sums on Douluo Continent. After picking up a piece of secret silver and inspecting it closely, he slowly shook his head. Though of high quality, it was still insufficient. He then surveyed the vibrant array of small mountains surrounding him and gradually settled into a meditative posture. What was he doing? At that moment, an elder outside, observing Dai Yuan, could not help but exclaim. His outburst drew the attention of the other elders to the screen displaying Chamber 8. Is he attempting to summon spirits? How could this be? To summon spirits, his mental strength must be at least at the soul Douluo level. It's impossible. The elders were filled with disbelief, unable to accept that this young boy possessed mental strength comparable to theirs. They initially viewed it as a desperate act, but the next moment, Dai Yuan's actions shattered their misconceptions. Through the screen, they witnessed the mountain of rare materials around him begin to tremble, the vibrations intensifying until the first tiger-striped golden piece slowly floated into the air, causing the surrounding small mountains to revolve around him. My heavens, what am I witnessing? Is this not the legendary technique, Song Xian Fengming? Who is he? In an instant, All the elders recognized this secret method and turned their gazes toward Lu Zijing, who was equally transfixed by the screen, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? In just 2 days, how could he achieve this? As the storm swirling around DaiYuan intensified, he remained tranquil at its center, quietly listening within the darkened space. Suddenly, a phoenix's cry shattered the silence. As DaiYuan reached out, a radiant, multicolored phoenix joyfully soaring toward him. Then, another phoenix's cry rang out, followed by 9 ethereal calls. DaiYuan mirrored the actions and beckoned him forth. When he opened his eyes again, 11 pieces of resplendent, rare materials gracefully orbited around him. Gasp! The onlookers outside gasped in awe at the boy's astonishing display, and the sound of applause resonated throughout every corner of the grand hall. A prodigious talent. A prodigious talent indeed. All the elders present were left in awe, for DaiYuan's performance had transcended their understanding of a mere youth. In their eyes, he had become an indisputable marvel. Lu Zijing's eyes sparkled with wonder. DaiYuan's performance had surpassed her expectations, leading her to momentarily question whether this could be her father in disguise, only to shake her head with a self-deprecating smile. Despite possessing merely the strength of a soul master, he had accomplished such a celestial feat. DaiYuan, you are truly the most extraordinary human I have ever encountered, she mused. At that moment, one elder from the judging panel voiced a question. Why did he choose 11 pieces? Clearly, one would suffice for forging a 7th-tier soul-guiding device. Indeed, this lad is utterly inscrutable. 11 pieces of prime forging materials. I am eager to see what this little monster will create. Inside the chamber, DaiYuan gazed at the 11 pieces of prime materials floating quietly before him and issued a command to the system. Display the design blueprints. Then, with a sweep of his hand, a dark golden hammer materialized in his grasp, its surface adorned with intricate, profound patterns that showcased its exceptional nature. A faint grayish-black light flowed across its surface, and its sudden appearance infused the chamber with a palpable aura of impending greatness. In the next moment, he casually waved his hand, and a crystal emitting a brilliant golden radiance slowly descended into his palm. Rising, he approached the forging table and gently placed it down. Sumi Chue, the time has come for you to display your might. As the first strike fell, the entire room erupted with a symphony of crisp echoes, resonating in waves. In that instant, DaiYuan's hands blurred, creating multiple afterimages, the obsidian-hued Sumi Chue shifting fluidly between them, each strike resonating with an increasingly ethereal and profound sound. Chapter 191. The weight of thunder outside the room. Everyone was fixated on the screen, their gazes converging on the number 8 display, where DaiYuan was situated. The pinhole observation soul guide within the room left no detail of DaiYuan's crafting process hidden, compelling all to watch in silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Gradually, as time elapsed under the collective gaze, the dragon blood jade, roughly the size of a human head, began to take the shape of a headband. With a final clang, the last hammer strike resonated through the air, and the flickering hammer shadows gradually faded, revealing a translucent, lustrous, platinum-colored headband before the audience. DaiYuan examined it with satisfaction before setting it aside. He then turned and summoned a piece of extraordinary crystal iron that gracefully flew into his palm. Moments later, the forging room was once again filled with the thunderous sound of intensive hammering. As DaiYuan completed his first item, the elders at the judging table exchanged glances, their brows furrowing momentarily, only to be followed by bemused smiles and subtle shakes of their heads, their faces betraying a hint of regret. This young man harbors considerable ambition. We old-timers have struggled for years to craft a humanoid soul guide without success, yet he believes he can accomplish it. Perhaps this is the flaw of genius. A little setback would do him good. At such a tender age, he should be diligently honing his craft. Achieving such feats now may lead to arrogance, with proper refinement. He is destined for greatness. All the elders tacitly accepted this sentiment, and in their hearts, they had already rendered judgment on DaiYuan's outcome. As time gradually passed, it was unclear how long had elapsed, but DaiYuan's forging work was nearing completion. At that moment, the number 5 chamber of Lv.20 suddenly illuminated with a green light. He raised his right hand high, while 3 azure metallic spheres floated in his left hand. In the next instant, a pale light flashed through the room, and Lv.20 vanished, his screen switching directly to a vast arena. As the first contestant to finish forging, coupled with his inherent genius, Lv.20 naturally captured the attention of all the elders present. If he succeeds at such a speed, his future is boundless. If only his temperament could be tempered, in less than 20 years, he will certainly have a place here. While the focus of the audience was primarily on Zhou Tiancheng, one individual remained an exception, Lu Zijing. From the beginning, her gaze was locked onto Dai Yuan, observing his every move with unwavering attention, as if he were the sole entity in the universe. At this moment in the trial arena, Zhou Tiancheng confidently approached the observer, with the 3 metallic spheres in his left hand spinning quietly above his palm. The observer nodded slowly in response. "Are you ready? I have long been impatient. Let us begin. Today, you shall witness the power of my Thunder Pearl." Such audacious words elicited an eye roll from the observer, who chose not to engage in debate, instead retreating to the edge of the arena and signaling with a gesture. With a hum, a pale light flashed across the arena, and when the brilliance faded, a multitude of humanoid iron stakes appeared before Zhou Tiancheng. Boom! In an instant, these iron figures locked onto Zhou Tiancheng and charged at him with a thunderous roar. Such a terrifying scene would have left an ordinary person paralyzed with fear, devoid of any thought of escape. However, Zhou Tiancheng merely smirked and gently lifted his left hand. The 3 azure metallic spheres soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. The originally gray sky above the arena transformed into an ominous shade of black at a visible speed, as if ink had been spilled across a 10-mile radius. An overwhelming sense of oppression flooding the atmosphere. Boom! Thunder rumbled, followed by a blinding flash of light that cleaved the sky, succeeded by a cacophony of thunderous roars. Inside the hall, all the elders were taken aback, their eyes shimmering with anticipation as they silently awaited the unfolding events. At that moment, the charging humanoid iron stakes were nearly upon Zhou Tiancheng, their sharp iron blades raised at precarious angles, aimed swiftly at his neck. Just as the blades were about to pierce his skin, a flash of white lightning streaked across the sky, striking the humanoid stakes with immense force. Subsequently, countless bolts of lightning descended, and before the eyes of the audience, the charging iron figures were obliterated in an instant. Everything transpired so swiftly that most were left stunned, unable to react before it was over. The once pristine and spacious arena now lay in ruins, strewn with blackened debris, the acrid scent of charred remnants filling the air. While Zhou Tiancheng remained motionless, quietly observing the aftermath, the darkened sky gradually returned to its original grayish hue, and the 3 metallic spheres had not returned, seemingly dissipated into the atmosphere. The observer approached, gazing at the devastated scene with a hint of astonishment, and when he looked back at Zhou Tiancheng, his expression was imbued with reverence. Observation complete. Congratulations, you have passed. Please proceed through the left passage for your final report to the hall. With that, the observer clasped his hands in congratulations. Upon hearing this news, Zhou Tiancheng's spirits soared, and he disregarded the observer's courtesy as he strode confidently toward the left passage. The hall was abuzz with excitement, as the elders discussed Zhou Tiancheng's performance animatedly, their faces alight with joy and exhilaration. It was no wonder. The pass rate for such elite selections was exceedingly low, and achieving even one successful candidate in 3 years was a commendable feat. It seems that our Mingda Hall will gain another guest elder. The power has already surpassed that of an ordinary 7th tier. What a pity that it can only be used once, such a waste. If it could be reused, his level would be on par with us old-timers. But take it slow, he is still young, and his future is limitless. At this moment, no elder's attention lingered on DaiYuan, for Zhou Tiancheng's performance had eclipsed all expectations. As congratulations poured in from the elders, Lu Zijing remained composed, merely nodding before redirecting her gaze back to DaiYuan. Just then, an exclamation pierced the air. Look at number 8. Chapter 192. The gesture of the beam, the sudden cry instantly captured everyone's attention. The elders glancing at the one who had exclaimed before turning their eyes toward DaiYuan on the number 8 screen. Immediately, a chorus of gasps echoed throughout the grand hall, but soon, an oppressive silence enveloped the space once more. At this moment, Zhou Tiancheng had already stepped into the hall, initially anticipating to be the center of attention, to receive congratulations and praise from all corners. He even fantasized about how Lu Zijing would regard him with newfound admiration. However, reality diverged sharply from his expectations. The moment he entered the hall, the anticipated accolades did not materialize. Instead, everyone was silently fixated on the large screen not far away, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Following their gaze, Zhou Tianqing's expression soured drastically. As for Dai Yuan, he was utterly indifferent to the external world of fame and fortune. Before him floated 11 rudimentary forged body parts, which coalesced into a stunning humanoid form, radiating a platinum aura that was both sacred and pure. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Their spiritual essence remained dormant. At best, they represented mere armor, something even a dog could produce. With such a lackluster level, how could he dare to participate in the selection of a 7th-tier soul master? It was utterly embarrassing. Zhou Tianqing was now fervently transformed into a professional critic, his gaze filled with mania, pride, and disdain. No one dared to voice dissent, for although Zhou Tianqing's words were harsh, they struck at the very heart of the issue. The elders present sighed in unison, recognizing what was glaringly obvious. If Zhou Tianqing could see it, so too could their seasoned eyes. Nevertheless, they still harbored a flicker of hope for Dai Yuan. At this moment, Dai Yuan gestured with his hand, and the spirit furnace beside him, containing a mysterious flame, slowly opened. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, instantly engulfing the entire room. This was the most perilous stage, a critical juncture for any soul master. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Although Dai Yuan had initially employed spirit summoning techniques during material selection, it merely awakened a semblance of their inner spirit, leaving a vast distance to traverse for true awakening. Calmly, he stood amidst the flames, which surrounded him menacingly, yet could not approach him. He was now the North Ming Xianhuang body, an unparalleled divine physique of a Xuanwu lineage from the divine realm. Ordinary exotic flames could not harm him in the slightest, let alone the formidable fire he currently commanded, one that even the flames of the heavens feared. He extended a finger, and a wisp of azure flame danced delicately at his fingertip, the legendary Chaos Azure Flame. In an instant, the raging inferno in the room stilled, transforming into a quivering calm. Observing this, Dai Yuan smirked, and the Chaos Azure Flame leisurely drifted toward the blue exotic fire, devouring at the moment they made contact. There was no resistance. Everything unfolded as if by nature's design. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left utterly speechless. This was a violation of the rules. Zhou Tianqing was equally astonished by Dai Yuan's display. He could hardly believe that the exotic fire he had struggled to tame had been so effortlessly consumed by Dai Yuan's flame. He struggled to accept this reality. However, such sentiments did not stir much commotion, as this was an unprecedented occurrence. The power of the exotic fire was formidable. Even average soul masters found it challenging to completely subdue it, yet Dai Yuan shattered their preconceived notions, leaving them at a loss. The spectacle was far from over. After consuming the blue exotic fire, the Chaos Azure Flame drifted toward the floating platinum armor, merging seamlessly with it. A peculiar wave of energy surged forth at the moment of contact, resonating throughout the room. All present froze in place, as they heard celestial sounds echoing in their ears. A sense of divine, awe-compelling Lu Zijing, seated at the head of the table, to rise silently, her eyes brimming with disbelief. What was this? In the secret chamber, Dai Yuan gazed upon the platinum armor, radiating a faint azure hue. He then conjured a flash of light in his right hand, replacing the previously gripped dark gold hammer with a small, yet formidable carving knife. Intricate engravings outlined profound and mysterious patterns, glowing with a captivating blue-gold radiance, while emanating a refreshing life energy. Indeed, what he now held was the spirit-devouring carving knife, previously tamed by Hui Yuhao from Douluo 2, now aptly referred to as the Blade of Life. Approaching the armor, all present understood they had reached a pivotal moment. He was about to perform the core engraving. Alas, with 11 components, it was likely that he would exhaust his mental energy before completion, an impossible feat after years of research. They had yet to conquer this challenge. Did he truly believe he could succeed? Such audacity was laughable. Everyone bore a pessimistic outlook, while Zhou Tianqing, on the other hand, radiated delight as he bounced over to Lu Zijing, ingratiatingly exclaiming, "Zijing, you look stunning today. I know what Tong Tong said was false. I have succeeded. I am now a 7th-tier soul master and worthy of you." Yet his mindless proclamation elicited not a flicker of emotion from Lu Zijing. She didn't even spare him a glance, simply uttering a single word, "Scram." In an instant, Zhou Tianqing's smile faltered. Following her gaze, his expression morphed into one of deep scorn and derision. Did he truly think he could succeed? Was there a part of her heart that belonged to him? Clearly, her judgment was lacking. Just a clown. How could he ever compare to Zhou Tianqing? Zijing, I advise you to see reality. In the entirety of Tiandui village, no one surpasses me in talent. I will undoubtedly become a 9th-tier soul master, and when that time comes, I cannot promise to remain devoted to you. Before he could finish, Zhou Tianqing suddenly felt an overwhelming force collide with his chest, and in the next moment, he was propelled like a cannonball out of the Grand Hall, trailing behind him a violet-engraved 7th-tier soul master medal. Chapter 193. The task completed. Everyone was stunned. No one had anticipated that Lu Zijing would truly lay hands on Zhou Tianqing. After all, he was a prodigy destined to become an 8th-tier soul master, a cornerstone of Mingda Hall in the future. Although his character left much to be desired, he was undeniably a talent of great caliber. While he had erred, Lu Zijing's actions undoubtedly stripped him of his dignity. This incident could potentially sever his ties with Mingda Hall, a scenario most elders dreaded. Yet, none dared to intervene, for Lu Zijing's status commanded respect. Only the Hall Master, Lu Sun, could critique her. A chorus of sighs reverberated among the elders, as they felt a pang of disappointment towards the young Hall Master. Meanwhile, DaiYuan commenced his core engraving. The azure-hued blade of life danced rapidly in his hands, the room filled with the crisp sound of metal clashing. He constructed the soul guide circuitry, awakened the metal's inner spirit, and established the energy core, all executed with remarkable skill and fluidity. At this moment, everyone in the audience judging panel stood up involuntarily, their eyes fixed on the youth with a sense of incredulity. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Deconstructing the whole into parts, engraving the essence at the core, a genius. No, this is the work of a divine talent. All the elders found themselves captivated by the extraordinary skills displayed by DaiYuan. A brand new realm was being gently unveiled by this young man, revealing its vibrant beauty to the world. Those knowledgeable in the field held their breath, as if afraid to disturb the young prodigy on the screen. In the eye of the storm, DaiYuan was wholly focused on his creation, the blade of souls intricately carving into the platinum armor before him. He was acutely aware of the immense mental toll that such core engraving demanded. Yet at this moment, he possessed an abundance of mental energy. Although his soul power would reset to 0 with each utilization of the technique Yiqi Hua Sanxing, the essence of his spirit would not diminish with the division of his avatar. Rather, it would amplify with the cultivation and advancement of each avatar. His current mental energy surpassed human limits, entering the domain of divine priests. This immense reservoir of mental energy was more than sufficient to sustain such a level of core engraving, which was a primary reason for his continuous, seamless performance. Moreover, it was precisely because of his formidable mental prowess that he dared to engage with the pinnacle of human craftsmanship throughout the history of Douluo. As time flowed, under the mutual enhancement of DaiYuan's artistry and the Blade of Souls, the platinum armor before him grew increasingly vibrant. The air resonated with a series of crisp sounds, a joyous melody sung by the spirits within the metal. DaiYuan sensed that he was nearing completion, with success just a step away. At that moment, he gradually ceased his work with the Blade of Souls and turned towards the treasure mountain behind him. This action instantly confused the onlookers, who could clearly sense that the engraving was on the brink of success. Stopping now could jeopardize everything. Anxious thoughts filled their minds. To witness such a perfect soul guide fail right before their eyes would be more unbearable than death. However, in the next instant, they were drawn to DaiYuan's actions. He walked towards the treasure mountain, and shortly thereafter lifted a piece of stone as dark as ink. The black demon stone? What could he be planning? Surely he wouldn't dare to add this on top, would he? This is sheer madness. Oh dear, please calm down. Do you even know what he is doing? As these words were spoken, the previously disgruntled elder fell silent, muttering under his breath. If I had known, would I still be sitting here? No one could fathom DaiYuan's intentions at this moment. They could only hope that he would complete his masterpiece. Gently caressing the coconut-sized black demon stone in his hand, DaiYuan suddenly turned the Blade of Souls in mid-air, swiftly cutting his palm. Blood flowed along the blade, evenly coating its surface before plunging straight into the stone. A surge of azure golden light erupted, and the previously docile black demon stone began to stir, slowly rising from his palm. With a thunderous boom, the black demon stone shattered into fragments mid-air, and the Blade of Souls returned to DaiYuan's grasp. As the dust settled, a dark liquid mass remained suspended in the air. That was the true essence of the black demon stone, the black demon liquid gold. Streams of blood light evaporated from its surface as DaiYuan gestured, directing the black demon liquid gold towards the platinum armor. halting just above the headpiece. With another gesture, the liquid gold began to pour down, tracing the intricate patterns Dai Yuan had previously engraved, gradually enveloping the entire armor. Over time, the once sacred platinum armor transformed under the infusion of the black demon liquid gold, becoming solemn and formidable. The black demon stone, originating from a realm of utmost darkness and evil, grows merely an inch every 10 years. The fact that Dai Yuan could acquire this coconut-sized rarity was a stroke of fortune, and now, this essence of darkness clashed with the utmost brightness of dragon blood jade gold, achieving a remarkable harmony through the ceaseless coordination of the Blade of Souls. A resonant hum emanated from both types of spirit gold, awakening their innate consciousness, and as they fused, this extraordinary armor formally declared its completion. Dai Yuan approached, the earlier cut on his palm having healed completely. He ran his hands over the armor he had painstakingly crafted, feeling immense satisfaction within. In a flash of light, the armor vanished, and Dai Yuan raised his right hand, signaling the completion of his work. Moments later, another flash occurred, and he disappeared from sight. The atmosphere outside erupted in excitement. Everyone was ecstatic about this extraordinary soul guide. They eagerly anticipated what further surprises this young prodigy would unveil in the forthcoming testing phase. Lu Zijing's eyes shimmered with emotion. She had witnessed every intricate detail of Dai Yuan's recent endeavors. Now that it was finished, she felt genuine joy for him. Show me what truly revolutionary creation you can manifest. Meanwhile, in another testing arena, Dai Yuan had completed his connection with the observer, and the familiar rumble echoed. Much like Zhou Tianxing before him, a swarm of human-shaped iron stakes appeared before him, poised for action. Dai Yuan, upon seeing this, felt a surge of excitement. With a pulse of soul power, a man clad in a black and gold armor appeared before the spectators. In contrast to the soul armor produced by previous soul techniques, the aura emanating from the battle armor was fundamentally different, as it was an external enhancement of the self. Although it too bore the essence of martial souls, it was not to be compared with soul techniques. There was no need to argue which was superior. Both served to enhance the host, one externally and the other internally. At this moment, facing the oncoming iron stakes, Dai Yuan did not unleash any soul techniques, but merely radiated his soul power. Sacred beast Xuanwu manifest. In an instant, an ancient and overwhelming aura radiated from his being, exuding an unparalleled weightiness and dominance. He alone reigned supreme in that expanse. The dark patterns of his martial soul unfurled from beneath him, intertwined with a deep azure golden hue, outlining the majestic figure of a serpent-tailed tortoise. At that moment, the soul guide armor seemed to come alive, the dark battle armor adorned with golden patterns shimmering with light. The two resonated in harmony, elevating Dai Yuan's presence to an entirely new level. The audience watched in silence through the large screen. While they could not feel the intensity of Dai Yuan's state firsthand, they could glean insights from the expressions of the observer and the condition of the iron stakes nearby. Truly a prodigious talent. Today, we bear witness to history. Yet, in the grand scheme of things, it was still too early to declare victory. The elders exchanged glances, their judgments wavering. For Dai Yuan had yet to display any of the battle armor's true power. They hesitated to make premature assertions, as the implications could significantly influence the future of the Soul Guide realm. Just then, Dai Yuan stepped forward, taking the initiative. A shadow, dark as night, swiftly passed before the eyes of the onlookers, and in the next moment, Dai Yuan found himself amidst a cluster of iron stakes. Upon his sudden appearance, these humanoid iron stakes responded almost instantaneously, raising their sharp, broad blades and swinging them down ferociously towards him. The clash of metal resonated like thunder, as the blades met the armor encasing his form. In that fleeting instant, countless blades struck the surface of his armor, yet he stood unmoved, allowing the onslaught to rain down upon him. In mere breaths, the iron stakes had unleashed hundreds, if not thousands, of strikes upon Dai Yuan, who remained calm and composed, showcasing the remarkable resilience of his armor. It is essential to note that these seemingly ordinary humanoid iron stakes possess strengths rivaling that of a soul king, and to withstand such a barrage with equanimity was enough to leave the spectators in awe. Finally, appearing to grow weary of this passive state, a flash of white light danced before him, and a pristine, straight long sword materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion, a crisp sound echoed as a crescent arc of white light flickered, severing the surrounding iron stakes in an instant. This was not a display of soul skills, but sheer raw power, bolstered by Dou Kai and his martial spirit. His strength had ascended beyond that of a soul sage. Yet, DaiYuan's actions did not cease there. He plunged the renowned blade, holy light, into the ground, resting a hand upon its hilt. Suddenly, the golden patterns of his armor shone brightly, and the emblem of his Xuanwu martial spirit gradually emerged behind him. Observers felt the water elements in the atmosphere surge towards the young man, causing them to widen their eyes in astonishment. Without the manifestation of soul rings or the use of soul skills, he was entirely harnessing the power of his martial spirit through the augmentation of his armor. In response to this, the previously intact humanoid iron stakes began to slow their movements, trembling as if bound by an unseen force. Layers of white mist began to swirl in the air, thickening until it enveloped the entire testing ground. A sharp crack echoed within the arena, gradually subsiding into silence as the mist dispersed, revealing the scene once more to the spectators. A gasp escaped from an unknown individual within the hall, while others watched in wide-eyed amazement. There stood DaiYuan at the center of the arena, surrounded by the severed limbs of the iron stakes. The once formidable presence reduced to mere rubble. He appeared as a victorious war deity, standing alone amidst the desolation with an air of indifference. At that moment, an observer approached, swallowing hard at the sight before him. Yet he dared not delay. After a thorough assessment, he shakily raised his hand, signaling approval to the screen. Subsequently, he bowed respectfully before DaiYuan, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have passed and created history." A burst of light illuminated the space as DaiYuan's true form was revealed. He smiled and shook hands with the observer in celebration, engaging in polite exchanges before stepping into the passageway. The atmosphere within the hall reached a crescendo, as they had witnessed the emergence of a new paradigm, a realm that had eluded the relentless pursuit of these seasoned scholars. Joy radiated from every face. The success of Zhou Tiancheng had merely sparked their delight, but now they were overwhelmed with exuberance. As DaiYuan approached the entrance of the hall, he was met with a resounding chorus of congratulations and applause from all directions. He maintained his composure, responding with polite smiles. Only when Lu Zijing signaled did the hall gradually return to tranquility. Standing before the judges, DaiYuan observed their eager and excited gazes. He performed a slight bow before speaking. "What I have achieved today, I shall name Dou Kai." The declaration ignited a fresh wave of commotion among the judges, who, like curious children, bombarded him with questions about the significance of this name, its connection to martial spirits, and its distinction from ordinary armor. They inquired about its capabilities and the extent of its enhancements. In the face of their inquiries, DaiYuan smiled and nodded, appreciating the insightful questions posed by the esteemed 8th-tier soul engineers. Indeed, as Dou Kai, it is inextricably linked to martial spirits. Upon hearing this, the judges erupted in astonishment, as the elder who had initially posed the question had merely jested, unaware that the youth would affirm his conjecture so swiftly. The realization that this seemingly commonplace yet splendid battle armor was intertwined with the most profound martial spirits left the 8th-tier soul engineers in a state of disbelief. "Young man, could you elaborate on the intricacies involved?" The elders quickly shed their authoritative demeanor, becoming eager students seeking knowledge. This rapid transformation left DaiYuan somewhat taken aback. Recognizing that within Tian Dui village, the hierarchy was determined by one's proficiency in soul engineering. With this insight, DaiYuan nodded internally. Without further ado, a flash of black light enveloped him, and the black gold Dou Kai reappeared before the audience. "I apologize, but I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot elaborate on the intricacies right now. I shall gift this remarkable creation to Ming-De-Tang for your esteemed elders to research." Now, I humbly ask, does this mean I have passed? Initially, the elders felt some discontent at his reluctance to share the secrets, but upon hearing of his intention to donate his painstakingly crafted masterpiece, their spirits soared as if they had been lifted from a valley to a peak. After all, Ming-De-Tang's regulations stipulated that unless the candidate voluntarily offered their creations, all crafted items belonged solely to the individual. DaiYuan's gesture instantly ingrained a favorable impression in their hearts. "Ah, since you are so eager, what do we old fellows say?" The elders exchanged knowing smiles before turning their gaze to Lu Zijing, whose eyes remained fixed upon the young man. Sensing the attention of the elders, she regained her previous calm demeanor. "In that case, let's vote by show of hands." In the span of a single breath, all 9 seated elders raised their right hands in approval, their gazes toward DaiYuan, and more precisely, toward the Dou Kai beside him, filled with unprecedented fervor, akin to the obsession one might feel when beholding a rare and exquisite gem. At this moment, only Lv.20 remained at the judging table, yet to raise her hand to cast her vote. Despite being just one individual, as the highest decision-maker present, she wielded an unparalleled veto power. This meant that even with the approval of all the elders, if she disagreed, the contestants' prior efforts would dissolve into mere illusions. Of course, the likelihood of such an occurrence was nearly impossible. After all, in such a public setting, acting without absolute certainty would not only damage her own prestige, but also inflict considerable negative repercussions on the entire Mingdatang. At this moment, Lv.20 gazed at the human youth before her, whom she had known for only a few days, and felt a wave of melancholy. In just a short span of time, he had astonished her profoundly. Were it not for the possibility that he was the fabled child of prophecy, she would find it hard to believe that a human could reach such heights at such a young age. As she pondered, a subtle smile graced her lips, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze that refreshes the heart. Congratulations on becoming the 87th 7-star Soul Mentor since the establishment of Mingdatang. Instantly, the Grand Hall erupted with fervent applause and congratulations, all rejoicing for this youthful prodigy, with one notable exception, who had long been cast out. DaiYuan graciously accepted the praises and congratulations from all directions. During this process, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lv.20, who promptly nodded in understanding. As the applause gradually subsided, this election had come to a close. Regrettably, among the contestants who had arrived, only 2 emerged from this ordeal. The others perished upon encountering the Linghua. After all, everyone who participated was acutely aware of the consequences. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, and everything hinged upon one's own capabilities. As the assembly dispersed, DaiYuan accompanied Lv.20 towards the sacred meteor lake. Before departing, Lv.20 entrusted the black gold battle armor to the elders for their discretion, perhaps a form of apology for her previous treatment of Zhou Qiansheng. Upon hearing this, the eyes of each elder gleamed with avarice, resembling famished wolves eagerly surrounding the coveted armor. "Oh dear, don't crowd, you uncouth lot. Umph, you dare say that with your old face? Bah!" The crowd jostled to be the first to touch the armor, while DaiYuan remained indifferent, having already presented the item. The extent to which they could develop it was of no concern to him. Ding! Task complete. The Shenhun Dan has been placed into the host's consciousness space. Please consume it within 24 hours, or it will be considered abandoned. Upon receiving the system's notification of task completion, DaiYuan's anxious heart finally settled. Without further ado, he exchanged 50,000 merit points for a bottle of Penglai pure water. At that moment, Lv.20 slowly spoke. "Why did you choose to participate in the selection for the 7-star Soul Mentor?" This question had been her greatest curiosity since DaiYuan's arrival, and now, with just the 2 of them, she decided to voice her puzzlement. "Well, I just wanted to see how far my abilities have progressed. Don't worry, the issue with the killing god mark will be resolved today." DaiYuan preferred not to dwell on this matter, feeling a surge of frustration towards the system for such a trivial complication. "Oh, can you tell me how you intend to accomplish that?" The young girl's attention was instantly captured, and DaiYuan merely smiled, placing a finger to his lips in a gesture of silence. However, the next moment, he noticed her brow furrow in displeasure, prompting him to chuckle lightly. "You'll find out soon enough. Hurry, Lu Shu is already waiting for us." With a huff, the girl quickened her pace, clearly annoyed, while DaiYuan, left behind, instinctively touched his nose and hurried to catch up. The 2 swiftly traversed the corridor and arrived at the edge of the sacred meteor lake. As they approached a small pavilion in the lake's center, they heard Tong Tong's plaintive wails. "Lu Shu, you must stand up for me. Sister is bullying me and wants to settle the score. You know I'm the most obedient. She must just dislike me. You have to protect me. I'm so pitiful." Chapter 196. Lu Sun's resolution observing Tong Tong sitting at the table. Crying and lamenting her misfortunes to Lu Sun, DaiYuan could not help but smile. This clever little girl was likely plotting against her beloved sister. He glanced at Lv.20 beside him, only to find her expression icy cold. When she caught his gaze, a hint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Realizing this, DaiYuan quickly averted his gaze. Although Lu Sun was present, he could not guarantee that Lv.20 would refrain from acting against him. In such a situation, silence was undoubtedly the wisest course. Upon seeing Lv.20 arrive, Tong Tong's body trembled slightly. Deep down, she harbored a considerable fear of her sister. Lu Sun, well aware of the underlying issues, could deduce the situation with a mere thought, and as he looked at Lv.20, A trace of helplessness crossed his face. Ziqin, I am aware of the events in the front hall. You have indeed gone too far this time. You should not have treated Zhou Tianqing that way. Let this be a lesson for the future. I did nothing wrong. Not killing him on the spot was already me exercising great restraint. Such a petty person brings no benefit to the development of Ming de Tang. Faced with his daughter's staunch attitude, Lu Sun could only let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly helpless. At this moment, Tong Tong, clearly displeased, chimed in. What about me, Uncle Lu? You just said you'd seek justice for me. I've been bullied too. Woe is me, nobody loves me. In response to Tong Tong's unreasonable lamentations, the gathered crowd chose to turn a blind eye. Lu Ziqin showed no interest in further aggravating Tong Tong, and instead turned her attention to Dai Yuan. Lu Sun, noticing her gaze, looked on with deep anticipation. I wonder if my young friend has a foolproof plan regarding the killing god mark? At this moment, all eyes were on Dai Yuan. Tong Tong, realizing that no one would come to her aid, sulkily indulged in her food. Dai Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached the table with a smile, placing a sky-blue glass bottle upon it. With a crisp sound, he slowly opened the bottle's mouth, and a misty aura of celestial energy wafted out. Lu Sun inhaled deeply, his expression suddenly shifting in astonishment. What is this divine power? Lu Ziqin and Tong Tong were also drawn in, surrounding the exquisite glass bottle with curiosity. As beings from the realm of Yuanshan, they could undoubtedly sense the formidable divine energy emanating from it. Dai Yuan remained silent, a smile on his face as he gently retrieved 3 empty teacups, pouring the Penglai pure water into them as he explained. This divine water is of extraordinary origin. Please allow me to keep its source confidential. Once consumed, the killing god mark would dissolve. Is it really that miraculous? Tong Tong exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at the teacup in her hand. Without further ado, she lifted the cup and drank it all in one go. A pristine light slowly ascended from its surface, the pure and overwhelming energy causing the surrounding air to tremble. Then, ethereal sounds drifted through the air, as if echoing from the depths of ancient times, delicate and melodious. At that moment, Tong Tong gradually floated up from the table, a dark red light illuminating her form. And a sinister, ominous aura slowly seeped from her body, coalescing in the air into a fierce and chilling dark red seal. Just then, Lu Xuan pointed his finger, and a white light resembling the pattern of a phoenix instantly enveloped the entire pavilion. An unexpected transformation occurred. Tong Tong gently closed her eyes, and the pure, white light emanating from her body began to spread outward. Following this, the sound of a phoenix's cry echoed as a phoenix, enveloped in the glimmer of pure water from Penglai, surged forth with crimson flames towards the seal of the killing god. Boom! A deep, resonant sound erupted, as if attempting to cleave through the chaos. The once formidable killing god seal was forcefully shattered, and the overwhelming power of the Azura erupted in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Lu Xuan swiftly activated his divine power to protect everyone. After a long while, the tumult gradually subsided. When DaiYuan opened his eyes again, he sighed in relief upon finding himself unscathed. As someone who had just faced the power of the Azura, he could clearly feel the magnitude of that force. The sense of helplessness and despair was unlike anything he had encountered before. He glanced towards Lu Xuan and noticed that the latter's complexion was now exceptionally pale, his breath weak, a far cry from the previous calm demeanor. How could you use your life essence to forcibly cast divine arts? Are you not concerned for your life? Lu Ziqin rushed forward to check on him. As his daughter, she understood all too well what had just transpired, and her eyes were filled with urgency and unease. She was more aware than anyone of how crucial his life essence was to Lu Xuan. In response to his daughter's outburst, Lu Xuan merely smiled gently. He first cast a glance at Tong Tong, floating in the air, then smiled in relief. Subsequently, he pointed, and another cup of Penglai's pure water flew directly into Lu Ziqin's mouth. You! Lu Ziqin attempted to resist and spit out. But once the Penglai water entered, it immediately took effect. Her body froze for a moment, and then she slowly closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber, as a pure white light also began to rise from her body, just as it had with Tong Tong. Boom! The power of the Azura erupted once more. When DaiYuan opened his eyes again, he stood unharmed in place. However, when he glanced back at Lu Xuan, he found the latter's breath had grown alarmingly faint. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he stepped closer. Senior, what are you doing this for? Lu Xuan did not respond immediately. He gazed at the two ethereal figures floating not far away, his eyes filled with joy and solace. Cough. I am well aware of my condition. For so many years, the power of the Azura has nearly destroyed my spirit. The only reason I've held on this long is my belief in the prophecy that the child of the Lord above would come to help us avert this calamity. I cannot hold out much longer. In my final moments, I wish to fulfill a duty that a senior should. That cannot be. I still possess a remedy that can help you dispel the seal of the killing god within you. You will be fine. DaiYuan reached out, but Lu Xun grasped his hand tightly. No, no. If the Azura senses it, we will be doomed. Young friend, could you please grant me one more request? Seeing the determination in Lu Xun's eyes, DaiYuan pondered for a moment, then resolutely replied, Speak. Chapter 197. Lu Xun's departure having reached this point. DaiYuan sensed that Lu Xun's time was likely short. The look in Lu Xun's eyes was one of earnest pleading, making it difficult for him to utter a word of refusal. You are destined to soar to great heights. Can you look after Tong Tong and Zi Jin in the future? At this moment, Lu Xun's tone was humbly submissive, embodying the deepest wishes of a father who would not wish for their descendants to have a bright future. He believed that this young human before him was the one who could lead their Sheng Huang clan to glory. Rest assured, as long as I have the strength, I will protect them. DaiYuan's eyes sparkled. He did not hesitate to accept this final wish, and at that moment, a relieved smile appeared on Lu Xun's face. Suddenly, he reached out and tapped DaiYuan's forehead. In an instant, white light surged, accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. DaiYuan's body froze, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he realized he could no longer move or make a sound. Then, Lu Xun's voice reached his ears. You have helped my Sheng Huang clan immensely. Now, I have only this little divine power left as a token of gratitude. Experience this power well. Remember, the key to rescuing the Golden Dragon King lies within the depths of the underworld of the divine realm. As soon as the words left his lips, everything around them plunged into boundless darkness, and DaiYuan's consciousness fell into chaos. After a long time, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying within the pavilion. He turned to see Lu Zijin and Tong Tong silently standing by the lake, gazing at the still surface. He slowly rose, seeking Lu Xun's presence, only to discover that his aura had completely vanished. Sigh. A sigh echoed within his heart as he observed the two sisters turned away from him. Understanding their feelings at this moment, he quietly approached Lu Zijin, standing beside her as they both stared at the tranquil lake. It was dawn, and the first rays of morning light gradually pierced the horizon, transforming the distant dark blue sky into a pale white. A gentle breeze, laced with a hint of chill, swept across the lake without disturbing a single ripple. What did he say before he left? Lu Zijin asked, her voice exuding an unprecedented calmness. Yet he could still detect a subtle tremor within it, revealing the deep-seated sorrow concealed beneath her tranquil facade. He transferred his remaining divine power to me and told me that the key to rescuing the Golden Dragon King lies within the underworld of the divine realm. No sooner had she finished speaking than Tong Tong's sobs filled the air. Wah! He has gone. We will never see Uncle Lu again. Wah! Lu Zijin remained unresponsive, while Tong Tong could no longer suppress her grief, bursting into tears. She rubbed her eyes repeatedly, her childlike wails evoking profound sympathy. DaiYuan, seeing Lu Zijin's indifference, sighed and approached Tong Tong, gently lifting her to comfort her. After some time, Tong Tong gradually emerged from her sorrow, slowly drifting into sleep, with tears still lingering at the corners of her reddened eyes, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. What are your plans moving forward? DaiYuan in Guit? I will return to the divine realm and deal with those old dogs, Lu Zijin replied. The divine realm? Are you mad? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Azura? Upon hearing this, Lu Zijin slowly shook her head, gazing down at the sacred fallen lake. I have my ways. No, that is too dangerous. The divine realm is currently controlled by those deities. Going there now would be akin to walking into a trap. I promised Uncle Lu I would take care of you. I cannot agree. Take care of us? You? Lu Zijin mockingly retorted, her beautiful face radiating coldness. DaiYuan shivered, feeling a profound, killing intent emanating from her icy demeanor, which cast a shadow over her exquisite features. He instinctively swallowed hard and stammered, I must tell you, please don't act recklessly. Even if you disregard your own safety, you must consider Tong Tong's well-being. Despite being fully aware that the other party could take his life with the ease of plucking a flower, DaiYuan resolutely chose to uphold his principles. He could not bear to watch this young girl walk towards her demise. Upon mentioning Tong Tong, Lv. Zichin's previously chilling murderous intent softened slightly. She turned away, continuing to silently gaze at the lake's surface, her icy demeanor concealing her thoughts. DaiYuan let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had indeed brushed up against death moments before. The overwhelming pressure of absolute strength had left him gasping for air. After a long pause, he curiously inquired, "Without the mark of the god of death, how has your strength recovered?" Level 3 God Officer. 3. You dare to return and confront those God Kings? Who gave you such courage? Liang Jingru. DaiYuan couldn't help but sigh internally. He understood the girl's stubborn nature. She would never relent until she achieved her goals, which was precisely what troubled him the most. He dared not directly point out the flaws in her plan, knowing well that her understanding of the divine realm was far more profound than his own. Since she had made the decision to return, she must have some form of support. All right, don't make hasty decisions. Suppose you return to the divine realm without being detected by those God Kings. What can you achieve? Even if you ascend to the God King level, what difference would it make? There are 5 supreme gods, and even the dragon god cannot contend with them. Do you truly believe you can overturn them alone? Lv. Zichin remained silent, yet her silence spoke volumes. Sensing an opportunity, DaiYuan seized the moment to continue persuading her. The only one in the divine realm who can assist you is the Golden Dragon King, but he is sealed, and the God Kings have never relaxed their vigilance over him. Even in the best-case scenario, should the Golden Dragon King break free and your strength reach the God King level, it would still be futile against them. There are numerous first-level gods, and the second and third-level gods far outnumber them. The disparity in strength is too great. Therefore, we should approach this matter with caution. The girl remained silent. Yet DaiYuan could feel her murderous intent gradually dissipating. Observing this positive sign, the tension in his heart began to ease. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. Friendly reminder, there are still items in your sea of consciousness that have not been claimed. You have 1 hour before they are considered abandoned. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan remembered that he had yet to consume his divine soul pill. He quickly entrusted Tong Tong to Lv. Zichin and immediately sat down to meditate. In the next instant, a blue pill radiating a dazzling golden light appeared in his palm. Under Lv. Zichin's watchful gaze, he swallowed a whole. Chapter 198. The Divine Realm Passage Boom. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entirety of the Holy Fallen Lake. Lv. Zichin's eyes narrowed slightly as she immediately summoned her divine power. In the next moment, everyone vanished from their location. Time passed, and when DaiYuan opened his eyes again, a smile crept onto his lips. Without hesitation, he summoned his information panel. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar, Age, 14 Martial Soul, Sacred Beast Xuanwu Soul Power Level, Level 50 Mental Power Level, 66666 Soul Rings, Red Gold, Divine Gift Soul Ring. Red Gold, Divine Gift Soul Ring, Soul Bones, None Skills, 9 Secret Actions, 9 Secret Words, Shanhai Jing Sword Techniques, Zhentian, Ding Hai, Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization. 1 Qi transforms into 3 purities, conditions not met for use. First Soul Skill, Xian Huang, San Xian Weak Water. Second Soul Skill, Xian Huang Ming Xian Sacred Pattern Shield Physique. Bei Ming Xian Huang Body, Divine Level. Weapon, Renowned Sword Holy Light Extra Flame. Chaos Qing Yin Honor Points. 10,000. Seeing that his soul power level had reached level 50. DaiYuan felt both joy and melancholy. He was all too aware of how he had gained those 20 additional levels, which made him reminisce about the esteemed and approachable senior. Rest assured, I will make good use of this power and will not let your expectations down. He glanced around his surroundings and quickly recognized his location. He was in the very spot where he had been meditating. Just as he prepared to rise and exit, the system's voice sounded once more in his ears. Ding! Detection shows host's soul power level has reached level 50. A sign-in task has been issued. Sign-in location, Divine Realm, North Sea. Time limit, 1 month. Please complete the sign-in task promptly. Upon hearing that the sign-in location was in the Divine Realm, DaiYuan could no longer remain calm. What nonsense! Are you trying to push me into a fire pit? My Bei Ming Xian Huang body emits a Xian Huang aura that will be sensed by those God Kings the moment I arrive in the Divine Realm. I cannot complete this task. The host has consumed the Shun Yin Dan. It is undetectable by those below the God King level. Oh, that still won't do. The Divine Realm is a perilous place. I am merely a Soul King. How could I possibly survive there? Host must have faith in oneself. I trust you, sure. DaiYuan felt a surge of anger rising within him, and along with it, another troubling matter began to plague his mind. Just moments ago, He had implored Lv Ziqin not to venture into the divine realm. How could he now be expected to utter such words? This was something he, Dai Yuan, would never do. Ding. Friendly reminder. The Shenghuang clan is currently in the divine realm passage and will depart from the human realm in 5 minutes. Please hurry. Damn. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan immediately sprang to his feet and dashed out of the room. At the entrance, he discovered an envelope and an exquisitely crafted jade ring. Without a second thought, he seized them and swiftly activated his movement technique, transforming into a blur as he raced toward the distant light curtain. At this moment, he could clearly sense the auras of Lv Ziqin and Tongtong. They were operating their divine power with abandon. Had the system not warned him, he might have remained oblivious. Meanwhile, at the center of the altar at the bottom of the Holy Fallen Lake, Lv Ziqin and Tongtong quietly observed the massive light curtain before them, surrounded by the resonant cries of phoenixes and the fierce roars of tigers. The souls seemed to be awakened by some unseen force, sending them off with a passionate and poignant farewell. Sister, are we really leaving without a word? Won't that be improper? Tongtong turned to gaze longingly at the towering holy tomb, her eyes filled with deep reluctance. She had lived here for thousands of years and had formed a bond with this place akin to that of home. There is nothing improper about it. What I have left for him is sufficient to ensure his stable ascent to the divine realm. It will serve as our final gift to him. Will we see him again? Tongtong asked curiously. Lv Ziqin did not respond immediately. She gently stroked Tongtong's petite head and softly replied, if all goes well, we should meet again. In truth, she was aware that the probability of this was exceedingly slim. She understood all too well the dangers of the divine realm. Merely surviving would be a stroke of luck. Yet for some reason, the image of that person was becoming increasingly vivid in her heart. She reminisced about DaiYuan's earnest persuasion, and a faint smile graced her lips. At that moment, a beam of light converged from the base of the altar and surged upward through the light curtain, illuminating the sky. Lv Ziqin's eyes brightened, knowing that everything was now ready. In the realm of the divine, within the Shura divine palace, a man clad in dark crimson and gold battle armor slowly opened his eyes, a flash of bloodlight gleaming in his scarlet gaze. Just in time, Lv Ziqin grasped Tongtong's small hand, both of them resolutely stepping forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed in their ears. Lv Ziqin. They turned abruptly, but in the next moment, a torrent of divine power engulfed them, plunging everything into chaos. Amidst the raging storm of time and space, Lv Ziqin struggled to open her eyes, searching for that figure. Tongtong held her sister's hand tightly, their bodies enveloped in a protective aura of white and red divine light, barely resisting the storm's invasion. Sister, he won't come in? Will he? What about him? I don't know. I hope he doesn't come in. The storm would reduce him to ashes. In this chaotic tempest, she could discern nothing, relying solely on her divine sense to sense her sister Tongtong's presence. She hoped DaiYuan had not entered, continuously praying for him. In the endless storm of time and space, apart from the two graceful figures, there was another presence distanced from them. Ding. The Xianwang divine light will dissipate in half a minute. Please exit the time-space storm quickly. Half a minute? I exchanged 10,000 merit points for this. Can we not make it last a bit longer? No. You get what you pay for. It is advised that the host take this precious time to comprehend the laws of time and space, which will greatly benefit you in the future. Damn it. I'm on the brink of death, and you want me to comprehend the laws of time and space. System, you have no heart. However, despite her frustration, with the system being unreliable and only half a minute remaining, she had no choice but to rely on herself and see if there was any way to break through. Soul techniques were certainly not an option. They were useless without promotion to divine techniques. The character technique was also not feasible. There was not enough time to repair herself before meeting her demise. The Qihua Sanqing technique was also not usable at this moment. If that were the case, there was only one option left. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. His soul power surged wildly, and a pale blue flame ignited at his fingertips. Chapter 199, Self-Created Divine Position. Seeing the flame flicker, DaiYuan's face lit up with joy. He hastened, pouring all his soul power into it, knowing this was his only chance for survival. He believed that the chaotic blue flame could help him overcome this crisis. Through his relentless efforts, the chaotic blue flame burned increasingly fiercely, gradually spreading from his fingertips to envelop his entire being. Just then, the Xianwang divine light, which had been clinging to his body, finally could not withstand the pressure any longer. With a shattering sound, the divine light burst apart, and the once menacing storm of time and space transformed into ferocious beasts, lunging at Dai Yuan with wild ferocity. However, fate had other plans. At the moment the divine light shattered, the chaotic blue flame revealed its unparalleled might. It seemed to look down upon the surging storm like a deity, and upon encountering the chaotic blue flame, the once violent storm abruptly faltered, retreating in fear, unwilling to cross even a step closer. Dai Yuan gasped at the sight. He had initially thought the chaotic blue flame could only barely resist their invasion, never imagining its overwhelming power. He realized he had significantly underestimated this innate chaotic treasure. While the immediate threat was averted, another issue arose. The rate at which his soul power was depleting could not sustain much longer. Once his soul power was exhausted, he would meet his end. His previously relaxed nerves tightened once again, but at this moment, he had no other recourse but to pray for a swift passage through this divine realm. He looked around. The surroundings were shrouded in chaos, and he could not see Lu Zijing or Tong Tong. Suddenly, he recalled the system's previous advice about comprehending the laws of time and space. Since he had no other options, he might as well attempt to understand them, as it could lead to a new path. Embracing this thought, Dai Yuan slowly closed his eyes, allowing the chaotic blue flame's spiritual energy to envelop his soul as he reached out to connect with the surrounding storm of time and space. Perhaps due to the chaotic blue flame's overpowering nature, the previously chaotic storms now appeared remarkably obedient before it, allowing him to command them at will. His soul remained still, his spiritual awareness expanding outward, seeking to grasp the intricacies within. At that moment, he freely wandered through this sea of laws, gradually touching upon the most profound mysteries of the universe, comprehending and merging until his soul underwent a subtle transformation without his notice. Time passed, and the system's voice awakened him. Ding, congratulations to the host for initially comprehending the laws of time and space. Dai Yuan's soul returned to its place as he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual change within his soul, probing further. He was astonished to discover a tiny, silver-golden, transparent sphere floating at his soul's dantian. System, what is this? A soul core? A collection of the power of time and space, referred to as Douluo Continent. What? A soul core? Isn't this something that condenses only when one advances to title Douluo? Although initially surprised, he soon became at ease, as many occurrences in his life had already surpassed worldly expectations. Thus, the addition of a soul core was not extraordinary. Suddenly, a realization struck him. As a prerequisite for soul masters to step into title Douluo and limit Douluo, while the soul core does not enhance a soul master's cultivation, its advantage lies in the recovery of soul power. This could potentially resolve his urgent predicament. He attempted to activate his soul to absorb the surrounding energy and was elated to find that, empowered by the chaotic blue flame, he could rapidly absorb vast amounts of energy. For a moment, joy surged within him. Before the formation of the soul core, Dai Yuan had indeed tried to absorb surrounding energy to replenish his swiftly depleting soul power. But he found that once his spiritual power left the protection of the chaotic blue flame, it would be instantly crushed by the violent laws of power. However, now, under the influence of the soul core, his spiritual power possessed the same attributes, and upon re-engaging, the earlier disastrous outcome did not repeat. Feeling the immense energy flooding into his body, Dai Yuan sighed in relief. At this moment, he no longer had to worry about soul power depletion leading to his demise. Yet soon, he discovered another miraculous effect of this soul core. During the process of energy absorption, the soul core was also gradually drawing in the power of time and space. This significant discovery filled him with elation. The power of time and space is a necessary condition for ascension to divinity. Humans typically only come into contact with this enigmatic force upon reaching the quasi-divine level, which is one of the reasons people pursue divine positions. Only during the inheritance of divine positions can the inheritor access this power, refining their body under the continuous tempering of the power of time and space until it reaches the strength necessary to accept divinity. At that moment, a thought emerged in his mind. System, can I create my own divine position? Theoretically, mastering the power of time and space entirely could lead to the creation of a divine position. However, such positions often arise as the culmination of a field's development, where a new divine position not only necessitates that the host fully comprehends and perfects a specific domain, but its emergence also influences the order of the divine realm and the functioning of the entire world. The birth of each new divine position must undergo rigorous assessment by the Divine Realm Council, unless one's strength far surpasses their own. Alas, what a cumbersome process. Just as hope was ignited, it was extinguished by the system's cold water. At that moment of despair, the system's voice resonated once more in his ears. However, if the host desires a divine position that surpasses the 5 great divine kings, it is not impossible. Oh, I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed system. At this, DaiYuan adopted a lowly demeanor, fully aware of the adage that one who provides sustenance is akin to a mother. The technique known as Lv.20 followed by the attainment of the harmonious path, could allow the host to merge the 3 previously separated avatars into one. If each were to possess a divine position, it could potentially give rise to a new existence that transcends all divine kings. Indeed, but such a feat is not easily accomplished. The 4 divine positions are as incompatible as fire and water, and it is highly likely that one may perish in the attempt. DaiYuan had contemplated this notion, yet after witnessing numerous divine powers, he increasingly perceived the absurdity of his thoughts. The compatibility of even 2 divine powers must be taken into account, let alone 4. However, the subsequent words of the system struck him like a beacon of light, illuminating his desolate world. In the Hongmeng store, there exists an item called Tai Chu Ji Qi, which can assist the host in merging the 4 divine powers. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan understood precisely what the system was about to say. Speak. How many merit points are required? 1 million. As expected, although he had anticipated that the price might exceed his imagination. Witnessing the actual figure before him made his brows furrow involuntarily. Nevertheless, he soon accepted the price. For such a rare item capable of merging 4 divine powers naturally warranted a substantial cost. Glancing at his depleted merit points, DaiYuan sighed deeply, pondering how many more tasks he needed to complete to accumulate this million. The path is fraught with obstacles. The revolution has yet to succeed, and comrades must strive onward. Yet, there is still a glimmer of hope. Despite the daunting challenge, he has always relished such endeavors. He continued to draw upon the chaotic storm's power of time and space, as time gradually slipped away, until the system's voice echoed again. We are nearing the divine realm. Please prepare yourself. DaiYuan gradually awakened from his meditation, observing the exit in the distance expanding before him. With anticipation, his previously tranquil heart began to race. A blinding light suddenly enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The sensation of rapid descent gripped his heart, revealing an endless expanse of ocean. Unlike the azure waters of the human realm, this sea was an intensely dark hue. The surface of the ocean was shrouded in mist, adding an ink-wash painting's elegance to the heavy darkness. Suddenly, he felt his descent accelerating drastically, an alarming trend. Realizing the perilous situation, he immediately inquired, "Where is this?" "Beihai." "Ding, the sign-in location has been reached, and the sign-in task commences. Sign-in duration is 1 hour. Upon learning that he was in Beihai, DaiYuan felt both joy and trepidation as he gazed at the impenetrably dark sea, as though staring into an unfathomable abyss. This hard landing could lead to death or severe injury. Attempting to harness his soul power, he discovered that his rate of descent had suddenly slowed, a revelation that brought him great joy. However, just as he prepared to relax, an unforeseen change occurred. The previously calm surface of the sea beneath him erupted in tumultuous waves, followed by a massive whirlpool expanding rapidly before his eyes, and his once slowing descent abruptly quickened. This sudden upheaval caught DaiYuan entirely off guard, and before he could react, he was consumed by the gaping maw of the abyss. It felt as though he had sunk into a quagmire, the water around him thick as glue. DaiYuan struggled, but found movement exceedingly difficult, helplessly watching as the light above him was gradually engulfed by darkness, ultimately plunging him into an endless void of chaos. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed in his ears. "You have finally arrived, the prophesied one." DaiYuan looked around in astonishment, yet saw nothing but darkness. The voice resonated again. "Close your eyes, and you shall see me." Realizing the implication, he promptly shut his eyes and activated his spiritual awareness to sense the surrounding environment. To his astonishment, he discovered that this seemingly empty space enveloped him in the embrace of a colossal being. He could scarcely fathom the size of this creature. Even though his spiritual awareness could span thousands of miles, it seemed to have no end, leaving him both amazed and speculating about the entity's identity. Could it be that you are Xian Huang? Indeed, The response was profound and weighty. DaiYuan did not anticipate encountering one of the legendary four sovereigns, Xianhuang. Upon his arrival, nor could he fathom the fact that he was still alive. You wonder why I have survived while the other three clans have perished, leaving only remnants of their kin? He could perceive my innermost thoughts. DaiYuan's pupils constricted sharply. The moment that thought surfaced, Xianhuang recounted it verbatim, a display of power that left him astounded. Is the Xianhuang clan reduced to but a single survivor? Always has been, and it has never changed. Why were you not held accountable by the Divine Realm Council back then? They cannot. Simple words, yet laden with immense significance, prompted a cascade of astonishing conjectures to flood his mind. You need not fear. I shall not harm you, the prophesied one who bears my bloodline. Your mission is far from complete. What is it that you require of me? DaiYuan restrained his tumultuous emotions. I possess two items to bestow upon you. One will aid you in attaining divinity, while the other pertains to the Golden Dragon King. Boom! At that moment, DaiYuan's mind felt as though it had been struck by 5 thunderbolts. He could never have anticipated such a precious gift upon their first meeting. His initial fear gradually dissipated with excitement. Why assist me? We are not related, and is my mere identity as the prophesied one worthy of such generosity? What if things do not go as planned? Fate has long been determined. Your subjective will cannot alter the ultimate outcome. Such condescending words weighed heavily on DaiYuan's heart, yet he felt unqualified to express such sentiments. In truth, he had felt like a puppet for quite some time, manipulated by the system step by step, completing one task after another to arrive at this moment. Although he relished the benefits along the way, the sensation of being controlled often left him quite displeased. Like the son of a landlord yearning to escape the constraints imposed by his forebears in pursuit of what he perceives as freedom, yet simultaneously reluctant to relinquish the myriad conveniences bestowed upon him by his family, he finds himself oscillating between desire and suffering, sinking deeper into despair. However, from the current perspective, the value of the benefits conferred by the system far outweighs the shackles it imposes. After all, in this mortal realm, who can achieve true transcendence? It is merely a transition from one enclosed city to another. The ultimate goal of cultivation is to attain an ideal state of detachment, to genuinely transcend joy derived from external possessions and sorrow rooted in self. In DaiYuan's view, the so-called gods are merely individuals of superior realms and powers. Although their forms of existence differ fundamentally from that of humanity, they're still bound by the limitations of human emotions such as greed, anger, and ignorance, as exemplified by the War of the Gods. This holds true for all beings he has encountered. None have escaped the shackles of fate. Today, what astonishes him most is that he perceives no trace of desire emanating from Xianhuang. It is as if the latter is articulating an objective truth, akin to the natural laws that govern the universe, calm, objective, devoid of emotion. What manner of existence is this? Yet as this thought begins to take shape, Xianhuang's voice resonates once more in his ears. My existence is merely this. It is not as significant as you might think. Such cryptic words leave DaiYuan feeling quite perplexed. Do great figures speak in such convoluted ways? Resolving to abandon this line of inquiry, he poses another question. A senior from the Shenghuang clan in the lower realm informed me that the key to rescuing the Golden Dragon King lies within the Yuan. What is the truth of this matter? Upon hearing this, Xianhuang first falls silent, then speaks in a measured tone. Within the Yuan lies the broken boundary steel left by the dragon god. Anticipating his potential defeat in the Divine Realm War, he entrusted the steel to me before his downfall. If the broken boundary steel is with you, then that means the Yuan is indeed in the depths of the North Sea. In that instant, DaiYuan comprehends that Lu Sun likely knows that the Yuan and the North Sea are one and the same. He understands that to reach the Yuan, he must traverse the North Sea, where he will inevitably encounter Xianhuang, whose presence will surely rouse the Xianwu aura, thus engaging this formidable entity in the quest to save the Golden Dragon King. This intricate design makes him increasingly aware that he is ensnared within a vast chessboard, with himself as a pivotal piece. A sense of helplessness washes over him. This feeling of being controlled by unseen forces leaves him exasperated, igniting a fierce desire to shatter his restraints and become the player rather than the pawn. He fears not that Xianhuang might perceive his thoughts, for it is evident that the latter's appearance is intended to aid him in advancing this plan. Xianhuang, however, refrains from addressing his inner turmoil directly. A radiant light flickers, revealing before DaiYuan a shimmering Xianwu crystal a bronze steel etched with golden and silver patterns. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from these divine artifacts, DaiYuan is filled with exhilaration. The divine power contained within this Xianwu crystal is sufficient to assist you in transcending to the divine official realm. This broken boundary steel can help you dismantle the seal left by the 5 divine kings in the Zhu Tianlong cave. Absorb its essence now. I shall protect you. Then who will rescue the Golden Dragon King? DaiYuan cannot possibly remain idle. Absorbing the Xianwu crystal in this divine realm, where a day here equates to a year in the mortal realm. By the time he completes his absorption, Lan Xianyu might have already emerged. Just as he prepares to request to take the crystal for refinement, Xian Huang's words suddenly leave him stunned. Your ability to transform into the 3 pure ones can still be employed once. Send your final avatar to carry out the rescue. Boom! This casual remark from Xian Huang renders DaiYuan momentarily speechless, his body trembling involuntarily, his voice quaking. Who are you, and how much do you know? He is bewildered as to how Xian Huang is aware of his ability to transform into the 3 pure ones, feeling utterly exposed before him, as if stripped bare. His secrets seem impossible to conceal. The more he contemplates, the more terrifying it becomes. When has he ever revealed himself? Yet he remains perplexed. Fear not. I shall not harm you. This involves great causality, which I cannot elucidate. Enough of my words. From this moment forth, I will not answer any of your questions. DaiYuan gazes blankly at the floating Xianwu crystal before him, hesitating whether to absorb it. At that moment, the system's voice resonates in his ear. Ding! Sign in task completed. Sign in reward. Chaos spiritual treasure, Dong Huang Zhong. This bell is an ancient chaos spiritual treasure born from the god-demon Dong Huang Tai Yi. With a single toll, it stabilizes mountains and rivers, calms the cosmos, and extinguishes all beings. It is a supreme weapon of offensive power, requiring the wielder's mental strength to exceed 80,000 points, lest they suffer from its backlash. At this time, within his consciousness, a crimson bell entwined with black energy stands silently at the center, and the overwhelming aura of chaos engulfs his entire consciousness, causing it to boil and expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his consciousness, which was once merely the size of a lake, has expanded to that of an ocean, boundless and unfathomable. DaiYuan's primordial spirit positions itself above the Dong Huang Zhong, and in an instant, a faint purple energy flows from the bell into his body. At this moment, the lotus pattern of rebirth slowly emerges on his brow, with dark gray lotus leaves enveloping a pristine white lotus heart, which gradually becomes suffused with a delicate purple glow. Meanwhile, in the external world, a colossal eye slowly opens, golden light shimmering and piercing through the darkness. My lord, time passes unmeasured as DaiYuan slowly opens his eyes, finding the surroundings still shrouded in darkness, tranquil and serene. Sensing this surging energy within him, he raises his arm in exultation, and the entire sea quivers slightly at his call. Yet he quickly regains his composure, for the presence of Xian Huang has vanished entirely. Extending his spirit outward for 100,000 miles, he finds no trace of the being, even at the limits of his perception. Xian Huang, are you there? After a prolonged silence without a response, DaiYuan lets out a soft sigh, understanding that Xian Huang has not departed. He merely cannot sense him with his current strength. Soon enough, he extricates himself from this sense of forlornness. System, display my information panel. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar, Age, 14 Martial Soul, Sacred Beast Xianwu Soul Power Level, 60 Mental Strength Level, 80001 Soul Rings. Red Gold, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring. Red Gold, Divine Bestowed Soul Ring, Soul Bones. None Skills. 9 Secret Actions, 9 Secret Characters, Shanhai Jing Sword Techniques, Tianjun, Ding Hai, Chaos Divine, Grinding Visualization. 1 Qi transforming into 3 pure ones. Usable, First Soul Skill, Xian Huang's 3,000 Weak Waters. Second Soul Skill, Xian Huang's Underworld Rotation Sacred Pattern Shield Physique. Bei Ming Xian Huang Body, Divine Grade. Weapon, named Sword Sacred Light. Dong Huang Zhong, Chaos Spiritual Treasure, Strange Fire, Chaos Blue Flame Merit Points. 100,000 glancing swiftly through his data. What brings him the most joy is that his mental strength has precisely reached the threshold required to wield the Dong Huang Zhong, followed closely by the increase in merit points. This time, he has directly received 100,000 merit points. Were it not for his repeated confirmations, he might have thought himself dreaming. The system's atmosphere was quite different from the previous frugality, evoking a laugh from Dai Yuan. The system merely operated according to regulations, advising the host to utilize resources promptly. Feeling his purse swell, Dai Yuan's spirits lifted. However, he chose to disregard the system's alluring words, as his obsession with Tai Chu Ji Chi compelled him to meticulously calculate every merit point to maximize his benefits. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more, announcing the sign-in task. The location was the Ju Tianlong Ku, with a time limit of 1 month for completion. As anticipated, the sign-in location was the prison of the Golden Dragon King. Dai Yuan, having mentally prepared himself, adjusted his state to its peak and slowly settled into a meditative posture. A surge of white light enveloped him, invoking the technique of I Chi Hua San Qing. The darkness of the cosmos surrendered to chaos, and Dai Yuan's consciousness blurred before awakening to a voice calling out, "Who are you, and why have you appeared here?" A faint sound of dragon roars resonated in his ears as Dai Yuan opened his eyes to a pale expanse. Not far from him, a formidable golden figure hovered majestically in the air. Clad in golden armor, with blood-red light swirling upon its surface, the figure radiated an aura of grandeur and ferocity. The being's expression was impassive, devoid of emotion, with long white hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, instilling a sense of dread. "Greetings, esteemed elder. I am Dai Yuan, here to rescue you. Ding, you have reached the sign-in location. The sign-in task commences now, with a duration of half an hour." The system's voice rang out, while Dai Yuan gazed earnestly at the figure before him. The Golden Dragon King did not respond immediately, but fixed a piercing gaze upon Dai Yuan, causing the air to thicken with tension, nearly suffocating in its silence. At this moment, Dai Yuan dared not utter a word. After all, this was the domain of the Golden Dragon King, a manifestation of the dragon god, wielding unparalleled power and the most volatile of emotions. He understood well that this entity was even more formidable than the Silver Dragon King. "It seems you are the prophesied child spoken of by the dragon god. Have you brought the boundary stone?" The cold tone bore an unmistakable command. Sensing the urgency, Dai Yuan quickly presented the gleaming bronze stone that shimmered with golden and silver hues. As the stone floated towards the Golden Dragon King, it was inspected briefly before the king erupted into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Those wretched pests. Once I return to the mortal realm, I shall turn your divine world upside down." A powerful and terrifying aura erupted, leaving Dai Yuan trembling. Yet, tranquility soon returned. When he dared to look up, he found the Golden Dragon King regarding him with a look of amusement, eyes gleaming with ridicule. "You, the prophesied child, how can your constitution be so feeble? It appears you are not as talented as I had imagined. Esteemed Golden Dragon King, I dare not presume. You are the progenitor of strength, unmatched in the divine realm. I am but a mere mortal, far from your greatness. I cannot directly wield the boundary stone with my physical form, lest I attract the attention of those insects. I must temporarily borrow your body. Will you consent?" The calm tone sent a chill down Dai Yuan's spine. He currently lacked both physical prowess and soul energy, rendering him powerless before the Golden Dragon King's might. However, he had no time to contemplate, as the next instant, the Golden Dragon King's form vanished. "It is an honor for you to become my temporary vessel. How could you refuse?" A flash of golden light penetrated Dai Yuan's brow, leaving him frozen in place. Within his consciousness, the Golden Dragon King surveyed the expanse as if ruling over it. The once tranquil sea of consciousness now roiled violently, reflecting Dai Yuan's mental state. His spiritual essence did not manifest, but silently observed everything within. How curious, lacking any divine power, yet capable of expanding the sea of consciousness to such a scale. "It seems I have underestimated you." The Golden Dragon King interpreted Dai Yuan as spiritual essence's absence as a gesture of goodwill, expecting him to willingly surrender control of his body. However, he was soon captivated by a crimson bell exuding dark energy. A burst of golden light illuminated the scene as the Golden Dragon King approached the Eastern Emperor bell, examining it for an extended period before expressing astonishment. Such a remarkable artifact exists in this world. In the next moment, he bellowed, "Come forth." Dai Yuan appeared promptly, his expression grim, and a murderous intent flickered in his brow, though he quickly suppressed it. "Speak truthfully, what is this object?" "Reporting to you, esteemed one, this is the Eastern Emperor Bell, an innate chaotic spiritual treasure, possessing unparalleled offensive power." The succinct description caused the Golden Dragon King's pupils to constrict, and he turned his gaze back to the magnificent red bell, his eyes glimmering with intense desire. Indeed, an innate chaotic spiritual treasure. I have heard of this supreme treasure since my days as the dragon god, rumored to surpass even the super artifacts. Today, it certainly lives up to its reputation. He then fixed his sharp gaze upon Dai Yuan. How can I seize control of it? Dai Yuan hesitated to respond immediately, quietly observing the flamboyant golden dragon king issuing commands at will, while his mind communicated with the system continuously. System, how can I slay this old dragon? I want him dead. Your current spiritual power is sufficient to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell, allowing you to obliterate the golden dragon king's soul. That won't work. He would never submit to my control. If I attempted to activate the Eastern Emperor Bell, he could annihilate my spiritual essence in an instant. There exists an item in the Hongmeng shop known as the Dharma Golden Body, which can protect your spiritual essence. The Dharma Golden Body is the result of countless epochs of cultivation by the foremost of the 72 Buddhas of the Western Heaven, capable of resisting all forces under the Hongmeng rules, lasting 10 minutes with a cooldown of 1 month. What is the cost in merit points? 100,000. Exchange it. Ding, the Dharma Golden Body has been successfully redeemed. Please collect it within 24 hours, or will be considered forfeited. Noticing Dai Yuan's prolonged silence. The Golden Dragon King erupted in fury, extending a claw as a violent golden dragon aura roared from his nails, twisting the very fabric of space with its terrifying force. Uzeles Rech, D. The sharp sound echoed, akin to two divine metals colliding, as Dai Yuan's fist firmly struck the Golden Dragon King's palm. The overwhelming force radiated from the point of contact, creating monstrous waves within the sea of consciousness. The Golden Dragon King stared in astonishment at Dai Yuan, who now radiated a Buddhist aura, with the faint golden light of the Buddha swirling around him, exuding an air of sanctity and authority. How could you possibly withstand my dragon aura? Dai Yuan remained silent, forming a hand seal. The Eastern Emperor Bell, previously suspended in the void, emitted a soul-shaking chime. Dong! A deluge of energy converged atop the bell, and with the infusion of Hongmeng's purple energy, a formidable killing formation enveloped the Golden Dragon King. First form, suppressing the mountains and rivers. At this moment, the Golden Dragon King, trapped within the formation, sensed his control over the situation slipping away. He could not fathom that this seemingly unremarkable human possessed such tremendous power. Realizing his underestimation, regret flooded him. Desperately, he channeled his divine power to counter the encroaching Hongmeng killing intent and then roared to the heavens, "Cursed human, once I break free, I shall tear you limb from limb." Chapter 203. The blood of the common king must end with the sword. The furious roar of the Golden Dragon King echoed through the killing formation. Witnessing this, Dai Yuan could not afford any delay. He resolutely channeled his mental energy. The second form, determining the universe. A brilliant scarlet light erupted from the top of the bell, forming an exceedingly fierce Qilin pattern above. Following this, a Qilin wreathed in blood-colored flames slowly emerged from the emblem. Unlike the auspicious creature of myth that treads upon clouds and is adorned in golden light, this Qilin now hovered above a mass of chaotic black clouds, its overwhelming malevolent aura instantly saturating the entire sea of consciousness. Each of its steps seemed to threaten the very shattering of this space. Kill. At this moment, Dai Yuan was devoid of fear. He had no path of retreat. He was determined to push forward, for failure meant eternal damnation. The Qilin appeared to comprehend his resolve, its eyes glimmering before it stepped forth and vanished into thin air. A resounding dragon's roar reverberated, infused with unparalleled fury. The Golden Dragon King, sensing an unprecedented threat the moment the Qilin appeared, immediately abandoned its human form, transforming back into its dragon shape. The overwhelming dragon might surged, sweeping across the entire killing formation. The Qilin, proud and unyielding, approached the Golden Dragon King, with each step echoing harmoniously with the formation, as within moments. 3,000 extraordinary beasts enveloped in black clouds manifested around it, serving as guardians at its side. The sound was like that of stone being struck, crisp and vibrant. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 beasts echoed in response, and soon the first extraordinary beast took the lead, followed by the others surging towards the Golden Dragon King like a tidal wave. Witnessing this, the Golden Dragon King's eyes burst with light, an intense golden radiance erupting instantaneously. Dragon Emperor shattering the heavens. Outside the formation, the violent sounds reverberating from within shook Dai Yuan's heart. After all, it was his first time wielding the Donghuang Bell, And against the Golden Dragon King, whose strength was at the level of a deity, he had no certainty of victory. The only thing he could do was exhaust his entire mental energy to maintain the operation of the Donghuang Bell, as it was his sole hope for survival. As time trickled away, DaiYuan's mental energy was nearing depletion. His vision gradually blurred, and he realized that his time was running out. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. He had no choice. If he faltered now, he would be met with an unending purgatory. Persist, persist, persist. DaiYuan repeated this mantra, the backlash from overextending his mental energy torturing him with a splitting headache. Each second felt like an unprecedented torment. The agony of his spirit far surpassed that of his body, yet he could not afford to stop. Suddenly he trembled, lowering his gaze to find that his spiritual form had become nearly transparent. He had reached his limit. If this continued, he would perish before he could defeat the Golden Dragon King. At that moment, the force within the killing formation began to wane, and the menacing voice of the Golden Dragon King emerged. "Ha ha, you insignificant insect dare to attempt to slay a god. Once I escape, I will ensure you find no solace in life or death." Seeing the Golden Dragon King's previously weakened demeanor suddenly invigorate, DaiYuan's heart sank to the depths. As exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, he let out a reluctant roar. "Just hold on a little longer, damn it." At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ears. "Sign in, task completed. Sign in, reward. Tai Yi Divine Soul. This is the divine soul of Tai Yi. Cultivated over 1,000,000 epochs by the ancient god and demon Donghuang Tai Yi, impervious to all laws. When fully unleashed, a single thought can cleave through stars and shatter the void." As the words fell, the divine power of Tai Yi surged into DaiYuan's waning spirit. Instantly, a blinding red light illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. As the radiance dissipated, DaiYuan stood aloft in the void, clad in a crimson robe. The black patterns of the serpent-like tongue she vividly alive upon its surface, as if ready to break free from its constraints. Above him, divine power coalesced into a divine crown, and the chaotic divine light shone down, instantly calming the tumultuous sea of consciousness. DaiYuan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of red-black divine light flickering from their depths. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power, he finally sensed control in this moment. Host, DaiYuan, Incarnation, Age, 14 Martial Soul, None Soul Power Level, None Mental Power Level, Divine King Realm Soul Rings, None Soul Bones, None Skills, 9 Secret Techniques, 9 Secret Characters, Shan Hai Jing Knife Techniques, Zhun Tian, Ding Hai, Chaotic Divine, Grind Visualization. 1 Qi transforming 3 Purities, Not Usable, Physique, Mortal Body Weapons, Sacred Blade Holy Light, Donghuang Bell, Chaotic Spirit Treasure, Strange Fire, Chaotic Blue Flame Merit Points. 500,000 DaiYuan was astonished to find that his mental power had surged directly to the Divine King realm. He could hardly believe it. At this moment, from the perspective of mental power alone, he stood at the pinnacle of this realm. All his previous anger, resentment, and despair transformed into an indescribable sense of relief. Watching the Golden Dragon King struggling not far away, DaiYuan formed seals with his hands, and in an instant, the Donghuang Bell trembled, a surge of divine power radiating outward. The third form, Annihilate All Things. DaiYuan extended his right hand, then clenched it tightly. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and the killing formation rapidly constricted, while the Golden Dragon King within emitted a series of unwilling roars. "What is happening? This is impossible. How can you possess such power? I refuse to accept this. I refuse." Thud, thud, thud. The enraged Golden Dragon King had lost its reason. It frantically slammed its body against the walls of the killing formation, attempting to halt its contraction, yet all was in vain. With each impact, its dragon body suffered grievous injuries, shattered scales scattering everywhere, and the golden blood of the dragon stained every inch of the formation. At this moment, the Golden Dragon King beheld the multitude of ferocious beasts surging towards it, and it let out a desperate roar. No! As time passed, sensing the Golden Dragon King's presence within the formation growing weaker, DaiYuan understood that the opponent was nearing its end. However, he did not allow himself to relax. Having made up his mind, he was determined to eliminate all threats, well aware that villains often perish due to their own verbosity. Only when the last breath faded did DaiYuan finally exhale slowly. He approached the killing formation calmly, devoid of any worry. For the unparalleled killing formation within the Donghuang Bell was one of the four ancient formations rivaling the Zhu Xian Sword formation. Though the Golden Dragon King possessed the strength of a deity, it was not invincible. Today, encountering this formation was a dimensional suppression. With a single hand seal, the formation gradually dissipated, revealing not the proud and domineering Golden Dragon King, but a mass of shimmering golden-red dragon blood. Chapter 204. The semi-divine realm, the Golden Dragon King's physical form had been consumed by the formation, and upon realizing this, DaiYuan felt a pang of regret. After all, it was the body of a dragon god, its strength surpassing that of a divine king. However, he was comforted by the fact that the formation had preserved the finest part for him, the floating mass of dragon god essence and the menacing golden dragon spear beside it. He had not expected that the formation possessed such sentience. Naturally, for it is a congenital supreme treasure. Spiritual communication is merely its most fundamental attribute. DaiYuan, contemplative, nodded slightly, for he had just harnessed the Donghuang Bell to unleash a killing formation that ensnared the Golden Dragon King, sensing a hint of benevolence emanating from the formation. Although it bore an air of indifference, he recognized that without its aid, his ultimate victory would have been unattainable. For this, he felt a profound gratitude within his heart. Subsequently, his gaze shifted toward the swirling essence of Dragon God-S blood before him, his eyes glimmering with fervor. It was suggested that the host first acquire a martial soul and divine physique. Otherwise, his current physical form would be insufficient to contain the energy within the Dragon God-S blood. Come, do not hesitate to recommend. Arrange the best for me. With ample merit points at his disposal, he spoke with a newfound boldness, shedding his previous hesitance. The holy beast Qinglong, martial soul, as the guardian sacred beast of the East in Huaxia, embodies a primal divine spirit governing life, possessing life attributes that rival those of the goddess of life. When cultivated to its zenith, it can revive all things with a mere breath, ensuring the continuity of existence. Qinglong body. This is the inherent physique of the holy beast Qinglong, characterized by immortality and invincibility. Very well, state the merit points required. A total of 200,000. Why not go and rob a bank? The price is fair, honest to both young and old. Fine, he conceded as he currently possessed 500,000 merit points. Although parting with 200,000 pained him, he was willing to pay this price to absorb the Dragon Goddess blood. It's done. Immediately, a peculiar energy surged around him, the formidable power of the holy beast Qinglong erupting from within, causing the air in the Zhu Tianlong cave to momentarily still. Martial soul awakening, holy beast Qinglong. A resounding dragon-s roar reverberated throughout every corner of the cave, as the holy beast Qinglong descended upon the world with unparalleled majesty. A radiant azure light enveloped him, embodying the purest and most pristine life force. Calmly, DaiYuan approached the swirling essence of the dragon god-s blood, extending his hand to touch it. In an instant, the previously stagnant blood surged into a frenzy, wildly rushing into his body along with his primordial spirit. The ferocious power of the dragon god rampaged within him, tearing at his flesh. DaiYuan's body rapidly expanded, the terrifying force of the dragon god seemingly on the verge of bursting him apart. He let out a pain howl, his body shimmering with chaotic azure light as the extraordinary life force of the Qinglong body continuously mended his wounds. The destructive attribute of the dragon god-s power and the life attribute of the Qinglong divine power formed a delicate balance, clashing in a relentless back and forth that escalated the battle to a fever pitch. At that moment, his primordial spirit, wielding the Donghuang Bell, joined the fray. This was ultimately DaiYuan's domain. As the two divine powers clashed, he also channeled his mental strength to refine his body. As time slowly passed, DaiYuan's Qinglong divine power gained the upper hand. Roar! The dragon god-s power emitted a defiant roar from deep within his veins. But under the joint assault of his divine mental strength and the ultimate life attribute of the Qinglong divine power, the tumult settled. A resounding boom echoed within him as the last trace of the Golden Dragon King's obsession was eradicated, and his form gradually returned to normal, the weight on his heart finally lightening. The greatest challenge had been overcome. Now, it remained to absorb the immense power of the dragon god. A flash of azure golden light flickered in his eyes as he slowly sat cross-legged, divine power flowing abundantly within him. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, an explosive surge of energy erupted within the previously tranquil Zhu Tianlong cave. Bang! DaiYuan rose slowly, his soul power surging, and in an instant, the emblem of the holy beast, Qinglong martial soul, manifested behind him. 10 dazzling golden soul rings, shimmering with multicolored light, ascended from beneath his feet, encircling him. In that moment, he resembled a deity. Host, DaiYuan, Avatar, Age, 14 Martial Soul, Holy Beast, Qinglong Soul Power Level, 100 Mental Strength Level, Divine King Realm Soul Rings, Gold X10, 1 million years, Soul Bones, None Skills, 9 Secret Characters Technique, 9 Secret Words Technique, Shan Hai Jing Blade Techniques, Zhen Tian, Ding Hai, Chaotic Divine Grinding Visualization, 1 Qi, Transforming 3 Purities, Not Usable. First Soul Skill, Qingdi Dragon Emperor S Chaotic Transformation, 2nd Soul Skill, Qingdi Mixed Yuan Dragon S Roar, 3rd Soul Skill, Qingdi Heavenly Dew, 4th Soul Skill, Qingdi 10,000 Dragons Ascend to Heaven, 5th Soul Skill, Qingdi Dragon Emperor S Prisoning Finger, 6th Soul Skill, Qingdi Endless Void, 7th Soul Skill, Qingdi Dragon God S True Form, 8th Soul Skill, Qingdi One Thought Eternity, 9th Soul Skill, Qingdi Summoning the Divine, 10th Soul Skill, Qingdi 6 Paths of Reincarnation Physique, Ancestral Dragon Body Weapon, Divine Blade Holy Light, Golden Dragon Spear, Donglong Bell, Chaotic Spiritual Treasure, Yihua, Chaotic Azure Flame, Divine Status, None Merit Points, 200,000 sensing the immense soul power within him. Every gesture caused the world to tremble. The azure golden radiance surged around him as he gradually stood, throwing his head back in a mighty roar, releasing the long-suppressed turbid energy within his heart. The might of the dragon god resonated powerfully, causing the entire Zhu Tianlong cave to tremble. Congratulations, host, on achieving the semi-divine realm. The system promptly sent its congratulations, which took DaiYuan by surprise, as such an occurrence had been unprecedented. Reflecting on it, he recognized a hint of trickery. Flattery without reason is either deceitful or self-serving. Speak plainly. What are you trying to sell this time? Oh dear, how could the host say such a thing? The system is merely looking out for your development. Spit it out quickly. Cough, cough. Now that the host has reached the semi-divine realm, the soul power within has acquired some divinity, and thus the divine blade Holy Light can no longer accommodate your soul power. The system suggests that you reforge the Golden Dragon Spear and Divine Blade Holy Light. There is a certain probability of creating a super artifact. A gentle reminder, using the Chaotic Azure Flame will significantly increase the output rate of the super artifact. Oh, a super artifact? How much merit points? 10,000 merit points, absolutely worth it. Done. Seeing the system so earnestly promoting, DaiYuan readily agreed. It would be impossible not to be tempted, especially now that he had reached this level of power and had thoughts about artifacts. Not to mention the Divine Blade Holy Light, which had accompanied him with emotions surpassing any weapon he had previously acquired. Immediately, a white light flickered, and the Divine Blade Holy Light appeared before him, followed by a golden glow as the Golden Dragon Spear manifested in his sight. DaiYuan slowly raised his right hand, the Chaotic Azure Flame emerging from his fingertips, and with a sweep through the void, the divine fire danced, enveloping the two weapons and sending them into the forging furnace provided by the system. The refining commenced. Soon, the forging furnace resonated with the sounds of dragon roars. The more resounding the roars, the more intense the energy buildup, culminating in a brilliant white light that shattered the void. Clang! Chapter 205, Divine Battle Blade. 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide, gleamed snow white, adorned with golden dragon patterns that surged with vigor. A faint chaotic azure light coursed over its surface, each movement sending tremors through the air. Gazing at the rejuvenated long blade before him, DaiYuan's spirits soared as he gently caressed the blade's surface, the smooth and warm texture captivating him. With a mere flick, countless blade energies coalesced instantly, invoking dragon roars that struck the adamantine walls of the Zhu Tianlong cave, leaving behind numerous alarming scars. It is worth noting that this was the very place that had imprisoned the Golden Dragon King, and its hardness was unmatched throughout the entire divine realm. Not even a super artifact could easily breach its defenses. At present, DaiYuan effortlessly left scars upon the blade with a mere flick of his wrist. Concurrently, he experienced an unparalleled sense of connection, as if the weapon was an extension of his own being, a sensation he had never encountered before. After this experience, he felt immense satisfaction with the newly revitalized by Yu Huang long knife. The esteemed weapon, Sheng Guang, was no longer suitable for him. Henceforth, It shall be known as Bai Yu Huang Long. Upon hearing this name, the long knife in his hand emitted a series of tremors, seemingly expressing its joy. Contentedly retracting Bai Yu Huang Long, DaiYuan surveyed his surroundings and inquired of the system, "How long have I been in the Shunjia?" "Approximately 1 hour," came a reply. "So short. Why does it feel like an eternity has passed?" The temporal flow in Beihai and Zhu Tianlong Ku differs from that of the Shunjia. Years ago, the Shunjia Council feared the might of the Jinlong Wang, and Xianhuang would grow uncontrollable with the passage of time. Thus they united to create this temporal cage. "Ah, I see." DaiYuan beckoned, and the Jia Bei materialized in his palm. Although his journey had encountered obstacles, it could be deemed a resounding success. While he did not rescue Jinlong Wang as originally planned, he was more content with the current outcome. After all, given Jinlong Wang's tempestuous nature, he doubted the dragon could lead the soul beasts toward a promising future. What Jinlong Wang could achieve eluded even the dragon god and the myriad races in the past. As the saying goes, success and failure often stem from the same source. The dragon god fell due to his own arrogance, and now Jinlong Wang seemed poised to repeat this folly, but this time, fate would not grant him a chance to amend his errors. Soul power surged around him, flowing into the Jia Bei, and in the next moment, the bronze tablet erupted with a dazzling white light. With a flicker, DaiYuan found himself suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters within the Shunjia. Initially a bit disoriented, he quickly acclimated to the sensation of floating in mid-air. Now ascended to the demigod realm, he could effortlessly fly. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura racing towards him. "I am the Fury God, servant of the God of Destruction. Who are you? And why have you appeared in Zhu Tianlong Ku?" Turning to face the source, DaiYuan beheld a deity clad in black and gold, a radiant 5-colored halo orbiting behind his head, causing the divine energies in the vicinity to roil in agitation. Sensing the sudden shift in energy around him, DaiYuan furrowed his brow. Troubles seemed to multiply. "I greet you, esteemed one. I am a newly appointed 3rd-level priest, having inadvertently trespassed into forbidden grounds. I hope for your magnanimity." He bowed respectfully, aware that the other was a legitimate 1st-level deity, and it was wise to maintain harmony without fully severing ties. "Nonsensical. I sense no divine aura from you at all. Who are you, and why do you appear here?" The Fury God showed no courtesy, reprimanding him sharply. With arms crossed, he advanced menacingly, his immense divine power erupting, transforming into lethal blades aimed directly at DaiYuan. Seeing this, DaiYuan sighed in resignation, his resolve hardening. He understood that this battle was unavoidable. A flash of platinum light illuminated the scene as Bai Yu Huang Long gripped firmly in his hand. He lunged forward with a mighty slash, summoning a cacophony of dragon roars, unleashing a torrent of golden dragons to counter the lethal assault. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded as an intense shockwave swept through the sky, scattering the clouds. As the tumult subsided, both stood their ground, bracing for the next move. "You are indeed connected to Jinlong Wang. How curious. Despite not inheriting any divine rank, how can you withstand my divine power?" Intriguing. Let us engage in a proper duel. If you can endure 10 exchanges, I may consider allowing your departure. The Fury God's eyes ignited with an unprecedented fervor for battle, the solitude of millennia having stoked his desire. This human boy had awakened the dormant warrior spirit within him. DaiYuan remained silent, stepping forth and vanishing from sight. In an instant, he appeared beside the Fury God. Clang! The sharp sound of metal echoed as Bai Yu Huang Long met the Fury Blade for the first time. Clang, clang, clang. The relentless clash resonated as both wielded their blades, unleashing fierce assaults upon one another, and within a single breath, they had exchanged thousands of blows. Boom! Another resounding explosion erupted as they swiftly distanced themselves. DaiYuan maintained a stoic expression, addressing his opponent. "We have fought for no less than tens of thousands of exchanges. Per our agreement, you should allow my departure." "Dream on." In response, DaiYuan narrowed his eyes, a faint murderous intent flickering within. In the next moment, his soul power surged. "Sacred beast Qing Long, manifest my martial soul." The roar of dragons echoed through the heavens as he became enveloped in the chaotic light of the sacred beast Qing Long. 10 radiant soul rings, shimmering with multicolored brilliance, ascended from beneath him, his aura skyrocketing, surpassing that of the Fury God. Subsequently, 1 soul ring ignited. First soul skill, Dragon Emperor Chaos Transformation. In an instant, Divine power surged towards him with wild abandon, and a blinding light enveloped him, revealing his soul armor. The dragon-patterned blue-gold armor shimmered with the golden radiance of the dragon god, the gilded dragon patterns and chaotic blue light intertwining, exuding a regal magnificence that epitomized his unrivaled dominance. Interesting. Ha ha ha. Boy, you're quite remarkable. A frenzied battle lust surged in the fury god's eyes. With a mighty flourish, divine power erupted around him, igniting the energies of the rings behind him. In the next moment, DaiYuan moved, his fourth soul ring illuminating as myriad dragon shadows materialized behind him, unleashing a thunderous roar directed at the fury god. Fourth soul skill, 10,000 dragons ascending. Simultaneously, the energy from the fury god's rings coalesced into a colossal eye that overshadowed the sky, a divine light surging forth to annihilate DaiYuan. Divine light of the heavens. Their attacks collided midair, plunging the entire world into a realm of ashen void. Space froze instantly, and time appeared to suspend at that moment, all falling into profound silence. Chapter 206. The Pursuit of the Shura God. As the silence dissipated, the sky cleared. DaiYuan stood firm in the void, his indifferent gaze concealed beneath the dragon-patterned blue-gold mask, fixed upon the fury god ablaze with divine flames. He then shifted his attention to the immense eye that obscured the sun above. This eye, apart from the earlier divine light it emitted, continued to radiate mysterious energy waves that invaded his consciousness. Were it not for his mental fortitude having reached the realm of the God King, he would likely have perished. Impressive, young one. To reach this level before ascending to priesthood is commendable. If my lord were to learn of this, he would surely be pleased. Although you carry the aura of that malevolent dragon, my lord is not as rigid as the Shura god. Perhaps he may directly grant you a divine rank. What do you say? Would you consider joining us? Seeing the fury god extend an olive branch, DaiYuan remained unmoved. Just moments ago, he sensed the presence of the sisters Lu Zijing and Lu Zijing. Their auras were alarmingly weak, suggesting they had encountered formidable beings. Thank you for your invitation, but I must decline. As per our earlier agreement, I have endured 10 exchanges under your hand. Please allow me to depart. Seeing DaiYuan's abrupt rejection, the previously furious deity's smile instantly faded, replaced by an ominous scowl. How dare you refuse such an honor as serving under the god of destruction? Your ignorance is a grave mistake, and since you have chosen to disregard my offer, I shall no longer extend my courtesy. With merely the aura of the golden dragon king emanating from you, the notion of escape is but a foolish fantasy. DaiYuan's refusal ignited a raging fury within him, causing divine power to surge more violently than ever before. As the deity of wrath, his anger significantly amplified his strength, and the celestial energy surged into his divine form, igniting the entire space with an overwhelming blaze of fury. Countless eyes opened in the void, though not as grand as the one atop the wrath god. Their sheer multitude inspired a chilling dread. DaiYuan knew he could not afford to linger in this confrontation any longer. Grasping the Baiyu Huanglong, he struck with fervor, unleashing a torrent of golden dragons toward his adversary, while simultaneously channeling the essence of his movement technique to its utmost limit. Confronted by the oncoming golden dragons, the wrath god merely smirked, waving his hand dismissively as countless eyes emitted crimson beams that scattered the assault effortlessly. In the aftermath of the explosive golden red light, DaiYuan's figure vanished. The events transpired with such swiftness that by the time he sensed the deity's presence, he was already millions of miles away, racing at an astonishing speed. Cursed! How could he possess such prowess? Even the god of space pales in comparison. The heavens darkened. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and ominous clouds loomed, mirroring his turbulent emotions. Yet, despite his fury, he found himself unable to catch up to DaiYuan. At that moment, DaiYuan propelled himself along their trajectory, the space around him twisting, compressing, and overlapping. Panic surged within him, but the movement technique had reached its pinnacle. Indeed, the ultimate essence of the technique lay in the manipulation of spatial laws, compressing distances to mere inches. Soon, a faint sound of phoenix cries reached his ears, signaling that he was nearing his destination. Just then, he spotted a dark red-golden sword light streaking across the distant sky, causing the space it traversed to collapse, conjuring a scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Witnessing the spectacle, a sense of foreboding gripped DaiYuan's heart. System, can the Pajie breach the divine realm and enter the chaotic currents of time and space? Theoretically, Yes, but the dangers are immense. Without a dedicated passage through the divine realm, the chaotic currents are treacherous even for a god king. With the system's affirmation, DaiYuan felt a flicker of hope and decisively surged forward. At that moment in the void, a crimson phoenix was frantically fleeing amidst the blood-red sword light, its golden-tinged blood gushing from myriad wounds. Its aura had waned to the brink of collapse, yet its gaze remained resolute. Lying upon its back was a stunning young woman, equally weakened. "Tong Tong, leave me behind. You must flee with the Holy Phoenix's true blood," she urged. "Stop saying foolish things. We will escape, I promise. The Shura God will never let us go. He is too powerful. If you abandon me, perhaps you still have a chance." "I refuse." A piercing cry of the phoenix reverberated through the skies. Not far above, a handsome man clad in crimson gold armor stood tall in the void, his blood-red eyes coldly fixating on the fleeing crimson phoenix, surrounded by a terrifying array of malevolent spirits. With a gentle flick of his blood-colored sword, an army of malevolent spirits surged forward, their gaping maws ready to devour the phoenix. A mere brush against its body would tear flesh and consume it, greedily drinking the continuously flowing phoenix blood. The excruciating pain sent Tong Tong staggering, losing her balance and plummeting from the heights. The Shura God observed the scene with indifference, suddenly turning to the distorted space beside him. Without a word, he unleashed a merciless strike of blood energy. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as DaiYuan, clad in dragon-patterned azure golden armor, desperately wielded the Baiyu Long Huang, summoning a myriad of dragon energies to resist the onslaught of malevolent spirits. Witnessing DaiYuan's ability to counter his attack, the Shura God's expression tightened. His divine power surged, and waves of blood-flamed spirits erupted from the gates of hell, roaring towards DaiYuan. DaiYuan's gaze fell upon the rapidly descending sisters, and in this moment of crisis, he decisively summoned the Dong Huang Bell. As the red-black divine light surged, the moment the bell manifested, the approaching spirits momentarily froze, as if sensing the aura of the mixed Yuan killing formation. Deep fear filling their eyes. Then, the overwhelming mixed Yuan killing formation descended, ensnaring the spirits that could not escape, their wails echoing as the Shura God vanished from sight. Clang! In the next instant, the Shura God appeared before DaiYuan, who immediately raised the Baiyu Long Huang in defense. As the two forces collided, DaiYuan harnessed the power of the impact and the ultimate spatial essence of the movement technique to instantly teleport beside Tong Tong. Confronted by the oncoming Shura God, DaiYuan pushed his mental strength to its utmost. Second form, stabilized the universe. The Dong Huang Bell trembled, unleashing a chaotic ripple that momentarily sealed the entire space, even slowing the Shura God's movements. In this invaluable instant, DaiYuan swiftly retracted the Dong Huang Bell and summoned the Pejie, clutching onto Tong Tong's phoenix form as they vanished into the endless currents of time and space. Chapter 207. Surviving the aftermath amidst the tumultuous currents of time and space. DaiYuan held tightly to Tong Tong's phoenix form, his mental energy flooding into his primordial spirit, the chaotic azure flame swiftly enveloping every inch of her body. Soon, as everything stabilized, DaiYuan glanced back and found that the Shura God had not pursued them, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, turning his gaze, he discovered that the sisters had completely succumbed to unconsciousness, their auras faint as flickering candles, on the verge of extinguishing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, a wave of anxiety washed over DaiYuan. System, is there any means to save them? At this rate, they may not last much longer. After assessing the situation, the system reported that their condition was dire, divine power depleted, primordial spirit severely damaged, and most critically, the Holy Phoenix's true blood within them was nearly exhausted. Without external assistance, they faced certain death. Enough. Just tell me if there's a solution. DaiYuan interrupted the system, his urgency palpable. The Hongmeng store has a product, the Bodhi's sacred fruit, which can restore their divinity, nourish their true blood, and repair their primordial spirits. In essence, with merit points, everything is manageable. How many merit points are needed? Would 200,000 suffice? DaiYuan inquired without hesitation. Only 100,000 is required. Deal. Ding. Transaction complete. 2 Bodhi sacred fruits have been placed in the host's consciousness space. Please retrieve them within 24 hours, or they will be deemed abandoned. Without delay, Dai Yuan extracted the 2 crimson Bodhi sacred fruits, radiating with an aura of Tao from his consciousness, and infused them into the sisters' bodies using his soul power. The effects manifested remarkably swiftly. As soon as the 2 sisters entered the body, a wave of Taoist resonance emanated from them, with a gentle, chaotic white light swirling around their bodies, exuding a profound sense of ancient weightiness. The visible wounds on their bodies healed at a remarkable pace, and within Dai Yuan's perception, their primordial spirits were being thoroughly nourished by the divine power of the sacred fruit, much like parched land receiving much-needed rain, while their true blood was gradually recovering. This process was significantly slower, as true blood, being the root of their essence, posed a greater challenge for restoration. Only now did Dai Yuan finally exhale a sigh of relief. With the protection of his god-level spiritual power, he felt no need to worry about the perils of their unknown destination. The tautness he had been holding on finally relaxed. This half-day excursion in the divine realm could truly be described as fraught with danger, yet it also brought abundant rewards. The god of Shura undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm, entirely incomparable to the god of wrath. Dai Yuan couldn't help but sigh in contemplation. After all, when facing the god of wrath, he still felt he had a fighting chance. Yet when confronted with the god of Shura, all that remained in his heart was the urge to flee. Despite the near misses, such opportunities to experience this closeness were rare. From their brief encounter, he gleaned invaluable insights. As he returned to the turbulent flow of time and space, he certainly would not let this splendid opportunity slip away to comprehend the temporal laws within. Sitting cross-legged, he released his chaotic azure flames, enveloping his spiritual power to engage with the chaotic and disorderly temporal forces in the turbulence. Dai Yuan gently closed his eyes, sinking into meditation. After an indeterminate time, a melodious phoenix cry echoed, and Dai Yuan slowly awakened from his meditative state, only to find 2 youthful maidens seated beside him. One was the ethereal and stunning Lv.20, while the other was a stranger he had never encountered before. Clad in a flowing red garment, her graceful neck and flawless skin made her appear almost otherworldly, with the fabric accentuating her form, exuding an alluring charm even with her eyes closed. Such beauty stirred ripples in his heart, causing him to hastily avert his gaze and suppress the fluttering of his emotions, revealing his youthful nature. At that moment, the girl in red began to awaken, initially gazing around in confusion before her eyes landed on Dai Yuan. How'd you end up here? Weren't we being chased by the god of Shura? Oh, am I dead now? Dai Yuan did not immediately respond, but instead asked cautiously, Are you Tong Tong? Yes. Please answer me. Am I dead? Upon seeing her distress, Dai Yuan playfully flicked her forehead, eliciting a cry of pain. The girl covered her forehead, sobbing while shouting, This is outrageous. Even in death, you bully me. Just wait, I'll summon my ancestors to teach you a lesson. Dai Yuan burst into hearty laughter, and at that moment, the girl's grievances transformed into a blazing fury. What are you laughing at? This is my territory. You are alone and vulnerable here, while I have my ancestors who could obliterate you with a mere finger. Dai Yuan stepped closer with a knowing smile, prompting Tong Tong to instinctively retreat. Let me tell you, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll call for help. Go ahead, even if you scream your throat raw. Your ancestors won't come to save you. With that, Dai Yuan began to mischievously pinch her cheeks, and despite her frantic attempts to resist, she found herself unable to escape his grasp. Help! Help me! Stop! A clear, cold voice rang from behind. Dai Yuan turned to see Lv.20 awake, her eyes wide in shock as she surveyed the surroundings. Reluctantly, he withdrew his hands, and Tong Tong, as if finally finding refuge, dashed towards Lv.20. Dai Yuan is too much. He even bullies me when I'm dead. Sister, you must avenge me. Lv.20 looked down with an odd expression at the girl in her arms. Then, echoing Dai Yuan's earlier inquiry, asked cautiously, Are you Tong Tong? Yes. What's wrong? Does sister not recognize me? I'm so miserable. Lv.20 did not allow her to wallow in self-pity. She promptly straightened Tong Tong's posture, scrutinizing her closely. Tong Tong was startled by this sudden action, but soon realized the implications. Following Lv.20's gaze, she exclaimed, Wow, how did I grow so big? The girl marveled at her new form, her previous grievances entirely forgotten. Lv.20's eyes sparkled, and she smiled. Congratulations, Tong Tong, you have grown into your complete form. At that moment, Dai Yuan approached with a smile to offer his congratulations, but Tong Tong showed no regard for him, eagerly engaging in animated chatter with Lv.20. Seeing his warm demeanor met with indifference, DaiYuan felt no annoyance and stepped aside to give space to the sisters. Chapter 208. Return to the human realm. Tong Tong was elated with her new human form, resembling a child who had just received a cherished toy, her joy unmistakably radiant. The blend of innocence and allure made her appear both pure and enchanting, perhaps the epitome of the pure desire phenomenon that had once swept the internet in his past life. DaiYuan thought so, but he could not ascertain what the readers might think. Soon, under Lu Zijing's guidance, Tong Tong became familiar with her newfound powers. They approached DaiYuan together, bowing deeply without a word. "Thank you, benefactor." DaiYuan quickly stepped forward to assist them, a bashful smile gracing his face. "Oh, it was merely a small effort. There's no need for such formalities." After exchanging pleasantries, Tong Tong could no longer contain her curiosity and circled around DaiYuan, as if trying to see through him completely. When we were in the lower realm, your soul power was merely at the soul master level. How is it that I can barely perceive your strength now? Speak quickly. What level are you at now?" DaiYuan merely smiled in response, and, at that moment, Lu Zijing interjected, "Half-god level. I truly can't fathom how you managed to conceal this from father." Upon hearing DaiYuan's high realm, Tong Tong's jaw dropped in astonishment, but she quickly bombarded him with two questions. "What is your purpose for coming to the divine realm? And how did you withstand the god of Shura's divine technique?" Lu Zijing also exhibited a keen interest in this inquiry. In response, DaiYuan could only helplessly wave his hand. "Miss, please spare me. Everyone has their secrets in this world." Seeing DaiYuan unwilling to share, Tong Tong attempted to press further but was halted by Lu Zijing. After struggling momentarily, the girl reluctantly chose to give up. Meanwhile, Lu Zijing stepped forward and a radiant golden light enveloped her, revealing a glass orb in her hand, within which golden liquid transformed into 3 resplendent golden phoenixes that danced gracefully. At that moment, the sound of countless phoenix cries resonated in DaiYuan's ears, and the turbulent flow of time and space surged towards him, only to retreat upon encountering the chaotic azure flames. "What is this?" Without waiting for his response, he witnessed a phoenix engulfed in golden flames swiftly piercing into his brow, manifesting within his sea of consciousness and merging with his primordial spirit. At this moment, deep within DaiYuan's sea of consciousness, the once pure and transparent primordial spirit now shimmered with golden radiance, marked by the imprint of a blood-soaked, reborn golden phoenix on his brow. The golden light intensified, ultimately enveloping him in a resplendent crimson battle armor, ablaze with golden flames. Simultaneously, the voice of Lu Zijing reached his ears. "At your current level, the enhancement of your soul power has minimal impact on your strength. You must now focus on cultivating your primordial spirit, as this is the key to advancing to the quasi-deity realm. This drop of true blood embodies the essence passed down from our Phoenix clan, containing a unique understanding of the laws of fire. Should you fathom its profound meanings, it may lead you to divinity." DaiYuan gazed at her in astonishment, realizing the magnitude of the gift she had bestowed upon him. From another perspective, it was akin to granting him a divine position. This is far too precious. At that moment, Lu Tong casually approached him, patting his shoulder. "You need not feel undeserving. You helped us avert the crisis of the god of slaughter seal in the lower realm. This drop of phoenix blood is rightfully yours. Furthermore, you rescued us from the clutches of the Azura god. We have yet to repay this kindness, so accept it with peace of mind." Now that Lu Tong had grown up, despite a 10-centimeter height difference between her and DaiYuan, she stood tall amongst ordinary folk, no longer moving with the clumsiness of a child, which brought her immense joy. Observing the unwavering determination in their gazes, DaiYuan offered a slight bow, saying, "In that case, I shall respectfully comply." Seeing DaiYuan's sincere demeanor, Lu Tong couldn't help but tease, "Wow, sister, he's so pretentious." "I think so too." Subsequently, the two sisters, Lu Zijing and Lu Tong, refined the remaining 2 drops of phoenix blood while DaiYuan stood guard beside them. After an indeterminate period, the system's notification chimed once more. "Ding, you are about to reach the lower realm. Please prepare." DaiYuan gradually awoke from his meditation, and, at that moment, the two sisters completed their absorption of the phoenix blood, their bodies radiating golden light, with divine brilliance flowing in their every gesture. Suddenly, a blinding light surged ahead, and in a flash of white, DaiYuan and the others found themselves amidst a dense forest. Feeling the solid ground beneath his feet and inhaling the fragrant air of the woods, DaiYuan took a deep breath and sighed contentedly, relishing the sensation of returning home. Just then, he heard Tongtong's voice filled with disbelief. Sister, this isn't the Sun-Moon continent, is it? Indeed not. The concentration of spiritual energy here is significantly higher than back home. DaiYuan, this must be the Douluo Continent you mentioned, DaiYuan replied with a smile. A hint of amusement at the corners of his mouth, as he had already discerned their location through his spiritual sense. Immediately, he surged his soul power, causing powerful fluctuations to erupt from the depths of the south. Human title Dalu, considering your arduous training, retreat at once, or you shall meet your demise here. The voice was deep and resonant, striking fear into the hearts of those who heard it. DaiYuan remained unfazed, adjusting his soul power to the level of a super Dalu. Boom! In the next moment, the once tranquil forest erupted in rustling sounds, the earth trembling and dust billowing. You seek to drink a toast, but instead receive a punishment. Today, you shall remain here. A torrent of crimson flames blazed towards DaiYuan and the others. But Lu Zijing merely raised her hand, dissipating the flames and condensing them into a small crimson orb. Just then, a massive bear claw lunged from their right, its sharp tips glimmering ominously in the fleeting light. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed as dust swirled, followed by a furious wail. Ah! Ki Wing, how dare you lay your hands on me? Do not speak so recklessly. When did I ever strike at you? As the dust settled, two towering figures emerged. One was clad in tiger-striped beast skin, his broad back resembling a mountain, his dark visage exuding a fierce aura. The other wore a dark red cloak, flames flickering around him, raising the temperature of the entire forest with every breath. You know well what you have done. Once I finish dealing with this matter, we will settle the score. You dare to speak of settling scores? With those words, everything belonging to this title Douluo is now mine. Do not expect to share in it. Just as they prepared to argue further, a voice interrupted them. Xiangjun, Qi Wang, long time no see. Chapter 209, Reunion with the Silver Dragon King. As the dust cleared, DaiYuan and the others revealed themselves. Upon seeing DaiYuan, Xiangjun and Qi Wang exclaimed in disbelief. How is it you? DaiYuan stood calmly, exuding an air of ease. Is my presence here truly so surprising? Xiangjun and Qi Wang did not respond immediately, but instead glanced past him at the two sisters, Lu Zijing and Lu Tong. It was one of you who dared to challenge us. Come, let's have a match, or our grievances will remain unresolved. Seeing the two kings ignore him, DaiYuan felt a surge of irritation, yet he refrained from expressing it openly, smiling at Lu Zijing. Why not show them a glimpse of your abilities? Lu Zijing nodded slightly, then stepped forward, disappearing in an instant. A flash of white light, and Lu Zijing appeared before Xiangjun, raising her hand to strike with incredible speed, leaving no time for Xiangjun to defend. Observing this, a confident smile spread across Xiangjun's face as he calmly lifted his dark golden claws, determined to teach her a painful lesson. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically as a pale flame engulfed him entirely. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, followed by a tempest of flames. When the fire subsided, Xiangjun stood dazed, his body charred and unrecognizable, the rich scent of roasted flesh wafting through the air, yet astonishingly, everything around him remained intact. With a dull thud, Xiangjun collapsed forward, unconscious. Meanwhile, Qi Wang, who had witnessed the entire battle, no longer bore the arrogance he once held. His body trembled slightly, betraying his fear. Having spent many years together, he understood the formidable defense Xiangjun possessed. Yet today, this woman had grievously injured him with a mere casual strike. The only individuals capable of such power in the entire Star Dou Forest were likely those two. He bowed slightly, his tone humble. Senior, your prowess is extraordinary. We were reckless in our words earlier. I humbly apologize and ask you to spare us. In the realm of the strong, there exists no hierarchy. The one with the mightiest fist reigns supreme, and mere reliance on age will invite disdain. Yet, Lu Zijing's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by his pleas for mercy. Upon witnessing the scene, Qi Wang hastily turned to DaiYuan for assistance. DaiYuan immediately stepped forward with a smile, attempting to mediate, saying, we are all allies here. Quickly, let's take him back to tend his injuries. I also have matters to discuss with your master. With DaiYuan's words, Lu Zijing refrained from further trouble, recognizing DaiYuan's standing and strength warranted her respect. Grateful, Qi Wang nodded at DaiYuan, then timidly glanced at Lu Zijing. Noticing her expression had softened, he breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly hoisted Xiong onto his back, smiling as he led the three deeper into the forest. Since DaiYuan and the others had landed in the core area, they soon arrived at the true heart of the realm, Tianxin Lake. After traversing through dense foliage, their vision suddenly opened up, revealing the beautiful lakeside. DaiYuan stood by the lake to greet them, and upon seeing DaiYuan, a fleeting surprise crossed his face, followed by a profound vigilance directed towards Lu Zijing. At this moment, Qi Wang and the unconscious Xiong faded into the background. It has been quite some time. You have finally returned. Let us proceed, for our master awaits you at the center of a lake. With that, he turned and walked towards the stone steps leading to the lake's depths. Knowing he was about to meet Guyuna, DaiYuan felt a twinge of nervousness. After such a long time, he could only speculate about her current state, given the teachings he had imparted. The group followed DaiYuan in silence, except for Lu Tong, who remained her usual curious self, snuggling beside her sister as she observed her surroundings. Wow, sister, look. This is Tianjing Yimu. I've never seen so much of it before. And look, by Shun Lei Jing. Such a rarity, even in the divine realm. Lu Tong transformed into a little encyclopedia, eager to explore, while Lu Zijing surprisingly allowed her to chatter on without interruption. DaiYuan, leading the way, briefly displayed a hint of displeasure, but said nothing. Before long, they reached the lake's bottom, where Lu Tong's eyes sparkled at the sight of more precious treasures. She wished to gather every last piece. Meanwhile, Lu Zijing's gaze was fixated on a crystalline green pool not far away. Who would have thought I would see a descendant of the Shenghuang clan one day? Are you too the last of the Bai Huang and Qi Huang lines? A clear, ethereal voice emanated from the pool, carrying a haunting melody. As mist rose from the water's surface, a graceful figure emerged, her violet hair flowing in the wind and her white gown perfectly accentuating her exquisite form, exuding an air of divine purity. Every time DaiYuan encountered Guyuna, he could not help but admire her breathtaking beauty, which was truly captivating. Hearing her somewhat provocative inquiry, Lu Zijing frowned and replied, "This is a secret within the Shenghuang clan. I am afraid I cannot disclose it." No sooner had she spoken than Guyuna narrowed her eyes, and an overwhelming aura erupted from her, causing the entire cavern to tremble. DaiYuan and the others immediately focused their spiritual energy to resist, while DaiYuan cowered in a corner, unable to withstand the power emanating from the Silver Dragon King. Noticing DaiYuan's composure under her dragon might, Guyuna's eyes flashed with astonishment, and she increased her pressure. "Master, I cannot hold on any longer." DaiYuan groaned in pain, but the Silver Dragon King remained unfazed, eager to gauge the true strength of DaiYuan and his companions. As time passed, DaiYuan began to show signs of exhaustion, gradually bending under the immense pressure from all directions. The expressions of Lu Zijing and her sister shifted, clearly struggling against the overwhelming force. Suddenly, the Silver Dragon King withdrew her pressure, her gaze towards DaiYuan filled with shock and curiosity. "How is it that you possess the aura of the Golden Dragon King?" Chapter 210, Breaking the Ice in an Instant. An overwhelming dragon might surge from Guyuna towards DaiYuan. Faced with this oppressive force, his face turned pale and then crimson. Lu Zijing and her sister immediately channeled their divine power to assist him, but their actions only intensified the already terrifying pressure. The atmosphere grew tense. No one could predict the Silver Dragon King's next move. "If you do not speak clearly today, none shall leave this place alive." In such an extreme situation, DaiYuan gritted his teeth and declared, "The Golden Dragon King is dead. I absorbed all of his true blood. Impossible. He possessed strength rivaling that of a divine king. How could he fall to someone like you, a demigod? DaiYuan, I warn you again, if you continue with this nonsense, you shall pay the price." "Humph. No wonder you are a dragon's offspring. You and that old dragon share the same stubbornness." Suddenly, a red-black light flickered around DaiYuan, and he raised his right hand, revealing a shimmering crimson bell. "First form, suppressing the mountains and rivers." DaiYuan pointed, and in an instant, the Donghuang bell erupted with a deep, chaotic light that enveloped the Silver Dragon King. Almost instantaneously, sensing the terrifying power within the chaotic light, Guyuna waved her right hand, and vibrant colors swirled around her. Time seemed to freeze, and the chaotic black light appeared to suspend in the void, moving slowly yet seemingly unreachable. DaiYuan was momentarily stunned, realizing Guyuna's formidable strength, but he quickly understood. This was the Silver Dragon King, a divine king with mastery over dragon elemental power, unlike the Golden Dragon King, who was merely a physical warrior. While her power might not withstand a killing formation, as long as the gap between them remained, he could not expect to trap her within his deadly array. Just then, the pressure surrounding Dai Yuan and the others vanished, while the Silver Dragon King remained still, her hand glowing as a green light shot into DaiYuan, awakening him from his unconscious state. It seems you were correct. If it were the Golden Dragon King, survival would indeed be uncertain. Can you tell me what this truly is? The Silver Dragon King gazed at the hovering Donghuang bell above DaiYuan, her expression filled with trepidation. This is my secret. Forgive me for not being able to divulge it. DaiYuan replied softly, his demeanor betraying no hint of fear. Initially, he had been intimidated by Gu Yuna due to past shadows, but after her successive provocations and disrespect, his anger had been ignited. At present, he is no longer the feeble being that she could easily trample upon. Although, with her full might, it remains within her capabilities. The enmity that the sisters Lu Zijing and Lu Tong harbor towards her runs deep, encompassing not merely the historical grievances between their clans, but also their ire at her haughty and disdainful demeanor. As the atmosphere turned frigid, Gu Yuna, the initial instigator of pressure, felt a surge of frustration within her. She could not bear the thought of losing control over the situation, having experienced centuries of others bowing and scraping before her. In this moment, it was inconceivable for her to stoop to apologize. However, she was also wary of the Donghuang bell in DaiYuan's possession, leading her to refrain from further exerting pressure. She understood that continuing down this path would yield no favorable outcomes for either side. With decisive clarity, she signaled to DaiYuan. As a loyal servant who had followed his master for many years, he immediately grasped her intent and approached DaiYuan and the others with utmost respect. Might I suggest that the three of you temper your anger for the moment? Our master merely wishes to assess the situation and bears no ill intent. If there has been any offense, DaiYuan offers his sincere apologies. At this juncture, even when addressing DaiYuan, he spoke with a genial demeanor, entirely devoid of the earlier coldness and arrogance. The disparity in strength had ultimately led to a reversal of status, a raw manifestation of the law of the jungle. Yet, Lu Tong was not so easily appeased. She glared at Gu Yuna without reservation. You apologize? Who do you think you are? If an apology is to be made, it should be from her personally. Not to mention the need for a proper gift. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the room. DaiYuan's heart raced, realizing that no matter what he said, it was futile. He silently prayed, genuinely fearful that his master might unleash her wrath and raze the place to the ground. All eyes turned to the breathtaking figure not far away, while Gu Yuna's brows knitted tightly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. DaiYuan and his companions, unwilling to concede, immediately channeled their mental energy into the Donghuang bell, producing a profoundly resonant chime that emanated a faint, chaotic black light, asserting its authority. The crowd found themselves ensnared in a standoff, with silence prevailing as they awaited a response from the proud Silver Dragon King. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. If there is anything of value that you desire, feel free to take it. Consider it a token of my indebtedness to you. Upon hearing this, DaiYuan was inclined to give her a thumbs up. It felt as though they were the ones indebted to her, and he could not help but roll his eyes at this proud celestial dragon. Nevertheless, her apologetic tone rekindled his wavering resolve, but in the next instant, Lu Tong rendered her judgment. Her expression of anger transformed into one of delight as she exclaimed, "You said it yourself. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. You are the illustrious Silver Dragon King and must not go back on your word." Of course, upon hearing this, DaiYuan immediately rolled his eyes. It became evident that Lu Tong's intention in speaking was to extract this concession. It was the first time he had witnessed her avaricious nature, while Lu Zijing, standing beside her, found herself at a loss. Since the words had been spoken, they could only acquiesce, lest they lose the moral high ground. This turn of events was precisely what Lu Tong had hoped for, and as soon as the Silver Dragon King's words fell, she eagerly dragged DaiYuan to claim the precious resources she had long coveted. This moment marked a temporary resolution to the conflict between the two factions. Now that the unpleasantness has subsided, let us discuss more pressing matters, DaiYuan stated solemnly as he stowed the Donghuang bell away. Chapter 211. The exchange of divine blood. The Silver Dragon King displayed little anger at the news of the Golden Dragon King's demise, aside from initial expression of shock. Almost as if discussing a stranger, her tone imbued with a detached indifference. So, you have absorbed all of his dragon god as true blood? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yuan contemplated for a moment before slowly responding. Might I request a drop of the dragon god's essence? DaiYuan was taken aback by her request. She had never sought anything from him before, especially not in such a pleading tone. In that instant, a peculiar sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Though he did not overtly display it, a subtle pride flickered in his countenance. What do you need it for? DaiYuan surmised her intentions, but, having finally gained the upper hand, he felt compelled to toy with this proud dragon who held herself above others. Yuan's brow furrowed, her murderous intent momentarily flaring before being swiftly suppressed. I require it to awaken the power of the dragon god. Ah, I see. However, the dragon god's true blood has been completely refined and merged with my being. Yet, if you truly require it. His voice trailed off, and a semblance of difficulty crossed his face. Such poor acting did not escape Yuan's notice. She was well aware of the calculations running through his mind. You may set the terms, but I want a drop of your Dragon King's true blood. That is out of the question. You said I could set the terms. I now only require this. If you cannot provide it, then our dealings must cease here. With that, he summoned the Donghuang bell once more, his soul energy swirling as it resonated with the chaotic black light emanating from the bell. Seeing him adopt such a stance, Yuan's gaze sharpened. Her anger rekindled after a long absence. The negotiations between the two parties fell into yet another impasse, while DaiYuan and his companions braced themselves for a confrontation. However, those present understood that a conflict was unlikely to erupt, for once the heavenly deities sensed their auras, they would swiftly descend to eradicate them. Ultimately, one side would need to relent. Aside from the true blood, you may choose anything else. Do not feel wronged. This is merely a matter of equivalent exchange, true blood for true blood. If you're truly unwilling, then you need not continue to demand true blood from me. Zijing, let's depart. With that, DaiYuan turned to leave, feeling that today's meeting could only be described as abysmal. He had no desire to linger for another moment. Despite the formidable strength of the Silver Dragon King, her temperament made it impossible for him to regard her as a trustworthy ally. It was no wonder that the dragon god ultimately fell to the gods. Indeed, character shapes destiny, a truth that remains timeless. Lu Zijing cast a fleeting glance at the Silver Dragon King, having never held her in high regard, and after the earlier confrontation, her impression of her had plummeted even further. Observing DaiYuan's relaxed demeanor, the Silver Dragon King trembled slightly in place, her rage threatening to overwhelm her. Had it not been for the Donghuang bell above DaiYuan's head, she might have resorted to flaying him alive, extracting his true blood drop by drop. Sensing her fury, DaiYuan felt a twinge of unease, recognizing that the rift between them had irrevocably deepened. Yet, he was undaunted. In the end, everything would revert to the supremacy of strength, and he now possessed the confidence to stand against her. Suddenly, at that moment, a flash of silver light darted before him, and a drop of crimson true blood, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, floated before his eyes. DaiYuan turned around, only to find the other parties aura calm and serene, their complexions slightly pale, yet as composed and detached as before, existing in a realm of their own. A smile played at the corners of DaiYuan's mouth as he decisively accepted the drop of true blood. In the next moment, a surge of golden light enveloped him, and a drop of golden-hued crimson true blood flew towards the other party. Let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. The Silver Dragon King did not respond, collecting the true blood and turning to leave. The situation on the continent is quite complex, and the circumstances in Xingluo are dire. You should return and take a look. After uttering these words, she vanished into the clear pool with a swift motion. At that moment, DaiYuan exhaled slowly, having been on edge, and with the departure of the Silver Dragon King, the tension within him finally dissipated. He was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of this encounter, for the Silver Dragon King's true blood would surely elevate his physical prowess to new heights. Let's go. With that, Lu Zijing nodded gently and called Lu Tong back to her side. Lu Tong appeared, laden with overflowing bundles of divine iron crystals that shimmered brightly, almost blinding in their brilliance. Wow, this time we truly hit the jackpot. DaiYuan, quickly give me a storage ring. My hands can barely hold it all. At this moment, DTon watched with a pained expression as the girl rushed excitedly towards DaiYuan, each step causing his heart to clench. DaiYuan promptly handed her a jade ring, a parting gift from them during their departure, which he now returned to its rightful owner. The three of them, thoroughly satisfied, departed under DTon's guidance. By the lakeside, the most powerful soul beast from the core circle of the Star Dou Forest had gathered. DaiYuan greeted these familiar faces with a smile, and upon seeing him, they displayed varying degrees of surprise in their eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, the group bid farewell to the crowd, and as they disappeared into the thicket, ZG and Bai Ji approached Tian with concern. What just happened? I've never seen the master so furious. The other soul beasts nodded in silent agreement, recognizing this as the primary reason for their gathering. At that moment, Xiangjun, under Bai Ji's care, slowly revived, and upon seeing Tian, he rushed to him like a child who had been wronged, lamenting, "Big brother, you must stand up for your little brother." A resounding slap followed, and his grievances were met with Tian's merciless response. "Get lost. Stop bothering me." Tian then surveyed his surroundings before sighing heavily. The skies are about to change. Meanwhile, DaiYuan and the others swiftly navigated through the forest, the space compressing and folding repeatedly. Worries etched across his face, as the Silver Dragon King's words had plunged his spirits into despair. Lu Zijing, noticing the weight on his mind, understood the severity of the situation but refrained from inquiring. She believed her role was to stand by him, offering solace in times of need, becoming his support. Unbeknownst to her, this thought caused a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. Chapter 212. The Battle of Douluo. At this moment, seated on the Pope's throne in Wuhuan City, Bibi Dong listened to the reports from Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo regarding the frontline battle. Fatigue was etched across her brow, but more so, a deep sorrow. The situation in the Xing Luo Empire was exceedingly grim. The army of evil soul masters had breached the defenses of the Imperial Pass. Recent news had just arrived. General Wang Zhe had perished on the battlefield, and the demon hunter Duo was gravely injured. The remaining forces, under the leadership of Qianjun Duo, were retreating back to Xing Luo City, pursued closely by the enemy, and their safe return remained uncertain. Upon hearing this news, Bibi Dong's frown deepened. What is the situation on the side of the Tiando Empire? The circumstances there are equally dire. Qian Rinchu's appearance at JYG this morning caused quite a stir. She intends to fight alongside the soldiers at JYG. However, just now, it seems another titled low-level powerhouse has joined the ranks of the evil soul masters, and their identity remains unknown. As soon as Ghost Douluo finished speaking, Bibi Dong erupted with a powerful aura. This is utter nonsense. Immediately send word and command her to return to Tiando City. Any disobedience will be dealt with by military law. Yes. She then turned to Ju Douluo and spoke slowly. What is the situation with the Holy Spirit cult? They have dispatched individuals to investigate in the city of slaughter, but no news has returned. It is likely that, at this point, Yuguan fell silent, and Bibi Dong sighed lightly, informed Dai Tianfeng and Qian Rinxue that if necessary, they may abandon the capital and concentrate their forces in Wuhuan City. Alas, in such a short span of time, our Wuhuan Temple and the Holy Spirit cult have already lost 6 titled Douluo. Shilong, Xi Shui, Tuoba Shi, and Gue Bao have only just been interred in the sacred tomb, and the situation has already deteriorated to this extent. Is it truly the heavens that wish to see our Douluo perish? With that, Bibi Dong gazed towards the tumultuous, swirling clouds in the distance, her eyes filled with concern. Meanwhile, Yuguan and Ghostly Charm cast their eyes downwards, unable to conceal the despair in their expressions. Just over half a year ago, after Dai Yuan was abducted by Zhao Qian, a wave of evil soul masters began to emerge across the continent. Initially, their focus was solely on tracking Dai Yuan's whereabouts, dispatching a few soul emperors to handle matter. After all, Dai Yuan's importance to both Xing Luo and the Wuhuan Temple was undeniable. However, as wave after wave of investigators failed to return, this gradually drew the attention of the Elder Council. Eventually, the higher-ups decided to send the Holy Dragon Duo to Obashi, accompanied by 2 soul Duluos and 5 soul saints, to investigate. While awaiting good news, they vanished without a trace, like stones dropped into the sea. It was not until a month later that a single soul saint staggered back to Wuhuan City, already on the brink of death. Before passing, he disclosed a critical piece of information. A massive group of evil soul masters had quietly coalesced in the north, displaying a stark contrast to their previous disorganized state. This time, they operated with a well-structured organization, led by several titled low-level powerhouses. At that moment, the Wuhuan Temple finally recognized the gravity of the situation. That very day, Dai Tianfeng, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Fengji were summoned to a secret meeting. Within a single night, a consensus was reached, and forces were organized at an astonishing pace to encircle this burgeoning power. In this endeavor, nearly all of the righteous forces across the continent, including the Holy Spirit cult, united to form a coalition army of Wuhuan, comprising 20 title Dao, 100 soul Dao, and 500 soul saints as their elite combat force. Just as they were filled with ambition, prepared to eradicate this malignant tumor, reality struck them with a harsh blow. In the initial skirmish on the battlefield, the strength of the evil soul masters shattered their illusions. Due to the unique attributes of their martial souls, evil soul masters possessed a power far exceeding that of ordinary soul masters. Even those with less exceptional martial souls employed various sinister techniques to challenge those with top-tier martial souls. However, these factors are not the most critical. What truly astonished them was the sheer number of elite combatants present. A total of 25 titled Dalu, among which there were an astonishing 10 individuals exceeding rank 95. This revelation struck them like a bolt from the blue. They could hardly comprehend how such a multitude of titled powerhouses had emerged silently. As a behind-the-scenes observer, Bai Dong understood well that this was not the entirety of this formidable force. There were still some influential figures lurking in the shadows, quietly watching over extreme Dou-level experts like herself and Qian Dalu. The situation had suddenly become exceedingly precarious. Unsurprisingly, the preliminary outcome of the battle was that the Wuhuan alliance had sacrificed 1 title Dao, 8 soul Dalu, and 12 soul saints, while severely wounding 1 opposing title Dalu and eliminating 7 opposing soul Dalu and 9 soul saints. This battle undoubtedly ended in a dismal defeat for the Wuhuan alliance. The initial setback inflicted a profound blow to the morale of the Wuhuan alliance. They could never have anticipated such a brutal outcome. Even Bai Dong was left in shock upon receiving this news, but soon the higher-ups convened and decided to shift from a strategy of offense to defense, concentrating their main forces within JYG and Xing Luo Diguan. This decision was met with vehement protests from one elder. Even Dai Tianfeng and Ningfeng Ji regarded it as a last resort. Because of this, the evil soul masters could continue to extend their reach toward innocent civilians, rapidly enhancing their strength through inhumane means, which would only exacerbate the disparity in power over time. However, on this occasion, Bai Dong unusually found herself in agreement with Qian Dalu. Although the specific reasons were not explicitly stated, the highest echelons, who held true power, had already spoken, and those who were ostensibly in charge could only grit their teeth and comply. Thus, the current situation was forged. Bai Dong gazed at the sky, which glowed faintly red, and a fierce glint flashed through her eyes. It was time to act. At this moment, atop the walls of JYG, Qianren Shui, disguised as Shui Qinghe, stood alongside the guards, observing the vast army of evil soul masters that loomed 10 miles away. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, so intense that even from a distance, it was nauseating. Reporting to your majesty. Recently, 5 more villages have suffered attacks from evil soul masters. According to reports from frontline scouts, there were no survivors. As the soldier delivering the report spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. He looked up at Shui Qinghe, only to find her gaze fixed on the blood-soaked horizon. These scoundrels deserve to die. Chapter 213. 9 titled Dalu. At this moment, hatred filled Qian Rinshui's eyes. During this time, she had witnessed too many families shattered, too many lives lost. All had met their tragic ends at the hands of the evil soul masters. She vividly remembered a family drained of blood and eviscerated, the horrific scene haunting her with nightmares for days. The gruesome images were so visceral that even seasoned warriors were left retching at the sight. Yet, the harsh reality prevented her from taking vengeance on these demons of the human realm. The decisions made by that woman and her grandfather were ones she, as a granddaughter, could not contravene. However, she had endured this oppression for far too long. Reporting to your majesty, there is a letter from the grand offering. Qianren Shui nodded and accepted the letter handed to her. But upon opening it, her expression darkened swiftly. At that moment, Qian Jun Dalu, with a look of affection, comforted her. The grand offering is also considering your well-being. You are now the emperor of Tiando, and many matters within the capital require your judgment. This place is unsafe, and the Pope has instructed you to return to Tiando City. Before he could finish, Qianren Shui interrupted, precisely because I am now the emperor of Tiando. I must protect my people here. If I choose to retreat, who can they rely on? But you must enough. I will not return with you today. I will stay here until this war concludes. Just then, an urgent horn sounded. Qianren Shui knew full well what that horn signified. She turned sharply to see the ominous army of evil soul masters advancing toward the fortress. Enemy forces are approaching. Prepare for battle. The sounds of drums and horns, along with the shouts of commanders, echoed throughout the fortress, shattering the previously calm atmosphere. Each individual wore a mask of tension, as the cruel and cunning tactics of the evil soul masters had left an indelible impression. Even now, some could not help but shiver at the recollection. The second offering, Jin E Douluo, Sheng Ling Jiao's Viper Douluo, and Bon Douluo approached in unison. Upon seeing this, Jun Douluo hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, second offering." Jin E Douluo nodded slowly, then turned to Qian Ren Shui with a grave expression, reprimanding her. "Tiandou, Emperor, the Pope and the Grand Offering have issued orders for you to return to Tiandou City immediately. Remember, you are now an emperor, and you must be responsible for your millions of subjects." The reprimand, combined with Jin E Douluo's presence, compelled Qian Ren Sui to temper her earlier defiance towards Qian Yun Douluo. However, she remained silent, her gaze transfixed on the encroaching army of evil soul masters. "Leave? None of you shall depart today." At that moment, 5 masked men appeared in the sky, each emanating a formidable aura of soul power, with the leader exuding an even more chilling presence, as if to freeze the very air around him. "It's you." Viper Douluo Liu stared in shock at the man, cloaked in dark green. Upon realizing his identity, the man let out a sinister laugh. "Hee, Liu. Long time no see. How I have missed you." With a flick of his hand, the scorpion-patterned mask dissipated, revealing a strikingly beautiful face that was androgynous in its allure. "Zhao Qian, what has become of DaiYuan?" Liu immediately inquired about DaiYuan's whereabouts, without dwelling on how Zhao Qian had joined the evil soul masters. The others silently regarded Zhao Qian, their eyes ablaze with murderous intent, while Qian Ren Shui trembled upon hearing DaiYuan's name, her eyes fixated on him. Her urgent emotions laid bare on her face. "Hee, DaiYuan. Oh no, our master is currently in good condition. Just give him a little more time, and he will lead us to the supreme, divine realm." The expression on his face turned one of eerie fervor, his chilling smile instilling dread. "Zhao, elder, stop wasting time with him. Let us eliminate this group of old beasts first. I haven't tasted human blood in 2 days, and today I want to savor the flavor of Tiandou Emperor's blood." Suddenly, a golden radiance enveloped Jin E Douluo, and in the next instant, he vanished from his position. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the once boisterous figure vanished from sight, now surrounded by the other 4. Tough life. Jin E calmly surveyed his surroundings before finally directing his gaze at Zhao Qian. "Extreme Douluo? It seems you have not escaped the keen eye of the second offering. I remember the last time I saw you. You hadn't even stabilized at your peak. Merely half a year has passed, and it appears I have truly underestimated you." Having spoken, he wasted no words and ascended towards the clouds, surrounded by a shimmering golden light. "Come forth. Let this old man witness the true extent of your abilities. You so-called half-baked limit Douluo. Haha, just as the second offering desires." Zhao Qian's body was instantly enveloped in a series of eerie green lights, piercingly cold. "Biwang Scorpion, Martial Soul Manifestation." He turned to the other 3, commanding them. "I expect that by the time I return, you will have subdued those 3. Otherwise, you are well aware of the consequences." "Yes, elder." With that, Zhao Qian soared into the sky, heading towards the direction of the golden crocodile, Douluo. Once the 2 figures vanished into the boundless void, the remaining trio of evil soul masters gazed at Liu and the others, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. In the next moment, 6 figures vanished from their original positions. Following this, a series of explosive booms resonated through the air. The great battle had commenced, and soon the army of evil soul masters would besiege the city. The soldiers of Tiandou were preparing for the impending confrontation. Qian Renshui surveyed the assembled soldiers, her voice ringing out, "Soldiers, today, I stand with you to safeguard our compatriots of the Tiandou Empire. The evil shall eventually disperse, and we shall achieve victory. Long live our emperor! Long live Tiandou!" At this moment, countless martial spirit auras erupted simultaneously, and under the command of their leaders, an array of soul skills surged forth, bombarding the advancing army of evil soul masters. The vanguard soldiers charged out of the gates, armed with the resolve to fight to the death against the evil soul masters. Kill! 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 In an instant, the scene was filled with glimmers of blades and shadows of swords. The clamor of drums resounded, blood mingled with flying weapons, and the expanse beyond the gates transformed into a sea of blood and fire, as countless figures fought desperately, heedless of the consequences. Meanwhile, in the skies, the battle between 6 tidal Douluos was equally intense. with colossal serpents, towering dragon staffs, and roars of bone dragons clashing against the true forms of their enemy's martial spirits. Each collision echoed with the fury of nature itself. Suddenly, a surge of crimson light erupted from the battlefield below. Shui Qinghe, the shame of the past. Today, I shall reclaim it with interest. Chapter 2:14. I have returned. The Blood Emperor crawled out of the massive pit, looking utterly disheveled, having just been ambushed by the golden crocodile. Though much of the attack was thwarted by the other titled Douluos, the residual force still cost him half his life. This was the might of a peak Dalu. Even having surpassed the super Daluo realm, he was still no match for them. Overwhelmed with frustration and fury, he directed his wrath towards the surrounding battlefield. Blood light flickering around him, as a blood wolf martial spirit pattern materialized behind him. 7th soul skill, Blood Wolf True Body. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black resonated in unison, and a thick crimson light flashed. In the next moment, a massive wolf, entirely black and radiating a sinister blood glow, appeared on the battlefield. This was his martial spirit true form, the sky-slaying blood wolf. Though not as physically imposing as some soul saints, the soul power emanating from it commanded respect. The blood wolf opened its mouth, and a small black hole slowly materialized. A tremendous gravitational pull instantly dragged everything within reach into it, ensnaring both friend and foe in a colossal gravitational field. Blood Emperor, I'm on your side. Please spare me. Cries for mercy echoed from all directions. But he paid them no mind. As the blood light around him surged, the black hole's pull intensifying. The onlookers, desperate to resist, summoned their soul power. Those with slightly greater strength, like soul emperors, could barely hold their ground, while the weaker soul masters were helplessly dragged towards the black void. As the first batch was swallowed by the black hole, the sounds of their agony rose in a cacophony, and the blood wolf reveled in delight, its body shimmering with a torrent of bloodlight, growing more vibrant as the number of consumed souls increased. Becoming my nourishment is your fortune. Once the area within a 5-mile radius was devoid of life, the blood wolf gradually retracted the black hole, licking its lips in satisfaction as if savoring a delightful treat. Another surge of blood light flickered, as the Blood Emperor regained his original form. He now appeared rejuvenated, shedding the despair of just moments before, filled with vigor and vitality. Thank goodness this is a battlefield. Otherwise, I would have recovered so quickly. He licked his lips and scanned the surroundings, before vanishing in a blink. Boom! The battlefield erupted with thunderous roars, as the Blood Emperor strode through the carnage, as if in a realm of his own, leaving behind a trail of corpses and rivers of blood. Suddenly, 10 figures blocked his advance. He came to a slow halt, licking his lips, and gazing at the solemn expressions of the 10 men with indifference. How do you wish to die? The Blood Emperor arrogantly surveyed them, exuding the demeanor of a judge of death, announcing from a position of superiority. No one among the 10 spoke. Their eyes gleamed with resolute determination. Brothers, even if I die here today, it is for Tiandou, for our people behind us. The great enemy is upon us. We march forth. Long live Tiandou. In the next moment, these leaders, who had devoted their lives to Tiandou, charged fiercely at the Blood Emperor, fully aware that this might be their last stand. Yet, their hearts were unyielding, fueled only by the noble ambition to protect their homeland. A mere soul saint dares to obstruct my path. How foolish. The Blood Emperor disdainfully regarded the 10 charging leaders, and with a surge of soul power, a torrent of blood light erupted from his body. At the city gate, amidst the blood-soaked struggle, Qian Rinxue was enveloped in sacred light, wielding a white longsword ablaze with brilliant golden flames, her movements causing the holy light to surge, transforming into blazing fire as she launched a fierce assault against the evil soul masters. A faint 6-winged angelic radiance flickered behind her. She no longer cared for her identity, her sole desire being to send these vile creatures to meet their end. 6th soul skill, angelic roar. Instantly, the sacred fire engulfed her, and the evil soul masters within a 10-mile radius clutched their heads in agony, some even exploding on the spot, their brains and blood scattering. Damn, what kind of martial spirit is this? How can it be so tyrannical? The angelic apparition, the sacred fire, she belongs to the Qian family. Realizing her identity had been completely exposed, Qian Rinxue ceased to hide. She swiftly brushed her face, and the human skin mask of Shui Qinghe fell away, revealing her breathtaking beauty. A throng of evil soul masters above the rank of Soul King surged toward Qian Rinxue. fully aware of the catastrophic impact she had on the battlefield. Just moments ago, at least 1,000 evil soul masters had perished directly or indirectly due to the angelic roar, and they could not allow this situation to persist. As she saw more powerful foes approaching her, a look of determination flashed across Qian Rinchue's face. In that instant, the sacred light around her flared, the blazing divine fire igniting behind her, and she transformed into a radiant beam. Seventh soul skill, angelic true body. In the next moment, the entire sky seemed to illuminate, as a gentle divine radiance showered the earth, with Qian Rinchu donned in resplendent platinum armor, leading the charge. The 6 celestial angelic wings unfurled slowly behind her, divine light surging forth, descending upon the world with unparalleled majesty. In a realm of angels, the judgment was pronounced. Qian Rinchu raised the white, long sword in her hand, and in an instant, a sacred domain enveloping a radius of 10 miles manifested above her. The sun's rays seemed to be drawn towards it, as an overwhelming energy converged upon the angelic domain. In the span of a breath, countless blazing yellow swords took form in the void, their terrifying heat causing those on the ground to feel as though they were being scorched. Quick, stop her! The evil spirit masters looked upon the multitude of angelic swords in the sky with growing dread. Their soul weapons were inherently fearful of those possessing sacred attributes, let alone the angelic weapon hailed as the most potent of all. At that moment, the dense array of holy swords above them seemed like bespoke coffins designed for their demise. Yet, Qian Rinchu, suspended in the air, wore a pallid expression. She was already at her limits. The angelic domain was too taxing for her current state, and merely managing to unleash it was a considerable feat the evil spirit masters, sensing her vulnerability, could hardly let this opportunity slip away. They frantically unleashed their soul skills towards the airborne Qian Rinchu. In an instant, a torrent of soul techniques surged toward her, and she resolutely closed her eyes. Just hold on a moment longer. It will be over soon. Boom! A resounding explosion échoued. Yet the anticipated pain did not materialize. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find a magnificent silhouette standing before her. Shuer, I have returned. Chapter 2:15. A single finger, the familiar voice sent a tremor through Qian Rinchu, and tears welled up instantly. She bit her lip to hold them back, a trembling hand reaching toward his back, only to withdraw timidly. Is this real? Have you finally returned? The longing that had consumed her day and night coalesced into this singular question. Since learning of his abduction by Zhao Qian and his subsequent disappearance, it felt as though her very soul had been drained. For over half a year, she had endured a torment that left her heart perpetually anxious for him. DaiYuan turned slowly, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the young woman, his eyes brimming with affection and remorse. I'm sorry, Xuya, for causing you worry during these days. Qian Rinchu silently shook her head, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She trembled as she touched DaiYuan's face, and upon realizing this was no illusion, she could no longer contain herself. Without reservation, she rushed forward to embrace him tightly, fearing he might vanish again. She no longer cared whether this was a battlefield or any other place. All she desired was to release the pent-up grievances she had held for so long within DaiYuan's embrace. DaiYuan held her quietly, the power of the azure dragon surging forth, enveloping them in protective warmth. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Lu Zijing and her sister observed the two figures in the air, locked in a tight embrace. Lu Tong glanced at her elder sister, noticing her flickering gaze and the tension in her bitten lip. With a silent sigh, she shook her head with an air of maturity. Outside, countless soul skills rained down like a tempest upon the azure dragon's sacred shield. The storm raged outside, and within, a tempest brewed as well. Soon, the girl regained her composure from the surprise and grievances, as the identity of the Tiando emperor reminded her that this was not the time for romantic musings. She bore the hopes of countless subjects upon her shoulders. This sense of responsibility compelled her to refocus her attention on the war. You must leave quickly. The power of this shield is immense, and it will deplete your soul power significantly. It is too dangerous here. You must return to the safety of the city. Hearing her concerned words, DaiYuan smiled softly and gently caressed her fair face. Sing, Shuet, leave everything from here on to me. Just watch from here. His soul power surged, its overwhelming presence startling the young woman. DaiYuan smiled, but remained silent. He proceeded to cast the azure dragon's sacred shield around them, and then turned to face the assembly of evil spirit masters below. Sensing the vast waves of Dai Yuan's soul power, the evil spirit masters felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They understood that he was a being even more formidable than Qianren Xue. At that moment, the voice of the Blood Sovereign rang out. Sacred Master, how did you come to be here? Trembling, the Blood Sovereign emerged from a pile of corpses, his gaze towards Dai Yuan filled with shock and reverence. However, he soon halted, disbelief washing over him as he scrutinized Dai Yuan. No, you are not the Sacred Master. I have felt his aura before. Who are you? And why are you impersonating the Sacred Master? The Blood Sovereign descended into a frenzy, a madness akin to the horror of having one's faith tarnished. In his mind, no one could rival the greatness of the Sacred Master. He could not abide the thought of anyone, even in mere appearance, resembling the Sacred Master. In his eyes, it was an unforgivable sin. Dai Yuan regarded his frenzied demeanor with a disdainful smile. Have you not yet recognized who I am? The Blood Sovereign stood frozen, his eyes fixated on Dai Yuan as he scrutinized him repeatedly, eventually exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can you still be alive?" He never dreamed Dai Yuan would appear here, and a flood of speculation surged in his mind, instinctively causing him to retreat step by step, his thoughts racing. Think carefully. In your next life, do not be reborn as an evil spirit master. Otherwise, it will still be I who sends you to hell. With that, Dai Yuan extended a finger, a radiant azure golden light swirling at its tip. Fifth soul skill, Azure Emperor Dragon Monarch's prisoning finger. With a single press, dragon roars erupted, and countless colossal dragons, shimmering with azure gold, light manifested in the boundless void, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. This spectacle caused the tidal Douluos engaged in battle high above to momentarily pause their conflict. Whose soul power fluctuation is this? The assembled tidal Douluos felt a weight in their hearts, for they had never encountered such an intensity of soul power. They silently wondered if it was the arrival of enemy reinforcements. Consequently, they tacitly chose to cease fighting temporarily, as they could not inflict substantial harm in a short time. If the enemy's reinforcements arrived, it would undoubtedly alter the tide of battle. At this moment, the sky was filled with divine dragons unleashing furious roars, charging toward the Blood Sovereign. Feeling the overwhelming force radiating from them, the Blood Sovereign desperately summoned his soul power to defend himself. Eighth soul skill, Blood God's Heavenly Array. A torrent of blood light erupted beneath him, and countless individuals felt their life force uncontrollably surge toward the blood array forming below the Blood Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, a massive blood-red array spanning 100 miles coalesced. Ha ha ha, this is a battlefield. Both the living and the dead can provide me with an endless supply of life force. What can you do against me? He gazed defiantly at the oncoming dragons, confidence returning to his expression. In response, Dai Yuan merely smirked, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. It seems you have yet to witness absolute power. In the next moment, countless dragons surged forth, engulfing the Blood Sovereign. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resonated, shaking the heavens and earth, making all things tremble. In that instant, it felt as though everything was suspended in an eternal state of stillness. Only the resounding dragon roars echoing in their ears. As the divine light dissipated, it unveiled an unfathomably deep chasm, and the figure of Blood Emperor had long vanished. All the soldiers on the ground had ceased their assaults, standing in awe before this abyssal pit. Dai Yuan's displayed power had transcended their wildest imaginations. In that moment, he resembled a deity, commanding absolute strength that compelled all to submit. Suddenly, 8 figures appeared above the chasm, their faces reflecting profound astonishment as they beheld the scene. Zhao Qian glanced towards Dai Yuan, who was standing a short distance away with his hands behind his back. His pupils constricted, and he trembled as he uttered a chilling proclamation. Impossible! How can you still be alive? Chapter 2:16, The Extraordinary Hero. Zhao Qian's reaction mirrored that of Blood Emperor's. Upon witnessing Dai Yuan's emergence, he instinctively felt fear, not directed towards him, but towards their sovereign. At that moment, the shadows on his face deepened, as if a colossal mountain pressed down upon him, making it hard to breathe, a sensation he had not felt even when confronting the golden crocodile Dalu. The primary reason for this was his inability to fathom the realm Dai Yuan had attained. Zhao Qian was now contemplating how to escape safely, for he needed to report back to the sovereign, as Dai Yuan's appearance could significantly disrupt all their previous plans. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing madly into the distance. The other title, Douluo from the Evil Soul Master faction, followed suit, scattering in various directions. Golden Crocodile and the other title Douluo were not inclined to let them escape easily. They pursued relentlessly. However, at the level of title Douluo, while killing was exceedingly difficult, fleeing was remarkably simple. Predecessors, pursue the other three. We must not let them escape. With a flash, DaiYuan activated his movement technique to its utmost limit. In the blink of an eye, he stood beside Zhao Qian. Upon seeing the youth suddenly at his side, Zhao Qian's expression turned to one of sheer terror. He desperately channeled his soul power, unleashing soul skills towards the youth, only to have them effortlessly neutralized. What realm are you at now? He knew that while his power, though still somewhat inferior to a true limit Dou, was on par with the peak of the Golden Crocodile Douluo, the moment he gazed upon the youth, he felt as if he were staring into an abyss. The overwhelming disparity in strength filled him with despair. He truly sensed a hint of divine aura emanating from his opponent. Think about it down there, DaiYuan said without further ado, and then, with a surge of soul power, invoked his 8th soul skill, Qingdi Shunjiang. Zhao Qian's body was instantly immobilized in midair. Despite his utmost efforts to break free, it was futile. You kill me, the sovereign will not let you go. When he emerges, none shall be his match. The sovereign is invincible. As death loomed near, a pathological fervor flickered in his eyes, as if at that moment he envisioned the scene of his so-called sovereign reigning supreme. Regardless of the fact that he currently occupies my body, one day, I will make him pay back in full. You may wait quietly underground. You will reunite there. In an instant, for beams of light shot upwards, and from the depths of the endless void emerged 4 dragon heads, descending towards Zhao Qian with piercing, icy gazes. Sovereign, I cannot witness your sweeping conquest. I cannot follow you to the divine realm. I, your humble servant, will silently bless you underground, my sovereign. The 4 azure dragons, stretching to the depths, suddenly converged inwards, and in that moment, a brilliant golden light surged forth, consuming everything. When the brilliance faded, Zhao Qian's presence had vanished without a trace. DaiYuan stood quietly in the void, where his gaze met only reverent worship. He did not linger, but swiftly turned and departed. At that moment, Golden Crocodile Dou, alongside 3 other title Dou, was engaged in encircling the 2 evil soul masters. As the evil soul masters began to falter, DaiYuan appeared and, with a single strike, ended their lives. Upon witnessing the 3rd evil soul master's essence dissipate, DaiYuan looked at the 4 title Dou, who wore expressions of embarrassment, yet he bore no reproach. After all, if a title Douluo was determined to escape at all costs, even a limit Douluo would find it challenging to impede them. At this juncture, the scales of victory had entirely tipped in favor of Tiandou. Most evil soul masters, perceiving the dire situation, opted to flee, causing the dynamics of the battlefield to shift abruptly once more into chaos. Qian Rinxue meticulously commanded her troops to systematically cleanse the enemy forces. With the assistance of the title Douluo, the evil soul masters on this battlefield soon met their demise. Gazing at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood before her, along with the victorious cheers of her soldiers, Qian Rinxue exhaled a heavy sigh. It was only now that she truly grasped the meaning of long-awaited relief. She turned her gaze to DaiYuan, who was conversing with several title Douluo in the sky, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips. He was her man, an extraordinary hero. Despite the myriad questions lingering in the minds of the title Dou regarding DaiYuan's sudden emergence, they chose to refrain from probing further. For his actions since his appearance had made them realize that this seemingly youthful lad had far surpassed their venerable selves in strength. They could no longer regard him through the lens of a junior or even an equal. Instead, they looked upon him with admiration reserved for the strong. Faced with this transformation, DaiYuan chose not to elaborate, for this was the age-old convention of the continent. Strength reigns supreme, and the mighty are revered. After some simple pleasantries, DaiYuan returned to Qian Rinxue's side. Looking at his longed-for beloved, he struggled to contain the fervor within, his eyes filled with tender affection. Ahem! A gentle cough broke the moment, drawing DaiYuan's attention to the presence of Lu Zijing and her sister, who had been standing atop the city wall for quite some time. He offered an embarrassed smile before taking Qian Rinxue's hand and stepping forward to introduce them. Xue, allow me to introduce you to Lu Zijing, and this is her sister, Lu Tong. They are both formidable experts I invited from another continent, their strength surpassing even mine. Upon hearing his last statement, Qian Rinchua's pupils involuntarily contracted. The power Dai Yuan had just exhibited was something only her grandfather and that woman could rival in her memory. But now he claimed that these two young and beautiful women were even stronger than him, which left her in shock, coupled with an immediate sense of crisis. Greetings, Iam Qian Rinsu, Dai Yuan's girlfriend. The final statement was, in fact, a test of their reactions, as she suddenly realized that while she might slightly surpass them in appearance, there lay an insurmountable chasm in terms of strength. However, the two did not display the reaction she had anticipated, which brought her a sense of relief. It seemed their relationship with Dai Yuan was not as she had feared. Lu Tong observed her sister's calm demeanor, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed her face. Moments ago, she had seen her sister's emotions fluctuate, leaving the inexperienced Lu Tong feeling quite puzzled. Dai Yuan, unaware of the intricate thoughts swirling within the three women, sensed a subtle but positive atmosphere surrounding him. Chapter 217, A Reunion. As night fell within the Tiando Palace. After the incident, Qian Ringshu's face radiated a charming blush as she languidly reclined in Dai Yuan's embrace, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility. Meanwhile, Dai Yuan gently closed his eyes, tenderly caressing her delicate form and softly kissing her forehead. Although they had only been apart for a little over half a year, seeing her again felt as if eons had passed. Even now, a sense of unreality enveloped him, and he hoped fervently that this was not merely a dream. With that thought, she instinctively held him tighter, noticing the slight flicker of fear and worry on his face, which suddenly stirred a pang of guilt within Dai Yuan. This time, no one would be able to separate us. Yes, the night will soon pass, leading us to dawn. As Dai Yuan soared towards Wuhuan City with Qian Ringshu, he had temporarily settled the two sisters at the Tiando Imperial Palace, as they seemed reluctant to accompany him. The battle at the pass had concluded, and news of victory swiftly reached the Wuhuan Hall. That evening, both Golden Crocodile Duo and Bondo rushed back to Wuhuan City, while Bibi Dong advised Dai Yuan and Qian Ringshu to rest and recuperate before proceeding. As they traveled, the scenery around them shifted rapidly like a slideshow. Yet they felt no tempestuous winds. It was then that Qian Ringshu truly grasped the terrifying strength of Dai Yuan, and joyfully nestled into his embrace as he smiled and gently stroked her flowing hair. In no time, they arrived. Yes, it took merely an hour for Dai Yuan to reach the outskirts of Wuhuan City, before they even reached the city gates. He sensed several formidable auras rising from the city, followed closely by familiar figures emerging before them. Realizing the arrival of the others, Qian Ringshu quickly extricated herself from his arms to face the continent's strongest individuals alongside him. Bibi Dong stood quietly at the center, gazing at her returning disciple and daughter, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Yue Guan and Gai Mei were already beside themselves with excitement. Upon learning of Dai Yuan's appearance on the battlefield, they felt a mix of joy and concern. But when they discovered he had single-handedly defeated 4 title Douluo and even killed a peak Douluo with a single move, all their worries transformed into exhilaration. To Dai Yuan's surprise, standing beside Golden Crocodile was an elderly figure, tall and dignified, with flowing white hair cascading down his back, exuding an aura that was almost too sacred to behold. This was, of course, Dalu, who was curious about what Dai Yuan had experienced to reach a level that matched or even surpassed his own in just over half a year. Today, he sought to measure the depth of Dai Yuan's capabilities. In addition to the esteemed elders of the Wuhuan Hall, Dai Yuan also spotted his biological father, Dai Tianfeng, who was being carefully supported by Dai Wei. When he noticed Dai Yuan's gaze, he nodded in appreciation. At that moment, Dai Tianfeng was already in tears, his body trembling, and Dai Yuan observed that in just over half a year his father appeared to have aged considerably. A tempest of emotions surged within him, excitement mingled with guilt, knowing that his father's weariness stemmed from worrying about him and the empire. Finally, he turned his attention to Ning Fengji and the others, including Ning Rongrong, who had been silently observing him. A soft sigh echoed in his heart. He bore some responsibility for the current disbandment of Shrek. The thought inevitably stirred feelings of remorse. "Father, I have returned." Dai Yuan approached Dai Tianfeng and deeply bowed his head in respect. Just as he prepared to bow again, Dai Tianfeng, trembling, quickly lifted him up, repeatedly murmuring, "It is good that you are back, good that you are back." At this moment, he bore none of the imperial grandeur of the Star Luo Emperor, only a father's profound longing for his wandering son. The three of them embraced tightly, sharing the torment of their hearts and the worries and hopes of countless nights. Today, They finally awaited the long-awaited day of reunion. After expressing their innermost feelings, DaiYuan approached Bibi Dong, kneeling heavily before her to pay his respects. Teacher, your disciple has been unfilial and caused you worry. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with uncontainable emotion. Her disciple had been taken from under her very nose, leading to her profound guilt as a mentor. Despite her desperate search for news, she had received none, and when faced with the invasion of the evil soul masters, she had no choice but to shift her focus to retaliation. Yet, who could say that her feelings for DaiYuan were not as deep as those for her own child? Over the course of their time together, she had come to regard DaiYuan as her own son. Good. It is good that you are back. Teacher and disciple wept joyfully, the pain of their separation exploding in that moment. Subsequently, DaiYuan paid his respects to the other elders one by one. When he reached Ning Fengji, he found himself avoiding the eager gaze of Ning Rongrong, feeling a sense of guilt towards her. Naturally, she was unaware of his inner turmoil. Upon noticing his deliberate evasion, her expression dimmed. Ning Fengji, perceptive as ever, recognized his daughter's emotional shift but maintained his composure, engaging DaiYuan in light conversation before concluding their exchange. After the grand welcoming ceremony, everyone gathered in the papal hall to discuss matters. To satisfy the curiosity of the assembly, DaiYuan chose to recount his experiences with a blend of truth and embellishment, while many still harbored numerous mysteries to unravel. They respected his wish to avoid lingering on that topic. They spent considerable time discussing the current situation on the continent. Following DaiYuan's appearance, the evil soul master forces stationed at the Star Luo Imperial Pass had received the news and promptly retreated, vanishing without a trace. Though the immediate crisis had subsided, the influence of the evil soul masters remained deeply entrenched in various corners of the continent. If this opportunity was not seized to uproot them entirely, they would inevitably return. DaiYuan, what are your thoughts on this matter? As he faced the gazes of those around him, he pondered briefly before replying, in due time, I shall directly venture to the city of slaughter and eradicate them in one fell swoop. Nonsense. Not to mention that the location of the city of slaughter is ever-changing. Once inside, even a titled Dalu would be unable to utilize any soul power, which is akin to walking into a trap. The demon subduing Dalu rebuked. Having once visited the city of slaughter and possessing a profound understanding of its treacherous nature, everyone expressed their confusion over DaiYuan's thoughts, and at that moment, the long-silent Qian Dalu slowly spoke up, defeat me, and I shall accompany you. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, and those who had never witnessed DaiYuan in action felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, his performance at the pass had only been conveyed through hearsay, far less compelling than first-hand experience. Yet, in Qian Ringshu's eyes, worry filled her heart. Although she had witnessed DaiYuan's prowess, her grandfather stood at the pinnacle of soul masters on the continent, and she had no certainty regarding who was stronger. All eyes turned to DaiYuan, who displayed no trace of fear in response to Qian Daoliu's challenge. He smiled at the venerable figure seated before him and replied cheerfully, all right. In a short while, the vast Duhan arena of the Wuhuan Temple was filled with powerful figures gathered at the observation platform, their gazes fixed upon the scene within, where an elder and a youth stood, each filled with a hint of expectation. Old Ghost, do you think Xiao Yuan can defeat that old man? I am uncertain, but judging by how this young lad single-handedly dispatched Zhao Qian, Qian Dalu certainly stands at a different level. Upon hearing this, the implication was clear. Yuan then jested. I think it's not certain. The position of the grand offering is rather significant, and after all, this is someone who will eventually become that young man's in-law. I suspect it may end in a draw at most. Gue Mei nodded in agreement, recognizing that the outcome here had less to do with sheer strength, as DaiYuan undoubtedly understood the unspoken rules of human relations involved. Ultimately, this spectacle served to satisfy the curiosity of certain individuals eager to ascertain the extent of his strength. At this moment, Qian Daolu gazed calmly at the composed DaiYuan before him, his demeanor tranquil. When I make my move, I shall not hold back. Do not concern yourself with formalities, nor with my dignity. If you win today, the grand offering hall shall be under your command henceforth. This declaration jolted DaiYuan, for the grand offering hall commanded the authority to summon the majority of the titled Douluo of the Wuhuan Temple, including the pinnacle powerhouse, the golden crocodile Douluo. Yet amidst his astonishment, he sensed something amiss. Before he could ponder further, Qian Daolu had already made his move. A surge of soul power emanated from him, a terrifying pressure enveloping the arena, allowing everyone present to palpably experience the might of the grand offering. Is this the level of a limit, Douluo? The sword Douluo, Chun Xn, observed the unleashed soul power of Qian Dalu, his eyes glimmering with brilliance, having glimpsed the threshold of level 97. Perhaps this peak confrontation would aid him in breaking through his own limitations. As DaiYuan felt the overwhelming soul power unleashed by Qian Dalu, he raised an eyebrow. This sensation was entirely different from his battle with Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian had merely forced his own realm to its limits through extreme measures. It bore no comparison to the true limit Douluo, let alone to Qian Dalu, who had stood at the pinnacle of the continent a century prior. At this moment, he resolved to no longer conceal his strength. In an instant, his soul power surged forth, the terrifying might of the Azure Dragon enveloping the arena. Everyone was taken aback, but none more so than his teacher, Bibi Dong. Her eyes narrowed as she regarded DaiYuan, astonishment flickering within her gaze. How is this possible? Qian Daolu's shock was no less than hers. He stared at the youth before him, whose composure was as unyielding as a mountain, his eyes wide with incredulity. How did you reach such a realm? I sense no divine aura within you. As the guardian of the angel god position, he had a heightened sensitivity to divine power. Yet DaiYuan's display exceeded his wildest imagination, plunging his mind into disarray. To this inquiry, DaiYuan responded with an air of nonchalance, of course. It is through my own cultivation. In the next moment, Qian Dalu moved. He was enveloped in radiant golden light, an angelic figure manifesting behind him, and his terrifying soul power erupted forth, revealing the unparalleled sanctity of the divine. Six-winged angel, Wuhuan manifest. The sunlight surged forth, coalescing into an exquisite battle armor upon his form, as he slowly ascended skyward, six resplendent wings unfurling behind him, casting shadows over the arena. At this moment, his aura reached its zenith. Bathed in the radiance of the sun, he was the very embodiment of the angel god. DaiYuan, however, was not to be outdone. With a graceful wave of his hand, the sacred beast Azure Dragon Wuhuan materialized behind him. Sacred beast Azure Dragon Wuhuan manifest. The first soul skill. Azure Emperor Dragon Sovereign Chaos Transformation. The Azure Dragon's chaotic light encompassed the arena, and the next heartbeat, DaiYuan, clad in Azure Golden Dragon patterned armor, stood before Qian Dalu, the aura of the Azure Dragon overshadowing the divine brilliance. The outcome is already determined, murmured Bibi Dong, with the other title Douluo silently nodding in agreement. At their level, the victor could often be discerned from the outset, with the final triumph hinging upon the hidden strengths of the opponent. Qian Dalu regarded the youth before him with a solemn expression, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! After a century of cultivation, to witness such a prodigy today, I truly have no regrets in death. With that, he raised the snow-white sword of holy light aloft and proclaimed, Ninth soul skill, angelic judgment. In an instant, sunlight surged into his being, and the expansive domain of angels unfurled, as the angelic figure behind him reached its utmost solidity, as if the angel god would step forth at any moment. Within this domain, DaiYuan sensed the overwhelming soul power surging from Qian Dalu and suddenly understood the gravity of the situation. He called out urgently, Grand offering, stop. If this continues, you will lose your life. Yet Qian Dalu remained undeterred, his gaze fervently fixed on DaiYuan as he declared, Prepare yourself. This shall be my strongest strike. In that instant, a tear fell from the angelic figure behind Qian Dalu. Ding! It sounded like a droplet falling into still water, the clear note resonating as if from ancient times, sending shivers through the souls of those present. Sunlight poured into that solitary tear, coalescing into countless holy light cross swords that charged resolutely toward DaiYuan. As the celestial swords descended upon him, DaiYuan sighed softly. He then summoned his soul power. Gently pointing forward, a colossal dragon emerging from the Wuhuan insignia on his back, stretching forth along the direction of his finger. It opened its mouth wide, a chaotic white light forming instantaneously. Eighth soul skill, Azure Emperor's eternal thought. The white light radiated outward, freezing everything in its wake. As the world succumbed to a void of chaotic whiteness, as the chaos dissipated, the skies cleared. DaiYuan stood serenely in midair, gazing at Qian Dalu with a hint of concern in his eyes. In contrast, Qian Dalu appeared unusually invigorated, the angelic radiance swirling as his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. DaiYuan, the grand offering hall shall be entrusted to you henceforth. With that, he turned his gaze toward the audience, first nodding at the golden crocodile Dao, then addressing the nearby Qian Rinchu. Schwerer, come find me at the Holy Tomb later. I have matters to discuss. He then looked into the distant sky. A trace of nostalgia etched upon his brow. After all these years, I wonder if you have found your chosen one. With a flicker, he vanished into the vast expanse of the void. The crowd below erupted in excitement, the recent events having left them profoundly shaken. It was clear to all that Dai Yuan had deliberately held back during the release of his soul skills. Otherwise, Qian Dalu would not have appeared so relaxed. What a pinnacle confrontation! To witness such a spectacular duel in one's lifetime is truly a fulfillment of one's aspirations. Yu Guan and Gue Mei gazed upon the elegant and poised figure in the air, their words laden with pride. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. Ning Fengji cast a surprised glance at the sword Douluo beside him, exclaiming, "Uncle Jian, what is happening?" Jian Douluo smiled and nodded, then spoke. "I shall enter seclusion for a day. Lao Gu, remember to take good care of Feng Ji and Rong Rong. Ha ha, rest assured, you can be at ease. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has finally welcomed a Super Douluo of level 97. As soon as Gu Douluo's words fell, Chen Xian's body shimmered with sword light, taking a step forward and soaring into the vast void, disappearing into the endless expanse. Dai Yuan gazed in the direction Jian Douluo had departed, his eyes brimming with blessings. The current alliance between the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Spirit Hall undoubtedly benefited from his breakthrough. However, soon his expression turned to one of concern as he glanced at the excited Qian Rinchu below, letting out a heavy sigh. After returning to the ground, everyone immediately surrounded him. Bai Dong stood a short distance away, watching Dai Yuan being thronged by admirers, pride evident in her demeanor. Thanks to the Pope's teachings over the years, Xiao Yuan's achievements today are in no small part due to you. After saying this, Dai Tianfeng intended to bow to Bai Dong, but was gently lifted by her. How could I possibly accept such a grand gesture? His accomplishments are all due to his own hard work. I merely played a guiding role initially. I should congratulate His Majesty for having such an outstanding son. His achievements have already surpassed those of us old-timers. Once we eliminate the malignant influence of the evil soul masters, I intend to pass the position of Pope to him. She looked at Dai Yuan, her eyes filled with satisfaction. As night fell, Dai Yuan returned to his residence after an evening of socializing. After the battle, Qian Rinchu had gone to the Holy Tomb to find her grandfather, and he had a fair idea of what might transpire. Her divine power had reached the threshold of level 79. The upcoming angel assessment would likely be her final moments with her grandfather. Knowing that Qian Rinchu would probably not emerge until she fully inherited the angel's divine position, Dai Yuan felt a tinge of reluctance as he glanced at Hu Liena's darkened chamber. She should be by Zhang Yuan's side now. He wondered how she was faring. Dai Yuan murmured to himself, feeling a profound sense of solitude akin to that of a lonesome elder. At that moment, Bai Dong's voice echoed in his ears. "Xiao Yuan, come here to your teacher." Dai Yuan was eager to find his mentor for a chat. He believed the time was ripe to discuss a certain matter with her. Soon, he arrived at Bai Dong's door, and before he could knock, the door opened of its own accord. Bai Dong sat gracefully in the main hall, holding a cup of fragrant tea, as usual. Dai Yuan made himself at home, approaching her confidently, performing a proper greeting before sitting down to savor the tea. "One exquisite brew. Your tea is simply the best. Enough of your frivolities. You have become the head of the Hall of Offerings now, so you must conduct yourself appropriately," she replied. "Ah, no matter what I become, I am still your disciple. You will always be my teacher." Upon hearing Dai Yuan's words, Bai Dong's feigned annoyance instantly faded, replaced by a gentle smile. "Do you know why I called you here today?" Dai Yuan pretended not to know and shook his head. "Really?" "Absolutely true." Bai Dong looked into Dai Yuan's eyes, filled with sincerity, and sighed. "Now that you have reached this level of cultivation, have you considered how to proceed? I humbly seek your guidance." Bai Dong regarded Dai Yuan's earnest gaze, hesitating for a moment before speaking. "Have you contemplated the matter of divine positions?" "I have yet to find a suitable one." "Then why are you pretending to be unaware here?" "Ha ha, teacher, it has been a long time since we last met. I was merely jesting." Noticing Bai Dong's slight annoyance, Dai Yuan hurriedly moved beside her, playfully squeezing her shoulder. "Get away with your hands." Though she said this, her actions displayed no signs of rejection. "I refuse. I haven't served you in ages. You must have been under great pressure lately." Dai Yuan's massage technique had been specially exchanged from the system on his way here, costing him 5,000 merit points for a calming and restorative technique, which had a remarkable effect on the spirit. Bai Dong quietly enjoyed her disciple's massage, the earlier irritation in her eyes having completely vanished. Your technique is truly unique. Just a brief moment, and I feel rejuvenated. It is important to note that for a powerhouse like Bai Dong, once the spirit is damaged, complete restoration is extremely challenging. Had it not been for the loophole exploited by the Luo god, she would not have transformed into the cold and merciless demon she had become. If you enjoy it, I shall come to massage you every day. Ha ha ha. Your good intentions are enough. Now, let us return to the matter of divine positions. You mentioned you have not found a suitable one. Has any deity extended an olive branch to you? Yes, 2 first-tier gods and 5 second-tier gods. DaiYuan spoke so freely and boldly, his heart untroubled as he spun tales. Indeed, my disciple is extraordinary. For an ordinary person to gain the recognition of a divine position is already remarkable. Yet you have managed to attract 5 at once. I understand that ordinary divine positions cannot satisfy your ambitions. You are still young, and one day you shall earn the recognition of those 5 divine kings. Bai Dong had no doubts about DaiYuan's words. After all, his strength and talent were evident, and such results were expected. Listening to his teacher's words of concern, DaiYuan felt a surge of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to ask, "But what about you, teacher? Does the Luo god's divine position truly suit you?" Chapter 220. The origin of the Luo god. As soon as the words left his lips, DaiYuan suddenly sensed Bai Dong's body tense up in an instant. The next moment, she turned to face him, her gaze sharp and calm. "What did you find out?" DaiYuan sighed and replied, "I can now faintly perceive the trace of the Luo divine aura surrounding you. While you may have deceived Qian Dalu, you cannot conceal it from my spirit." His mental power was now at the level of a divine king, enabling him to easily detect the divine aura she possessed. Bai Dong did not press for further inquiries, but slowly rose to her feet. "You need not pry in my matters. How can I not inquire? You are my teacher, one of the few individuals I care deeply for in this world. How can I watch you fall into that abyss?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dong's body trembled, and she silently turned away from him, her gaze revealing a fleeting pain. "I have said it. I am in control of my own affairs, and you need not ask further. Teacher, you are well aware of the dangers posed by the Luo god. It will erode your very soul, and should you inherit that divine position, there is a high likelihood you will transform into a bloodthirsty demon. Do you truly wish to become that?" He approached Bai Dong, looking in her eyes with unwavering sincerity. Listening to her disciple's earnest plea, her heart wavered slightly. As an unparalleled powerhouse, how could she be unaware of the inherent dangers? In her moment of despair years ago, it was he who sought her out to pass the divine position to her. And it was through his assistance that she had slain Qian Xuanji, avenging the humiliation she had endured. Now, she was deeply bound to the Luo divine position. Were it not for the lingering resistance deep within her heart, she might have already become the new Luo god. You fail to comprehend, and you shall never understand. My resolve is unyielding. This matter ends here. In this moment, she had firmly made her decision. With a thunderous crash, DaiYuan was expelled from the room by Bai Dong. Gazing at the closed door before him, he realized that even if he were to force his way in, it would not alter the situation. He sighed deeply and turned back to his dwelling. System. Is there any method to eradicate the murderous attribute inherent in the Luo divine rank? This attribute has existed since the inception of the divine position. Unless the host can alter the heavenly laws and reshape the divine rank, there is no solution. Alas, he did not harbor high hopes regarding this, for it was a matter that struck at the very foundation. How could it be changed so easily? Is there truly no way? He looked up at the solitary, cold moon hanging in the clear night sky, feeling a profound sense of loneliness. In truth, it was not entirely without recourse. Anger aside, the system's words still ignited a flicker of hope within him. I implore the esteemed system for clarity. Ah, now you seek assistance. No, you seek this system. Hearing the system's infuriating tone, DaiYuan felt a pang of frustration, yet acquiring information from it was of paramount importance at this moment. Therefore, he suppressed his anger and said, "It was all my fault in the past. If there is anything unsatisfactory, I apologize. I beg for the esteemed system's magnanimity to enlighten me." "Ah, since you are sincerely asking, I shall generously inform you. Restrain yourself. It is not too late to turn against it after the explanation. The Shura divine rank and the Luo Sha divine rank are, in essence, of the same origin, derived from a singular divine rank. What? Such a thing exists? What is the story behind it? This was a secret he had never heard before, prompting him to inquire further. When the plains first opened, 3 primordial divine embryos were born, eventually giving rise to 3 initial deities: the Creator God, who governs all life; the Void God, who presides over the unity of all; and the Causality God, who regulates the laws of the world. Through the passage of time, as the plains expanded and evolved, numerous hidden dangers emerged. At this juncture, the 3 deities realized that relying solely on themselves was insufficient for perfection. Thus, they each differentiated into 2 deities. The Creator God split into the current Destruction God and the Life God. The Causality God divided into the current Goodness God and the Evil God. Meanwhile, during the differentiation process, the Void God encountered other consciousnesses vying for divine power, a development unforeseen by the deities. They promptly engaged in combat with these consciousnesses, resulting in the Void God being split into 3 deities: the Shura God, the Luo Sha God, and the Angel God. One of those consciousnesses managed to escape with a fragment of the divine rank just before its demise, and thereafter, it vanished without a trace. The outcome of the battle ultimately influenced the distribution of divine power, leading to the Shura God inheriting half of the Void Goddess power, while 1/3 was taken by that shattered deity, leaving the remaining 2/3 to be shared by the other 2 gods. The subsequent tale unfolds with the continuous development of the plains, as the 5 most powerful divine kings formed the Divine Realm Committee, contending with deities from other planes for the source of the plains to create new divine ranks to foster development, culminating in the world as it exists today. What the Dragon God? How did they come to be in the Douluo Plain? They actually met the overlords of other planes during the deities' wars across various realms. And later, conflict arose due to uneven distribution of benefits, sparking a divine war. Oh, so this is the true history. After listening to the history of the divine realm, DaiYuan felt a sense of disorientation. However, he noticed that the system still had not answered his initial question. So how can I resolve the issue concerning the Luo Sha divine rank? As long as the 3 gods unite, and that shattered deity returns to become the Void God once more, all will be well. He was at a loss for words. What kind of solution is that? Not to mention that the whereabouts of that shattered deity are unknown, and the Angel and Luo Sha divine ranks already have successors. If stripping their divine ranks to reunite them is the solution, DaiYuan would prefer to maintain the status quo. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the system's first suggestion seemed more feasible. Alas, there is still time. I am certain a solution can be found. The cold wind rustled, and the leaves whispered softly. On this slightly chilly night, many were destined to be sleepless. Creak! Ning Fengji slowly pushed open the door, gazing into the dim corner where a young girl sat, her sobs occasionally reaching his ears, causing his heart to ache. Upon seeing her father enter, Ning Rongrong hastily stifled her tears and, with a hoarse voice, asked, "Father, what brings you here?" "My dear, I noticed something amiss with you tonight. What has caused my little princess such sorrow?" Ning Fengji spoke gently, instantly recognizing the reason for the sadness etched on her face. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong's gaze became somewhat dazed, and she lifted her head defiantly to ask, "What is wrong with me? Why will he not even glance my way?" As soon as the words left her lips, her reddened eyes filled with tears once more, and she buried herself in Ning Fengji's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Why? After spending so long together, does he not like me? Why will he not even look at me now? I have changed everything that needed changing. I am no longer the naive girl I once was. I have worked diligently to cultivate, hoping to stand before him openly one day, yet," as she spoke, the young girl could only cry. Witnessing his daughter in such distress for the first time, Ning Fengji felt an ache in his heart, unsure of how to console her, and could only gently stroke her soft, pink hair. Time passed, and when Ning Fengji looked down, he found the girl had fallen into a deep slumber in his arms. Her beautiful face tinged with a soft blush, with a few tears still clinging to her eyelashes. Seeing this, Ning Fengji tenderly carried her to bed, gently covered her with a blanket, and with a long sigh, he exited the room. Outside, Gu Douluo anxiously inquired as soon as Ning Fengji emerged, "Is Rongrong all right?" He had watched Ning Rongrong grow up, and his affection for her was no less than that of Ning Fengji. Seeing her so heartbroken today pained him greatly. Ning Fengji sighed helplessly and replied with a hint of melancholy, "To fall in love with someone one should not love. This sorrow is hers alone to bear." Douluo also sighed heavily, expressing some regret. Why did I ever agree to let Rong attend that Shrek Academy? If she hadn't gone, we wouldn't be facing so many troublesome matters now. At this moment, Ning Fengji harbored similar thoughts. However, what had occurred was irreversible, and no amount of regret could amend the past. The following day, DaiYuan arrived at Bai Dong's door, stating his intention to return to Tiandou. The occupant inside offered no reply, and with a deep sigh, he departed. After bidding farewell to his family and friends, he set off alone into the skies. In the blink of an eye, he found himself hovering above Tiandou royal city, and sensing DaiYuan's presence, Lu Tong eagerly flew to his side. At long last, you have returned. We have been utterly bored here. You must take us to enjoy some delicious food and exciting activities, or I shall not spare you, she threatened, waving her tiny fists with a fierce expression directed at DaiYuan. In the eyes of DaiYuan, the fierceness that the other party believed to possess appeared remarkably adorably naive. Having harbored resentment for a considerable duration, he resolved at this moment to express his feelings. He first gently placed his hand on Lu Tong's shoulder, then swiftly struck both of her cheeks. "Ah, Wu, let me go. Wu, sister, come quickly and save me." At this moment, Lu Tong's cries echoed through the air, only ceasing when Lu Zijing arrived. Covering her reddened cheeks, she ran to Lu Zijing's side, tearfully recounting her plight and pointing accusingly at DaiYuan, vowing revenge. "Sister, look, my face is almost crushed by him. And over here too, Wu, I am so unfortunate. You must help me." Lu Zijing offered only a few perfunctory remarks before approaching DaiYuan, leaving the young girl heartbroken. "Have you finished? If there is something pressing, we can wait here." As Lu Zijing gazed at the handsome youth before her, she realized that his image had already indelibly etched itself into her heart. The mere thought of him brought her inexplicable joy. DaiYuan, however, seemed utterly oblivious to the change in her demeanor, mistaking her politeness for mere courtesy. "Everything is in order now. I wish to absorb the drop of Dragon King's true blood gifted by the Silver Dragon King. You can join in the comprehension. There should be much to learn from it. Thank you. Whatever you need, we shall assist you. Oh, we're already sworn friends. Let's not speak of such formalities." With a smile, DaiYuan approached Lu Tong, intending to place his hand on her shoulder. Yet the girl darted away as if she had seen a ghost, quickly retreating to Lu Zijing's side. "I tell you, do not attempt to touch me here. We are not afraid of you." At this, DaiYuan was momentarily speechless before breaking into laughter. "All right, how about we first visit the food street? Today, I shall cover your meals as an apology." Food! Upon hearing the word, tears of joy streamed down Lu Tong's face uncontrollably. Lu Zijing shook her head, wearing a look of helplessness, as if to say, "This child is hopeless." After a brief moment of modesty, Lu Tong straightened her back and proclaimed with a grandiose air, "Seeing your sincerity, I shall overlook your earlier actions. Quickly, take me to eat delicious food." "All right, princess." The food street was bustling with life, the sounds of vendors calling out filling the air. Lu Tong eagerly scanned her surroundings, wishing to devour every delightful morsel in sight. The trio's presence created quite a stir in the marketplace, for their appearance and bearing were unlike those of ordinary folk. Naturally, some young rascals attempted to approach Lu Zijing and her siblings, but they were swiftly deterred by her piercing gaze. Little did they know the experiences they were about to witness. After satisfying their appetites, the three set off. DaiYuan initially intended to venture into the Dou Great Forest, a place he knew well, where the aura of the Silver Dragon King provided a barrier for undisturbed absorption and breakthroughs. However, recalling that he had recently offended the entity, he reconsidered, realizing that visiting now would only provoke the other party further. After all, they would need to fight alongside one another in the future, so it was prudent to ease tensions first. Thus, he shifted their destination to the Sunset Forest. Although unfamiliar with their current strength, there was hardly any place on this continent they could not explore. Upon reaching the Sunset Forest, they chose a cave on the mountainside to enter seclusion. After temporarily driving away the indigenous soul beasts, they set up a barrier at the cave's entrance to prevent any leakage of their presence. Once everything was secured, the three sat cross-legged, and with a flash of light, the surrounding space trembled. A drop of glimmering, multicolored crimson blood floated in the air. Having been exchanged from Guyuna, Lu Zijing's divine power surged forth, stabilizing the cave that was on the verge of collapse. After all, this was the outside world, and its structural integrity was far inferior to that of the lake bed of Tianxin. Without control, this single drop of divine blood could easily crush a mountain thousands of meters high. Feeling the overwhelming energy emanating from the true blood, all three were astonished. In their haste, they had failed to appreciate the divine nature contained within it, and now, merely from this drop, they realized they had underestimated Gu Yuna's capabilities. Could she have reached this stage already? Chapter 222, Return to the City of Slaughter. Just a single drop of true blood offered a glimpse into its essence. The continuous, formidable divine power within it left them gasping in awe. Lu Zijing's senses indicated that the Silver Dragon King's strength was now perilously close to that of the Dragon God of Ur, and it was highly likely that after absorbing the true blood of the Golden Dragon King, he would achieve his final form, becoming the new generation of Dragon God. The mere thought of this caused a heaviness to settle in Dai Yuan's heart. Even with the Donghuang Bell, he could only contend with a godly figure like the Shura God at a distance. A direct confrontation would surely lead to his demise. Pondering the Silver Dragon King's imminent ascension beyond the 5 great divine kings of the divine realm, he worried that once he broke through, his first target would be the humans below. After all, humanity had slaughtered numerous soul beasts over the years in pursuit of strength. And given the Dragon God lineage's traditional temperament, he found it hard to believe that the Silver Dragon King would spare them. A sense of urgency washed over him, leaving him breathless. Meanwhile, his soul power surged, and a phantom of a Qinglong flickered behind him. Lu Zijing and her sister simultaneously activated their Phoenix divine power, and the 3 divine energies converged upon the drop of divine blood, marking the commencement of their absorption. Time passed without notice, and a resonant dragon's roar reverberated through the mountains, causing the entire Sunset Forest to tremble. All the soul beasts within the forest gazed in astonishment at the towering peak, their eyes filled with dread. Inside the cave, DaiYuan sat cross-legged, divine light radiating from him, each breath infused with the essence of the Dragon God. System. Display my information panel. Host, DaiYuan. Avatar. Age, 15 years weapon soul. Sacred Beast, Qinglong soul power level. Semi-divine realm spiritual power level. Divine King realm soul rings. Gold X10, 1 million years. Soul bones. None skills. 9 secret actions. 9 secrets technique. Shanhai Jing sword techniques. Zhen Tian, Ding Hai. Chaos divine grinding visualization. 1 Qi, transforming 3 purities. Usable. First soul skill, Qingdi Dragon Emperor's Chaos Transformation. Second soul skill, Qingdi Primordial Dragon's Roar. Third soul skill, Qingdi Heavenly Dew. Fourth soul skill, Qingdi 10,000 Dragons Ascending to Heaven. Fifth soul skill, Qingdi Dragon Emperor S Capturing Heaven Finger. Sixth soul skill, Qingdi Endless Void. Seventh soul skill, Qingdi Dragon God True Form. Eighth soul skill, Qingdi Eternal Thought. Ninth soul skill, Qingdi Summoning Divine. 10th soul skill, Qingdi 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Physique, Dragon God Body Weapon. White Jade Emperor Dragon, Divine Artifact. Donghuang Bell, Chaos Spiritual Treasure, Exotic Flame. Chaos Qing Flame, Divine Position. None merit points, 95,000. Finally, he had reached the pinnacle of humanity, his physical form ascending to its strongest state, just 1 step away from completion. DaiYuan murmured softly, and at that moment, 2 exalted phoenix cries resonated almost in unison beside him. Lu Zijing and her sister slowly opened their eyes, their bodies enveloped in red and white phoenix flames, their presence now more formidable than ever, signifying an elevation in their collective strength. How do you fare? DaiYuan inquired with concern. The true blood of the Silver Dragon King is indeed extraordinary. Our understanding of elemental power has reached a level unparalleled in the divine realm. Indeed, we have underestimated the strength of Yinlong Wang, yet now we can confidently assert our dominance in the realm of flame. With that, Lu Tong proudly straightened her back, her charming little face glowing with an eagerness for praise. Wake up. Let us not forget that her realm is far beyond ours. Our only advantage lies in the fire element. But what are the other 6 elements? Are they to be disregarded? Lu Zijing expressionlessly poured a basin of cold water over her sister's head, causing the young girl to wilt instantly. Sister, you are only raising other spirits while diminishing your own. I am merely stating the facts. All right. Achieving improvement is ultimately a good thing. Kulme, it is time to attend to serious matters. At that moment, crimson clouds swirled above the city of slaughter, the sunlight unable to penetrate its depths, casting the entire world in a hue reminiscent of fresh blood, akin to a hell on earth. Deep within a towering palace, a figure trembled as it approached the 5 figures on the platform. If they were to be seen by Flandra and the others, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. The figures seated upon the platform are indeed their disciples. Upon hearing the report from the fleeing, black-clad Dalu, DaiYuan's expression darkened to the utmost degree. At that moment, Dai Mubai on the far left shouted loudly, "Useless fools!" Immediately, with a sweeping gesture, a bee glimmering with gray light surged toward the black-clad Dalu in a blinding flash, and within moments, a powerful explosion erupted, leaving the black-clad Dalu shattered into pieces, blood and flesh scattering. At this juncture, Tang San, seated to Dai Yuan's right, extended his hand, conjuring a barrier of spiritual light to shield against the debris of flesh. Meanwhile, the far-right Ma Hongjun could not suppress his reprimand. "The Emperor, could you refrain from attacking next time? Look at the mess you create. It's utterly disgusting. If you're unconvinced, come and fight me. Let us see how long you can last before our Bee clan." "You. Enough. All of you be quiet." Tang San, seated beside DaiYuan, admonished. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, who had ascended to the position of Wisdom Emperor, spoke up. "We have already lost 5 Abyssal Lords, and no new Abyssal Lord has emerged. This is not the time for infighting." She then turned to the silent DaiYuan and inquired, "What is the progress of the inheritance of the God of Destruction? Within a month, the divine position will be achieved." Upon hearing this, the melancholy on the faces of all present vanished, replaced by an unprecedented anticipation. Once the God of the Holy Master reaches completion, we shall first devour this Douluo realm. And with the Holy Master as our shield, by the time the stubborn old guards of the divine realm realize, we will already be in contention for the origin of this realm. Indeed, over the course of countless epochs, the accumulation of origin in this realm is exceedingly profound. If we absorb it entirely, we will be able to contend in the legendary ancient divine realm. Haha. The Bee Emperor and the Transformation Emperor both displayed a yearning for a promising future. Yet at that moment, the Wisdom Emperor interjected, bringing them back to reality. Let's consider the matter of DaiYuan. How did he suddenly appear? There was no forewarning. If that truly is DaiYuan, then what is the situation with the Holy Master's vessel? The assembly of emperors fell into silence, but soon, the abyssal Holy Master, seated at the center, slowly spoke. "During this period, I have been receiving the final inheritance while you remain here. The previously deployed evil spirit masters are to withdraw, and in 1 month, we shall reign supreme." Before he could finish, a voice drifted in from outside. "Abyssal Holy Master, are you satisfied with my body?" At this moment, the Abyssal Holy Master furrowed his brow, and the other 5 Abyssal Lords also sensed DaiYuan's arrival, their expressions darkening. Instantly, they vanished from their seats, reappearing in the outside world. The city of slaughter was now teeming with people, transformed into the stronghold of evil spirit masters, who gazed in astonishment and confusion at the 8 figures hovering in the air. It is known that this place was once the site of the inheritance created by the Shura god. Ordinary individuals, even upon reaching the rank of title Dalu, could not wield soul power in the city, let alone fly in the sky. To them, this was akin to encountering a ghost, though they themselves were akin to spirits. All of this, of course, was the doing of the Shura god's power, yet as long as a force of equal or greater magnitude appeared, breaking this confinement would be mere child's play. At this moment, the very force capable of shattering this bondage was the Donghuang bell suspended above DaiYuan's head. The chaotic divine power surged, causing the surrounding Shura divine power to hesitate to encroach further. Meanwhile, the other 5 Abyssal Lords appeared not far away, silently opposing one another, the air thick with tension. "No wonder I felt something was amiss when I invaded your consciousness. It seems you have indeed kept a backup plan. However, I am curious as to how you reached such a level in such a short time." The Abyssal Holy Master spoke slowly, his gaze calm, yet betraying a rare flicker of apprehension at the red bell emanating dark energy above DaiYuan's head. "Come and take your life." In an instant, the Bee Emperor was enveloped in a gray light, and countless bombs resembling dark gray flashes surged toward DaiYuan and the others. Lu Tong quietly stepped forward, sweeping her hand through the air, igniting a sea of flames that instantly blanketed the entire sky, as numerous firebirds charged toward the oncoming swarm. Boom! A tremendous roar accompanied by a powerful energy wave erupted at the point of collision, sweeping those nearby off their feet and leaving them spitting blood, their faces pale. As the storm subsided, the Bee Emperor and his companions realized their adversaries remained steadfast, undeterred in the void. In that moment, any trace of their previous disdain evaporated, replaced by profound seriousness. The strength demonstrated by the Bee Emperor in his previous trial at the pinnacle of the pseudo-divine realm, could not withstand this. This indicates that their strength is at least above semi-divine. We must exert our utmost efforts to achieve victory. The wisdom emperor calmly assessed, and the other abyssal lords silently nodded in agreement before swiftly launching their assault toward DaiYuan and his companions. Seeing the other 4 abyssal lords spring into action, DaiYuan remarked nonchalantly, "Can you manage this?" "A piece of cake," Lu Tong declared proudly, while Lu Zijing cast a worried glance at DaiYuan. "This holy master's strength is on par with mine. Are you truly confident?" Upon hearing her, DaiYuan smiled. "You can always trust me." With that, DaiYuan took a step forward and flashed toward the abyssal holy master, his body enveloped in the azure dragon divine light, completing his martial soul manifestation in an instant. First soul skill, Azure Emperor Dragon S Chaos Transformation. Chaotic azure light flickered, and in a flash, clad in dragon-embossed azure golden armor, DaiYuan wielded the white jade dragon emperor and swung it toward the abyssal holy master, cleaving through the heavens. At this moment, the other abyssal lords also sprang into action, as a deep blue light flashed before them, revealing a long spear resembling a blue-purple halberd. The halberd's body was adorned with peculiar patterns, each line seemingly infused with an otherworldly luster from the abyss, intricate and dense, resembling dragon scales that extended from the tip of the halberd to the end of the shaft. In that singular moment, the heavens and earth dimmed in its presence. This was the ultimate artifact belonging to the abyssal sovereign, the Tian Sheng Lai Yuan Ji. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded as the Baiyu Huanglong engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Tian Sheng Lai Yuan Ji. A terrifying wave of energy erupting violently from the point of impact, surging outward in all directions. Beneath his mask, DaiYuan's expression hardened. In that instant, he discerned that his opponent's strength was undeniably above that of a first-tier deity. The abyssal sovereign, however, regarded him with an impassive gaze before disdainfully uttering, "Indeed, the strength of a quasi-deity can easily obliterate Zhao Qian. It seems your words hold truth." In the next moment, he unleashed his divine power, releasing the immense pressure characteristic of a first-tier deity. With a swift motion, he swung the Tian Sheng Lai Yuan Ji through the void, and in an instant, a rift tore open in space, the horrifying gravitational pull of the chaotic time-space threatening to engulf DaiYuan. In a heartbeat, he executed the Xing Zi Ju to its utmost, appearing 1,000 meters away. Oh, to be able to disregard the laws of space. This secret technique surely does not belong to this plane. How intriguing, truly intriguing. As a first-tier deity, he could naturally perceive the peculiar energy fluctuations emitted by DaiYuan's Xing Zi Ju. DaiYuan remained silent, his divine light flickering as he shed all his armaments. Sitting cross-legged in the void, observing this, the abyssal sovereign furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. One chi transforms into 3 purities, pure clarity. Buzz. The sounds of Tao resonated as lotus petals began to manifest from the void, cascading through the air. A radiant white light surged around DaiYuan, and the 36th grade Zhao Hua Qing Lian slowly materialized behind him, its chaotic brilliance enveloping the abyssal sovereign. At this moment, the sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. The tranquility that once adorned his face vanished without a trace. He frantically channeled his divine power, the Tian Sheng Lai Yuan Ji erupting with an intense blue-violet divine light. Tian Yun Lai Xingzhan. Instantaneously, the world dimmed, and a blinding spear of annihilation descended upon DaiYuan, collapsing space in its wake. As the raging chaos of time and space consumed all, transforming the world into a hellscape. Yet, a miraculous event unfolded. When the halberd's radiance met the chaotic white light, it dissolved like early snow under the sun, vanishing without a sound. Unlike the terrifying destructive force of the Tian Yun Lai Xingzhan, the chaotic clarity released by the Zhao Hua Qing Lian brought forth growth, flowers blooming and withering in an instant. As if the world were caught in a cycle of reincarnation, a manifestation of the Tao's rules, the primal law. No, this is impossible. How can you wield such power? Who are you? The abyssal sovereign gazed in horror at the chaotic clarity that was now mere moments away, his eyes filled with dread and turmoil. I refuse to accept this. After all this effort to reach this point, I cannot concede. The next moment, the chaotic clarity engulfed him entirely. A blinding flash of white light passing by, and the cycle of the world concluded, all returning to eternal silence. Chapter 224. Clearing the city of carnage, the residual waves rippled, and the four abyssal lords remained unaware of what had transpired. However, in the next instant, they suddenly sensed the absence of the sovereign's aura. How is this possible? Panic erupted in the hearts of each abyssal lord, but they had no time to ponder this. The fierce assault of the Lu sisters descended upon them. Sheng Huang's first move, Feng Wu Jiutian. Lu Tong unleashed her divine power, summoning a crimson flame from the void, which swiftly coalesced into a colossal divine phoenix, charging toward Hua Di and Feng Di. The terrifying might caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Desperately, they summoned their soul power to resist, with Feng Di surrounded by flickering gray light, rallying a swarm of furious bees to attack the incoming flames. Yet upon contact, they disintegrated into ash, their demise occurring too swiftly for comprehension. In the blink of an eye, the blazing divine phoenix was upon them, and they knew evasion was impossible. At this moment, Hua Di stepped forward, transforming into a transparent, crystalline form, his body rapidly expanding to shield Feng Di. Observing this move, Lu Tong smirked, her eyes filled with disdain. A commendable defense. But do you truly believe you can withstand the strike? Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the flames soared, tearing through the thick, blood-red clouds as the warm sunlight. After eons once again bathed the city. As the smoke cleared, Feng Di pushed aside the heaps of fallen bees. Uadi! Uadi! He cried out anxiously, panic evident in his gaze, for he could no longer sense Hua Di's presence. Enough searching. He is dead, Lu Tong declared, emerging from the sea of flames. The ferocious fire now behaving like a docile kitten around her, yet she exuded a cold ruthlessness toward Feng Di. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Who are you? Feng Di was genuinely terrified. Despite his disbelief, the harsh reality stood before him. A legendary figure, the sovereign of the abyss's seventh layer, had been slain in a single blow, and he felt a profound despair enveloping him. At that moment, the anguished cries of his companions echoed around him. No, I surrender. Please. The pale flames, infused with endless fear and unwillingness, led the Ji Di and Ling Di to the end of their lives. Everything transpired too rapidly. Those who had once been brimming with confidence were now reduced to him alone. At this juncture, two DaiYuans approached him steadily, and Feng Di, as if grasping at the last shred of hope, flew toward one of them. Sovereign, this cannot be true. You must save me. You must avenge them. The two DaiYuans exchanged glances, filled with resignation and mockery. I'll leave it to you. Very well. With that, the main body of DaiYuan stepped forward, an overwhelming surge of soul power radiating around him. Sacred beast, white tiger, martial soul manifest. Crack! In an instant, thunder roared, tigers howled, and countless blue-violet bolts of lightning rained down, transforming the world into a realm of thunderous hell. First move of the god of destruction, Jimmy Shun Lei. The main body advanced, and a bolt of lightning emanating boundless divine might swiftly engulf Feng Di's form. No! In an instant, along with Dai Mu Bai's form, Feng Di was utterly obliterated, yet the thunderous judgment showed no signs of abating. He pointed into the distance, and in an instant, countless thunderous dragons coalesced in the air, unleashing a furious roar downward. In that moment, all those on the ground recognized the impending disaster, desperately fleeing toward the city gates. Yet they found themselves ensnared by the pale curtain of flames set by Lu Zijing, which would incinerate anyone who dared to touch it. Screams erupted, each cry laced with the essence of destruction, as the Jimmy Shun Lei purged the sins from their bodies. Soon, all was reduced to nothingness, and the once boisterous city of carnage fell silent once more. Suddenly, at that moment, a towering crimson beam of light erupted from the place of the Shura god's inheritance. As a man clad in crimson armor embroidered with golden patterns slowly emerged from within. The inheritor of the god of destruction, retreat at once. Or do not blame me for my mercilessness. A chilling, resonant voice echoed, imbued with the supreme might of the Shura deity, causing the three to feel an instant sense of impending doom. However, they soon realized it was merely a phantom left behind in the lower realm, and they respectfully bowed before swiftly exiting the city of slaughter. That was truly terrifying. I thought he had discovered our pursuit to the lower realm, Lu Tong exclaimed, her hand pressed against her chest, clearly shaken by the harrowing experiences in the divine realm which had left a deep imprint on her young heart. Ultimately, it was merely a phantom, The Shura deity could never have anticipated the events that would unfold today when he cast this restriction. His true self in the divine realm should not sense what is occurring here. Otherwise, I would not dare to act so recklessly. Indeed, when I first entered, I sensed that almost imperceptible restriction. Fortunately, our battle did not disturb the place of inheritance, or it would surely have drawn the attention of the Shura deity. Lu Zijing calmly analyzed, while DaiYuan finally let out a sigh of relief. Now, this malignant tumor has been uprooted entirely, and with it, the crisis facing the continent 2,000 years hence has also been resolved. As for the remaining evil soul masters outside, they are but flickering candles in the wind, posing no threat. At this moment, he longed to pause and recuperate, yet the unsettling presence of the Silver Dragon King compelled him to keep moving forward. No one could comprehend the immense pressure the youth bore at this moment. However, I truly did not expect you, DaiYuan, to resolve that greatest dilemma so swiftly. We all thought that with that great bell, you would at best reach a stalemate with that so-called Holy Lord. Quickly, tell me, how did you accomplish it? Lu Tong inquired with curiosity as she clung to DaiYuan's shoulder. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. Oof, I knew it. DaiYuan is the most miserly miser in the world. No matter how much Lu Tong pounded her tiny fists, DaiYuan remained indifferent, allowing her to vent her impotent fury. After a prolonged bout, witnessing no reaction from him, she transformed into a wronged little princess, rushing to Lu Zijing and lamenting, "Sister, DaiYuan is bullying me." All right, Tong Tong, look how much you've grown. You should understand a few things by now. You've changed. Ever since you met this boy, you have devoted yourself entirely to him. You two must have something going on. What are you talking about? In an instant, DaiYuan and Lu Zijing spoke in unison, with the former's reaction being relatively normal, merely angered after the initial shock, while the latter's response was rather intriguing. Her face flushed crimson, and her body trembled involuntarily, her eyes filled with shock and panic. Oh, could it be true? Sister, your reaction seems a bit excessive. Go to hell. Chapter 225. Anger and disgust, Lu Zijing exclaimed in surprise, instantly engaging in a playful tug-of-war with Lu Tong, who, undeterred, shouted back while pulling at her sister. I'm not afraid of you. I've grown up and become stronger. DaiYuan, observing the scene, decided to ignore them. After all, their sisterly bond was such that they would never truly harm each other, so he let them play their game of love and conflict. A flash of clear light passed, and their two forms slowly merged into one. As DaiYuan felt the information transmitted from Split, he suddenly jolted with realization. Host, DaiYuan age, 15 years martial soul, sacred beast white tiger soul power level, 99 spirit power level, divine king realm soul rings, black, light moon demon tiger, black, dark demon fiend tiger, black, primordial light tiger, red, god-given soul ring, red, sky blue bull python, red, titan giant ape, red, demon soul, great white shark king, red, evil demon orca king, red, evil, tyrant ruler. Soul bones, wisdom skull of mental concentration, right palm bone of light moon demon tiger, external soul bone, left palm bone of dark demon fiend tiger, external soul bone, face bone of primordial light tiger, external soul bone, left arm bone of sky blue bull python, right arm bone of titan giant ape, left leg bone of demon soul, great white shark king, right leg bone of evil demon orca king, torso bone of evil tyrant ruler skills, Shintian skill, sacred emperor heavy pupil, 9 secret actions, 9 secret words, Shan Hai Jing knife techniques, chaos divine, grinding visualization, 1 chi transforming 3 purities, sacred emperor sky, splitting wave, sacred emperor tear the heavens, sacred emperor invisible escape, sacred emperor demonic flame, sacred emperor war god transformation, soul bone skills and soul ring skills achieve binding release, sacred emperor titan hammer, sacred emperor all-embracing forbidden space, sacred emperor sky blue dragon soul, sacred emperor evil mirror destruction, sacred emperor orca demonic capture, sacred emperor all seas face the sky strike, sacred emperor destiny reincarnation light physique, sacred emperor indestructible body items, white jade emperor dragon divine artifact, heavenly saint cracking abyss halberd super divine artifact, Easter emperor bell chaos spiritual treasure, Yiva chaos blue flame divine position, none merit points, 95. 000. His gaze swiftly swept through all the data, and it instantly fixated upon the sky blue bull python and titan giant ape, causing DaiYuan's expression to change dramatically as a terrifying aura erupted from him. The aura surged, and in an instant, the sky darkened, thunder roared. As the changes in the world triggered by his Azure Dragon divine power made Lu Zijing and her sister cease their playful scuffle, both shouting in unison towards DaiYuan. DaiYuan, stop. If you continue like this, you will attract the attention of the gods. Upon hearing Lu Zijing's words, DaiYuan's aura gradually calmed, and the skies slowly returned to normal. Lu Zijing approached with concern, noticing his face was terrifyingly dark. What is wrong? What has happened? DaiYuan did not respond immediately, but gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with coldness. Can you return with me to the Star Dou Great Forest? Oh, why again? Lu Tong, after catching up with Lu Zijing, noticed DaiYuan's request to return to the Star Dou Great Forest, and her face instantly fell. However, at her sister's indication, she quickly realized the gloom on the young man's face and promptly closed her mouth. All right, let us go now. As soon as the words left his lips, DaiYuan's soul power surged, and with a single step, he was already 1,000 miles away. The two sisters exchanged glances, and in an instant, flames flickered around them as they pursued the direction in which the young man had vanished. In the Star Dou Great Forest, DaiYuan sat by the lake, as usual, meditating with black light swirling around him, causing the entire forest to tremble with each breath he took. Alas, after all these years, I still cannot break through this layer of confinement. It seems I must rely on the master and await her bestowal of divine rank. Suddenly, ripples spread across the tranquil surface of Tianqin Lake, and upon noticing this, DaiYuan quickly stood. DaiYuan has arrived. You go to welcome him. It is the master. Immediately, DaiYuan's soul power surged, and in an instant, several powerful figures gathered around him. I just sensed the master's aura. Has something happened? ZG stepped forward with concern, as the master usually did not command DaiYuan in such a manner, indicating that something significant must have occurred. It's nothing. DaiYuan is here again. DaiYuan. In the next moment, DaiYuan's furious voice rang out, and a fleeting shadow appeared, materializing before everyone. Boom! DaiYuan descended without reservation among the soul beasts, the impact sending dust flying everywhere. Cough cough, DaiYuan, do you wish to die? A dark light flickered as Xiongju's dark gold claws manifested, ruthlessly striking towards DaiYuan. Bang! A low grunt resonated as a massive shadow surged forth from the billowing dust, and in an instant, countless trees crashed to the ground, leaving a trail stretching for miles. As the dust settled, DaiYuan stood expressionless before DaiYuan, his countenance unusually frigid, with an unmistakable murderous intent emanating from the depths of his gaze, directed unwaveringly at his opponent. What on earth had transpired? Despite DaiYuan towering over him by half a head, he spoke to DaiYuan with a tone of reverence, a gesture that transformed the expressions of the surrounding soul beasts. The typically arrogant and domineering beast god DaiYuan had never before shown such deference to a human. Yet this man had achieved it. Lu Zijing and Lu Tong silently approached from behind, refraining from inquiring about the recent events. In the Star Dou Forest, the only entity posing a threat to them was the Silver Dragon King. Why? Why did you not come to their aid? They? A flicker of confusion crossed DaiYuan's face, but in the next moment, an overwhelming aura surged from DaiYuan, reminiscent of the heavenly blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Two crimson soul rings slowly ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around him. In an instant, clarity flashed in DaiYuan's eyes, followed by a contemplative response. They are not worthy. Not worthy? What a profound statement. Do you, the esteemed higher-ups, truly care so little for the lives of your subordinates? Although he had not engaged extensively with the brothers De Ming and Heir Ming, any admirer of Douluo would harbor some sentiment for them. In the original narrative, they were depicted as deeply loyal, yet their fates often ended tragically. What incensed him further was the indifference displayed by these so-called 10 great beasts, the true rulers of the Star Dou Forest, towards the lives and deaths of their kin. Unless one earned their approval, they were relegated to mere pawns beneath them. Even in death, their cold hearts remained unmoved. From his main body-s experiences, when he beheld Zhao Qian bearing the corpses of these two soul beasts, he could sense the resentment and bitterness embedded within. Though he had not been the one to strike the fatal blow, the mere thought of their soul bones residing within him filled him with a nauseating revulsion. DaiYuan, you seem to have misunderstood. We are not what you think. Bai Ji stepped forward to clarify. Chapter 226, The Elusive Truth. If it is not as I presume, then enlighten me as to your true nature. DaiYuan's tone was unyielding, and a profound soul power radiating from him caused the nearby soul beasts to tremble involuntarily. It was only upon facing this youth today that they could truly comprehend why DaiYuan had been so respectful. This young man's strength now far surpassed their own. Is this the potential of humanity? A bitter taste filled the hearts of all the ferocious beasts after millennia of arduous cultivation. This human youth had exceeded them in a mere decade. Moreover, humans enjoyed the favor of the divine beings, and under his current circumstances, it was likely that those deities would eagerly rush to bestow upon him their divine positions, should they discover him. This was the stark reality, and as the defeated party from years past, they could only silently endure this bitter fruit, waiting for death to arrive as their strength reached its limit. Observing this, DaiYuan offered a slight bow, his demeanor respectful. When Xiao Wu returned to the Star Dou Forest, the master discerned her internal conflict regarding her identity as a soul beast, even sensing a hint of hostility. Thus, he employed divine power to sever the soul beast bloodline within her, subsequently expelling her from the Star Dou Forest. What? A fleeting expression of terror and confusion crossed DaiYuan's face, but upon reflection, he sensed something was amiss. If Guiyuna had truly perceived Xiao Wu's descent, the outcome should not have been this way. With her temperament, she would have undoubtedly executed the adversary without hesitation, never resorting to such benevolence as assisting someone in shedding their beastly nature. Then, what of the Ming and Erming? They had once sworn to protect Xiao Wu after receiving her mother-esque care. Naturally, they would follow to safeguard her upon her expulsion from the forest. As this line of thought progressed, everything began to seem more coherent, yet soon, a multitude of questions arose in his mind. Where is Xiao Wu now? Is she alive or dead? And why did Guiyuna go to such lengths? The truth became increasingly elusive, and with a furrowed brow, DaiYuan gazed towards Tianxin Lake, sensing that the other party had no intention of meeting him. Otherwise, DaiYuan would have led them directly to the lake's depths. Observing the gradual dissipation of DaiYuan's anger, the surrounding soul beasts breathed a sigh of relief. After all, though Guiyuna was present and he dared not act against them, she was a formidable ally. The hostility emanating from this youth had instilled fear in them, for they dreaded the possibility of him shifting his allegiance. With his power and the information he possessed, should he side with the deities of humanity, they would be in grave danger. Recognizing his earlier impudence, DaiYuan surveyed the group and deeply bowed to the soul beasts. I apologize for my offense today, esteemed predecessors. We're all family. No harm done. With DaiYuan's conciliatory demeanor, the tension that had previously permeated the air dissipated in an instant. After inquiring about their circumstances, DaiYuan approached the edge of Tianxin Lake and declared, regardless of how much your strength has ascended, even if you have surpassed the 5 great divine kings, I implore you not to act against the humans of the lower realm. Once everything is resolved, I will address the issues between humans and soul beasts. Should you dare to challenge me, I shall ensure you bear the consequences. Are you threatening me? A voice emerged from the lake's surface, and the joy on the faces of all the soul beasts vanished instantly. They prostrated themselves, trembling with fear. They had never anticipated that the youth, who had just been amiable, would utter such words. Although the tone of their master remained placid, as longtime subordinates, they understood that he was furious. And so what? DaiYuan maintained his composure, neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Zijing and her sister stood silently by his side, silently affirming their stance. They were prepared to face an impending storm. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze as everyone awaited the Silver Dragon King's reaction. A mere miscalculation could reignite the divine war, leading to the world's demise. A gentle breeze caressed the lake's surface, leaving not a ripple, and the leaves ceased their swaying, as the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive chill. Suddenly, a breathtaking, ethereal figure appeared upon the lake's surface, gracefully treading the water towards DaiYuan, her cold gaze meeting his without a flicker of surprise. You are not the same as before. It is no wonder you possess the audacity to speak to me thus. If you are unafraid of attracting the attention of the divine kings, we may engage in combat now. I am eager to witness the extent of your power in comparison to the dragon god of yore. He was convinced that the drop of true dragon blood he had once bestowed upon her could only elevate her to a level marginally superior to the divine kings. However, after merging with his main body, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. He now possessed the confidence to contend with this godly powerhouse. After a prolonged silence, a soft sigh escaped her lips, and the ethereal figure gradually dissipated, a voice resonating in the ears of all present. I accept your challenge. but you must also vow to uphold the words you just uttered. As the words fell, DaiYuan extended a finger, summoning a glimmering stream of golden blood that coalesced into the ethereal forms of a Qinglong and a Baihu, two martial spirits. With a crisp sound, the two martial spirit patterns shattered, slowly dissipating in the void. At that moment, a radiant beam of holy light descended from the heavens, illuminating DaiYuan. This was a privilege bestowed only upon the strong who made solemn vows. Such oaths were governed by the rules of heaven and earth, and any breach would incur a severe karmic backlash, with consequences that could be exceedingly harsh. Even the gods dared not make such pledges lightly, for the repercussions could range from the shattering of divine status to the complete annihilation of one's existence. DaiYuan's willingness to make such an oath was a testament to his sincerity, and as the oppressive atmosphere gradually lifted, the soul beasts collectively sighed in relief. Even DaiYuan himself felt a wave of ease wash over him. It was preferable to avoid conflict, if possible, especially since his other two avatars had not yet completed their cultivation, and his main body had yet to inherit the divine position of destruction. Given a little more time, the entire world would prostrate itself at his feet. After some cordial exchanges, DaiYuan set off towards the sea alongside the sisters Lu Zijing and Lu Zijing, while all the soul beasts watched their departure with eyes filled with reverence. What an extraordinary human! Achieving such heights at such a young age is truly terrifying. However, one might wonder why the master so readily consented to his requests, considering the years of human hunting of soul beasts. Tian slowly shook his head, for he dared not presume to understand the master's thoughts. At that moment, he felt only gratitude for the departure of this harbinger of misfortune. In the city of slaughter, a solitary figure walked silently along the desolate streets. Her cold gaze surveyed the scene of carnage before her, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes. This was the aura of the god of destruction. Chapter 2:27. Inner demons. The three soon reached the vast expanse of the ocean. Although they were not far from the island of the Holy Spirit Church, and Guyuna had stabilized the situation on her end for DaiYuan, it was far too early to rest. Resolving the conflict between soul beasts and humans was not an insurmountable challenge. Huiyu Hao had already outlined a clear direction in the second volume, and all he needed to do was make slight modifications based on that foundation. Despite the distress caused by the incident involving the Tianqing Niupeng brothers, it was a done deal, and he lacked the means to resurrect them. So he had to set it aside and focus on inheriting the divine position of destruction. In doing so, the matters of the human realm would come to a satisfactory conclusion. With this thought, he severed the notion of visiting Zhang Yuan from his mind. Although there were many he cherished there, more pressing matters demanded his attention, and that could wait for another time. With a concealed presence, their figures swiftly skimmed across the ocean's surface, three streaks of light cutting through the sky as they ventured deeper into the sea. As they approached the realm of destruction, a terrifying aura suddenly manifested before them. Subordinate Lan Shan, welcoming the divine Sun's return. In the next moment, a formidable figure appeared before the trio, clad in resplendent blue-purple armor that exuded an overwhelming aura. The expression on the figure's face was notably grave, and even the semblance of respect seemed superficial. "Long time no see, King of the Demonic Whale. I have returned," DaiYuan said with a smile, as he released a surge of soul power. The deep-sea demonic whale king could not help but narrow his eyes in astonishment at the terrifying soul energy emanating from DaiYuan. You have returned." He gazed at DaiYuan in disbelief, the icy demeanor in his eyes having vanished completely. "The matter has been resolved. That entity is no longer within me," DaiYuan replied with a smile, fully aware of what the other wished to convey. "Ha! I thought you had truly been devoured by that being." Ever since DaiYuan returned to inherit the divine position, he had immediately noticed the boy's transformation. Yet he was astonished that the divine power of destruction did not reject him, but rather permitted the continuation of the inheritance. Although he sensed something was amiss, as a servant of the divine, his responsibility was to ensure the inheritance proceeded smoothly. The identity of the soul within this vessel was not his concern. However, the actions that followed filled him with disgust. His subordinates not only hunted sea soul beasts on a massive scale, but nearly exterminated the magical White Shark clan, once the steed of the sea god, while the demise of the evil Tiger Whale clan brought him some satisfaction. This conduct severely disrupted the ecological balance of the oceanic soul beasts. Even the guardians of Sea God Island intervened to halt his reckless actions, but he remained unyielding. After suffering a significant defeat, Poseidon had to utilize divine power to barely restrain his relentless advance. With your departure, that being has caused us considerable trouble in the ocean. Not long ago, the sea god cast a shadow over this matter, but ultimately, it was Lord Destruction who intervened to quell the situation. You are now on the blacklist of Sea God Island. After hearing the account of the Holy Sun's deeds from the king of the demonic whale, DaiYuan's expression grew exceedingly grave. Yet in light of this reality, he could only lament his fate. It was akin to stepping in yellow mud, whether it was excrement or not, it was still the same. With a soft sigh, the weight of sorrow pressed heavily upon him. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of his own selfishness. In pursuit of his own power, he had unwittingly committed countless acts of slaughter. Many of these actions were not his intent. Yet as he looked back, he realized his hands were steeped in blood. Do you regret it? Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and a voice echoed in his ear, cold and devoid of emotion. I. He slowly turned to look behind him, where countless vengeful souls, having perished by his hand, flowed along the blood-soaked path, filled with unbridled hatred, demanding retribution. Among them were his friends, his foes, and those utterly unrelated to him. They collectively forged the present DaiYuan, traversing a sea of endless corpses and blood. Even before reaching the pinnacle, he felt an unprecedented fear and solitude. This was a price? DaiYuan silently crouched down, clutching his head in anguish, as he succumbed to a fit of despairing madness. In the outside world, the sisters Lu Zijing and the king of the demonic whale watched anxiously as DaiYuan succumbed to his inner demons displayed on the luminous screen. Alas, it has finally erupted. The king of the demonic whale sighed softly, while his wife, Mo Qing, added for a long time, he must have been suppressing a vast amount of negative emotions, all of which are magnified during the divine inheritance. The trial of inner demons is the most crucial and precarious phase of inheriting a divine position. Whether he can endure it depends on his ability to confront and accept his true self. And if he fails? Lu Tong asked with concern, as they were born as deities and only grasped the surface of the matter concerning divine inheritance. If he fails, it is likely that his lifetime of cultivation will be locked at the quasi-divine realm, and he will never again have the opportunity to inherit a divine position. The king of the demonic whale replied with worry. The two sisters, realizing the gravity of the outcome, exchanged glances filled with trepidation, yet there was nothing they could do. This was his choice, and the pain he had to bear was his alone. In the dark space, countless vengeful souls encircled him, whispering incessantly in his ears. What are you? All along, you have relied on the system to support you step by step. You are but an infant who is yet to be weaned. The you now is no different from you who first arrived in this world. Enough. Genius, if you truly possess such brilliance. You should not rely so heavily on the system. Consider how much of your current accomplishments are bestowed upon you by it. Enough of this. Anyone would achieve your present success with the advantages provided by this system. You are nothing but a waste, utterly unworthy of inheriting the divine seat of destruction. Cease your words. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted from his being, yet the vengeful spirits surrounding him remained unaffected, incessantly gnawing at his nerves with their incessant chatter. Your ideals are nothing but refuse. Observe how your soul beast allies treat you. When you were weak, they showed their true faces, and now that you have grown powerful, they shower you with flattery and sycophancy. Are they truly deserving of your sacrifices? Everyone covets what you possess. No one is genuinely worthy of your trust. The only one you can believe in is yourself. I can only trust myself. DaiYuan slowly lifted his head, gazing at the distant sea of corpses and blood, his eyes a murky abyss. Boom! Chapter 228. Ascension to Divinity. This is bad. He has succumbed to madness. Mo Qing exclaimed in alarm. Her greatest fear had come to pass. Beyond the horizon, the once clear sky became shrouded in darkness, the sun losing its radiance as ominous clouds rolled in, heralding the descent of despair. Crack! A devastating blue-purple divine thunder struck down, followed by countless bolts transforming the realm into an endless hell of thunder. At this moment on Sea God Island, the seven guardian Douluos stood silently behind Sea God Lv.20 observing the emergence of the blue-golden protective barrier above. She gazed in astonishment at the extraordinary phenomena unfolding before her, murmuring softly, the heart demon tribulation. How could it be so terrifying? On Holy Spirit Island, Zhang Yuan stood resolutely in the void, joining other titled Douluos to activate their protective barrier, shielding countless divine thunders from breaching their defenses. Their pale faces were equally filled with terror. Elder, what on earth is happening? Why has such a celestial phenomenon suddenly arisen? This is the essence of the god of destruction. It must be that DaiYuan's inheritance of the divine seat has encountered a problem. A hauntingly ethereal female voice interjected, brimming with urgency and concern. What? Has DaiYuan returned? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. DaiYuan had vanished without a trace since being abducted, and during this time, they had been resisting the invasion of the evil soul masters, completely unaware of his being possessed by the abyssal saint monarch. No, I must return to investigate. I must go too. Upon hearing of DaiYuan's appearance, Hulai Na hastily approached Lv.20. No, your father specifically asked me to ensure your safety. Without his command, you cannot return recklessly. It is far too dangerous now. The might of the divine thunder is exceedingly challenging for us old folks to withstand. With your current strength, it would be a certain death. But DaiYuan is in danger. At this moment, Lv.20 was already in disarray, failing to consider the grim reality and the severity of the situation. Even if there is danger, your presence will not resolve it. Quickly organize personnel to enter the underwater refuge. We old ones cannot hold out much longer. Time is of the essence. We must minimize casualties as much as possible. But there are no buts. This is an order. As Hulai Na shook off her shock and concern, she placed a comforting hand on Lv.20's shoulder, speaking earnestly. The elder is right. Our sole task now is to minimize casualties among the island's inhabitants. Let us proceed. With that, she cast a worried glance towards the horizon, tears glistening in her eyes, then resolutely turned to organize the deployment of personnel on the island. Following the persuasion of others, Lv.20 gradually regained his composure. Casting a quiet glance at the tidal Douluos supporting the protective barrier above, he deeply bowed, and in the next moment, he chased after Hulai Na, heading in the same direction. In the divine realm, within the Temple of Destruction, two figures encircled a luminous screen, silently observing the events transpiring in the lower realms. One radiated a vibrant green light, their exquisite form emanating an endless vitality, as if they were among the most ethereal beings in existence. The other, in contrast, suppressed a terrifying aura. Though silent, their mere presence caused the heavens to tremble. They were none other than the goddess of life and the god of destruction, two of the 5 divine monarchs of the divine council. Alas, my greatest fears have been realized. Yet, this should not be manifesting upon him. The goddess of life observed the swirling dark energy enveloping DaiYuan in distress, recognizing it as a clear indication of madness. Now, at this critical juncture of divine inheritance, any misstep could lead to utter ruin. I too am curious as to why this young man harbors such deep-seated resentment. I had thought that once he dealt with that pest, I could confidently pass the divine seat to him. Who would have anticipated such a turn of events? Now, it appears his chances are exceedingly slim. Their hearts heavy with regret. Both let out a soft sigh, deeply disappointed by DaiYuan's current demeanor. Is there truly no hope left? Given his present state, if he cannot extricate himself, I shall forcibly sever the inheritance. Otherwise, the power of destruction will claim his life. Alas, memories flickered before DaiYuan's eyes like a passing lantern, from his birth, growth, and traversal to the present moment. All played out like a reel of film, so ephemeral yet so vividly real. Suddenly, he realized that he had been utterly alone all this time. Ding! An alert sounded in DaiYuan's ear. Host's mental state is abnormal. This galvanized him momentarily, but he soon sank back into despondency. Am I truly so inept? Perhaps I am merely an ordinary individual who stumbled upon a stroke of luck, traversing into this world, and was inadvertently chosen by you, the system. I am but one of countless fortunate souls in this vast universe, following a predetermined path. Unconsciously, DaiYuan had spoken much, voicing sentiments he had long wished to express to the system. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, the trial of heart demons in the divine inheritance offered him a chance to confront these issues directly. After DaiYuan finished speaking, the system fell into a brief silence before slowly responding. It was not like this. I was created to assist the host in progressing step by step towards the initial design set by the Creator. In truth, all things under heaven operate along preordained trajectories. Few are aware of this reality. What force governs our lives? The way of heaven. What purpose does it serve by orchestrating our fates? This is transcendental information. The host has not yet attained the corresponding authority. Is the one who created you the way of heaven? This is transcendental information. The host has not yet attained the corresponding authority. What exactly is the way of heaven? The source of all rules, the primordial chaos. Is there no way to alter it? There is. How can one change it? This is transcendental information. The host has not yet attained the corresponding authority. DaiYuan gradually rose to his feet, surveying the phantoms encircling him. In the next moment, a blinding golden light surged forth from his being. I shall not concern myself with the past, nor the consequences of the future. In this life, I shall demand clarity from the heavens. Boom! A towering blue-purple beam of light pierced through the clouds, transcending the cosmos and reaching the divine realm above. In the next instant, DaiYuan materialized high above the earth, surrounded by a tempest of annihilative divine power, as the sacred beast by who instinctively merged with him. At that moment, the overwhelming soul energy, under the cleansing influence of the laws of destruction, transformed entirely into annihilative divine power, forming 10 divine halos behind him. In this moment, he was a god. Chapter 229. God King Dai Yuan. The sky suddenly tore open, and the annihilative divine power surged down through the rift, incessantly baptizing his physical form, gradually stripping away the remnants of his humanity and sculpting an unparalleled divine body with the power of destruction. A chime echoed, signaling the intervention of chaotic energy. At that moment, 9 radiant lights illuminated his entire being as the 9 absorbed soul bones detached from DaiYuan's body. In the blink of an eye, the annihilative divine power enveloped them tightly, refining them through a transformative process. The dark clouds dispersed, divine radiance cascaded down, and the spiritual energy of the entire realm boiled over, rejoicing in the birth of a new deity, eagerly rushing towards DaiYuan's body. At this moment, countless sea-soul beasts and humans gathered at the sea level, all gazing in reverence towards DaiYuan's direction. He had finally succeeded. Indeed, he had become a god. I knew DaiYuan would prevail. How could the heart demons obstruct his path? Zhang Yuan led Lan Fozi and others to the side of the demon whale king, watching DaiYuan in the sky with eyes filled with joy and respect for the divine. Suddenly, a crisp shattering sound rang out, and DaiYuan emerged slowly from the divine light. His body glistened like a flawless piece of white jade, with divine light swirling around him, manifesting his awe-inspiring majesty with each breath. The 9 soul bones, tempered by the annihilative divine power, transformed into the divine armor of destruction, with the sacred beast by who vividly etched upon its surface. The gilded patterns elevated the power of the crystalline purple divine armor to an unprecedented level. 10 soul rings formed a dazzling divine halo behind his head, accentuating his current regal demeanor. The purple-gold radiance rippled beneath his feet like surging waves, grand and magnificent, shaking the heavens and earth, rendering the surroundings dim in comparison. DaiYuan stood serenely in the void, his expression remarkably calm, with an aura of gentle tranquility emanating from him. At this moment, all sea-soul beasts gazed upon DaiYuan with profound reverence and trepidation. Despite the heavy calamities he had brought to this ocean, the instant he ascended to godhood, the overwhelming pressure of existence quelled any resentment within them. They understood that their lives now rested in his thoughts. On Sea God Island, the 7 sacred pillars of the sea god, guardians of Douluo, along with sea god Douluo Poseidon, knelt on one knee towards DaiYuan, paying the highest respect to the deity irrespective of their allegiance. At this moment, the eerie cries from Star Luo ghosts echoed incessantly. Ah! Bibi Dong, her brow marked with dark green demonic patterns, glared menacingly at the Resetsu divine sword before her. Currently, she stood bare, her body engraved with terrifying depictions of the night parade of 100 demons, countless malevolent spirits entwined around her, whispering incessantly in her ears. Just one final step, and you shall avenge the humiliation of years past. Just one final step, and you shall become the Resetsu deity above all. Extreme agony twisted her otherwise exquisite features as she trembled step by step toward the sword radiating dark green demonic energy. The Resetsu phantom slowly materialized behind her, wearing a sinister smile as it watched Bibi Dong approach the divine sword. The plan was proceeding smoothly. Now, it was all up to her. Ultimately, as her fingers brushed the hilt of the sword, a blinding dark green divine light engulfed everything. Simultaneously, a soaring golden divine light erupted from within the Wuhuan city. A colossal angelic apparition enveloped the entire city, its sacred majesty compelling everyone inside to kneel involuntarily, offering prayers and praises for this divine miracle. At this moment high above, DaiYuan slowly raised his right hand, and a purple-gold divine light flickered. In the next instant, a divine staff crackling with boundless divine thunder appeared before him. Host, DaiYuan age. 15 martial soul. Sacred beast by who? Sacred beast Qinglong's soul power level. God King realm mental power level. God King realm soul rings. Purple gold, light moon demon tiger. Purple gold, dark demon tiger. Purple gold, primordial light tiger. Purple gold, divine gift soul ring. Purple gold, sky blue bull python. Purple gold, titan giant ape. Purple gold, demon soul great white shark king. Purple gold, evil demon orca king. Purple gold, evil eye tyrant overlord. Purple gold, divine gift soul ring. Soul bones, wisdom skull of mental concentration. Right palm bone of light moon demon tiger, external soul bone. Left palm bone of dark demon tiger, external soul bone. Face bone of primordial light tiger, external soul bone. Left arm bone of sky blue bull python. Right arm bone of titan giant ape. Left leg bone of demon soul great white shark king. Right leg bone of evil demon orca king. Torso bone of evil eye tyrant overlord. Annihilative divine armor. Skills. Shintian skill. Sacred emperor heavy eye. 9 secret character techniques. 9 secret character techniques. Shanhai Jing sword techniques. Chaos divine. Grinding visualization. 1 chi transforming 3 purities. Sacred emperor sky. Splitting wave. Sacred emperor torn skybreak. Sacred emperor invisible escape. Sacred emperor demonic flame. Sacred emperor battle god transformation. Soulbone skill and soul ring skill binding. Sacred emperor titan hammer. Sacred emperor all manifestation forbidden space. Sacred emperor sky blue dragon soul. Sacred emperor evil demon mirror destruction. Sacred emperor orca demon capture. Sacred emperor 10,000 seas facing heaven strike. Sacred emperor destiny reincarnation light. 9 styles of destruction physique. Annihilative divine body items. White jade imperial dragon artifact. Heavenly saint rift abyss halberd super artifact. Easter emperor bell chaos spiritual treasure. Annihilative divine staff super artifact. Strange fire chaos green flame divine position. God of destruction merit value. 95,000 in the next moment. DaiYuan flickered, instantly appearing before the crowd. Feeling the overwhelming divine power surging towards him, the crowd instinctively desired to prostrate, yet were held back by the force of his divine energy. Lan Shan had witnessed the God King. Mo Qing had witnessed the God King. Zhang Yuan had witnessed the God King. This formal acknowledgement rendered DaiYuan somewhat embarrassed. I am still the same DaiYuan. I have merely inherited a divine position. Treat me as you always have. Saying this, he quietly retracted his divine armor and dissipated the annihilative divine power surrounding him. In that moment, the crowd felt an immense sense of relief. Even though DaiYuan had been friendly, the intimidation from his annihilative divine power had weighed heavily on their hearts. Just then, 2 figures rushed towards DaiYuan, and as a fragrant breeze enveloped him, he realized that his arms were tightly embraced by 2 lovely ladies. Congratulations, O God King. DaiYuan, congratulations. This sudden display took DaiYuan by surprise, yet it subtly alleviated the earlier oppressive atmosphere. Observing the awkward expression on DaiYuan's face, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even though he was now a God King, in their eyes, he remained that youthful lad. Suddenly, at that moment, a blue-gold divine light burst through the heavens. God of destruction, depart at once. Upon hearing this voice, DaiYuan's brow furrowed involuntarily, and he immediately unleashed his divine power, declaring, See God Poseidon, I shall claim your divine position. Chapter 2:30. See God versus God of destruction. As these words left his lips, the tranquil sea surface erupted into towering waves. Colossal torrents of water infused with divine energy surged violently towards DaiYuan and his companions. This was the handiwork of sea god Poseidon. Over this vast and boundless ocean, he was the absolute sovereign. As the monstrous waves surged forth, the hearts of Mo Jingwang and his companions tightened in an instant. This was the power of the divine, a force beyond the capacity of mere mortals to withstand. Even though he had attained the semi-divine realm after a century of cultivation, he felt like a mere ephemeral insect before the sea god, vulnerable and fragile. In that moment, everyone bore witness to the catastrophic consequences of divine wrath. Devastation and despair reigned, and beneath the gods, all were but ants. In an instant, they abandoned all thoughts of resistance, placing their hopes entirely upon the youth beside them. At that moment, DaiYuan's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Poseidon, is this how you regard an ascendant deity? Stepping forward, he unleashed the overwhelming force of destruction, which spread like a tempest, dark clouds billowing as countless divine lightning bolts descended, radiating a resplendent golden-purple glow, heralding unending ruin for the world. Crack! Divine lightning coalesced in the sky, forming a thunderous white tiger that blotted out the sun, rendering Poseidon's towering wave a mere droplet in comparison. In the next moment, it struck down with a single hand, unleashing a torrent of divine lightning upon the colossal wave. Boom! The shattering sound reverberated as the wave shattered in response. The divine lightning white tiger roaring with fury, directed at the sea god island. In an instant, numerous divine beasts circled above Sea God Island, their roars piercing the heavens as the overwhelming force of destruction surged forth, obliterating the protective barrier surrounding the island. The guardians on the island were thrown into disarray. They had believed their sea god could subdue Dai Yuan, but reality dealt them a heavy blow, revealing the stark disparity in divine ranks. Lord Priest, what should we do? They felt the impending doom brewing above, knowing that its descent would annihilate them in an instant. DaiYuan had spared their lives to gauge Poseidon's true intent. He surmised that the sea god sought to test his strength, and the reason behind it likely connected to the god of Shura. After all, their rapport in Dou had been amicable, fostering a friendship despite the disparity in their ranks. The god of destruction, you have just ascended to divinity. Mindless slaughter will tarnish your divine essence. Depart swiftly, and I shall hold no grudge. Daring to issue orders from the heavens, if you possess the courage. Come down in person. I wish to see what grounds a first-tier god has to speak so boldly before me. His words, laced with an unmistakable provocation, were justified coming from Dai Yuan at this moment. With that, he pressed downward with his hand, and the force of destruction cascaded like a flood, engulfing Sea God Island. Boom! Just then, a blue-gold beam of divine light shot down from the heavens, a majestic figure emerging from within. He was strikingly handsome, clad in blue-gold divine armor that accentuated his boundless aura. In his hand, he wielded the sea god's trident, and with a mere gesture, the previously tumultuous sea calmed to tranquility. The overwhelming divine presence resonated, and all creatures of the ocean rejoiced, welcoming their deity with fervent cheers. Dai Yuan furrowed his brow upon witnessing this, a purple-gold divine light flickering before him. In the next moment, the staff of destruction manifested in his palm. While the stormy clouds above churned ominously, countless bolts of divine lightning bearing their fangs in a display of terrifying might, overshadowing the sea god's power, causing the previously jubilant sea spirits to fall silent. Poseidon stepped forth from the pillar of divine light, his expression exuding an air of nonchalance, as if everything lay within his control. This was no surprise, for he stood upon the vast ocean, his most formidable ally, drawing energy from its depths. Dai Yuan, merely newly ascended to divinity, was still unfamiliar with the intricacies of destructive power. Today, Poseidon intended to impart a lesson to this unruly youth. In the next moment, Poseidon wielded the sea god's trident, blue-gold divine light swirling around him, as boundless oceanic power surged towards his being, elevating his presence to new heights. First technique of the sea god, unstable tempest. In an instant, a divine ring enveloped Dai Yuan and his companions, the most potent control skill of the divine realm, and Poseidon's proudest technique. It was through this very skill that he had once ensnared the dragon god, buying precious time for the god of Shura's strike. Dai Yuan's expression sharpened. The moment the unstable tempest materialized, he knew evasion was futile. Yet though it was the mightiest control technique, it was not impervious. He raised the staff of destruction, and in an instant, a purple-gold beam surged forth, striking the unstable tempest. Third technique of destruction, void annihilation, silence of the divine light. The purple-gold light sliced through the void, and in that fleeting moment, the unstable tempest appeared to be forcibly anchored in place. The silence of the divine light piercing through it, a crisp sound echoing as the unstable tempest shattered into fragments of divine light that scattered into the ether. However, this was far from the end. From the outset, Dai Yuan's intention was not merely to block the attack, but to gauge the true strength of this divine ruler. The silence of the divine light ignored the constraints of time and space, manifesting before Poseidon in an instant, imbued with relentless, destructive intent. Poseidon's pupils constricted, as the divine patterns of the trident pulsed with the overwhelming power of the sea god. Ninth technique of the sea god, heavenly guardian of the vast universe. Boom! This time, The silence of the divine light did not pierce through the sea god's defenses, but struck him with a forceful impact. Witnessing this, DaiYuan could not help but sigh. His grasp of destructive power remained too rudimentary. Had the true god of destruction intervened, the sea god would likely have been gravely wounded by now. Yet, even in this moment, the sea god appeared exceedingly disheveled. His divine armor no longer glimmered as it once did. The blue-gold light flickered dimly, his previously well-groomed hair now a chaotic mess. And the calm demeanor he once bore vanished, replaced by an unprecedented terror. DaiYuan's performance had exceeded Poseidon's expectations. In this brief exchange, he had already found himself at a disadvantage. This was in spite of Poseidon having made the initial move and with the ocean at his back. If they were not upon the sea and the initiative lay with DaiYuan, Poseidon could scarcely fathom the dire consequences of such a scenario. Chapter 231. The fierce battle following the initial shock came a surging fury. Poseidon's expression twisted into a fierce grimace. The divine light surrounding him swelling with intensity as the sea level rose at a visible pace. In the blink of an eye, the waters beneath him surged 1,000 feet high. The crashing waves of oceanic power rushed toward him, revitalizing his divine armor at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, his aura surpassed its previous state. Faced with the towering wall of water that obscured the sky and the overwhelming presence emanating from Poseidon, all present gasped in astonishment. Save for DaiYuan, whose expression remained composed. He slowly lowered a hand, summoning a protective barrier of destruction to shield his companions. While he regarded Poseidon with a gaze that bore a hint of chill. "You, my young adversary, are impressive." Upon uttering these words, an ethereal blue-gold radiance emanated from his entire being, as the formidable power of the sea god surged into the trident he gripped firmly in his hand. The thunderous roar of crashing waves echoed, igniting the wrath of the ocean. He gradually closed his eyes, raising the golden trident towards the heavens. In that fleeting moment, the wave-like patterns on his divine attire seemed to come alive, and behind him materialized an expansive tableau of oceanic creatures. The sky at this instant was awash in hues of blue gold and crimson gold, a mesmerizing spectacle. Soon after, the golden trident was lifted high, and the radiant blue-gold light began to coalesce around it. The diamond-shaped gem at the center of the sea god's helm blazed with an intense luminescence, sending ripples of divine light radiating from his form. The sea god's domain was invoked. DaiYuan, feeling a shiver run down his spine, sensed that Poseidon's divine might have transcended the previous intensity. He appeared as a ferocious beast freed from its shackles, bearing its most fearsome fangs towards him. With the 13 styles of the sea god, merging body and trident, the stars shifted in the heavens. In an instant, the divine light surrounding Poseidon surged dramatically, and the golden trident transformed into a streak of golden brilliance. Merging with his divine form, the trident's divine patterns on his forehead flickered with an astonishing blue-gold light, and in the next heartbeat, he vanished from sight. Suddenly, the surface of the sea erupted with enchanting blue-gold radiance. The fabric of space seemed to tear asunder, and a colossal, shimmering golden trident sliced through the air towards him at a speed surpassing light. The golden brilliance concealed an unparalleled aura of divinity, intertwined with lethal intent. In that fleeting moment, the world dimmed. Time and space froze as the golden trident cleaved through the void, threatening to pierce DaiYuan's divine form. In an instant, proximity felt like an insurmountable distance. At this pivotal moment, DaiYuan moved, his figure transforming into a mere afterimage, navigating through the nearly frozen fabric of time and space with the ease of a fish in water. A tremendous roar erupted, shattering the silence, resonating across the vast sea. The massive golden trident grazed DaiYuan's form, plunging into the endless depths, generating waves that soared to heights of thousands of meters. The resounding divine might reverberated endlessly, affecting sea creatures within a 100-mile radius, while those at the vortex's eye were obliterated in an instant. Yet, the conclusion was far from reached. At that moment, golden light flickered around DaiYuan, and countless glimmering golden tridents surged towards him, exuding the continuous, boundless power of the sea god. In this instant, DaiYuan experienced the terrifying prowess of a deity, the oppressive force that was both overwhelming and inexhaustible. Had he not inherited the position of the god of destruction, he would likely have been left with no choice but to flee. Suddenly, tranquility returned. DaiYuan felt a surge of crimson gold light above him. Looking up, he beheld Poseidon standing in the infinite void, his expression indifferent as he surveyed everything below. The golden trident in his grasp radiated a chilling divine brilliance. 13 tridents merged into one, heralding the twilight of the sea god. In an instant, the sky transformed into a phantasmagoric tapestry of crimson gold and blue gold. The immeasurable power of the ocean surged towards him, enhanced by the vast oceanic forces, rendering this strike comparable to that of a divine monarch. As golden light flickered, Poseidon swung his golden trident, instantly sealing off all of DaiYuan's escape routes and unleashing a fearsome offensive upon him. In that moment, DaiYuan extended his hand forward, summoning the destructive divine energy that swirled around him. The next second, a protective barrier of purple gold light enveloped him. Just then, the twilight of the sea god descended, completely engulfing his figure. At this moment, the sea churned violently. Waves reaching heights of 10,000 meters crashed relentlessly against the barrier DaiYuan had erected for everyone. Concern etched on their faces. The onlookers anxiously regarded DaiYuan's position, genuinely fearing for the young man's safety under the sea god's relentless assault. Meanwhile, Poseidon hovered high above, a contemptuous smirk gracing his features. As a deity, second only to the god king, he felt no trace of the destructive divine energy, indicating that his opponent must be gravely wounded, forced to regress from divine to mortal. He was firmly convinced of this notion. Despite DaiYuan's inheritance of the title of the god of destruction, he was merely an inexperienced youth. Not to mention, his divine power and its application were dwarfed by the seasoned first-tier gods. While this might provoke the ire of the god of destruction and even the life goddess, he felt no qualms. The current divine realm had recently seen new deities take their places, their foundations still shaky, and the divine council would ultimately defer to the judgment of their elder peers. The aloof and arrogant nature of the god of destruction meant that aside from the life goddess, who offered him unconditional leniency, only his original sin subordinates remained steadfastly loyal. The life goddess, however, was not one for management. Her focus lay solely on destruction, resulting in only a superficial relationship with other deities. This dynamic had led to the couple's high status in the divine realm, yet they lacked genuine support, as the other gods increasingly leaned towards the god of Azura, quietly venerating him as the king of the celestial realm. The god of Azura's power rivaled that of the god of destruction, possibly even surpassing it, allowing Poseidon to confidently assert his dominance over DaiYuan. A moment of distraction could lead to demise. Suddenly, an icy voice echoed in Poseidon's ears. Chapter 232. Are you teaching me how to act? The chilling tone seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, causing Poseidon's pupils to constrict in shock. He turned in astonishment, only to find himself alone. Upon turning again, he saw DaiYuan, composed and self-assured, standing a short distance away, his expression laced with mockery. You? How is this possible? In an instant, Poseidon was struck by astonishment, coupled with confusion. He could not fathom how his most powerful divine technique had been evaded. After all, even the god of Azura, when faced with the unification of trident and body, could only muster all his strength to withstand it. How could he, a newly ascended god of destruction, possibly rival someone already standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm? His disbelief clashed with the cold, hard truth before him, instilling within him a sense of fear towards DaiYuan for the first time. He realized that he could no longer see through this young man. DaiYuan's performance had far exceeded his expectations. Without further ado, DaiYuan vanished, reappearing beside Poseidon in an instant. Clang! The violent clash of metal ignited a myriad of rippling waves, the tremendous force sending Poseidon retreating into the vastness of space. Yet the encounter was far from over. DaiYuan's form flickered once more, and another fierce collision ensued. The familiar sensation returned to Poseidon, who then realized that DaiYuan had evaded his most powerful divine technique through this means. How was he maneuvering so effortlessly amidst the chaotic currents of time and space? New questions emerged in Poseidon's mind, but there was no time for contemplation, as DaiYuan's next wave of relentless attacks was already upon him. The shimmering blade of the Baiyu Huang Long clashed fiercely with the golden trident, proving itself to be no less formidable. It is important to note that the golden trident is indeed a genuine super artifact. This time, DaiYuan refrained from employing the destruction staff in battle. Although this super artifact significantly enhanced his power, he had yet to master its use. It was crucial for him to wield his full strength in the manner most suited to him. A faint purple-gold divine light of destruction flowed along the blade surface, imbuing this artifact with unparalleled annihilative force. At that moment, it surprisingly suppressed the golden trident, which was enveloped in the might of the sea god, akin to the melting of spring snow. Boom! Once again, a ferocious collision occurred, sending Poseidon hurtling backwards for hundreds of meters. The 10th technique of the sea god. Sea of the sun. The azure golden divine light enveloping Poseidon shimmered as the golden trident flew from his grasp, forming a massive blue halo in the air. Its radiant brilliance overshadowed even the sun, making the celestial body appear somewhat dim in its presence. In the next instant, a golden beam shot forth from the main blade, accompanied by the sound of a tsunami. At this moment, towering waves appeared in the 10,000-meter-high sky, surging toward DaiYuan with immense power, embodying the vast and profound force of the ocean, endless and relentless. Witnessing this scene, DaiYuan stood firm in the void, gently waving the Baiyu Huanglong forward. With a swift motion, a pressure wave spanning 1,000 meters cleaved the approaching tumultuous waves in half. Their surfaces smooth, and even as if it were destined to be so. Poseidon flickered and narrowly evaded this blade's energy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As a deity, he had not experienced such a heart-pounding sensation in a long time. Just then, DaiYuan moved again. He plunged the Baiyu Huanglong directly into the void, and in a breath, the previously clear sky became shrouded in dark clouds. Countless purple-gold divine thunders descended upon the world, with myriad creatures formed from these divine thunders rampaging through the air, their roars echoing like thunder, unstoppable. Destruction, divine domain. In this moment, DaiYuan stood as the undisputed monarch of this realm of annihilation, casting a detached gaze toward the distant sea god, Poseidon. The Baiyu Huanglong in his hand shimmered with purple-gold divine light. The 6th technique of destruction, silence of the netherworld, forbidden abyss. Poseidon looked down in terror. The vast azure sea beneath him had transformed into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. A terrifying gravitational force, akin to a vengeful spirit, mercilessly tore at his body, seeking to consume him entirely. Poseidon desperately summoned his divine power to resist, but he was horrified to discover that he could no longer draw strength from the ocean. In an instant, despair enveloped his heart. Stripped of the ocean's power, his strength dwindled to that of an ordinary first-level deity. No longer calm, he resembled a trapped beast in a cage, frantically seeking to escape his dire situation. However, after struggling for a long time, he realized that all his efforts were utterly futile. The relentless force of the abyssal destruction ravaged his divine armor, divine body, and even his divine consciousness. For the first time, his life faced an unprecedented threat, and he called out urgently to the indifferent DaiYuan nearby. Everything that had transpired was the fault of the minor deity. He implored the Great One for mercy, hoping to be spared. At this moment, a once mighty chief god was humiliatingly pleading before a youth of merely 15, a truly ironic sight. Yet, DaiYuan remained unmoved by Poseidon's repeated pleas for mercy. He had sensed a palpable intent to kill in Poseidon's recent actions, had it not been for his ability to disregard the constraints of time and space. Along with the Dong Huang Bell that could withstand the chaos of temporal turbulence, he might have suffered a significant loss today. The enemy had already drawn his blade, and there was no need for him to show mercy. He sheathed the Baiyu Huanglong, his divine light shimmering around him as the destruction staff reappeared before him. The 7th technique of destruction, ashen void killing formation. The surging divine power of destruction surged wildly, while countless divine thunders intertwined in the vast emptiness, forming an impregnable, inescapable killing array around Poseidon. The breath of death gradually spread, infiltrating his entire being without obstruction. Poseidon fought with all his might to resist, but stripped of the ocean's support, he was as defenseless as a mayfly against the force of destruction. He sought to flee, but found no means of escape. Yet, even at this juncture, DaiYuan showed no mercy. He switched the destruction staff once more, gripping the Baiyu Huanglong tightly, and struck forward with great force. The 8th technique of destruction, celestial annihilation strike. The divine power surged throughout the cosmos, causing the fabric of this dimensional space to tremble violently on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a shadow appeared before DaiYuan, kneeling on one knee, its expression reverent yet filled with dread. I am a master of this dimension. I beseech the divine king to retract your power, lest this realm face annihilation. DaiYuan did not even glance at him. simply responding with a detached remark. Are you instructing me on how to proceed? However, the next moment, a cold voice interjected. He cannot. May I teach you instead? Chapter 233. 8 gods. The world fell into darkness, engulfed in an endless abyss. Scarlet bloodlight, imbued with an air of relentless slaughter, descended upon the realm, and the terrifying divine might swept across the entire sea. An overwhelming sense of oppression filled the hearts of all present as they silently gazed toward the source of their dread. In that moment, amidst the ethereal depths of space, stood a solitary, proud figure. Surrounding him was an aura of dark energy, with ghostly apparitions entwined, and the bloodthirsty energy radiated a fierce ferocity. His dazzling scarlet and golden armor shone with a blood-like brilliance that dared not be met with direct gaze, as if one glance could plunge them into the depths of hell. His blood-red hair flowed gently behind him, complementing his righteous, solemn countenance, evoking an awe-inspiring sense of divinity. The onlookers at sea lowered their heads in silence, unable to meet his gaze, their hearts chilled as they understood that a formidable presence had truly arrived. DaiYuan quietly turned to face the man in the depths of space. His expression remained calm, as though the appearance of this individual had been anticipated. Yet the flickering wariness in his eyes betrayed the tension within. At that moment, the Dimension's master was utterly at a loss. He had never imagined he would summon such a deity. However, he dared not voice any opinion, for in terms of hierarchy, he was merely a second-level deity. The 3 individuals present were all renowned high gods of the divine realm, each one a being he could not afford to offend. Contemplating this, a bitter taste arose in the Dimension Master's heart. Having sensed he had already offended DaiYuan with his earlier words, now another formidable deity had arrived. If this situation were mishandled, it could indeed spell the end for him as the master of this dimension. He looked beseechingly at the sea god Poseidon beside him, aware of their close relationship, hoping he might possess a means to defuse this crisis. However, Poseidon, faced with the Dimension Master's plea for help, remained indifferent. The panic and despair that had previously adorned his features had vanished without a trace, replaced instead by an expression of utter derision. Indeed, my instincts were not mistaken. Young one, you saved the remnants of the Holy Phoenix in the divine realm. I hope you can provide me with a reasonable explanation. As those words were spoken, DaiYuan's pupils instantly constricted, while on the surface of the sea, the 2 sisters, Lu Zijing, trembled in unison, their eyes shimmering with profound fear. The atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. No one dared to contemplate what might transpire next as they awaited DaiYuan's response. Even Poseidon, upon hearing this matter, exhibited significant shock, fully aware of the implications. This was a transgression that could provoke the wrath of the gods. In that moment, he began to doubt the Shura god's intent in sending him to test DaiYuan, but a chilling thought surged into his mind. Regarding the Shura god's scrutiny, DaiYuan, initially taken aback, quickly regained his composure. Having transcended mortal confines, he, as a deity and one of the 5 great god kings, could now face this once dreaded adversary with an unflinching demeanor. How did you recognize me? DaiYuan inquired calmly, understanding that further evasion would serve no purpose. The other party was evidently privy to certain vital aspects of his being. The secret technique you employ to evade Poseidon's might is one I have witnessed in the divine realm. Its aura cannot be masked by the power of destruction. With a wry smile, DaiYuan shook his head, realizing that what ultimately betrayed him was not the aura of his white tiger and azure dragon martial souls, but rather the mastery he had achieved in the art of movement. At that moment, he lamented the sharpness of his opponent's perception while feeling a twinge of regret for his own oversight. Just then, 2 flames flickered before him, and the sisters, Lu Zijing, appeared by his side, standing resolutely as they gazed at the Shura god not far away, their divine power surging forth, rivaling that of Poseidon beside them. They exchanged no words. A mere glance sufficed for mutual understanding. Witnessing this, Poseidon couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. He had not anticipated such formidable allies at DaiYuan's side. A cold sweat broke out as he pondered whether, had they joined forces, he would still be standing here unharmed. So, you wish to eliminate me? DaiYuan's tone held a hint of levity, for he was certain that the Shura god would not engage him in battle here. A conflict between 2 god kings was beyond what this Douluo realm could withstand. The reason Tang San, Qian Rinxue, and Bibidong's battle had not prompted intervention from the realm's master was that they were all newly ascended gods, and their combat prowess was insufficient to disrupt the stability of the Douluo realm. However, DaiYuan was different. Although he too was a new god, his overall strength was such that he could easily overpower an established god like Poseidon. The realm's master, recognizing this, understood that only the 5 great god kings could contain his power, which is why they sought to mediate the conflict. At this moment, the realm's master trembled before DaiYuan, fearful and desperate, as the Shura god's appearance began to steer the situation toward uncontrollable peril. Additionally, DaiYuan's past assistance to the remnants of the Shengwang clan rendered every step they took feel precarious, as the survival or destruction of this realm now hinged on the thoughts of both parties. In response to DaiYuan's somewhat dismissive remark, the Shura god appeared surprisingly composed, his gaze steady and unflinching, as if he were unaffected by the exchange. Suddenly, he sighed and turned his attention to the depths of the cosmos, speaking heavily. At this juncture, destruction, do you have nothing to say? A soft sigh echoed through the vast sky as a purple light flickered, and the god of destruction, alongside the goddess of life, slowly emerged from the depths of the cosmos. The divine light enveloped them, transforming into steps beneath their feet, causing the entire space to tremble violently upon their arrival. Not good. The Douluo realm cannot withstand this. Meanwhile, in the Star Dou Forest, Emperor Tian and others observed the surrounding space, which appeared to be on the verge of collapse, and in their terror, they instinctively turned to Tianqin Lake. A buzzing sound resonated as the space was cleaved open, and a woman clad in white, her figure graceful, emerged slowly from within. It is time. At this moment, the realm master was filled with dread, yet powerless, merely gazing imploringly at the gods, his eyes rife with despair and hope. Just then, the goddess of life stepped forward, her delicate hand waving as she radiated vibrant life energy, instantly stabilizing the nearly collapsing space. The god kings truly embodied their titles. With just a surge of divine power, they could restore a realm on the brink of destruction. As the surrounding spatial rhythms gradually returned to normal, the realm master sighed in relief, knowing that if the Douluo realm had collapsed, he, as its master, would have been the first to suffer, for his divine position was born of the realm's fortune. Should the foundation of the realm be overturned, his divinity would undoubtedly be severely compromised. However, before he could fully relax, the tension in the atmosphere among the gods grew suffocating once more, as the current developments were beyond the control of a mere realm master. With 3 of the 5 great god kings now present, the seriousness of the situation was abundantly clear. The space trembled again as the gods turned their attention to the distant void, where a striking figure emerged from the rift. She bore a silver-long spear, with vibrant hues swirling around its dragon patterns, and the faint sound of dragon roars echoed in the air, instilling fear in the hearts of all who beheld her. Silver Dragon King, you could no longer restrain yourself. The Shura god observed the approaching Guyuna with a mixture of shock and growing apprehension. Not only, but all the gods, save for DaiYuan, displayed varying degrees of wariness, for they sensed that the aura emanating from the Silver Dragon King was now beyond their comprehension. At that moment, in the divine realm, Ji Dong and Lai Yin anxiously watched the unfolding events below. The instant the Silver Dragon King appeared, even they, far removed in the divine realm, found themselves momentarily breathless, overwhelmed by her formidable presence. The tranquility of the divine realm has lasted long enough. A storm is brewing. Should we descend to support them? Lai Yin inquired, to which Ji Dong slowly shook his head. In the current situation, our presence would only be a drop in the bucket. It is best to heed the Shura god's counsel and remain here in the divine realm. Sigh. It was not merely these 2 god kings. At this moment, all deities in the divine realm were focused on the situation below, as it was intrinsically linked to their fundamental interests. Below, in the depths of space, the 7 gods had gathered. Poseidon and the realm master had long since withdrawn from this negotiation, aware that their strength was insufficient to contend. DaiYuan approached the former god of destruction with a respectful bow, expressing gratitude for the legacy of his divine position. The god of destruction responded with a slight smile, readily accepting this gesture, its implications clear, though others perceived it differently. The sisters, Lu Zijing, now stood by the Silver Dragon King's side, their previous grievances rendered insignificant. They now represented the collective will of all soul beasts, determined to seek justice for their kin. In contrast, the Shura god appeared somewhat isolated, yet he represented the entirety of the divine realm. Destruction, why must you proceed in this manner? Do you understand the implications? The words of the god of Azura were imbued with a chilling aura of impending slaughter, instilling a sense of dread among all present, including the deities from the divine realm. Their hearts trembled, as it had been eons since they witnessed such a formidable wrath from the god of Azura. In response to his inquiry, the god of destruction and the goddess of life exchanged a glance, then replied with an air of indifference, citing the necessity of balance and development. Balance and development? Has the divine realm not been sufficiently balanced over the millennia? Do you believe that aiding these wretched beings will foster growth? The voice of the Silver Dragon King pierced the air with an icy coldness, reminiscent of a millennia-old ice cavern. The murderous intent in her eyes brimmed to the point of overflow. Her hatred for the god of Azura surpassed that of anyone else, a grudge deeply etched into her very being. Her calm demeanor was a guise, a hope to resolve the conflict through peaceful negotiation. Ultimately, her strength was insufficient. Otherwise, her nature would have compelled her to storm into the divine realm and annihilate the other deities. Faced with the Silver Dragon King's threat, the god of Azura merely narrowed his eyes, his expression shrouded in darkness, yet he refrained from immediate outrage. He was uncertain about the allegiances of the god of destruction and the goddess of life in the event of conflict. Should they side against him, his position would become precarious. At the level of a deity, numbers ceased to matter. Even if the lower-ranked gods rallied, they could not stand against destruction, especially with the goddess of life at his side. Her presence ensured that, aside from the previous generation's cooperation of good and evil, no one could counterbalance his power. However, the foremost issue remained. Good and evil had not fully passed on their divine legacies to the new gods, leaving their successors lacking in both realm and principle, far below the heights of their predecessors. This discrepancy meant that while he controlled the divine realm, any discord with either destruction or life would leave him without opposition. Upon witnessing the god of Azura's composure, the god of destruction and the goddess of life understood the underlying reasons. With a sigh, the god of destruction spoke softly. Throughout these countless years, the divine realm has maintained a facade of peace, yet beneath the surface, currents of turmoil brew. The development of the divine realm has reached a bottleneck. The rigid adherence to a human-centric order has rendered its operation exceedingly inflexible. Should we encounter a temporal imbalance, both our divine realm and Douluo Dalu may be swept away or obliterated by the chaotic currents of time. In such a scenario, I ask you, what shall we do? As his words concluded, the god of destruction's tone turned accusatory, and his divine might erupted, causing the god of Azura's countenance to tighten. And what of it? Bestowing divinity upon these beasts will resolve our issues? Have you forgotten that war among the gods? These avaricious creatures cannot be sated, no matter how many divine titles we grant them. Regarding the crisis facing the divine realm, what can these beasts accomplish? Will they stab us in the back? They deserve to remain in the lower realms. God of Azura, you seek your own demise. Ancient Yuna could no longer contain herself upon hearing these words. Her body enveloped in a radiant spectrum of colors before vanishing from sight in an instant. In that moment, DaiYuan also sprang into action. With a resounding clash, he positioned himself before the god of Azura, directly confronting the Silver Dragon King. This unexpected turn of events caught all off guard, and the god of Azura gazed in astonishment at the young man before him, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. DaiYuan, stand aside. The Silver Dragon King unleashed her full divine power, showing no mercy, her overwhelming force leaving DaiYuan astounded. Calm yourself. Once you engage him, there will be no turning back. The god of destruction's divine energy surged forth, yet resisting the full might of the Silver Dragon King's attack proved challenging. He understood that she had ignited her true power, delivering a blow without hesitation. Witnessing DaiYuan withstand the full force of the Silver Dragon King's assault, the other deities could not help but reevaluate their perception of him, where he had once been regarded as a mere new god. This singular act granted him a voice among them. The god of Azura observed the young man, astonished. At such a close range, he could feel the terrifying energy within the Silver Dragon Spear, a power equivalent to his own Azura sword. Reflecting on their initial confrontation in the divine realm, he recognized that the youth had yet to unleash his full potential. Could one merely inherit a divine title to ascend to such heights? Aside from the god of Azura, the other deities found themselves grappling with this very question. DaiYuan's performance was astonishing. A newly ascended god capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a god king without so much as a scratch was beyond explanation for a mere title of destruction. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the Silver Dragon King was surprisingly repelled, her eyes narrowing in concern as she regarded DaiYuan. whose dragon pupils shimmered with divine light, filled with caution. Temporal power. How did you come to command such strength? As the one directly involved, she understood that Dai Yuan did not simply overpower her. She was a god king who governed 7 elements and possessed a heightened sensitivity to the forces of time. She was puzzled as to how Dai Yuan could refine and harness a power she herself dared not approach. Her words elicited gasps from the gathered deities. The power of time existed solely within the chaotic currents of time, a primordial force that even god kings would avoid. Yet this newly ascended human boy could wield it, shattering their preconceived notions. In mere moments, Dai Yuan had overturned their rigid expectations, and he seemed to assume the role of protagonist in this realm, relegating the other deities to mere background figures. Dai Yuan, however, did not elaborate further. After repelling the Silver Dragon King, he swiftly returned to the side of the god of destruction, wishing to remain inconspicuous. Yet, upon his return, he noticed that the gazes of all the deities were fixed upon him, leaving him momentarily flustered. He understood that they awaited his explanation. With a soft sigh, he murmured, while traversing the passage of the divine realm, I inadvertently absorbed and refined it. Do you believe me? The silence that followed spoke volumes. Such a feeble excuse was hardly credible, rendering their years of training seemingly futile. All right, Dai Yuan, you performed admirably just now. I hope everyone can engage in a calm discussion moving forward. God of Azura, please mind your words. Silver Dragon King, I implore you to temper your impulsiveness. I understand your grievances. Please be patient, and I assure you a satisfying resolution will be reached today. The god of destruction stepped forward, exuding an air of authority, an action that immediately furrowed the brow of the god of Azura. In the divine realm, he was an uncontested figure, since the god of destruction and the goddess of life had withdrawn from governance, following the passing of divine legacies of good and evil. He had become the de facto ruler, basking in the reverence of countless deities. Now, with the spotlight shifted to the god of destruction, his discontent simmered beneath the surface. However, he was wise enough to recognize the current situation was not in his favor, and thus refrained from erupting. The words of the god of destruction temporarily soothed the emotions of the Silver Dragon King. After casting a cold glare at the god of Azura, she returned to her original position and remained silent. Observing the momentary stabilization of the situation, the god of destruction took a deep breath and began to speak. Despite the gradual restoration of the divine realm's former glory after the last divine war, have you not noticed that our divine realm has not undergone significant changes for a long time? Is that not a good thing? Do you wish to instigate another divine war? Is it the grand change you seek? The god of Azura retorted without reservation, and upon hearing his words, even the usually mild-mannered goddess of life frowned, recognizing the impropriety of his statement. The other deities felt similarly, but due to the identity and strength of the god of Azura, they remained silent, eager to see how the god of destruction would respond to such mockery. The god of destruction merely cast him a glance and continued, stating that the current divine realm was formed through countless battles across various planes, where the essence of those planes was fused together. The gods of today are the strongest beings from those planes who joined us. I remember that back then, we did not possess such a strong sense of hierarchy. We were harmonious, sharing resources for development. Now, look at you. There's a clear distinction between the exalted and the lowly, and you resort to any means for your own interests. We have become divine beings, yet we cannot eradicate the baser instincts of humanity within our divinity. Azura, after all these years, your cultivation has stagnated. Have you not pondered the reasons behind it? Her words struck like thunder, leaving the other gods in stunned silence. The disdain that had once graced the face of the god of Azura evaporated in an instant, and his gaze turned somewhat vacant, as no one could discern the wavering belief that had taken root in his heart. Indeed, why has this question only now been brought to the forefront? Among the 5 divine kings, goodness and evil have become intoxicated by pleasure after achieving success. The god of Azura, seizing the opportunity, has become enamored with power, while only the goddesses of life and destruction have contemplated the profound crisis lurking beneath the surface of this prosperity throughout the divine realm's millions of years of development. However, the time has not yet come. The first, second, and third level gods below the divine kings have not attained the level of access to the upper echelons, and their thoughts would inevitably threaten their share of the interests, which would likely provoke the ire of the gods and even rebellion. Thus, they have been waiting for a variable to emerge, and DaiYuan represents an opportunity they have awaited for millions of years, a chance to elevate the divine realm to a higher plane. The words of the god of destruction shattered this thin veil, causing the god of Azura's expression to darken. As a fellow divine king, he understood the implications of this discourse. Yet, as the god of destruction had pointed out, even a divine king like himself could not allow the baser instincts of humanity within his divinity to infringe upon his own interests. Chapter 236. Only a battle remains. The thin veil had indeed been torn asunder by the god of destruction. Not only the gods present, but those deities who had been observing the situation in the divine realm also felt a sudden chill run through them. It is evident that everyone is aware of the various ailments that have arisen during the development of the divine realm, yet when it comes to their own tangible interests, they unanimously choose to feign ignorance. This is not due to any wrongdoing on their part, but rather the inherent human tendency to seek profit and avoid harm. Now, the highest authority in the divine realm has mercilessly revealed this truth, which has incited their anger while simultaneously igniting concerns about whether this would affect their previously held interests. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense, and everyone sensed the underlying shifts, yet none dared to challenge the god of destruction, for he spoke the undeniable truth. Dai Yuan's admiration for the god of destruction had reached unprecedented heights. His words embodied the broad-mindedness and grand vision of a true leader. These sentiments had long resided in his heart, but he had never found the opportunity to express them. Now, through the god of destruction's voice, the veil had been lifted, and he understood that everything the latter did was paving the way for him. Gratefully, he looked at the god of destruction, who smiled and nodded in acknowledgement of his gaze. The goddess of life beside him also smiled at him, and at that moment he heard her voice. In a little while, your performance will be revealed. Are you confident? I will not disappoint. A simple exchange confirmed their understanding, and just then, the god of destruction continued to speak. For the divine realm to develop, reform is essential, which will inevitably disrupt the current interests of some. However, in the long run, the benefits gained in the future will far outweigh these trivial gains. The soul beasts are a crucial factor. They made significant contributions to the construction of the divine realm. Yet some of our companions have failed to uphold the agreements established at the outset. Do you genuinely believe that everyone present is unaware of the fundamental reasons behind the outbreak of the divine war? Boom! The god of destruction once again dropped a heavy bombshell, causing the gods present to lower their heads in silent guilt. As he gazed at the crowd of self-righteous deities, the god of destruction's frustration grew, leading him to speak with increasing candor. Fine, since you choose silence, allow me to voice it for you. Goodness and evil, driven by selfish desires, unilaterally transferred the 10 divine positions originally allocated to the dragon god to certain deities among you present. Do not tell me you are unaware of this matter. He then redirected his focus toward the god of Azura. From the very beginning, you have shown extreme aversion to the inclusion of the soul beast race. Can you enlighten me as to why? Why should they be treated as equals with us? They are the defeated party and should willingly submit to our exploitation, serving us faithfully. This is a long-established rule from ancient times. In this moment, the god of Azura displayed an air of righteousness, and in response to the god of destruction's soul-piercing inquiry, he retaliated without remorse. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction let out a heavy sigh. This is the fundamental issue that has brought the divine realm to its current state. You so-called deities can never relinquish your inherent prejudices and arrogance. You always perceive other races as inferior beings, devoid of any reverence for life. And when asked for the most basic respect, you view it as a diminishment of your dignity. Truly, you are a hopeless bunch. With that said, the god of destruction gazed skyward, lamenting how the divine realm had unknowingly devolved into its present state, where the seemingly opulent exterior concealed pervasive decay. At this moment, a cold snort from the god of Azura pierced the air. Spare me the pretense of feigned compassion. Are you not merely seeking to redistribute divine positions? Why beat around the bush with such grandiloquent rhetoric? Come, defeat me, and the divine realm will be at your command. Clang! The god of Azura unsheathed his sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter that engulfed the heavens in a crimson glow. Countless phantoms traversed the void, and it seemed as if the gates of hell had swung wide open, transforming the mortal realm into a veritable inferno. The god of destruction regarded his old friend with a gaze filled with profound confusion and regret. Is this the justice you have always upheld? The god of Azura did not respond, but merely radiated an aura of divine might that spoke volumes. You possess your own truth, and I maintain my own stance. Since we are unable to achieve mutual understanding, let us resort to the language of fists. As the words fell, the formidable aura of the Shura god erupted, compelling the other deities to withdraw in haste. Observant eyes discerned that the ideological chasm between the two had reached an irreconcilable point, leaving only the prospect of combat to compel the opponent to yield. The god of destruction glanced at Gu Yuna, his gaze laden with implication, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. She nodded gently, then, together with her sister Lv.20, transitioned to the outer realm. It has been quite some time since we engaged in earnest combat. Today, allow me to witness the progress you have made over the years. At this moment, the Shura god was eager for battle, his martial spirit igniting to a boiling point. As the deity presiding over slaughter and death, the combatant within him surged with a fierceness unmatched by any other deity. The god of war of the divine realm, undefeated until now, stood resolute. In contrast, the god of destruction maintained a calm demeanor before the eager Shura god. With a swift motion, he appeared beside DaiYuan and remarked, "Your opponent is not me, but him." Upon hearing this, not only did the Shura god momentarily falter, but the gods beyond the realm were also taken aback. They had not anticipated that the elaborate words of the god of destruction were merely a prelude for this newly ascended human youth. In an instant, the expression on the Shura god's face contorted into something somewhat sinister. He felt as though he had been mocked. Casting a murderous glare at the god of destruction and DaiYuan, he exuded an aura of slaughter. "Destruction, you cannot be jesting, can you?" His voice turned icy, trembling with barely contained fury. This was a reaction born of extreme anger. As the supreme sovereign of the divine realm, revered and respected by all, he had never endured such a humiliation. In his heart, he resolved, today he would slay a god. The Shura god's response seemed anticipated by the god of destruction. He solemnly turned to DaiYuan and spoke, "The outcome of what follows rests upon you. Let us battle today to determine the future of the divine realm." DaiYuan nodded gravely in agreement. "Rest assured, I shall give it my all." Chapter 237, DaiYuan versus Shura god. After DaiYuan spoke, the god of destruction nodded in silence and then vanished in an instant, leaving DaiYuan and the Shura god to face each other. At this moment, the eyes of all the gods in the divine realm were fixed upon these two, with a particular focus on DaiYuan. This youth, seemingly fresh-faced, was but a newly appointed god of destruction. The gods of the divine realm could not help but question what merit this fledgling possessed to challenge the current pinnacle of divine combat prowess. Such an act seemed tantamount to an ant shaking a tree, leading them to doubt the judgment of the god of destruction. However, this was the choice of the god of destruction, one of the 5 great divine kings, and though they felt perplexed, they could only stifle their concerns, for it was premature for both ridicule and praise. In the vast expanse above, the allies of DaiYuan shared similar worries, particularly the sisters Lv.20, who had deeply experienced the Shura god's formidable abilities within the divine realm, although they held a measure of confidence in DaiYuan's strength. This was the Shura god he was facing. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, the Shura god quietly observed DaiYuan standing firm in the void. Although he had already sensed the youth's strength in their initial encounter, this boy now bore the mantle of the god of destruction, undoubtedly elevating his overall prowess to an unprecedented zenith. Moreover, the crimson bell in the boy's possession instilled a sense of trepidation even in him. He knew this battle would not be easily won. In an instant, the might of the Shura god erupted, a torrent of formidable martial spirit sweeping across the sky, painting it a brilliant crimson. Feeling the intensity of his opponent's fighting spirit, DaiYuan's expression sharpened, and he then unleashed the aura of the god of destruction, vibrant and potent, surging forth like a raging tempest. The two divine forces clashed in the void for the first time, and in that fleeting moment, the heavens dimmed. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder roared, and the crimson skies morphed into an endless sea of malevolent spirits, echoing the howls of the damned. The god of destruction's thunder manifested as a legion of fierce beasts, azure dragons and tigers, a myriad of birds flocking towards the phoenix, charging valiantly against their foe. In the blink of an eye, the previously stable space teetered on the brink of collapse. In an instant, both figures vanished from their positions. The next moment, the vastness of the outer realm erupted with thunderous roars. The Shura god took a step forward, his crimson golden sword of Shura unleashing a blood-red light that devoured the heavens. Instantly, a great blood-red formation arose beneath him, countless specters scattering in all directions, and upon looking up, one could see a dark, ominous portal slowly materializing behind him. The Shura god remains unchanged, showing no intention of holding back. Once this gate of hell opens, the boy is likely to face dire consequences. At this moment, Poseidon stood nearby, ruthlessly mocking, observing the appearance of the dark portal with an air of detached amusement, then casting a glance at Dai Yuan, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Nearby, the god of destruction and the goddess of life understood the implications of this development as well. Even they could not help but feel a pang of concern for DaiYuan's predicament. "Sister, do you think DaiYuan can withstand this?" In response to Lu Tong's anxious query, Lu Zijin remained silent, yet the gravity of her expression revealed the unease within her heart. "Do not worry, he will be fine." At that moment, the Silver Dragon King spoke first, her demeanor solemn, yet her tone oddly assured. "Why is that?" Her words instantly captured the attention of all present, as they struggled to comprehend what capital DaiYuan possessed to withstand the Shura god's formidable assault. In response to the gazes of the gathered deities, Guyana chose to remain unfazed, quietly observing the distant battle, her eyes shimmering with brilliance as she softly murmured, "DaiYuan, you cannot possibly falter here." At this moment, DaiYuan gazed upon the vast, looming portal. His expression tightened slightly, and then the power of the god of destruction erupted around him. He transformed the staff of destruction into the white jade imperial dragon, brandishing it towards the abyss, with divine thunder flashing around him. "Young one, if you can withstand this strike, you may consider yourself my worthy opponent." The Shura god stood proudly before the portal, exuding an aura of invincibility. With his sword of Shura embedded in the void, he rested both hands upon its hilt, the sanguine divine light swirling around him, and in the next moment, the previously sealed dark portal gradually swung open. Hell's gate of Star Luo. In an instant, a sea of blood surged forth, accompanied by countless malevolent spirits. Their bodies cloaked in a suffocating aura of death, their fangs bared, terrifying in their ferocity. At that moment, DaiYuan moved. The white jade imperial dragon soared and danced, flickering with the purple-gold divine light of destruction as the divine thunder coursed along its blade. Beneath him, the realm of destruction had already unfurled, and an overwhelming, terrifying divine light surged forth. In the next moment, he calmly swept his weapon forward, as if cleaving through the endless void, the ripples of space tremoring in response, directly impacting the oncoming tide of malevolent spirits. Destruction's 11th style, shatter the firmament. Crack, crack. The rippling space was momentarily torn open, and before DaiYuan, the once pristine void shattered in an instant. The tumult of time and space surged forth, hurtling towards the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. In that moment, the gathered deities could not help but tremble in awe. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions and, simultaneously, the terrifying gravitational force created by the tumultuous flow of time and space tore the very fabric of reality apart. The once impregnable depths of the cosmos now resembled a mere fragile sheet of paper, effortlessly shredded and crushed into nothingness by the chaotic currents. At this moment, the previously fearsome and menacing entities, the malevolent spirits of the underworld, seemed to glimpse their nemesis, their faces reflecting palpable terror and dread. However, they had no time to contemplate their fate, as the time-space turbulence mercilessly crushed and devoured them, subsequently revealing its menacing fangs towards the Shura god. The Shura god, taken aback, momentarily displayed a look of astonishment before his form flickered and vanished into the vast void. Even for one as formidable as he, retreat was the only option when faced with the chaotic flow of time and space, whose primal, violent energy was insurmountable, even for a deity of his stature. Meanwhile, DaiYuan stood resolute amidst the storm, a crimson bell hovering above his head, its chaotic divine light shimmering around him, granting him a calm demeanor. From the outset, he had no intention of directly confronting the Shura god's lethal onslaught. His ability to remain steadfast amidst the turbulent currents was one of his greatest trump cards. Ever since inheriting the title of God King, he had become increasingly aware of the fragility of the surrounding space. With a mere thought, he could shatter even the divine realm, and the ensuing chaos would serve as a powerful weapon for his victory. Chapter 238. Zi Xiao Shun Lei to Others. The tumultuous flow of time and space was a force to be avoided, instilling fear due to its uncontrollable nature. However, for Dai Yuan, who possessed the Donghuang Bell, even though he was still far from mastering this power, his ability to stand firm against the overwhelming storm was a significant advantage. Although he could not control it, he could utilize it for defense and even offense, transforming what others deemed perilous into a potential asset. Soon, the space returned to its original state, the chaotic currents gradually dissipating. Observing the solemn expression of the Shura god nearby, Dai Yuan raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Tell me, do I not now possess the qualifications to be your adversary?" The Shura god did not respond. Instead, his form flickered, and in an instant, a thunderous clash of metal erupted. Clang! The Shura god's sword collided fiercely with the Baiyu Huang Long, a brilliant crimson light exploding around him, while the divine halo behind him surged with immense power. The malevolent spirits, enveloped in a scarlet glow, surged towards Dai Yuan with a menacing aura that inspired dread. Dai Yuan's expression hardened, his body illuminated by flickering purple and gold divine light, as he fearlessly met the onslaught of the Shura's malevolent energy with the Zijin Shunlei, imbued with boundless destruction. This simple clash was not merely a test of divine power, but also a contest of divine rank. Fortunately, Dai Yuan's standing matched that of the Shura god, or else this single encounter would have compelled him to surrender. In the blink of an eye, the clash of blades created a dazzling spectacle. The sun and moon reversed, and the stars danced in their celestial movements. Both parties exerted their divine powers to the utmost, with each collision representing fierce competition of divine might, neither willing to yield. Clang! Another violent impact rang out, as they swiftly distanced themselves from one another. At this juncture, the Shura god's previous disdain had vanished without a trace, replaced by a fervent battle spirit, his blood-red eyes swirling with divine light, an aura of terror crashing towards Dai Yuan like a tidal wave. "Very well, young one. I acknowledge your strength." In the next moment, he flickered once more, disappearing from sight. Dai Yuan too slowly raised his Baiyu Huang Long, pointing towards the ethereal void ahead, and subsequently vanished from his position. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding roars echoed across the battlefield, and the assembled gods, previously mere observers, now turned to utilize their divine senses to scrutinize the unfolding combat. In mere moments, their exchanges numbered in the thousands. Both combatants tacitly engaged in the most primal form of battle, though lacking the apocalyptic spectacle of divine techniques. Only those who had reached a certain level could truly grasp the terror contained within. Blood surged like a tide. Divine thunder descended from the heavens. And in the briefest of breaths, Dai Yuan had traversed countless moments of life and death. The Shura god's might could only be genuinely appreciated in the heat of battle. His oppressive force and unparalleled mastery over divine power continually reshaped Dai Yuan's understanding of this god king. In a sense, the Shura god now resembled not an adversary, but rather a mentor, employing extreme methods to elevate him to a higher realm. Gradually, Dai Yuan began to attain clarity, a flicker of purple-gold divine light igniting within his pupils as the destructive divine energy surged forth from him. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated, creating a vast distance between the two deities. In that instant, the Shura god radiated a torrent of blood-red divine light, layers of scarlet flames igniting upon his surface, as countless ghostly figures converged behind him in response to his sword. The gleaming sword surged, bloodlight cascading, and in quick succession, the malevolent spirits shattered, forming intricate and bizarre patterns upon the blade. An overwhelming aura of malice enveloped the entire space, causing the gathered gods to shudder, particularly Gu Yuna, whose expression turned icy as she recognized the devastating power of this attack. Years ago, it was this very technique that had sealed the dragon goddess' fate, resulting in her separation from the Golden Dragon King. Now, confronted once more with the immense energy it contained, her heart was filled with both fury and trepidation. She could sense that this strike bore greater potency than the one that had vanquished the dragon god. At this moment, Dai Yuan too felt the terrifying might and boundless killing intent contained within. His expression turned grave, for he understood that this blow could no longer be repelled as before by the chaotic flow of time and space. This strike had him firmly locked in its sights, leaving him no avenue for escape. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his destructive divine energy to its zenith, the Donghuang Bell suspended above his head, a veil of chaotic light surrounding him. Fully prepared, just as he was about to act, The world around him plunged into darkness, a flash of bloodlight darting past, leaving only an overwhelming sense of solitude. What was happening? In this boundless chaos, DaiYuan felt as though he had transformed into a drifting reed, his consciousness gradually slipping into oblivion, acutely aware of the perilous nature of his state. He attempted to channel his destructive divine energy, only to find himself reverting to a state of vulnerability reminiscent of the day he first arrived in this world. At that moment, a white light surged around him, and the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Abnormality detected in the host's body. Compatibility with Chaos Qing Yin and Destruction Divine Power meets the criteria. Proceed with fusion? Fusion. In the external realm, observing DaiYuan's rigid form suspended in the void, the gods collectively sighed. They sensed the divine essence within him gradually dissipating, signifying the shattering of his divine position. The Shura god watched with indifference, his sword emanating a chilling radiance. A soft sigh escaped the lips of the god of destruction. But suddenly, his gaze fixated on DaiYuan's fluctuating divine form, filled with disbelief. A bolt of divine lightning, shimmering with a pale purple radiance, traversed the endless void and descended upon him. Upon witnessing this, the Shura god immediately retreated in fear, while both the god of destruction and the goddess of life exchanged glances of profound astonishment. He has truly achieved it, the goddess of life exclaimed, her gaze filled with disbelief as she looked at her husband. The god of destruction nodded with a sense of satisfaction, remarking, "Our foresight was indeed correct. I never anticipated that this young man would grasp the essence of the Zixiao divine thunder so swiftly. It seems that Shura will need to exert considerable effort if he hopes to triumph over him this time." At the mention of the Zixiao divine thunder, both the Silver Dragon King and Poseidon trembled, for as deities who had partaken in the divine war of yore, they were acutely aware of the implications. It could be said that the moment DaiYuan unleashed the Zixiao divine thunder, he had ascended to the status of a true god of destruction. Presently, the Shura god gazed at DaiYuan, enveloped in the Zixiao divine thunder, and for the first time, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, while DaiYuan reveled in this newfound energy. Ding! The system has detected the primordial energy. Upon assessment, the host can utilize this primordial energy to sacrifice the super artifacts and elevate the Baiyu Huanglong to a chaos spirit tool. Chapter 239, Unity of Three Bodies. As soon as the words left his lips, DaiYuan decisively commanded the fusion. In an instant, the towering Zixiao divine thunder engulfed him. Within the storm of divine lightning, DaiYuan retrieved his two super artifacts. The Staff of Destruction radiated a mesmerizing purple-golden glow, and the intense light of destruction enveloped its surface, forming ethereal arcs of lightning. Beside it lay the weapon of the abyssal holy monarch, the heavenly Saint Rift Spear. Upon its release, it initially resisted with its own consciousness, but was ruthlessly subdued by DaiYuan's destructive power. Finally, there was the Baiyu Huanglong, which had accompanied him thus far. Its body was pure white, with golden dragon patterns gracefully swirling along the blade, appearing lifelike and vivid, emanating a faint golden cold light from its edge, sharp enough to seemingly slice through space itself. Must it truly be two super artifacts? DaiYuan inquired thoughtfully, glancing at the floating Staff of Destruction and the heavenly Saint Rift Spear. Indeed, the energy required to upgrade to a chaos spirit tool is immense, and these two precisely meet the criteria. Few in the Douluo realm possess super artifacts, and these two are at the pinnacle among them. To sacrifice them all at once would undoubtedly cause me great distress, he lamented. However, as he beheld the Baiyu Huanglong, which lay quietly in the void, DaiYuan's gaze momentarily froze, and after a brief contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Let us commence." At this moment, the assembled gods gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. When the Zixiao divine thunder descended once more, they hastily distanced themselves by miles. Even the Shura god, who stood at the storm's center, had no choice but to retreat. They beheld the towering pillar of thunder, stretching towards the depths of space, its endpoint unknown. Xiaomia, this Zixiao divine thunder is quite different from what you encountered back then, isn't it? The goddess of life inquired, while the god of destruction shook his head in confusion, a bitter smile adorning his face. I am unsure. I truly do not know how this young man summoned such a phenomenon. This divine thunder is no longer subject to the laws of this realm. It appears that the heavenly Tao has taken notice. Indeed, this young man's destiny far exceeds our imagination, the goddess of life conceded. To be honest, I now regret insisting on passing the title of God of Destruction to him. Looking at it now, my initial thoughts were misguided. I fear that soon our divine realm may no longer accommodate him. I worry that this divine title might become his shackles. Upon hearing this, the gods exhibited varying degrees of astonishment. They could hardly fathom what could possibly surpass the status of the God of Destruction, especially coming from one who had firmly established themselves at the pinnacle of the divine realm. As for the Shura god, he gazed upon the vast primordial energy erupting from the Zixiao divine thunder, fear mingling with a deep-seated desire within his heart. Tentatively, he reached out toward this energy, but the moment he made contact, the Shura god's attire split apart with fine cracks, prompting him to withdraw his hand, his expression revealing unprecedented shadows of despair and resentment. Why? Why can he do this? I refuse to accept it, he shouted, succumbing to a frenzy. And with a single step, he plunged into the Zixiao divine thunder. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and in that instant, the space beyond was riddled with spiderweb-like fractures, as chaotic time and space surged forth like a ferocious beast on the verge of escape, ravenously tearing at the fragile spatial barrier, threatening to break free and once again descend upon the world. This is bad. Both the gods of destruction and life cried out in alarm, immediately channeling their divine power toward the rift in space. The other gods, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastened to assist, for they knew that this expanse of deep space was already beyond the jurisdiction of the divine realm and the Douluo realm. Should a collapse occur, the ensuing chaotic flow of time and space would trigger a series of spatial collapses, endangering both the divine realm and the entire Douluo realm. As the gods gather at the rift, they maximize their divine power to stabilize the crumbling space, momentarily averting disaster. What force could possibly instigate the collapse of this outer space? Quickly, stop Dai Yuan, Poseidon urged, recognizing that with his current level as a first-tier god, it was impossible to stabilize the situation like the gods of destruction and life. Thus, he concentrated his efforts on Dai Yuan, the source of all turmoil. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, the other gods exchanged glances, choosing not to respond. They were well aware of the seriousness of the situation, aside from him and the Shura god. Everyone present was an ally of Dai Yuan. The sisters Lu Zijing and her sibling could not help but chuckle at Poseidon's exasperation at being ignored. What a fool. Boom! Another resounding explosion echoed as a figure shot forth from the Zixiao divine thunder, the force of which was so immense that it pierced through dozens of stars before finally coming to a halt. As the crimson glow flickered and the dust settled, the Shura god lay in disarray within a massive crater on a celestial body. His once exquisite and resplendent armor was now in tatters, with only a few remnants draped pitifully across his divine form. His blood-red hair hung chaotically behind him, with several singed strands obscuring his face, presenting a picture of disarray and despondency. The Shura god stared blankly at the radiant Zixiao divine thunder, his eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. The heavenly Tao is merciless. The heavenly Tao is indeed merciless. With a piercing cry, the Zixiao divine thunder transformed into an endless, ethereal dragon, vanishing into the infinite depths of space, leaving all in a state of profound shock until its final moment of disappearance. The gods stood frozen in place, astonished by the changes surrounding them, until one by one, they settled into meditation amidst the void. Dai Yuan's figure gradually materialized. Clad in a simple white robe, he exuded an aura of returning to simplicity. He gazed into the vast emptiness and proclaimed, "It is time to return." In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted from his entire being, accompanied by the resonant sounds of Tao, as ethereal blue lotuses of creation emerged from the void. The unity of the three pure ones manifested, and the Tao was attained. In an instant, a flash of crimson flame darted past, and a deep red phantom appeared beside DaiYuan, both of them exchanging knowing smiles before merging into one. Following this, a shadow as dark as ink stepped forth from the endless void, smiling gently as it melded into DaiYuan. With a clang, a chaotic white light enveloped the entirety of the space. Chapter 240. The unity of the gods. The sound of Tao reverberated, and the creations of blue lotuses flickered in and out of existence within a void. The entire space was suffused with a chaotic brilliance, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. In this moment, the heavenly laws bestowed their benevolence as time, space, and the primordial elements of metal, wood, and water swirled around DaiYuan, seemingly expressing their joy. He himself was tightly cocooned in a white light, resembling a chrysalis, obscuring the essence within. The Shura god observed silently, his face etched with resentment and fury. In an instant, he summoned all his strength to unleash the power of the Shura god towards DaiYuan. A torrent of blood-red light surged forth from the Shura god sword, and the gates of hell reopened, unleashing countless malevolent spirits transformed into a fierce army charging at DaiYuan. Where they passed, the void trembled, thick with an overwhelming aura of slaughter and death, transforming the area into a living hell. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The heavenly elements that had been swirling affectionately around DaiYuan suddenly surged forward, attacking the Shura god with ferocity. The space descended into chaos as countless elemental energies coalesced into divine weapons and fierce beasts, bearing their fangs at the oncoming malevolence. In an instant, the once unstoppable tide of spirits halted, the momentum of attack and defense shifting dramatically. The defeat was catastrophic. Confronted with the torrent of laws formed by the gathering of heavenly elements, the malevolent spirits appeared diminutive and fragile. In an instant, torrents of law surged towards the Shura god, enveloping him in a crushing embrace. Faced with this unavoidable annihilation, the Shura god concentrated all his divine power into the Shura god sword. As bloodlight flashed, he did not strike at the incoming torrent of laws, but directed his attack at the recently healed void barrier. With a crack, the space collapsed once more, this time more severely than before. Temporal and spatial turbulence erupted from the shattered realm, awakening the gods from their meditative states. As the collapse of space spiraled into uncontrollable chaos, the violent energy unleashed by the turbulence overwhelmed them. Xiaomi, the chain collapse of space has initiated. If this continues, both the divine realm and the Douluo plane will face dire consequences. The god of destruction gazed solemnly at the unfolding scene, and with that, his destructive power surged forth, reaching for the crumbling space. Unfortunately, upon contact with the turbulent flow of time and space, the destructive energy was effortlessly obliterated. Witnessing this, the god of destruction's expression darkened. He turned his gaze towards the Shura god, now miles away, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Shura, how do you intend to address this situation? His tone was remarkably calm, yet it bore an unmistakable weight of inquiry and ire. The Shura god turned his face away, unwilling to let anyone see the embarrassment and disarray on his countenance. His previous strategy had worked. Just as DaiYuan had used the turbulent flow of time and space to fend off his attacks, he too employed a similar tactic against the enemy. However, the consequences they faced were starkly different. DaiYuan had considered that the rules of the Douluo plane could repair the damaged space. In contrast, the Shura god, fully aware that another collapse would unleash devastating temporal turbulence upon both the divine realm and the Douluo plane, acted recklessly. This time, reason did not favor him. Of course, he had his own predicaments, having encountered a powerful backlash when he first engaged with the primordial forces. He found his remaining divine strength insufficient to withstand the torrent of laws formed by the heavenly elements. Resorting to this tactic was, in many ways, a last resort. The other gods understood this, yet only the god of destruction articulated it bluntly. Though displeased with his actions, he could empathize. Seeing this, the god of destruction ceased his questioning, turning his attention to the radiant DaiYuan enveloped in chaotic light, a flicker of hope reflecting in his eyes. He then faced the assembly of gods and called out, "All gods of the divine realm, come quickly." At his command, powerful waves of divine might erupted throughout the void, followed by pillars of light descending as the deities emerged. Each deity bore a solemn expression. In this moment, they set aside their personal agendas, for they recognized the gravity of the situation. If the turbulent flow of time and space could not be contained, their millennia-long legacy would surely be obliterated. At that moment, the goddess of life approached the Shura god, and before he could refuse, a crystalline green light enveloped him, rapidly restoring his divine form with pure life energy. Startled, the Shura god trembled, his pupils flickering. Without uttering a word, he settled into meditation within the void. In an instant, countless energies surged into his divine body and essence, the primordial energies of the void swiftly restoring his strength. Nearby, the god of kindness, Lian, and the god of evil, Jidong, led the other deities to the god of destruction's side, who had now become the linchpin for them all. All the deities awaited his next directive. The god of destruction, without hesitation, scanned the assembly and spoke gravely, This is the greatest crisis the divine realm has faced since its inception. How to address it, I trust you all understand. I shall refrain from further elaboration. We must hold out until DaiYuan awakens. He is our sole hope for salvation. Do you understand? Understood. They replied in unison. In that moment, they set aside all grudges, and the god of destruction, observing the unified seriousness on their faces, felt a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to the early days of the divine realm's creation, when all members were as close as sisters, united in purpose. Though time had passed, this crisis once again bound their hearts together tightly. In the next moment, the gods rushed to their respective domains, channeling all their divine power to mitigate the destructive chaos of the turbulent flow. Dai, come quickly to assist. Your death god power can connect to the underworld abyss, temporarily redirecting the turbulent flow there. Xuan Huang will suppress it for the time being. Understood. As soon as the words left his lips, a strikingly handsome man clad in dark battle armor advanced towards the turbulent flow of time and space. His long, jet-black hair glimmered with a faint gray sheen, his gaze cold and lifeless, as he wielded the sword of the underworld, exuding a palpable aura of death. He thrust the sword of the underworld into the void, and an intense aura of death swiftly spread, forming a dark barrier below his feet. Fourth technique of the death god, absolute heaven, passage to the abyss. In an instant, a dark point appeared behind him, rapidly expanding to become a colossal black hole. Chapter 241, A Startling Change. The moment the black hole emerged, a tremendous gravitational pull warped the space around it, drawing the once violent, turbulent flow of time and space towards it. A distant, profound voice emanated from beyond the black hole, carrying with it an overwhelming divine might that defied the constraints of time and space. In an instant, the previously chaotic and tumultuous currents of time and space transformed into tranquility, ceasing their rampant destruction and instead surging toward the black hole. Witnessing this, the other deities immediately channeled their celestial powers into the shattered void, as the god of death and the Xian Huang had temporarily quelled the turbulent currents, making it their primary task to stabilize this uncontrollable situation and delay the impending collapse of space. At that moment, the god of destruction, situated deep within the void, orchestrated the actions of the deities. The god of destruction and the god of speed were struggling to maintain their positions. Utilize your destructive powers to engage the newly emerged time and space turbulence and guide it toward the god of death. With a command, a deity stepped forward into the turbulent currents, radiating a soft silver light. He was tall and robust, with a gentle countenance, short black hair, and bronze skin that shimmered with a lustrous gray sheen. His eyebrows exuded an air of heroism, and he was clad in a translucent gray-white divine armor. The armor appeared immensely heavy, with a faint golden aura swirling within, as if a colossal dragon were continuously gliding through it, releasing layers of platinum light. Grasping two enormous hammers, each movement caused the space around him to tremble, as if his unparalleled destructive power threatened to shatter the precarious void. Zhou Weiqing, temper your destructive powers. You are here to mitigate the turbulence, not to exacerbate it. Oh, my apologies. Zhou Weiqing sheepishly scratched the back of his head, covered by the divine armor, his actions contrasting sharply with his imposing exterior, provoking involuntary laughter from onlookers. All right. Nian Bing, you also failed to control your rage earlier. Your emotional power is just as destructive as Zhou Weiqing's. I truly apologize. Nian Bing, enveloped in a radiant spectrum of emotions, displayed a hint of embarrassment upon being reprimanded by the god of destruction, immediately shifting her emotional energies to stabilize the interface. Zhou Weiqing approached the newly manifested turbulence, where three secondary deities stationed there had already found themselves powerless against a force that even the god of destruction could not contend with, helplessly watching as it expanded outward, triggering a series of spatial collapses. Upon seeing the god of destruction arrive, they rushed forward as if he were savior. My lord, we leave this to you. Rest assured, go assist your fellow colleagues. I will handle this. With that, he stepped forward as waves of destructive divine light surged around him. In an instant, the violent currents of time and space exhibited a semblance of gentleness upon contact with his destructive power. Zhou Weiqing could not help but rejoice. His destructive energy contained the essence of annihilation inherent in the turbulent currents, allowing them to harmonize rather than repel, as experienced by the god of destruction prior. As his divine power surged, he cautiously guided the turbulent currents toward the black hole created by the god of death, a DUI, stabilizing the situation in no time. At that moment, through the collective efforts of the deities, the previously uncontrolled situation was brought under control. With the shattered fragments of space gradually being repaired through the combined efforts of the Silver Dragon King and the God of Space. This act moved the deities deeply. It was well known that as major victims of the past divine war, nearly all present bore some grudge against the Silver Dragon King. His willingness to assist without harboring past grievances was admirable and commanded their respect. The God of Destruction observed this with a smile and a hint of melancholy. As the situation gradually stabilized, they awaited Dai Yuan's awakening to address the previously contained turbulence, effectively resolving the crisis. The God of Destruction began to contemplate how to orchestrate the new dynamics of the divine realm post-crisis. The previous one-sided, cutthroat methods were evidently no longer viable. Should they persist in such actions, the soul beasts would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, and given their current power, another divine war was foreseeable. Neither he nor Dai Yuan could accept such an outcome, and granting the soul beast sufficient benefits would invariably incur losses for the deities. Thus, the utmost priority was to forge a path that would satisfy both sides while ensuring the continued development of the divine realm. Just as the God of Destruction fell into contemplation, an emerald divine light flickered unnoticed from the turbulent currents. Ah! A shriek suddenly pierced the void, capturing the attention of the deities. The God of Destruction furrowed his brow and glanced towards the goddess of life, his pupils narrowing in alarm. At that moment, a figure enveloped in emerald divine light emerged behind the god of Shura, a spider spear-like stinger brutally piercing through the god of Shura's form, while another pierced the goddess of life. The barbed stinger dripped venom while voraciously siphoning their divine power, rendering the two divine kings incapable of resistance in mere moments. As the divine light receded, a stunningly beautiful visage was revealed, though its allure was marred by a ghastly and sickly aura, with a dark green, spider-like pattern radiating a menacing energy upon her brow. Her exquisitely shaped figure was encased in tight armor, the obsidian surface glistening with emerald hues. An overwhelming malevolence swirling about her. Merely standing in the void, the surrounding turbulent currents grew subdued, obediently swirling around her. Shura, after all these years, you have held onto that power for far too long. Today, I shall reclaim it with interest. She then turned her gaze toward the goddess of life, her expression revealing an overwhelming greed. Today is truly my lucky day. With your life energy, I may very well transcend to that legendary realm. Lacha, how could you? The two divine kings, in excruciating pain, found it exceedingly difficult to speak. They could clearly sense their very essence being drained at an alarming rate. Boom! A colossal bolt of destructive divine thunder descended upon this figure, transforming the surrounding space into a thunderous hell. Bang! With just a gesture, the surrounding turbulent currents shielded her, dispersing the divine thunder. The god of Lacha gazed at the enraged god of destruction not far away, emitting a chilling laugh. After all these years, your temperament remains so easily stirred. Today, I shall show you how I tormented your wife to her demise. Her life source shall be mine. Chapter 242. The Fall of the Gods. The god of Lacha radiated emerald divine light. Her unparalleled ability to consume, leaving both the god of Shura and the goddess of life in shock. Impossible. How could you possess such power? The god of Shura exclaimed. Incredulous. The goddess of life shared the same bewilderment. As the deity governing life, her sensitivity to life energy surpassed that of any other deity. Yet she sensed no trace of divine life essence emanating from the god of Lacha. Instead, it was a despairing aura of consumption and annihilation. At that moment, the god of destruction had succumbed to a frenzy. The goddess of life was his only vulnerability, and now her existence was under catastrophic assault. Panic, rage, and regret reflected in his divine powers, manifesting the turmoil within him. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning, as the celestial bodies shift and the void brims with ominous, destructive energy, countless bolts of annihilation coalesce into ferocious beasts, launching a desperate charge towards the Lv.20. The other deities, witnessing this scene, are gripped by anxiety, yet they dare not intervene recklessly. The precarious balance they have painstakingly established could shatter with the slightest misstep, rendering all their prior efforts futile. In this moment, Luo Cha Shun's malevolent laughter pierces the air, her dark green divine light intensifying to an extraordinary degree, seemingly on the brink of reaching a critical threshold. Soon, it shall come to fruition. The bodies of the Shura, Shun, and the goddess of life grow increasingly dim. They exert every ounce of divine power to resist, only to find their efforts in vain, as their divine strength is utterly crushed and consumed upon contact with Luo Shun's formidable power. Before her, they are as helpless as fish on a chopping block, devoid of any capacity for resistance. Luo, I demand your demise. The god of destruction, having surrendered all reason, perceives that the goddess of life is nearing the end of her strength. Should this continue, her primordial energy will be compromised, leading to catastrophic consequences. Just then, the god of destruction halts his assault, retracting all the divine power he had unleashed, rendering himself akin to a mere mortal devoid of divine strength. The expression of the goddess of life transforms into one of profound anguish, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazes at the god of destruction, exclaiming in alarm, "Xiao Zino, you cannot resort to that move." Her voice, laced with urgency and deep pleading, echoes as she implores him to reconsider. At this juncture, both Luo Shun and Shura Shun recognize the gravity of the situation. Luo Shun gradually withdraws her menacing smile, her countenance turning serious as she regards the god of destruction, her eyes glimmering with apprehension. "Destruction, cease at once. Should your primordial power be harmed, it will spell your end." In a similar vein to the goddess of life, Shura Shun fervently attempts to dissuade the god of destruction from his course of action. Despite their ideological differences, the bond forged over countless millennia remains profoundly strong. "Boss, this cannot be. You must not do this. Destruction, do not act impulsively. Do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" The other deities, too, become aware of the potential ramifications of the god of destruction's next move, and they join in urging him to reconsider. Faced with the earnest pleas of his beloved and former comrades, the god of destruction merely offers a serene smile, his gaze towards the goddess of life imbued with warmth and unwavering resolve. "Xiao Lu, I love you." Upon uttering these words, a radiant beam of purple-gold divine light bursts forth from the divine markings on his forehead, and in an instant his entire divine form dissipates into the void. Boom! Luo Shun immediately channels the chaotic currents of time and space to counteract, yet this time, the divine light appears to transcend all barriers, instantaneously traversing time and space to arrive before Luo Shun, merging seamlessly into her forehead. In that fleeting moment, Luo Shun becomes rigid, and the process of stripping the divine source from Shura Shun and the goddess of life momentarily halts. Quickly, the emotion god Rong Yin Bing and the god of destruction Zhou Weiqing, closest to the scene, immediately rush forth to rescue. Acutely aware that this is the opportunity afforded by the god of destruction's self-sacrifice, a price paid in immeasurable cost, the divine light flickers, and within a breath, each deity rescues one of the divine kings. "Let me go. Xiao Zi is still inside. I must find him." Upon witnessing the god of destruction's sacrifice, the goddess of life loses her previous composure, struggling to break free from Rong Yinbing's grasp. However, he cannot allow her to plunge back into the danger, soothing her agitation with emotional power while stabilizing the nearly collapsing space. A profound sorrow envelopes the hearts of every deity present, yet they find themselves powerless, forced to watch this tragedy unfold. Just then, the space trembles violently, a sudden upheaval catching the gods off guard. While they remain perplexed, a maniacal laughter echoes in their ears. "Kikek, destruction, I have claimed your essence." Bang! The terrifying energy erupts from Luo Shun, and the previously quaking space can no longer bear the strain, shattering with a resounding crack, akin to the splintering of jade. In that instant, the gods find themselves bereft of options, their divine powers insufficient to halt the impending collapse. Despair engulfs the hearts of all deities, yet they have little time to dwell on it, as Luo Shun gathers the chaotic forces of time and space to sweep towards them. "Not enough, not enough. More. I demand more essence." In an instant, the overwhelming torrents of chaotic energy open their gaping maws towards all the deities. Seeing this, the gods channel their divine strength to resist, but soon they succumb, engulfed and consumed by the chaotic currents. More. This is still insufficient. As the number of absorbed deities increases, Luo Shun's form begins to swell, rapidly transforming from human shape into a colossal, fearsome beast spanning billions of miles. With each breath, torrents of chaotic energy erupt from her nostrils, shattering space and disrupting time in her wake. The nearby divine realm and Douluo plane disintegrate under this terrifying energy, reduced to colossal energy that is devoured. The remaining first-tier gods gather to mount a defense. Life Shura, what shall we do? Rong Yin Bing, alongside Grim Reaper Dai and God of Destruction Zhou Wei Qing, exert every effort to resist. Their hearts ablaze with urgency as they witness their comrades falling before them. Life and Shura exchange a silent glance, then turn towards the position of DaiYuan. In unison, their divine light surges, and in the next moment, mirroring the previous actions of the God of Destruction, they transform into divine light, hurtling towards DaiYuan. Chapter 243, The Descent of the True God. Upon witnessing this, Rong Yin Bing, Zhou Wei Qing, and Grim Reaper Dai instantly comprehend the intentions of these two divine kings, and they promptly channel their divine energy. In an instant, their divine forms shatter, their divine light enveloping their final vestiges of consciousness as it races towards DaiYuan. Boom! A silent explosion occurs, and the spatial realm gradually succumbs to an unfathomable black hole, a terrifying force drawing everything it touches into that endless abyss. Even the chaotic currents of time and space cannot escape this fate, devoured until, in mere moments, all that existed in this realm dissolves into a void of chaos. Yet the black hole shows no signs of ceasing. At its core, Luo Shan observes everything transpiring outside. Upon witnessing the entirety of creation consumed within, he feels the overwhelming, chaotic energies within him, comprising the divine powers of the deities, the temporal energies of the chaotic currents, and the planar forces of the divine realm and Douluo plane, all coalescing into a bizarre and terrifying energy he tentatively names the Taotai energy. While immersed in the vastness of this Taotai energy, he discovers the existence of a primordial energy he has never encountered before in the depths of space. He directs his spatial gravity towards its location, yet despite his utmost efforts, he is unable to advance within 10,000 meters of it. A flash of black light manifests, and Luo Shan reappears, his form towering at billions of miles. As he lifts his hand, great divine lights swirling around him, a product of the fusion of myriad great powers. Why have I consumed so much yet still failed to break through? What could possibly be the reason? His furious roar echoed through the space. And then he turned his gaze toward the mysterious depths of the void. There must be the power I seek, and no one shall hinder my steps. Without hesitation, Luo Shan greedily extended toward the direction where DaiYuan resided, absorbing all energy in his path. In that moment, amidst the boundless darkness, only the space where DaiYuan existed retained a glimmer of light. The cold, chaotic radiance enveloped it, emanating a profound and rich energy. The primordial energy from the endless heavens repelled everything else, deeply stirring Luo Shan's greed. In an instant, he arrived beside DaiYuan, eagerly channeling the infinite chaotic divine power within him, opening a vast abyssal mouth to swallow DaiYuan whole. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as fierce noises broke out within Luo Shan's body. He frantically exerted his divine power to refine it. Yes, this energy belongs to me. At that moment, his divine power, in a frenzied operation, managed to refine a portion of the primordial energy. A wondrous sensation surged within him. He realized this was the feeling of the Tao. This transformation filled him with ecstatic joy, and he saw his divine power expanding and elevating, swiftly reaching an unparalleled pinnacle. Ha ha ha. Just a little more. Once I completely refine this energy, I shall become the sovereign of this vast universe. Elation surged within him, but suddenly his expression hardened. He noticed that his endless dark body had begun to swell uncontrollably, a change beyond his control. Alert, he immediately attempted to suppress it with his divine power. But despite his utmost efforts, he could not halt its expansion. What is happening? Stop now. An unprecedented fear gripped his heart. The situation was spiraling beyond his grasp, and he could not tolerate this occurrence. Yet, no matter how he struggled, he could not control his body, which was rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, every corner of this plane was filled with his form. The violent and dense primordial energy continued to amplify his body, making him resemble a stick of dynamite, ready to explode at any moment. Why is this happening? I have absorbed so many powerful entities. Why am I still denied your acknowledgement? It is unfair, utterly unjust. The intense pain from his swelling body ignited a furious rage within him. Luo Shun looked up toward the depths of the void, venting his anger and resentment toward the vast heavens. Yet, all he received in return was endless silence and solitude. Despondent, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and he swung his massive claws toward his abdomen. With a whoosh, a glimmer emerged in the boundless darkness. Luo Shun's divine light surged, and in the next moment, he regained his human form. He approached DaiYuan, gazing at the chaotic entity shimmering with primordial energy, despair and fury etched upon his face. If I cannot possess it, then let it be destroyed. Immediately, his divine power surged. Raising his hand, endless chaotic force converged into his palm, entwined with the power of the laws of order. While the turbulent flow of time and space carried immeasurable destructive energy, all these elements coalesced into a dark sphere of light capable of obliterating everything. In the next moment, the sphere ruthlessly shot toward DaiYuan's location, shattering the void in its wake, bearing an intent to annihilate. Buzz. The moment of contact unleashed a colossal wave of energy that reverberated throughout every corner of this plane, even shaking Luo Shun. He barely stabilized himself. Gazing at the void now shrouded in endless darkness, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. The primordial energy is nothing extraordinary, it seems. Just then, a bright light abruptly interrupted his murmurs, and he beheld a figure slowly emerging from the depths of the infinite darkness. The man shimmered with a grayish light, a radiant halo of pure, white light hovering gently behind him. Endless grayish, chaotic light coalesced into a magnificent, ethereal garment adorned with vivid depictions of sacred beasts. The chaotic light lightly fell into the dark void, and in an instant, the previously shattered space was restored to its former state. The figure did not open his eyes, but instead waved his arms, dispersing chaotic light throughout every corner of the plane. In a mere breath, the spatial order of this realm was directly reconstructed as the chaotic forces of time and space were shattered and consumed under the chaotic light. Everything occurring so naturally as if it was meant to be. Luo, at this juncture, are you still obstinately unrepentant? At that moment, DaiYuan slowly opened his eyes, his profound gaze swirling with countless starry seas. Chapter 244, The Great Emperor of Three Lives, Finale. Faced with DaiYuan's gaze, Luo Shun froze in place. As the shimmering starry river in the other's eyes instantly dismantled the defense within his heart, he stood there quietly, the power of the laws subtly bending to his supremacy. Unlike before, when he had subdued it through extreme violence, DaiYuan seemed to embody the very essence of the Tao upon his arrival. His every gesture reflected the will of the Tao, all laws prostrating before him, everything unfolding so effortlessly. Boom! He channeled his divine power, striking fiercely at his divine form, and in an instant, intense pain liberated him from this state. Resorting to such a desperate measure was indeed forced, for just moments ago, he distinctly felt an urge to submit, a sensation that filled him with both shock and dread. With a swift motion, he distanced himself from DaiYuan by several light years. At that moment, he harbored no desire for battle. All he wished was to flee swiftly, for he sensed that he was no match for DaiYuan. The overwhelming power of the Tao, which commanded everything, suffocated him. He desperately activated his divine light, flickering as he traversed the collapsing space, the chaotic currents enveloping his divine form, pulling him toward the abyss of endless darkness. Time passed, and he gradually came to a halt, having sensed DaiYuan's presence fading completely, prompting his escape to cease. Stretching out his hand, he tore at the surrounding space, and in an instant, the fabric of space disintegrated as if made of paper. Countless chaotic currents surged toward him, greedily absorbing the boundless power of time and space. While his divine light rapidly restored itself, just as he allowed his guard to drop, DaiYuan's figure reappeared before him. He emerged nonchalantly from the crumbling space, devoid of any divine aura, akin to a speck of dust in the universe, insignificant and silent. Luo Shun's pupils dilated in shock. Instinctively, he activated his divine power to continue fleeing, but this time, he found that no matter how he exerted his divine energy, his body would not budge an inch. A strange sensation of being controlled washed over him once more, and at that moment, he truly felt fear. Why? Why are you all trying to stop me? Do you not desire to create a world where soul beasts coexist harmoniously with humans? I can help you fulfill this wish. What is it that you truly seek? In an instant, overwhelming terror transformed into an intense fury, a fury that even he found difficult to articulate. Perhaps it was a posture of pleading at this moment. All he yearned for was to survive. DaiYuan gazed at his opponent with an expression of detachment, his eyes reflecting a calmness reminiscent of tranquil waters, as if he had long since drifted beyond the realms of existence, indifferent to the myriad affairs of the world. A sigh escaped his lips as he observed the frenzied Rakshasa god before him and extended his hand towards the center of the opponent's forehead. "No, please, I was wrong. I beg you, spare me. I am willing to pay any price, ah." A crisp sound resonated as a grayish light blossomed at his fingertips. An indescribable aura spreading throughout this realm, with countless chaotic blue lotuses blooming in the void, accompanied by waves of ethereal sounds. In an instant, the Rakshasa goddess form shattered quietly in place, and the boundless chaos of divine power recklessly wreaked havoc upon everything. Immediately, DaiYuan reached out his hand, and the tumultuous energy transformed into a harmonious order, returning to its rightful place, each fulfilling its role. A year later, in the realm of gods, a resounding dragon's roar echoed across the divine expanse, prompting the gods to simultaneously gaze towards the depths of the void, followed by waves of congratulations. Congratulations to the dragon god for breaking through to divine emperor. From the depths of the infinite void, a colossal dragon, shimmering with 7-colored divine light, floated serenely. Around it, surges of divine power flowed endlessly, with every breath nurturing life, reviving ages long gone, the cycle of existence turning within its grasp, ceaseless and unending. Suddenly, the divine light surrounding it trembled, transforming into a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a pale purple gown, exuding an air of regal elegance. She did not respond to the surrounding congratulations, but instead gazed alone into the boundless depths of the void, lost in thought. In the immeasurable depths of the universe, a figure traversed the void. Though its steps were slow, each one distorted the fabric of space, with countless stars flickering beneath its feet like flowing light. "I am nearly there, to the final destination. Let me see who possesses such extraordinary powers." Time passed unknowingly, and where DaiYuan's gaze rested, he could no longer perceive a single twinkling star. He understood he had arrived at the edge of the universe, the desolate wasteland. Looking around, darkness reigned supreme. This was an absolute realm of silence, devoid of any life. In this endless abyss of darkness, he stood alone, a solitary figure. Suddenly, a loud sound erupted in his ears, and upon focusing his divine sense, he discovered that a black hole had quietly appeared just 1 light year away from him. DaiYuan furrowed his brow. His current realm had surpassed that of a divine king, revered by the gods as the supreme god. With a mere thought, his divine consciousness could encompass any corner of the star system, witnessing the birth and death of all things within his grasp. Yet, the emergence of this black hole had completely escaped his notice, igniting within him a strong sense of curiosity. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and vanished from his spot. Before the black hole, DaiYuan carefully attuned his divine sense, then let out a soft sigh. Indeed, there are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. I have waited long. Senior. The next moment, a glimmer appeared in his eyes, and his figure flickered, merging into the void. Upon entering, DaiYuan was astonished to find himself standing on an ancient, wide path, its history deeply engraved in every stone crevice, an overwhelming sense of ancient time enveloping him. This time, he did not shrink in space but took deliberate steps, savoring the mysterious essence conveyed by the ancient path. Around him lay ruins of once majestic structures, solitary and serene, suspended in the void, silently narrating the grand tales of yesteryears. "Ding, you have arrived at the designated location. Congratulations, host, check-in completed." Following the cold, mechanical voice, a beam of white light emanated from DaiYuan's body, traversing towards the end of the ancient path. Observing this, Lv.20 did not hasten to pursue, but continued forward at his own pace, feeling the marvels around him. With each step, clarity blossomed within his heart. As he walked, he raised his hand, looking at his aged palm. He did not display excessive shock, but continued steadily forward. If someone were present at this moment, they would see that he had aged to resemble a near-death old man, yet his spirit remained vibrant, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Time passed, and upon reaching the end of the path, he found the way ahead cut off, with a figure silently seated in the void not far away. Junior DaiYuan pays respects to the senior. At that moment, the figure slowly opened its eyes and gazed at DaiYuan, saying, "You have returned." DaiYuan looked up, and In the next instant, his pupils dilated sharply, but the following moment, a smile graced his face, and he stepped forward, merging with the figure. Description: DaiYuan traverses to Dalu. As the Prince of Xingluo, he faces the intricate power struggles within the royal family, navigating perilous paths without any support. At this critical juncture, the check-in system activates. Checking in at the Sacred King's Forbidden Land rewards a 10-level soul power enhancement. Checking in at the Luo Palace rewards a martial soul, the holy beast White Tiger. Checking in at the core area of the Star Dou Great Forest rewards the small achievement of the ancient sacred body.